You stayed up all night for 7 years in a row, only to discover a major secret of the Ark. It's not just a game, but a machine for selecting high-quality humans by aliens. As long as 10,000 players are online for more than 6,000 hours, the Ark will activate the reverse manifestation and summon all of humanity to the Ark world. When the 10,000th player reaches the required game time, everyone will experience intense pain in their left hand, then black out and wake up to find a diamond-shaped gem has grown on their left hand, just like the gems on the character's arms in the Arkansas. Before you can react, a screen appears in front of you. A total of 8,000 players have successfully logged into server 666. Within a year, defeat the boss Mother Spider, Kong, and Fire Dragon. You can resurrect infinitely during this time. After clearing, you can proceed to the next level. If you fail to clear within the specified time, you will be erased and can never resurrect. As the voice falls, a familiar island map appears before you. Choose your birthplace. Looking at the familiar deserted island map in front of you, you decisively choose the western region. Although the southern region has the lowest difficulty, it lacks resources, which are insufficient for a pro like you to develop. After birth, the first thing you do is observe your surroundings. To the west is the sea, to the east is the grassland, and on the shore, a few silly dodo birds are squawking. Hearing this sound not only doesn't annoy you but also lifts your spirits. With these weak dodo birds around, you won't lack early game animal skins and meat. So, you start chopping trees with peace of mind to get some initial resources. However, when you punch a tree, the pain makes you scream, and it's 100% real. No wonder someone on the public channel just said dying is very painful. Enduring the pain, you chop a few trees, when suddenly a huge shadow appears above you. After seeing the other party clearly, your face turned green. It's a fish bird, the most hated existence by Ark players, because it loves to steal things. Accompanied by a quacking sound, the fish bird suddenly snatched the wood you just collected. You watched as the fish bird swooped down towards you again, and you were so scared that you quickly jumped into the river. But seeing the fish bird turn around, you couldn't be happy because several piranhas had already gathered behind you. Before you could climb ashore, the skin swallow was bitten, and you couldn't help but curse loudly. What are you doing? Do you have to be so real? After climbing ashore, you continued to chop trees, picked up a few stones, and after a while, you made a stone pickaxe. At the same time, your level also reached level 2. There are two main ways to upgrade the Ark: killing creatures or crafting items. As a newly born little Karami, you chose the latter. After you have crafted hundreds of thatched foundations, your level has also reached level 20. Watching the nearby raptors, you pull out the newly crafted meteor hammer. This thing is the ancient slingshot, which can trap enemies when thrown out. As the raptor gets closer and closer to you, the speed of swinging the meteor hammer gets faster and faster. When the opponent is only 5 meters away from you, you throw the meteor hammer in your hand. The next second, this raptor, known as the newbie killer, is locked on the ground and unable to move. Seeing this scene, you quickly pull out the righteous big stick and fiercely hit the raptor's head. After smashing 2 wooden sticks, this level 50 raptor finally faints on the ground. In this world, taming dinosaurs is quite simple. You just need to knock them out, then feed them their favorite food. However, it is important to note that if they wake up before being fully tamed, the taming process will fail. Quickly take out the pre-collected blackberries and dodo meat, and place them in the inventory of the velociraptor. Blackberries can increase the stun value when consumed by creatures, preventing situations like the dinosaur in Jurassic Park waking up halfway through taming and staring at you affectionately. Once the velociraptor eats the raw meat and the taming level reaches 100, the taming process is considered successful. During this time, the dinosaur should not be attacked, as it could result in a significant decrease in the final level. Based on the experience of a veteran with 60,000 hours of gameplay, taming this velociraptor will likely take around 30 minutes. While the velociraptor is being tamed, you take out a wooden spear from your left-hand gem and easily kill a nearby dodo bird. You use the dodo bird's hide and some fibers gathered from the grass to craft a saddle for the velociraptor. Finally, the velociraptor wakes up. You mount it and head north, preparing to go to the battleground where carnivorous and herbivorous dinosaurs clash. As long as you keep your distance from the nearby meat grinder, there will be almost no threats when settling there, because of the experience notes picked up on the road. And after arriving at the snowy mountain, after building many stone structures, your level reached 30. By the time you illuminated all the stone building skills and completed the stone house, your level had reached 50, while others were still in the newbie area. You had already entered the Iron Age at a rapid pace. After setting up the furnace and making the blacksmith table, you made metal axes and picks. At this moment, only 2 hours had passed since your birth, and looking at the stone house in front of you, you truly relaxed. Compared to the thatched cottages and wooden houses easily destroyed by dinosaurs before, This stone house can even withstand a Tyrannosaurus Rex and can also build a dragon trapping room that only allows entry but not exit, taming various carnivorous dragons. It's like a bug. However, it's too slow to rely on building upgrades after level 50. Good thing the house is already built. Next it was time to plot the poison gas cave. The level 50 Lin Knight's life value and movement speed were already enough for him, a veteran, to go in for a wave. And just as Lin Knight was tediously jerking trees and rocks to build his old home to upgrade, the actors in the south began to make another demonic move. Gaming host Rokurokwai managed to collect 100 people to join his tribe through 2 hours, and a good chunk of them are still girls. At that moment he was happy. But the men who were not received into his tribe were annoyed. *******. Dare not accept the old man. Should we screw him? There is one person who wants to make bad. Then there is a second person who wants to make bad. Especially after seeing that the obese 6'6" actually collected a group of girls. Those jealous men began to make a demon. They first tried to attack the thatched foundation of the 666 through their fists and stone axes. But after half a day of fighting they realized that they couldn't break it at all. And they also received a reminder. The first 3 months of the service is a peaceful state. After 3 months, the savage battle mode will be opened. Peaceful state can't harm other tribal survivors' buildings, dinosaurs including the survivors themselves. Those few who wanted to make trouble were instantly confused, and peacefully served? 3 months exemption? But sometimes people get smart with their jealousy. One of them, who had been bitten by a double-spined dragon, looked back at a few double-spined dragons in the distance with fierce eyes. Just because we can't hit his house doesn't mean something else can't. Isn't he a tough guy? I'll fucking die again. I'll get him. With that, the man handed everything to his teammate next to him, and then he ran naked up to the 3 double-spined dragons, calling each other ugly cunts with a bitchy look on his face. Those 3 double-spined dragons had just killed 7 or 8 two-legged goats and had already become the big celebrities of the Ark world. So where could they stand this kind of birdishness? At once, they opened their crowns and began to build up their venomous attacks. That big man used his afterimage to see the rank of those 3 double-spined dragons and immediately shivered. Holy shit! 3 100+ leveled ones. Although he panicked, he was also excited. The teammate in the distance tearfully looked at the teammate who used his life to pull hatred to the thatched roof of the 6'6" house with tears in his eyes. Brothers, you are a ruthless person. Along the way the man was bitten so hard he broke one of his arms. But finally, under his unremitting efforts, he pulled those 3 double-spined dragons that were less than a meter to the front door of Rokurokwai's house. And then he went karma. Before he died, he cursed, "Still won't let me join? I'll screw you even if I die." That's the kind of thing a big tree says. Soon the people in the thatched hut sensed that something was wrong. Rokurokwai, who was still bragging to a group of girls by the campfire about how great he was before, seemed to have heard something like clang, 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 sound. The women were also a little confused. In the very next second, the thatched wall behind them was suddenly shattered by something. The sunlight was extremely harsh and everyone was confused. Immediately after that, the 2 double-spined dragons jumped in and started biting with a look that said, "It's time to eat." 666 was scared out of his wits. He had never played this game and didn't know how strong his opponent was. Don't know how to deal with this stuff either. All he could think of was to hurry up and open the door and run. But as soon as he opened the door, a double-spined dragon blocked the door directly in front of him. The ruthless man who had been resurrected in the distance, looking at the messily killed 666, immediately let out a cold laugh. What the heck do I think? It turns out it's a harpy. Those women who were killed by the double-ridged dragon also started cursing on the public screen after they were revived. I'm really convinced. This is dead? How dare you believe that? He just got so scared he hid behind a woman. Dead 666. I'll fuck you immortal. Dead liar. He just touched me. I can't believe he's a rookie. You deserve it upstairs. No brain. And 666, who had just been fucked by the double-ridged dragon, was afraid of being seen by those people, and he planned to change his birth point. After thinking about it he chose Western rebirth. He just opened his eyes and cursed, *********. A bunch of prodigal hooves. When I develop, I'll make them look good. As soon as the words left his mouth he saw something strange. Running over to take a look, his eyes instantly widened. Holy shit! Holy shit! Rokurokwai practically roared, as if he had seen something very evil and outrageous. The whole expression became that of a screaming chicken. Whose house is this? Why is it so big? Of stone. Holy shit! It's only been 2 hours and you've already tamed a raptor and a triceratops? And built a stone house? Ah! This suit has thighs. Voice breaking plus 3 seconds long. And Lin Knight, who was still taming the toothless pterodactyl in the north at the moment, didn't know that a birdman had already found his house. Rokurokwai gulped with an excited look on his face. Although he had never played Ark, he had seen others play it. He dared to conclude that this man was definitely a bigot. Rokurokwai desperately wanted to know what the other party's name was, and walked in to see a row of yellow tribal names displayed in Rokurokwai's eyes. Munchkin. Don't hit me? 666 opened confused. This is called budding new? What kind of budding new so gripping? He wanted to go in and see if maybe the man was in there, but he couldn't find his way in after a long detour, for the house was a total enclosure. Like a matchbox. Not even a window. Just 2 doors, both still closed. So it was that Rokurokwai waited at the door jerking a tree. He wanted to build his home next door to the other side so that he could have a leg to hold in case of danger. But when he had made a thatched foundation intending to put it on the ground, he suddenly saw that the model of thatched foundation had actually turned red. As the row of words appeared in front of his eyes, his entire body was dumbfounded. Too close to other survivors' foundations or gates to build? 66th think forget it. Can't be a neighbor to the door. Just build it farther away, a few more steps is no big deal. But when he ran out a few dozen meters, he still found that the tip on that head kept flashing. Holy shit, what the hell? Just as he was confused, he saw a man in front of him with a pillar of rocks laying around. 666 reacted to this bigot. He was circling the wagons. He put posts in almost every place in the neighborhood where he could build a house. This guy is definitely a bigot. And he's wearing full metal gauntlets? And just then, Lin Knight finally saw a toothless pterodactyl slowly land. This pterosaur is toothless, hence the name Toothless. Not that kind of brazen. People are carnivorous, but it doesn't actively attack humans. It's usually always flying in the sky and it's hard to tame, only when it lands. Soon Lin Knight was running at an extremely rapid speed that had already caught up to the velociraptor, which had obviously added a lot of attribute points to its speed as well. Running over while still holding the meteor hammer, he flung it at that pterodactyl, and upon hitting it, took out his crossbow fitted with a tranquilizer arrow and slammed it at the toothless pterodactyl's head. A few arrows and you're stunned. Anesthesia arrows to the head grows the stun value very high. It was a level 145 pterodactyl. It was also the preparation Lin Knight had made to go to the mangrove gas cave. Immediately after that, Lin Knight rode the Triceratops out to gather berries and wait for this pterodactyl to awaken. As soon as he went out the door, he saw an extremely lewd man who was there with a flattering face beckoning his hand and shouting, "Big brother, take me." Lin Knight was filled with confusion as he looked at this birdman who appeared out of nowhere with a somewhat complicated expression. While he knew this place would be discovered, it was close to the western birthpoint after all. This was a bit too soon. He wasn't hitching a ride with the guy. The current Lin Knight also knew about the 3-month peace period, and he wanted to clear the hard mode lone boss straight through within 3 months. Not playing with these little caramels. Then go to the next map and develop early. Those people who can't get through the boss are going to stay here forever and have to be killed by the system after a year. When the time comes, he can come back and get those 8,000 people to pump his iron by selling pass spots. Get 8,000 niggers at a time and establish an undersea base and a mine base. Those who don't will simply be locked up. Big brother, take me one, I'm willing to do anything. 66 Kai was still talking there, and Lin Knight had already put quality thigh meat on that pterodactyl. Also got some blackberries to feed the pterodactyl, which could keep the creature in a comatose state without awakening. If the creature suddenly wakes up during the taming process, it also means that the taming has failed. After handling the pterodactyl, for insurance purposes Lin Knight surrounded the pterodactyl with 3 more wooden rejects so that small carnivorous dinosaurs like the Dilophosaurus couldn't injure it. That 666 was still murmuring there, saying that he was willing to be Lin Knight's pawn. Lin Knight, on the other hand, had already taken some building materials, intending to seal off the entire southern road. That way no other survivors would come running over to annoy him. 666 Kai just kept looking at Lin Knight circling the road, not realizing that Lin Knight was already planning to screw him over. Don't forget that this place is at the foot of a snowy mountain, and just a little further north, the unclothed will bleed out consistently. After thinking about it, Lin Knight pretended to go to the north to do something great. 666 is close behind. Before he could go far, 666 felt an extremely piercing chill, looking at the Lin Knight who was riding a raptor and shooting an imperial crocodile with a crossbow. 666 had already beaten a retreat. He could already see his life level dropping, looking up at the snow-white peak that towered over the clouds. And at the very top there was a brilliant to the core blue obelisk that seemed like an Optimus Prime going straight into the sky. Achoo! Rokuroku can't stand it. The nerves here are feeling 100% and he wants to run back. However, he found that his hands and feet were already frozen and numb, and his life value was about to bottom out. Who would have thought hypothermia could be so horrible? In 1 minute he was down to 1 point of life, and before he could cry out, Rokurokwai was frozen to death. After seeing that his opponent had been frozen to death, Lin Knight clearly had no intention of wasting his resources, and had the raptors run over to 666's corpse and tear into it for a while before obtaining 9 pieces of raw meat. once again choosing to resurrect in the west. 666 was this time held back by the rejects and dinosaur gates built by Lin Knight. To the east were cliffs that he couldn't even go up, and to the west was an endless ocean, with those rejects and dinosaur gates extending less than a dozen meters into the sea. Isn't this a bit risky if you want to swim to the sea and go around it? Undeterred, Lulu Kai chose to jump into the sea and try to swim to Lin Knight's house, and as soon as he reached the sea he immediately shrunk back in fear. Several megalodon sharks are dawdling on the coast, and going into the sea is clearly a death sentence. Lulu Kai's mind was spinning. He was a smart man. He wouldn't be stupid enough to think of using something to threaten Lin Knight or tell the entire server about Lin Knight's tribe. If he pissed off this kind of bigot, he would definitely live and die here. He also comes from a game-playing background and there are some bars he understands. Since Biggie wouldn't take him in, he opted to build a little house on the beach south of his house. This kind of big guy might give something away for fun sometimes if he's in a good mood, provided you don't offend him. The other man might repay him if he had the chance to do him a favor. Lulu opened his business and started jerking the tree. Thinking back to Lin Knight's operation of taming the toothless pterodactyl just now, his heart was filled with longing. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had waited for half a day to finally tame the toothless pterodactyl, looked at the toothless pterodactyl's rank and rejoiced a lot in his heart. Level 198. Not bad at all. Quality thigh meat is a bit harder to get than raw meat. Wasted a lot of time. In the arc, most of the carnivorous dinosaurs are more interested in good quality meat, and often their taming time and taming effectiveness is greatly improved with this meat. Raw meat, quality thigh meat, lamb, and so on. Lamb is the dream food of the vast majority of carnivorous dinosaurs, but sheep are creatures that basically don't live long in the arc world and are rare in the wild. Lin Knight flew up into the sky on his winged dragon. Right now he was level 50. If he wanted to enter the poisonous gas cave to brush his level and touch the treasure, then he had to be level 52. Since you can craft the Earth Sloth's saddle at level 52, you can ride it across the poison gas cave. A creature like the Earth Sloth is the big daddy of the poison gas cave, and there's not a poisonous snake or insect inside that isn't afraid of it. After conquering the Earth Sloth, Lin Knight could go to the poisonous gas cave. Looking at the time it was already noon. Lin Knight also felt a bit hungry and grilled a few meats before eating them with berries. You don't say it tastes really bad. No flavor at all. Gotta find a way to get some salt. Otherwise this food is really tasteless. It's like when you see a pair of superb legs in black silk, but the other person is not wearing high heels. It's as soulless as eating white-cut chicken without seasoning. After taming the pterodactyl and putting on the saddle, Lin Knight rode that level 198 pterodactyl and flew up into the sky. Upon returning to his base, he brought the two dinosaurs directly into his fire color box base, and then turned on neutral mode, so that they would counterattack as soon as a unit attacked them. Immediately after that, Lin Knight went to prepare the props needed to travel to the mangroves. For foundations, 8 stone doorframes, wooden ramp, ghillie suit, water bottles, white berries, blood restorative, crossbow, sword, gauntlets, sleeping bag. Looking at these densely packed props, Lin Knight loaded his body with a load directly to 290. The pterodactyl out there apparently just couldn't lump him. Normal pterodactyls start out with a load of just over 100, with higher levels getting 200. Lin Knight first rode that winged dragon again and flew to the northern meat grinder to level up some more. Only after he was ready did Lin Knight ride his pterodactyl towards the mangrove forest in the middle of the isolated island. The 666s on the south side of his house looked at Lin Knight, who had ridden out on a winged dragon, and worshipped him so much that he wanted to kneel down and call out to his father. Envious as he was, he had to keep building his shitty house, and just then, a few more people came back to life behind them. There were 5 men and 1 woman in total, led by a man named Huang Hao. The remaining 4 men looked as if they were his minions. That woman Lin Knight couldn't be more familiar with. Wang Xinu. When Huang Hao saw Lin Knight's house in the distance, his eyes widened. Holy shit, who built a home here? And at that moment, Rokurokwai also came out with a wooden spear. This road is not accessible. What are you guys up to? Don't go any further. Lulu Kai, who already knew that Lin Knight was a lone wolf giant, naturally didn't want these people to go over and spare Lin Knight's cleanliness, and he was afraid that these people would take over his place, and then the giant man's neighbors would change. Huang Hao looked at the approaching Lulu Kai and thought it was someone from that giant building in the back, becoming a bit fawning at the time. Big brother, I am Huang Hao, the son of Huang Dabiao, a rich merchant in Suzhou, and I implore you to take me in. 666 Kai was also stunned, looking at this yellow hair who came up to show off his father to others, and in his heart, he already regarded the other party as a brainwashed person. No, this whole of Suzhou city has teleported here. If we can't get through Guan's solitary island we'll all be dead in a year. What's he telling me about his dad for? Rokurokwai waved his hand with a disgusted expression and said, not interested, Go wherever you want. And just at this time, one of Huang Hao's little brother suddenly found that the name of the tribe of the Circle of Fence Rejects the Horse is not the same as the name of the tribe of the 666666666666666666666. Ho! This man, Hao, is not from this tribe. He's playing us. Huang Hao's eyes changed in an instant. 1 second he was traitor-like, and in less than a second he became a major. The eyes revealed a ferocious glint and that not-so-smart-looking IQ. *********. Dare to fool me. Who doesn't know my Huang Hao's reputation in Suzhou? Fuck him for me. Huang Hao finished and went on. Lulu Kai was confused. This person is stupid, right? Now it's a peace offering. The men, including Huang Hao, started punching and kicking at 666. Because they've just been resurrected, they don't have anything. Next to him was a clever one who picked up stones and branches on the ground to make a stone pickaxe, intending to demolish the thatched roof of the 666th house raw. After a few minutes of fighting, all sixes and sixths laughed. You guys are stupid, aren't you? Huang Hao thought that the other party was afraid, and came on the spot. Still dare to be tough? Ha! Beat me to death. Rokurokwai was on the verge of bursting into piggish laughter. Although he couldn't play this game, he didn't know that brainwash was this far gone. So then the four men had been chasing after Rokurokwai, punching and kicking him without losing a drop of blood. 66 took his tools and proceeded to jack up the tree. He planned to build a wooden house, then grab a mount like that big guy. Meat-eating dinosaurs he definitely wouldn't dare grab. After all, the bite is real and the pain is real. Looking at the herbivorous dinosaurs called Paraceratopsians in the distance, Rokuroko hit upon an idea, and Huang Hao, who had already been fighting 666 for several minutes, also realized that something was wrong, and it would seem as if they felt weak and uncomfortable. The other guy didn't have a thing to do with it? Being in an attacking state all the time, stamina is going to go down, and if stamina goes down, so does satiety. Soon Huang Hao and the others were hungry, started gathering the berries in the back, eating them while gathering and wondering. Wang Xinyu watched the whole process, and she thought to herself that even if this Lulu Kai wasn't from the opposite tribe, he must have known them, or else why would people let him build a home here? After thinking about it, Wang Xinyu bravely went to find Rokurokwai. Lulu Kai also didn't want to care about this group of retards. He thought about it and then directly said, I advise you all to go wherever you come from. This place is not the place for you to come to, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Huang Hao was still about to scold him, but his little brother suddenly saw a wild raptor wandering in the woods behind him. Rokurokwai also saw it, and without much time to think hurriedly put a few rejects around his thatched hut, and then went inside and closed the door behind him. Huang Hao, several people scared, squeaked and howled, Big brother, open the door. I was wrong. Let me in. In the thatched hut, Lulu Kai was in deep thought with the meteor hammer in his hand, listening to the movement outside. That woman seemed to have been bitten to death. Should we try it while it's attacking those guys? If I could take in a raptor, would that big guy think highly of me? Love to fight to win. Big deal is dying again. Rokuroko kicked in. As soon as I opened the door, I saw that raptor complete the kill streak, and those guys went all karma. Rokurokai also noticed something strange. Something seems off about that raptor? Why is it all white with a reddish glow? And the size seems to be a circle larger than a normal raptor. The next second that raptor killed towards Rokurokwai like a missile. Rokurokwai throws a meteor hammer and hits, but doesn't bundle up. Immediately after that he was given a mouthful of seconds by his opponent. After he chose to resurrect at home again, the raptor happened to smell him again, right to his house and start tearing it down. Rokurokwai was confused as to how this raptor was so fierce. In 3 strokes, his house was demolished. Cabinets, beds, grinders, and refiners all. Rokurokwai karma again. His house was also demolished clean. This time he could see the red message above his head. You died from an elite raptor. Rokurokwai was not convinced. He wanted to go over and tame that raptor. Once he collected the elite he took off. But what he didn't know was that elite dragons couldn't be tamed. And when he had made the wooden stick and meteor hammer and had just arrived at the place, he saw that Huang Hao's bitchy bastards had gone there as well. They're going to Lin Knight's house and want to join. That elite velociraptor was also a bit confused. These idiots lined up to deliver? Lin Knight, who had already come to the mangrove forest to make a simple trap for the beasts, did not yet know that there was an elite raptor to the south of his house that had already completed 20 kills, a ride that completely cut off the confidence of those people who wanted to go to Lin Knight's house. Lin Knight was cruising with binoculars on a rock in the mangrove forest, a place that was extremely dangerous for munchkins. Next to it are disgusting to the core swamps with creatures such as titanic pythons and pig gators, and there are giant leeches in the water. Inside the mangrove forests were a myriad of carnivorous creatures, with flocks of lurid birds that moved extremely fast and attacked with great vigor. You can peck a man's brains out with one mouthful. There are also extremely aggressive creatures such as giant scorpions, saber-toothed tigers, esoteric dragons, and bull dragons, and it's also infested with Tyrannosaurus rex. It's like a giant coliseum, with carnivores fighting herbivores 24 hours a day, day and night. Some of the creatures that eat grass are not to be messed with: Ken's dragon, Stegosaurus, sickle dragon, etc. Especially the Scythosaurus. This herbivorous dinosaur was extremely aggressive. They even dared to fight hard against the Tyrannosaurus rex, and each of their 6 claws was close to half a meter long. Lin Knight looked around at the small trap he had made with the foundations and door frames, and opened the map again to look at it. He should have remembered correctly. This neighborhood should be the place where the earth sloths were brushed. After half a day of searching, he didn't find earth sloth, but he did find another right-hand man for the lower cave. Bag lion, a beast that can climb and jump. Lin Knight took a look with his binoculars and saw that the bag lion climbing upside down on the side of the giant red tree was actually level 150. A full level of wildlife is 150. It wasn't what he needed most right now, but it would be used later. With it, Lin Knight could walk sideways in the rest of those mines. On second thought, I'd better grab it. The earth sloth in this place hasn't been painted yet anyway, so I guess it's been fucked by something. So then Lin Knight rode the winged dragon to his trap and then shot an arrow at that bag lion. The baggy lion jumped straight from the tree and ran towards Lin Knight in the trap at a furious speed. Lin Knight calculated the distance and waited for the pouch lion to climb up the slope and about to fall in, then directly ran away on the pterodactyl. The pouch lion fell right into the trap. This small trap is very simple. In a place of ground up 4 sides of 2-meter-high railing enclosure, and then in the outside with a slope to build it can come up the road, but fell into it will not come out. You're only allowed in and out. For insurance purposes, Lin Knight rode the winged dragon back to that boulder. You had to be alert at all times in the wilderness. In case any danger appeared behind you and you couldn't see it, you'd be in trouble. As Lin Knight took his crossbow and prepared to shoot, he suddenly saw 3 creatures that were all too familiar. Lin Knight's pupils instantly dilated, and he took aim with his binoculars. Level 150 male earth sloths, and level 135 and 145 female earth sloths. Holy crap, heavenly blessing, you can hatch the 2nd generation. I guess the earth lazily brushed it when I went to seduce the bag lion into taking the bait. Lin Knight, don't get too excited and don't panic when things go wrong. He first rode his pterodactyl to mess up a few nearby bull dragons, and after making sure there were no remaining carnivorous creatures, he went back to the trap and started shooting that pouch lion with his tranquilizer arrows. This trapped beast was left to his mercy, and it didn't take long for him to pass out. Looking at those earth sloths, Lin Knight was excited, chopping wood and digging rocks in place, and making a trap. These 3 earth sloths are tamed together, so you'll have to make a 4x4 trap, at least. And just as Lin Knight was chopping wood, he suddenly heard a beastly roar in his ears. That sound was the 2nd most disgusting creature in the forest night. Nema. Only a residual shadow was seen slicing through, and Lin Knight was struck dumb. He covered his head in place and couldn't move a muscle. This creature was small in size, but extremely disgusting, and its scientific name was beast-head beast. Normally it stays hidden in the dirt and you can't even tell there's a little mound there unless you look closely. As soon as a prey comes close, it pops out and kills it by surprise. And the first attack comes with a stun effect. Lin Knight was dazed for a while, and when he turned around to look again, that beast-headed beast was already attacking his winged dragon. However, most of the flying mounts of veterans like Lin Knight were on passive mode, and even if some creature attacked it, it wouldn't fight back or run, because Lin Knight had absolute confidence in believing that he couldn't die. There was only one possibility that he could kill him in the mangrove forest, and that was the wave death. A normal novice in this situation would come back to his pterodactyl and absolutely fly up into the air and stage a great escape, and most likely fly around to other carnivorous creatures around him, which would add another element of danger. Returning to his senses, Lin Knight overhandly switched to a metal sword and ran to the beast-headed beast and started slashing. A level 20 Karami. What are you pouncing on me for, you tell me? It didn't take a few slashes to kill that beast-head beast. The pterodactyl didn't move a muscle the entire time, and opened the attribute bar to see that it had only lost a third of its blood. After jerking the tree again to make a trap, Lin Knight did as he had done and lured all 3 of those earth sloths into this larger trap. Shoot the stun one by one. After shooting the stun and then looking at the bag lion's stun value, it had dropped by a large margin, and it had been 20 minutes. The next step is a race against time. Lin Knight was well aware of what he needed to pay in order to tame 4 high-level dragons at a time in the early stages. First of all, it was a large amount of blackberries, and you had to make sure that the creatures stayed unconscious and didn't wake up during these few hours. That would have to be collected all the time, and by virtue of empty-handed collection there would certainly not be enough time. It's going to take 4 hours less to get all 4 of them up. The blackberries Lin Knight had brought earlier were only enough for 1. Lin Knight was a bit contemplative. Looking at the pouch lion that still needed to eat mutton to get up, he was a bit hesitant. He also just remembered that taming a high-level pouch lion to eat mutton was less than 3 hours. And it has to be cooked lamb. And it has to go on the grill. If you were to eat regular cooked meat, it would take 4.5 hours. Fighting meat, roasting meat, gathering black fruit, and taming earth sloths also requires hitting high-quality thigh meat and honey, which is a pain in the ass right now when there's no feed available. A nigger must be found at the moment. The situation has changed. He had to go beat the meat and get the niggers to gather the fruit or he wouldn't make it in time. The first resentful species Lin Knight could think of was naturally the 6/6s next to his home. No need to receive the tribe. Just give him the triceratops that you trained by hand and then let him gather the black fruit and you're done. This kind of person will definitely do a good job. Thinking of this, Lin Knight first made 10 rejects and surrounded the trap. This is a mangrove forest. It would be bad luck to be eaten by any creature that took advantage of the opportunity. After taking another look at the stun level, there was no problem, and then Lin Knight rode the winged dragon and headed straight back. The journey was as fast as it could fly. Hold out for these 4 hours and you'll be able to enter the poisonous gas cave. By then, once the cave is blocked off with earth sloth, whoever wants to upgrade must look at his Lin Knight's face. You have to be ruthless to be a service bully. Soon Lin Knight returned to his stone house, and looking at the wretched tragedy to the south, Lin Knight made a somewhat puzzled round, just in time to see an elite velociraptor chasing after 666. Lin Knight was also a bit confused. How persistent was this person? His home had been demolished and he was still here to resurrect? There are other people's bodies? Lin Knight lowered his head and looked through the binoculars, then looked at that 666, pondering. The Rokurokwai below was also losing his temper. He had already been killed 7 times by that elite raptor. People are 7 times a night and so is he. This time he's dead again. This time he still chose to resurrect in the west. Those people from Huanghao already didn't dare to come. This elite velociraptor was just too dense. And this time when Lulu Kai was planning to gather some resources to make some weapons before going over there, he suddenly saw Lin Knight riding a pterodactyl and attacking that elite velociraptor. That pterodactyl's attack was actually a 360-degree rotating dash attack. Within a few moments that elite raptor was bleeding. 666 Kai was flabbergasted on the spot. Holy crap, do dinosaurs have skills? This pterodactyl. The pterodactyl's stamina could only put up 3 spinning attacks at the moment. So Lin Knight waited on the roof to recover his stamina after putting it up. At the same time he said, elites cannot be tamed. Unless you are the beast taming queen, Li Meiying. After 1 minute, that level 25 elite raptor just died. 66 screamed strangely there on the spot. Daddy! Dad, take me! Dad, I'm your son! Take me! Lin Knight glanced back at 666. He had already guessed that the other party might have taken advantage of his absence to block outsiders from coming over and harassing him. It wasn't of any substantial use, but it showed the man that he had recognized his place in the world. There is another kind of person who mixes well in the arc. That is, the one with sweet mouth and hard legs. The one who immediately puts down everything to go over to help when the big brother gives a word. Such people tend to eat all open. Even lone wolves need help sometimes. Lin Knight looked at the pterodactyl's backpack. He had just killed that elite velociraptor. He had risen directly to level 52. A purple crossbow with an attack of 198? Lin Knight's eyes were happy. This thing was somewhat useful in the early stages. The attack is now double that of a normal crossbow. Crossbows shot this way also grow a higher stun value than normal, and got a ton of quality thigh meat, which went bad extra fast. And considering it would be a while before he went to the mangroves again, he put it straight in his oven and roasted it. Immediately after that, he silently rode his triceratops out to gather black fruits. Lulu Kai was just outside the fence looking at Lin Knight, who opened the dinosaur door and came out, his eyes full of envy. Lin Knight was in a hurry and didn't talk much. After collecting a large amount of black fruits, he directly rode his triceratops to 66 Kai's side and said, "Do me a favor, if you help me collect 20,000 black fruits, I'll give you this triceratops." After saying that, Lin Knight opened the triceratops release button, and Lulu Kai looked at the triceratops, which was already in a state of claiming, with a face full of amazement, his heart trembling. There's a couple stone foundations in the triceratops along with a bed and a cabinet. Just set it up and keep gathering. The black fruit goes in the cabinet. I'll be back for it in an hour. Lin Knight left after saying that, and returned to the stone house to look at the quality thigh meat and cooked meat that had been roasted in the oven. The bag of lions had something to eat. Still have to get the earth lazy eaters. The quality thigh meat obtained from killing large herbivorous dragons one by one was pitifully small, while killing elites could explode a lot at a time. 3 earth sloths would need an estimated 200 quality thigh meat, and would have to wait until he was hungry enough to feed it in all at once, because unroasted thigh meat goes bad very, very fast. Lin Knight took the black fruits he had collected and once again returned to the trapped beasts in the mangrove forest. Looking at the fact that there was an Arc 3 wastes there pretending to attack the Earth Sloths in the trapped beast's room, Lin Knight let out a cold smile. Arc 3 ruins every Arc player is no stranger to the Bull Dragon. And the Bull Dragon is at the top of the list. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and flew directly to the trapped beast room and shot a few arrows at the Bull Dragon that was stuck in the middle of the rejects. That Bull Dragon obviously got scared and turned around to run. Lin Knight on the hand and another arrow. Dead. Also happy with 4 pieces of thigh meat. Lin Knight first checked the stun levels of the 3 Earth Sloths, and then looked at the bag lion's stun level. Sure enough, this pouched lion was tamed a bit hastily, and its stun fell off quickly. But it's been an hour, and it'll be up in a little while, so it still feels like a bit of a loss to kill it now. After placing the roasted meat and roasted thigh meat onto the pouch lion, Lin Knight went up and fed several more sets of black fruits. Next up is the meat fighting part. Just let him catch any elite raptors with a level below 50. Just 2 will do. If you really don't have it, then feed it while you beat the thigh meat and continue until the Earth Sloth awakens. And just then, a message suddenly swiped out on the public screen. It was sent by a woman. And this woman Lin Knight recognized. Can someone please save my door? These men have locked us in a house. I'm at the Red Arc. Lin Knight narrowed his eyes at the woman who spoke, his mind a little furtive. This woman was no one else. It was his college homeroom teacher Gu Lingxin. In their university belonged to the ceiling of face and body. Even their schoolgirl was embarrassed to stand in front of their homeroom teacher. And what Gu Lingxin said next made Lin Knight even more furious. Can you guys let us go? They're all still students. Chen Yushue, teacher, don't beg them. They don't look like good people. We'll find a way to get out. That's when a few men on the public screen clamored to. Ha ha ha. People tame dinosaurs, we tame women. Anyone want to come and have some fun? Crossbows, metal axes, swords, and iron armor can be cool for once. These 2 women are the very best of the Suzhou Arts Academy. Xiao Shui is the school flower, and this extreme female teacher is also a personal wife. They're also wearing black silk. TSK. This world doesn't have black silk. If you miss it, it's gone. I'm serious. We're on an island south of the Red Arc. Wouldn't it be fun to have a good time and then develop? Ha ha ha. Just provide a full set of Metal Gear and feel free to play. Ha ha ha. There's joy and peace, isn't there? They can't die anyway. Let's have fun. Play it once with dinosaurs too. Dilophosaurus, Paraceratops, Velociraptor, whatever, as long as it's not a dodo. In the depths of the mangrove forest, Lin Knight looked at the 3 Earth Sloths with a despondent face, thanks to which he didn't put any meat in. Otherwise he had a headache. This classroom teacher is sure to save. College years classroom teacher Gu Lingxin know that his parents are farming. Give him to apply for a special hardship allowance. There's a $300 per month cost of living allowance from the school. Lin Knight also often absenteeism. The class teacher knows that he is going to play games to make money. Many times are also verbal education. And did not discipline him, and did not contact his parents. Because Lin Knight's family really didn't have any money. He was already happy to be able to make money playing games at that time. Moreover, his homeroom teacher had told him that he and Wang Xin were not suitable. Perhaps she had seen something back then. Only the authorities didn't listen to Lin Knight. Especially in his sophomore year. Lin Knight had something at home, and his homeroom teacher privately lent him 2,000, which he remembers clearly. Not to mention, the homeroom teacher who took good care of him in college definitely had to be saved. I guess they were trapped because they listened to something the other side said and then went into someone else's house who wouldn't let them out. It should take less than 40 minutes to get to the Red Arc from here. One way or the other. Lin Knight still fed all 3 of those Earth Sloths and bag lions the black fruit again just to be on the safe side, so that they would be dizzy for a little while longer. Soon Lin Knight flew out on his winged dragon as he contemplated whether or not to take his homeroom teacher in, or do we say observe for a while, let them build a home near his tribe? The homeroom teacher he naturally trusted, and definitely wouldn't harm him, but that what school flower? That's a schoolgirl after all, and hasn't she seen more men in subaltern isolation bags than he has? What good can it be? And right now on a small island south of the Red Arc, there were really a dozen men running with some metal equipment. Anyone who wants to see how the best human female teachers and schoolgirls are tamed by men. Ha ha ha, welcome brothers to our Oro tribe. These women are so stupid. Ha ha ha, in 3 words, they entered our building. And once the door was locked, we locked them inside. Come, put everything in the locker. We'll go in together later. A group of men gathered with excited faces in front of that thatched hut of the Oro tribe. Zhang Dalong, the tribal chief in the Dalong tribe, also opened the door to the room. And Gu Lingxin, Chen Yushue, and Li Ting in the room were all a bit flustered, because it's full of men out there. They were supposed to establish a base in the southern part of the lonely island, but Li Ting didn't know where to get a large group of big rats called giant beavers, and directly tore down the thatched hut they had built. All 3 of them are dead too. After choosing his birthplace again near the Red Arc, he came up to see a man, Zhang Delang, who had tamed the dodo. Gu Lengxin looked at the two sophomores in her school and was worried. She had thought that the other party would be kind enough to take them women in, but who knew that it was a trick for them to let them in for a barbecue and a drink. Once inside, the man closed the door. Because of the state of peace in uniform, they couldn't break through those thatched walls. All those men outside also saw the three women, and their harems flowed into rivers. Especially that Gu Lang Xin. That height must be 173? A teacher's professional dress. Legs are black silk and high heels. Body that simply cannot be said. Survivors in the audience watching want to go inside right now and chat about how the Ark dinosaurs bred for breakthroughs. When the time comes, let's see if the human pups that are born can break through some of the attributes. How do you know if you don't try? At this time, Chen Yuxue also discovered the acquaintances among those men. Actually, two of them were students from their school, and Yuxue Chen knows it. Wang Tian, Lu Feng, you too. Why did you two join them? Chen Yuxue shouted with a face full of annoyance. The two boys outside laughed. Haha, naturally. I'm looking for you. Weren't you so cool in school? Didn't you just ignore all the people who talked to you? Then let's see how high and mighty you really are today anyway. There's no police and no law here. Whoever has the biggest fist is in charge. Li Ting is also a little annoyed. She really cannot understand why are all students of a school. Encounter difficulties do not help even if it also fell on the well. Gu Lengxin looked at those men. Her heart was chagrined to the core, blaming her for trusting people too easily. Perhaps after everyone teleported to this world, some people's hearts and human nature had been twisted. They will do anything to make their lives miserable. Presumably, somewhere on this lonely island, there are women like them being held captive. But any woman who tries to make a living off a man here is probably not going to end well. Those men were already planning to come in, and both Chen Yuxue and Li Ting panicked, with tears in the corners of their eyes. They can't even die. They can just die and re-choose a resurrection point. But they don't have anything on them. How can you live in the future if you are just abused like this? Gu Lengxin looked at the men who were ready to come up, and subconsciously protected her two students. Looking at the direction of the doorway, she knew for sure that she couldn't get out, and a feeling of powerlessness hit her heart. Chen Yuxue was filled with annoyance as she cursed on the public screen. You shall not die. I curse that you shall not die well. But the men's minds were no longer on the public screen, and they all rushed in with glowing eyes. Gu Lang Xin was the first to be pressed by the man onto the thatched foundation. A group of men held down each of her limbs, spreading them apart in a wide pattern. There was no substantial physical damage, but the shame was real. Even at this time, Gu Lang Xin was still worried about her two students. She kept pleading with the men to let the two students go, but in a world without laws, men tend to change their faces faster than women. After all, reality doesn't cut it. And just as the three women were feeling desperate, they suddenly heard something outside the thatched hut. The one who rushed here was none other than Lin Knight, who had just shot 2 arrows at the level 120 scythe dragon behind him, and without even thinking about it, he dragged that wild scythe dragon to this legendary Dalong tribe. The men in the thatched hut were also a bit puzzled as to what the commotion was outside. Sounds like the footsteps of some large creature. Zhang Dalong probed and was dumbfounded. Holy Nima! Scythe dragon! Lin Knight had already flown up into the sky on his winged dragon, and looking at the scythe dragon that had dry-bombed the thatched cottage with a single claw, Lin Knight tactically leaned back, only to see that scythe dragon second the level 8 Zhang Delang with another claw. Those bare-chested men who intended to study biological reproduction and multi-generational breakthroughs with Gu Lengxin ran around in fear. The sickle dragon slaughters the village. It's slaughtering the village. The 100% fear of pain made each of them afraid to die, and although they could be revived, no one wanted to be gutted by a dinosaur. And just then, that scythe dragon also saw the 3 Gu Lengxin girls sitting paralyzed on the ground. Lin Knight exhaled and saw that the people around him had run clean, so he flew straight down. Having the pterodactyl unleash a spinning attack on the scythe dragon took the pain and instantly pulled in its hate value. Lin Knight then slowly and leisurely pulled that scythe dragon into the distance. He didn't dare to fight the scythe dragon hard now. This guy could directly attack the player himself on the dragon's back, and the attacks are extremely high. If you're not careful, you'll have to die a dragon's death. Lin Knight just pulled that scythe dragon towards the sea and waited until the hatred of that scythe dragon disappeared. Lin Knight also flew back to Gu Lengxin's 3 girls on his winged dragon, and Gu Lengxin subconsciously protected the 2 girls as she looked at the man with the metal mask. But soon she saw the name on Lin Knight's head again. Lin Knight? You're Lin Knight who graduated last year. Lin Knight nodded and looked at the homeroom teacher who had gotten out of trouble, then looked at the time again. It had been 30 minutes and he had to go back to the mangroves. Benji, you just head north from here. My house is on the coast at the foot of the snowy mountains. I have business to attend to, and when you get to the place there's a man on a triceratops. Tell him I sent you. Lin Knight finished speaking and headed back to the mangrove forest without looking back. I guess the bagged lion was going to wake up soon, and I still had to go feed the black fruit, or else it would be a failure. After feeding you also have to immediately go home to get black fruits from the 6/6s and come back to feed again. It's really a race against time. Thanks to the fact that I got someone to help me in advance. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to go to the gas cave today. And Lin Knight was still thinking about how to get rid of those two schoolgirls. They were a fucking liability. What was the point of keeping them? Except dry. What else? Being a nigger? Lin Knight a little torn. Whether to accept or not. When he becomes the leader of the service, won't all the women in this service be his? He needs to pick? The ones who don't listen and the ones who get into women's boxing are all locked up. Well, take the class into the tribe first. Let those two dragons build their own tribes and stay on the side and forget about it. Lin Knight murmured as he flew. If you take him in, you can get a headache if you make a mistake and disgust him every day. Chen Yushue looked at Lin Knight, who was flying away on his winged dragon, and said with some concern, Teacher, is he your student? How is he like? Won't he be a, too? Gu Lingxin shook her head and looked to the north. She was going to go over there or she wouldn't be so lucky the next time she encountered something like this. Li Ting looked at Chen Yushue with some consternation and said, Just now it was someone who saved us. We didn't even say thank you to guess whether people are good people. I went to the north, he is obviously dependable. Okay. Gu Lingxin Knight was planning to move. Come with me to the north to take a look. Don't worry, this Lin Knight is your senior and won't make things difficult for you. After the three women finished speaking, they headed towards the north along the westernmost coast, avoiding any creatures they encountered along the way from a distance, and they didn't dare to approach even a paraphyllum. Previously, when building a home in the southern part of the isolated island, Li Ting had secretly opened something called a beaver den, and without taking anything, she was chased and bitten by 7 or 8 oversized giant beavers that were more than a meter in length. The three men's thatched hut was in ruins. Not knowing anything about dinosaurs, the girls were terrified that way. Finally with their efforts they walked to the place where they were almost close to the snowy mountain, and they happened to also see Lin Knight riding the pterodactyl in a fiery rush down without bringing back his head. The man riding the triceratops in front took a look at Lin Knight coming back and hurriedly shouted, Only 10,000 or so black fruits have been collected, and they're all in the cabinet. The cabinet I unlocked. Lin Knight didn't even think about it. Put the black fruits into a part of his own refrigerator and then took the remaining ones and rode the winged dragon and left without talking to the 3 Gu Lingxin women who rushed over. It's like rushing to get reincarnated. The 3 women watched as the pterodactyl spun around and then simply disappeared. Chen Yushue stared blankly at the distant Lin Knight. Her heart was confused. Normal men mustn't have glowing eyes when they see them? This guy's not gay, is he? Chen Yushue looked again at the opposite side of Lulu Kai who was riding a triceratops and planning to gather fruits. And she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. These two aren't gay, are they? You're Mr. Gu, right? Just now Lin Knight told me that you guys can build your home across the street from me. I have some animal skins here for you to take first. Lulu Kai said with a fawning face while throwing out 3 bundles of beast skins, each with 100 beast skins. It was all from him riding a triceratops and killing monsters. Things like animal skins are the worst for pure newcomers. That in the early stages. Killing a dodo pop's too little. The opposite 3 people picked up a bag each and then looked at Lulu Kai with some confusion and said, Are you all together? What is he going to do? I don't know. Should be something very important. You guys first build a foundation next door to my house to shoot the bed. With the bed dead can be resurrected here. 666 Kai continued to gather the fruits after he finished speaking, although he didn't know what the item was actually useful for. But Lin Knight wanted so many of them. He had to have some more on hand. Moreover, he vaguely felt that sooner or later, these 3 women that Lin Knight had rescued would have to be taken in by Lin Knight. This is a game world. There are no laws and no morals, and it's normal for some good-looking women to be locked up in a building for fun on this lonely island. I guess there are some people doing that right now. It's a peace suit anyway. Even if 1,000 people came together, they couldn't do any substantial damage. Gu Lingxin looked at Lulu Kai then looked at her 2 students. Thought about it or build a home here is the safest. Just now that Zhang Dailang is not someone else. It is the security guard of their school. Originally thought that they all knew each other and could take care of each other. But who knew that Zhang Dailang had long been harboring ghosts? Li Ting looked at the distant home of Lin Knight with some anticipation. That simply do not too wow. She felt that people saved them. This favor directly when people's girlfriend is not too much, and it looks like he is still a master. Li Ting already wanted to follow Lin Knight, while next to her, Chen Yushue was studying the imprint skill and her own attributes on her own. She didn't want to rely on a man. This Chen Yushue, who didn't want to rely on a man, looked at the few attribute points she hadn't added yet and instantly hesitated. What should I add? Isn't damage the most important thing in a game? Should I add melee damage? Well, I should add this. Chen Yushue obviously on not been arc education, Normal play arc who point melee damage. There are times in the back when she cries. And at the moment Lin Knight, who was rushing to cast off to the mangroves, finally landed just as the bagged lion was about to wake up. Thanks to just saved Gu Lingxian, they came to the mangrove forest once in advance to collect a little black fruit with their hands to top it off. Otherwise this is surely a taming failure. After feeding the black fruit, the stun value of those 4 creatures began to slowly increase. Lin Knight calculated the time. The earth sloth's taming time was lower than the bag lion's, so he had to go hunting for high-quality thigh meat right away. It was too late to think about it, and Lin Knight, who was racing against time, went out again, came to the creek opposite the mangrove forest, looked around, and there was no elite velociraptor. He looked to the volcano to the north again and spotted an elite bull dragon, took the binoculars and was delighted. Level 15. Killed it. Lin Knight first pulled that elite bull dragon aside to a pile of rocks, then found a place with a pit. You have to trap your opponent's movement if you want to wear them out with this pterodactyl. To the east of the junction of the mangrove and the volcano is a jumble of rocks where there are some that can be randomly refreshed. Lin Knight scanned the area and then hurriedly landed to crack the centermost stone. He had used this place too many times and had long since memorized it. And then he rode the pterodactyl and proceeded to pull that bull dragon. And sure enough, the 3 wastes of the arc were still wastes even if they became elites. Without taking a few steps, that elite bull dragon was pulled into a stone pit trap prepared in advance by Lin Knight. It was the same principle. The outside of the stone was duress. You could walk up but you couldn't get out if you went in. It's just one-sided abuse back there. The experience was actually not enough for him to level up. And he also gained a blue beast skin top with armor 56. It doesn't help anyway. And just as Lin Knight had just messed with that elite bull dragon, he suddenly heard a savage roar behind him, a sound that couldn't have been more familiar. He thought it was a wild Tyrannosaurus Rex that had run out somewhere, and didn't think much of it as he directly mounted the pterodactyl. Just as soon as he mounted the winged dragon, he felt an eerie, cold and icy murderous aura behind him, with that pure white Tyrannosaurus Rex with a red light emanating from its entire body. It took a bite at Lin Knight's pterodactyl. 10,000 grass mud horses instantly ran through Lin Knight's heart. "I Naya. Big brother, big brother, big brother, big brother. Leave the dragon under your mouth." Lin Knight rode the pterodactyl, whose bloodstain had instantly bottomed out, to the sky in a spinning sprint without any danger. Looking down, an elite Tyrannosaurus Rex of rank 135 was scurrying around underneath, going everywhere in seconds. Veteran Lin Knight's face was ugly. It was rare to see an elite Tyrannosaurus Rex on this lonely island, and this guy was still a level 135. Not to mention newbies. A lot of veterans riding their main dinosaurs are likely to die. Holy shit, thanks to my running fast, or else I'd be showing off. Lin Knight didn't dare to linger. This place would be this elite Tyrannosaurus Rex's world for the last few days. Even if you trapped it, you probably couldn't even get it to die. Currently hitting it doesn't drop blood as fast as it returns. Lin Knight first returned to the mangrove forest and fed the level 150 male earth sloth the high-quality thigh meat he had just fought, and just then the level 150 bag lion, which had been shot unconscious for a long time, woke up. Lin Knight was confused. How come it's only level 153? That bag lion had only added 3 levels to its level after being tamed, and Lin Knight obviously had a bit of a hard time with it. It suddenly occurred to him that a creature like a pouched lion was not as effective at taming whatever it ate to increase its taming effectiveness if it wasn't tamed with feed. And just now he didn't have enough cooked thigh meat. He put in 200 regular cooked meat. It's already a great honor for him to add a few levels. Blood on 4500 now. Attack 195. This attack also make up to be able to go down the hole and play. Something is better than nothing. Next time think more thoughtfully and just don't make such time-wasting moves. And just as Lin Knight was self-reflecting there, that level 150 Earth Sloth was successfully tamed. Rise level 205. Blood quantity 8600. Attack 275. Wow day, it's okay. Although it's not an extreme product, it's still pretty awesome. Lin Knight, who had just been laughing at himself, instantly beamed with joy upon seeing this Earth Sloth. If you were to feed it with fodder, you'd probably get up to 9,000 blood and probably break 300 attack. With Earth Sloth, hitting quality thigh meat that takes off. Forest Knight also brings the saddle of the Earth Sloth. After riding on it, he instantly had a feeling of being proud of the mangroves. What bull dragon, thunder dragon, beam dragon, stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, he saw which one to screw which one. As long as he didn't go to that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex, he could walk sideways here. As he killed, he saw another level 70 elite raptor, and his mouth crooked with laughter. Lin Knight, who already had powerful creatures, had a great time killing the whole thing. Later, when he had scored quality thigh meat, he also went back and fed both of the level 145 and 135 female Earth Sloths. Neither of those latter 2 levels are as high as this 150, but they're good enough. Next up was the long-awaited gas cave. Lin Knight cruised around. He now had to find an airdrop light pillar to upload all these tamed creatures into the Ark first. As he had already discovered when he first entered the game, this lonely island currently had no imprinted skills like cryopods or cryogenic refrigerators, which were currently still black to unlock at all. The cryopod, also known as a genie ball, can receive any creature inside, about the size of an apple. I guess I'll have to wait until I go to the Genesis map to unlock the cryopod skill, so for now I'll have to rely on the most primitive methods. Soon Lin Knight found a blue airdrop beam of light and ran over to it with his newly captured earth sloth and bag lion. Just before I got to the place and opened the drop box, another old 6 suddenly sprang out. A rank 95 beast head beast came up and gave Lin Knight a big hug. Lin Knight covered his head in place stunned straight cursed me grass. That beast head beast obviously messed with the wrong person. Before there was only Chicken Brothers Lin Knight, now there was also Chen Haonan, Big Pussy Brother and a host of other Causeway Bay bigwigs. That beast head beast didn't even last for 3 seconds before it was torn by the 3 big earth sloths and pouch lions. Sick. Simply sick. A lot of the settings in this game are just sick. Why did that beast-headed beast kill itself? Obviously it can't be beaten, but it's still on. Just to disgust me? Lin Knight said with a look of contempt. The next second another setting came up that shocked him. PFF la Lin Knight pooped. A confused Lin Knight looked at the shit he had taken on the floor in a bit of a daze, thinking how on earth did it get through his pants and out to the outside? And there's a pickup button on top of the shit. Lin Knight subconsciously gulped. If he was with his homeroom teacher in the back and they were talking and suddenly pooped, what would be the expression? Lin Knight thought as he uploaded several creatures into the Ark. Then he rode a pterodactyl to the entrance of the gas cave, his mind full of his homeroom teacher shitting in his face. And then he's walking over to pick up? What if we sleep at night? Ark 99% of the player's shooting beds can be side by side. Put 5 or 6 beds horizontally, face to face. Either that or shoot all 7 or 8 beds in the same place. You're going to have to undress when you go to bed, right? Some of the settings can be manipulated artificially, right? For example, if I want to take a shit myself, can't I do it? What is this called? Lin Knight shook his head violently. What's all this with? First TM upgrade. The toothless pterodactyl was also a bit puzzled as it looked at the lewdly giggling Lin Knight, clearly just a bit flustered. He looked at Lin Knight with a dumbfounded expression and said in his heart, this asshole isn't going to ride me into the poison gas cave, is he? It's forbidden to fly here. Dumbass. I haven't looked for a female pterodactyl yet. How could Lin Knight not know? He took out the sleeping bags and storage boxes that he had prepared in advance and put them at the entrance of the gas cave, putting 4 sleeping bags at a time, obviously intending to do something big. Endgame Ark is not the same as the handheld Ark. Handheld into the hole can be stuck bud take artifacts, but also can use the artifacts as a tribute for the god's clothing. And most of the mines in the endgame are hard, and there have even been some veterans who have said they'd rather die than go down a hole. Rumor has it that the desert mines of the Wonderland map have tragically killed countless well-known big anchors and bloggers. The shame of a lifetime. And the difficulty of this gas cave is extremely hard for newbies. The cave entrance prevents 98% of creatures from entering because it's so small, and people keep losing blood in there. If he wanted to upgrade to level 90 or above on the first day, Lin Knight was destined to die twice, and it's the engraved kind. The entrance to the poison gas cave would be filled with countless poisonous insects and pythons, all of which were ranked at the sickly level of 200 to 400. And to get in there and find the treasure chest to release the earth sloth from the Ark, that's a minimum of 2 deaths. The first time is to run in naked in parkour, luring all the monsters blocking the cave entrance to the first puddle. You can't even stop in the middle. You have to keep running, and you have to watch where you jump. And if you get stuck in the middle of a poisonous insect, you're dead. The second time you die is when you open the treasure chest to download the earth sloth out, and that momentary pause will definitely put you back in place. Lin Knight looked at the props in his storage box with a very heavy heart. This typically falls into the abuse-seeking category of escalation, and the pain is 100%. Thinking about it, he also brought 100 white fruits and 5 bottles of blood pills to increase his tolerance. White fruits can make you lose a lot of water and lower your stun value when you eat them. And if a poisonous titan python in a cave bites you and you don't eat white fruits or stimulants, you're doomed to faint. Lin Knight looked at the things on his body and put them all into the storage box without even thinking about it. Only took white fruits, rare flowers and blood potions. When he had just entered the mouth of that emerald green poisonous gas cave, he immediately felt his chest tighten and his breath shorten, and he was nauseated and dry-heaved. It was too late to think about it, and the more time I stayed the more blood I lost. Looking at the ancient marrows, spiders, giant vein dragonflies, and titanic pythons at those cave entrances, Lin Knight subconsciously gulped. Sure enough, games and reality are not the same. Not only is the pain 100% here, but the fear is 100% as well. But it's a good thing it's a game. Some mechanics are still unchanged. Someone had already seen the grifters about to crawl over and fuck him. He barely thought twice about it. If they ran out and blocked the entrance to the cave, it would be all over. Directly an accelerated run, after landing among the poisonous insects, instantly jumped. Those poisonous insects would have a forward swing when they attacked, just so they didn't hit Lin Knight. In midair, Lin Knight was nibbled on by a few giant vein dragonflies, and his blood level began to drop. He also started taking blood pills. Immediately afterward he jumped violently again and landed behind the junkie. It was thanks to the fact that most of his attribute points had been added to speed, or else he definitely wouldn't have been able to run. All the poisonous insects instantly exploded when they saw Lin Knight, who laughed loudly and rushed towards the first pool before taking a bite of a rare flower before dying. Eating it could give off an odor that could make all the surrounding creatures attack themselves, and was also a tawdry maneuver for Lin Knight to pull monsters. Ha ha ha, come on. You have died to a level 380 ancient gargoyle. Lin Knight's entire body was torn apart when he died. That ancient gargoyle's poison still had a paralyzing effect, but luckily it didn't die as badly as it was expected to. No inhuman torture was endured. Resurrecting from his sleeping bag once again, Lin Knight subconsciously tilted his neck. The pain of his recent death was gone, and he was filled with excitement and smiled. One more death and you're all alive. Sure enough, by the time Lin Knight entered the poisonous gas cave again, all the creatures within the first main tunnel had already run into the puddle in the back. Lin Knight came in naked and had to die once more. There are 3 forks in the road from here. The right one leads into a second puddle full of monsters, and there is a treasure chest in the puddle that releases the earth sloth. However, Lin Knight didn't plan on going to the right. There were too many monsters there. He might just open the treasure chest and die before he could even release earth sloth. And there's a diagonal upward trail on the far left where a swarm of giant vein dragonflies appear most of the time. Occasionally brush spiders, ancient marrows, and titan pythons. The number of monsters is small, and a treasure chest will be swiped as well. The earth sloth was released, even if he died, because there were very few monsters, and even without a rider, the unsaddled earth sloth could have taken out those few monsters. Lin Knight didn't think much about it. As long as he didn't wear a gas mask or diving suit in the cave he would keep losing blood. He turned on parkour mode again and charged straight in. The monsters in the first puddle saw the recently dead Lin Knight coming again and they rushed over as well. But the path on the left had a narrow opening, and most of the monsters were blocked out. Lin Knight ran into the fork in the road without any danger, and with a hitching glance, he saw 2 titanic pythons. Behind it is the treasure chest. Nema. Really unlucky. Lin Knight knew that he had to die even if he released Earth Sloth, but he couldn't care less. Jumped to the treasure chest in a swift manner, directly opened the treasure chest, download the Earth Lazy. The next second he was bitten by a titan python that had been prepared for this and fainted in place not 3 seconds later. The titan python's poison was fierce, and just now he had released Earth Sloth who didn't have time to eat the white fruit to detoxify the poison, so he collapsed to the ground. That Earth Sloth started attacking as soon as it came out, and Lin Knight couldn't see the Earth Sloth drying out those 2 titan pythons. 3 more spiders came from behind and chewed the already unconscious man alive straight to death. Resurrected again. Lin Knight brought all his equipment with him this time. Lin Knight risked his life again and rushed in. The pterodactyls outside looked at Lin Knight as if they were idiots. Did all humans like to die? This time when Lin Knight ran up to Earth Sloth, the 2 titanic pythons and the spider had already been dried up. It was too late to think about it and pull out the saddle of the Earth Sloth and put it on top. The whole thing hardens as he rides the Earth Sloth. Just from this moment, the gas cave has been conquered by him. From now on all those who wanted to come to the poisonous gas cave to kill monsters and upgrade in touch drawings would have to look at his face, rode the Earth Sloth and then double-checked all the various props. Spare armor in particular is not necessary right now. The venom spewed by the ancient Marut here can directly destroy most equipment, and is the most annoying of the bunch of creatures that all players go down the cave with. The next step was to sweep through, eating rare flowers and attracting large groups of monsters before going straight into slaughter mode. Earth Sloth lands a jab and the knockout stats brush up. The upgrade music has been playing non-stop. With this punch Lin Knight rose to level 62. He can't make a diving suit yet because he's not leveled enough. He'll have to die a few times to kill monsters, and when he's leveled 81 he'll be able to unlock the diving suit and won't be afraid of the poisonous gas. Immediately afterward, he began to clear out the various caves, eating a rare flower within each one, because many of the monsters are hiding in the walls, as well as the giant vein dragonflies that fear the Earth Sloths. They don't actively attack. The massacre at the gas cave went more smoothly than expected. The first time he brushed the cave Lin Knight was already level 75, and although he had been poisoned by the gas a few times, he could already make a diving suit. There's no need to be afraid of poison gas, and he also touched a couple of drawings in the treasure chest. The first time didn't produce much. After killing the first time, the next time was easy. Lin Knight directly parked the earth sloth at the entrance to the first cave passage of the poisonous gas cave. It's impossible for anyone else to get in, so he'll get a few more in to block the road when he comes back next time. All is well. After exiting the poisonous gas cave, Lin Knight rode his pterodactyl and started touching his notes, and in the meantime, he looked to see if there were any high-ranked Tyrannosaurus Rexes and armored dragons anywhere, thinking about catching one and preparing in advance. But when he had just taken to the air, he suddenly yawned. At that time, Lin Knight froze. I'm actually sleepy? In the original setting of the game, the player would never feel sleepy and he could work all the time 24 hours a day. Lin Knight looked at the time. It was already past 8 p.m. He was a little confused at the time. It's hard not to sleep every night? Some of the settings are in line with reality, but Lin Knight was planning to ascend to 90 tonight. After thinking about it, I decided to brush it a few more times before going back to sleep. After all, the poison gas cave refreshes in 30 minutes. By the time Lin Knight came to brush up the second time, he had already picked up 2 notes outside ahead of time and gotten the experience increase buff. And just as Lin Knight was frantically leveling up, all the other players in the solitary island had discovered a problem. They are sleepy. This is a very serious problem. Keep in mind that the vast majority of the 8,000 people in this suit have never played a survival game, and many still don't know how to build a house. Only a third had their own hut and bed. Then the rest of the crowd is nonplussed, and some are already bristling. Holy shit, isn't this a game? Why am I sleepy? Where do I sleep? To not be so real, I sleep in the field at night? Any good people lend a place to sleep? My house was demolished by a heavy clawed dragon. Along with the night came darkness that enveloped the island. In upgrading, Lin Knight also wondered if he could tweak the gamma to adjust the brightness, but he's also confused. And I'm afraid this tuning game brightness isn't going to work now. Not having a torch at night is no different than having your eyes open. Now the novice village in the southern district of the Lonely Island already had many people lighting torches, just like primitive people. Several older middle-aged men gathered together and looked at the thatched huts built by a few young men, not to mention how envious they were. Young man, we can help for one night. Not. This night outside is too dangerous. We will leave in the morning. The people in the house were none other than Huang Hao and his group of minions, who had played the game before and knew how to build a house, unlike the older ones who didn't know what they were supposed to do until now. Inside the house, Wang Xinyu looked at Huang Hao and the minions with some nervousness. She always felt that following Huang Hao was very unreliable. Huang Hao has taken them to their deaths no less than 10 times today. If Lin Knight had been there, where would she have suffered like this? No place, no place. You guys go somewhere else. Leave me alone. Huang Hao was planning to do something special at night. He'd be embarrassed if he let someone in. Huang Hao's minions were also very self-conscious about separating out a few small bedrooms with thatched walls, and everyone had already laid down on their beds and gone to sleep. Wang Xianyu looked at the Huang Hao who just didn't seem very smart and muttered in her heart. I heard today from a man who had seen a video of the Ark that it would take less than 10 years to beat the game. The first silo map is the easiest. Most of the wild monsters here are low level, and there are plenty of level 5s. The other maps seem to be called something like Desert Scorched Earth, Center Isle, Wonderland, Aberration, Extinction, Vargello, Crystal Isle, Genesis, Lost Isle, Viking Isle, etc. Each map has different natural features and monster types, and different bosses. If you beat a map a year according to that Helena from before, it would take at least 10 years, and after 3 months in the flat state will also become a versus state, when players can attack each other. Whoever has the biggest fist is the big brother. Wang Xin knew this kind of power-climbing rich women naturally do not want to give their lives to Huang Hao, this stupid rich second generation again. Now is not in the earth. Follow him for what? Just as Wang Xianyu was thinking, Huang Hao came in. Wang Xianyu also exhaled. Although she no longer wanted to be with Huang Hao, she didn't leave either. Looking at that Huang Hao, who had given up his energy within a few minutes, Wang Xianyu laughed coldly in her heart, thinking that he would directly dump this idiot when he met any powerful expert in the future. He would temporarily stoop to staying here for the time being. As darkness falls, the island becomes even more dangerous. People without houses in the wilderness have almost always experienced what it means to be afraid. 1 minute you're gathering thatched wood, the next a carnivorous dinosaur pops out of nowhere. In the darkness of the night, you can't see far at all. It was all those guys swiping all night. Some people have been scared silly, looking for someone else's thatched hut directly leaned against and fell asleep. Said nothing, dared to smear out again. As for the 3 girls, Gulang Xin, who had already made a good thatched hut to sleep in near the Lin Knight tribe at the moment, they were also somewhat contemplative. Gulingshin looked at the 6/6ths who were outside cutting down trees in the dark with some difficulty in his heart. It's true that no matter where you are, those who are already better than others instead work harder than those who complain. 666 is now upgrading his thatched roof. He's planning on replacing it all with wood, and he managed to tame 3 dodos. It could make him happy. Chen Yuxue in the thatched hut was still there studying the character attributes and sealing skills. She was different from Li Ting. She grew up thinking that men were no good. When she was a little girl she was coaxed into the grove by a lewd old man just because she was so cute. And if her dad hadn't arrived, she probably wouldn't have ended up any better. Since she was a few years old she had learned the truth that no man under the sun was good. They were all into something perverted. By the time she got to college she had never gotten a date, even though she was named the school flower for her looks. The 2 classmates she had met earlier in the Aro tribe were the ones who had accosted her before, and it was assumed that the other party held a grudge and wanted to molest her because they had ignored them before. Li Ting looked at Chen Yuxue, who was studying the attribute list in front of her, and said with a helpless face, "You can't do it like this. Although it's right not to rely on a man, we can ask for help. That Lin Knight Sr. knows a lot at first glance. Or wait for him to come back and let's ask? Could have gone with less. Be humble." Chen Yuxue exhaled somewhat unpleasantly after glancing at Li Ting. "I know you're in love with someone else. A good girl like you thinks of Prince Charming saving a princess's play every day when someone saves you. You can't wait to run to someone's house right away." Li Ting not only didn't get angry when she heard this, but instead she even laughed. He, why don't I go and chase him down? Let him take us flying? Isn't it said that a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil? Chen Yushue's eyes widened at that moment. You can't be serious? Gu Lingxin stood up from the bed somewhat helplessly, looking at the stone house without lights in the distance. Lin Knight, she was always distracted. How come it's 11 p.m. and you're still not back? Could something have happened to him? Thinking about it, Gu Lingxin opened the chat window and looked at the screens brushed by those people above. And she also knew that it was dangerous to be out late at night. Is Lin Knight in danger? Trapped somewhere and can't get out? The more Gu Lingxin thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. Before, when she was in school, Lin Knight was stifled and didn't say anything when she encountered anything. Growing up in a small village, Lin Knight carried almost everything on his own, as his parents were very ordinary. As soon as she thought that Lin Knight might be in danger, Gu Lingxin directly sent a message on the public screen. Classmate Lin, are you okay? Did you run into something? Lin Knight, who had already brushed up to level 85 in the poisonous gas cave, immediately stared in disbelief. Holy shit, it's only the first day, is he going to be exposed? Wang Xinyu instantly widened her eyes and hurriedly replied back with, Teacher Gu, is it Teacher Gu? Are you talking about Lin Knight? He's here? Including Zhao Bowen, who previously owed Lin Knight money, as well as the bosses and co-workers of Lin Knight's company, all saw the message. Lin Knight? The expert you guys were talking about? 666, who was still chopping wood outside, had worked as a game master, and his CPU was speeding up like crazy at that moment. This big guy has so many people he knows here? Why didn't he take them in? And a tribe name like I'm a newbie, don't hit me? And the road to his house was closed. Lu Kai, who had already thought of something, rushed to Gu Lang Xian's thatched hut and shouted, Don't say it's him! Don't say it's him! Don't be a jerk! If the rest of the people know that Big Brother is Lin Knight, will we still be able to live in peace? Gu Lingxin froze then, and she almost returned to Wang Xinyu. Li Ting also reacted. Teacher, quickly return a no. Just make up a name. Gu Lingxin didn't even think about it before replying. No, I'm talking about classmate Lin Qing. You're here too. Classmate Xinyu? Isn't classmate Lin Knight with you? When Wang Xinyu saw this message, she lost her mind. She knew how hard Lin Knight played this game, and almost all of Lin Knight's money in his 4 years of college came from selling dragons. She had also seen Lin Knight's tribe at the time a couple of times, talking about service domination, with dozens of juniors underneath her, exterminating several servers of foreigners. No, Wang Xinyu returned a message and went to sleep. She didn't even want to talk to this former homeroom teacher for more than a couple sentences. Lin Knight in the poisonous gas cave had a very despondent expression. What was the situation? Lin Knight was a bit confused. What did this Gu Lang Xin mean? Thinking about it, Lin Knight went and opened the red treasure chest below. His mind was a bit messed up at the time, and he didn't notice at all that the drawing that opened out of that treasure chest was an extremely high-quality drawing. Holy shit! 109 armor of epic Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle drawings. Ha 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 ha, I grass. Holy shit! Laughs until his voice breaks. It wasn't an exaggeration for Lin Knight to be so happy. He was even happier than getting the highest quality legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle drawing, because the lore drawings require so much. It's possible that a blacksmith's table won't fit. You can't do it even if you touch the preliminaries. The epic level drawings were a different story. Lin Knight looked at it, and a blacksmith's table could just about put down all the materials needed for this drawing. With this drawing you can hatch the second generation Tyrannosaurus Rex to fight easy level bosses. Each saddle comes with its own armor, and whether or not you can beat the boss depends half on the dragon and half on the saddle. Can't hit the difficult ones yet. But with the drawings that's all sooner rather than later. Lin Knight's mouth once again crooked into a crooked-lipped Dragon King. After he put the Tyrannosaurus Rex drawings in the storage box outside, he went home and made a diving suit, and once again went and touched the notes intending to brush up another wave to level 90. I don't know what happened, but the luck of the last wave blew up as well. 220 attacks long-barreled rifle drawing. My goodness, this luck blows up. With a large harvest, Lin Knight took his collection and then planned to ride back on his winged dragon. The heart can't get enough of it. But just as Lin Knight was about to fly out of the mangrove forest on his winged dragon, he suddenly heard the roar of some beast. It was then that he froze. The next second a level 30 bag lion that had popped down from some crooked tree pounced on Lin Knight from the back of the pterodactyl to the ground. Lin Knight cursed on the spot. Fuck you arc features. I'll day you immortals. Because it was so dark, Lin Knight didn't notice a bag lion dawdling in the tree. He's got it. Resurrected again. Lin Knight came up and turned on parkour mode, running wildly all the way through the darkness. He had to pick up the bag he dropped when he died. I don't know how many fierce beasts I dodged along the way. He didn't dare return his head. The moment you turn around, you will die. Listening to the sound he knew that there were less than 4. Then the bull dragon and titan python behind the speed bird. Soon Lin Knight found the bag he dropped. But if he went over to pick it up now, he would definitely still die. Just then Lin Knight saw a grudge seed Lian Long, a large grass-eating dinosaur. At once, he brightened up and sped towards that Lian Long. That Lian Long still doesn't know that Lin Knight brought a dozen or so mouths over to say goodnight to it, and is still eating grass in that silly BB. Lin Knight ran straight through his opponent's limbs and got behind Lian Long, and those meat-eaters behind him just happened to bite on Lian Long. Lin Knight didn't dare to run over and pick up the bag without looking back, whistled and called the pterodactyl in the sky to follow him, and rode the pterodactyl to bail out again. His heart exploded along the way. It would kill him if he lost the drawings he'd gotten his hands on. He hadn't even slowed down when he flew to his doorstep. It's a hell of a thing to be able to see when you can't adjust the brightness on this nifty thing. Looks like I'll have to pay attention at night from now on too. And just then 66 Kai, who had already finished upgrading the wooden house, looked at Lin Knight, who had already returned, and excitedly shouted, "Big brother is back, don't even sleep. Hey!" As soon as Gu Lingxin and the others in the thatched hut heard that Lin Knight had returned, they rushed out with torches raised. A hanging heart finally fell. When the 4 of them saw Lin Knight, who was already level 90, that expression was like chicken blood. Chen Yuxue couldn't even speak properly. You. Half the time you can't get the second word out. Lulu Kai subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Great. Man. Bull. Gu Lingxin had just almost told Lin Knight off because she was worried about him, and was a bit embarrassed to be there. I was just worried about you. I didn't mean anything else, Lin student. Please don't blame the teacher. Seeing this, 66 Kai hurriedly started to take credit. Big brother, I told your homeroom teacher to change her mind. Ha. Lin Knight looked at the few of them with a somewhat complicated expression. Even though the other didn't betray him, he didn't want to take them into the tribe. All night long he had also been thinking that if he took the homeroom teacher in, according to the homeroom teacher's character, she would have taken those 2 girls with her. Now that Lin Knight had the drawings, he was naturally even more uneasy. After thinking about it, Lin Knight simply said, like this, in the future, you guys will develop next to my house and we'll create an alliance. I'll pull you guys in so you can build houses near my house. 666 agreed on the spot. The name of the alliance will be called the Munchkin Corps, because we might encounter other suits later on. We have to keep a low profile. Lin Knight pulled an alliance as he spoke, and pulled them all in. Also, from now on, if you're looking for me, say it in the alliance channel, not on the world public screen, Lin Knight said with a serious face. Several people nodded, and just then, Lin Knight suddenly saw another blue airdrop start to descend in the distance, so he rushed over on his winged dragon. While the crowd was there wondering, Lin Knight had already taken out a pair of earth sloths and a bag lion that he had tamed. Lulu Kai looked at Lin Knight's tawdry maneuvers and instantly admired him even more. This went out for a couple hours and leveled up to 90, and caught a couple of beasts, and that earth sloth's level was actually over 200? I grass. Li Ting was now worshipful, and she said with some excitement, Senior, why don't you just take us into your tribe? I'll listen to you and everything. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Knight was also stunned. Looking at the good-looking Li Ting, he was a bit dismayed. After thinking about it he came somewhat helplessly. Let's talk about it after a while. I'm used to being alone. Let's go to sleep today. I'm quite tired too. Tomorrow morning I'll teach you guys some of the most basic things. You guys develop first. With that said, Lin Knight took his tamed creature back to his house. He slept fast that night. By the time it was 6 a.m. the next morning, before Lin Knight woke up, he heard Rokurokwai outside pounding away after a dodo with a wooden stick. Apparently this one is addicted to taming the dodo. There are already 11 chickens in the house. Typical chicken farmer. Gu Lingxin. 3 women also woke up, saw Lin Knight out and first said some words of thanks to each other. Before they could say 2 sentences, Lin Knight shouted Lulu Kai to come as well. I'm going to give you a task today. Don't do anything. First build your house in stone. If you don't have enough levels to build it, you keep making thatched foundations and wooden foundations. In this game world, hard work is the only way out. Go do it. After Lin Knight finished speaking, he rode the winged dragon out again, and without even thinking about it, Lulu Kai grabbed an axe and a draft and started chopping down trees. Gu Lingxin looked at the distant Lin Knight with some bewilderment. Letting them build a house? Didn't we say we'd teach some basics? Don't think about it, Mr. Gu. Listening to Big Brother is always right. But then again, do you guys want to pick someone to follow Big Brother? If you follow him, I'm telling you guys, you'll definitely have a better life than anyone else. Remember to take care of me when you get there. Gulang Xin was also stunned, asking her to go and be nice to her former student? Teacher-student romance? Gu Lingxin obviously just felt that people like Lulu Kai were talking nonsense. She definitely wouldn't have anything to do with Lin Knight. However, 666 words reminded one person, and that was Li Ting, who had already been chanting all night. Looking at her companion beside her, Li Ting said something that shocked them all. If anything, if I were as good as him, I'd never talk about girlfriends. I'd just beat the level and then not let those men fight the boss, and all the women in this suit would come to me just to stay alive. I'll do whatever I want. This world exists for me. I am the master of this world. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. When Li Ting said this, Gu Longxin and Chen Yushue both looked at this young girl with some consternation, always feeling very unfamiliar. Rokorokwai, who was gathering stones on the side, also heard it, and at that time, he intensified the speed of digging for stones. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had already ridden a pterodactyl to the Colosseum at the foot of the snowy mountain, looked at the 4 stone dinosaur doorframes and 2 dinosaur doors in his hands with a pensive expression. Before taming the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you have to solve the problem of fodder. Without fodder, the attributes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex after taming cannot be extremely good. Fodder was very cumbersome to craft before the arc revamp, with only 1 fodder being crafted from 1 type of dinosaur egg, and 1 fodder only taking in 1 to 3 creatures at best. And now, after the revamp, the feeds are divided into just 6 categories: basic, easy, ordinary, superior, exceptional and extraordinary. You can use it to tame most creatures by simply crafting the highest ranked extraordinary feed. The ingredients needed for this feed are also tricky, requiring specialty eggs, honey, and Lazarus hash. There are only 2 types of creatures that can spawn specialty eggs on this map of the Lonely Island, and one of them is the rather silly-looking dusky bird. The second is the feathered Tyrannosaurus with a bunch of minions. Lin Knight looked at the time. This morning he collected a trashy eagle to add some weight to use as a substitute for walking, and then went to the snowy mountains to catch some low-level feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes to come back. By the way, he looked to see if there were any sheep on the snowy mountains, and if there were any he trapped them straight away and had them on standby. One could easily tame up several feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes. If you catch another egg stealer later on, the extraordinary feeds do whatever you want. Soon under Lin Knight's precise shooting, a giant Argentine eagle with a black body slowly flew down from the sky. In order to make sure that the other party would fly into the dinosaur door trap in one go, Lin Knight first took it 2 steps forward and adjusted the height of the other party before quickly running into the dinosaur door trap. Here's a little trick to keep in mind. Instead of putting the last door up ahead of time, you keep it in your hand and place it right out when the eagle flies in, which saves you from having to close the door. It was a level 50 Argentine giant eagle, and the load was certainly several notches above the pterodactyl bit. Anyway, it was a race against time now, and if he started hatching the 2nd generation Tyrannosaurus Rex the next day, he'd be able to fight simple spiders right away when he was an adult. With his skills, even if it's just a 2nd generation dinosaur, it's not a problem to give all the easy bosses a once-over. Unlocking tech can he develop faster. Soon the unlucky eagle was shot unconscious, and after shooting the eagle, Lin Knight rode the winged dragon back to his residence in the south. Looking at the time, the female earth sloth in the house couldn't breed a 2nd generation right now, and downloading it from the ARC data would reset its breeding time. There's still 3 hours to go before we can breed. Let's go gather some black fruit to count the balls first. There's a bit much to tame today. With that, Lin Knight mounted the earth sloth and began planing mode. As soon as he was out the door, he headed for the kill where the eagle had just fainted, gathering black fruit while he planned to score some quality thigh meat to roast, in case he couldn't find any sheep today. Taming the lowly feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex was counting on that. By the way, I'm going to clear out that Colosseum again and see if I can refresh a high-level armored dragon or a high-level star-tailed beast out of it. Today, Lin Knight's ambition was clearly greater. 1 male and 7 females of low-level feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, a set of armored dragons. star-tailed beasts, and eagle-tooled dragons. Extreme Tyrannosaurus Rex pair. After cleaning up the fighting arena, Lin Knight first took the thigh meat and fed it to that eagle, while at the same time going to collect black fruits for backup. It didn't stop in the morning, and once Lulu Kai and Gulang Xin saw that Lin Knight was more active than they were in the morning, their determination to jack up the stones and build a house became even greater. Lulu Kai also sang his pentatonic voice while knocking on a rock. Looking like a comedian, dinosaurs resisting wolves. Carry the wolf carry. Dinosaur carry wolf carry wolf carry. My bio I have to buy you. In the distance, Li Ting is a little hungry. She can always have the habit of eating breakfast. Listening to the cries of those dodo birds in the home of the chicken farmers, Li Ting sneaked in and stole a few eggs. Chen Yuxue, on the other hand, was out of luck as she added all her attribute points to attack. After chopping the stone twice the load is full and you can't run anymore. She could only do one foundation at a time in her pack and ran slower the entire time. A giant turtle crawled from somewhere in the distance. Crawling faster than Chen Yuxue stared with wide eyes at the huge kingpin cover called freshwater carbon turtle with a twitching expression. She always felt stifled watching the rest of the group move around collecting building materials. Did they all add weights? What's it gonna do? Doesn't it depend on damage when you get to the back to fight the boss? Chen Yuxue, who had just crafted the foundation well enough to rise another level, was clearly mendacious and possessed, and ordered another bit of attack. Hey, you don't say. There seems to be a little bit more of a shipping rate for gathering stones. People collect 3 at a time. She can collect 4. It's just 2 cuts and you have to stop. Funny as hell. Gu Lingxin was worthy of being a teacher, and after she had inquired about how to tame the dodo birds and dinosaurs, Lulu Kai told her about the operation he had seen Lin Knight's meteor hammer trap the pterodactyl earlier. She felt like sharpening the knife. It's also faster to build a house if you grab a walker dinosaur. After looking around, Gu Lingxin turned her attention to the distant Paraphilosaurus, a grass-eating duck-billed dinosaur that could detect enemy units in advance, and most people would catch one and put it at home in alert mode. And this one can also probe some freshly broken pups, and all red-named creatures are within its scrying range. Gu Lingxin took the meteor hammer and went up. Lulu Kai looked frozen. He wanted to say something. The next second that Vice Pectin Dragon was wrapped around Gu Lingxin's feet and couldn't move, followed by a wooden stick to the head. That level 15 paraphyllum fainted in response. Li Ting, who was still stealing eggs, also saw it at that time. Her eyes widened. I go. Homeroom teacher Bull. Lin Knight at this time also rode the already tamed eagle back, looking at the class teacher whose body and hands were different from those of a normal woman. Subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Lin Knight didn't stay much. Today was another day of racing against time. So many dragons to mess with him couldn't stop even once. When he got home he made a dozen metal billboards out of the only metal he had left. Something he used to trap the feathered Tyrannosaurus. The family is poor with not a single iron left. After Lin Knight sighed, he licked his pussy face and asked the poor bastard 666 for another 20 metal ingots. Although Lulu Kai was reluctant in his heart, he still gave it. Mainly because he didn't know where to pick up the metals. These were popping out of the rocks he was digging, 1 or 2 at a time. Lin Knight took the 20 metal ingots and made 2 more crossbows for backup, put on his fur clothes and rode the eagle to the snowy mountains. Started a new day as a nigger. And just as Lin Knight and their alliance was developing in secret, the group in the south began to act out again. In fact, a lot of people like to be evil both in reality and in the game. Some people like to gang up wherever they go, and they like to do things that they think are useful. It's really all about getting other people to work more and just move their mouths. The same goes for management in many companies. A man who claimed to be an Ark survival game expert with 3 men and a triceratops and a velociraptor that had been tamed by them behind him instantly became the center of attention in the southern novice village. Speaking of luck, yesterday this Zhao Bowen was chased by a velociraptor, and after a life-threatening run, he managed to escape. As he was about to leave he saw a triceratops stuck in a rock, and the raptor that had just chased him was also stuck. At that moment, Zhao Bowen's eyes widened. He couldn't help but walk up and see that neither of the dinosaurs could get out. He vaguely remembered seeing Lin Knight playing this game before with a slingshot over some kind of turtle, as if he could knock it out. Plus I heard someone say yesterday that something about knocking out and feeding fruit and meat can tame dinosaurs. Zhao Bowen rubbed the slingshot in place and hit it. After knocking out the 2 dinosaurs, he then used the axe to crack the rocks that were jamming them. By the time the rest of the group woke up the next day, the shit-stepping one had already collected a few minions. In a world with no cheats, no guidelines, and no explanations, anyone who hasn't played Ark basically won't be able to figure out how to trap dinosaurs for taming. That's why it's extremely difficult to tame dinosaurs in the early stages. Even an expert like Lin Knight had to use a trap. The difficulty could be imagined. Zhao Bowen is straight up Big Brother with 2 dinosaurs. Someone else gave him a metal breastplate and said they would follow him. Some people are easily inflated. And when Zhao Bowen had 10 minions, He already felt that he had conquered the isolated island. I tamed them in the dark at night. With my windy positioning and maneuvering, wouldn't it be easy to capture the dragon? Zhao Bowen said with an excited face. Some people don't get ahead once they have some results. It's the same in reality. Zhao Bowen at this moment would definitely not think about what to go to the deep mountains and old forests to catch any more dragons. He just wanted to be in his newly built tribe to watch those juniors work together to build him a wooden villa. Oftentimes, people enjoy themselves, and after enjoying themselves for a long time, they get comfortable. And some people who think they are smart, but also have the curtain-strong mentality. There is a thin man called 1,000 Abacus to take advantage of the opportunity to find Zhao Bowen. Said he was going to help Zhao Bowen manage people. Together they build a large tribe of 1,000 people. Become a dominant party. And this 1,000 calculators is kind of smart. Chief, I think we should pick an easily defensible high ground. Surround a place with wooden dinosaur gates and rejecting horses. And then let all those added build their own dwellings. No more than 3 by 3 per person. As long as people are united, there's nothing to fear. Right now it's still all scattered. Zhao Bowen obviously believed it when he heard the other party say that. People on the public screen have been showing favor to Zhao Bowen. They all want to join, and some of them are still there saying something about Zhao Bowen being the one Chu Xing sent down from heaven. All kinds of horseshit flying around. Lin Knight, who had already shot 3 low-level feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes unconscious, was laughing his ass off. And build human cities? Aren't you going to breed dinosaurs? Where do you put the dinosaurs? Dinosaurs are the dominant playstyle in this game. Build human townships and find a desperate Jedi to live in? What's the point? If you can't get through to the boss, you'll be dead in a year. When the time comes, I'll ride my armed wind god and just massacre the city. A bunch of talents. Which talent came up with the idea anyway? Laughing. Thank you for pulling down everyone's development speed. Lin Knight, thank you. Not only did Lin Knight see it, even Lin Knight's green tea ex-girlfriend, Wang Xinyu, also saw it. When she realized that Zhao Bowen had taken in 2 dinosaurs, her eyes widened in excitement. Yeah, he was close friends with Lin Knight. Lin Knight will play. He will definitely play this game too. If I follow him now, I'll be the chief's wife by then, and I'll be able to live as I want then. No more going to work all the time. I'm a fairy. How can I keep doing menial work? That's all men do. So it was that Wang Xianyu quit the tribe of rich second generation Wang Hao on the spot and turned to join Zhao Bowen. Zhao Bowen took a look at the fact that it was Wang Xinyu, and at that time, he also froze for a moment. He vaguely remembers that this twat is not a nice person. Now that he's the leader of a large tribal alliance, what kind of woman doesn't he have? You want her to be a peasant girl? She wasn't good looking at all, and she was yellow and skinny and kind of mean looking. Zhao Bowen had heard Lin Knight talk about this woman. Lin Knight had no money, she knew that, and she kept asking Lin Knight for it because she wasn't good looking and belonged to the ones who couldn't hold a hand in school. She didn't have any money to spend when she dumped Lin Knight at that time. It was probably just the good old boys like Lin Knight who thought that this kind of village girl wouldn't be greedy. But some village people are meaner than city people. It depends mostly on the person, not the place. Zhao Bowen, also from the countryside, understands the truth. Poor mountains and bad water out of unruly people. Because of the poor, so people bad up is no lower limit. The moment he thought about how disgusting this woman here used to be, Zhao Bowen had people kick Wang Xinyu out on the spot. Wang Xinyu, who had no place to go, even licked his pussy face to find Huang Hao. Huang Hao, who was still taming the dodo bird, coldly snarled, "Fuck off, don't come and disgust me." Undeterred, Wang Xinyu added, "Ah Hao, didn't you say you would be good to me?" Huang Hao was annoyed at the time. "I'll fuck you. Are you stupid? That day in the nightclub the lights were dim. I saw you dressed slutty. I thought you were a pretty girl. Who knew it was so ugly? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That day after playing I Want to Dump You, just also transmitted over. I just do not have a woman to use. Make do with you a few days. You also gave me to play on. Love to roll, where to go. Grass." Wang Xinyu's murderous intent rose up after hearing these words, hatred bursting within her ridiculous heart. She vowed to make all these people pay. As soon as she finds the real deal, she would have slaughtered them all, kill 100 times a day. Suddenly, she was reminded of the giant house of stone she had seen that day in the west. It was a wild ride towards the west. Wang Xinyu felt that the tribe he saw that day was definitely top-notch. It had only been open for a couple hours at that point. The opponent's development is fast for today. No one has a stone house that big these days. Along the way Wang Xinyu was thinking about how to figure out how to join. Without noticing she was surrounded by several double-ridged dragons. And after being killed she once again chose the western resurrection point. But this time when she was resurrected, she was outright dumbfounded, because she resurrected into a small one by one wooden house with a locked door. She can't get out. She was dumbfounded when she saw the name of the tribe on the building with the words "I'm a newbie. Don't hit me." Shouting on the spot on the public screen, "I'm a newbie, don't hit me. I'm resurrected in your house. Can you let me out?" Lin Knight, who had already shot 7 feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes unconscious, laughed out loud at that moment and squealed like a pig. I can't imagine that the first person he shut up in the wooden house where he sealed the resurrection point was that bitch. Ha ha ha, there's a way to heaven you don't go. Hell has no door for you to throw yourself in, you stay inside you. Ha ha ha. The extremely old 6 practice of sealing off resurrection points is not something that veterans can't do. Lin Knight, his mind clearly remembered the exact coordinates of all the resurrection points. This morning he went along and sealed all the resurrection points in the West End. Whichever ungrateful one dies can stay in there for good. And in a wooden house like that, you can only make yourself feel hungry by expending your endurance, and then starve to death. The process is extremely long, possibly a day and a night. It can also be extremely painful with a 100% pain spike. Lin Knight was naturally planning to seal all the resurrection points behind him. And it's a big seal. Except for a very few resurrection points near the Dropbox cannot be sealed. The entire lonely island of the resurrection point he adored to know. Wang Xinyu was already skeptical in the cabin. She didn't know why she had to suffer like this. Hatred erupted again within her impotent heart. She must join that big tribe. When the time comes, she will make all the people who bullied her die. These are incompetent women brainwashed by modern business, who complain when things get tough and only think about getting a man if they want to get by. But over the next few days, she couldn't have dreamed of what awaited her. Lin Knight wasn't going to look for sheep after knocking out those low-level feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes. The level of this isolated island's creatures seemed to be generally low. There was actually a level 5 feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, which he was not expecting. Reading about yesterday's takeover of Earth Sloth was an explosion of luck. When Lin Knight fed those feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex cooked thigh meat, he once again returned to the Colosseum underneath the snowy mountain. Wanted to see if there was an armored dragon refresh. Refreshing is refreshing, but it's really a bit awkward to not be on that level. There are 3 of them in total, with ratings of 20/45/130. 130. This level is destined to not be an extreme product even if you catch the attributes. But it's a female, so Lin Knight did it even though he was a bit torn. A creature like a beetle dragon crawls so slowly that it can't hit you, even if you hit it while backing up. Sleeper traps and whatnot are not needed at all. Lin Knight just kept pulling those 3 ether dragons towards home. While running he also shot the level 131 in the center with the 200 attack long barrel rifle he made. Tranquilizer darts shot through a long-barreled rifle are more effective than tranquilizer arrows, and can stun an opponent more quickly. When he pulled these 3 armored dragons to the front door of his house, Lulu Kai and Gulang Xian both looked mesmerized. This dog-walking style of dragon taming was the first time they had ever seen it. As soon as Lin Knight saw the place, he first shot and stunned the low-level one, then the level 45 one, and then lastly, the arachnid who had already taken 4 tranquilizer darts from him, not a hair out of place. And then Lin Knight gave Lulu Kai and the others. I'll leave it to you guys. Keep an eye on the nearby carnivorous dinosaurs while you're at the Gaija, and when you've tamed these 2 low-level ones you'll take 1 on each side. Lin Knight said and put purple berries on the armored dragon. Now there is no feed, and no vegetables. First make do. Anyway, fainted in front of the house. Come back to see it any time. Lin Knight flew towards the snowy mountains again after he finished speaking. Presumably those low-level feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes had already woken up. The 666 guy in the back looked at the somewhat stunned Gu Lingxin at that moment and came up with, "Teacher Gu, what did I say? When you follow the big boys around, all you have to do is watch, and you can learn what you see and be better than the vast majority of people." Gu Lingxin nodded, then opened the seal skill, thinking about what kind of gun Lin Knight seemed to have just knocked out with, and she wanted to craft it as well. But when she saw the demand for that metal, she subconsciously gulped. There's no metal around here. The only place that has it is the snowy mountains. She can't go yet. And Lin Knight, who had already rushed up the snowy mountain at the moment, also started pulling his feathered Tyrannosaurus to the nearby airdrops, and had to pull monsters ahead of time along the way, or else this low-level feathered Tyrannosaurus definitely wouldn't have gotten through, and it took quite a bit of time. Taming took almost 2 hours, and pulling monsters to upload them to the light pillar Dropbox wasted another hour. Lin Knight looked at the time. It was already 10 a.m. Time goes by so fast, and just then, Lin Knight seemed to see something different. That size looks a little unreasonably large. This is a snowy mountain. The Tyrannosaurus Rex shouldn't brush here. Could it be the southern behemoth dragon, the overlord of the Lone Islands? A more terrifying presence than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Knight hurriedly flew over on his eagle to find out what was going on. When he saw that behemoth figure, his eyes were much more excited than seeing the southern giant. Holy shit! 1 level 50 shark-tooth dragon. Pure red. This supersized, Meat-eating dinosaur in the same genus as the land-dominant southern Gigantosaurus not only looks cooler, but is also easier to tame than the southern Gigantosaurus, and their refresh points are the same as the southern giant. Wherever the southern giant is brushed, there is a certain chance that the shark-toothed dragon will be brushed. Easy here is only for veterans. It doesn't need to be stunned, and it doesn't need to have any traps built. Like the southern behemoth dragon, you might have to shoot hundreds of tranquilizer arrows before the opponent stuns, and you have to feed the anesthetic and black fruit in time. The southern giant wakes up extremely fast, in less than a few minutes. Shark-toothed dragons are a different story. Taming them only requires keeping a distance without pulling hate and dragging the creature's corpse so that it can be ridden with a 100% trust value. Ride it up and then gain taming values by killing creatures. It's best not to let it receive damage if it's handled properly in the middle, so that the tamed class is superb. Lin Knight was naturally excited. It wasn't like he had to waste things or much time to get a full-level red shark-toothed dragon. Don't be a fool. It's unattainable. Soon Lin Knight went down and started looking for creatures that he could kill, and had to choose the big ones. It's better to shoot for a couple sleeping bags just to be on the safe side. For a level 150 shark-toothed dragon like this to be tamed, Lin Knight would have to be prepared for a protracted battle. Normal tamers of shark-toothed dragons would have chosen Tyrannosaurus rex to feed on, but Snowmass didn't. Most of the creatures here are ancient creatures with fur, ancient penguins, feathered tyrannosaurs, wolves, mammoths, and Cape rhinoceros. Lin Knight intended to use the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex's corpse to feed this big guy, and before that he needed to lure it into a depressed terrain where the terrain wasn't too narrow so that it wouldn't run into the water and get stuck while Lin Knight fought monsters, especially the water below the snowy mountains, where wild dragons go down and can't climb up, because there is some broken ice sealing the water. It'll be ruined by then. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Not only was this not a game, but it was also the first time that Lin Knight had seen a carnivorous dinosaur of such a huge size with his own eyes. The giant Argentine eagle he was riding on probably couldn't even block 2 bites, and he, Lin Knight, likely couldn't even block a bite, and in case he was bitten, he'd have to imprint on the northwest in one move. There can't be a single mistake in the whole process. With the encyclopedic-like memory in his head, Lin Knight began to recall every detailed step in taming the shark-toothed dragon. You can't tame it, you can't trap it and then tame it. Trapped it won't trust you or eat the carcasses you bring in. As you drag the carcass over, the shark-toothed dragon will have a look up to smell the blood, and then it will slowly walk towards you. One had to let go of the body just as it was about to come to heel and make a quick getaway. Otherwise you'll be at second course when it finishes the carcass you brought in and realizes you're still around to watch the show. Without good defense, Lin Knight certainly couldn't take a bite. If you don't reach 100% trust on the first feed, it won't let you ride on it, and have to drag another body over to feed it. Once the trust is full you can ride it to kill monsters, and then it's a race against time as the shark-toothed dragon will give the rider a friend buff for 600 seconds. It will default to the rider being its friend, but only for 600 seconds. Lin Knight had to ride it to kill monsters nearby. Each monster killed might increase the taming value by 1%. Taming is successful when the taming value reaches 100, and you also can't let the shark-toothed dragon take damage during the kill, including fall damage and various attacks from wild monsters. Got to control the angle and distance for the kill. If it hasn't been tamed after 600 seconds, then you still have to drag the corpse to feed it, and you can't continue to ride it to kill monsters until your trust level reaches 100. In short, it's, you buy it dinner. It lets you ride it to kill monsters, and when it gets high, it follows you. Lin Knight looked at the surrounding terrain while observing the other party's actions and appearance. Just now he hadn't taken a closer look, but now he took a look at the other party's appearance, which was simply handsome. With a body length of almost 13 meters, with various spikes of various sizes around it, a large red back, an orange-red belly, and an orange-red pattern on its body. It looked much more tawdry than even the clouds in the sky. Its row of teeth were all sharp teeth, like saw blades. Lin Knight's heart was moved, and he was more excited than seeing a black silk girl. This shark-toothed dragon has a high probability of being superb. He'd caught so many dragons. He had this feeling. This wild shark-toothed dragon can be said to be proud of the isolated island. Even the once land's strongest southern behemoth dragon came to have to weigh whether to go on. Lin Knight was already starting to seduce that shark-toothed dragon to head into a sunken pit of land. You must first pull your opponent to a place where there are no wild dragons, then build trust by constantly feeding the corpse, and the first time you have trust, ride it first to safer and easier to tame places, like the highland plains behind his house, which will brush Tyrannosaurus rexes below, and Allosaurus rexes above, and can be fed left and right. The first time you establish a friendship you have to set the stage for the later. It took Lin Knight almost 30 minutes to pull this shark-toothed dragon to the right place, and his eagle was also bitten and bottomed out with a mouthful of blood. It was good that the Argentine giant eagle could regain its blood by nibbling on corpses, or else it would have wasted even more time. Once the shark-tooth dragons were pulled into place, Lin Knight went to look for large carnivorous creatures nearby, and 3 grudge species exotics around rank 60 appeared before his eyes. In the absence of powerful dinosaurs, Lin Knight needed to lure out one of those only 3 exoteric dragons first, preferably closer to that shark-tooth dragon, so that after killing the exoteric dragons you could drag each other's corpses to feed them to the shark-tooth dragons. The process of dragging the body can't take more than 5 minutes yet, and in 5 minutes the body decomposes. Then come back and pull another Zenitron to kill and drag it through. That's why the control of the individual distances is the key to taming the shark-tooth dragon. When Lin Knight had the guts to drag the corpse to a place 50 meters away from the shark-tooth dragon, it was at that moment that Lin Knight truly felt what was meant by fear from the distant past. When he had tamed the earth sloths and eagles before, he had thought it was okay, not that intimidating. And facing this overlord that could swallow him alive in one bite, his breath caught a little. Playing a game is a game after all. Third person and in front of a computer screen, you don't feel that straight up fear. Even just glancing at the other party's eyes caused Lin Knight to break out in a cold sweat. Now Lin Knight also understood the second guideline of this world. It wasn't just pain that was 100%. Fear was also 100%. People who are timid in reality will not end up any better if they don't change themselves here. And just then that shark-toothed dragon moved. It raised its head somewhat arrogantly and sniffed at the sky, then looked at the corpse Lin Knight dragged over with a look down. When it lowered its head towards Lin Knight, who was holding the corpse, could feel the ground shaking. Yes, the ground would shake if a giant thing like this walked in reality. A lot of people in the game turn off options like ground vibration and motion blur, but here, everything is in line with reality. Lin Knight subconsciously gulped, looking at the shark-toothed dragon that was about to come over. He grabbed the opportunity to let go of the corpse in his hand, and then turned around and ran wild. Never look back. It only takes about 3 seconds to eat a corpse, and if you're still in its line of sight after that, you're waiting to die. Even if you have a speed point of 130, you can't outrun it, because it eats corpses is going to stack the blood fury buff and will be out of this world fast. When Lin Knight ran away, he directly mounted an eagle and flew into the sky, his entire heart hanging in the air. What day, when playing the game did not feel so exciting. This if the cowardly stumble upon, estimated to see the shark-toothed dragon have to pee their pants, too scared to walk. And just then Lin Knight also saw the trust value that had grown by 1/9. The next step was to carefully and cautiously cycle through the previous maneuvers. Exciting. The time it took to increase the other party's trust was longer than Lin Knight had imagined, and it took him nearly 40 minutes to stack up the other party's trust as he had done before. After the first taming, just kill monsters as you head towards his intended second location, which is the high ground east of his house with the Colosseum below, and wait until the second time to increase its trust full to go for the big kill down there. You also have to keep an eye on its stamina while killing monsters. If the stamina is gone, the shark-tooth dragon will stay where it is and froze, and the wild monsters will hit it, and then the taming effect will go down. When Lin Knight arrived at the preset location with about 60 seconds to go, looking back at the eagle in the sky that had blown its follow status, Lin Knight got off the back of the shark-tooth dragon 20 seconds early after killing the 2 Stegosaurus. Immediately afterward he flew away on the eagle. Here's another invitation for the shark-toothed dragon to eat the carcass. The taming process was extremely long. Lin Knight originally thought that he would be able to get it done in 3 hours, but after he had successfully taken in this kind of lone island overlord, the time had already reached 4 p.m. And you want to catch a couple of superb Tyrannosaurus Rexes laying eggs today? It depends on whether he dares to go out at night. I don't think he'll be able to see his way out. However, Lin Knight was extremely satisfied today, because this level 150 shark-tooth dragon has a starting level of 220, a blood quantity of more than 20,000, and an attack of 270. If it hatches the second generation, the full stay trace attack will surely break 300. Coincidentally, it can go up to 400 attack and 33k blood less. Giant carnivorous creatures like the southern giant and the shark-tooth dragon, their own attack attributes were extremely explosive, and there weren't many wild ones that could reach 200 attacks. The strongest is its ability to be more versatile than the southern giant, arguably the upper hexagonal warrior. 1. Damage type, like the southern behemoth dragon. It can ignore the defenses of stoners and titan dragons. Bite can also inflict the shredded debuff, which is similar to critical wound and slowdown. 2. Tail throw, knocks back enemies in a wide range of 360 degrees. 3. Killing frenzy, when the shark-tooth dragon kills a creature, it triggers a 10-second killing frenzy effect, during which the shark-tooth dragon's movement speed is increased by about 20% and stun resistance is increased. 4. Blood rage, when the shark-tooth dragon continues to kill creatures, it will increase its rage value, which can constantly improve its attack power and life recovery ability as well as the duration of its battle cry, and its sustaining ability is extremely phenomenal, with nearly 100 blood returning in a second. 5. Savage battle cry. The shark-toothed dragon lets out a roar that invigorates the herd, clearing some buffs such as blood fury, and granting all friendly units around it the acceleration effect of killing frenzy. Invincible. Ha ha ha. Lin Knight looked at this shark-toothed dragon with an excited smile on his face. The shark-toothed dragon also lowered its head and grinned, looking a little more than a little lewd. I'm invincible. Who else is there? I'm asking who else is on the lonely island? Lin Knight's mouth once again crooked into a crooked-mouthed dragon king. This from crossing over has been crooked no less than 10 times. Also not afraid of one day by Hootatir cackle. And this one is still a male, so he can catch some females for breeding later on. And as long as he inherits a female dragon with the same attributes by him, he will be able to batch breed for breakthroughs. It's a pity that I'm still a few levels short of leveling and can't be the saddle of a shark-toothed dragon. Lin Knight, who was already level 90, was a bit dry-mouthed as he looked at the tawdry, huge carnivorous dinosaur, itching in his heart. It's tame, but it's hard not to ride it. This feeling is like you are not far away from thousands of miles to find your online girlfriend. The other side also see you intend to with you online love into reality. When you open the room intends to do things, she suddenly came to a bad. I came to the ant. This was how Lin Knight felt right now. He looked at the sun that was already about to set, and thought in his heart that going to catch the Tyrannosaurus Rex today was obviously impossible. This lonely island was as dark as a dog hole at night, and just then, a sudden fog slowly enveloped the entire lonely island as an untaxed demon wind blew through. Lin Knight subconsciously gulped. One of the most prickly settings of all the maps was the foggy sky of the isolated island. No other map has this kind of nasty weather. It's the only one that's isolated. And the visibility of that fog is definitely no higher than 30 meters. Lin Knight looked at the time. It was already 4:30 p.m., and it would be dark before long. Thinking forget it. God is not going to want him to tame the Tyrannosaurus Rex today. It's all fogged up. Why don't we just go back and release those 7-feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes? Mate them up to make a couple of extraordinary feeds first, and then mate them up again tomorrow, which would give us 12 feeds. Go catch an egg-stealing dragon and forget about it. Let's see if we can get some more feed to train the Tyrannosaurus Rex tomorrow. Egg stealer, a small dinosaur that only eats eggs, is about the size of a small poisonous dog, Dilophosaurus. In the Ark world, put it in the house and all the dinosaurs in the house will lay eggs much more frequently. And then Lin Knight found a light pillar in the Colosseum north of his home and downloaded all 7-feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes that he had uploaded into the Ark earlier. And just like that, we're home with a bunch of carnivorous beasts. Lulu Kai and Gulang Xian, who had already constructed their stone houses, were still sizing up each other's houses. They always felt that Lin Knight's big matchbox was too ugly, and it's still too high. Gulangxin then made a Chinese-style stone villa, with a 2-story house and a stone enclosure in front of the door to park 4 medium-sized dinosaurs. The house was 5 rooms, 3 halls, 2 bathrooms and a kitchen. It was almost built like a modern villa, and it was done in great detail, with torches on the walls and a slanted roof. Not at all the same style as Lin Knight's tinderbox they had. It's definitely fine to live in a house, but once it becomes a Savage versus PvP mode in 3 months, that kind of house is just for show. Might as well be a matchbook. Rokorokai, on the other hand, made a Western-style castle that used almost all of his brain cells. The square footage is quite a bit larger than the 6x8 foundation of Gulangxin's and their houses. As several of them were arranging their furniture in the house, Rokorokai suddenly felt an imperceptible tremor. It was then that he said, somewhat puzzled, an earthquake? Outside, Chen Yushue, who was still beating wood to build a cabinet, had flaxed and frozen, and she subconsciously gulped as she looked at Lin Knight, who had returned with a large group of carnivorous dinosaurs. While she didn't want to rely on a man, she now had a great deal of frustration. Growing up she had to be strong, and today building a house she made out the least amount of building materials. And Mr. Gu also caught a parafilm to act as a guard in the yard, and Li Ting caught a couple of dodos. Somewhat lost, Chen Yushue lowered her head and went back to her own bedroom, not knowing what she was thinking. After seeing the group of dragons that Lin Knight had captured, Lulu Kai came up with, Ashba, if I were a woman, I'd run over right now and wrap my arms around his waist and kiss him. Big brother, take me flying. Just then a woman really ran over with a face full of excitement. Rokorokai looked squinty-eyed. Holy shit? Only to see the young girl called Li Ting running towards Lin Knight with a face full of excitement, and then said in front of the extremely worshipful Lin Knight, brother, can you teach me? You're so powerful. I adore you to death. Lin Knight looked back at this young girl, and then looked back at the 3 armored dragons that had been tamed up in front of his door before saying somewhat contemplatively, wait for the night. I still have to go out for a while. As soon as Li Ting saw that Lin Knight didn't pay much attention to her, she immediately pulled Lin Knight's hand there and said, brother, you know, I've been moved from the first moment I saw you. Can I follow you? Li Ting's entire body was a bit agitated when she said this. Immediately afterward, Somewhat embarrassed, he began spouting some words of love. "I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on, I promise. Ever since you saved me that day, my mind has been almost entirely filled with you." Lin Knight froze, and the shark-toothed dragons and feathered Tyrannosaurus rexes behind him were flaxenly frozen as well. Gu Lingxin looked at Li Ting, who ran over to confess her love to Lin Knight, and her mind was confused for a moment. She remembered that this Li Ting didn't seem to have had a boyfriend in college yet. Did she? Not. The question is, how did she dare to go and confess to someone? "Can I be your girlfriend? I'll definitely follow you with all my heart and soul. Brother Lin. My name is Li Ting. You may not know me, but Li Ting was still there expressing her love to Lin Knight, but Lin Knight suddenly came with, "Well, let's talk about it in the evening. I'm really leaving. I can't get out of the door when it gets dark plus fog." Li Ting just stared blankly at Lin Knight, who had brought the dinosaur into her home. She couldn't believe that Lin Knight had actually rejected her. She wasn't exactly a schoolgirl, but her face and body were better than the majority of girls. Lin Knight is naturally clear. If you really want to find a wife, naturally have to be completely trustworthy, like this, because you are strong to adore you to follow you. Lin Knight in the game also do not bring to sea. This kind of sitting on the people. Most of the people will be back to the water. If he were to really choose a wife, Gu Lingxin would definitely be the first, and the second would definitely not be this Li Ting. On the contrary, like that stubborn bastard Chen Yuxue, Lin Knight was still somewhat optimistic. Since being screwed by that green tea Wang Xinyu once, Lin Knight had long since ceased to be the dead-licking dog he was back then. Follow him because he's strong? What if he gets copied later, and she ran off with someone else? Play is definitely playable, but Lin Knight does not want to waste time on the belly of a woman. Anyway, the beautiful women in the back of this district are all his. No one can take it away. Lin Knight thought about this while calling Lulukai and Gu Lingxin to the armored dragon, and after dividing one of those two low-ranked ones, he licked his pussy face and looked for the poor bastard Lulukai again. "Do you have any eggs in your house? Take as many as you have." There were over 130. "Those 20 chickens are so good at laying eggs that I harvested in abundance in one day. I won't starve. I'll go get them for you." 6 openings didn't say anything. With the armored dragons they should have no problem defending themselves. Lin Knight still didn't feel safe after having the dodo bird eggs. He got a few more eggs from the feathered Tyrannosaurus rex to bring with him. Don't look at that egg stealer dragon as small. Taming it eats an extremely large amount of eggs. Before you leave, you should still take a look at the earth sloths and wait 2 hours to come and collect the cubs after ordering the mating. After putting everything on the eagle, Lin Knight ran naked to the heel of the bed. He planned to take some time to upgrade again tonight. Getting to 97 shouldn't be a problem. It's only 5 o'clock now, and there's still over 6 hours until 12 p.m., which should be enough for him to upgrade. And the inside of the cave is not affected by darkness or fog. After opening the teleportation button on the bed, Lin Knight instantly arrived inside the 2x2 stone house that he had previously shot at the entrance of the poisonous gas cave, and took out the diving suit and rare flower from the locker before entering the poisonous gas cave once again to brush up on his leveling. Thinking of leveling enough to go back and make a shark-toothed dragon saddle tonight. Taming the Tyrannosaurus rex will have to wait until tomorrow, when hopefully this damn fog will dissipate. Soon Lin Knight brushed through a wave of poisonous gas caves and once again ran naked back to the stonehouse outside, putting all the drawings and artifacts he had touched in the cabinet before teleporting back home again. Immediately after taking the egg, he went out to look for egg-stealing dragons to go, although there is a fog, but he remembers where to refresh the small egg-stealing dragons, and so after catching one after the poisonous gas hole will be refreshed again, and then go to the brush. Brush after the earth laziness is also born. It's all in good time. There's no delay in doing anything. While in the house watching Lin Knight again braved the fog to go out, Li Ting touched her face with some grudges. Her first confession actually failed. Don't they say on TV that a woman chasing a man is a veil? This damn Lin Knight actually looked down on me. I'm not convinced. I'll find him tonight and ask him if he thinks I'm ugly or what. Can't I lie to him? Just as Li Ting was thinking there, tenacious Chen Yuxue on the other hand ran outside again with something in her hand. She looked at a 15 Triceratops in the distance and instantly came to war. Taking the freshly made bow and anesthetic arrow in his hand, he planned to go over and shoot it unconscious. But the tenacious species is tenacious after all. Although everything wants to rely on itself, but nay lack of intelligence. Triceratops is difficult to knock out with a novice's positioning if you don't restrict its movement. This is because the Triceratops has a high head defense. You have to hit the body of the Triceratops to get it. Chen Yuxue followed Lin Knight's example of shooting the haloed armored dragon and started shooting that Triceratops. And all 3 arrows went to the Triceratops' head. That Triceratops took the pain and the horns on its head started to glow red. And the other 2 Triceratops rushed over in the distance, because of the fog. So Chen Yuxue didn't see the other 2. Chen Yuxue was a bit flustered. This beat one and came to help? And those triceratops actually started stomping on the ground with their right front foot? Is this intended to unleash some kind of attack? Just as Chen Yuxue took her bow and arrow and shot another round out, those three triceratops rushed towards her at the same time. She hurriedly dodged back, but she didn't have acceleration, and all her attribute points were added to melee damage. With 100 life points she was greeted affectionately by three triceratops. You have died to a level 35 triceratops. Chen Yuxue, who had once again revived and woken up from the stone house, was unconvinced, thinking that she too could be tamed by walking like Lin Knight. Since once doesn't work, twice. If twice is not enough, then 3 times. I won't sleep tonight. I don't believe I can't take one in. Chen Yushua's stubbornness was like that of many self-reliant new players, by virtue of an unconquerable streak. She died 3 more times after that, but luckily for her, she finally shot a triceratops unconscious. Just after she shot she was killed again, even though it hurt, really hurt, when she was run over by the triceratops. The defiant girl didn't say anything. The scene just now was all seen by Rokurokwai, who was collecting eggs in the house, and Rokurokwai was a bit silent then. Pain 100% of the case this Chen Yuxue actually. Rokurokwai was mesmerized by the schoolgirl at the time. Isn't it said that schoolflowers are all green tea girls seeking? This Yuki 666 was like a demented man peeking through the window there at Chen Yuxue, who was already feeding the triceratops below, and his entire body was frozen in shock as he watched. It had to be said that Chen Yushua's body was indeed extremely seductive. Unlike the mature and sexy Gulengxin, this young girl looked like she hadn't gone through the motions. The eyes were steely with a hint of movement. The firm nose was just the right height, and the long, shiny black hair was silky to the core, especially her clean white neck. The collarbone on it seemed like it could hold a fish. Rokuroku just kept watching and couldn't help but eat an egg. A JK uniform of Chen Yuxue obviously do not know that someone stealing glances at her. 6-6 open look at the other side of the stunning black silk long legs in the mind calculating. This leg less to say that there must be 1.2 meters. This Yuki was estimated to be 1 meter 72 in height, and if she wore high heels, she would be practically taller than him. Sexy and innocent, tough and brave, beautiful and charming. This schoolgirl deeply touched the heart of the 160-pound fat man in Lulu Kai, but just as Rokurokwai was thinking about it, he suddenly saw another black shadow in the sky. Lin Knight had returned on an eagle at some point, and that eagle had an egg-stealing dragon in its talons. Lulu Kai saw Lin Knight's expression then, and Lin Knight was also observing Chen Yuxue, and it looked as if he had been watching for a while as well. Frightened, Rokurokwai hurriedly shrunk back and pretended to sleep. I don't know if Lin Knight saw him peeking at Chen Yuxue. He was not a fool in the 6-6. I guess Li Ting didn't meet Lin Knight's requirements just now. Any normal man in his place would have to pick this schoolgirl. Despite his mouth, this is no longer reality. This is the distant past. A beautiful woman who can feed herself will be loved by anyone. 666 Kai thought with a nervous face, estimating that sooner or later, Lin Knight would take all 3 women, only that there might be too many things to be busy with at this very beginning. It's better not to steal women from this bigot. Don't even think about it. You can talk about it later and find one that the other person doesn't like. Rokurokwai, who had already made up his mind, just went to sleep. Lin Knight, who had watched for half a day, also flew back to his stone room with a bit of a smirk, guessing that many veterans could not help but laugh when they saw newcomers taming dragons with their lives. Lin Knight had just returned home and first put the egg stealer dragon next to the group of feathered Tyrannosaurus rexes, then turned around and came to the earth sloth couple, looking at the time just right. 1 minute to birth. It's too late to think about it and ride the males first to hit a couple hundred fruits. Chen Yuxue, who was taming the triceratops on the opposite side of the room, had just seen Lin Knight laughing at her, and looking at Lin Knight's arrogant appearance made her furious. Lin Knight collected the fruit and then returned to the house. When he saw that out of the 2 cubs immediately stared with excitement. Twins. Not. Dragon and phoenix tires? A male and a female. Lin Knight looked on with a pensive expression. Neither of these 2 earth sloth pups were perfect inheritances. Pity. What do you mean by perfect inheritance? For example, the male earth sloth has high blood points and the female has high attack. It depends on the odds if you want to inherit all of these attribute high abilities to one earth sloth. When the cubs have perfectly inherited the attributes of their father and mother, they can only be used as breeding dragons to breed the next generation in bulk, and the chances of attribute breakthroughs are even lower. It's an extremely long endeavor. But the good thing about this server pups is that they all grow up in one day, and all the multipliers are still the original multipliers except for this growth multiplier which has gotten higher. Lin Knight looked at the male earth sloth cub that had just come out and had already gotten up the urge to kill. Veteran dragon slayers always kill when they say they will. So what's the point of keeping it? No perfect inheritance or public. Waste of space and mood. Still have to feed it to adulthood. But Lin Knight didn't make a move this time. He was somewhat silent as he looked at that Chen Yushua outside and then looked at Gu Lingxin's house. The thought crossed my mind that this earth laziness would be enough for them even if it didn't leave a mark. Thinking of this, Lin Knight shouted, "Teacher Gu, please come here." Chen Yushua glanced at Lin Knight and continued to gather berries with her bare hands, her face flinty red with anger. When she thought of the way Lin Knight had just peeked at her taming the Triceratops and snickered, she wanted to go over and rip his crooked mouth off. When Gu Lingxin came to the front, she looked at the small earth laziness in front of her and instantly widened her eyes. "A little baby? For us? Well, remember to make sure to keep its backpack full of berries all the time and make a feed trough out of it, so that when it reaches 10% growth, it can eat from the trough on its own. This will have to be done carefully in front of us, or it will easily starve to death, and without accident, it will reach adulthood tomorrow." Gu Lingxin couldn't have been more excited. Suddenly, Li Ting appeared out of nowhere, her expression still a little embarrassed. As soon as Li Ting came out she was embarrassed herself. Just now she had thought of a lot of things to say to Lin Knight, but as soon as she arrived and looked at the Lin Knight with the iron armor mask she was dumbfounded and stammered. Not knowing what to say, Lin Knight said softly, "Learn more like Teacher Gu. This is not our world. Women who want to rely on men to live a good life will have only one end in the future. That is to be reduced to a man's plaything." Who knows that Li Ting suddenly came. "I'm willing to fall into your..." Before the words were out of her mouth, she blushed, then turned tail and ran away at the speed of light. Lin Knight also froze. This Li Ting shouldn't have experienced sex yet, right? Can this come from a normal teenage girl? Gu Lingxin fell some contemplative look at the faraway Li Ting. Her students she is aware of. This Li Ting has no other advantages, is able to see the situation earlier than anyone else. I guess Li Ting knows the laws of trying to survive here better than any of them, but precisely because the purpose was too strong, Lin Knight was instead still a bit uneasy about this woman. However, hearing the other party say those words, a slight change appeared in Lin Knight's mindset. They definitely couldn't call Li Ting in front of Chen Yushua and Gu Lingxin tonight. Is it stupid not to want a woman at your door? Still have to take care of my own persona. Gotta think of something sneaky. After all, this Gu Lingxin and Chen Yushua he was going to accept. Li Ting can take it for now to make do. Of course said collection is not a revenue tribe. Lin Knight looked at the time. It was already 9 p.m., and the poisonous gas cave had been brushed again. He'll probably be able to saddle a shark-toothed dragon after this brush. One more time to go. Thinking of this, Lin Knight hurriedly said, "When it's 10 p.m., if you're all free, come to my place and I'll tell you about the nearby resource points and the way to tame the mainstream dinosaurs." Rokurokwai immediately exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, that's great. I'll be sure to make a sticky note and save it." And just then, Wang Xinyu, who had already been shut down by Lin Knight for a day, swiped the screen again. "What son of a bitch built that house here? Bereft of conscience. And you're not afraid of retribution? Which son of a bitch you come out? I will flay you alive." Lin Knight laughed at that moment. TM. This bitch owes it? Lin Knight was a bit annoyed at that moment and started thinking about how to use his ingenuity to fix this woman who had lied to him for 4 years. Thanks to the fact that it's a game that can still be resurrected. If it was possible to kill people here, Lin Knight would have had to kill this bitch on the first day to eliminate his resentment. There are still many ways to disgust people even if they are peacefully dressed. Lin Knight sneered, intending to do something big. It didn't take him long to catch a gradual new elephant, which was called an elephant but looked more like a pig. This creature is timid in nature and incapable of combat, and it is characterized by a large diet, and because it eats so much, it has a very good digestive system. You can feed it white berries anytime to get it to empty its bowels. Since the pain and various sensory emotions are 100%, the feeling of burying someone in a shithole, that way, would probably have to be able to make someone happy. Soon Lin Knight rode the eagle with his gradual new elephant to the place where Wang Xinu was being held. He's right outside expanding that resurrection point, and he's just changed the 1x1s to 2x2s in order for the shithole to hold more Ollie gives later. And got 2 layers. A ramp extends above it. Gradual new elephants can walk up and turn their backs to the bottom. Wang Xinu at this time also heard the commotion outside, and she hurriedly shouted, "Anyone? Can you save me?" Lin Knight didn't say anything. He guessed that it wouldn't take long for the woman to pass out from hunger and thirst, and then he would go in and remove the walls and roof inside, so that Wang Xinu would directly enter the large 2x2 house. She can't see who screwed her when she faints anyway. As time passed by, Wang Xinu inside was still talking there, and it didn't take long for her to pass out. Lin Knight was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the door and went in to tear down the wall inside. Before he left he made a storage box, unlocked it and put in 3 water bottles and a couple hundred roasts. He didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart. Rather, the first reaction of a normal person in a situation where they are starving to death is to see something and just eat it, without even thinking about it. This is the normal human mind. But the rules of the game in the Ark world were not quite the same. If Wang Xinu ate and drank water, then the half-tube of blood that she had already lost due to starvation would slowly rise to full capacity. She wouldn't be able to die. Not being able to die meant she'd have to stay here for the next few days. It's a deadly cycle. Can a person resist hunger when all senses are at 100%? Most can't. Eating makes it even more miserable. I guess when she came out, Lin Knight had already gone to fight the boss. Lin Knight laughed out loud, then closed the door and went out. Immediately after that, he came to the second floor behind the gradual new elephant, and soon Wang Xinyu inside woke up again, and as soon as she woke up, she felt very hungry and thirsty, and her blood was still dropping, and she hadn't eaten anything for a day. Prolonged starvation in this game setting will stun and drop blood. Ugh, how did this house suddenly get bigger? There's a cabinet. Wang Xinu suddenly brightened up. Outside, Lin Knight covered his mouth and stifled his laughter. It is true that this woman is a stupid ass. I didn't see it before when we talked to each other. You're a fool when it comes down to it. At this time, Wang Xinyu inside also found the food and water in the box, and immediately rejoiced, hurriedly took it and ate it. Her brain circuits won't tell her, stupid as how else are you going to die if you eat it? If you can't die, you'll just stay here? Lin Knight wasn't too ruthless. You have to let people take a few bites before you do anything. Below, Wang Xinyu was still eating there, but soon she noticed that this house didn't seem to have a roof. She could already see the sky. Strange? Why is there a big fat pig up there? What about it? Just as Wang Xinu saw that gradual new elephant, Lin Knight, who was hiding beside the gradual new elephant, had already started feeding the gradual new elephant the white berry laxative. It was a cascade. The ball of shit crashed into the sky, then slammed heavily into the house where Wang Xinu was. Wang Xinyu was flaxenly frozen on the spot. Immediately after, more and more balls of dung fell downward one after another. Wang Xinyu's mouth trembled. Disgusting. Extremely disgusting. She was buried alive. Only the thing that buried her was a bit of that. Lin Knight returned home after straightening out Wang Xinyu riding the winged dragon, waiting for 10 p.m. to have to talk to Lulu Kai and the others about the resource points and mainstream dinosaurs. Wang Xinyu wanted to die, but she can't die. She had just eaten the roasted meat and drank water, and her stamina and blood level were full. Looking at the night on the sky, Wang Xinyu in the shithole cried, full of grievances, and cried, "Mom, I want to go home. What kind of shitty place is this?" Lin Knight, who had finished straightening out the green tea lady, was in a great mood, and his nose was crooked. That's the way he is. If you're nice to him, he'll be nice back 100 times over. If he dares to play with his heart, then there is no such thing as having loved each other. A split is a split. There is only hate. There is no such thing as a poisonous man, but the most poisonous woman. If Lin Knight wouldn't play this game and Wang Xinu found a big brother, he would probably pay Lin Knight back in an even more vicious way. Lin Knight, who had just returned home, first looked at the female earth sloth cub and fed it some berries before calling over Lulu Kai and Gulang Xan and the rest of them. Chen Yushua originally didn't want to come yet. She didn't want to be treated like a child by men, especially that Lin Knight who dared to snicker at her. As soon as Li Ting saw that Chen Yushua didn't want to go, she hurriedly coaxed from the side. "Alright, why are you so stubborn? You're like a cow. Come with me. You want to make iron armor, don't you? You don't even know where to find metal. How can you make it? We also want to make a generator and a refrigerator. And we don't even have pearls. And we don't even know where to get the materials. So are we going to wait for God to throw them to you from the sky?" Gu Lengxin also saw Chen Yushua, who was reluctant to go, and at that time, she also spat out helplessly. This girl died of her mother since she was a child, and has been following her father. Her character is indeed a little too strong. Let's go, Snowy. Right, for your own sake. If you're embarrassed, you should do everything you can to become stronger. And when one day your senior Lin Knight needs your help, won't you just repay each other? The three women who were pulling and tugging were finally out the door, and Rokuroku had been there for a long time. Looking at the group of feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex in Lin Knight's house, he subconsciously gulped. That's so handsome. Feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex. That name sounds handsome. It must be great at fighting, right? Lin Knight shook his head. Not great. Just like those dodo birds of yours. I catch them back to lay eggs. 66 revealed a look of "see if I believe it" expression that pressed the point. Lin Knight looked at the three women who had already arrived at the door, also slowly stood up from the wooden chair. Well, let's get started. Let's start with a few laws of the Ark. The first is not to take people in easily. Talent is the most disgusting creature in the Ark world. 100% of the reason someone wants to add to your tribe is because you're better than the other person. And he feels that following you must be better than being on his own. And that's why he wants to add to your tribe. But you have to remember that once someone has joined your tribe, your dinosaurs, equipment, drawings, buildings, everything they can use. If you meet any bad-hearted ones who just release all your dragons, tear down your buildings, and retire the tribe before claiming your dinosaurs. Then you're GG. Don't think it's impossible. Even if they are on good terms. If they don't have the right style of doing things, there will be conflicts. And if there are conflicts, the tribe will have to fall apart. So how will things be divided? Lin Knight spoke with a serious face. And Lulu Kai and Gulang Xin were both there listening. Lulu Kai had played a lot of games, and he now knew what Lin Knight meant, which was that he wasn't comfortable with them people yet, because they didn't know anything. In case they took them in and they took someone else in and stole Lin Knight's stuff, that would be a loss. Collecting teammates. You can't help but think more when you sleep. My teammate, he's not of one mind with me or not. He won't secretly take my breeding dragon eggs and give them away, right? Second rule. Never say in the world what you're doing or what dragons your family has. Muffling is the way to go. If you tell someone you just fainted a level 150 Tyrannosaurus Rex in blah blah blah, there's the kind that can't see the good in people. He'll pull wild dragons to attack your still tame Tyrannosaurus Rex. Rokurakwai was like, is there really such a bitch? Much more. If it's in savage mode, they'll knock you out from behind while you're opening your Tyrannosaurus Rex backpack to feed the Rexes. Then lock you up for days and nights and feed you shit. 66. Lin Knight had been talking about the Ark's laws for almost 30 minutes, and those four people were all listening in awe. They had never thought about these things before. The more I hear about it now, the more it stings. Alright, next is about resource points and mainstream dinosaurs. When Lin Knight spoke, those four people almost all adjusted their breathing and sat there listening with serious faces. Today they all leveled up to over 40 when they built their houses, and for the first time they knew that making building materials upgraded so quickly, and they unlocked a lot of appliances, like machine tools, generators, electric lights, but these things required materials they had never even seen before and could only put away. There are many resources in our part of the world. The crater to the southeast has obsidian, crystals, metals, and other resources. There's also a lot of metal up there in the snowy mountains, and there's a lot of silica-bearing pearls and petroleum ores in the shallows of the shore off the coast of the snowy mountains. That pretty much covers all the resources needed up front, but it's a pain in the ass to get to the two places you need. After all, it's 100% sensory. You have to need fur clothing to go to the snowy mountains, and it's best to bring a ghillie suit to the volcano. To make fur clothing you have to slay creatures with fur like mammoths. To make ghillie suits you have to go to snowy mountains and slay penguins that can yield organic polymers. Before that, one of you will need an eagle. I've already made a trapped dragon room near the North Gates Coliseum. It's already unlocked. Tomorrow morning each of you will go and catch an eagle. In the early stages, if the eagle's level doesn't matter, it's fine if it can fly. Lin Knight spoke for another half an hour there, including where the resources were densest, the precautions for gathering resources, and some taboos, especially when he talks about eagle endurance, which he specifically demonstrates. After riding an eagle around, the eagle would land uncontrollably after running out of endurance in the sky. Remember, always land early or the eagle is likely to land itself at the mouth of a predatory creature. Always watch for endurance when riding flying creatures. Many newcomers overlook this. When Lin Knight finished talking about this for another 10 minutes about the mainstream dinosaur taming methods, he also saw that Li Ting looking at him all the time during the process. After thinking about it, he simply gave them a task. In this case, tomorrow Teacher Gu will take Little Snow to the foot of the snowy mountain to catch 2 eagles. Li Ting, you go ahead and ride my eagle to the volcano to collect obsidian and I'll give you a ghillie suit. 66. I'll give you a set of fur clothes. You ride your Triceratops to collect some pearls by the snowy mountain river. And that's how the 4 of you will be set up tomorrow. And you'll split the resources equally when the time comes. The crowd nodded in unison. When the tutorial was finished, the time was already past 11 o'clock. People like Lin Knight couldn't be bothered and wanted to go through the poisonous gas caves one more time before going to bed. Anyway, the poisonous gas caves could be brushed again in less than 10 minutes. Although the level is now enough to make a shark-tooth dragon saddle, the whole touching drawings thing can't be broken. He also had to touch a set of 1,000 durability iron armor drawings, spinner drawings, shark-tooth dragon drawings, wind god platform saddle drawings, etc. Soon he teleported back to the poisonous gas cave, and after killing again the level only went up a little bit, and the drawings only touched a legendary fish dragon saddle, which he definitely couldn't use at the moment. Isn't it too early to occupy those 10 undersea mines in the Lone Islands? Lin Knight was a bit despondent. He was planning to find an undersea mine to establish a subbase. A lone wolf must be cunning. After thinking about it, he still decided to slow down for a period of time before going to the undersea mines to build a home. And he still understands the reasoning that a strong country does not take the danger of mountains and rivers. When he came back, the earth sloth pups had also risen to 13% and were ready for the feed trough. Today was still considered to be a good day, and Lin Knight went to sleep with peace of mind. Lin Knight was asleep, but the remaining 4 were out of their minds. Lulu Kai was already recalling what Lin Knight had said. There were no pens in this world. He had to find a way to write it down himself. So then he went to the refining furnace and found a few charcoals, taking the blackened charcoal and writing the resource point divisions that Lin Knight had set on the canvas in twists and turns. The women next door were much smarter. Gu Lingxin took the charcoal and ground it into spiky bits. Then after wrapping it in an animal skin 4 wrote on a post-it note. Chen Yuxue, on the other hand, was a bit worried and couldn't sleep because the operations that Lin Knight talked about today, she definitely wouldn't have been able to do them if by virtue of the way she added points. The fur clothing was heavy, and if she wore it, she wouldn't be able to walk with just a few more random things with only 100 points of load. And to gather resources? By the time a random monster comes along, she's going to have to mommy boom. She's having doubts about life now. Thinking back to when Li Ting asked Lin Knight tonight, she said, "Brother Lin, what would happen if a person added all melee attacks?" Lin Knight replied back then, "All plus attack? Then it's useless. I can't take anything. I can't do anything. Am I wasted with this addition? Am I saved?" Chen Yuxue cried then at the thought. And just as Chen Yuxue was doubting her life, Li Ting, who had just returned from going to play in the restroom, walked over with a face full of smoothness. "Ugh, I'm really impressed with this game. It actually poops itself from time to time. I'm convinced. It's thanks to Brother Lin making us a toilet so we can fix it ourselves. Otherwise that wouldn't be embarrassing." Li Ting was walking and talking at the same time. When she passed by Chen Yushue's room, she happened to see the door of the other's room was left open again, and Li Ting went in that way. Hitching a look at the eyes, he saw Chen Yuxue wooing on the bed. "Why are you crying, Yuki?" Li Ting walked over with some confusion. Chen Yuxue hurriedly wiped her tears, her face all stubborn. Not much, but Li Ting, who had always been a bosom friend of Chen Yuxue, where she couldn't guess. She came at that time. "Gu my aunt, I am seeing you are too stubborn. I'll ask for you. Doesn't Lulu Kai also say that it adds life, weight and movement speed? Don't be hard to blame. I'll help you tomorrow and ask Brother Lin if there's a way to fix it. He must have a solution. I trust him." "Don't cry," Li Ting said and touched the other's head. Chen Yuxue had a bad taste in her heart. Listening to that lesson taught by Lin Knight tonight would definitely make the 4 of them clueless flies find a goal and direction. But the direction is there, and there is a problem on its own terms. Moreover, a strong girl like Chen Yuxue didn't want to rely on men, but tonight her heart was bowed by the other party. Not only was Lin Knight much more powerful than her, but he was also much more calm and collected. Unlike Li Ting, who wanted to go and help Lin Knight warm up his comforter, her deepest thoughts were a bit more explosive. "Sooner or later I'll be better than you." But she had been saved by Lin Knight before and taught by Lin Knight after. And this kind of favor made her heart extremely complicated. And she wasn't the kind of person who knew how to repay kindness. "Sleep ha, I'll go ask for you tomorrow. We're sisters. We share the same blessings and the same troubles. Your business is my business. Sleep." "Sleep," Li Ting said with a face full of concern. "The wind is cold tonight, and the people in the southern part of the Lone Islands have had their second dark night, and hardly anyone is still out for the night tonight. The worst made a 2x2 thatched hut and had a campfire in the house for warmth. The natural environment will force those who can't play Ark to drill how to stay alive." And Xiao Bowen, who had established a large tribe of 1,000 people on a high plateau in the south, had also taken up residence in a large wooden villa. In order to make it easier to manage, the dog-headed warlord, 1,000 Abacus, had them create 10 tribes, and everyone joined those 10 tribes before joining tribes with the dominant tribes that only had 1,000 Abacus in Xiao Baowen's heart. I have to say that this dog-headed master is still something. Although he can't tame dragons and can't go down the hole, he still has a hand in managing people, and their rejects and wooden dinosaur gate enclosures were quickly erected with the full force of 1,000 men operating them. Behind the fence are dozens of thatched and wooden huts, large and small, almost all 2-story high and none of them large. Because there were so many of them, this 1,000 Abacus put 20 of them in one room, as if they were sleeping in a big bunk. And they've got a chicken farm, a total of over 200 dodo birds behind them. 1,000 people seem to have found hope in life as well. They had already begun to imagine how their human city would be erected on this ancient desert island sometime later. Humans are the masters of the earth. As long as there's a city, then those dinosaurs have nothing to fear. But there were some smart people who realized that something was wrong. They looked at the sticky note that the one called Helena had put in their jewel earlier. Helena's words about needing to beat the 3 bosses of the isolated island in hard mode or else they'd all be dead in a year's time. If they build a city, when do they go for the boss? At the same time, tribes, large and small, began to form in various parts of the isolated island. During these first 2 days of agonizing wandering, these people who hadn't played the Ark learned the hard way that to keep from being eaten by dinosaurs, you have to find organization. The only way to live better is to join the collective. There were very few people left, and every now and then you could see some torches and campfires revealed to the south and east of the island. Toward the early morning hours, A squad of 10 near the mangrove forest where the tribe was established encountered an elite Tyrannosaurus rex with a reddish glow all over its body. The 10 people who were instantly copied began to swipe. Boss. Elite Tyrannosaurus rex BOSSS, what a scary thing. For newcomers, this really counts as a boss. That elite Tyrannosaurus rex was the one Lin Knight had once seen. And after it copied the tribe of 10 people and looked at a small tribe behind it, it instantly let out a savage roar of excitement. Ow. The sound of the wailing caused the pair still playing poker in the house to break down in fear and run out the door without even lifting their pants. Another night of swiping. Legends of an elite bully circulate around the isolated mangrove islands. By the time the next morning, Lin Knight woke up the first thing, naturally, gas cave touchdown chart. Finished touching it again in less than 10 minutes. Ashba. Legendary dive suit. I don't want to go in the water right now. Lin Knight put it away with a face full of displeasure and teleported back home again. And at this time Gu Lengxin also took Qin Yuxue out to catch eagles. And Lu Lu Kai also headed to the snowy mountain bank to touch the pearl. Lin Knight looked back at Li Ting who had already come to his heels, stroked his chin. He was planning to secretly follow Li Ting when she went to the volcano to dig for resources. But now looking at this Li Ting's expression. Looking at the expression on her showy red face, Lin Knight gulped then. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe. In case Qin Yuxue and Gu Lingxin saw it, how else could he collect them? So then Lin Knight went and made 2 wooden foundations and some walls and beds. Later he was going to find a secluded spot and take a shot at the little house and bed. Have a good conversation with Lydia about how this arc is really mated. People have come to his door so many times, it would be a little too inhuman for him to do that again. It won't take long anyway. Do it and then go back to Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then he too mounted the pterodactyl with the gear he was going to use to catch the T-Rex. Next to him, Li Ting also mounted the eagle Lin Knight had given him. Let's go. It just so happens to be on the way. I'll take you to the volcano to take a look, said Lin Knight, and flew up into the sky on his winged dragon, with Li Ting following closely behind. As soon as Li Ting saw Lin Knight flying away, she hurriedly shouted, "Big brother Lin, wait for me." Li Ting, who had a hard time catching up, looked down with a nervous face and was so scared that she hugged the big head of the Argentine giant eagle. Holy shit, it's so high. I'm afraid of heights. Lin Knight smiled. Why don't we fly lower? Let's check out that hill over there first. Li Ting nodded repeatedly, clearly not yet aware of what she was going to face later. Li Ting in the sky followed Lin Knight and just flew to a foot of the volcano. Li Ting confessed directly, and Lin Knight froze. And at the moment the monitor in the volcano cave is a little mesmerized from peeking at people's confessions, accidentally clicking a certain mysterious element that Li Meiying and Helena had left at his place earlier onto Lin Knight's information bar. At that moment, the monitor was startled and instantly turned into a fire-breathing dragon and screamed strangely, "It's over! It's over! It's over! Holy shit! That true Li Meiying will surely fuck me to death when she comes back! It's over! It's over! It's over! I'm finished!" The monitor had been screaming strangely in the Ascension Cave, turning into a boss Yukon spider and scurrying around at one point, and then turning into an adamantine boss and pounding his chest at another. And then there was no telling how long it took for that monitor to turn into Lin Knight's appearance. Then he began to wonder about life. Should he use his authority in this isolated island to fuck Lin Knight to death? And then snatch back the second-generation monitor system of Li Meiying in their future remodeling of the Earth? And just then, Lin Knight in the cabin suddenly felt a bit of a prickly scratch on the jewel on his left arm. Li Ting did have a bit of a crush on Lin Knight. It certainly wasn't a loss for her to do this in order to stay alive, and she felt that Lin Knight had saved her, so it made sense for her to follow him. Lin Knight was still a bit confused as to why his arm was getting more and more painful. That jewel seems to be moving? The next moment Lin Knight's eyes widened as if there was something in his head. He feels like he's going to grow a brain. The next second a very hot female voice came from Lin Knight's head. "Congratulations, survivor, for successfully binding the monitoring system. I'm Li Meiying." Lin Knight sucked in a breath of cool air then, and he shivered a little as he looked at the golden-armored female general with a lance in his head. Lin Knight subconsciously gulped. Looking at Li Ting in front of him, he was obviously still a little taken back. And that's when Li Meiying's voice in his head sounded again. "What's going on? Wasn't it said that we'd wait for 10 years to elect one of the strongest survivors before we could bind the monitor system? How come this has just started?" Lin Knight was also a bit confused. "Are you Li Meiying herself?" "I'm not. I'm an intelligent AI-assisted survival image set with Li Meiying's character." Li Meiying's image said with some annoyance, looking as if it was a living human being. Lin Knight is also a bit confused. Is this the rumored Goldfinger? Which big brother gave it to him? Other people have golden fingers when they cross over, but not him. Ran to the foot of the volcano and shot an Italian cannon. Skyrocketed out of the sky. That's a plot that can't be written by the average person. And at this time, Li Meiying's image also suddenly realized an extremely outrageous thing. What? How is your sample implant able to bind to the system? How is this possible? Could it be that you are? The monitor system actually recognized you as its master. And right at that moment, the Lonely Island's monitor was also dumbfounded, looking at Lin Knight's numerical value panel and instantly being dumbfounded. The monitor revealed a despondent and extremely surprised look, muttered, "If I tell the shrew Li Meiying that he is one of the 3 obelisk candidates who can save the earth in the future, will she believe it?" The monitor was now looking at Lin Knight's attribute panel and was excited to the extreme. Ha ha ha, I'm still afraid of a gripe? As long as this Lin Knight shows that he's strong enough to subdue Li Meiying and Helena, they'll definitely believe it too. This person rose to level 97 in a day and took in a newly implanted shark-tooth dragon sample. His strength is fine. I can take a vacation, ha ha ha. When this Lin Knight comes over to beat me, I'll just turn a mirror image out and drain him to let him pass and be done with it. I've already elected the strongest survivor in my district. I can take a vacation. The monitor smiled and crooked his mouth, sharing the same crooked mouth attribute as Lin Knight. And Lin Knight, who was still in a state of dumbfoundedness at the moment, once again entered a deeper level of dumbfoundedness. Listening to what that image of Li Meiying told him, as long as you tame a fully ranked creature sample through normal methods, you can unlock that creature's iconographic skills. He was a little puzzled then. What do you mean? Can you say it in layman's terms? Not so official. After thinking about it, Li Meiying then said, "It means that you tame a level 150 creature and you unlock its skills. It's like if it was your shark-tooth dragon. If you kill the creature consecutively, you get the blood rage effect. This is kind of like the monitor's ability. He can turn into fire-breathing dragons and King Kong and use their abilities and also gain their attributes. Although the strength of the monitor is already very strong, it's not enough to go and solve the crisis on Earth. This system of yours was jointly made by Li Meiying and the deified Helena. It collects the information of all the biological samples and can visualize the skills used by the creatures in the iconography. It's safe to say that the early abilities are a bit weaker than that monitor system. And later on you'll be superb." Lin Knight got a little excited when he heard this. Did that mean that if he captured a shadow tracker or hatched a rock dragon he'd be able to be invisible? To the back of the lightning flying dragon's spit, Stoner's physical defense and immunity effects. There's also the vigilance skill of the parafilm. If he, Lin Knight, could always turn on alert mode, wouldn't he just lie down and fly at the back of the PvP? Soon Lin Knight thought of another exciting skill. Wouldn't he be able to shitballs fly all over the sky if he caught a level 150 gradual new elephant? So if you tame a level 150 slipper-toothed dragon, he can keep releasing that treasure-digging buff that improves the quality of treasure chests? Tame an electric eel, and you can always do electrotherapy. Tame a patriarch and glide from the sky. And just then Li Meiying's voice sounded again. "Survivor, there is another ability of this monitor system that I need to tell you about." Lin Knight's mouth slowly couldn't help but start to crook, and his eyebrows couldn't help but start to wrinkle slightly. Before he could put on his crooked mouth Dragon King expression, Li Meiying hurriedly said, "This monitor system can detect the attributes and profiles of the members of your tribe. You can observe the friendliness of your tribe members at any time to better manage the tribe. Because we had a companion named Rockwell who betrayed. Can't say betrayed before. Anyway, he wasn't on the same page with us back there. And the tit-for-tat made us all miserable. And this friendly module was also made by Helena." Lin Knight's expression was also a bit melancholy after hearing this. He vaguely remembers that all the recipes in this arc were made by Rockwell, a chemist, who in the later part of the story becomes the boss of Genesis 2 after completely blacking out due to discovering something and thus betraying humanity. "According to you, so both your Essence and Helena are on other maps? Or are they in the Lone Islands?" Lin Knight asked with a bit of excitement. Looking at that Li Meiying's image couldn't help but gulp, and didn't know what to gulp because of. "I don't know. They seem to have gone off in search of something." Lin Knight smiled when he heard this. Since the system said this, it showed that Li Meiying and Helena, those characters in the officialdom, would all appear later on. It's very possible to recreate the world. The more Lin Knight thought about it, the more excited he felt, and on the spot, he hugged Li Ting and kissed her again. Li Ting first froze, then hurriedly hugged Lin Knight's arm and shouted, "I'll follow you from now on. You have to be responsible for me. I promise not to make any trouble." Lin Knight laughed, now that he had a golden finger. His entire mouth was never straight. His face was almost crooked and deformed. The eyes revealed a hint of the arrogance and killing intent of a forced king. Li Ting did not know what to do. Anyway, looking at the fine dog Lin Knight in front of her, she still kept smiling. Lin Knight waved his hand and shouted on the spot, "Why don't you go to the volcano to gather resources first, and call Teacher Gu and the girls in the evening?" Li Ting wanted to say something else, but she was a little hesitant. "What's wrong?" "No, not much," said Li Ting and lowered her head, as if something was bothering her. She had thought of a question earlier in the day. If this place really had a dozen maps as 666 said, A map would be less than a dozen years if it was a 1-year pass, and there are difficult maps behind them that could take more than a year, possibly even longer. Looking at Lin Knight in front of her, Li Ting knew that she had already entrusted her body and life to the other party, and she concluded that Lin Knight would definitely find other women in this place, because this is a barbaric time with no laws, where the strongest are honored. Looking at Lin Knight, who was already planning to leave, Li Ting hurriedly shouted from behind, "Hey, I only have one request. In the future when you look for a woman you can't forget about me. I'm the first one to follow you. Even if you like Mr. Gu, then I have to come in second. I have to be in the top 3 anyway." Lin Knight froze for a moment, then, looking at the woman whose face was full of determination, he now realized that this woman had done something to realize that she had come over to him. "Don't worry, I won't forget you. Get ready to join my tribe tonight. Keep it a secret. I'll only tell you one person first." Lin Knight, who already had the monitor system, was obviously hardened by the fact that he could build 100% tribal group member relationships through that friendliness module. As long as it reaches 100 points, then there will be no betrayal. If you find out anyone's friendliness is questionable, just kick them out. Until then it's better to be on the safe side and set one of the safes so that only administrators can use it. Li Ting's eyes widened at once. "Really? You're taking me into the tribe?" Yesterday, Lin Knight had just had a lesson with them about how they couldn't just take anyone into the tribe. And today he was going to take them all in himself. Doesn't that mean he, Lin Knight, has recognized them? Lin Knight immediately laughed. "You're my person. Is there a problem with me accepting you in?" Li Ting couldn't have been more excited. She hadn't thought today that Lin Knight would accept her into the tribe. It was a wail of excitement. "And I turned around and rode the eagle to the volcano. And I wasn't afraid of heights anymore. And I didn't mind the heat." Lin Knight exhaled with some relief as he looked at the jewel in his hand that had changed. And in his heart, he was planning what was to follow. Having this system can greatly improve his chances of survival and ability to fight against people. But he still had 400 blood, and these attributes were hard to change. Taming the dinosaurs is still the main focus at the moment, while going back to take in all the creatures you see, naturally at level 150. In order to unlock the full skill set, there were a few skills Lin Knight still really wanted, like that Brontosaurus's night vision and movement attributes. Once it's dark, the Brontosaurus's pupils turn golden and its movement speed increases twofold. Still have to go catch the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This fight through the isolated island, there are still maps behind it. Less than 10 years to finish. Have to hurry up to train the main dinosaurs. Since there is a system, then let all the people in the tribe become stronger. Soon Lin Knight was flying up into the sky on his winged dragon, flying all the way over the junction of the volcano and the mangrove forests, looking everywhere for the advanced Tyrannosaurus Rex. Met a level 25 Lin Knight and fucked it up on the spot on a pterodactyl. Immediately after that he flew towards the mines further away on his pterodactyl, in the upper right corner of the map of the lonely island. And just then, someone else spoke on the public screen. "Ha ha ha, I found an island. There are only herbivorous dinosaurs on it. I'll be the owner of this island from now on. This place will be called Vegetarian Island from now on." When this was said, some of the smaller groups that had not joined the larger tribes were friendly, wanted to know where that place was. If they really found an island without carnivorous dinosaurs, it would be simply too good for them newcomers. But the man was dead set on it. He was just showing off. And at this time on the public screen there was another person who spoke. The one who spoke was the old president of the Suzhou Net Sky Group. And this person who said that he had found Vegetarian Island was Zhang Beishan, an employee under him. At that time, this old general manager said, "Xiao Zhang are really good for you. Where are you? Can you come and pick me up? I'll give you a 2-month bonus when I get out." Zhang Beishan returned 2 words to him at that time. "Idiot." Just then on the northeast side of the isolated island, a group of people who thought they were smart made rafts and drove towards the opposite island. They thought it was Vegetarian Island, but it was the lone island's most notorious Death Island. Just as they arrived at the place they were dumbfounded. It's almost all carnivorous dinosaurs there. There are 6 Tyrannosaurus Rexes alone. "I'm dropping, mother, come on." Just as the men were heading back in their rafts were suddenly attacked by unknown creatures. The attack came from the bottom of the sea. Those people all panicked. If they fell into the sea their endurance would never be enough to sustain them to swim to the other side. Just as they were panicking, the next second one of the rafts was broken and all 4 people on it went overboard. The 4 people who fell into the water looked at the huge monster fish in the bottom of the sea and were scared out of their wits, and didn't care what was on top of Death Island. They turned around and swam back. Swimming back still gets you to shore. Other rafts behind them began to be attacked as well, and soon a man with binoculars could make out the huge monstrous fish attacking them. Liz fish. So big. It's just too big. Soon they also realized a problem. This strange fish had only had hatred for the raft. When they fell into the water that Liz fish pressed them. Just as they were celebrating their intention to swim back to Death Island, they saw that the few people who had just come ashore had been eaten by several Tyrannosaurus rexes. At that time they were desperate. Stay in the ocean and you'll drown. Swim ashore and you'll be bitten. Whether it's drowning or biting is the question. But just as they were getting tangled up, another carnivorous creature in the sea with no interest in rafts and a great interest in the living, the megalodon sharks, swam in packs. The group of megalodon sharks almost looked like they were having a meal, and then chased after the group and started biting them. There's no face in the back of the picture. A tribe of a dozen or so were buried at the bottom of the sea. The same encounter with this group of big brothers is playing out on the shores of various parts of the lone island, and they're all looking for that vegan island. Soon enough, someone really found the island where Zhang Beishan was. Zhang Beishan hurriedly made a silent gesture, and the man understood what it meant. Zhang Beishan also knew that he couldn't guard this place. If he wanted to develop peacefully, then he should receive all the people who found this place into his tribe. He believed that the dozen or so of them wouldn't be worse than Zhao Bowen's tribe of 1,000 people. Lin Knight, who was still searching for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, didn't even look at the chat on the public screen, because he knows all the newbies who go to Vegan Island will regret it, because you'll realize when you get to the place that the place is poor and hairy. A lot of resources you'll still have to collect on shore, but it's really safe up front there, which is about the only good thing about it. Good for newbies. For veterans that's a dick. And with the system, a lot of Lin Knight's plans would have to be started earlier. Searching for a full mainstream dinosaur was a bit too much of a waste of time, and today Lin Knight didn't even estimate that he would be able to find one. Lin Knight was even a bit tempted to give up. His good luck in catching dragons didn't seem to favor him today, probably because binding the system spent today's good luck. He simply went back to the mangrove's poison gas cave and swiped it again, this time touching a legendary saddle. Underwater again. Legendary Cthulhu saddle. Damn you, did you have to make me go underwater? Out of the poisonous gas cave, Lin Knight also began to contemplate. He shouldn't waste his time looking for a full-level Tyrannosaurus Rex. Should he go back and receive all of them from the tribe, so that Li Ting and Li Lukai can go to the map separately to look for Tyrannosaurus Rex, Eddosaurus Rex, and Ferocious Tooth Rare, which are the mainstream dinosaurs. Then he went to the underwater mine to put posts in all 10 of those holes, in case there was an expert. This underwater mine could be difficult. Take all the underwater mines, then go to the ice caves and the blue arc and insert metal pillars and ceilings, including the green and red arcs. All the key places first in a full circle? Lin Knight just thought for a moment and shook his head then. If it caused public outrage, he'd have a big head if those 7,000 people came together to screw him. It is still necessary to symbolically occupy some key positions while ensuring your development. Lin Knight thought about it and just took the underwater mines, the blue arc, and the ice cave first. There's still a fish dragon to catch before that. Lin Knight, who had already made up his mind, murmured with a flat face, and then he posted in the Alliance channel. Take the time to all go home later. I'll pull you into the horde. Don't talk in the world. Get back to me in the Alliance horde first. Rokurokwai's eyes widened at that moment, and he, who was still digging for a townhouse on the banks of the snowy mountain, dropped several pearls of excitement. Gu Longxin and Chen Yushui also looked at Lin Knight's words with some consternation. Then they looked at the eagle that had just been shot unconscious and hurriedly replied back. We're catching eagles. What about the dragons if we go into your tribe? There's no hurry. You two go in first, and when the eagle is tamed, the last of you will be in. I have something to arrange. Lin Knight finished speaking and rode back on his pterodactyl. Returning to the tribe, he first found his Tyrannosaurus Rex drawings and put them in a safe. He locked it. Restricted to administrators only. Waiting for the night he was working on that tribal permissions. He vaguely remembered that he could set permission levels for each tribal member that would allow them to use only some of the crates and equipment. This includes access to dinosaurs, etc. Not enough permissions for them to use it, but you can't be too raw and over the top. After all, there is a friendliness module, in case you make people feel uncomfortable. Lin Knight thought about it, so he made a canvas and stuck it on his safe, and wrote on it with a brush. Lin Knight's stinky shoe locker. It's witty and not unpleasant, which makes it all come together. There's nothing in there but a Tyrannosaurus Rex drawing. Just then Gu Lingxin and the girls all came back as well, and Lu Lukai wailed directly in excitement. Big brother has taken us in. Ha ha ha, we're taking off. Daddy, take me flying. Lin Knight looked at this fat man with a bit of a smirk, coughed awkwardly and said, in the future, we're all from the same tribe. No need to talk in such a low voice. Let's just start with you first. 66. Don't click on the wrong one. Choose that option of tribal union so that your house and the dinosaurs will join forces to my tribe as well. Rokuro nodded with a face full of excitement. And then he came in, and the moment he entered the tribe his whole face was distorted with a smile. Lin Knight also saw 666's friendliness level. 70 points. I guess I still have to do something to make the other guy happy to increase the friendliness. Like taking him to the gas cave to upgrade? Lin Knight subconsciously stroked his chin as he looked at the 3 Gulang Xin women who had already arrived. Li Ting couldn't wait to get ready to come in. It was earlier than she expected. Didn't Lin Knight say night before? This way. Xiao Shui and Li Ting will retire their tribes first to join in. Mr. Gu will wait to tame the eagle before joining forces with my tribe. I have something to arrange right now. All of us will have to race against the clock from today onwards. He froze as soon as Lin Knight's words left his mouth. He looked at how friendly Li Ting and Chen Yushua were and thought he had looked the other way. Li Ting's friendship level is 80. Chen Yushua's is 100. Lin Knight froze for a moment then. He remembered that this Chen Yushua seemed to have never spoken to him. And this friendliness was actually full? Instead, how come this Li Ting's friendliness level is still almost the same? She was already Lin Knight's woman, and had made such a great example and realization. So how was she not full? Lin Knight subconsciously opened the friendliness module and first looked at that Chen Yushua's friendly remarks. And at that moment, he froze. Because you saved her from danger. Chen Yushua regards you as a benefactor. And when Lin Knight saw Li Ting's friendliness note, his expression instantly exploded. Because you give up your energy halfway through. The other party worries about the rest of their lives. Thinks you're no good in that area. And defines you as a fine dog. Lin Knight's crooked mouth instantly twitched a bit. He was a fine dog? How does he not know? The next moment he remembered the time he had just chanted with the other man in the cabin at the foot of the volcano. As if he had only just gotten into the main act when he had let his strength go because of the pain in his arm. The whole thing takes just a few minutes. Li Ting even kept praising him for being awesome and seemed to be smiling all the time. I'm Nima. Lin Knight understood. And at that time, he stood in place with a despondent face. Lulu Kai and Chen Yushua and the others all looked at Lin Knight who had called them here with some suspicion. Why did Lin Knight look a little uncomfortable? Li Ting muttered in her heart, he can't have some kind of disease. Can he not be slowed down now? My goodness. Lin Knight forced himself to hold back his unwillingness and subconsciously swallowed, thinking that he would have to make up for it with Li Ting at night. You can call him a dog. You can call him a vegetable. But you can't call him a fine dog. It's an insult to character. Boss, what the hell are you calling us here for? Asked 66 Kai with a confused face. Lin Knight had already been fuming there for several minutes. Lin Knight coughed twice and said with forced embarrassment, well, let's start today like this. Everyone start dividing up the work. This place definitely won't be our base. We have to think about it for the sake of the back shift system. Today Lulu Kai goes to the snowy mountains to fight metal. 20,000 metal for a day. Tomorrow switch to snowy. The day after that Li Ting. When Lin Knight spoke of hitting 100,000 metals, Lulu Kai sucked in 3 mouthfuls of cool air. He felt as if he had heard wrong. 20,000 metals? Sure it's 20,000? Lulu's voice trembled a little when she said this, and beside her, Xiao Shui and Li Ting were both flaxen and frozen. Yuki only has 100 loads and can only carry 80 metals at a time. 20,000 metal ingots she'd have to fight for half a month. Lin Knight knew that the time had come to teach them the dry goods, and at that moment, he rode the eagle and grabbed the nearby armored dragon and flew to the pile of rocks at the entrance. Watch this. I'll show you once how to use card weight to carry more metal back. The armored dragon's backpack can shed the weight of the metal. A metal that originally weighed 300 will only weigh a little by the time it gets to the ether dragon. Make good use of this feature. After Lin Knight finished speaking, he got off the eagle and started riding the armored dragon to hit the rocks, and soon the armored dragon, which was all added to the weight attribute points, was overweight and couldn't walk at all. My armored dragons I all point negative weight. In the early stage armored dragons point negative weight is the mainstream. Attribute points determine the development speed. Do not add attack. When the armored dragon couldn't walk, Lin Knight mounted the eagle again, then grabbed the armored dragon and brought it to another patch of rocks. Lulu Kai immediately brightened up. I see. The eagle has a load of 2,000. It can just bring up the loaded armored dragon. And then, before the words were finished, Lin Knight continued, there's currently no whip, or else with these 2 dragons with bad attributes could bring back more metal. During the gathering process, throw away all the rocks. The metal must be inside the armored dragon bag. I will tell you the refresh point of the metal. After hitting the snow mountain go to the volcano and take turns. Be careful to look around before landing to hit the iron, and pull to the cliff or far away when you encounter monsters first. Rokurokwai nodded repeatedly. If that was the case, he would be able to bring back at least 2,000 or 3,000 metals in one trip. 20,000 metal a day he couldn't even think of. But what he didn't know was that this speed and way of beating iron was the lowest of his jerking iron secrets. Well, then Li Ting today you will go to steal beaver nests. The Lonely Island is a total of several places to refresh beaver nests. Steal and go. You eagle cannot beat. Must be fast. The bulky beaver cannot catch up with you. Your task today is 3,000 cement. Li Ting's wariness rose as soon as she heard that she was going to steal that big rat's treasure. In their very beginning, she was the one who attracted a large pack of beavers by stealing a beaver's den and flattened their thatched hut right off the ground. New grudges and old grudges will be settled together today. The next one was Xiao Shui. Lin Knight looked at her and then directly said, "Your mission is to go to the junction of the mines and the volcanic mangrove forests to look for Tyrannosaurus rexes that have reached a level of 130 or higher. Encounter the low-level ones and ride an eagle to beat them to death. You need to attack the Tyrannosaurus rexes' backs in the sky. It's a bit of an operation eater." Chen Yuxue nodded, but she was a little worried because her weight and life were only 100 points. If she went out to kill monsters, this amount of blood would directly karma when she encountered a little danger. Seeing this, Li Ting hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, can you let Xiao Shui wash her points? Her points are all on attack. It's killing her." Lin Knight also froze for a moment at that time. Full point attack. "Boss, how did you add the points? Can you tell us?" 666 Kai also knew that character attributes were crucial and couldn't wait to ask there. Lin Knight rubbed his chin and thought back to the recipe for the wash point medicine oblivion soup. If he remembered correctly, the ingredients should be cooked fine meat, rare mushrooms, rare flowers, purple berries, stimulants, numbing pills, and water. Got it done. Well, I'll make a few oblivion soups that can wash attribute points later, and Yuki will go back after she washes some. Let me tell you a little bit about this addition. Never think about adding just one type of point during normal survival, because you need to do a lot of things. Taming dragons, blacksmithing, going down caves, etc. Even if you have a speed point of 150, if your blood level is only 100, chances are that a fall damage can just send you away. People like that tend to not be able to do the gathering work. And what the hell is development without resources? The blood level has to be 250 or more so that even if the temperature suddenly changes, you'll have time to shift, or employment against low and high temperatures. Eat some cooked meat to restore your blood. And your pre-additions have to be applicable to a wide range of operations and environments, or you'll be in trouble. My pre-gathering points are 350 blood, 500 weight, and the rest all speed. I'll reshuffle my points once we've built our home and don't need a lot of gathering. As soon as Chen Yuxue heard that she could wash her points, she excitedly pulled Lin Knight's hand at that moment. Next to her, Li Ting's heart thumped as she watched Yuki's excitement. Because Snow looks more beautiful than her, Lin Knight will definitely look at her. But then she thought about the fact that Lin Knight was a fine dog. That expression was instantly brilliant. After Lin Knight finished his explanation, Lulu Kai and Li Ting went out. Lin Knight also went to gather some ingredients to make 2 servings of oblivion soup. Yuki excitedly rushed to drink it. The taste was simply like a cat shit coffee with half a bottle of soy sauce poured inside. It was then that she spat out her tongue, but she soon realized that her points had cleared. Instant great joy. Great, Brother Lin. You're amazing. I don't know how to thank you. Every time we encounter difficulties, you are the one who helps us. I am really a little embarrassed. Yuki was in a good mood after shuffling her points around, adding life and weighting those as she talked. The back also adds a small amount of shift speed. It's fine. We are all from the same tribe. It's only right to help each other. Go use that high attack purple crossbow from the blacksmith's table. If it's not good enough to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex on an eagle, you'll just shoot it from a high place. Be sure to tell me first when you come across a ranked one. Chen Yuxue nodded her head repeatedly, and her mouth, which was originally still a bit of a stubborn seed, said something sulky every day. It's as if some great man once said that, Wang XX, even if I starve to death, I won't eat your food even if I jump down from here. When the back ate it, grinned a bearish grin and said, OMG mom, it smells so good. Now Chen Yuxue was in this state of mind. She who had regained her life with Lin Knight's help didn't sulk anymore. Her eyes seemed to carry light. Just then, Gu Lingxin also managed to return with 2 tamed eagles. Looking at Chen Yuxue who was there with Lin Knight thanking him repeatedly, she thought the sun had come out from the south today. Lin Knight ordered a tribal union as he had done, and Gu Lingxin joined in. Chen Yuxue also rode her eagle and got ready to go out, and before she left the door, she even said to Lin Knight, Brother Lin, don't worry, I'll definitely find you a high-ranked Tyrannosaurus Rex, just wait for my good news. After that, he flew away. Gu Lingxin looked at Xiao Shui, whose contrast was so obvious, and was quite pleased in her heart. Sensei, please make cultivated land at home. Build a greenhouse. Need to go hit some crystals and produce some fertilizer out of the dung and thatch of the gradual new elephants in the waste bin. There are vegetable seeds in the fridge. 2 medium-sized plots of each vegetable for potatoes, carrots, lemons, and corn, and then 8 compartments of blackberries, which need to be hooked up to a water hose and faucet, so you should be able to figure it out. By the way, pick up all the eggs of the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex in the house and put them in the refrigerator. All the safes are divided into categories. Use a canvas to write the words equipment, drawings, materials, etc. on them. You can't put everything in one cabinet. It's a pain in the ass to find them when the time comes, and it's a pure waste of time. Gu Lengxin nodded. She understood what Lin Knight meant. After explaining everyone's business, Lin Knight also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the time. It was only 11 a.m. now. There was still most of the day left. First, he teleported to the poison gas cave to touch the drawings once, and then went to the place where the Green Tea King Heartrain was held captive to have gradual new elephant pull on the second round of Skyfall Alley giving. But today, Wang Xinu was smart. She received the shitball in her backpack. But the collection is not enough. She has a low level. The load is only a little bit. Lin Knight had expected this to be the case, so he purposely made a large 2x2 double-story house. It's another day of swiping and cursing for Wang Xinu. She was tired of cursing. The moody Lin Knight also once again rode a pterodactyl and went out to look for ichthyosaurs with his diving suit and flippers. He's going to have to take all those reserved spots today. Li Ting and the girls' work obviously didn't go as smoothly as Lin Knight had imagined. Li Ting, who stole the beaver's den, was bitten right in the side by a hog crocodile, and her eagle opened the passive like Lin Knight, and the whole time that eagle was watching from the sky. It didn't even do anything until Liatin imprinted Northwest it. The newly resurrected Li Ting let Chen Yushue grab her again to find her eagle, and Rokorokwai, who was gathering metals in the snowy mountains, also juggled his treasures, as he saw a couple of dumb penguins and went straight for the kill, popping out something called an organic polymer. He was also curious at the time because there was decay time and he thought it was food, so he took a bite and died on the spot. Later on, he asked Gu Lengxin at home to ride an eagle to take him to pick up corpses. All sorts of bizarre and strange ways to die had been swiping through their tribal channels. Lin Knight, who had already tamed an ichthyosaur, also wanted to laugh a bit. Look around. Always look around before landing. Never take it lightly. Don't die if the dragon does. If it dies, you still have to catch it. After subduing that level 80 ichthyosaur, Lin Knight put on the legendary ichthyosaur saddle that he had touched in the poisonous gas cave on that ichthyosaur. Looking at the time, it was 1 p.m. He had to hurry too. Riding the ichthyosaur around the bottom of the ocean was estimated to take until 6 p.m. Since you have to go home in the middle to get those building materials for the metal pillars, you definitely can't bring the amount of 10 underwater mines at one time. The underwater mines in all the silos are roughly categorized into 3 types of holes: small, medium, and large. And there is one in the eastern waters of the eastern mines of the Lone Islands, a semi-invincible water hole near the map border. Because that cave is behind the map border and the entrance to the cave is very small, it's perfect for a hidden base. It's even possible to build a PvP semi-invincible stronghold later on. All those who have played Ark know that there is no such thing as an absolutely invincible base. It's just that you can't think of a way to breach it. Metal like this is hard to get without an RPG rocket launcher in C4. And there are so many weapons you can't use underwater that without a tech weapon you're stuck with cold weapons underwater, like crossbows and compound bows. So to break through the all-around defense of the underwater mines, you'll also have to go for the boss first. Lin Knight just kept placing pillars with a metal ladder on them at various underwater mines. Then take another shot of the bed and come over every now and then to refresh. You do not say that the reality of the bottom of the sea still looks a little scary. Thanks to me know the terrain. If the novice down probably scared enough, Lin Knight said a bit helplessly. Now that the sky was still bright he felt that the seabed was a bit depressing. From time to time, he could still see Cthulhu and snake-necked dragons, those large sea dragons, chasing after him, and he didn't take any chances. He won't even take a look at a water dragon that isn't level 150. Time passes and the columns are inserted one by one. Lin Knight's mood slowly calmed down when he occupied his most coveted water hole. Behind this hole was the map border, easy to defend and hard to attack. The cave entrance was extremely small. Even if the elite Sanglong was pulled over it wouldn't be able to get in. With coordinates 36/90ths and boulders on either side blocking the attack route, trying to break this place without a tech weapon is purely a matter of trying to eat farts. But even if the other side had tech weapons, Lin Knight wasn't going to wimp out. He was going to build a full safe wall, surrounded by all the turrets pointing at the water outlet. The blood level of the safe was 50,000 blood. It was much more perverse than a metal wall, and was the hottest defense building material for many PvP players. And there's room for a southern giant and a shark-toothed dragon. If you keep a bunch of electric eels underneath and let them hide behind a rock, as soon as people come directly over to electrotherapy, cool, less than 100 or more safes. And if you add the battery and octagonal turrets, alas, how much metal is that bit? And should we take in a few more niggers? See if that's human talk? Take in a few more niggers. The rest of the tribe are niggers in the eyes of his dragon king Lin? Isn't there a saying often circulated about the Ark? Women will only affect your determination to jerk off and the speed at which you kill. Since women are influencing you to pump iron, let them do it for you. Lin Knight was naturally emboldened now that he had a monitoring system that allowed him to see the level of friendliness. Looking at the time, it was already evening. He said in the tribe, "Step up and engage the families. Be unafraid of hardships. The more you get frustrated, the more courageous you become. I'll take you guys upgrading at night, and everyone will get to level 80 tonight." Look at that. Is that a human word? The more frustrated you are, the more courageous you are, and you are not afraid of difficulties. Li Ting has died 6 times. The eagles are all karma. The latter caught a lowly pterodactyl and went around digging out nests. She was a little skeptical at the time, and she wasn't afraid of difficulties? Her original intention of dedicating herself to Lin Knight was to live a good life with him, and now the good life didn't work out and she died out of the shadows. Either they are mobbed by giant beavers or eaten alive by piranhas. There was also a time when I was poisoned by a titanic python. But after seeing Lin Knight say that he would take them to upgrade at night, Li Ting's resentment instantly dissipated. Just as they flew to complete their various tasks, some of the tribes on the isolated island took notice of the women riding the flying creatures. At that time, someone shouted on the public screen, "I just saw a black silk beauty riding an Argentine giant eagle flying over my head, bringing up a fragrant wind. Did you peek underneath and see any key parts yet? Ha ha ha, black silk? Where is it? I'll pay 200 metal for me to take a look." Chen Yuxue was filled with annoyance as she watched the group of people talking about her on the public screen, and just as she wanted to curse, Lin Knight said in the tribe, "Don't say anything, just let them say whatever they want. Our tribe name can't be exposed. We don't need to mess with a bunch of idiots. Look hard for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It'll be dark soon. Let's see if we can find it." Chen Yuxue gasped and returned, still looking. Then she proceeded to fly up into the sky, wondering if there's something wrong with this game setting. The clothes they teleported in wearing had been on them the whole time, and they were actually still there after they were resurrected. The only way to keep the previous clothes out is to wear iron armor and some of the rest of the gear. She probably couldn't have imagined that if they had traveled over according to the original setting, the women that would have been 3-pointed and all the men would have had only one pair of pants. 8,000 people came up in a state of collective nudity. The scene. And just then, Chen Yuxue seemed to see a strange thing that didn't seem like a creature, but it looks quite similar to that Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was then that she took a look through the binoculars. Tech T, Rex. 180 class. Chen Yuxue was still a bit confused. Lin Knight had asked her to look for a Tyrannosaurus Rex. What was this tech-type Tyrannosaurus Rex? She was a bit surprised when she looked at the tech Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had a black metallic appearance all over its body. Looks like a mechanical dinosaur? My god. 2 bites killed a triceratops. So powerful. Chen Yuxue gulped at that moment, then posted in the tribe channel. "I saw a level 180 type Tyrannosaurus Rex. Should I catch this one? Grab. Catch. Open the map and tell me where it is. Now you do nothing but watch it and don't lose it." Lin Knight didn't even think to reply before riding his ichthyosaur and running straight towards the coast of his home. The whole thing was twitching with excitement. Tech dinosaurs are different from normal dinosaurs. First of all, they look cooler in appearance, with an all-metal construction. Moreover, the highest level of wild techers was 30 levels higher than normal techers, reaching level 180. Level conversion is 5 times 30 for normal dragons and 6 by 30 for tech dragons. Soon Lin Knight took the metal billboards that had been prepared long ago, and at the same time, he also took the 200 attack long barrel rifle and tranquilizer dart that he hadn't been able to use. Chen Yuxue just kept following that type Tyrannosaurus Rex, talking to Lin Knight about the location from time to time. It didn't take long for Chen Yuxue to see the fiery Lin Knight rushing down without saying a word. After first shooting a tranquilizer dart at an elevated spot, slowly rode the pterodactyl to pull the Tectorus to a safe and flat spot. Chen Yuxue didn't say a word the entire time. She just watched from afar for fear of adding to the chaos. Lin Knight's next hand of billboard maneuvers instantly stunned Chen Yuxue. That Tech T-Rex was actually stuck inside? Is that how billboards work? The next step is unilateral output. Veterans read the seconds as they shoot. As the stun value continues to rise for a few seconds or so after the tranquilizer dart hits the creature. In order to keep this Tech T-Rex from dropping too much blood, it's critical to control the tempo of your shots. It didn't take long for the already immobile type Tyrannosaurus Rex to fall under Lin Knight's lustful power. Lin Knight didn't think much about taking out the wooden rejects and rounded up the Tech T-Rex. And just then it got dark. It's better to be safe and make a few torches to stick around in case some ungrateful dinosaur comes over and attacks this fainted Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the taming validity falls off. Blood loss. After all the hustle and bustle, it was time for the most exciting moment of all. Lin Knight opened the attribute bar of that tech Tyrannosaurus Rex with a hint of anticipation. It was then that his pupils snapped wide open. Holy shit! Down for 370 plus attacks? Blood level 11. 000? This rising attack mustn't break 400? If you convert it to attack points you might get 50 points of attack. Next to her, Chen Yuxue was a bit surprised as she looked at Lin Knight, who was making a crooked face again, and couldn't understand what attack points are what. What was the rising attack again? And at this time the sky was slowly getting dark. Tonight Lin Knight was destined to accompany this tight Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it was estimated that he would have to wait until tomorrow to prove to Li Ting that he was not a fine dog. And there's an even more problematic one down there, which is making the feed. Lin Knight couldn't have dreamed that this was only the third day that he would come across an extreme taiba. Planting slow. To make the extraordinary feed you need potatoes and corn, which have to be made into a Lazarus hash and then burned with feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs and honey and all those other things to make it. Mr. Gu, have the vegetables grown yet? I need corn and potatoes, Gu Lingxin said with some embarrassment. I have only just done the plowing in greenhouse. I don't know how long it will have to take to grow. Lin Knight gulped. I guess it would take the early hours of the morning to get enough vegetables. It would be faster with the greenhouse. Next he had to go to the mangroves in his ghillie suit to touch honey for the fridge and catch a queen bee on the way. After thinking about it Lin Knight directly shouted, everyone stop what they're doing and come over to guard this tight Tyrannosaurus Rex tonight. Lulu Kai ride an earth sloth over here and I'll go get the materials needed to make fodder. Thank you for the support of friends. Tomorrow there is something at home. Take a day off. The day after tomorrow normal update did not give 5-star friends give a 5-star. Immediately on the recommendation. Thank you. Bless you. Mwah da. The night was slightly cooler. The lonely island was once again cloaked in a black trenchcoat, and the people on the island, large and small, began to hurry back in a hurry, no one wanting to face the darkness head-on. Only a few of the newcomer survivors who had just been collected by Lin Knight, with a hint of nervousness and excitement, held up torches and rode dinosaurs as they began to head to the predetermined locations on the map. Gu Lingxin, in order not to make Lelukai, who was riding alone in the dark and riding the earth lazily, feel timid, first let Li Ting fly over, and she rode the eagle in front of her with a torch to scout the way for Lelukai. In the darkness they could see some creatures with light emanating from their bodies from a distance. Near the foot of the volcano are the three brothers of the esoteric dragons, with an alpha that has light coming out of its entire body. An elite raptor was also seen. All 6s and 6s walked carefully around the corner. When you get to the point where the volcano meets the mangroves, try not to get into a fight and run wild all the way. By the time they arrived near the mine where Lin Knight and the others were, they could see 6 torches erected around the tight Tyrannosaurus Rex from a long distance away, as if they were bright lights guiding them on their way. Lin Knight spoke with a serious face after seeing everyone arrive. You 4 will stand guard here for one night. I've already built a foundation and bed next to it, so you can be resurrected in place if you die. The purpose is twofold. The first is to protect this Tyrannosaurus Rex from the rest of the fighting creatures. There are some herbivores being chased that may come running, and the encounters are taken out ahead of time, including the carnivorous dinosaurs that are chasing them. The second is to familiarize all of you with the feel of night operations, and if you come across something you have to do at night, I'll take the lead on full overtime. You can sleep in a bit tomorrow morning. The crowd all nodded, looking at the tech Tyrannosaurus Rex that was still emitting some mechanical light in the darkness, and they knew that this creature had to be extraordinary, or else Lin Knight wouldn't have asked them to come in the dark. Lin Knight left on his winged dragon after explaining the situation. First went back to the tribe to lay a wave of eggs for the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes that were able to mate again, and went to the refrigerator to see that there were already 32 of them. And during the day Gu Lingxin was probably picking up the eggs all the time. A level 180 tech Tyrannosaurus Rex was estimated to cost 35 to 40 feeds, and to be on the safe side Lin Knight planned to make 40. And just then the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex next to it took another shit, followed by a dark yellow feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex egg that fell again, right where it still landed on that ball of shit. Hey, and a soft landing, Lin Knight said with a face of excitement, while looking at the egg-stealing dragon next to the spawning woman, estimating that he should be able to gather 40 eggs by daybreak. The next step was to get ready to touch the honey's equipment. He vaguely remembered touching a couple of ghillie suits in the little house in the gas cave. The quality wasn't too good. After thinking about it he went ahead and made a few insect repellents with what little vegetables he had available and brought along the rare flowers needed to tame the queen bee. He also put a flashlight attachment on his long-barreled rifle for insurance purposes, and then made 3 torches. After all, the dark was really dark, and he couldn't see without illumination. After putting on the family's white ghillie suit, Lin Knight rode the pterodactyl and headed towards the stronghold of the poisonous gas cave. All the way there he was thinking about the operation of taming the queen bee. Have to tame a queen to put in the house for honey production first, and expect to get a small amount out by tomorrow morning. The rest of the honey he had to feel with his own hands, and when he did feel some of it he had to send it back to the fridge at home ahead of time, or it would go bad on him in a while. Another race against time. Lin Knight cursed himself for being stupid. Why didn't he tame a queen bee in advance? As he flew towards the poison gas cave stronghold, the people who had already returned to their respective tribes also began to talk about it on the public screen. They had slowly learned a few things in the 3 days of running around, and some of the larger tribesmen had actually tamed bull dragons and triceratops. Some of their members who had experience with other survival games excelled. The Suitbuster tribe is accepting people. Our leader is Big Brother Zhao Bao 1, and we currently have 1,030 tribe members, currently the largest tribe on the Lonely Island. We have now tamed the dodo, paraceratops, and triceratops. As long as you come, you'll be off the hook with a dorm bed. Vegetarian Island tribe accepts people. Only young people, girls are preferred. Our tribe leader is Zhang Beishan, who has played Forest and Solitary Island Survival before, and has experience in survival games. We don't have carnivorous dinosaurs on our island to put you to sleep. Iron Forge is accepting people. The tribe is near the Green Arc. Only 10 people. Level no lower than 30. All are elites. Everyone has iron armor and a mount. There is also Wang Xinyu in the back posted above. Which big brother can come to save the little sister? I am locked up. As long as you save me, I will definitely follow you. Wang Xinyu couldn't die even if she wanted to. And today when she fainted and woke up again, her wooden house had been turned into an iron house. And there was an air conditioner and a refrigerator inside, which was full of food. And there was also a metal faucet bubbling with water. How can you die with air conditioning? If the temperature is always the right temperature, she can neither die of heat nor cold. And she couldn't stand the pain that came with starvation, and ate when she was hungry. The person who upgraded her prison was naturally Dragon King Lin Knight. After asking around and no one answered back, Wang Xinyu was once again skeptical. She even had a thought, it would be nice to be locked up all the time, with food and drink. It was that every day, he would undergo the pain of being buried by a shit ball. As time passed, Wang Xinyu's heart gradually became perverted as well. Soon Lin Knight arrived at the gas cave stronghold and changed into his purple ghillie suit chest armor and blue ghillie suit leg guards. It is too dangerous to look for hives in the dark mangrove forest, and those hives are also in the trees. Breaking the hive queen bee may also not land. However, Lin Knight also knew a location to brush the hive, and the terrain was still flat. Only that place seemed to be near the Zhao Bowen's tribe, and there was a hive refresh point on an upland plain in the southern archipelago of the Lonely Island. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and moved straight away. This time he had to go and tame it even if he was exposed, and after a few more days of ironing he could go to the Blue Arc in the snowy mountains and establish a new stronghold. When he reached the neighborhood of the southern islands, a hitch of his eye revealed a dense mass of vertical torches burning, and small houses in abundance, most of them of wood and a few of stone. Inside, people were already getting ready for bed, and there were some men and women who took advantage of the night to talk about their lives and look for so-called love. Lin Knight looked in the crevice of the reef in front of their tribe, and because it was so dark, he had to search close to the ground. As expected, there were 2 hives. At that time, Lin Knight gulped. It shouldn't be hard to tame that terrain. Lin Knight took a thatched foundation and placed it next to the hive, then extended it out and wrapped that hive in a small 1-by-1 thatched room with thatched walls and a wooden foundation, leaving just a thatched doorframe at the end. That way even if you blow up the hive the queen won't be able to run away. But what Lin Knight didn't know was that his move was just seen by the sentries with binoculars on the lookout in Zhao Bowen's tribe. That sentry was only in his teens, looking at the Lin Knight who was running around in the dark, and said with some sneer, "Ha ha, there are still idiots who come out at night? Hasn't he ever died?" The sentry next to him also laughed. "Hey, what the hell, I guess it's another rookie who doesn't know how to die. Should we report this to the chief? Are you stupid? The chief is sleeping with a woman in his arms right now. If you still want to stay in the tribe you shouldn't talk too much. More talk makes more mistakes. More work makes more mistakes. Don't ask for credit but keep your nose clean. You're still too young." The young sentry nodded back then, and the 2 of them just kept talking about something there. Which woman in the tribe is decent looking? Which woman is pretty? Which woman is getting it on? At night, men always talk about women. They just kept talking there for I don't know how long. The sentry just now seemed to have thought of something else. He thought about how he seemed to have just seen the other party's rank and name. What's his name? I've heard it somewhere before. But then suddenly he thought of something else. Holy shit, a 97 grade. He then rushed to explore with his binoculars. Only there was nothing left of the place. Even the thatched foundation that had just been there had been demolished. It should be misread, right? How is it possible to be level 97? Our chief is only level 38. So I guess I'm looking at my eyes. After Lin Knight successfully tamed the 2 queen bees with the rare flowers, he directly made them turn into hive mode so that they could fit in his backpack. Now he was almost flying to the Red Arc. When I got home and placed those 2 hives, I put 100 rare flowers in each so that they would keep producing honey. The next step is to go to the mangroves and touch the honey. When it came to the most exciting time, he sighed when he thought of the time he was sneak attacked by the old six-beast head beast in the bag lion earlier. Probably have to GA tonight too. It's too dark. Soon he rode his pterodactyl to the Tyke Tyrannosaurus Rex. And Lulu Kai had already gathered a large amount of black fruits on his earth sloth and was ready to stay up and watch this Tyrannosaurus Rex's stun value. Seeing this, Lin Knight hurriedly shouted, when its stun value is about to fall out, then feed it full of black fruits. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stun falls out slowly, and we still have to wait for 8 hours until dawn. All of them work hard, and I'll ride away on the earth laziness. It's useful. 666 Kai got off the earth sloth and mounted Lin Knight's pterodactyl to stand guard next to him. And those three women were all patrolling around as well. And every now and then a raptor that was chasing and biting at the paraphyllum appeared, and it wouldn't be long before it was killed by them. Lin Knight watched this scene and thought. He had led PvP teams before, and had to be consistent about the division of labor and workload between members. To sleep neither, otherwise others will get emotional. After a few looks he rode Earth Sloth to the mangroves in the distance. There are two types of trees in the mangrove forests. The redwoods, which can be harvested just like normal trees and can produce an extremely large amount of wood. There is also a kind of already keratinized sky red tree. Day after day, their bark has been indestructible, and the trunk is extremely thick. Cut not bad. Pouch lions and patriarchs love to run into this horny mangrove, including queen beehives. When Lin Knight searched in the dark for half a day, he finally found a beehive hanging from a tree trunk. Only that height is 3 stories high to say the least. Lin Knight was rather torn at the time. This was a great location, right on the outskirts of the mangrove forest, without having to delve into the depths of the crisis. There was no creature next to it either. It's just that the height is a bit too much of a ripoff. After 3 minutes, Lin Knight once again turned on jerk tree mode, and he intended to build a wooden sloping platform. Use the pillar to support 3 ceiling dislikes to get under the hive. Collect the honey and just bail out. Anyway, the wild honey refreshes after 15 minutes of collecting. Collect 5 at a time. Lin Knight wasn't going to look anywhere else. Gathering in situ to make building materials in situ. He also made a standing torch under that tree in order to recognize the direction. After getting ready, Lin Knight raised his wooden shield and longsword, touched his honey and jumped straight down. After he finished stealing the honey, a swarm of small bees all ran out, and even though Lin Knight fell down to damage dropping 100 points of blood, he had mounted the big daddy of all insects, the earth sloth. A single hard whack fucked up that swarm of bees. Then he ran back to Tech T-Rex on his earth sloth and let Gu Lingxin ride the pterodactyl to put the honey in the refrigerator back home. Make sure you're fast. I'll be back in 20 minutes to deliver the honey. Make sure you don't eat it. When you get home, look to see if the feathered Tyrannosaurus has laid any eggs, and if it has, put them in the fridge. The next step is to repeat the previous operation. Time passed by, and by the time it was 1 a.m., they were all a little sleepy and couldn't keep their eyes open. But looking at that Lin Knight who had been going into the mangroves in the dark to collect honey, they all forced themselves to be in high spirits as well. The big boys are still struggling. What are they stuck for? By the time it was 2 a.m. in the night, no one was talking on the public screen. The clouds in the sky also slowly faded, revealing a dense array of stars. Chen Yushua looked up at those stars and somewhat lost in thought, wrapped her arms around herself. The wind seemed to be a little chilly at night, and her mood dropped as she thought about her father, who was still back home, growing up without a mother. She had only one relative, her father. And I guess he was worried sick right now. I don't know how the world is really doing out there. No matter what, she had to find a way to get stronger and beat this damn game back to the real world. And Li Ting, who was patrolling on the other side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, began to think about the future as well. She vaguely remembered that Helena had said that they had been summoned here to save Helena's world from them. Something about the energy festering and there's no way out or something. Is there anything else we need to do after beating these levels? After another moment, Lin Knight came back. Looking at Gu Lang Xin, who had just returned here as well. Lin Knight smiled. Great job. It's all been hard work. I'll be right back. Rokiroko's eyes are barely open. It's now 4 o'clock. It's almost dawn, and he's finally made it to the top. Staying up all night hurts your body and kidneys. Ega, my waist is still a little sore. Lulu Kai stretched out with a tired face. Returning to the tribe, Lin Knight prepared all the existing materials and then rode the family's earth sloth to collect a large number of purple berries at the entrance. Looking at the vegetables in the greenhouse shed, the quantity should be enough. Lin Knight was ecstatic, and after making a hung cooking pot he got to work on the Lazarus chowder. Immediately after that, take those feathered Tyrannosaurus eggs and burn the feed. And right at this moment, Lulu Kai suddenly shouted in the tribe channel, "Holy shit, that level 135 elite Tyrannosaurus Rex is across the river right now. Boss, what the hell?" At that time, Lin Knight was a bit despondent. That elite Tyrannosaurus Rex was definitely unbeatable at the moment. Unlike normal creatures, this elite will have a long cycle if you want to brush it away. If they were to let Rokurokwai and the others go to distract that guy, for them, the newcomers who hadn't faced the fear of giant carnivorous dragons head on, there's a good chance it's going to be a miss. And just as Lin Knight was thinking there, Chen Yushue had already ridden an eagle to distract that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. After that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex killed a Triceratops with 2 bites, it also discovered Chen Yushue above it. But Chen Yushue didn't know the essential difference between an elite Tyrannosaurus Rex and an ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's bigger. It's faster. Because of its size, some rocks it can straddle. Chen Yushue hurriedly led deeper into the mangrove forest after seeing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to kill it. But she hadn't flown far before she suddenly heard a beastly roar. And the next thing she knew, she was being swooped down by something. It was a level 100 red pouch lion that pounced down on Chen Yushue and killed her in 2 bites. Lin Knight, who was still making fodder, also saw 2 blood-red alerts. Tribal member Chen Yushue has died to a level 100 bag lion. Your Argentine giant eagle died to a level 135 elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Knight, who was afraid that Lulu Kai and the others would botch it, hurriedly shouted in the tribe channel, "Don't go. I'll distract it." Lin Knight directly resurrected Naked to the side of the tight Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then Naked Run accelerated and ran to the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex across the street. With his speed he can't outrun his opponent either. It has to be alignment. It's also got to be snakeskin. Chen Yushue, who had just been resurrected, looked at Lin Knight, who was running naked to pull monsters, and was ashamed in her heart. Their eagle was killed. Lulu Kai gulped a little nervously and looked at that Lin Knight, who had already run up to the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a complicated expression. It would definitely hurt like hell if the other party bites it. What kind of courage and mindset does this Lin Knight have to face pain head-on? Even if he was more proficient in this game, the physical pain could not be erased. Soon Lin Knight managed to get his opponent's attention, and the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex violently stomped the ground and snapped its head down to let out a savage roar. Birds and animals run away. The whole mangrove echoed with that unmistakable roar. Several small tribes in the distance had also heard the noise and were on edge. After seeing the other party start to chase, Lin Knight hurriedly led towards the south of the mangrove forest. He planned to do something big. If you're going to die anyway, let's make it worthwhile and pull this elite Tyrannosaurus Rex near the southern islands. Maybe we can just take out the Zhao Bowen's tribe of 1,000 men. When the time comes, the tree topples from a sinking ship. Thinking of this, Lin Knight looked around with cold eyes, looking at the sun that had slowly risen, and his vision slowly became clearer. Since it was dawn, the initiative was once again back in Lin Knight's hands. Jumping over the boulders and snake skinning around the giant trees, the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex behind him chased after him, nearly biting Lin Knight several times, but it was lightly dodged. Soon Lin Knight's front encountered 3 hacking birds. Lin Knight accelerated and ran behind a Stegosaurus. Those 3 hacking birds fought with the Stegosaurus again, and the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex started biting that Stegosaurus as well. Lin Knight took the opportunity to recover his endurance and looked at the route below. He had to bypass the swamp to do so, otherwise he'd have to demise halfway through the day if he got pounced on by a pig gator in the swamp. The 4 people in front of the tight Tyrannosaurus Rex's heel were already out of sight of Lin Knight, and Li Ting secretly sighed in her heart, worthy of being the man I've been looking at. Courageous batch. If only it wasn't a fine dog. Time passed by, and slowly the sky lightened completely. Midway through, no one knew exactly how Lin Knight had managed to stay alive for so long. By the time it was 6 o'clock in the morning, Lulu Kai and the others had also seen the hint that Lin Knight had been killed. Resurrected in the base, Lin Knight once again burns the feed. Only his mouth is crooked. Chen Yushue asked with some worry, "Brother Lin, where are you? Are you okay?" "Don't worry. It's fine. Wait for the swipe." Swiping the screen? Chen Yushue frowned in some confusion. What was the point of swiping the screen this early in the morning? It didn't take long for someone on the public screen to yell out, "Holy shit! How did the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex from the mangroves get to us? The house I just built. All my chickens are dead. One bite killed them all for me. Holy shit! Ouch! It hurts." Because the southern islands are inhabited by a large number of tribes, they pretty much fill up the southern islands. That elite Tyrannosaurus Rex made a crooked-mouthed Dragon King expression after seeing the densely packed houses, following Lin Knight's example, and then it killed all the way through. Today it is destined to complete 1,000 kills. Some of those who are still awake are still happier that they died in their dreams. When they woke up again, they were also confused. Why is my bed gone? I was killed by an elite Tyrannosaurus Rex? And after that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex had killed half a day, it had finally arrived at the center of the southern islands. There was also a freshly refreshed Spinosaurus beside the river. That silly Spinosaurus hadn't even taken 2 steps, and was opened up by that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex before he could get a bite of meat. Ow woo! The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex was exuberant to the extreme and roared again. Zhao Baowen, who was in the 1,000-man suit bully tribe on the high ground across the river, woke up with a jolt. The woman in his arms was also startled. What the hell? Zhao Baowen hurriedly dressed and got up, took his metal spear and wore his iron armor and went out. The sentry on the lookout rushed to shout, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex is killing! Hurry up and get up! It's coming to us!" Everyone snapped out of it and made their way to the tribal gates in their respective equipment and weapons. Watching that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex that came across the river in 2 steps and bit that level 20 Thunder Dragon to death in 3 bites, everyone was flabbergasted. But at this time I don't know which genius shouted, "Don't be afraid, there are 1,000 of us. Even if one person shoots an arrow, they can do a lot of damage at once. It's just one. As long as we kill it, we can completely dominate the lonely island." Soon some men who considered themselves bloodthirsty also shouted, "Right. I'm afraid. There are so many of us. 1 spit per person and it dies." Zhao Baowen subconsciously gulped. Looking at the members who were already planning to rush up, he seemed to have become confident as well. And I don't know who gave him the confidence. The next second Zhao Baowen raised his metal spear in front of the people and shouted, "Tada Kai! Set fire to the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. No regrets for today's Magus." The sound is monstrous. Everyone's wariness skyrocketed. They think they're invincible, already claiming the lone islands. It's a sure win. That elite Tyrannosaurus Rex also smiled crookedly. Were these people stupid? It was a lucky day. Meeting 1,000 idiots at once? What follows is a one-sided slaughter. And Lin Knight and a few of them managed to tame the tech Tyrannosaurus Rex. Looking at the tech Tyrannosaurus Rex that had more than 470 attacks when it got up, Lin Knight's mouth was the same as that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been killed by 1,000 people. Not too crooked. 1,000 people are still newbies who can't shoot with a bow and arrow. Some of them can't even aim right. Not to mention set fire. According to theory, it was possible for 1,000 people to kill that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex with 1 arrow per person and continuous output, and the other party wouldn't move. Just like when you meet those theoretical big brothers who only talk when you play games. After the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex bites the person in front of you, some people already want to run away. And some were brave enough to ride their own creatures such as Paraceratopsians and Raptors over to nibble on that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the chieftain, Zhao Baowen, had mounted his Triceratops, intending to live and die with his tribe. The dog-headed warlord, 1,000 Abacus, had already seen that this group of people could definitely not block this elite Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack. Almost without thinking he retreated from the tribe with 4 of his Minders. Today this 1,000 Abacus is to see that this Zhao Baowen is not a bright master. He'll have to find someone worthy of an adjunct. So then he had someone go to their warehouse and one person put on a suit of iron armor and buggered off with an iron crossbow and various metal tools. Took a couple of mounts with him when he ran. When Zhao Baowen reacted, 1,000 Abacus had already run far away with a few people. Some of the men saw that the warlord had run away and the tribe had retreated, and they themselves rushed back to get their own things. Zhao Baowen broke into a rage and tried to say something, but the next second that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived in front of him and killed his Triceratops in 2 bites. Zhao Baowen was so scared that he rolled around and crawled. His whole body was bad. The next second he was bitten to death. A mouthful of seconds. The pain that came with death made Zhao Baowen completely lose the courage he had before, as if countless daggers were pinning him from both sides, and then run over alive. Zhao Baowen also panicked. He rushed to resurrect and went to put on his own equipment. His newly acquired woman was shivering in fear in the house and wanted Zhao Baowen to stay and protect her. A leg kick checked by Zhao Baowen. Zhao Baowen didn't want to die again. The pain simply made his eyes widen in anger. Definitely a grade 10 pain. The tribe of 1,000 people who thought they were serving the hegemony was demolished by that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex in a single morning. When the tree fell, the vast majority retreated from the tribe. The public screen also recruiting members was splashed again. Only this time everyone had learned their lesson. They have to see what the other side has to offer before they join a tribe. And those tribes have to interview those who want to join their tribe. No one wants to take in people who run into the slightest thing and run off with a dragon. Those who want to rely on others to make a living are the most unlucky. In this place is not like in reality. You rely on lips and pretend to be a grandson and someone can take you to fly. You're a loser yourself. And no one is going to take you on if you just want to talk and not put forth any effort. And the big contributor to this matter, Lin Knight, was sleeping soundly in the base at the moment. They stayed up all night, and Rokurokai slept like a dead pig in his house. Gulongxin and Shen Yushua also slept. Just as Lin Knight turned back and prepared to change his sleeping position, he suddenly felt something next to him. When he opened his eyes, Li Ting had run to his bed at some point. Li Ting hurriedly made a silent gesture and said, "Sure, they're all asleep. Don't you say anything, dear?" Lin Knight subconsciously winced. Where did this woman come in from? He soon noticed the teleportation cooldown on the bed. and it was then that he came to his realization. I used the bed to teleport here. You're so brave today, can I sleep with you? Looking at Li Ting's face full of shyness, Lin Knight's DNA moved. He's not sleepy anymore. He had to prove he wasn't a fine dog. TM. It's okay for you to call him a vegetable. You're taking it personally when you call him a fine dog. As soon as Li Ting saw that Lin Knight was going to come again, she didn't put it on her mind at all and showed an expression of whatever you want to do and hugged Lin Knight. The next thing Lydia knew, she was a bit skeptical. Apparently this whole thing was beyond her expectations. She didn't get any sleep until noon. The spirited Lin Knight also didn't intend to sleep. Looking at the time, it was already 12 o'clock noon. At that time he stretched out with a face full of pleasure. Life must be happy now. And at this time, Lulu Kai and Gulang Xian both woke up from their sleep. Chen Yushue got up and planned to collect some black fruits. She had mishandled the eagle yesterday and killed it. And now that they didn't have enough flying mounts, she planned to catch another eagle. And it had to be of a high level. Hey, where's Sister Li Ting? Why are you still sleeping? Chen Yushue said that she intended to go back to find Li Ting, but returned to Li Ting's room pressed and did not see anyone. Seeing this, Lin Knight rushed back to his matchbox base to make a few walls and ceilings to encase the still sleeping Li Ting in. Also gave the door permission so only he could open it. Oh, Li Ting woke up just now. She went out to dig out a beaver's den. Let's start a new round of work today as well, Lin Knight said with a face full of seriousness, just as if nothing was wrong. After proving himself, his expression hardened a lot. Today, Rokurokai is going to look for female-type Tyrannosaurus rexes, no matter how many levels they are. If you come across a level 135 or higher feathered Tyrannosaurus rex, armored dragon, star-tailed beast, and blood-returning pig fierce tooth rare, also tell me about it. Mr. Gugo Pump Iron, it's your turn today. Before Lin Knight could say anything about Chen Yushue said, I'm going to go catch eagles. I'll catch 2 high-ranked ones and come back to match them. Lin Knight froze for a moment then nodded as well. After assigning the jobs, everyone went about their business and it wasn't long before they were out the door. Lin Knight returned to his room and looked at Li Ting, who was paralyzed on the bed, his mouth crooked again. And then he was filled with excitement as he once again looked at his newly captured tech Tyrannosaurus rex. Surely enough, as a generational breeder, with a starting blood count of 16,000 and an attack of over 470, good endurance and weight capacity too, starting level 264, change permissions first, only I can operate it. Lin Knight once again came to the Earth Sloth couple after he had gotten it right, and their second-generation female Earth Sloth had also reached adulthood. Then Lin Knight had that male mated with these 2 females, wondering if I could inherit it perfectly. After looking at the hatching time, Lin Knight was also ready to go out. Today he had to take the ice cave as well, and then look around the entire tribe of the Lonely Island. If you meet a well-developed one, pull the monster over to greet them for the new year. Before that, naturally, we have to make another trip to the Resurrection Point prison, so that second brother gradual new elephant can poop another room full of shitballs, and have to give Fairy Wang a bath. Wang Xinyu, who was still staying in prison, thought that the man wasn't coming to torture her today. Just as she was there eating a roast from the fridge, a medium-sized animal feces fell from the sky, followed by more shitballs. Crackle, boom, rub. Wang Xinyu cursed again. Kill me if you have the guts. Do you know who my boyfriend is? My boyfriend must have teleported over as well. He'll be able to get through this game soon, and then he'll come over from another server to fuck you all up. He's going to fuck you all up. Ah, asshole. Outside, the Lin Knight also laughed. This woman really has a bitch. When I was really blind. Still using his Lin Knight name to scare people? Lin Knight was obviously a bit prickly and scratchy as well, and immediately sneered, looking at a dumbfounded level 25 bull dragon in the distance, and directly went up to walk and shoot to stun. After feeding it up, he put a circle of wooden rejects around that prison and had that bull dragon on patrol mode around the prison. It is well known that the only one advantage of the Arc 3 waste bull dragon is that it moves very much when it walks. Duong 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 non-stop. That bull dragon just kept circling around the prison. Lin Knight sneered. This Wang Xinyu won't want to sleep at night. After getting it right, Lin Knight also set out on his work schedule once again. First, I came to Snowmass and inserted a circle of posts around the blue arc in preparation for building a home a few days later. At the very beginning of the arc in the map of the Lonely Island was able to build a house, and many service bullies would occupy an arc to keep other tribes from fighting the boss. Lin Knight was naturally no exception. The red arc and the green arc are not very well defended for basing, and the blue arc is at the top of a snowy mountain, and the temperature alone would discourage many newbies. Coupled with the fact that the South Giant and Shark Tooth Dragon would be refreshed from time to time around the snowy mountains, anyone who wanted to tame such creatures would have to see if he, the Forest Dragon King, agreed. After inserting the pillars, Lin Knight directly came to the entrance of the ice cave, inserted a few pillars at the entrance and buggered off. The monsters inside were too high-leveled. All of them were dog bears and wolves. And there were also extremely high-leveled old six-beast head beasts under the ground. After getting that done, Lin Knight once again mounted his pterodactyl and looked at various places on the map, with the green arc becoming his main scouting target. Yesterday on the public screen a guy named Ironforge said everyone's iron armor and everyone's mounts caught his attention. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and directly flew towards the green arc on his winged dragon. Along the way he saw all kinds of houses, large and small, most of them built along the beach. Looks like those newbies also learned that the beach is the safest area and didn't count their deaths as in vain. Lin Knight first came near the mine and looked around before inserting a few pillars at the top of the mine. Fly all the way and plug in everywhere you go. When he came to the easternmost mining region, he also saw a few small tribes, which he hadn't been concerned about, and he suddenly flew back. Did he just see a child? A bit puzzled, he flew to a high ground, and with binoculars in hand, he began to observe the tribe called Peach Blossom. The tribe was small, almost 6 by 5 in size, all stone, and surrounded on both sides by rejects. The tribune was a man named Peach Blossom, who looked a bit clean-cut and had a relatively well-fitting outfit of animal skins. Next to him was a man named Black Whirlwind, and the two of them seemed to be discussing something. And the next scene caused Lin Knight to be a bit stunned as he saw that there were actually a dozen or so children in that tribe. I thought only adults were teleported here. How come there are children? Lin Knight looked at the children who were obviously all underage for a moment and froze a bit. Not only were there children but there were also a few old men in their flowery years. And that's when the man called Black Whirlwind mounted his Triceratops with a rank 200 otter on his shoulder, as if he was planning to go out and do something. Peach Blossom, on the other hand, began to teach those children the use of weapons and some common sense for survival. Lin Knight could tell then that this one called Black Whirlwind was an expert. That Triceratops of his was already level 200, and there was no way a newbie's dinosaur could be that advanced. Lin Knight just watched that Black Whirlwind kill monsters along the way, and an elite velociraptor appeared in front of him. That man actually rode a Triceratops and went straight for the hard edge, with a maneuver that was almost identical to Lin Knight's, staying high, carting the attack frequency, and utilizing the Triceratops knockback effect can take out elite velociraptors without injury. This guy is a real pro. Lin Knight was a bit despondent at the time, his brows furrowed, and he didn't pull a monster to go to that Peach Blossom tribe. Instead, he turned and rode away on his pterodactyl. Peach Blossom Garden's tribal chief, Peach Blossom, looked at the man riding a winged dragon in the distance with a contemplative face, and at that moment a little boy in front of him, full of excitement, said, "Chieftain brother, what's that thing you said about the arrow that goes down in a parabola when aiming with the bow and arrow? Why do you have to raise the center of aim a bit?" Peach Blossom continued to talk to the kids about the operation of the weapons. He hadn't played Ark before either, and the first day he teleported over he saw a bunch of kids and just didn't have the tribe to take them. Who brings a bunch of drag queens? Peach Blossom gritted his teeth and received all of these children into the tribe, a move he made just in time to be seen by a veteran named Black Whirlwind. The two of them coincided and were ready to make a living with these children. All the way Lin Knight was also thinking about that Peach Blossom tribe. He knew that Black Whirlwind was a veteran, and he also knew that the other party was slowing down their development because they were bringing a bunch of kids with them. Could there really be righteous people in this world? Lin Knight, who had been baptized and poisoned by society countless times, had a bit of an inner dissension. He's only thinking about being a service bully, but if there are really good people among these 8,000 people, should he help? Especially that Black Whirlwind. He even admired the other party's chest a bit. It's clear that you can develop alone. Why is he slowing down his development? Does he have the confidence to pass? And at this moment, Black Whirlwind, who had gone out to tame the creatures, hitched his eyes and saw a level 150 Thunder Dragon, and at that moment, he coldly lowered his eyes. In order to keep the children from being attacked by those fish birds and double-ridged dragons, he had to prioritize catching a big guy with an extremely wide attack range. Upon getting started, he pulls out his iron crossbow, and when he gets off the ground, he starts parkouring and shooting. At this time, Lin Knight had also arrived near the Green Arc, and he was a bit grossed out by the scene he had just watched, with a bit of an indescribable feeling in his heart. Looking down at the tribe called Ironforge Fortress, his eyes were also a bit grim. The houses in Ironforge were metal, and everyone built a small 2x2 iron house. It's small, but it's enough to show that there's something about the leader in this tribe. The number of people totaled 10, each with a mount, 8 paraphilims and 2 triceratops, full metal gear. It wasn't expected to take long for them to tame their flying mounts. The all-metal ones can't do much even if they pull monsters. Although Lin Knight was well versed in PvE's entirety, he didn't want to waste time on it for the time being. What with plugging in water pipes and taming beam dragons to block doors and all that. After thinking about it, he managed to insert a couple of metal poles right below the obelisk of the Green Arc, in case the other side occupies the arc. After flying further southwest he found no tribes of note, and right after Lin Knight left the Green Ark, Thousand Abacus brought a few people to the tribe of Ironforge Fortress. Thousand Abacus, have come to join us in admiration, seeking a bright master. The leader of Iron Furnace Fortress is a middle-aged 40-year-old Li Tiwang, a solid peasant contractor. After seeing Thousand Abacus with a few juniors and dragons came to join him immediately rejoiced. He had long heard that Zhao Baowen had a military master, and the formation of the Thousand Tribe was also all coordinated by this Thousand Abacus. Welcome, welcome, but the rules can't be broken. We need to see everyone's strength first. We don't take rice bowls here. Thousand Abacus was a bit embarrassed by Li Taiwang's remark. Li Taiwang continued. I'll give you all one day. Each of you must grab a mount individually. If you do that, I welcome you to join. I'll give you one more person a set of iron armor and a 4 square meter metal shelter. Thousand Abacus nodded his head repeatedly. Even though the other party was very disrespectful to him, he also knew that this Li Taihuan was definitely much more reliable than that Zhao Bowen who only knew women. And just then there was a little brother in the back covered in iron armor who ran over in a hurry shouting, "Boss, it's not good. The Green Ark has had a few pillars inserted into it." Li Taihuang frowned at that time. Which ungrateful one ran to mess up his place? When he saw the names of the tribes on those pillars, he was surprised and rubbed the back of his head. I'm a newbie, don't hit me? What kind of asshole is this? What the hell are you doing sticking a pole up our ass? Thousand Abacus also noticed that tribe name. He vaguely remembered that the woman called Wang Xinu had previously swiped the screen to scold this tribe every day. Thousand Abacus thought of something at that moment. Could it be that this I'm a newbie don't hit me is a master? Thinking back to the first day when the service opened that Wang Xinu and a group of people were looking for an expert called Lin Knight. Thousand Abacus frowned then. Thousand Abacus with a very high IQ immediately concluded that this I'm a newbie don't hit me is most likely the tribe called Lin Knight. If it was true, as those people said, that Lin Knight was an expert who had already cleared this game, then it would be a better choice than Ironforge. After looking at the group, Thousand Abacus quietly retreated, and he didn't say a word about any of those he brought with him. Opening the map and looking at it, Thousand Abacus concluded that this expert must be in the north. Looking at a parafilm in the distance, he made his move. As soon as the rest of them saw Thousand Abacus start to grab the dragon, they followed suit. By the time the evening came, 3 of the Thousand Abacus had captured their mounts, and there were 2 others who returned empty-handed, and Li Tiwang directly told those 2 losers to get lost. But at the back of the room he only saw 2 people riding over on their parafilms, and Thousand Abacus was gone. Li Taihuan looked down and thought, completely unaware of what the other party meant, and already having a mount. Thousand Calculus went straight west, with the Subpectinosaurus all points of speed along the way. He's got to find that master. The masters who could know about circling and setting up prisons at resurrection points he didn't believe wouldn't be able to play. But as darkness fell, Thousand Abacus was having some trouble seeing the road. Some of the dinosaurs in the distance were waiting for an opportunity to move, and while Thousand Abacus could be intelligent, it lacked physical ability. It didn't take long in the darkness for him to get spiked by a spiny-backed dragon near the mangroves. The mount was killed, and Thousand Abacus was a bit lost. But some people's thinking tends to be different. Want to choose the resurrection point? Thousand Calculator immediately chose everyone's most unwanted resurrection of the Western 2 resurrection point. There are so many prisons there. You can't get out if you're resurrected. People die for money and birds die for food. Riches and riches are dangerous. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? Thousand Abacus' eyes went cold as he directly chose to resurrect at the resurrection point in West 2. As expected, as soon as I opened my eyes, I was resurrected next to a 1x1 wooden house. There's also a 2x2 metal house in the distance with an asymptotic elephant parked on it. There was also a patrol mode bull dragon pacing back and forth in the middle of the house, which was very loud. Ha ha ha, tall man nah. The carnivorous dragon mount that others dream of is being used by him as a noisemaker? Thousand Abacus couldn't hide his inner ecstasy. He felt he had made the right bet. Just wait here for that master to come for sure. So it was that Thousand Calculators played the dodo nearby, intending to make a few sleeping bags. Even if he had to wait 10 days and half a month he had to join the tribe. After photographing the sleeping bag, Thousand Abacus suddenly thought of something else. Why is only the Western resurrection point blocked? Could it be that expert's tribe is nearby, to keep people from coming over to develop? So, a Thousand Abacus stood up suddenly and looked around. Soon he saw the red arc, and running over to it, he found that poles had been inserted in it also. Then he ran all the way north toward the foot of Snowmass. And at this moment it was already 7 p.m., Lin Knight and the others had been busy all day, but they hadn't encountered any dragons worth catching today, and there wasn't a single female-type Tyrannosaurus Rex in the entire map. Now Lu Lu Kai, Gulang Xin, Chen Yuxuan Li Ting who had slept for a day were all revived at the stronghold at the entrance of the gas cave. Lin Knight had also prepared 5 diving suits and would have to take them to upgrade tonight. Boss, what are you doing bringing us to this kind of place? The sky is dark, and we don't have any dragons to ride, said 66 Kai with some doubts. Lin Knight let each of them take the grilled meat and diving suits before pointing to the poisonous gas hole in front of them. The crowd looked up and couldn't see anything, but when they followed Lin Knight to the front, everyone's eyes widened. I go, to the ancient tomb? Or a copy? Lin Knight smiled. This is the poison gas mining cave, a treasure trove for solitary island upgrades. Put on your diving suits all the way. You guys follow me far behind. I'll kill in the front. You guys eat the experience in the back. The crowd followed with some anticipation and entered the poisonous gas cave, which was bright green and filled with poisonous gas. Pressing the torch is not used. It's brighter than outside. Only the environment of this cave is really a bit depressing. Lin Knight had already mounted the earth sloth, and after looking at the rare flower in his hand, he rode the earth sloth and shouted, "Keep your distance. I'm going to start." 666 looked ahead a bit confused. As if there was nothing? How do I upgrade? After Lin Knight ate the rare flower, all of the poisonous insects that were lying motionless on the ground instantly became all hyperactive. Lin Knight's earth sloth landed a fierce whack, and the kill prompt swiped right through the screen. The upgrade prompts sound non-stop. Shen Yushue was confused at that moment. This. It went up to level 58 in a few seconds. Still a bit unconvinced, Rokurokwai opened his attribute bar and took a look. Holy shit! Lin Knight in front of him was still there shouting, "Stay close, everyone rise to level 85 tonight. From tomorrow you'll brush yourselves. I won't bring you here. I'll show you the location of a few treasure chests." As Lin Knight killed his way to the first treasure chest point, Lin Knight was still there talking to the crowd about the time when the poisonous gas cave would be refreshed. The next second he saw a treasure opened in the red treasure chest. Holy shit! After touching it for so many days, it finally shipped again. Ha ha ha! Lulu Kai ran over with a bit of curiosity, wanting to see what treasure Lin Knight had touched. He didn't notice the strange movements in the puddle of the treasure chest. Not even Lin Knight. When Rokurokwai just ran past him, he was sucked in by something, and at that moment he wailed in pain. Ah! There's something in the water. Lin Knight hurriedly mounted the earth lazy whack that puddle. Nothing. Turning his face, Rokuroku had absorbed a hand-sized leech on his leg. Lin Knight thought why. It was probably because that leech had just gotten stuck in a crevice and came out slower, so it escaped Lin Knight's massacre. Rokurokwai thought he was going to die at that time, and tried his best to pull that leech, but it was useless. Lin Knight down the earth lazy upper hand to him pulled off. Continue. It's just the beginning. I'll take you on a brush tour. Memorize the route, and when you're done, stop at the cave entrance and block it. Lin Knight opened his backpack after he finished speaking, looking at the finished legendary Wind God pterodactyl platform saddle that he had touched, his eyes glowing. Armed Wind God looks like it could be ready to be prepared. The strongest air unit in the silo is the Armed Wind God. There are no flying dragons or creatures such as void dolphins and ice dogs here, and air control is entirely in the hands of the Armed Wind God. By the time the poisonous gas cave had been brushed, everyone had returned to the horde as well. Shen Yushue had caught a pair of eagles with ranks of 145 and 140 in the white sky, and was now hatching eagle eggs in the air-conditioned room. Lin Knight hadn't hatched any perfectly inherited earth sloths today, and both were still males, so they were killed on the spot. Just as Lin Knight was there thinking about catching a spotted dragon tomorrow so he could improve his night vision, an unfamiliar voice outside the door suddenly shouted, "Under the name of Thousand Abacus, I've come to join you." Lin Knight frowned on the spot. Thousand Abacus? Zhao Bowen's doggy master? 666 Kai also heard the commotion and rushed out to investigate. And since sealing the resurrection point in the west, no one has come to their side for a long time. And at that moment that Thousand Abacus shouted again. "I, Thousand Abacus, have come to join you in admiration. Please accept me into your tribe. I am willing to assist your tribe in a small way." Lin Knight, who had already taken off his iron armor with the intention of going to bed, once again put on his equipment. When he came out and saw the man called Thousand Abacus, he immediately sneered. "Came to join me? I don't remember saying I'd take anyone." Thousand Abacus said somewhat flatteringly. The expert brother should be the strongest person in this service. Sealing the resurrection point, circling and inserting pillars. Before he could finish his sentence, Thousand Abacus saw Lin Knight's rank, and at that moment, he was flabbergasted. Class of 97. And at that moment, Guling Xian and the 4 of the 66 Kai all walked out. Thousand Abacus was instantly confused after seeing the ranks of those people. Is there more than one master? These guys rank. Lin Knight didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this dog-headed warlord who wanted to join him, and could come up with such brain-dead ploys of forming human cities in tribes of thousands of people. This game is not like reality. You give me a reason to take you. What would you? Zhao Bowen didn't treat you too badly, Did he? Letting you manage the tribe and betraying the tribe directly when in danger. Just like this? You tell me what you can bring to the table. Facing Lin Knight's questioning, Thousand Abacus somewhat awkwardly tugged at his collar. He was genuinely shocked by the other party's rank just now, but it also verified his thoughts that this person was a giant. I'm not talented. I know deep down that it's impossible to ever win against Chief Lin in this game world. Even if I were given 10 guts I wouldn't dare to make an enemy of you. Although I don't understand those things in the game, I can help you to divide those tribes and I can make them go to war. I know that Chief Lin's practice of circling the land is to stop them from developing. Then I can use my ploy to make those big tribes of theirs make a deadly feud during the peace period. When the savage mode turns on, they'll fight to the death. And Chief Lin can sit back and enjoy the benefits. I also know that Chief Lin won't just take me in. I only have one request. If I complete my mission, before the savage suit opens, City Lord Lin please take me in. Lin Knight hadn't considered this aspect of scheming. After he heard the other man's offer, more or less, he had some idea. If people like him were allowed to wreak havoc on the various tribes, wouldn't that actually help a little? Lin Knight, who thought of this, directly pulled Thousand Abacus into the tribe, and Thousand Abacus was immediately ecstatic, but the next second he was kicked out. Lin Knight had just seen the other party's friendliness the moment he joined, and it was only 20 points, not even a passing grade. Lin Knight also knew that you couldn't offend this kind of person yet, and you couldn't just reject them, and if you pissed him off, he'd tell the people of Iron Furnace Fortress right now that he was the one who had inserted the pillar. When the time comes to tell him about this place, he'll have to be annoyed every day. Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can stir them up into a deadly feud, I'll take you in before the savage mode opens, but I'll give you a heads up. Loyalty is more important than intelligence with me. You can use your wits to get the whole district to go to war with me. You'll see if I survive or those 8,000 melee do. Thousand Abacus was overjoyed. With Lin Knight's words, he had a guarantee and a head start. Lin Knight looked at the other party, then chose a low-level Argentine giant eagle from the tribe and gave it to the other party. It also contained iron armor, a metal axe, a metal draft, binoculars, and some grilled meat. Thousand Abacus looked at Lin Knight with some confusion, not knowing what the other party meant. Lin Knight directly released that Argentine giant eagle and said, "It's yours. I'm a person who still values talent, so if you're truly with me, I'll treat you well. You just go ahead and stay in that Iron Furnace Fortress and find a way to make him have a deadly feud with the people of Vegetarian Island." Thousand Abacus was overjoyed. Guaranteed to complete the mission. As soon as I see Chief Lin, he's someone who does great things. This kind of raptor is delivered when I say so. Don't worry, I'll mess up their development even if I die 100 times. I'm the best at stirring up trouble, fanning the flames and all that. Lin Knight waved his hand. Hurry up and go. I'll watch you. Watch out for eagle endurance. Don't fall to your death. Thousand Abacus was overjoyed. He couldn't tell you how godly he looked when he mounted the eagle. He was one of those who had a flying mount. Lin Knight looked coldly at the Thousand Abacus that was flying towards the green arc with a frown on his face. If his friendliness was still that low next time, then don't blame him, Lin Knight, for turning the other cheek. And then Lin Knight turned around and spoke to the crowd. Sleep early today. Tomorrow everyone will tear down their houses and we'll go to Snow Mountain to build our metal main base. Everyone in the Lin Knight tribe went to bed early that night, because after staying up all night yesterday, they were actually still a bit overwhelmed today. When it was early the next morning, Lin Knight woke up early, collected a round of vegetables and honey and then rode the eagle up the snowy mountain. Development is going to have to speed up a bit. Can't count on that 1000 calculator to stir things up. When Lin Knight arrived at the blue arc on top of the snowy mountain, he directly used the 8 stone foundations that he had prepared yesterday and slapped them in the corner. Then placed 16 refining furnaces and a blacksmith's table and machine tool in the center. Finally getting another one by one resurrection of a small house next to it. Lin Knight let those industrious black slaves, not, typo, got those industrious teammates rushing up on their eagles and grabbing a dragon to pump iron. All of you work hard today. All 4 of you hit the iron, the volcano, the snowy mountain, and the mine you assign places. I'm going to go dig out a beaver den by the way and see if there are any creatures that need to be tamed. Lin Knight said with a face full of seriousness, and apparently just set himself up for the hardest job. The guys started doing it straight away without saying a word. Look at that. That's a teammate. These were teammates who gave up their lives to die. Lin Knight was moved beyond belief, and then with tears in his eyes, he rode the pterodactyl south to the mangrove river to empty his nest. Just as soon as he left the house, Lin Knight saw a level 36 female Tyrannosaurus Rex, turned around and went home to get his stuff, starting a new round of dragon taming. Lin Knight didn't use billboards this time. He just landed and parkoured back and forth, and shot that under-level Tyrannosaurus Rex unconscious in a few hits. Looking around, he found another level 150 paraphyllum dragon, and was overjoyed, and overhanded the meteor hammer to bind it, then shot it unconscious with his long-barreled rifle. Taming this thing would allow him to unlock that alarm skill, and although the shark-toothed dragon and earth sloth at home were both level 150, their skills were of little use to him at the moment. It's not even as useful as gradual new elephant's shitball skill. Speak of the devil. Right next to Lin Knight walked a level 150 pure green gradual new elephant with a green head as well. Lin Knight's eyes widened then. Holy shit, he was just casually talking before, grabbing a gradual new elephant to comprehend the shitball skill, and then personally going to greet that green T-Wang Xinu. But this really came across. Lin Knight instead still had a bit of a hard time talking about it. He's an old gentleman. If he learns the skill of crashing shitballs, isn't that too indecent? Lin Knight looked dumbfounded at the pure green gradient new elephant that moved its big ass around in front of him. It also had a few black patterns on it, as if it was an old sow in the countryside. Moreover, that gradual new elephant also slanted and froze Lin Knight from time to time, his eyes filled with mockery. Lin Knight froze then, his eyes looking cockeyed. After overhanding a life-threatening meteor hammer to lasso the dead fat pig's limbs, Lin Knight took his 200 attack long-barreled rifle that could kill a dodo bird with a single shot and struck at the pig's head, and that pig squealed. It's like a pig wailing in a rural pigsty. Lin Knight laughed then and went up for 2 more direct shots to stun. Oh, Nima, dare to taunt old me. Even if you're already green enough, I won't let you go. It's all because you asked for it, Lin Knight said with a sneer on his face, and right at that moment, a double-firm-jawed dragon that appeared out of nowhere suddenly scurried out, snatching Lin Knight's long-barreled rifle and running away. Lin Knight was like, holy shit, the double-firm-jawed dragon, also known as the thief dragon, will keep stealing from you and running away when it does. Yes, it was fire, the flashiest fireworks in the arc, extremely ugly looking, extremely lewd looking, like a big lean rat with bald hair, and he'll look back at you as he snatches your stuff, and with his feet upright and taking small steps he'll start running wild. Lin Knight got on his hands and took out the metal sword he had with him to swing, cursing as he did so. Naya, the most valuable thing on my body is that thing. If you steal it for me, I'll drink the northwest wind. Those twin firm-jawed dragons looked back at Lin Knight from side to side as if they were mocking him, and at the moment the double firm-jawed dragon suddenly ran into the side of whatever creature was still relatively large. The 6 claws that were about half a meter long were extremely hideous, and there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse next to it, which was obviously gutted to death by this thing. Lin Knight subconsciously looked up and gulped then. He was still a bit unconvinced and took a look through the binoculars. It was a 150 scythe dragon. WOJ. Strange, how come all the monsters we encountered today were 150? And at the moment the inspector in the Lonely Island's Ascension Cave was eating the black pearls he had just picked yesterday, crunching them in one bite. It wasn't even your righteous father I helped you paint. TM, hell knows when you're going out to tame the dragon? I yet swiped a few 150 armored dragons and star-tailed beasts next to you yesterday, and you walked right past them, and looked at that peach blossom tribe for half a day like an idiot. You have to develop as soon as possible. Tell Dad what dragon you want to catch. That full-level tech Tyrannosaurus Rex is even a gift from Dad. The inspector sang a little song with a proud face. He had to make Lin Knight get up as fast as he could. That side dragon is also an extreme attribute, and he couldn't be too open about helping Lin Knight, sending those most prominent dragons to Lin Knight all over again and then letting him develop on his own. Otherwise, if Li Meiying knew that it, the monitor of the isolated island, was playing favorites and cheating, it would have to be sent to the parallel world to suffer at that time. He didn't want to go back to those bird places. How cool is the island? He does what he wants. The monitor who thought of this instantly glared at the double firm-jawed dragon who had stolen Lin Knight's long-barreled rifle, and clicked a button right then and there. When Lin Knight reclaimed his 200 attack long-barreled rifle, he froze then. Hiss. What the hell? How did this thing run in karma itself? He hasn't hit that thing yet. Forget it. Whatever. This scythe dragon is still male and the color is fine. Catch it, Lin Knight said and went to prepare the trapped dragon trap. But when he got home he remembered that he only seemed to have 5 feather Tyrannosaurus eggs, and the feed would have to be about 40 less to be safe. This level 150 scythe dragon can be hard to come across in solitude. Lin Knight naturally didn't want to feed it with vegetables or berries. It would take 10 hours less to get up if he fed it with vegetables, and the taming validity falls off way too much. Want to get sleepy and train tomorrow when we have feed? And just then, it seemed like the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes next to them were all starting to poop. Lin Knight looked at the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex that had pulled 3 eggs at once and was dumbfounded. Holy crap! Looking up, those feathered Tyrannosaurs all pulled 3 eggs almost simultaneously. Straight up pull off the elimination. Is God helping me? The Ascension Cave's monitor came on the spot. It's not God helping you. It's your righteous father me. Lin Knight's mouth once again couldn't help but quirk up as he looked at the large pile of still smoking feathered Tyrannosaurus eggs, And once again, without being a human being, he opened the breeding option for all feathered Tyrannosaurus. It made for another friendly collaboration between the feathered Tyrannosaurs who had already pulled off the elimination. Got another batch of brand new eggs. The feathered Tyrannosaurus rexes have a close call. The expression of the egg-stealing dragon next to him was all flaxen and frozen. It seemed to be there saying, I think it's purely redundant for you to catch me. You're a fucking wolf exterminator. After having enough feathered Tyrannosaurus eggs, Lin Knight naturally prepared some more billboards and pillars. It's better to wear iron armor to be safe. This thing's claws hit so fast, if you get huffed twice while trapping it, it's straight up karma. So then the egg-hypnotizing master Lin Knight once again took to seducing the scythe dragon. And when the scythe dragon walked up to the two intersecting billboards that Lin Knight had placed ahead of time, Lin Knight grabbed the opportunity to insert another billboard behind the scythe dragon. Right on cue. It formed a triangle trapping the scythe dragon inside. Before Lin Knight could react, the scythe dragon was directly a big forced pocket, whooping Lin Knight out 7 or 8 meters. Lin Knight hurriedly endured the pain and climbed up. Looking at the scythe dragon that had been trapped, he started shooting tranquilizer darts as well. The already trapped dragon naturally had nothing to fear. It didn't take long for that scythe dragon to be shot unconscious. Lin Knight hurriedly took the wooden rejecting horse and once again habitually built a circle around the scythe dragon. Lin Knight would use the rejecting horse to encircle a high-level dragon almost every time he tamed one. After getting it done and then shooting a sleeping bag, and after looking around to see that there weren't any other meat dinosaurs, Lin Knight then opened the Scythosaurus's backpack properties. Looking at the crooked curve of the corners of Dragon King Lin's mouth, one could tell that he saw an outcome that satisfied him to the extreme. He's presumably the first person in their suit to get an extreme shark-toothed dragon, an extreme-type Tyrannosaurus extreme sickle dragon. He just needs to use the rest of the females to produce perfectly inherited female dinosaurs to batch breed the second generation. And with the second generation he can fight the easy bosses and unlock some of the stuff first. And that's when the monitor in the Ascension Cave suddenly received an anonymous call. When it gulped a little nervously, looking at the coordinates of the anonymous caller that actually said aberration, it panicked. Now the aberration is Li Mei Ying's territory. Who else could have done it but her? The monitor's face was contorted in fear. Who is Li Mei Ying? The most popular and powerful beast-taming queen of all the official characters in the ARC games. The fierce woman who once made the obelisk change multiple settings by herself. She is also the only survivor capable of taming elite dragons with her bare hands, and is rumored to be a female martial artist from the Three Kingdoms period. Just teleported over and fucked up that machine gun bunch across the street with a bow and arrow. The monitor still remembered the fear of being stepped on and rubbed under Li Mei Ying's feet, but it didn't dare to not answer the other party's communication. After thinking about it, the inspector answered it anyway, coughing a little shakily there and saying, Ahem, I'm the Lone Island Inspector, number 007. There was a domineering, overbearing female voice directly on the other end of the comb that scared the monitor green. Are you abusing the monitoring system, HM? Are you upsetting the balance of the silos? The monitor subconsciously gulped and murmured, No, heaven and earth, am I that kind of person? Big sister, you've misjudged my little brother. It better not be. If I catch you fooling around again, I'll make you laugh and cry. You can try. Li Mei Ying hung up after saying that, and the Lone Island monitor didn't even have a chance to retort. Moreover, he was now clear about one thing. His private operation of painting the dragon for Lin Knight was known by the backstage. After hanging up the phone, the monitor suddenly sneered with a crooked mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you yanking for? Isn't it just some three-legged kung fu you've learned? Bah. Who are you scaring here? You think I'm scared of you? The next second, the phone rang again, and the monitor shrank into an egg for a second, nearly dying of fright. Once he saw that it wasn't the aberration area calling, he exhaled. Hey, scared me to death. I thought it was that shrew Li Mei Ying again. This kind of woman is destined to be single for 1,000 years. Nope, 10,000 years. I curse her to be single in the ARC world for 100 million years. Cursing, the monitor answered the communication anyway. Hello, this is Helena. There's been a change in the situation. Observing that most of the survivors in the obelisk server are developing slowly, the peace period has been shortened to 1 month. After 1 month the savage match mode will be activated directly. The combined strength of their batch seems to be inferior to the previous batch, and it's too far from what was expected. There are still people in a state of confusion. The monitor laughed. Listening to Helena's words, then he was delighted. Letting them go to war early? That's a good feeling. That way we can elect the service master of each service in advance. At that time, we can take an early vacation. Don't take it lightly. Some servers are too low. You're not so bad here. It's possible that in a year's time, half of the 8 million people will be unable to pass the difficult bosses. The overseer was dumbfounded. Half of the people are going to be eliminated just from this map of the Lone Island? What the hell is there to play behind then? Helena, there's no way. Go ahead and arrange it. Send this message to the gems in everyone's hands. The monitor nodded. And just as Lin Knight was feeding up that female tech Tyrannosaurus Rex and the gradual new elephant, the Scythosaurus's food degree was pretty much dropped. So it was just a matter of putting the feed in and getting up. Just as Lin Knight was about to put it in, a green line counting down the time suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Announcement: only 30 days left until Savage Mode opens. Lin Knight frowned then. Early war? What the hell is going on? Had Helena and the others run into some new difficulty? Or was Rockwell coming to the Lone Islands? Let them start the war early for the sole purpose of selecting the strongest tribe to lead everyone to the boss. Although Lin Knight thought about it, Lin Knight didn't belong to the Madonna, and he didn't intend to take everyone to fight the boss. He only takes people from his tribe. After thinking about it, he put the feed into the Scythe Dragon's backpack. The public screen bristled again, and those who had never played Ark before couldn't even deal with the dinosaurs yet. And savage matchmaking? How many people will have to be locked up by then is anyone's guess. 1,000 calculators, who had already joined the Ironforge horde by virtue of the Eagle, also looked down and thought, this news counted as good for him. Once the war started early, he would be able to join Lin Knight's tribe early. The tribes that had been going it alone now had plans for diplomacy. A month would pass quickly, and they'd have to find allies. Ironforge, do you want to create an alliance? Can we create an alliance with you? After feeding up the Scythe Dragons, Lin Knight incidentally took the female-type Tyrannosaurus Rex and gradual new elephant, who had just gotten up. Back. When you get home, let the two tech T-Rexes breed first, and when you have eggs, throw them directly into the air-conditioned room, and then rode off on his pterodactyl to dig out the cement. Going out was much more normal this time, and didn't go out and see a couple level 150 monsters. The monitor who had been terrorized by Li Meiying didn't dare to explicitly help Lin Knight now, because Lin Knight had Li Meiying and their second-generation monitor system on him. This would have to kill it if Li Meiying knew about it. It was for the future savior of the Earth, and by his mishandling it was given to Lin Knight, who was shooting his house in place at the foot of the volcano to explore his life, just in case Li Meiying and the others blamed him later. He had to make sure that the Lin Knight tribe was the strongest in this suit. But you can't help explicitly. Any more help and you'll be exposed. By the time Li Meiying teleported directly from the aberration and then saw that the second-generation monitoring system was gone, he must not stab him with 99 transparent holes at that time. How can I help it? How can I help Lin Knight develop as quickly as possible? The monitor lit a cigarette with a despondent face. And I don't know where I got it from. Looking at the list of 8,000 individuals, he too was in deep thought. Suddenly he thought of Wang Xinyu, who had been locked up by Lin Knight for several days. And then the monitor thought about it again. The 3 women in this Lin Knight's tribe were all beautiful women, and he directly concluded that this forced him to be an old gentleman. Should I call him all the pretty girls in this suit who don't have a bad heart and are obedient? Doesn't he have some kind of friendliness module? The monitor spoke with a pensive face. When Lin Knight had more people at that time, it would naturally develop faster. When the time comes that hundreds of mouthfuls of beautiful women work as black slaves for Lin Knight to pump iron, won't that just take off? But when he wanted to do something about it, he suddenly thought of that shrew Li Meiying again, and he gulped at that time. Asterisk. Can't be too obvious yet. Let's see. I definitely can't show my face. After thinking about it, the monitor transformed into a dull, toothless pterodactyl, and then he flew out of the Ascension Cave towards a small tribe of only women near the southern islands. He had already looked at it, and none of the women in this tribe seemed to want to rely on men, and although their looks were mixed, with both beautiful and ugly ones, their character could definitely be relied on. Unlike Wang Xinyu's kind of women who only wanted to rely on men, these 7 or 8 of them relied on themselves from start to finish. I don't have a mount yet, but I've raised quite a few dodos. That pterodactyl the monitor turned into just flew at the gate of someone's tribe like a dumbass. When the women opened the door, the monitor flew right in, pretending to be in the wrong place, and plunged headlong into someone's house. Those women looked at this rank 20 toothless pterodactyl actually stuck in their house and were overjoyed. Hurry, close the door. Don't let it get away. Let's find a way to knock it out. It's really great. There's actually a pterodactyl stuck in our house. The women soon took out their tranquilizer arrows and started shooting as well. Before, all you had to do was shoot it and the pterodactyl would fly away. Not this time. That pterodactyl got stuck right there and passed out in a couple hits. Those women were overjoyed. And at this moment has come to the neighborhood to pull out the beaver nest. Lin Longwang still do not know that his righteous father has risked his life again to find him 7 or 8 black slaves. Not. Find 7 or 8 teammates. Lin Knight looked at the giant beavers in the river and said with a sneer on his face, a bunch of stupid rats. I'll just steal the cement you got. What's wrong with that? You have the guts to come up here. Lin Knight touched and ran along the way, suddenly encountering a beaver den with only wood. Lin Knight cursed on the spot. Which son of a bitch steals a beaver den without clearing the den? Don't you realize that if you don't clear the nest, it won't refresh? What quality? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I curse you every time you tame a dragon the dragon gets bit by another dragon. And just as Lin Knight touched another nest, he suddenly saw a woman riding a pterodactyl across the street flying towards him. The woman was also a bit flustered. How come the newly tamed pterodactyl didn't listen? How does it fly around? Lin Knight was also confused, looking at the long black silk leg that crashed straight towards him, and froze then. It seems that black silk is still the high-end goods of the Parisian family, and there is also a son of the mother on it, bright and shiny, flashing the eyes of Lin Knight to be blind. Ah, what's going on? How come there's no endurance left? My god, what's wrong with this pterodactyl? The woman up there shouted with a face full of excitement. I don't know what just happened, but as soon as she got on the pterodactyl, this one flew outward. I can't believe I don't have any stamina now. Somewhat flustered, she was still dazed when she was thrown off by that pterodactyl in one fell swoop. It happened to land right in Lin Knight's arms. Lin Knight gulped then, looking at the pterodactyl that had no stamina to slowly fall to the ground to be bitten to death by several carnivorous dragons. His expression was complicated. The victorious monitor returned directly to the Ascension Cave, the corners of his mouth grinning non-stop. Ha ha, good son, Dad can only help you up to here. If I mess up again, I guess I'll be forced offline. I'll leave the back to you. This woman called Lu Yu is a tribal leader. Before that she was a fitness instructor. Her side business is graphic modeling. That body has no words. I don't believe that you'll be subjected to it. Character is absolutely no problem. Guaranteed you'll like it. As the monitor said, somewhere in the forest night that was still touching cement with the intention of going back to build a house came to life. That woman was also a bit confused as she looked at Lin Knight who was hugging her, and her entire face reddened. You put me down. Lin Knight gulped a little awkwardly. Just now when he hugged the other party, he clearly saw the other party's body. It was simply a living work of art. A special thing. He was a normal man and was a little confused. What kind of coincidence is that? Who in their right mind could have this happen to them playing Ark? Out to steal a beaver den. A woman falls from the sky. And a beautiful one at that. Still wearing high-end black silk. This black silk? No. This girl, which tribe are you from and how did you fall from the sky? Lin Knight pretended to be serious. The woman stepped back a little shyly. It was the first time she had ever cuddled with a man. But before she could take 2 steps back, a raptor appeared behind her. Lin Knight shielded the woman without saying a word. Lu Yu was a bit surprised as she looked at Lin Knight's ridiculously high rank, and her jaw dropped. Where was that raptor a match for Lin Knight? A meteor hammer binds, and the iron sword slashes straight away. Sometimes fate is so marvelous. So many Ark players who go out to steal beaver nests cannot pick up black silk, right? Lin Knight went out to steal the beaver nest at the same time actually came out of the hero to save the black silk. This black silk also took a glance at Lin Knight, and was instantly deer in the headlights. Me, I'm called Lu Yu, what's your name? Lin Longwang had lived for more than 20 years and had never encountered anything so evil. And it's a multitude of impossible things all rolled into one. It makes the whole thing even more confusing. 1. He was one of the first of the Ark players to steal the heavenly beauty of a beaver den. 2. And the woman was wearing black silk and high heels. In the world of the Ark it can be more outrageous than going out and picking up a 755 attack sprayer. 3. The most outrageous thing is that the other guy actually seems to be interested in him. Lin Knight a little skeptical of life looking at the opposite side of the deer fidgeting Lu Yu. Around a few watching the dodo bird stupid then fluttering chicken wings back and forth coo ceaselessly. Every now and then 1 or 2 paraceratopsians and cephalopods walk by, making the romantic picture a bit comical. Lin Knight was a bit confused as he probed again to see that the woman's cheeks were gradually turning purple, starting from pink and slowly turning purple. Not daring to raise her eyes, she just had to look around and down at whatever was on the floor to make it look like she wasn't losing her demeanor because her heart was beating faster. But instead, she was even more overwhelmed. Lin Knight was also someone who had watched television, and he knew that the other party was probably looking at him. Looking at the other party's flustered expression, he subconsciously asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Yanuki nodded instantly, then jerked her head up again and shook it. Before she could slow down to say anything to hide her panic, her hands were held by the other woman at the same time. Lin Knight looked at the other party's level which was only 27, then subconsciously looked at the other party's clothes and exploded. Not only did this woman wear black silk on her legs, but she also wore a sun-protective black silk glove on her arm and hand. Blow up! Eureka! A special thing to have at your fingertips. What do you want with the southern giant? What Tyrannosaurus Rex? I came here today to tame Miss Lu Yu. Would it be okay if we took her into the tribe? She should be looking at me. I guess the friendliness is straight up full. Try it? Thinking of this, Dragon King Lin once again spoke. How come it's only level 27? Isn't it a bit hard to get by? Come to me. Lu Yu nodded then. And then she shook her head violently. I have 7 other sisters, they're with me. Lin Knight was hearing out that this Lu Yu seemed to have a bit of a love brain, guessing that she would listen to whatever Lin Knight, said. And he wouldn't believe that there really was this kind of woman in the world if he didn't see it with his own eyes. As much as she wanted to join, she didn't want to abandon her teammates just yet. This woman. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and directly walked over and hugged the other party before kissing them. Lu Yu's eyes widened and she subconsciously struggled, but she didn't know what made her lower her fists. And then she wrapped her arms around Lin Knight's neck, tilted her head back and closed her eyes, her calves bending backwards at 45 degrees. 2 strangers meeting for the first time just kissed. The surrounding dodo, paraceratops, and triceratops all looked at the 2 two-legged sheep with squinted eyes. I don't know where they ran to watch the show, but the 3 brothers of the Ark 3 ruined American jawed dragons, who were only 20 centimeters in length, surrounded Lin Knight and Lu Yu and watched from there. Suddenly an American jawed dragon was the first to attack Lin Knight. Lu Yu was shocked and tried to get Lin Knight to dodge, but the man in front of him was wearing a legendary metal chestplate of 800 armor, and he clearly just didn't put these few little karamis in his eyes. Don't mind them. Let them bite well, Lin Knight said while whistling. The toothless pterodactyl that had never turned on its attack mode was considered to be having a good time today. After the toothless pterodactyl took off, Lin Knight once again wrapped his arms around his opponent, kissing each other while pushing up against the nibbles of the beautiful jawed dragon. Lu Yu has also been completely caught in the cycle of love. She was an extremely conservative woman before. If it was before beating her to death, there was no way she would do this kind of thing with a strange man. But sometimes love is a thing that when it comes, you have no place to hide. The pterodactyls were flying and nibbling on the 3 megalodon, and Lin Knight was also nibbling on Lu Yu. This level 27 humanoid creature still requires a bit of patience to tame, obviously, and you can't let her get attacked by another dragon in the process. You can't just walk away suddenly in the middle either, or her taming effectiveness will continue to drop. It may not let you tame it anymore in the back. It has to be done once and for all. Lin Knight had been kissing for a good 30 minutes, and the other party's eyes had completely turned into love. It wasn't that Lin Knight didn't want to kiss anymore, but it was because Lu Kai and the others were shouting in the Horde channel. Boss, there's no more cement at home. Do you have any more on you? How many have you touched? Should we make the industrial furnace first? What's the most important thing a tribal leader should do? That's sneaky. Let the niggers do everything. No. That means you have to go out of your way, work hard, recruit, and set ambitious goals and development plans for the tribe. Got to make the tribe your home. Gotta put the niggers. Gotta treat their teammates like their own family. Lin Knight coughed twice and hurriedly returned to the tribe. You guys hit the iron first. I'm currently fighting a level 150 elite squid 3000 meters under the sea. I'm almost done with it. Li Ting, you're awesome, then we'll wait for you to come back. Lin Knight subconsciously opened his own backpack after he finished speaking and looked at the cement, which was only 600 or so, and raised his head a bit proudly then. And then he still did not forget the business. Today had to have to take this woman who had a crush on him into the tribe, preferably while she was in a daze. Otherwise, when her brain is clean at night, it'll be a hell of a collection. Overseer 007 in the Ascension Cave was also there eating with a handful of black pearls, cursing as he ate. You hurry up and do the right thing. TM. In a hurry, Dad. You first fooled her into entering your tribe. Then you fooled her into calling all those women to your tribe's neighborhood, and it's not over? You're so good at cheating. And you're still talking about love and affection there. Rubbish. Just as the inspector was there cursing anxiously, Lin's next tawdry maneuver simply refreshed the wonders of the Ark world. Lin Knight, who had just stolen a beaver's den, was carrying rare flowers. This is because beaver dens not only produce cement, but also items such as rare flowers and rare mushrooms. At the moment, Lin Knight was holding flowers in his hands. 99 rare flowers. Implicitly, he got down on one knee before raising rare flower to the woman in front of him and shouting, I beg you to join my tribe. I knew from the first moment I saw you that you would join me. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Beautiful Luna. Overseer 007 looked at the rare flower in Lin Knight's hand with a dumbfounded look on his face and thought to himself, how can this thing be used like this? Isn't this for attracting hate from monsters? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Her brain short-circuited and her CPU stopped working. Why is this like a marriage proposal? Ghostly retreated from his tribe and ghosted into Lin Knight's tribe. Lin Knight also saw the other party's friendliness the moment they came in. 100. Guan Ju. In the river's continent, a fair lady, a gentleman's martyrdom. A tawdry maneuver that made the Black Pearl eating monitor choke and nearly take a back seat. And right after Lin Knight received Lu Yu into the tribe, a group of women ran up behind him. Lin Knight looked up and saw a woman being pounced on by a pig crocodile. who was then bitten alive by the other party, and one was poisoned by a titanic python. They actually ran from the swamp to find Willow Moon? Lu Yu also saw her rushing teammates and was a bit overwhelmed. Everyone how? Lin Knight looked at the women who had ventured over to find Lu Yu, then grabbed his long-barreled rifle, right-sided it at the pig crocodile that was chasing them, and killed them with 3 shots, and then fucked that titan python. There were 7 women in total, and 2 died halfway through. A woman at the head of the group looked at Lu Yu with a worried face and said, "Sister Yu, why did you retreat from the tribe? We saw you running out on a winged dragon, so we chased after you to take a look. Are you okay?" Yanuki looked at Minerva and the others who had arrived and was a little unsure of what to say. They had formed the tribe to live on their own, and she had actually run off with a man. How was that right for these sisters? "It's okay, I'm fine. Sisters, I'm going to quit the tribe for now. I'll get a chance later," Lu Yu said with some embarrassment, and Lin Knight looked at those women with a somewhat complicated expression. The one called Min Anna also saw Lin Knight's rank without realizing it, and her eyes widened at that moment, and then looked at Lu Yu with a face full of surprise, murmured, "I can't imagine that Sister Yu actually went with a man because he was strong." Yanuki clenched her fists nervously. She didn't know how to answer. Looking at these sisters messed with her mind, and just then Lin Knight crooked his mouth with a face full of arrogance and said, "Now that she's my woman, I welcome you all to join me or establish an alliance first, so if you guys run into any dangers in the future, you can always look for me." Lin Knight hadn't even finished speaking when Min Anna directly sneered, "You're dreaming. We won't rely on men even if we die. Sisters, let's go." Lu Yu looked at those distant friends and subconsciously wanted to reach out, but Lin Knight stopped her. "Don't worry, they will definitely come back to you. After they have gone through countless trials and tribulations. Go back with me first." Lu Yu exhaled with a face full of helplessness before being grabbed into the sky by Lin Knight on his winged dragon and just flew back to their base. All the way there Yanuki wondered what was wrong with her. Is this love? Can love make her not even want a partner? Or did she just fail to explain herself? Along the way she was thinking about how to explain the explanation to them later, and before she knew it, she had arrived at Lin Knight's tribe. Lin Knight returned to the tribe and went straight to the air-conditioned room, looking at the Tech T-Rex egg that was still a few minutes away from breaking its shell with an exuberant expression. Now that there was no egg incubator to look at pup points ahead of time, he wasn't looking for a breakthrough, just a perfect inheritance of a female, so he could breed in bulk then. Yanuki would have looked dumbfounded by now. She had never seen such an exaggerated tribe in the southern islands. Incredibly huge stone houses, a large group of feathered tyrannosaurs, and a solid red shark-toothed dragon that looked so fierce. And just as she was looking mesmerized, Lin Knight crooked his mouth again from the sidelines. This first egg really did inherit all of the extreme attributes of that male-type Tyrannosaurus Rex. And this Tyrannosaurus Rex pup is still a female. It was too late to think much about going straight to the fridge to get the meat and feed it. Also have Rokuroku come back for the cement. As soon as Rokurokwai returned to the tribe, he saw the newest addition, Ryuki, and at that moment, he was enlightened. But he didn't say anything about it. Instead he said with a serious face, "Boss, there's still some place you didn't touch the nest before. I'll go somewhere else to touch it, and we'll be able to make a big enough portion of the metal building materials today." Lin Knight pretended to be serious and said, "Well, the nests around the southern islands have all gone. You should still have quite a few elsewhere if you take a look." After hearing this, Lulu Kai ran away, afraid of disturbing Lin Knight's good deed. For this kind of bigot, it's his freedom to do what he wants, and it's good enough that he can fly with a bunch of them. 666 is living not to understand too much now, and just as Rokurokwai guessed, after he left, Lin Knight brought Lu Yu, who was in a state of love brain, to the same bed where Li Ting had slept before. That afternoon Chief Lin spoke for over 6 hours to convince this newcomer. Lu Yu, halfway through, he even carried his pants out to feed the Tyrannosaurus Rex pups from time to time, fearing that the other would starve to death. Lu Yu completely lost her ability to think. She didn't even react by the end of the night. How could a woman as conservative as her do such an outrageous thing? Didn't she want a slow burn relationship, a 3-year-long relationship, then see her parents again, then talk about marriage, and only then give her body away? How come today she? Next to him, Lin Knight was already talking there like it was nothing. "Don't worry, you'll be walking sideways after Solitary Island. Without further ado, I'm going to teleport all the dragons into the airdrops. We have to move tonight. The base of Snowy Mountain is halfway built. We're going to have to tear it down here." Lu Yu was originally very lost, but the moment she heard Lin Knight's voice, the feeling was like her entire body was electrocuted. On the spot she stood up and said something like, "I'll help you move it." Lin Knight smiled. Clearly this Lu Yu's tameness had reached 100%. Looking at such an obedient Lu Yu, Lin Knight slightly reached out and touched the other party's head. "It's fine. You rest. There's food in the fridge. I'm going to start getting busy. Luyu had a red face and wrapped her arms around Lin Knight, lowering her head to say something. Lin Knight also looked over sideways, but just as they were whispering there, Li Ting, who had been fighting all day, suddenly teleported from her bed. Not yet stood up, Li Ting shouted there. "Oh husband, today is really tired baby. Iron too no tired, can I?" Before Li Ting could finish her sentence, she saw the confused duo in front of her. Lin Knight and Luyu also saw Li Ting who had teleported over. That picture is like the Three Kingdoms. Everyone's heads were spinning. Luyu subconsciously came up with, "You have a wife?" Lin Knight didn't deny it and came with a face full of pride. "How about it? Isn't my wife cute?" The next second Yunuki fainted in place. A crack in her love concept. Li Ting was also a bit speechless. Although she had told Lin Knight to find a woman, she thought that Lin Knight would look for Ms. Gu and her good sister Chen Yuxue. How can you go out for a day and come back with a wild woman? But she was jealous, and she knew the position she should put herself in to speak. At that time, she was a bit aggrieved and said, "Hubby, I can make a deal. If you're biased, I'll make trouble." "You can't be biased. Everything is the same for everyone. Tomorrow you have to let her go ironing too, or I'll never work for you again, and you'll kick me if you dare." When Li Ting spoke, she was already picking at the weapons and equipment on Lin Knight's body. Lin Knight dead pressed her head to prevent her from taking it, but Li Ting is not the right person. Directly on the mouth to bite. Lin Knight HP blood -5. Lin Knight also spoke a bit furtively. "You don't mess around. If you have something to say, aren't you the one who said it's okay for me to find a woman? What are you messing with? You can find it, but you have to treat it the same. You've got to make her hit 20,000 iron tomorrow. If you don't let her pump iron, I'll pull your tight Tyrannosaurus Rex into the river and drown it tomorrow." Lin Knight cackled then when he heard the other party's words. Looks like it's time to move property in an underwater mine. Before he could think of the next step, Li Ting cried, crying very loudly. When she saw that Lin Knight actually did plan to go against her, she quit on the spot. The Tech T-Rex cub next to him looked at Lin Knight in a bit of a daze as it stated that it was out of food in its backpack and asked Lin Knight to get it some. "Get the hell off to the side." Lin Knight uphandedly flung dozens of cooked meat in and directly kicked away that newborn Tyrannosaurus Rex cub. "I've told you to find a woman. What more do you want? I just want to be fair. You still think of plotting and scheming against me? I'm the woman you've got, and you're actually thinking of ways to deal with me. You." Li Ting had been there all along, ghostly and strange. Lin Knight was also a bit despondent at the time. He vaguely remembered what an old saying went: "When your girlfriend cries or gets angry, you give her a shot. All problems are solved." Lin Knight instantly lit up. "Hey, you don't say." It worked. Li Ting, who slowly climbed up from the bed, looked at Lin Knight with an aggrieved face and said, "I am just talking out of breath. How could I harm my own man? But you have to treat everyone the same. I won't bully her either. I'll even help you convince her. We don't know how many more years we'll be here anyway. She'll just follow someone else, so she might as well follow you. After all, my man is the strongest. Besides, my man is so powerful. When the time comes the entire server of women will be his." He. The way Li Ting was pouting and aggrieved at the same time. Watching Lin Knight also made him want to laugh a little. "I'm always fair. You can take her with you tomorrow. I've got to get back to work." After serving his mother-in-law, Lin Knight finally started to get busy with the move. Li Ting, on the other hand, looked at Luyu, who was still unconscious in the distance, with a pensive expression. She looked again at Lin Knight, who was busy moving to the snowy mountains in the distance, and her heart was hardened. "Don't even think about disturbing him from doing his business tonight. Just sleep until dawn," Li Ting said as she took out 10,000 blackberries from the refrigerator. "As long as you join the same tribe, other tribe members are able to open your backpack's attribute bar if you pass out, as well as feed you." At this moment, Li Ting was looking at this new woman with a sneer on her face, and overhandedly stuffed a mouthful of blackberries to the other party. Feeding frenzy. In the haze, Luyu seems to feel that he is going to wake up, but how is it that he is suddenly a little sleepy again? All night long Lin Knight was busy moving, completely oblivious to the fact that his good wife Li Ting was warmly entertaining Luyu. First, they pulled their families Aetosaur, Triceratops, eagles, pterodactyls, feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes, tech Tyrannosaurus Rexes, and shark-toothed dragons and uploaded them to the Ark at the far drop. Then a weighted eagle was left behind to start carrying things back and forth to the base of the Blue Ark. Only the foundations have been done so far, and it encompasses almost the entire platform of the Blue Ark. Just one obelisk left out in the center. Next to it was a simple house that Rokurokwai had improvised out of wood, in which he could take shelter from the wind and cold. Lin Knight, after releasing the dinosaurs, rode his eagle and killed the neighborhood. He had to make another fursuit. The newly arrived Luyu didn't have any equipment yet. Later, if she wakes up, She'll come and stay here. And tonight whatever is said about the stronghold at the foot of the snowy mountains will have to be demolished. After making the fur clothes, Lin Knight also saw Gu Longxin and Chen Yuxue coming back from outside. The two of them, one on an eagle and the other on an armored dragon, were able to bring back more than 5,000 medals in one trip. As soon as Chen Yuxue saw that Lin Knight had returned, she immediately ran over with a face full of excitement and said, "Big brother Lin, you're back. Yeah, you even carried the stuff over for us. Thank you so much." Lin Knight exhaled. "This snowy mountain is still more or less cold. It seems that you have to touch a legend for clothing drawings out. It's okay, from now on, except for the equipment you wear with you in your own chest. All the rest of the resources are shared among the tribe members, not between you and me. How much iron have you struck today?" Chen Yuxue was full of excitement as she held up her finger and made a 3 and said, "I played 30,000, from morning to night, didn't stop even once." "Hey!" Lin Knight laughed and praised the other party twice before he flew away on an eagle with an armored dragon in his mouth. Playing only 30,000 metal a day a person is obviously less. That could only mean that she wasn't familiar enough with the metal division of the metal mining spot. And the most time-consuming part of iron hunting for newcomers to the lone island was the process of rushing to find it. Lin Knight had arrived at the cliffs of the snowy mountains. A true master understands micromanipulation, and after hitting some random metal on his weighted armored dragon, he threw out the rocks in his bag. Soon reaching over 4,000 metal, he also saw that the armored dragon could no longer walk. The first thing normal newbies think is that they can't fight anymore. "I have to go back." And people like Lin Knight didn't like to waste time running around, taking as many as they could at a time. A dragon can't walk anymore, so let the high-load eagle fly with the dragon in its mouth and find the right spot to land in the middle of the metal ore. A one-man operation. The placement of the armored dragon must be just right so that it can be ridden in place to overload the iron. It would be easier to have a whip and just whip the overweight armored dragon forward. Even if you land in the wrong place, you can fine-tune the position. And every old hand who has been ironing until his liver explodes has a complete map of the ironing routes in their head. And he can remember exactly which place has a few iron mines, precise to the amount of iron ore. Where you start hitting and then where you end up can be complete with all the iron in the neighborhood. Not something you can comprehend by just hitting iron for a day or two. There are countless ironic routines in their heads. The Eagle Aragon solo card loadout is the most basic. There's also what's known as the Giant Rhino Platform Iron Pusher, the Wind God Platform Mine Pusher, the Giant Crab Monster Armored Dragon Relentless Excavator, the Weighted Lenny Bug Plus Mine Gun, etc. The only thing you can't think of in an iron set is what they can't do. Chen Yuxue and the four of them had only managed to hit 120,000 iron in one day at the isolated island. Lin Knight did 100,000 pig iron in 3 hours by himself in the lonely island, a bird place where metal was scarce, using eagles and armored dragons. And that wasn't the most shocking thing to them. They were shocked that it was now 11 p.m. How on earth did Lin Knight manage to strike iron in the dark? How could he see it? Lin Knight, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, said with a proud face. "The only thing is that my hands are familiar. I know every iron mine on Snow Mountain." "Say, Tinger, why hasn't Miss Lu Yu woken up yet? This coma has gone on for too long, hasn't it?" As soon as Li Ting saw Lin Knight ask her, she awkwardly scratched her head. Then, "Maybe she's a bit tired. Do you want to tear down the house tomorrow?" "Ah ha ha." Lin Knight looked at the foot of the snowy mountain with some dismay. After thinking about it, he still felt that he was too much of a brute, and that people had been snubbed all the way here by him. "When you're done, you lift your pants and go to the iron. Is this what people do?" And so it came to pass that Lin Knight flew to the foot of the snowy mountain again, holding up the torch of love and riding an eagle through the snow. Looking at the already empty stone base, Lin Knight directly went up to demolish it. It didn't take too long to dismantle it, and by the time it reached Lu Yu's room, Lu Yu was actually still sleeping. And why did he think that bed had just been teleported by someone? Why is there black fruit on the ground? At that moment he came to his realization and rushed outside to gather some white fruits with his bare hands and returned. White berries work in the opposite way to black berries. The black ones can keep a person in a coma, and the white ones can lift the coma. Except that you have to keep drinking water. Lin Knight came back and directly went up to feed the other party white fruits to quench her dizziness. And Lu Yu slowly opened her eyes and opened her mouth there, saying that she was so thirsty. But the next second she saw several star-like symbols continue to rise with vertigo. Lin Knight was confused, looking at Lu Yu, who just woke up and fainted. He estimated that Li Ting had fed people 7,000 or 8,000 black fruits to say the least, which naturally got the next morning. What? Leaving her here alone seems like too much of a no-no? How about just this house? Lin Knight thought about it and did it anyway, tearing down the houses next to Lulu Kai and Gulang Xian and the others as well. The busy Lin Knight looked at the time. It was almost midnight. He simply went straight into the room where Lu Yu was sleeping. It's been dizzying anyway. doing something she doesn't know. The wind was cold on the lonely island that night, but the forest night was hot. When Yanuki woke up, she always felt like she had a long dream where she dreamed that the man she liked had a wife. She also dreamed that the other wife fed her black fruit and then also, "Good morning. A new day, a new beginning," Lin Knight asked morning with a face full of pride. Yanuki then reacted to the fact that that was all true yesterday. Just when she wanted to say something, Lin Knight kissed her mouth. Love brain disintegrated her defenses on the spot, but soon she broke free again. "You have a girlfriend." "I can't." And at this time, Li Ting, who had teleported over, shouted there with a face full of arrogance. "What are you afraid of? As long as you're willing, I can be the second wife, and you'll be the main palace. At the end of the day, all the women in the entire server are my man's he. Early realization and early happiness. Lin Knight also crooked his mouth to say, "Smart. My tribe needs people like you. I'm going to get busy. I'll leave it to you," Lin Knight said and mounted the pterodactyl on the base of the snowy mountain. This server only has one multiplier tuned, and that is the multiplier for the growth of the pups. No matter if it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a southern behemoth dragon, all dragons grow up in one day. The reproductive cycle of various organisms is also exactly one day. That's why every morning Lin Knight comes over to breed dinosaur pups. Yesterday's female Tech T-Rex happened to be an adult as well, pulled over to talk to her dad on, delighted with a Tech T-Rex egg that has both parents with perfect attributes. And then he led the Earth Sloth to breed with two other female Earth Sloths. Earth Sloth and Tyrannosaurus Rex have it. So you can go for the easy spider and King Kong gorilla. You'll still need some females for the Scythe dragon. And it's still a safe bet to ride the Scythe in to try to fight the fire-breathing dragon in an isolated island without winged throat or dinosaurs. Then jam with a bighorn and basically pass. And this approach would go right through a fire-breathing dragon on hard mode, which would then require some Scythe dragon saddles with defense on 100 and a 300 plus attack spammer. Even if his Tyrannosaurus Rex attributes couldn't beat the other two difficult mode bosses yet, he could take down the difficult fire-breathing dragons in advance by jamming the bosses into position. It's just a little less forgiving. "Look at how well I'm stuck," said Lin Knight while urging the dinosaurs in his house to lay their eggs and thinking about the setup for the boss fight later on. He had previously managed to solo the spider boss on hard mode, using a spray full of tonics, and playing King of Qin around a pillar. Don't bring any dragons in to take a spray and grind slowly. But not anymore. He had to bring all his teammates to unlock the tech to save himself the trouble later. After hypnosis, Lin Knight put all the dragon eggs in the refrigerator. The base of the snowy mountain is not yet capped. There is no air-conditioned room, can only put the eggs in the refrigerator and store them first. And then it's back to the two things you must do every morning. Touching over the gas cave drawings and going to gross out your green tea ex-girlfriend. Only this time Lin Knight wasn't letting the gradual new elephants pull the shang. Instead, he personally took 1,000 white fruits and ran to the top of Wang Sinu's expression was evil. And it was obvious that he did not intend to be a human being. "I just tamed a level 150 gradual new elephant yesterday, so it's reasonable to assume that he can also crash shitballs." As expected, when he ate a large bunch of white fruits in one bite, he only dared to be enlightened, as if a dragon had come out of the sea. Boomsday Rin Cannon. Wang Sinu clearly saw that the person who came to disgust her today was a human being, and cursed on the spot, and a human feces flew into her mouth without paying attention. Lin Knight covered his mouth for fear of laughing out loud, and behind him he also realized the problem that what he pulled was much smaller than what gradual new elephant pulled. If he were to pull this 2x2 room full, it would be tens of thousands of white fruit at least. He's not going to do anything all morning, he's going to take a shit right here. After thinking about it, he let gradual new elephant play for an assist. Then he ran off and started a new round of dragon taming. He'd have to catch a spotted dragon today. He'd have to have night vision to do that. What Lin Knight didn't know was that after being imprisoned for so many days, Wang Sinu, she finally woke up, and also found a setting that was good enough for her to escape. Everything everyone eats in the Ark world has a decay time. Wang Xinu, who was staring at her room every day for so many days, would look at the roasted meat in the refrigerator from time to time and stare. It was also yesterday when she was idly playing with that set of roasts, and the time of corruption on them inspired her. Cooked meat becomes carrion when it rots, and a person who eats it is going to lose blood. When the blood is gone, you're dead. It was also just now that Lin Knight had brought some more cooked meat and put it in her refrigerator. Wang Sinu took today's cooked meat and directly divided it into hundreds of groups to speed up their decay. It didn't take long for her to be talking ferociously there while eating rotting meat. "All of you wait for me. I will definitely destroy you." Wang Sinu is finally dead. Resurrected again. She chose the Eastern resurrection point, her expression filled with endless anger. And just as she was there thinking about how to get back at that budding tribe, a nearby spiny-backed dragon hunting along the river happened to catch sight of her. "Go up and slap. You have died to a level 135 spine-backed dragon." Wang Xianyu cursed with a face full of annoyance, resurrected and desperately swinging his fists to hit the wood, trying to get some thatch and timber. That's the way the Ark world is. What good can you do if you're angry and resentful? There were too many incompetent roars of rage to miss her. And just then Wang Xianyu saw 3 people riding dinosaurs wearing iron armor on the opposite side. She saw at a glance that the other side should be that Green Ark's strongest tribe, Iron Furnace Castle's people. The incompetent woman's little mind is stirring again, even if it's revenge just to get another man to help her. And so it was that Wang Xianyu pulled at her collar, revealing her barely there ditch running towards those raptor-taming men. Those men didn't give a damn about Wang Xinyu after seeing her come over, and went about their own business. Wang Xinyu came up and ate a dummy, but she didn't believe that men under the sky weren't horny, so she started to act crazy and scratch her head, trying to get the men's attention. Which good brother can help me? I have been wandering outside for so many days, died many times, no one to rely on. Wang Xinyu spoke there with a flirtatious face. Those 3 men also saw that level 135 spineback dragon at that time, and shouted excitedly at that moment, "Holy crap, that level 135 is awesome. Should we find a way to capture it? But how can we catch it? We have to find a way to trap it before we can shoot it, right? I remember there's one in the skill bar called Giant Trap that seems to be able to trap large creatures. Let's try it," the men said and went back to preparing their things. Wang Xinyu saw that no one took care of her and then became angry. What is it? A group of big men actually do not know how to take pity on Jade. What kind of man? And that's when a spectacled man on a giant Argentine eagle appeared in that group. Thousand Abacus instantly recognized this woman as the slut being held captive by Lin Knight, and immediately he smiled. "Yeah, what a heavenly fairy, sorry we didn't notice. This beautiful and touching girl, you're in for a shock." As soon as Wang Xinyu saw that someone was taking care of her, she hurriedly covered her head and pretended to faint, but no one was there to help her. And Thousand Abacus didn't dare to touch her for fear that she would rely on her. Thousand Abacus looked around with a playful face, then pretended to agree to pull Wang Xinyu into the tribe. Wang Xinyu was overjoyed. That's more like it. Wang Xianyu raised her head with a proud face, but the next moment she was grabbed by the giant Argentine eagle, and Thousand Calculators laughed without a word. Looking at that crater in the distance, it's obvious that it's just going to do some work. "Don't panic, I'll take you to our tribe," Thousand Abacus said with a playful face. Wang Xinyu believed it, all the way to the flirty words, either brother this or brother that. After saying that for half a day she then spoke directly. "It's all because of that hateful Munchkin tribe. They're just a bunch of animals. If anyone can avenge me, I'll follow him for the rest of my life." Thousand Abacus then said, "Then that person won't be miserable? You've been pestering him all his life, so he's finished for life." Wang Xianyu was also stunned, but the next second she saw that now they were actually on the crater of a volcano, and the smoking magma below was clearly visible. Thousand Abacus is now an administrator of Iron Forge, with the authority to kick out members. Adjusting the position of the Argentine giant eagle, he threw Wang Xinyu directly into the lava before kicking her out. A trifecta of turnovers. Wang Xinyu is dead again, resurrected once again in the southern part of the island. She cried as soon as she showed her face. She felt that the whole world was against her. Were they so cruel as to leave her a weak woman? So the brainless Wang Xinyu directly swiped the screen on the world channel. "Munchkin, don't hit me. Iron Furnace Fortress, and Huang Hao, you 3 tribes wait for me. Sooner or later I'm going to make you all regret it. It's all because you guys forced me to." The head of Iron Furnace Fortress, Li Tai Huang, laughed at that moment and directly posted on the public screen, "Everyone listen to me? Whoever dares to accept this woman, I will surely bloodwash your tribe after 29 days. Has become a small tribe grows." Huang Hao also sent a sentence. "I am Huang Hao of the Huang Tian tribe. I also say a sentence. This bitch is a slut. Is black. She belongs to the snobbery. In order to seduce me, evening me, dumped the college boyfriend Lin Knight who raised her for 4 years. I was just playing with her. She's nothing to play with. You guys can go play with her if you're interested. She's slutty. You just have to help her and she'll sleep with you at night." It was then that someone went back on the public screen. "Really? Where is it? Xinu girl. You came to find me. Don't look like my house is still thatched at the moment, but I've already caught 3 dodo birds. Are you hungry? Come and eat the dodo bird eggs." Lin Knight, who was searching for the spotted dragon in a mine, also froze. He couldn't imagine that Wang Xianyu really ran out, but a woman like her running out probably didn't end well. Who would be stupid enough to make an enemy of the strongest tribe in the Lone Islands for a slut? Mainly she's still ugly. I don't think there's anyone but those 70 or 80-year-olds who want a taste. Lin Knight sneered twice before continuing to search for the spotted dragons in the various mines. There are several mines in the Lone Islands that have some chance of brushing Brontosaurus, and the Brontosaurus in that mine in the center can't be tamed. The system is set up to do so, and since most of the mines were flightless, he had gone out today with a pouch lion in his eagle's mouth. The bag lion that has never shown its face is kinda showing off today, encountering monsters and directly jumping over them, and encountering low-level spotted dragons and directly killing them, also touched a few artifacts along the way. The other mines of the Lonely Island are actually not that difficult, for Lin Knights such as Naked Running In can run through the veteran. The Lonely Island's hole is also a bit difficult to the bottom of the Sea Cunning Cave. Good luck when riding the Emperor Crocodile, directly swim to the inside, touch the artifacts to run. Bad luck when the level 150 elite squid and a large group of electric eel sharks blocking the hole. You cannot get in at all. After looking around, Lin Knight didn't find his beloved level 150 spotted dragon. Instead, he found a level 150 paraphyllum in the south, the first level 150 creature he'd seen today. TM. This bird Lonely Island. There's a level 5 wild dragon? Can you believe it? If we go to the center island in Wonderland, there are plenty of level 150 dragons. Lin Knight cursed, but he still went up and knocked out the paraphyllum. And right after he knocked out Vice Kushiro, Rokorokwai, who had gone to the mines to make iron, suddenly saw something. From a distance it looked as if a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex was walking around halfway up the mine. Very large. Rokorokwai looked over with his binoculars then. A level 145 female southern beast dragon. Without thinking much about it, Lulu Kai directly told Lin Knight in the Horde channel. And Lin Knight picked up a grass stick and smoked it somewhat despondently. A level 145 female would have to be quite a few 37 feeders, I'm guessing, but those feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes were clearly not as fertile today as they were before. The southern giant catch is good. The feed seems to be a bit lacking. Lin Knight looked at the time with a despondent face. He vaguely remembered that the southern beast dragons ate golden excellence fodder, made from mega eggs. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and Scythe Dragon in the house both belong to this strain of eggs. Should we go catch some more female feathered Tyrannosaurus Rexes and come back to forget about it? Catch it another 10. I don't believe it's not enough. 666 Kai is still a bit puzzled. Why Lin Knight did not move? Usually Not will be excited to say how to catch? Boss. Lin Knight murmured a bit despondently. Before he could speak, Shin Yushue came in with, Brother Lin, I was ironing on the snowy mountain next door. I saw a sheep. Lin Knight froze at that time. This is really lack of what to send. Watch the sheep. You don't beat the iron first. I'll go to that southern behemoth dragon stun to go back home again. I pulled out the iconic billboard. Lin Knight was already on fire preparing things. Level 145 southern beast dragons were rare in the Lonely Island. Although the strength might not be as perverse as the shark-tooth dragon, it was, after all, once the strongest on land. There's always a use for it when it's tamed. And just as Lin Knight was preparing things with the intention of going over to tame that southern beast dragon, Rokorokwai suddenly shouted in the tribal channel, It's not good. Not good, boss. There's a guy training up. He trapped that southern behemoth dragon into a billboard in one go. Like it's the same maneuver as you. Lin Knight froze at that moment. Who dared to intercept his southern giant? Lulu Kai continued. I saw the opponent's name. It's Peach Blossom Garden's Black Whirlwind. He's already shooting that southern giant with a tranquilizer dart. That Black Whirlwind's level is already over 80. Lin Knight frowned as he vaguely recalled that tribe, which consisted of a total of just 2 adult men, plus a group of children. This Black Whirlwind was obviously an experienced expert as well. When he thought of the scene he saw in the Peach Blossom tribe that day, Lin Knight hesitated. If he had followed his previous actions, he would have definitely gone to grab it and would have brought a magnifying glass over to see the South Giant's stun. Then let the teammates set fire together to Halo. PvE robbing the dragon basically rarely happens, but Lin Knight is also experienced. Lulu Kai was still there asking, Boss, he's been shooting for half a day. Should we grab it? Holy shit, what's with the kids on pterodactyls? They're shooting that southern giant with tranquilizer arrows too. Once Lin Knight heard this, he hurriedly made a decision. Don't make a mess. Give it to them. Xiao Shui, you'll kill that sheep later and send the mutton over. Chen Yushue, good. I'll watch the sheep here. The crowd wasn't stupid. They figured that Lin Knight might want to recruit the other party, either to build a friendship. When Lin Knight rushed to the vicinity of the southern beast dragon, he didn't put up a fight and just watched from the sidelines with Lulu Kai. Black Whirlwind also saw the two and nodded his head. When that southern giant dragon fell to the ground, those children hurriedly ran over with the black fruits they had each gathered and scrambled to feed that southern giant. For insurance, Black Cyclone also took some anesthetic. The southern behemoth dragon is extremely large and has an extremely high stun value, but it also wakes up the fastest. With tens of thousands of stun value, it could potentially wake up in 2 minutes. Gotta need an extreme amount of blackberries and anesthetic to use to stun it. My name is Black Whirlwind. Thank you two brothers for raising your hand. Black Whirlwind, who had already fed the southern giant black fruit, hurriedly clasped his fists and signaled with the 2 Lin Knights. And while he saw the southern giant, he also saw 666, who had come before him. If you follow the rules in PvE, whoever finds it first owns it. There are too many small children in our tribe, and I am in great need of powerful main battle dinosaurs to use to protect them. So count me as Black Whirlwind owing you a favor today. Black Whirlwind was still talking there. Lin Knight smiled. Anyway, he already had a shark-tooth dragon that was stronger than the southern beast dragon, and he didn't really like the color of the southern beast dragon, so it didn't matter if he gave it to the other party. He still admired such masters who made a living with children in the Ark world. No harm done. I don't think you guys have any fodder either. My teammates have already found a sheep over in the snowy mountains, so I'll kill it later and bring you mutton. My name is Lin Knight. Black Whirlwind was ecstatic. He was planning to have those kids look for sheep, without fodder. Feeding them mutton was the most convenient. Chief Lin's great favor. Brother has remembered it. As long as brother asks, I will do my best. Lin Knight didn't have any nonsense and raised his hand to send out an alliance invitation. I see that Brother Black should also be a veteran, so let's not prevent us from joining forces. Alliances and tribal unions are two different things. With alliances, everyone's tribes are still separate and don't interfere with each other. People can communicate in the alliance channel and can build things near each other's territories. Black Whirlwind scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Wait for me for a while. I'm not a tribal leader. I'll talk to Old Peach. Lin Knight nodded. The Old Peach the other party was talking about was probably the one he saw last time. As soon as Peach Blossom heard that Black Whirlwind wanted to make an alliance with someone, he agreed on the spot. And he had gotten acquainted with Black Whirlwind these days and had a good relationship. And Peach Blossom took the opportunity to give the tribune to Black Cyclone, giving him supreme operational authority. Some Ark players have the mentality that in their eyes, a brother is the most trustworthy. A word from a brother. Your own tribe can just give it away, because they knew their brother wouldn't screw him over. It's the same whoever is the tribal chief. Trust is mutual. Lin Knight saw that Black Whirlwind had directly become a tribal leader, and was a bit nostalgic at the time, thinking that back in the day, he also had a brother who had directly given him a tribe in order to invite him to play in another service. It's the game where you can find friends who play all the time that counts. Black Whirlwind didn't squirm and directly joined Lin Knight's alliance. It wasn't long before Chen Yushua also killed sheep and brought meat over. Lin Knight and Black Whirlwind were chatting happily, and this Black Whirlwind had actually played Ark for 4 or 5 years. Black Whirlwind was overjoyed because he had robbed someone else's southern beast dragon and kept shouting for Lin Knight to visit his tribe, wanting Lin Knight to take something. Come on, man. Let's go to our place. It's on the east side. Let's see what we need. I'm a bit embarrassed to see you guys giving away sheep and goats, Black Whirlwind said with a friendly face. Those kids followed suit, calling out brother and sister all the time. Chen Yushua was full of embarrassment as she scratched her head and looked at Lin Knight. Lin Knight agreed behind him. When he arrived at Black Whirlwind and their tribe, at that time he was a bit confused. Woes. Armed wind god are out. It's not much use. I caught it for the kids to play with. It's only a level 100 wind god pterodactyl. Let's see if there's anything we can get our eyes on. I'll give it to you. And just then, a female voice that Lin Knight was most familiar with suddenly came from outside the courtyard. The good people inside, can you take me in? My name is Wang Xinu. I'm alone. I'm willing to do anything, please, good brothers. Lin Knight then narrowed his eyes and crooked his mouth again. Black Whirlwind's brow furrowed as he listened to the woman's shouts outside. But all the old players who have played the Ark know that in the Ark world there is a kind of person is the Scourge. And those who go around asking for dragons to ask for things, Ark beggars, are still different. The kind of Scourge he could piss off several major tribes with his own power. Most of these people were women in the Ark. Some women who had a bad time in reality and thought they would come to the Ark and have a bunch of men around her. All sorts of brushing up presents. All sorts of making. Many people are what they are in reality and what they are in the game. A lot of fairies realistically don't work. And you're asking her to go blacksmithing? Go down a mine? Do you see her going? She's got to see where it looks good, where there are nice creatures to catch, or else she's going to make dyes and scissors to make herself look pretty. That doesn't do a damn thing. I really can't, and then I'll spit out how ugly your tribe build is. It's not as nice as whoever's house it is. Your dragon doesn't have as high an attack as anyone else's. They've got everything. The real-life gold-digging women put into the Ark that just don't look the same. You're okay if you play PvE and flat service. But if you're playing PvP, take a thing pussy and your tribe is close to death. Ruthless Black Cyclone once took his girlfriend to play the Ark. That day he was busy at work, did not answer the phone. His object thought that he was out fooling around. Angry, he cultivated a year of breeding dragons to death. All of Tech's house was torn down for him. She also asked Black Whirlwind to come back and invite her to a movie later on, and had to ask for a diamond necklace before she was willing to forgive Black Whirlwind for not returning her messages about it. Kill and kill. It was then that Black Whirlwind said, break it up. If he had been in the Ark, he might have had to do something against human morality. For Black Whirlwind, a woman would only affect the speed at which he could strike iron. and would only affect his determination to draw his sword and pull out his gun. What kind of woman do you need to play Ark? Which one of the fairies can work these days? In the Ark it's either a matter of forcing or a matter of forcing. Thinking of this, Black Whirlwind shouted to Wang Xinyu outside on the spot. There's no one inside. Outside. Wang Xinu's eyes went wide as she hurriedly shouted at the door. Good brother, just accept me. It's so hard for me. Everyone is targeting me. Who the hell did I invite as a woman? Woo-woo. Black Whirlwind glanced at Lin Knight, who was smiling badly. He also touched his head and laughed. Don't panic, big sister. I can't suffer you to make it here. I'm just a couple of forced dragons. I'll find a big tribe for you. I'll help you ask to see who's short of people. So Black Whirlwind asked on the public screen. Is anyone taking anyone? That Wang Xinyu came to my place. My home coordinates are in XX. XX. Interested in contacting. She's not that ugly. She's almost as good as a village flower. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come quickly. Wang Xinyu took a look and immediately cursed. The ancestors of the 18 generations to give birth to children without assholes and so on all over again. After scolding her, she ran away. She was also afraid that those 80-odd old men would come to pester her. And when the time came, they would directly kiss over and hug over her a little bit of law. Lin Knight's nose was crooked from laughing. This Black Whirlwind is also a talent. Just heard Black Whirlwind say that he dumped the object of his affairs for the sake of playing the Ark. Then came the words, holy shit, don't mention it if women play Ark these days. There are not many normal ones. Whenever you don't say anything, you're selling misery in the world, saying something or other, and inciting hostile remarks, stirring up trouble. The men who play the Ark are all jerking off every day. Where have they seen green tea whores? They believe everything they say. I wasn't going to take women anyway. Taking in a bunch of kids works better than taking in women. The more Black Whirlwind spoke, the more agitated he became, completely disregarding Chen Yushua next to him. Chen Yushua instantly became enraged. You nigger, what are you talking about? What's wrong with women? Did I eat your family's rice? Black Whirlwind froze for a moment when he saw that there was a female next to him, and he glanced at Lin Knight with a bit of surprise. That expression seems to say, why are you still collecting dragons? Lin Knight also raised his head proudly, and on the spot he came up with, if a woman affects the speed at which you strike iron, then you let a woman do it for you. One sentence was like a fierce thunderbolt that struck the fragile heart of the Black Whirlwind straight on. A thunderbolt seemed to really appear in the sky. Black Whirlwind's expression changed extremely fast within 0.1 seconds. Looking at Chen Yushua with armored dragon and eagle, Black Whirlwind came then and there. A master. High player, I'm blinded. Brother Lin, you're a high player. High play, advanced players. Lin Knight looked around and did not see any special bells and whistles of dragons. Really over the top, he took a big few hundred resin. They haven't gone to the mangroves to build a resin faucet yet. And with resin you can make vegetable cakes with honey and other things. With vegetable cake it would be possible to train creatures like sheep, and then they would be able to kill them when they encountered another situation where there was no feed. And sheep also produce a lot of wool, which can be used to make fur clothing to keep out the cold. When they touch the drawings for the legendary fur clothes later on, they will need a lot of fur. Alright then, since brother is so polite, I won't squirm. I'll give you a few when I have a southern giant egg. Black Whirlwind looked at Lin Knight and the others who were preparing to leave and said, Chen Yushua long ago did not want to stay, rode the eagle and grabbed the armor dragon and left. Lin Knight smiled with embarrassment. Don't be offended. A child's temper, I'll just turn around and educate her. Black Whirlwind subconsciously swallowed his saliva. And I don't know what this Lin Knight said about education. Is it serious or not? Leaving the Black Whirlwind's tribe, Lin Knight went up and looked at the resin in his backpack, thinking to go make some vegetable cakes to keep for backup. Next to him, Rokorokwai, however, added, ugh, there's too much of a lack of cement. I'll go touch some more, boss. Lin Knight frowned then as he looked at Rokorokwai, who was riding an eagle to the southern islands. Cement. Is it hard to have to go to a gas cave and ride a devil frog to lick insects to get it? He rubbed his head with a headache at the thought of the hundreds of safes he'd need behind him to build his undersea invincibility hole. At the thought of that amount of metal and that amount of cement. And just then, he suddenly saw a level 150 onyx snail in the distance. At that moment he sucked in a breath of cool air. My day. 150 of it? How many vegetable cakes does it take? Onyx snail, a snail-like creature that eats nothing but vegetable cakes. Most people catch it for cement production. Catch a bunch at a time. Leave it at home on patrol mode. And in no time you'll be harvesting a lot of cement. And small quantities of organic polymers can also be produced. They all catch the low-level ones, though, because both the low-level agate snails and the high-level ones produce equal amounts of cement. Lin Knight looked at that level 150 onyx snail when that mouth but once again crooked. If I unlocked the skill of producing cement, then not woohoo take off? Lin someone went up and knocked out that level 150 onyx snail, while hitting the rejects in place around the circle. Even after all his years of playing Ark, he had never made the mistake of taming a level 150 onyx snail. He didn't even know how many vegetable cakes he needed. Conservative estimates say he'd have to carry 40 or more. It may not be enough. After thinking about it, Lin Knight went straight home and made all the vegetable cakes with all the resin and honey. 49 in total. Then he flew back again. And looking at the onyx snail whose vertigo level was already almost at the bottom, Lin Knight hurriedly fed a few mouthfuls of black fruits into it before throwing all the vegetable cakes into the other party's backpack. Looking at that gold-swallowing beast-eating cake there, Lin Knight subconsciously gulped. I haven't even eaten the cake in the Ark yet. You pussy. Cursing after cursing, but Lin Knight heart also excited. If he can produce cement, that must be how to produce? Rub your hands together. 100 cement? Or is it like an onyx snail with cement falling off of it? Right after Lin Knight managed to tame that full-grade onyx snail, Lin Knight was also confused that the skill showed that it had been unlocked, but Lin Knight didn't know how to trigger it. Lin Knight asked his system in a bit of a daze. Are you sure it's unlocked, little Meiying? Li Meiying's virtual image looked at the column of skills with a bit of wonder and said, make sure it's unlocked, master. Irregular production of cement and organic polymers. The specific how to produce it didn't write. Lin Knight frowned then. Is it that passive skills are not the same as active skills? The alarm ability gained by the parafilm he captured. He could manually release it any time, anywhere. Even that roar skill of his Tyrannosaurus Rex he could put on at any time. This agate conch. Lin Knight felt a little prickly and scratchy just thinking about it, so he subconsciously rubbed his upper hand on his neck, just like Jigong rubbing mud and ashes on his body. Lin Knight on the hand full of intoxication after rubbing 2 times. Joyful 5 cement. At that moment he froze in place. I jow, don't mess with me like that. Just 5? As soon as the words left his mouth, someone's stomach rolled a little, and it was then that he held his pterodactyl you up. Vomit. Me, grass. Output organic polymer X23. Output cement X98. Numb. Completely numb. Lin Knight looked at the pile of cement and organic polymers he'd vomited up, and he was a little too down to take it. That's for sure. He spit it out. And it's still hot. That cement is still smoking. There were still kernels of corn in that organic polymer that he had eaten yesterday, as if it hadn't been digested. It wasn't the first time Lin Knight's pterodactyl had watched him act as a demon, but the scene he saw today, in truth, also made it, a prehistoric creature, feel nauseous. And just then, 666, who had been touching the cement for half a day, happened to be back again. As soon as I came back, I was there spitting. Asterisk. Those people in the southern islands are so low quality. They steal beaver dens without clearing the lair, and I didn't even refresh it when I went to touch it. I only found more than 1,000 pieces of cement. And just then Lin Knight beckoned towards 66 Kai. Here's some cement. Take it and use it first. 66 looked down and, as expected, there was a pile of still smoldering cement that went straight into the backpack. Lin Knight subconsciously squinted his eyes. He seemed to understand. He just had to eat. Then there was a possibility that he would produce cement and polymers. And he also had a vague feeling that this skill should be played a bit differently. Since it's a passive skill, it means it can operate points differently. Like boosting production? The onyx snail next to it, which was already over level 200, looked at this Lin Knight, who was stealing its life, with a face full of confusion. It was also the first time it had seen this strange creature. No! Lin Knight had run to a place by himself and snapped the knot of his throat, slamming the knot of his own throat directly with his fingers that had just rubbed cement on his body. 1U. Vom. Output of cement 129. Lin Knight was happy at that time. Could it be that all he had to do was YUE and what came out of YUE was cement? Isn't that a bug? Like eating in and snapping out. Mass production of cement. Although the pain from vomiting was disgusting. Who was King Lin Long? On the spot he went to the storage box and held it there, picking at his tonsils. There was some grilled meat and berries on the side, so it was clear that this one was planning to come to a protracted battle. When Rokurokwai came back from touching around again with the intention of crafting a metal wall, he suddenly saw a newly placed cabinet next to the blacksmith's table. When he saw that a whole 500 pieces of cement were placed inside, that expression instantly changed. It's still the boss who has the solution. Deeply hidden. Lin Knight has already embarked on a career of taming dinosaurs once again. He'd just puked his guts out. And to ease the pain, he'd gone straight for the organic polymer he'd produced. He died a violent death on the spot, and was brought back to life in full blood. Bravox isn't afraid of difficulties, right, little Meiying? Lin Knight said with a face full of pride. Li Meiying's silhouette had been completely dumbfounded, but she had watched Lin Knight vomit for so long that it would be a lie to say that she wasn't disgusted. Even Monitor 007 in the Ascension Cave was a bit skeptical. Is this how the ombudsman system works? You're so disgusting, master. Aren't you afraid that when you next embrace Miss Tinger and make out, You'll spit cement all over her face? What are you afraid of? She'll have to suffer even if I spit Sean. Ha ha ha, invincible. When the time comes, I'll catch a level 150 gacha that can produce all kinds of resources. Then I'll be self-sufficient underwater. Lin Knight was filled with excitement, thinking that when he went to extinction in Genesis later on to take in gacha, the kind of creature that could produce all resources, even tech elemental dust. By then, at this time, Li Meiying's silhouette suddenly came. But master, the gacha must eat owl vomit and feces in order to increase its production. Lin Knight was flaxenly frozen at that moment, subconsciously swallowed his saliva. It seems to be really so. We'll talk about it when the time comes. That's not even a thing. What am I afraid of? There's nothing I'm afraid of. Lin Knight raised his head again, and in the next second he saw a level 40 female scythe dragon below him. Don't think about it either. Just get on with it and get ready to grab it. With this system, he only needs to be at home behind him to brush up on his resources. Unfortunately, the production is so low that 4,500 cement takes only 30 minutes to touch a beaver den in a big map like Wonderland. But there are certain special situations where he can turn the tide of battle with this. Lin Knight was thinking about various future maneuvers while attacking the level 40 scythe dragon that had gotten trapped. Apparently then he didn't notice that another level 150 creature had appeared behind him. At the moment, it was eyeing Lin Knight intently and had blown up its gills. Lin Knight, who was still shooting at the scythe dragon, obviously then didn't notice the movement behind him. Lin Knight's pterodactyl was already seen, but all the dinosaurs in the ark wouldn't tell their masters ahead of time that someone was going to fuck him even after they were tamed. Instead, they would wait for their master to get his ass kicked and then do it. Or even something like an ichthyosaur, which, once in danger, throws down its master and runs away. Lin Knight, who had just shot and stunned the scythe dragon, was still indulging in the future when it came to catching any dragon to unlock any skills. Suddenly he heard, wow, the sound. His eyes then turned shit green and he couldn't see anything. Shame. Strange shame. A veteran Ark player was actually blinded by a dual spine dragon spitting venom, and that double spine dragon was still nibbling on Lin Knight's leg from behind. Lin Knight, who still had his long-barreled rifle in his hand, had to wait for the blinding to pass, when he could just see it was a direct shot, right into the head of the double spine dragon. One shot actually didn't stun it? Lin Knight was obviously a bit confused. This kind of small creature could be stunned with one shot. If it couldn't be stunned, then there was only one possibility. Once again loaded with tranquilizer darts, Lin Knight took another shot. This time the double spine dragon was solidly dazed. Lin Knight also saw his opponent's level at this time, level 150. It was then that he fell back into contemplation. This double spine dragon's skill was to fire venom and blind people. Genus is a bit nasty, and it's still an active skill. He, Lin Knight, could voluntarily spit acid in his enemy's face. My nigga, what's wrong with today? Don't you have any normal skills? Lin Knight shouted up to the sky a bit breathlessly. The next moment he heard another sound that was the most disgusting he had ever heard. Gah! A level 130 fishbird made a dive and stole his water bottle outright. It seemed to have hit the scythe dragon that had fainted next to it, and Lin Knight took a look at the taming validity dropping. It was then that he got annoyed. I'll fuck you immortals. Your kind of creatures need to go extinct. Lin Knight flew up into the sky releasing a spinning attack while riding a winged dragon, because anger made someone in Lin go around in circles with that fish bird in the sky. I can't believe I missed twice. Do you think it's angry? I'm yet. There are you everywhere. Go to hell. Nishinai. Fuming again, Lin Knight was finally aiming at his opponent, riding his winged dragon in a spinning attack that directly sent that fish bird away. And just as Lin Knight was taming the full-grade double spine dragon and the female scythe dragon, the major tribal leaders on the public screen suddenly came alive. I don't know who mentioned, do the women in your tribe work? At once it elicited a response from all the tribes. The one who spoke with the most excitement belonged to Zhang Beishan, the leader of Vegetarian Island. Fucking hell. What did they say about you being men? How dare you let women go on adventures in the deep mountains and wild forests, and let them make iron and build houses? Isn't that what men do? I was a bit stupid. I took in 7 women, but those 7 women were of no use at all on the island, and pushed a bunch of things every day, so I kicked them out. How dare you believe that? I can't believe some stupid woman tore down half of the fire-colored box I built. And she said the house I built was ugly. I said then you build it. She sent me to the iron. Her. She's good at pointing fingers, but she doesn't say a word about her work. Saying work is a man thing. Like we deserve to die? Do we owe them? We're the ones who took them in. The same thing happened to Zhang Beishan and Huang Hao. Huang Hao has now established a tribe of 30 people in the southern islands, and with his ability to talk a lot of minions, he has also come to have a lot of women. Only Huang Hao replied back on the public screen. These pussies look down on their status. Still doing feminism in this place? If you don't work here, you'll only die. Either be a good girl and lie down in a man's bed, and I'll let her be idle, and I won't let her do anything. Either that or get out there and do some good work. In a nutshell, just one thing, work or get fucked. Li Taiwang of Iron Furnace Fort also laughed. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. We at Iron Furnace Fort don't take in women because our brothers know that taking in women is a liability. Not only do they not help, but they also have a bunch of shit to do. A moment to say hungry. A moment to say thirsty. Before there is a told me that Antcame cannot cut trees. Also cannot go to iron. In the tribe lying 2 days do nothing. My brother in the neighborhood to stay up all night to play stone. She also came out to say that we are noisy to her. I'm going to fuck her up. I kicked her straight away. And to say we don't know how to take care of women, all day them fairies. A bunch of little fairies, go ferry yourself. That's right, brother Huang Hao. Those pussies will either work or get fucked. Almost all the men of the great tribes are talking about the style of those women's rights. There are at least 3,000 women out of those 8,000. And in real life most of them have been brainwashed by commercials. Feeling awesome and amazing. Even some women who live in beauty filters feel that they are beautiful and deserve a man who will give everything to be good to her. And she has to be in the mood to let or not let the guy be nice to her. Because she's a fairy. This has resulted in a lot of women loafing around and sitting on their asses. There are few women like Wang Xingyu who only want to rely on men, but they underestimated these men who have been oppressed by reality for so long and so miserably. And now there is no moral law or any bottom line of conscience. Whoever has the biggest fist is the father. Some of the ugly ones who still acted like demons were kicked right out of the tribe. Good-looking people are also locked up if they are evil, and members of the same tribe are allowed to attack each other. Can do damage. Women who don't obey are directly put in jail by anesthetic arrows. Who told them that? Either you're good looking and I can keep you to serve me, or get the hell out of here. It took those men almost just one day to reformulate the relationships between men and women in this world. They're not against women either, but they are indeed disgusted enough by the reality of women. A joint proposal by the Vegetarian Island Tribe, the Iron Forge Fortress, the Yellow Sky Tribe, and the Peach Blossom Garden Tribe to create a law of equality between men and women on a solitary island. If a woman doesn't work, then she has to be someone's accessory. That rule is dead, because none of them want to live that life of being tortured by women's rights again, when it's clear that they men are the ones who are the most tired, and those women are above it all. If women work, they are treated the same as men and are protected by the rules of the tribe. Anyone who dares to bully the women who work will be directly locked up and fed shit, once for 7 days, and then again for half a month. There were still brainless women on the island who were rebelling against the men, trying to prove their otherwise worthless and non-existent worth, but they soon paid the price. Their tribesmen just kicked the shit out of these brainless women to get rid of them, because Iron Furnace Fortress had once said that whoever dared to take Wang Xinu, he would destroy him after 29 days. No one wants to offend the big tribe over a few brain-dead women. Since you women are so good at talking, go out into the wilderness and talk to those dragons yourselves. Cheer up. It's the same with or without your tribe anyway. Don't get too many women kicked. All of them didn't do much work but just pussyfoot around. And Li Ting, who was braving the snow on a snowy mountain in temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero to pump iron, was not happy at the time. Not only does she have to work, but she also has to be Lin Knight every night. Lin Knight said with a proud face, "How can we be the same? This is love. We're fighting metal for love. Their style is not as high as ours. This is love." Li Ting, I love you mom, my twist love. Humble author online to ask for favorable comments. See, this did not give 5 stars, friends to give a 5-star aw. Wish you all big brothers also find their own love. Lin Knight made a somewhat ghostly round to make sure there were no rest of the people, and then, with a face full of deep emotion, he raised his hand and said, "You've got to treat the tribe as if it were your own home. Obviously this is intended to be pie in the sky. Think about it, you're my stud. Don't you have to set an example for the new ones? If they work harder like you, then we could double the production of this metal. Be bigger and stronger. Create another glory. With tons of metal our tribe is strong. At that time lousy hole 755 spray, and then give you a sniper rifle. You dawned on the top of the snowy mountain in people. A fudong won 10,000 fu mokai. So for the sake of our happily ever after, making iron is the most important thing. Isn't that love?" In the face of Lin Longwang's flattery, Li Ting wanted to retort, but she actually couldn't find a reason to do so, as if pumping iron was really a way to make the tribe stronger. And just then Chen Yuxue also came back from pumping iron. Lin Knight looked at the other party's delicate figure and the fragrant sweat that flowed from pumping iron, and subconsciously scratched his chin. Li Ting crooked her mouth and took advantage of his inattention, a dragon claw hand directly to a monkey stealing peaches. "Ow. Me you." Chen Yuxue looked at the strangely screaming Lin Knight with some suspicion and asked with some worry, "What's wrong, brother Lin?" Lin Knight said there with a miserably pale face, pretending to be calm. It's fine. The weather is nice on the lonely island today. Chen Yuxue is not yet aware that Lin Knight has already given Li Ting that. Every night when she sleeps, Li Ting is waiting for everyone to fall asleep to teleport to Lin Knight's bed. After Chen Yuxue put the metal on fire in the industrial furnace, Li Ting also took the opportunity to ride the eagle and skipped off with the ether dragon. Lin Knight looked at the faraway Li Ting with a despondent face. This woman is simply a contradictory complex. She lets you find a woman while still being jealous, and now she even steals peaches. I think it's just spoiled. You don't want to make iron, right? Then go to the mines for me and touch the artifacts and drawings of the Lonely Island mines once a day. Either that or go to the bottom of the sea to catch sea dragons for me. It just so happens that the invincible cave at the bottom of the sea needs sea dragons, and shipbuilding materials at that time. Lin Knight spoke while looking at the snowy mountain base that they had already completed a large portion of, taking up almost the entire top of the snowy mountain. Big is pretty big, much bigger than the one before it, and presumably the biggest metal building on the silo at the moment. Now you don't have to worry about getting frame and screen lag because of the number of buildings either. People are crossing over and building whatever they want. Ironing can't be broken for sure. Once we build the base today, we'll take turns ironing as before. The rest of us will focus on down caving and taming dragons. It's time to teach them to go down caves. When they know everything, I can lie at home and study the perfect inheritance and attribute breakthroughs of human pups. Lin Knight, who had already planned the schedule behind him, first let the two scythe dragons breed for a bit, and after placing the eggs in the refrigerator he proceeded to eat and pick at his throat you cement. Today's day, in order to catch up with the schedule, Lin Knight also personally made 2 trips to hit the metal, and with the concerted efforts of all the people, a 2-story giant metal matchbox stuck hard like a cauldron lid at the top of the snowy mountain, and also encased the blue obelisk's teleportation terminals in their base. To be on the safe side, Lin Knight also wrapped a wall around the foundation, but all normal people who raid a home are directly bombing the foundation. A bomb exploded a piece of it. To protect the periphery of the foundation is very critical. Although Lin Knight was tempted to use safes to encircle all the foundations, this would require at least 700 to 800 metal safes. A huge amount of work. That's a good chunk of metal short if you add in his 8 octagonal gun towers and 36 floating batteries. Not only did it take metal, it took a lot of cement and a lot of gunpowder. Lin Knight's entire face prickled and scratched a bit as he thought about this. Lulu Kai and Gu Lang Xian's eyes were filled with countless excitement as they looked at the metal building in front of them. Lin Knight, who originally wanted to say that he would continue to work overtime to fight metal for a few days, looked at the expressions on those people's faces and suddenly stopped. Ha ha ha, our tribe, our base. We now have a bronze-walled base, Rokurokwai said with a face full of excitement, his voice trembling a bit. The excitement and ecstasy could not be concealed on his face. Chen Yuxue also lay on the ground full of fatigue and looked at this 24-story wall-high giant matchbox, cozily sprinkling the snow she grabbed with her hands. The newcomer Lu Yu looked at the crowd that had already built an all-metal base in just a few days, and then looked at Lin Knight, and she really wanted to pull her sisters over. Sometimes it seems okay for a woman to give in. After all, this is love. When she thought of her sisters in the southern islands who were still venturing into the deep forests to gather metals and risk taming creatures, Lu Yu, who didn't want to rely on a man, was now slowly experiencing a slight change in her mindset. Oh ho ho! This is our tribe. We're supposed to be the fastest growing in the silo. Let's not talk about the ugliness. Just this stance. Anyone who comes would have to shake a little. Li Ting spoke with a face full of excitement and crossed her arms, unable to stop the joy in her eyes. Lin Knight, who still wanted to let the crowd continue to beat the iron, was a bit reluctant to interrupt the joy of these budding newcomers, and for a veteran like him, a matchbox, he was a frame, with no defense factor at all, and only able to fend off the dinosaurs. But looking at those partners who were extremely excited, Lin Knight couldn't bear to interrupt them. At this point, as a cool breeze blew over the snowy mountains, the light snow slowly turned into pouring snow. The crowd was full of excitement as they ran to their newly built base and sat in their chairs with the air conditioning blowing to tell of their recent exhaustion and encounters. Chen Yuxue was a bit excited there. The last time I went iron hunting I even saw a feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex stuck in a rock. The snow was so big I didn't even notice it, and as soon as I flew over it roared. My eagle flew around without listening to the call, and I almost landed next to a bunch of exoteric dragons. Li Ting chimed in. I was stupid last time. I was going to clear all the stones in the armor dragon, but I don't know what I was thinking. I threw away all the metal, and I replayed it all over again. It didn't piss me off. Lin Knight in the distance looked at those teammates, his heart leaping, thinking about the excitement he felt when he played Ark for the first time. It was not less than them at all. The first time you tamed a dinosaur. The first time you built your own base. The first time you managed to fight through a boss. The first time you soloed through the desert mines of Wonderland. There are so many impressive firsts in the Ark. Thinking about it, Lin Knight took out a couple of vegetable cakes from the fridge, left over from today's taming of the onyx snail. The crowd looked at Lin Knight, who came out with a cake, with surprised expressions. There are not only cakes, but also juice drinks made by Lin Knight himself with recipes. And you can create some DIY drinks and food by using berries and sticky notes. I'm going to actually have cake and drinks. Boss, you're so dense. Lin Knight laughed softly. Eat, after you're done eating. Tomorrow I'll teach you something new and take you to touch the treasure. Sometimes it is necessary to combine work and rest. Some people find ironing boring, so they should do something else. I just don't know if they suffer anymore. What a desperate thing to go down the hole for those munchkins. How many times they have to die before they can pass is unknown. By the time the next morning rolled around, Lin Knight had prepared the things he needed to go down the cave early, and bred all the dinosaurs that can be bred in the house again. Now the number of dragons in the house is slowly becoming more and more. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can already mass-produce the second generation, and it is estimated that the simple boss will be opened soon. After getting everything set up, he also prepares a few things for the rest of the group. Claw hooks, fur clothing, sleeping bags, roasts, water bottles, etc. As soon as Lulu Kai and Gulang Xin heard that they were going to touch the artifacts and drawings, their eyes widened and they rubbed their fists. When people who hadn't played Ark heard about artifacts, they subconsciously assumed it was some very powerful magic weapon. Chen Yuxue and the others were no exception. Soon the crowd rode the eagles with their respective captures to the southern archipelago of the Lone Islands first, at the entrance to the Hunter's Mines at coordinates 80.53. After waiting for the cave entrance, Lin Knight first let the crowd put the eagle on neutral mode and let them all shoot down their sleeping bags before telling them about the strategy for going down the cave. There are a total of 10 artifacts in the Lone Island, and each artifact is in a cave. So if you want to fight the boss you have to touch the artifacts in order to activate the obelisk to travel to the boss room. Today I'm going to take you on a run through all the mines. You'll all memorize the route to each one. Grab a grappling hook. Claw hooks can be shot out with a crossbow to cross the terrain, and follow me from a distance. There are monsters in there. The first hunter's mine is easy. Keep following the leftmost path, and when you come to a fork in the road, pick the left as well and you'll be able to touch the artifact. Lin Knight said and took out his 200 plus attack spammer. A lot of the holes in this part of the Lonely Island didn't even need to ride a dragon. Lulu Kai and the others already had experience in brushing the poisonous gas cave. They knew that there were poisonous insects and monsters inside, and they followed Lin Knight from afar. But this hunter mining cave only encountered 7 monsters all the way to the artifacts, and the number of monsters was way less than the poison gas cave. Li Ting also raised her head a bit proudly, not taking today's incident down the hole into consideration at all. Looking at Lin Knight, who didn't take long to touch the divine artifact, Li Ting spoke with a face full of surprise. That easy? That's touching the artifact? Lin Knight smiled and didn't say anything more as he turned around and led them to the second swamp mine hole, which contained Unity artifacts and was a slightly more complicated hole in the solitary island mines. The middle road is twisty, switchbacky, and involves launching. Before they even got to the place, Willow Moon in the back saw her former sister tribe, who were in the southern archipelago, with the swamp in front of them. Lin Knight also saw what was going through Luyu's mind, guessing that she wanted to go back and explain things to her sisters. And just then Lin Knight actually saw that sister tribe already had several hundred people. It was then that he froze. Even Luyu froze. Gulengxin was a bit puzzled and said, there must be 200 people here anyhow, right? How come so many people are living in a wooden house? Don't they feel cramped? Lin Knight took the binoculars and looked, and he actually saw Wang Xinu inside. Thinking back to yesterday when the major tribes kicked out all the women in their tribes who didn't work, I guess some of those kicked out women found their way to the sister tribe led by Minana. Lin Knight laughed when he saw this. Don't mind them. Even if we don't turn on the savage battle mode, this tribe won't last long. It's full of drama queens. Every day is a palace drama. It won't last long. Rokurokwai smiled back. He could guess what it was like for the group of women in the back to argue over a bit of chicken shit. Either you took my animal skin clothes or you ate my roast. I hit 200 metal. She didn't. She didn't do anything yesterday and I killed 2 chickens. Then there's ganging up. There's no place where there are lots of women that doesn't gang up. Luyu also guessed what would happen in the future. She looked at their former tribe with some concern, presumably because the kind-hearted Minana couldn't bear to see those women straying, so she took them in. Where would Minana be a match for that group of women? She's only a teenager. Which of those women are not old actors and actresses? She's a woman, she knows too much about women. Most of the women in this society are not good birds. Only a small number of women belong to rely on themselves. The vast majority of them are counting on finding a man to change their fate, and never think of their own efforts. And this kind of woman also has a common disease. If the future life is not good, she will feel that their men are useless. Never feel useless. Even if they do not earn a penny to earn, men earn 10,000. She still feel that men are useless. And then it comes out. The thing I regret most in my life is marrying you. That kind of shit. It would be interesting to see if all 200 of these women were all mouth and no hands. Let's go. Little Moon, we'll talk later. Let's touch the artifacts first today. Lin Knight said in front with a bad smile on his face. Lu Yu nodded somewhat helplessly and followed Lin Knight as they flew off to the swamp. By the time they reached the entrance to the swamp Unity Mines, 666s couldn't wait. And this time Lin Knight hadn't said anything when he went in, so he was going to let these newcomers know something. The route to Unity Cave in Lone Island can be quite complicated in Lone Island. Lin Knight was walking in front with the sprayer, and 66 Kai and the others were following behind. They had been walking for a long time, but Lin Knight hadn't stopped yet. The oppressive environment soon allowed the women to detect a hint of unease. The hole seems a little too long. Moreover, Lin Knight had purposely slowed down his pace as he took a step and looked around. This cave is more complicated than the previous one. You have to memorize the route. Most of the first half of the way is open. Come back when you meet a dead end. But I'll give you guys a heads up. If you come to the cave by yourselves, you'll have to learn to find references. Otherwise you are going to get lost. And then wasting time on the monsters you just killed refreshes them again. And it's going to be a pain in the ass, Lin Knight said as he fucked the giant scorpion in front of him with his spray. There were also some monsters in the middle that were mortared into the walls, and Lin Knight killed quite a few of them on the way. After almost 2 more forks in the road, Rokurokwai and Li Ting and the others couldn't remember the road at all. By the time Lin Knight brought them to an underground stone tower, a bat flew over. For such small flying carnivorous creatures, it is difficult to hit them by virtue of shooting without a mounted dragon. It took Lin Knight 3 shots to kill it, and that little thing was really annoying as it flew over and over. And just as Lin Knight was about to lead them into the water, Lu Yu in the back suddenly coughed. Lin Knight frowned then. Everyone coughed immediately afterward. Poisoned? Everyone spread out and take positions. Rokurokwai wanted to say something, but he suddenly coughed twice, and right after that he saw his life value dropping. Lin Knight shouted unhurriedly, "Everyone keep their distance. Don't move a muscle. Everyone's blood level has been increased to 350. This rabies virus can't kill us. Just wait for the time of the virus to pass. But if any of you mess around in the middle and infect the rest of you, then the time of the other viruses will be refreshed, and you won't be able to carry it even with 350 blood. They should all have roasted meat on them, and a bite of roasted meat every once in a while will still bring back blood." The group of people were almost fixed in place coughing, but they all believed in Lin Knights, and no one wanted to infect the virus again, nor did they want to get their teammates killed. Time was just passing by, and 666 had already had half of their blood eaten by the virus, so they would have to die in a little while. You can make an antidote for that when you come next time. I did forget today because I just didn't put that bat at ease. It's better to bring an antidote just to be on the safe side. Lin Knight was still talking on the side, and then gave them a recap of how all the routes they had just come over had been taken. And just then, a scream suddenly came from the distance. The newest addition, Ryuki, can't hold out against the virus and dies. The rest of the virus lifted at exactly the same time. Lin Knight then thought that Lu Yu didn't seem to have a high level and didn't take her to the poisonous gas cave to upgrade. Resurrected at the mouth of the cave, Lu Yu looked at the deep mine, completely losing the confidence she had just had when she went to the hunter's mine. Now that she was alone at the entrance of the cave, how was she going to be able to run down and join her teammates? If you're running in the wrong place, Yanuki was a little timid. When one is literally traveling alone in an unknown cave, most people can't handle it. This is reality after all, not a computer screen, and some men can be scared in front of a computer screen, let alone a woman who hasn't played Ark. She then took a few steps and she saw the fork in the road and then she was afraid to go. Her whole body was covered in cold sweat. It was not the same feeling at all as when Lin Knight brought them here, and now she didn't feel relaxed at all. Just as she was trying to find Lin Knight in the tribe channel, the sudden appearance of Lin Knight scared her so much that she suddenly screamed out, "Let's go, they're all waiting," Lin Knight said before signaling the other party to move forward. Yanuki couldn't be happier in her heart. When they got to that stone tower just now, Lin Knight signaled for them to go into the water, at which time Lu Kai rolled his eyes. "I have a phobia of the deep sea. This water is just a few meters deep. You're afraid of hair. After the waterway, there's the artifact in front of us." Rokuroku was dead set against going into the water. He has a shadow over it. Looking at Lin Knight in front of him, who was beating on the emperor crocodiles and piranhas in the water with a spray gun, he became even more afraid. There are monsters in the water, and there's a lot of them. Lin Knight laughed. "There's another hole in the back that's at the bottom of the sea, so you're not going to go? Who are you going to let go? Let the women go. And we still have to go to the sea to catch the sea dragon. You have to get over your fear. Rokurokwai, the bottom of the sea is where we have to go." 66 opened dead, not willing to go into the water. Li Ting and Gulingshin have been to the opposite side. Looking at the timid fat man, Li Ting directly crooked mouth. Said, yesterday. I heard Brother Lin said to identify an object for you. You're this wimpy with the thin dog. Even the water do not dare to go down. What do you want the object? Lulu Kai couldn't help but look at Lin Knight as soon as he heard the word object. Lin Knight immediately nodded, right. That's right. I'm the one who has always been sentimental. I was even praising Yu Yong with people yesterday. You can't do this. 66 roared on the spot. If Big Brother finds me a date, don't say you'll let me go to the sea. I'll swallow and eat shit in one big gulp if you let me. You're my father. Lin Knight, Li Ting. Everyone's heads were spinning. It's a talent. Once all of them saw the Unity artifact, the bumps and depressions along the way were finally relieved. Lin Knight emphasized the route again, trying to get them to remember it clearly. A straight path at the very beginning is very long, and it's only when you get to the first crag that you're considered to be in the cave, and the following section of the path will be bristling with monsters, some of which are dawdling in the walls, so you'll have to pay attention. Follow the path at the first crag all the way down and take the first fork you come across to the left. Go to the bottom and there's an illustrated treasure chest. Seeing this thing means you're not going the wrong way. Then down the road is the second fork. Take the right and come out to some giant mushrooms. Then keep to the right and you'll come to the stone tower we just passed. When you get to the stone tower, use the claw hook to aim a claw hook at the small hole above the waterway and you'll be able to get through. When Lin Knight said this, Lulu Kai's eyes instantly widened. Holy shit, so you're making us take the waterway? I'm not letting you guys experience it, hahaha. Okay, let's go to the next place. The group followed Lin Knight back to the cave entrance again without any danger, and on the way, they did encounter some newly refreshed Gumaru and Titan Pythons. Without Lin Knight to open the way, this group of people definitely wouldn't have survived. After touching this Unity artifact, no one was as smug as they were after just touching the Hunter artifact. They were wondering how this Lin Knight knew everything. He could even predict which part of the cave to brush the monsters. Rokurokwai murmured somewhat contemplatively. Let's just say, how many times has the boss died in the cave? It's all a bit heartbreakingly skillful. Lin Knight crooked his mouth at that moment when he heard someone praising him. To say that the most dead, not the island, it has to belong to the fairyland map of the desert labyrinth. Other holes are called mine. The fairyland that is called the labyrinth. He finally figured out that labyrinth back in the day when he died at least 100 times before the major blogger cheats were available. Various organs, various deaths. The dead ones don't even look the same. It's a tear to say it. Just as Lin Knight was reminiscing about the past, he suddenly heard someone talking outside the cave, and it seemed like there was more than one. Which tribe's Argentine giant eagle is this? Why are they all level 200 plus creatures? What are they doing here? Yikes. There's a hole here too. So eerie. Is it hard to believe that there's some kind of treasure here? The speaker was none other than a woman from a nearby sister tribe. Lin Knight subconsciously retreated to the back. He didn't like to show his face, and Rokurokwai rushed over when he saw this. Looking at the several women wearing animal skin clothes, Lulu Kai raised his head with a face full of pride. What is it that you girls want? The woman on the opposite side took a look at Lulu Kai's level and actually shouted out in excitement. My goodness, this person is level 80? I'll be damned, those women back there are also high rank too. Can little brother take me? I can work. I can do anything. Just as the woman was talking there, a girl with a double ponytail on the opposite side of the room suddenly widened her eyes and pinched Rokuroko's ear on the spot. Good for you. You fat ass. You fooled me last time that you were an anchor and touched Auntie's leg. You've made Auntie look for me. 666 Kai was dumbfounded at that time. Wasn't this the little pepper Ninglingfang that he had met when he was pretending to be a pussy in the southern tribe? At the time, he fooled people by saying he was an anchor, then kissed and hugged them and said he liked her, then took in a whole bunch of women and ended up having the thatched house torn down by someone pulling a double chiropractor. That Ninglingfang swore at that time that she would let 66 Kai have no peace. How did this even happen? If someone hadn't pulled a double chiropteran and demolished his house at the time, he would have already done this woman in that moment. But soon enough, Ninglingfang also discovered 666's rank, and at that moment, she froze for a moment. Then he directly cursed, "Good, you fat ass. You hugged the big leg? You think I'm stupid when something as useless as you can level up so high? You have to give me an explanation today. Now the whole Lonely Island knows that I was taken advantage of by you that day. Auntie, I'm on fire now. Mainly you're still so fat and ugly. Dog thief. Who doesn't know that I've been slimed by you in Lone Island now? And those women are like long tongues, talking nonsense everywhere. I can't even find a date now. Fat ass, you just tell me how to pay for it?" 666 Kai looked at Ninglingfang, who was tugging on his ear, with an embarrassed expression, even though the other party couldn't do any physical damage to him, but his teammates were there, and this persona attack took a direct and real mental toll on his 180-pound flesh. Rokurokwai did his best to find a way to maintain his persona. On the first day of the service he collected a large group of women, intending to build a tribe called the Daughter Kingdom, and then after being taught a lesson by a few double-ridged dragons, he changed his ways, and profoundly realized that his strength and ambition were seriously not linked. So in order to prevent Chen Yuxue and the others from saying that he was unreliable, Lulu Kai looked at the exasperated Ning Lingfang and shouted, "Believe it or not, I'm sincere. It's one thing for me to touch your leg, but my true heart is also real. You can't deny my sincerity to you because I'm horny." The back of the Lin Knight full of contemplation listening to the Talent 666 open God words. You cannot because I color and deny my true heart to you. Not knowing that this sentence will affect the rest of the life of the Lin Dragon King, Ning Lingfang was annoyed at that moment, and slapped over causing 0 points of damage. Dead fatso. I've seen shameless ones, but this is the first time I've seen one as shameless as you. Ha, genuinely? Do you have a house? Do you have a car? Do you have a dragon? Who are you to say you love me? With your 180 pounds? What good are you if you don't just act like a big tail there on the strength of your thighs? As soon as Ning Lingfang's words left her mouth, Lin Knight walked over to Lulu Kai and asked, "Old Kai, do you really like this? Sure you don't want to find a prettier one?" Lulu Kai subconsciously swallowed his saliva, looked at Ning Ling Shuang, recalled how he had fooled her. Although this girl looks average, but Lulu Kai did take advantage of people. At the time, Lucas said, more or less like. After Lin Knight heard this, he looked at the woman with a face full of indifference. Now that their base was up and the snowy mountains were full of pillars, the ice cave, the poisonous gas cave, and the invincible cave under the sea were all already his turf, and he wasn't afraid of who would target him anymore. Looking at that furious Ning Lingfang, Lin Knight said with a face full of sarcasm, "I'll give you a chance to be Lulu Kai's horse. Either agree to it or stay to the side. Don't you want to rely on a man? That's why you're being cheated? Don't you also think that Rokiroku is powerful so you willingly get taken advantage of by him? I'll say one thing right now. What's wrong with my brother touching you? What can you do about it?" 666 Kai took a look and rushed over to advise Ning Lingfang not to talk nonsense. Obviously this fat guy was really afraid that Lin Knight would mess with her. Ning Lingfang's entire body was dumbfounded after seeing Lin Knight's rank. Level 100. I'm a newbie, don't hit me. The one who took the pillars to occupy the red arc and the green arc is Lin Knight? The expert they were talking about before? Level 100, how can it be so high? Lin Knight wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Looking coldly at the woman he said, "Speak politely to my brother. To oppose my brother is to oppose our tribe. Think carefully about what you'll face when the savage mode arrives in 28 days. Lin Knight said and got on the Argent Giant Eagle, while also signaling everyone to head to the next mine. They had to walk through the mine today. Ning Lingfang's missy temper instantly faded quite a bit when she was disliked by Lin Knight. She once again turned back to look at Rokurokwai, who was ready to take to the skies on his level 260 eagle. Rokurokwai was also level 80, and obviously not the same as before either. "Little Frost, I lied to you before, but I also feel ashamed of you. If you don't mind me being ugly, I'll take care of you. We still have to go and get busy. So that's it for today," Lulu Kai said somewhat helplessly. And then he looked at the Unity mining cave behind him and spoke to Ning Lingxiang a bit uneasily. "Don't go to the cave behind you. It's very dangerous." After saying this, 666 Kai flew up into the sky, and before leaving, he also threw a set of epic level ghillie clothes that he touched in the poisonous gas cave in front of Ning Lingfang. "Wearing this, the wild dragon won't be able to find you so easily, and it'll be safer. By the way, don't tell our boss about this. If he gets angry, I guess this district will be in bad luck. Of people will have to have bad luck." Ning Lingfang looked at the distant 66 Kai with her cheeks bulging flabbergasted. Obviously her anger hadn't dissipated yet. After leaving the Unity Cave, Lin Knight looked at the map, and the next thing was the most fun parkour mines of the Lonely Island. It contains the Steadfast Artifact, which is also a mine in the bottom rightmost corner of the Lonely Island. Not only are there as many cliffs as there are lava below, the temperature is so hot that going in without a ghillie suit would probably be too much, and there aren't many monsters in this cave. Just bats. When the crowd followed Lin Knight to the entrance of the steady mine, Chen Yuxue and Gu Lengxin were already feeling the scorching heat. They were both wearing fur clothing, which they had been wearing because it had been so cold the last few days of ironing. "Why is it so hot? This has just reached the mouth of the cave and it is already too hot to bear." "Are you hot, Mr. Gu?" Chen Yuxue said as she fanned herself with a face full of heat. Gu Lengxin was already too hot to bear, and went straight to work taking off her fur coat, revealing the professional teacher's outfit inside. A pair of sweat-soaked black silk jade feet slightly raised. Gu Lengxin habitually pulled her black silk, wanting to dry the sweat inside. Next to Chen Yuxue, see the teacher are stripped. She also on the hand to undress. Anyway, inside still wearing clothes, not afraid to go naked. The second pair of jade feet, wonderful to the extreme, appeared in front of Lin Knight. Then he was flaxen stayed. "It's so hot. Why is the entrance to this mine so hot? My black silk is staining my legs." It's so hot. Chen Yushue was so hot that Lin Knight also experienced heatstroke from watching her. It's psychological heatstroke. Yeah, it's hot, it's really hot, Lin Knight said with a serious and absent-minded face, and from time to time, he even turned around to steal glances at the other party's jade feet, and then directly took hold of his spray ready to kill into the stable mine. All follow. There aren't too many monsters in this place, but it's a test of skill, so if you can't accelerate and jump, use a grappling hook. Put a couple sleeping bags at the door first. Lin Knight finished and went in. The people behind also followed. Lulu Kai gave his sweetheart the ghillie suit. Now only Li Ting has a ghillie suit. Li Ting simply shared one with one person. This place is really too hot. As soon as they entered the cave, the group saw the huge crystals hanging from the cave walls, and it looked like this cave was much more open than the others. The crowd went all the way. Lin Knight killed all the way, and there were only a few giant scorpions and spiders along the way. By the time they got to the first main cave chamber, the expressions of Rokurokwai and the others changed, because they saw lava, and lava falls. I said, why is it so hot, to the center of the earth? Lin Knight smiled crookedly. The test of parkour is ahead. If you can't jump over it, then go enjoy the warmth in the lava. The crowd obviously didn't know what parkour meant yet, and everyone was still following Lin Knight with a face full of parched heat, afraid of running into all that lava. And just then, Lin Knight suddenly came and said, everyone give me everything. You guys just keep the crossbows and claw hooks. Li Ting asked with some confusion. Why? You guys are carrying a lot of stuff that's too heavy. I'm afraid you won't be able to jump, Lin Knight said, and started collecting things. The other holes of the lonely island, he did not intend to bring them to ride dragons in to kill. Have to train their ability to fight alone. Before he took the newcomers, or to let the newcomers do not ride a dragon to take a gun to go down the hole. It can exercise one's various maneuvers. And later PvP is mainly about one's maneuvers. The main thing is that going down the hole allows the novice to slowly become strong inside. And that's key. Some people play for 3,000 hours and the tribe is the people who joined. Never built any big houses myself. Dragons were wanted from others. Artifacts were touched by teammates. From the beginning to the end of the sauce, 3,000 hours have not hit the iron a few times. And fight the boss is also a mix. Don't have too many of these people in the arc. Habits and character have to be developed from the start. To keep the players strong, Lin Knight was planning to cultivate all of them into elites, especially his women, which would have to be extremely awesome. The crowd didn't think much of it either, not realizing that Lin Knight was already planning to watch them scream. Soon, under Lin Knight's leadership, they arrived at the bat-filled brush point again, but this time Lin Knight was already mentally prepared. To kill a creature like a bat, you need to shoot in advance to attract hate, and it will fly straight towards you slowly. Just wait for it to fly over on its way and take 2 shots at it and it's dead. It doesn't change flight direction as it approaches you, and is a live target. It's better to pull back before hitting if you get close. This time they didn't get rabies even after they managed to kill the bats. The crowd roared. Up ahead is where you need to accelerate and jump. Those who are unsure of their stance should still use a claw hook, Lin Knight said, and had already put away his weapon. Before the crowd could react, Lin Knight had already accelerated in place and ran. When he looked again, Lin Knight had already jumped over 2 stone platforms in a row with a dragonfly move, took a stand directly across the river, and was killing monsters on the shore with his sprayer. 666 Kai was full of confusion and looked down. Below the stone platform was the river of lava. Going down there definitely had to turn into a roasted suckling pig. Those 4 women also all looked at the stone platform in front of them somewhat nervously. Lu Yu looked at Li Ting next to her somewhat nervously and said, I don't have any claw hooks left. Can you give me a few? No? Li Ting saw that she didn't have much left, and if this was given to her, she wouldn't have enough when she came out later. Gu Lengxin exhaled softly before speaking. Use mine. Gu Lengxin said, and gave all the dozen or so claw hooks on his body to the other party. Li Ting's expression was taken aback, and just when she wanted to say something, Gu Lengxin had already bowed and was ready to speed up and run. She then remembered that Mr. Gu was directly a track and field athlete with excellent body skills. Not to be outdone, Gu Lengxin was indeed fierce, and for a newcomer going down the cave for the first time, he crossed the river of lava in 2 strokes. Before the crowd could rejoice for a moment, a scream came from the river. Looking down, 666 went to the west in an instant. Your tribe member 666 is dead. Lu Yu subconsciously swallowed his saliva. This if you are scalded to death by the lava. How painful it must be. She shot her claw hook violently, right into the opposite bank, then closed her eyes and contracted her claw hook, and when she opened them again she was on the opposite side. By this time, Chen Yushue had also released her claw hook and went over. She was a bit bolder as her eyes were open. By the time Li Ting's time, the accident happened again. She claw hook is already shot to the opposite bank, but she just collected the rope slowly. The whole person stuck in the gap. Her person was now dangling below the stone platform, with lava 20 centimeters below her feet. Holy crap! Mommy! Help me! Save me! Help me! Li Ting wailed at the bottom with a face full of panic. And the newly resurrected Rokurokwai was still drowning in the fear of being burned to death by the lava. Looking at Li Ting, who was about to have a close encounter with the lava, Lulu Kai was also a bit abashed. The most important thing about parkour is nervousness. As long as you are calm, that kind of distance is jumped over. Lin Knight looked a bit contemplatively at Li Ting below. This distance couldn't be pulled even if you reached out and pulled. There is only one maneuver to save yourself from being stuck down there. And that is for me to pull myself over by rapid-fire claw hooking into an open area and then adjusting my position before coming over. It's a test of skill though. You have to pull yourself away before you fall into the lava. It's not a race against time anymore. It's a race against death. Lin Knight was full of seriousness as he spoke to Li Ting from above. And Li Ting nodded her head repeatedly, forcibly holding back her fear as she began to follow Lin Knight's approach. The next moment Lin Knight saw a bag appear on top of the lava. Dead. Before he died, Liaton didn't even shoot out a second claw hook. Li Ting, who had been resurrected once again, ran in crying with a face full of misery. She had never felt anything so painful in her life. Being burned to death by lava, the feeling of having one's skin split open and being roasted to maturity was something no one could stand. She didn't want to come back a second time, but more sadness is yet to come. The monsters in the cave refreshed. Before Li Ting could see the two giant scorpions next to her, she ran to the place and got stuck in the pincers of the other side and fought. The giant scorpion is poisoned. And if you hit it more than once it is going to stun. The tail stings of those giant scorpions also carried a fierce poison, constantly sticking in Li Ting's body, while a pincer later sheared off her hand. Li Ting wailed in pain and shouted in the tribe channel, "I'm not going down the mine. I'm not going down. I'm going to hit the iron, okay? I don't want to come, I don't." The crowd looked at the tribal channel with some uncertainty. Lin Knight exhaled with a face full of contemplation before telling the crowd to wait where they were. He had to go and bring Li Ting here. She had to know the route today. And she was still his woman. She had to know how to touch the artifacts or she would just give up when she got to the harder holes in the back. That's the way it is with playing Ark. If you give up the first time you go down the hole, there's a good chance that she won't go later even if someone takes her there. If you want to go from novice to veteran, you have to be able to go down the hole and you have to be able to do all kinds of maneuvers. Otherwise it's more work to PvP her later on. A lot of people would have put the base in the hole. If you're afraid to go down the hole, then what's the point of playing? Ran all the way back to the cave. Lin Knight looked at the face full of tears Li Ting. On the hand touched her head and said, "Go well, the first time will always die a death. Immediately finished this hole. They are waiting there." Li Ting said with an aggrieved face, "You're not enough. The caves are eerie. I'm scared. I just couldn't hold my breath in those two holes. I hate the bugs in the cave. I hate the pythons. Can I just stop going?" Lin Knight touched his chin with a face full of contemplation, and subconsciously said, "Alas, I thought you were bolder than Xiao Shui. Who knows you're so timid. People still say they want to open up the road in front of them, and I'm lending her my spray." Li Ting hesitated for 3 seconds then rolled her eyes at Lin Knight in a bit of disbelief. "You really gave her the spray? That's natural. You don't say that. Yuki looks quite valiant with a gun. She's protecting them in the cave right now." Li Ting lowered her head and thought. She knew what Lin Knight meant when he said this. She's not stupid. Somewhat unwillingly, she subconsciously pulled Lin Knight's arm and said, "Then don't stay too far away from me. I'm afraid. Come on, go." This time Lin Knight pulled the monsters through parkour and pulled those newly painted giant scorpions and spiders into the lava. In fact, he could have just run over there, but Li Ting said nothing and didn't dare to go over there again to die, so pulling the monster wasted a few minutes. After meeting up with the crowd, Li Ting really saw Chen Yushue there with a sprayer making her rounds, and jealousy rose up then. Chen Yushue took a look at Li Ting's return and hurried over to her with a face full of concern. "Are you alright, sister? If there are no more claw hooks, you can use mine. I can already jump over it." Li Ting, full of aggression, also said, "I can also jump over." The next second they heard another scream, and Rokuroku was dead again. Rokurokwai could be said to have died the most. Everyone was a bit stunned looking at Rokurokwai, who had given up his claw hook and kept parkouring and jumping on the lava. He had already died several times. The more you die, the braver you get. By the time he died for the 5th time he finally got the hang of it. He could actually jump over 2 stone platforms in a row in the same slapdash style as Lin Knight, and the crowd looked at the so persistent 666 with puzzled faces. Even when he reached the ultra-wide lava river in front of the artifact at the back, he jumped right over it and landed safely. Fetching divine artifacts, Lin Knight was seeing what was wrong. 666 Kai was said to have broken his defense by the woman called Ning Lingfeng. Dead fat, ugly, fat, waste of space, dog thief who only fools around and hugs people. All kinds of personality insults hurt Rokurokai's self-esteem, or being said so by the woman he liked. Those women didn't understand. Lin Knight did. What it's like to be called a loser by a favorite woman in front of everyone. Those women didn't squeak anymore along the way, and 666 didn't say a word. He began to learn Lin Knight's every move. He wanted to become a one-of-a-kind powerhouse like Lin Knight. Sooner or later, he was going to let that woman know that he, 66 Kai, was not a dead fat pig who only bragged. I'm not fat. I'm just strong. 66's awareness and drive led to the next few mines as well. They went to the devouring mines on Alcatraz and not only went down the waterways, but also used a parachute to jump off a cliff to get the devouring artifact. And then they went to the artifact of wisdom mine at the foot of the volcano. A hole that didn't even require parkour. And they got the artifact easily. And then there was the celestial artifact, north of their snowy mountain base, which was full of bats. The cave is narrow and sometimes you need to crouch and walk. This terrain is also good to fight monsters. Lin Knight from time to time a shot to kill too. Smooth as can be. Add to that the immunity artifacts they had at their disposal for the poison gas cave. And that made 7 artifacts in total. The route to the 7 mines was basically memorized by everyone with sticky notes as well. Lin Knight looked at the time. It was faster than expected. It's only 2 o'clock noon and he's ready for one of his teammates to catch an ichthyosaur or emperor crocodile. The brutal and cunning artifacts of the sea are a must to get into the water. The last remaining mines on land are ice caves beneath snow-covered mountains. He was going to take them there at night when he was ready to guy things. There were just too many monsters in there. Not yet the same as the poisonous worms in the poisonous gas cave. The monsters in this one are dog bears and wolves, that kind of fierce beasts. Extremely numerous, with a level of 200 or 300. He'd have to get one of his second-generation Tyrannosaurus Rexes in, and he'd have to make a 109 armor Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle from the plants to do it. Plus with the beast-headed beasts all over the place, it would still be a pain in the ass the next time he came if he didn't pass the dragon in. What? Got to go down to the ocean? Chen Yushue, who had heard Lin Knight tell them to catch the fish dragon and emperor crocodile, was also a bit nervous. She was also afraid of water. Although Lulu Kai didn't say anything, after hearing that he had to go to the sea, the whole person's face turned green, and his head broke out in cold sweat. It's not as simple as dying anymore. In the sea he has to suffer from deep-sea phobia all the time. You have to go down to the sea. Everyone has to go down. First go to the brutal artifact mine at the bottom of the sea. There won't be too many monsters in that hole. Follow me and swim all the way in. The path is easy to remember too. At the end of the line is the artifact. To the back, not to go down to the sea, limitations are too big. You do not forget a total of 1,000 servers. 8 million people do not say more than one service has 2 masters. That is 2,000 masters. By the time they build their home at the bottom of the sea to screw us, you will be on the shore to beg for mercy? Lin Knight's determination to make them go to sea was so hard that he couldn't allow them to say a word. Gu Longxin had already gone over to pull Chen Yushue, intending to take her to the coast to look for ichthyosaurs. Anyway, they had feed now, and taming low-level ichthyosaurs was very fast. A few bites might tame it. Creatures like the ichthyosaurus are peacefully tame and just need to be fed after it. Of course the combat capability belongs on the floor of the ocean floor, where almost no one can fight. And the most outrageous thing is that if you get your ass kicked at the bottom of the ocean, if you're not riding a ichthyosaur, the ichthyosaur will outrun you. Even if you turn on attack mode, the ichthyosaurus just turns around and runs. It can't even die if you die. Come and go without a trace. The only good thing about it is that it swims very fast. It wouldn't take long for the ichthyosaur to circle the lone island along the coast with full acceleration. 66 was afraid of water, and he chose to go to the small pond at the foot of the snow-covered mountain at the strand to catch the emperor's crocodile, which swiped one from time to time at that place. Lin Knight looked at the 4 women who were planning to catch ichthyosaurs, raised his hand and said, "Go near the first resurrection point in the southern islands. There are often stranded ichthyosaurs there. Remember to wear a diving suit and flippers. Clear the monsters first. Shoot the jellyfish and megalodon with your crossbow underwater. There are so many of you that clearing the monsters will be easy. Go ahead. I'll give you 2 hours to catch the dragon. I'm going to get my stuff ready for the ice cave at night. You don't need to be too high level to catch the emperor crocodile and ichthyosaurus. Level 20 or so will work. Once you've caught them, gather at the shore of our previous home and wait for me." The crowd took a small amount of feed with them and turned to leave. This time Lin Knight didn't follow. He first rode the shark-toothed dragon to kill a pair on the snowy mountains to feed the few Tyrannosaurus Rex eagles and other hatchlings he fed at home. Then some more fruit was gathered down there with the eagle carrying the armored dragon, and the family's earth sloth, armored dragon, and scythe dragon pups needed to be fed. Although no mainstream dinosaurs have broken through the attributes yet, the numbers have all been greatly improved, and it's only a matter of time before a breeder with new attributes comes out. Once the pups were figured out, Lin Knight got his hands on a rocket launcher RPG, a highly lethal weapon. Then he made 100 parachutes, 300 claw hooks, and 30 sleeping bags. Apparently tonight's ice cave opening was intended to be a bit of fun. While Lin Knight was painstakingly preparing the stuff for the ice cave opening, Lulu Kai was the first to stun a level 25 emperor crocodile. Gu Lingxin and the others didn't go to the southern islands. Instead, they found a few low-level ichthyosaurs right on the seashore of their previous base. Next to no jellyfish or megalodon. The taming process went very smoothly, but the ichthyosaur always swims to the deep water. Scared Li Ting has been there shouting, "Come back, you do not eat well. It's dangerous over there. There are water monkeys and water ghosts." Luckily, there was a scare and they both caught their respective underwater mounts. Lin Knight, who had received the news, also rushed to resurrect himself in his underwater invincible cave stronghold, where he had long ago secretly made a house and safe full of diving suits and flippers. His ichthyosaur was also waiting in the cave. Having been hungry for days, he had thought that Lin Knight would bring food, but Lin Knight rode it and ran away. Wanting the horse to run and not eat grass says it all. When he arrived at the gathering point, he looked at those teammates and said only one sentence: "Follow me closely. Later I don't stop, you don't mention it. I will pay attention to your dragon's endurance to find a place to rest. In a word, I go you go, I stop you stop." With that said, Lin Knight swam towards the southern waters on his fish dragon, and it was directly to the bottom of the sea. The group behind them looked at the dimly lit bottom of the sea and didn't dare to breathe. There is no one with the highest quality of heart than Mr. Gu. Along the way, megalodon sharks, electric eels, and snake-necked dragons were in hot pursuit. 666 seems to have seen a giant squid called the tossed giant squid, but it didn't scare him to death, especially when that squid was actually stretching out 8 claws intending to swim towards him. He felt like he was going to piss himself. By the time they reached the entrance to the brutal undersea mining cave, the crowd was already on the verge of being overwhelmed. Looking at the deep and evil sea cave in front of him, Lulu Kai directly scared to pee. It's a real pisser. Next to her, Li Ting also looked back with some surprise. Why is the water here still yellow? There seems to be an unspoken flavor as well. The self-confidence and courage that Lulu Kai had just built up was completely shattered at the bottom of the sea, and he was now as close to Lin Knight as possible, afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep up if Lin Knight ran far away. The emperor crocodile is not slow at the bottom of the sea, swimming with its tail like a propeller. The crowd couldn't talk in the sea, so Lin Knight could only type on the tribe channel. "Stay close. This hole isn't as hard as you guys think. Swim to the head and touch the artifact and you're done. No need to fight monsters. Reply if you receive it." The crowd responded, and then Lin Knight swam straight in with a flurry of smoke. In the middle of it was an encounter with some sea creatures that just didn't care and went to the bottom in a puff of smoke. "When you've touched the artifact, turn around and go straight back." Lin Knight signaled them to swim to the very top, bypassing the monsters behind them, then swimming down. Undersea brutal cave was successfully touched, and after regaining the surface of the sea, Lulu Kai first looked for a small forest to take a leak. Didn't care about the dodo walking in the woods, pissed right on the stupid bird's head. "It's exciting." Lin Knight looked at the stunned crowd and laughed softly. "This undersea mining cave is pretty easy. The undersea cunning cave that we're going to next, that place might have elite squids or elite sung dragons. It's full of jellyfish and electric eels. Swim slower and you'll die. Don't be nervous, guys. Just think of it as the same as this hole. If the monster blocks the hole, I'll go pull it open and we'll go back in." As soon as the group heard that there was actually an underwater cave, and that it was even more outrageous than this one, they backed off. Li Ting was still tossing her hair and said, "Why does this sea still smell like urine?" Lin Knight looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. It was time to leave. Not saying much, he led them back around to the easternmost coast of the lone island. Today could be said to be exceptionally exciting for the group of people from Lulu Kai and Li Ting. Probably have to remember it for the rest of my life. Once again looking at the bottomless waters under the surface of the sea and the several giant tooth sharks in the distance, 666 Kai subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The cold water made Rokuroku happy. Wow. He was truly afraid. Lin Knight said with some sarcasm, "Look, Ms. Gu is not afraid of a woman. What are you afraid of? Don't you want to get strong and hold that what's her name Frost under your pants? You need to branch out, bro. I'm with you. After touching the artifacts, I'll take you guys to fight the bosses and bring you to catch all kinds of bullish dragons. By then, you'll be the second most gripping man in the lonely island. Not to mention Ning Lingfeng, I'll find you 3 wives. We don't say anything to each other. You have to be supportive." 666 Kai subconsciously swallowed his saliva and said with some embarrassment, "Don, brother, don't say that about her. I don't intend to find more women either. Just her one will do." Lin Knight was a bit surprised and looked at Lulu Kai. His expression was a bit melancholy, but he didn't say much. Next he led the way into the bottom of the sea, with the crowd following close behind. It didn't take them long to swim before they saw a giant squid of extremely exaggerated size, and there was light coming from its body. Lin Knight took a look with the binoculars and immediately frowned. A level 90 elite tossed giant squid. Alongside were 2 schools of electric eels and no less than 20 megalodon sharks. I think there's an elite megalodon? Lin Knight took the binoculars and looked over again. It was a level 150 megalodon with a reddish body. Rokurokwai rushed to the tribal channel and posted, "Boss, they're swimming over." Lin Knight sent one back. "Don't you guys move. I'm going to draw it away." "Wait." Lin Knight swam down after sending it, while also taking on a rare flower. This was planning to play something exciting. The crowd was filled with confusion as they watched Lin Knight eating rare flowers and pulling a large group of monsters to swim towards the south. And their expressions couldn't have been any harder to bear. It's just too much. And that elite squid was still very fast, almost yanking on Lin Knight. It didn't take long for Lin Knight to disappear. Li Ting looked at the seabed around her with some worry, and then looked at Lin Knight who was invisible to the shadows. And her mind seemed to have changed a bit. She had now changed from worrying about herself to worrying about Lin Knight. Although he knew that Lin Knight would come back to life when he died, wasn't he afraid of this 100% pain and fear? There was no one who was more worried than Li Ting than Lu Yu. She was new here and only knew Lin Knight here. She was different from Li Ting. She fell in love with Lin Knight at first sight, though she did think a lot about it later on. Whether it was too much of a coincidence that Lin Knight had been too impulsive that day when she was stealing the beaver's den. It's just so sparse. But she was Lin Knight's person now, and she wouldn't think about anything else. I only hoped that Lin Knight would return safely. After almost a couple of minutes, Lin Knight managed to return to the crowd, also full of excitement. He pointed to the cave entrance to signal their departure. Rokurokwai saw then that there seemed to be something else behind Lin Knight. It was then that he shivered. All the other monsters have pulled away and that elite squid is actually still chasing. He couldn't think too much and hurriedly followed Lin Knight into the cave. There are more sea monsters in the cunning mines. There was actually a squid in there. It wasn't elite, but it scared the crowd enough. It's not a race against time anymore. It's a race against fear. And there are swarms of sharks, electric eels, and jellyfish. Extraordinarily exciting too. The group swam hard, but when they reached the narrowest waterway of the cunning cave, because of the narrow space, Chen Yushua's fish dragon was electrocuted by an electric eel. The ichthyosaur instantly stopped swimming. The megalodon in the back rushed up as well. To put it mildly, originally, the crowd thought that Chen Yushua was definitely going to be buried at the bottom of the sea. It was because of that shark's meddling, blocking the electric eel behind it, that Chen Yushua rushed a bolt when she came back to her senses. Didn't get electrocuted by the second electric eel. Not dead. As the group swam to the head, some of the monsters behind them got stuck in the narrow water hole as well. Soon they saw where the artifact was, and thankfully there were only 4 duns right next to the artifact. A large fish that does not actively attack. After touching the artifact, Lin Knight also gestured with his upper hand to prepare for the return trip. When they came out of the cave everyone ran faster than Lin Knight. They already knew how to get out. Let's see who runs faster. Lin Knight fell behind instead. After successfully returning to the coast, Lulu Kai's face went white. Cunning hole. This is really cunning. The person who designed this game, has he ever played it himself? Lin Knight smiled with a face full of appreciation. The lower cunning cave actually didn't die. He thought 2 had to die. Go! I'll take you guys to our underwater invincibility cave to release the water dragons. And then we can go to the last ice cave to get the strong artifact. I'll fly you guys in. This is the hardest of the mine openings on the lonely island floor. 666 Kai broke down on the spot and came up with, "I grass. Why isn't it over yet? Kill me. Ha ha, that's the last one. This hole I'll fly you to the artifacts." Humble author. Humble nigger. 4 shifts today. Asking for 5 stars now. Ice Cave has a large portion of the PvP Savage mode where players build their invincible strongholds because of the immense amount of space inside the ice cave. Not only will various treasure chests be swiped from time to time, but they can also block anyone who wants to go in and touch the artifacts. Add to that the fact that the entrance to the cave is such that even a person would have to crouch to walk in, and that eliminates the possibility of the vast majority of dinosaurs getting in. But later on out comes something as foul as a pixie ball. As soon as a person goes in, they can release the southern giant for slaughter. And those 300+ level bears are no match for the southern giant at all. The once feared ice caves are now small holes that no budgie would give a second thought to. It can be said that the arc now has lost the flavor of the year. Without that primitive survival thirst for survival and that determination to get through even if you want to die many times. But now when Lin Knight's group came from the moment they arrived at the entrance of the ice cave, he felt that the passion he felt back then to open up the land had returned. Everyone can't use the pixie ball yet. Even Lone Island doesn't even have Lenny worms yet. The original taste of the open field. 666 and Gulingshin and the others shivered in their bones as they looked at the deep, frozen cavern. It was so cold. Even with their furs on they still felt cold. They had to have to hold a torch to make themselves feel a little warm. There is such a type of player in ARC players that whenever a new map appears, whenever a new mine appears, their favorite thing to do is to conquer those mines. All the major bloggers, such as Shrimp, Listening to You, Ignore Fungus and others, they all fall into this category as well, and they are also good at posting mining tips for you players. Lin Knight also belonged to the type of player who was extremely challenging, and could be said to be the type who wanted to do everything possible to achieve extreme maneuvers. Soloing Aberrant Difficulty Rockwell without dragons. Soloing Cryptic Monitor without dragons. It will even unleash the Dinosaur Flying Pounce, which is currently out of play. The feeling of a Dinoceratops single-handedly taking on a lion scorpion, biting the boss alive from the head in the sky until it died. He still remembered how good it felt, looking at the ice cave in front of him that no one had yet pioneered. Lin Knight's challenge cells once again began to stir, and after looking at the crowd at the entrance of the cave, he began to distribute the supplies, parachutes, claw hooks, sleeping bags, etc. The first thing to do is to have them all put sleeping bags and resurrect them at the mouth of the cave when they die. The crowd took a look at so many sleeping bags and immediately gulped. He didn't take so many sleeping bags in the previous hole. Is this hole a bit? The time has come to teach you some dry stuff. What I taught you today will be useful later on when you play the Savage PvP mode. I don't let you ride dragons for a purpose, I hope you understand. The higher the start, the higher the top will be. Later on you all crouch at the entrance of the cave and watch me operate. After I finish killing all the monsters at the entrance, then you all do the same operation as me. What I do you do. Using the claw hook and parachute, it is possible to fly straight across into it. Don't be nervous. If you fall you are probably not far from death. With that, Lin Knight grabbed his sprayer and looked at the number of bullets before crouching down and taking out his crossbow and claw hook and looking around the cave entrance. After making sure that there were no beast-headed beasts within 5 meters of the cave entrance, only 7 bears and 2 wolves, he barreled in. Those 200 to 300 level beasts at the entrance of the cave killed towards Lin Knight at the first opportunity, including the beast-head beast that suddenly burrowed out in the distance and ran over with the intention of flaying him alive. Lin Knight snapped his head up to fire the claw hook, while then quickly pulling upwards to avoid the beast's bites. Almost got swooped down by a flying beast-headed beast. Outside the cave, Lulu Kai and the others were filled with nervousness as they watched this scene. Wasn't the level of the monsters here a bit too high? The poisonous insects there in the poisonous gas cave had a high level even if their blood level itself wasn't high, and any higher level blood level wouldn't be outrageous to any extent. This dread bear's blood volume had to be 3 or 4,000 at least if it was even level 150. Level 380 dread bears. That amount of blood must not. One claw down and the intestines come out. Just as Lulu Kai and the others were looking inside from the cave entrance, those beasts also found them, but the cave entrance was too short for them to get out, so they could only watch from inside. At this time, Lin Knight was also on the ceiling of the cave and started clearing the monsters. He had to watch from high up to make sure there were no beast-head beasts. Otherwise, when you wiggle through with your parachute later, a straight lunge from the beast-headed beast is going to pounce you out of the sky. It took almost 5 minutes to clear the monsters, and those beasts had high blood counts. After killing the monsters, Lin Knight told the crowd to crouch and come in through the entrance of the cave, then followed his example of shooting claw hooks up to the top of the cave. When everyone was hanging from the top of the cave with a claw hook like Lin Knight continued, "Remember, the cave entrance must be cleared of monsters, and the first thing to do after clearing the monsters is to look for the beast-head beast. This thing can fly up into the sky and stun you. It's best to clear the monsters and go in if you're opening up, although many people like to run in, but abandoning your teammates like that won't happen in our tribe. You went in there and your teammates behind you got killed by the monster you pulled. No matter how strong you guys become later on, remember, never betray your own people." One of the most misguided phrases in the arc is that you don't need to run faster than the dinosaurs. You just need to outrun your teammates. That's bullshit. It's all about the team in the later stages of this game, Lin Knight said with a face full of seriousness before he began to patrol around for the beast-headed beasts hiding underground. The cave was narrow and he couldn't see either side, so then he let the line of the claw hook fall to the ground. A few steps forward, the line on the crossbow hadn't come loose. A true master is not looking for speed, he is looking for stability. He can be slow, but he can't die. Dying in the mine is a shame for them. Lulu Kai read it and immediately said, "I know, landing without letting go of the line, and in danger you can still retract the line back to the top of the cave. Leave yourself a way back." Soon Lin Knight saw 2 beast-head beasts hiding underground in front of him, one level 380 and one level 295. Any one of these pounces is no joke. After spotting the beast-head beast, Lin Knight looked around and there were no monsters before he switched weapons and took out his rocket launcher RPG. At the same time, he also introduced the usage to the people behind him. This thing has splash damage. It can kill the beast-head beasts underground in one shot, but when you release it, You guys should be careful. Don't shoot it at your own feet. And don't shoot it near your teammates. You'll die in one shot. With that, Lin Knight loaded the RPG rocket launcher and then aimed it at the two beast-headed beasts hiding underground below. Aim for 2 seconds and fire directly. 666 and the others climbed high and looked far away. And from a distance, they saw two old sixes being blown away from the earth, returning to the west on the spot. The next part of the trail was a little smoother, as everyone followed Lin Knight as he swung in the sky with a claw hook. Swinging to where there were monsters, Lin Knight would go up and clean them up because he was afraid that someone would fall. Everyone was also helping Lin Knight to find the beast-head beast. There were so many people and so many eyes. The beast-head beast had never dreamed that it had always been the one who shaded people. But today it was actually being shaded. After they had killed all the nearby beast-head beasts to extinction, Lin Knight signaled for them to prepare their parachutes. At the same time, with a big smile on his face, he said, "Get ready to play trapeze. Don't be nervous, just think of it all as coming to play." The crowd looked at Lin Knight, who had already taken out his parachute, and followed his lead in preparing to release it. But just as Lin Knight had released his parachute, he shot another claw hook. The parachute, which had been slowly descending, actually slowly wobbled in the direction of the claw hook's shot. It's not a swing anymore, and with just a claw hook, the person will still land, and there's still a good chance they'll get hurt by the monsters below. But now the crowd looked at the ascending parachute that defied gravity, and they were flaxen and dumbfounded. It's like riding a cable car, and when the parachute reaches the spot where the claw hook is shooting, you can still shoot the next spot with the claw hook without rushing. Most of the latter part of the trip was in the air. All the way Li Ting was talking to Lu Yu in the back, saying something while also looking at Lin Knight with a longing face, instantly turning into a little fangirl. "What did I say? What did I say? I told you he was the best. You don't think about it, how chaotic it is out there now. How many women are locked up by those tribes, especially the good-looking ones. Sister Yuer, from now on, you'll follow our husband with all your heart. I'm telling you that's definitely the best choice for you." Lu Yu, who was still operating the parachute in front of her, smiled with embarrassment. She was 2 years older than Li Ting, but according to first come first served, she was considered Lin Knight's second wife, and she had to call Li Ting her sister. But this little girl obviously wasn't a poser either, and Lu Yu seemed to like her a bit. And just then, Chen Yuxue in front suddenly saw something weird. Would a beast-headed beast be sprawled out on the roof of a cave? Lin Knight returned almost without thinking. Well, some of them should be stuck in crags or special terrains, and there's a chance that they might be, but they're almost impossible to see. But the next second Chen Yuxue cried out, "Ah, the big rat is flying over from above." Lin Knight turned his head to look at that moment, only to see a beast-headed beast dawdling at the top of the cave with an agitated face screaming strangely there. A move of the Rudraksh palm from the sky sent Chen Yuxue, who had released her toadstool power to fly into the sky, down. Lin Knight hurriedly reversed his direction to first use his RPG to clear the monsters in the distance that were planning to run over and attack Chen Yuxue, and then use his spray to finish off the beast-head beast that could send down the heavenly palm of Rulai. The teammates hanging in the sky were clearly watching Lin Knight save Chen Yuxue there against the monsters. At that time there was also a hint of an imperceptible change in their hearts. They want weapons too, and they want to go save their teammates. Teams can see the truth in times of trouble. This was another of Lin Knight's intentions for bringing them down to the cave today. Sense of belonging. A lot of people who play Ark don't have the heart to play even if they join extremely strong tribes because they don't have a sense of belonging. Members of the tribe who can really go to the end together are often suffering together, to live together, to die together. No one will leave anyone behind. Chen Yuxue, who originally thought that she was going to be abused by a group of level 300 plus monsters, saw Lin Knight pulling monsters and killing them in front of her after slowing down the beast-head beast's stun attack. Although it's not true that you can be resurrected when you die in this game, but if everyone thinks that way, then the tribe has no reason to exist. If Yuki is dead, she's dead. Big deal. Resurrection. Doesn't it just hurt when you die? We've all died before, so the pain will pass. Big deal. Go wait outside or go home and resurrect. Dead is dead. It doesn't matter. What Lin Knight could not have imagined was that for a woman like Chen Yuxue, who was already very strong, Lin Knight saving her for the second time caused something different to appear in her eyes when she looked at Lin Knight. A normal person would be afraid of pain. Looking at the beasts that were close by, Chen Yuxue hurriedly shot a claw hook at the roof of the cave. She's scared to death of pain. 2. Growing up without a mother's love, she suffered much more than the average girl. As strong as she was, this moment seemed to create a hint of dependence in the strong woman that she was. Li Ting bowed her head in thought, occasionally sizing up Chen Yuxue. A woman's intuition was often more accurate than a man's, and she figured that Snowy might have some idea of what Lin Knight was thinking. After clearing the monsters, Lin Knight once again used his claw hook to return to the top of the cave and said with a bemused face, "I want all of you to remember that teammates should never be abandoned no matter what time it is. If a teammate is captured by anyone, even if it means everyone dies 1,000 times, all of us have to get him back. This is not a game. This is our team code, including personal grudges. As long as there's anyone here who bullies you guys or whatever, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to make sure that those bullies don't even dare to fart when they see our budding tribe. Something together. This is the tribe." Everyone thought a lot when Lin Knight said those words. Lin Knight also saw those values that were already all full from the crowd's friendliness at that moment. Even Rokuroko's friendliness is already 100. Although he was the one who died the most today, he had completely integrated his heart into this squad. Not for any other reason. Just because when he was being spoken to by Ning Lingfong today, Lin Knight stood in front of him to back him up and called him a brother. He called people father and they called him brother. This kind of favor is probably not repayable in this lifetime. Friendship is full straight away. Lin Knight looked at the expressions of the crowd and suddenly became warlike. Alright, we're almost at the last main cave chamber, and where the strong divine artifact is located. The route of this ice cave isn't really complicated. It's just that there are a lot of monsters. And just then Li Ting saw a red treasure chest in the distance. She wanted to go but didn't dare to. Lin Knight also saw it, thinking that it had all been killed to the head. And the second generation Tyrannosaurus Rex that he had uploaded into the Ark had forgotten to pick it up. A shot of clawhooks onto a treasure chest pulls itself straight through, opening it up to reveal a drawing of a scythe dragon saddle with 80+ armor and a finished Cthulhu Legends platform saddle. After removing the Tyrannosaurus Rex he also put his stuff away, and after pulling out the pre-made 109 armor Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle from his backpack, he didn't ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the very back of the hole, but instead put it in the back. The crowd looked at Lin Knight with puzzled faces, but Lin Knight had already gone in and turned around and said, "Watch this. The axiom of pulling monsters is to jam them down by the advantage of the terrain. Next time it's your turn to operate." With that said, Lin Knight ran in and landed a claw hook to the top, then swung to right above a puddle, with almost all of the surrounding beasts running over. It's like having no brain. All of them landed in the puddle, foolishly looking at Lin Knight at the top of the cave. Li Ting was filled with excitement as she shouted, "That one in the back is a divine weapon, isn't it?" Lin Knight nodded, and after looking around before landing to see that there were no monsters, he grabbed the artifact and ran. He'll use the Tyrannosaurus Rex to open up the road when it's time to go back. After parking the Tyrannosaurus Rex at the mouth of the cave, he ran back to the cave and cut some wood and rocks to make a number of stone posts and ladders, then seal off all the entrances to the ice cave, and seal off a few spots where the cave swipes monsters. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also stopped at the entrance of the cave, and was casually killed the next time he came. Alright, tomorrow we'll start dividing up the labor. 2 for ironwork, 2 for going down the cave and touching the artifacts, and 1 for feeding the dragons to hatch the hatchlings. Take turns. As soon as Lin Knight finished speaking, Li Ting raised her hands in the air and roared loudly, "I hit the iron." Lin Knight looked up and toured the crowd, and it was clear that some people didn't know how they were going to choose either. When going down a hole to touch a divine artifact is something like this, without a veteran to lead the way, there's no telling how many times a newcomer would have to die. Just as the crowd was a little uncertain, 2 people were the first to raise their hands. "I'm going down the mine. And me. I'm going too." Chen Yushue and Gu Lingxin both stood out one after the other, their expressions resolute. Rokurokwai in the back clenched his right fist. He had never been able to overcome the demons that Shemu had put on him, especially after going to that cunning cave filled with countless sea monsters. He was still having second thoughts. The whole time he didn't know what to do or how to run. If he hadn't followed Lin Knight he would have probably rolled his eyes and fainted in place. The latter candidates were also arranged. Gu Lingxin and Chen Yushue went to touch the artifacts and treasure chests first, while Lu Yu and Li Ting went to make iron. Rokuroku is at home to hatch baby dragons, hunt for meat and fruit, and incidentally search for level 150 dragons near the snowy mountains, especially creatures such as the level 150 male armored dragon, star-tailed beast, feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, and returning pig. Lin Knight then began to set up the other 2 bases. The sooner you do this kind of thing the better. All waiting to do it later. The more you put it off the more work you do. He'd have to build a metal house tomorrow for both the ice cave and the underwater invincibility hole. Nothing too big to block the opening just yet. Then bring over equipment such as generators, refrigerators, air conditioners, machine tools, and most of all, the breeding dragon eggs of Tyrannosaurus Rex and other dragons, just in case of anything. Just as Lin Knight was there thinking about tomorrow's planning, the time had unknowingly reached past 10 p.m. The lone island was also once again that black ragged winter. It also snowed heavily on the snowy mountains. The crowd at the base had all sat down at a table by the fireplace to eat a roast and tell of the day's encounters. Just as Li Ting was planning to go look for Lin Knight, she suddenly saw that Chen Yuxue, who had always been strong, actually took some food and went to look for Lin Knight. It was then that her eyes widened. Holy shit, Yuki, you're awesome. Chen Yuxue hadn't even gotten to Lin Knight's bedroom before she heard Li Ting behind her whispering there. And at that moment she blushed and then scurried away. Running to the feed trough next to the earth sloth, he put all the food and drink in his hand. Still full of disbelief, he looked at the earth lazily giggling too. Eat more, ha ha ha. Earth sloth, you're a nice guy. Li Ting's eyes were wide flabbergasted, and with a bad smile on her face, she ran over and wrapped her arms around Chen Yushua's waist from behind, and deadlocked her belly. Sisters? Li Ting said with a bad smile on her face, and Chen Yushue shook her head repeatedly. I just wanted to go and say thank you to him. Don't you think too much? It's not what you think, Tingle. Don't look at me like that. I won't grab it from you. Ouch. Don't tickle me. Ha 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 ha. Let go. Li Ting and Chen Yushue had been messing around there. The mouth of Lin Knight, who had brushed his teeth with raw salt, was dry for a while as he watched. There was no toothpaste in this part of the world, so they had to learn the ancient way of brushing their teeth with raw salt. Li Ting also didn't know what to say to make Chen Yushue's face red to purple. After seeing Lin Knight, Chen Yushue's brain directly broke. Then he scattered, and put on a couple dodges, almost stepping on the foot of the big earth sloth that had just been there. Lin Knight looked at Li Ting with some consternation, not knowing what she was up to. You have to brush your teeth before you go to bed. Don't be lazy. The bath has to be washed, or else the night. Li Ting came over with a face full of ghosts, as if she was a thief. The frown revealed something unspoken. How about we make a deal? Lin Knight was also stunned. What kind of deal? Li Ting looked around in a burst of excitement to make sure no one was eavesdropping before she whispered incomparably in Lin Knight's ear. What do you think of Xiao Shui? Lin Knight gulped a little nervously. Quite. Well but it's definitely almost as good as you. Li Ting heatedly smiled. You just have to help me with one thing. I'll help you convince her to be your daughter-in-law. Lin Knight directly agreed without even thinking about it. Where can I find such a thing? He also went to bed early in the evening. He slept sweetly and soundly that night, and he didn't wake up until early the next morning. Looking at the tribe members who had already changed shifts intending to go outside to finish the day's tasks, Lin Knight also sent compliments with a face full of praise. Everyone has worked hard. Let's continue today. I'll go to the undersea caves and ice caves to build up our subbase a bit. The unknowing Chen Yushue looked at Lin Knight, who hadn't seen her for a day, and her little deer collided. She hadn't seen the man all day yesterday, and she didn't know what was wrong with her mind. Waking up, Li Ting also teleported to her room at the first opportunity, tidying up her body and cleaning some of the things that couldn't see the light of day, and then with a sunny and agreeable face, he walked out from his room. I'm going to make iron. It didn't talk as much as before, as if it had changed into a different person, and the corners of his eyes looked at Lin Knight from time to time, as if they were filled with countless stories. Her eyes changed. She didn't used to look like she does now, and she's now a person with a story to tell. Her eyes were full of stories. A romantic love story you can't tell anyone. After Lin Knight had matched all the dragons in the house, he also grabbed some equipment intending to tame a dragon king whale. Transporting building materials to the bottom of the sea requires a high load. You can't transport much at all with just a low-level ichthyosaur. And that undersea hole, like Cthulhu and squid can't get in. The hole is too small. The only one that fits is the dragon king whale. After finding 2 diving suits to make a couple wooden dinosaur doorframes to take with him, he went to the fridge for some more extraordinary feed. And then the ride on the pterodactyl began a cruise along the seashore of the lone island. Yesterday had seemed like a dream, and he was still a little pensive and searching. Just as he flew near the red arc, he seemed to see a very fantastic and beautiful creature. All of a sudden he froze a little, looking at the white horse with a unicorn horn growing from its snow-white body. Lin Knight slowly picked up his binoculars and looked over. The pupils were dilated. Level 150 male unicorn. A superb pet that will only refresh one in the entire lonely island. Without much time to think, he rushed back to his family's vegetable patch and dug up some carrots, a vegetable that was the unicorn's favorite. Taming a unicorn is the same as taming a zebra. You don't need to stun it, just quickly run up behind it and feed it carrots and it will let you ride. The first time it will try to kick you down, just feed the carrot again, and then it will take you on a wild ride all the way. And all you have to do on the way is feed it carrots when it tries to kick you down. And just as Lin Knight was taming the unicorn, the Yellow Sky tribe near the Red Arc seemed to have discovered the creature as well. The chief, Huang Tian, looked at Lin Knight riding on the back of the unicorn with his binoculars and frowned. Then, have I seen him somewhere before? Looking at that Lin Knight who was still taming the unicorn, Huang Hao's eyes slowly grew wide. He remembered. The entire person's expression was a bit complicated, and his first reaction was to hurry up and hide so that Lin Knight wouldn't see him. because he had heard that Wang Xinu say that her boyfriend Lin Knight was very awesome at playing this game. He's a little scared. Huang Hao, the son of the rich Suzhou businessman Huang Dabiao. His family is very rich and has touched too many celebrities and beautiful women. He is known as the Prince of Suzhou. Whenever he goes to a nightclub, the owner of the club also scouts out new goods for him. It just so happens that the owner of a nightclub that day has taken a liking to Wang Xinu, who has recently come to play. You have to know that the environment of the nightclub is very dim. If the woman if a bit of heavy makeup, carefully dress up, in that kind of light is almost always a beautiful woman. If she wore more revealing clothes, had a whiny voice, and twirled a little more slutty, there are definitely men who want to take her out for a dragon at night, because men who go to nightclubs are supposed to be there to get laid, and every man knows that women who go to nightclubs are no good. They come to this kind of hellhole in search of excitement for whatever reason. She must be a slut. Even if she's not a slut now, she's still a slut when she's lying down. Huang Hao, this person is actually not too bad. He likes to find the kind of slut, normal fresh graduates or their company's beautiful women he never fooled around. He just looks for the cheeky ones and tries to have fun in any way he can with no psychological pressure. They're all after his money. He's after pleasure. Just play with each other. Let's see who gets the last laugh. Hey! It just so happens that Xinu was upset that day because she was flaunted by her female co-workers at the company party. People also just graduated, but they got a man in his 40s as a godfather straight out of college. I drove a BMW only 6 months after graduating, and through that man's relationship graduated directly as the vice president of their company Wang Xinu. Salary 50,000. Wang Xinyu's salary was only 2 or 3,000, and at that time, her determination to replace Lin Knight was even greater. She used Lin Knight as a meal ticket for a few years in college and kept fooling him about getting married after graduation. After graduation, Lin Knight, in order to raise the bride price, daytime work, night delivery, after saving $50,000 in 6 months, he's planning on saving $100,000 this year. 100,000? You want to marry me for 100,000? You think I'm worth 100,000? You think I'm worth 100,000? 100,000 won't even buy half the front end of a car. Why are you such a loser? People become president after graduation. What about you? Delivery? Oh, don't get your ego moving. You've had a hard time, but that just shows your incompetence. Incompetence. Wang Xinu, after scolding Lin Knight, did not say break up. Riding a donkey to find a horse is her guideline. Cannot break her own back. In case she did not meet a good one. When there is no money, she can still give Lin Knight to ask. And then turned around and went straight back to their rental. Looking at everything in this rental room, and the boxes of offspring isolation bags on the table, Wang Xinu directly began to put on makeup. She will find a rich one tonight. Lin Knight that time was scolded skeptical life. This year's graduates, many students' wages are about 3 or 4,000. Some wages are not enough to spend, but also need to ask for money to the family. Even no credit cards. He saves $50,000 in 6 months, which isn't a lot for a recent graduate. But it's a lot. But at that time he was still naive to think that Wang Xinu was in a bad mood. After all 4 years of feelings. Then Wang Xinu, who had changed into a super short wraparound skirt, put on a black silk that was almost touched off the line by Lin Knight and went to the nightclub. He slept with Huang Hao that night, and Huang Hao's little brother told him about this woman. Huang Hao laughed. Dumped her boyfriend of 4 years in order to find a rich man? This bitch is slutty enough. Ha ha ha, I like it. TSK, just ugly. I also drank a lot of wine that night, plus the light was too dark, I didn't see it. I do understand now why she has such a good figure. It turns out that she has been practiced for 4 years. TSK, play with her. Tomorrow I'll go and take her for a ride, and make her belly bigger and smaller, and master will disappear, and then also tell her that the baby stays, and that I'll marry her if she gives birth. Ha 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 ha, playing with this kind of bitch is just too good to be true. Wang Xinu left early the next morning in a flirty manner. Huang Hao said at night to get her to the big villa he bought in Crisp State to live. She will be the hostess in the future. The idea is to be every day from now on. The gold-worshipping woman Wang Xinu believed it, and that morning she called Lin Knight and directly said that she broke up. Lin Knight was still at work and had no idea what was going on. Already feel that they have found happiness. Wang Xinu, no longer pretend. Directly break up. Break up will be able to live a good life. With whom to sleep is not sleep. Not to mention that Huang Hao, even if it is his father, she is willing. That's a villa. Just thinking about the daily life behind her, Wang Xinyu's eyes widened with excitement. Here's the scene where Lin Knight takes the flowers to Wang Xinu to apologize. Wang Xinu tells Lin Knight not to pester her, and Huang Hao arrives in a sports car. and then everyone crossed over to the Ark world. Huang Hao, who had figured out the causes and consequences, looked at Lin Knight, who was already level 100, and broke out in a cold sweat. If this man saw him, then their Yellow Sky tribe must be finished. Level 100. The masters those guys talked about on the first day. Lin Knight, who dared to seal the resurrection point and occupy the Green Ark under the eyes of Ironforge, can't afford to mess with. And just then Lin Knight, who had already been running on his unicorn for half a day, had also long since seen a person crouching behind a rock in the distance. At that time, Lin Knight swallowed his saliva. He was afraid that the other party would see him. This was a unicorn, not to mention whether it was powerful or not. Just the styling was sensational. If the opponent is pulling monsters, they definitely can't be tamed. Lin Knight fed the unicorn while chanting in his mind, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Behind the stone, Huang Hao was also there, his head sweating with fear, and his heart silently recited, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. My father is Wang Tai Baiyu. Don't hurt me." And at this time, one of Huang Hao's minions suddenly came over from the back shouting, "Brother Hao, Brother Hao." The sound was so loud that it was estimated that everyone in the Blue Ark of the North could hear it. Huang Hao was annoyed at that time. Lifting his leg to the crotch of that little brother was a kick. "Call you hemp." And just then, with a hiss that resounded through the heavens and earth, the snow-white unicorn was successfully tamed by Lin Knight. Lin Knight also breathed a sigh of relief, and then Cold Eyes took his binoculars and aimed at Huang Hao's position. He wanted to see which bird was peeking there. Huang Hao was so scared that he turned around and ran. But how could he outrun a unicorn? Lin Knight's sentence. "Da, giddy up." The unicorn rode straight to Huang Hao's heels. Lin Knight stood tall and coldly looked at this man who had once screened him. Huang Hao then roared with strong courage. My father is Huang Dabia. I advise you not to be impulsive." Voice breaking for 3 seconds, and then suddenly screamed strangely as if scared out of his wits. "Don't come over here, trilling here." Why did Huang Hao, who had just wanted to show off his father, suddenly break down in fear? This was because just now, after Lin Knight had gotten off the unicorn and stood on the ground, a level 20 double spine dragon behind him came to sneak up on Lin Knight without any martial virtues. First, he threw a left hook, and before he could kick out his right whip leg, he was directly stunned by Lin Knight's left positive stomp. The unicorn, like the zebra, has a knockout effect on its kicks, and it's practically a 1-2 punch for creatures of that lowly and small size. Huang Hao was scared out of his wits when he looked at Lin Knight, who had knocked out the budding killer dual spine dragon with a single kick. Lin Knight was also in a bit of a bad mood, and took the torch he had with him to directly patch up the unconscious double-ridged dragon on the ground. The body of the double-spined dragon soon burned with fire. There was a series of miserable screams, and every time Lin Knight whipped the double-spined dragon with the torch, Huang Hao subconsciously shook twice. By the end of the day he no longer knew if the double-ridged dragon had been burned or killed. He felt that Lin Knight was scaring him, even shouted, "Big brother, I didn't know it was your horse before." "You don't blame me. If I knew it was your horse, I surely didn't dare to do it." Lin Knight looked at Huang Hao in front of him somewhat contemplatively and said with a displeased face, "You're a tribal leader? Where is your tribe? Show me." Huang Hao's heart thumped. This was clearly an intention to rob him. His tribe is probably going to lose the 1,000 medal they managed to hit yesterday. "Can't you hear me? I asked you to take me there. You don't think I don't know the place, do you? The Yellow Sky tribe?" Although it was a PvE peace mode, but Huang Hao, who was strong on the outside, was really scared now, and he wouldn't be hardened enough to think that he could go to war with the other side after 27 days. Gotta think of a way. In addition to the 800 crystals and 1,000 medals he got at home, the rest of it was at his disposal, and then he would find a way to give Lin Knight some favors, so it wasn't impossible to be his little brother. Wait for the savage mode to kick in later and stab him in the back. As soon as he thought of this, Huang Hao hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, I'll take you there, don't get excited." Lin Knight whistled, and the distant pterodactyls slowly flew over, before riding their unicorns to follow Huang Hao to the back to the Huang Tian tribe. The tribe is small, but there are a lot of people. A circle around the tribe was surrounded by wooden dinosaur gates, and inside there were 4 wooden houses, one where the men seemed to live, another where the women lived, and the one in the very center was the residence of Huang Hao and his little brother. But when Lin Knight saw the 4th housing, he couldn't help but look twice more. "I think there's a woman in there? A woman locked up by Huang Hao, TSK. Big brother, our poor tribe." "Nothing, you see what you want. As long as the brother has, I will definitely give big brother." Huang Hao was still there with a fawning face, his eyes darting around. He was timid, but he wasn't a fool, and when that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex had exterminated Zhao Bowen's 1,000-man tribe earlier, it was obvious that someone was pulling the monsters. Their little place surely can't top the build. Lin Knight looked at the dodo in the other side's chicken coop, then at the two gradual new elephants in the pig pen, and behind them, there seemed to be two mage-jawed dragons that were no more than half a meter in length. This is all the tamed creatures of the Yellow Sky Tribe. Lin Knight sneered then. The name of the tribe is quite imposing. Why is it like a pigsty? Huang Hao was filled with embarrassment and bowed his head in agreement. Their lockers. Lin Knight didn't even want to look at them. Instead he said with a cold face, "Call out all of your women and stand in a line." Huang Hao was also stunned. Calling out all the women? What for? Is he trying to do unto others what he has done unto himself? I greenlight him. And he's going to greenlight me? Oh, women. Whatever. Even if he takes all the women, I can find more. As long as he doesn't fuck with my tribe. Soon the 7 women of the tribe and the woman who had been imprisoned came forward. When 2 women saw Huang Hao, they rushed over to show their flirtatiousness and said, "Brother Hao, what is this for?" Huang Hao directly slapped him over. "Stand over there for me and cut the crap." And just then, another mature woman in her 30s slowly walked out behind Huang Hao. Looking at this scene, she was a bit puzzled and said, "My son? What are you doing? Did your father find it? Has this server been found anywhere?" Huang Hao turned around to see that it was actually his mom who had come out, and immediately exhaled. "No, father shouldn't be here." It was also a few days ago that Huang Hao found his mom, Wang Marin, by name. When Lin Knight saw Huang Hao's mom, his eyes widened. This Wang beauty should only be about 36 years old, but it is extremely well maintained. Rich people originally married early. Wang beauty married Huang Dabiao in his teens, because the growth is too beautiful. Huang Dabiao directly to the original match to the rest. Now she didn't look old at all, as if she was a peach ripe for the picking, and the femininity and imperial style mixed between her hands and feet was enough to make the survivors of the Ark realm think about it. That body is no match for a teenage girl. Lin Knight didn't know what was going on at that time, but it seemed like he didn't look at this Huang Hao as annoying anymore. It seems like Huang Hao is pretty smooth. You can't take it personally when your own kid makes a mistake. You're green? I'll be your stepfather. Lin Knight had already found the Yellow Sky Tribe's most valuable treasure, and he made up his mind then. Lin Knight first pretended to look at the rest of those women. The woman who was locked up by Huang Hao was Suzhou City's multi-million-dollar internet celebrity, Nan Xiaoro. Sweet-looking, double ponytail, hot personality, and a set of canine teeth. He was locked up because he didn't want to sleep with Huang Hao and has now retired from the tribe. But even after that he's still in a cage. It's been locked up all day. Lin Knight looked at this netizen. She looked similar to his wife Li Ting, but he had to pretend that she was here for another woman. He's got to get his revenge. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But Lin Knight wasn't a gentleman. He was a gentleman. He had to make Huang Hao call him daddy willingly. Otherwise all those years of playing Ark for nothing. So after some discussion, that Nan Xiaoro was really willing to join Lin Knight's tribe because Lin Knight had saved her, and her friendliness had directly jumped to 60. And then Lin Knight brought Nan Xiaoro back to the tribe. And Huang Hao couldn't be happier with his smile. He's still there thankful that his 1,000 metal ingots were saved. But soon the ghillie-suited Lin Knight circled back around. He slumped down right behind the Yellow Sky Tribe and didn't move a muscle. Inside gradually became a little twisted. He was a good person before, and he was most displeased with those who coerced others. But now that he saw his enemy, Lin Knight's heart gradually chow thieves. Wants to do that chow thief thing. When the men went out to beat the iron and catch the dragon, he ran straight in through the back door. Upon seeing that Wang beauty, Lin Knight came up and said, "Ma'am, you don't want your son's tribe to be wiped out either, do you? Just join my tribe and I'll make sure no one dares to bully your son. I can still lead you through the Lone Islands. Just join my tribe and help me iron properly. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm the strongest tribal leader in the Lone Islands. You can come to my tribe and see if I'm scaring you." Beauty Wang looked at Lin Knight, who was level 100, and looked at his winged dragon, which was already almost level 300, with a shocked expression. Lin Knight didn't know what else to say in the back, and Beauty Wang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "This is PvE mode. Don't you dare scare us here. Hee. You've seen that Wang Xin you cursing on the World Channel every day before. I have a way to make your son eat shit every day. I'll make his life worse than death. I'll make him not be able to get through the boss in a year and die here. Do you want to try? And I can also seal the 3 arcs and seal all the resurrection points, so your son won't be able to live. He snatched my woman. I have to get back the interest." When Lin Knight said this, the roaring Wang beauty's eyes panicked. If the other side blocks all resurrection points, then his son will never be able to fight the boss and will have to die in a year. Beauty Wang was aware that her son had been screwing around every day before. Is this retribution? I'm just going to do some black slave ironwork. Are you sure you won't do anything to me? Wang Beauty was still a bit uneasy. Lin Knight hurriedly said, "My current girlfriend is still there. What would I do? Unless I don't want to live. My tribe needs manpower to develop. I can't trust anyone else. You have a handle on me. So I'm relieved. Beauty Wang finally retreated from the tribe for the sake of her son's safety, because Lin Knight said that she would bring her son to fight the boss later on. The greatness of a mother's love, no matter what time of the day, would radiate a dazzling light. Huang Hao, who was still outside taming the water dragon beast, suddenly saw his mom retreating the tribe. It was then that he shouted out to the world, "Mom, why did you quit the tribe?" The king's beauty, who had already joined Lin Knight's tribe, looking at their huge base, he exhaled a little helplessly then. She knew her son would be no match for this man. "If I do a good job for you, you won't hurt my son, will you? Don't worry, as long as you listen and obey, nothing is a problem. Go over there and ride Earth Sloth to fetch some berries and meet back. The dragon cubs at home need to be fed." "Go on," Lin Knight said and pointed to the big Earth Sloth that was commonly used at the entrance. Wang Beauty subconsciously gulped. She had never ridden this kind of beast before. Looking at the 8 Tech T-Rex cubs in the house, she couldn't help but look at them more. The dragons in this tribe are all so high-leveled. After thinking about it, she actually went outside to gather resources in the back. Lin Knight, on the other hand, was preparing something he had never used before, first opening his skill list to find the camera skill, and then sneered twice. Looking at Wang Beauty, whose friendliness level was 0, he had to find a way to make her friendliness level become 100%. He'd have to be Huang Ho's stepdad to take the heat off. Even if someone gave him the word that there's a full-grade gold southern giant out there, he wouldn't even drive his heart away. Even if Li Meiying came today, he had to take revenge and finish off Huang Hao's mom. And just then, Rokorokwai, who had gone out to look for a high-level dragon, suddenly shouted, "Holy shit, boss! Level 150 golden southern giant. Male." Lin Knight froze for a moment then, but he quickly calmed down. "Can you catch it? If you can't catch it, let Black Whirlwind and the others catch it so we can make a pair. We need eggs behind us. I'm busy right now." Rokorokwai subconsciously gulped as he looked at that huge southern behemoth dragon. So then he sent a message in the Alliance channel. "Peach Blossom, Old Peach, Black Whirlwind, are you guys free? Snow Mountain brushed a level 150 golden male southern giant. We can't spare the time right now, so you guys come and catch it." Peach Blossom Garden's tribal chief Peach Blossom was still a bit embarrassed at that time. "Not too good. Let us have it again. Brothers, you guys don't be so polite." Lin Knight wasn't polite and directly said, "I'm really busy today. Just give my brother 4 southern giant eggs in the back. Hurry up and go. 666 lead that southern giant to an out-of-the-way place. Don't be seen by the others." Black Whirlwind hurriedly replied back as well. "We'll give you 2 more Wind God Pterodactyl eggs. We caught 2 140s to match. The attributes aren't great enough to make do." After explaining the situation, Lin Knight also got his hands on the camera and got his hands on his 200+ attack long-barreled rifle and tranquilizer dart, then got a couple thousand black fruits from the fridge, obviously planning to do some chow thief stuff. Even if her friendliness was 0, he could take some unseen photos and put them in a safe with a password set. He didn't believe that this woman would still dare to be a demon. When the time comes, a feeling of fondness slowly sends some warmth to Huang Hao. This woman will not obediently follow him? After all, Huang Hao's father wasn't here, and who else could take care of the 2 of them but him? "Mr. Lin? A gentleman takes revenge and kills without bloodshed and at the same time kills the heart." When Wang Beauty returned from gathering some berries, Lin Knight shot her unconscious with a tranquilizer dart, and then opened the other's backpack bar, and overhand threw in a few thousand black fruits, and then fed another 2,000 narcotics. Next door, Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom were already swooning that golden southern giant as well. "Quickly, children, go and gather some black fruits. They will faint soon. They came too quickly. There is not much left at home." Peach Blossom shouted with an excited face. Black Whirlwind hurriedly shouted in the Alliance channel, "Brothers, it's too soon. Is there any black fruit or anesthetics? Give us some, and we'll pay you back later." Lin Knight came at that time. "I just ran out of Halo Dragons. Lulu Kai and the newbie Xiao Ro. You guys go help and use the armored dragon to collect black fruits to bring over." After Lin Knight finished speaking, he looked at Wang Beauty, who had already been fed into several thousand black fruits. This amount of anesthesia was estimated to be able to faint until tonight. It's better to be on the safe side and make more cameras. The more uncouth the action in the photo, the less the other person will want to resist when they learn about it, which is coercion. On the one hand, my son, and on the other hand, my own innocence. She'll have to weigh in on her own. Something was doomed as she weighed in. 3 hours later, Black Whirlwind and the others had also managed to tame up that southern behemoth dragon and rose to attack 260 more. It's definitely good enough as a generational breeder dragon. Lulu Kai also followed the other party back to the Peach Blossom tribe. And Peach Blossom, in order to express her gratitude, let the southern beast dragon match it on the spot. and then took 2 wind god pterodactyl eggs and gave them to Lulu Kai. Thanks a lot, brother. I'll send you 3 more southern giant eggs with Cyclone in 3 days. Lulu Kai took leave of Peach Blossom and they also rode back on the Eagle. That night, Lin Knight, who had already taken more than 1,000 beautiful pictures of Wang Meiren, put on his metal leg guards with a face full of pride. This kind of revenge is just too good to be true. He put all those photos in the encrypted safe first, then turned to the still unconscious woman, obviously intending to come to the second half, and that's when the others suddenly woke up. The first thing she realized was that her legs were so sore that she couldn't feel them, and she was the one who had been there. How could she not understand? Immediately, he shrieked in horror. The sound of shock drew both Lu Yu and Li Ting, who had just returned, up to the room. Ha! Why is there a woman's voice? The 2 women walked towards Lin Knight's room in unison, but when the 2 of them heard Lin Knight say that this woman was that Huang Hao's mom, the 2 women's eyes gradually turned cold. You're the one who gave birth to the son that upset our husband? Dare to mess with our man? You seek death. Originally, Beauty Wang thought that Lin Knight's wife would be saved when she arrived, but as she looked at the 3 people slowly walking towards her, Beauty Wang's face twisted a little in fear. She also uttered the same words as Huang Hao. Don't come over here, you guys, my husband is Huang Dabiao. Trilling, Lin Knight never dreamed that Wang Beauty would directly show her affection to him. The plot wasn't like this. It was then that he froze, waiting until the day is almost bright. Wang Beauty has been talking to herself there. In fact, Hao is not Dabiao's son. When Huang Dabiao was forced me to marry over, Lin Knight laughed out a pig's squeal at that moment. Don't be so funny with your words, ha ha ha. Lin Knight just kept smiling there, looking at the other party's friendship level, which had become 100 points, which he found outrageous. It's fucking outrageous. How could it be so outrageous? Even though he didn't do anything, he got his revenge. He's having a blast right now. Nothing makes him feel better than being the father of his enemy. I'll be following you from now on. Little foe, don't tell me. I'm getting more and more comfortable with you now. The words revealed a hint of seduction with a magic touch. The Forest Knight tribe had everything, and the tribe looked to be the strongest in the lonely island at first glance. Much better than that Iron Forge that collects protection money every day. The main thing was that with Lin Knight she, Beauty Wang, could be happy and live with her son? Where could she find such a good thing? Other women to the back in order to survive is estimated to squeeze through the head also have to let Lin Knight to take them to fight the boss. Rather than when the dog jumped over the wall, it would be better to voluntarily follow. Anyway, it's Howard who apologized to others first. We are at a disadvantage. From now on, my sister will be a member of your tribe. You don't say let me fight 20,000 medals a day. You even let me fight 200,000. Sister also obediently go to fight. As long as you are happy, brother, sister will listen to you in everything. What's it called? It's called sharpening the knife. Some might say, why is the protagonist thinking about getting a woman in the last 2 days? Doesn't that make strategic sense? Spending a day to avenge a great injustice, and finding a black slave to work the iron, and a daughter-in-law, and recognizing his enemy as his son. It's not a double whammy anymore. It's a quadruple whammy. When he met Huang Hao next time, Lin Knight could rightfully say, don't talk to dad like that. The words of Beauty Wang in the back again helped. Don't talk to your father like that. That would be a monkey wrench. By the time the next morning came around, the newcomer Nan Xiara was planning to go ironing with Lu Yu and Li Ting. Seeing this, Beauty Wang also came over. Sisters, take one of your sisters? I can do any job. Nan Xiara looked at Huang Hao's mom with some consternation and murmured, is it okay, auntie? Don't tire yourself out. When hitting the iron in the back, the selling effort shown by Wang Beauty exceeded the crowd's imagination. She now had one thought, dead bastard Huang Dabiao. I will pursue my happiness in the future. Anyway, sooner or later you will know that Howard is not your biological child. Then I will find him a good father who does not reject him in advance. Pissed off you dog. And Lin Knight, who was already taming the Dragon King whale near the Red Arc at the moment. He hadn't even slowed down until now, which was a bit too much of a stretch. Yesterday, Wang Beauty actually said to him personally, good brother, in the future, can you be nicer to my Howard? Sister, I will listen to you in everything. The child is small and doesn't know any better. Don't be general with him. If he pisses you off again, I'll teach him a lesson for you. The level 140 Dragon King whale below that was stuck in the bottom of the sea by the wooden doorframe had frozen for half a day. It's kind of wondering why this person hasn't fed it after it's been stuck under the doorframe for half a day. Shouldn't it be tamed according to the normal plot? What's that two-legged goat grinning like an idiot over there? Why are you acting like a retard? Behind it was still a giant tooth shark that didn't speak of martial virtues sneaking up on Lin Knight, who hurriedly swam far away to start shooting with his crossbow. After drying up that megalodon, Lin Knight started to tame the Dragon King whale. As long as it was stuck, it was equivalent to having been tamed. The king whale is also peacefully tamed. Just keep feeding it food all the time. And the creature has thick skin and is considered a big daddy on the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, even if you ride a pale dragon, you will be electrocuted off the back of the dragon by a jellyfish. And then you can only be slaughtered. Not so for the dragon king whale, whose thick blubber is immune to the paralyzing effects of jellyfish and electric eels. After successfully taming the dragon king whale, Lin Knight looked at the attributes, which were moderate and nothing outstanding. It's used to move building materials to the underwater caves anyway, so just order the load first and be done with it. Just as Lin Knight brought along building materials to build a metal house in the undersea cave, Rokurokwai shouted again in the Horde channel, "Boss, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has broken through. Seems like it's one of those attack breakthroughs you were talking about. Over 480 attacks now. It's still a male. The ratings are out." After the rating mechanism was changed, the new book won't be more than 7 points even if the comments are all 5-star reviews. See friends who haven't given 5-star reviews here. Give a 5-star review. Thanks. Lin Knight didn't show much surprise. Now that they had 20 tech Tyrannosaurus Rexes, it was only a matter of time before they broke through. Remember, never add points. Second generation breeder dragons don't add points. Change your name and put it there. Tomorrow I'll take this newly emerged breeder dragon to match with the mother dragon of the first generation. When Lin Knight finished posting in the tribe channel, 666 just froze for a moment. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Is there not a single sane person who plays Ark? You're taking someone else's child to mate with someone else's mother? Then if it was the kind of graduated dragon Lin Knight was talking about, how many unethical things did he have to have done in between? Their family of this one strain is presumed to be incestuous with their eggs, but the Ark players never felt anything wrong. Isn't that normal? It's like Huang Ho matched his good buddy Lin Knight's girlfriend. Didn't Lin Knight also match his good buddy Huang Hao's mom? And now the brotherly love has gone straight to fatherly love. Doesn't that deepen the bond? Dragon or human? Rokurokwai subconsciously swallowed and stopped speaking, then went off to hunt meat to feed the dragon cubs. And Lin Knight, who was already starting to build an iron house in the underwater invincible cave at the moment, finally had everything all matched up this time. Refrigerator, air-conditioned egg incubator, generator, machine tools, blacksmith's table, safe, etc. He also brought in breeding eggs of creatures such as Aetosaur, eagles, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and sicklebacks to put in the freezer for emergencies. Now, except for the lack of upsafe walls, this underwater hole can already function as a normal stronghold. Next it was time to put building skills to the test. The iron that their tribe members had struck in the past few days had been enough to build a large number of safes, and Lin Knight looked at the more than 100 safes on the Dragon King whale with a somewhat contemplative expression. After thinking about it, it's better to get the underwater invincible hole before setting up the defense of the ice cave. Invincible cave is meaningless if it has no defense and encounters an expert. With 8 million people crossing over, if an expert from another map got through the boss early and teleported directly to their server to mess with it, then he, the biggest threat, would definitely be the one to be set on fire. Lin Knight, who thought of this, had already started to set up the safe city walls. The reason why you don't use metal walls is simple. Because safes are also made of metal and have 50,000 blood. The metal wall has only 10,000 blood. It doesn't take long for it to break if the other guy blows it up with an RPG or C4 bomb. And walls aren't like safes. Blow up the bottom wall and all the walls above it have to collapse. The safes, you blow up the ones underneath. The ones above will fall straight down. Stacked. PvP is always about resources in the end. You wouldn't even think of firing if the opposing turret had a staggering amount of ammo and safes. Soon Lin Knight built the first frame to carry the safe through the metal pillars and metal ceiling. Then it was time to set up the safes one by one. After it was all set up, he ran back up and removed all the ceilings that held the safes. Those safes lost their weight and fell one by one. This approach is the most headache-inducing defense in the PvP Savage match mode. You want to break through the defense? You're gonna have to blow up that whole row of safes. You may not even have enough gear with you at one time. In the back, Lin Knight reinserted the ceiling behind the gap in those safes, so that the safes could hold the turrets by blocking the metal ceiling behind them. To break the turret, you'd have to blow the safe. Otherwise you won't get through at all. Lin Knight also left a man's distance behind the safe wall to make a metal shooting platform. That way their men could just weave in and out behind the safe and counterattack with their weapons. Behind it he made 2 separate turrets in the back corners of the outlet. If anyone comes, they'll be dead before they even show the water. Now this underwater invincibility hole has been completely counted as invincible. Unless an extremely strong large horde comes to fight with a large group to drain his bullets, the place is invincible. There's no telling how much that would take to bring down though. After messing with the underwater invincible cave, Lin Knight also returned. With a rear base, the heart is much more secure. And then he traveled to the ice cave to set it up in the same way. The entrance to the ice cavern that required crouching to get in was now covered with 4 layers of metal doors, and the outcropping was a turret. On either side are 2 walls of safes that you can't get through with a grappling hook shot. Here the refrigerator machine tools and all that stuff are also matched, and directly teleported the shark-toothed dragon in with a treasure chest to clear the monsters with. Anyway, there is no female shark-toothed dragon now. When there is, then pull out to match. Anyway, the treasure chest inside the ice cave refreshes irregularly, and the dragon can just upload it to the Ark. By the time he had gotten this done, Lin Knight was back home again, having built almost all of the iron and polymer cement in the house. 1,000 metal ingots are gone. Poorer than Huang Hao. Lin Knight looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that Rokurokwai had said had broken through the attack, and then looked at the several scythe dragons that had come out of perfect inheritance. The expression was somewhat pensive. You can fight the bosses. Should we paint all the easy bosses in 3 days? Difficulty fire-breathing dragons require a high attack sprayer and a bighorn deer with thick blood, so it's a good idea to get them. I'll shuffle a few points to add all crafting, and I can make a few sprayers out of off-the-shelf drawings to make do. Should I turn on easy or not? Just go all hard mode? I'm sure I can get through it. Just keep them from dying. Lin Knight fell into deep thought as he looked at the few drawings in his encrypted private safe. Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle drawings, Scythosaurus saddle drawings, feathered Tyrannosaurus saddle drawings. All but the Tyrannosaurus Rexes are legendary. There's also an epic returning pig drawing and a 278 attack jet drawing. Lin Knight lowered his head and thought, if he let them think that the boss was easy to fight, it might make them fickle. You mustn't be impatient in this game. And when you are impatient, you are prone to accidents. A lot of people have their homes demolished and their dragons killed, and they're pissed off and smashing their computers. Especially the foreigners. Whoever plays PvP hasn't been copied or had their group destroyed. This mentality couldn't be allowed to be theirs. It wouldn't be good for them if they relied on him. Lin Knight, for everything. After thinking about it for half a day, Lin Knight simply crossed his 2 eyes. He went ahead and soloed the 3 hard mode bosses, and then take them through the easy ones again, and then later on let them fight the medium ones on their own. They have to be taught how to fight the boss ones. You can make all of them reunite once if necessary. It's better to be reunited by a boss than by another player. This way they would reflect on themselves and wouldn't rely on him. Lin Knight, for everything. It wasn't long before Lin Knight came up with the schedule behind him. All of the tribesmen continue to play Iron Hatching Dragon as they should, and he goes to solo difficult Spider and difficult Vajra tomorrow. Go fight the difficulty Spitfire Dragon the day after. Take them to the easy bosses the day after. And after that comes his great cause of domination. Now that the invincible cave is flush with life, he can begin to make the whole service work for him. Cheer up these 3 days. I'll take you guys to fight the boss the day after tomorrow, and after the boss, I'll take you guys to dominate the Lonely Island. Occupy all the resurrection points and the Ark. When the crowd that was still busy outside heard that they were going to fight the boss, their expressions changed. Once Beauty Wang heard that she was going to dominate the Lonely Island, that expression instantly became wonderful. How mother has found you a good father. You can't play with your temper anymore. After inspiring the tribe members, Lin Knight also came to the blue obelisk in front of the house. Looking at the materials for fighting the boss above, Lin Knight sucked in his breath with a despondent face. The artifacts are there, but the materials needed for the difficult bosses need something else. Other than that, it's not a big problem. Like what with the spineback dragon fins and the Argentine giant eagle claws. A lot of veterans keep an eye out for these boss fighting materials while killing monsters from the start. Lin Knight already had quite a few in his locker, including the ancient gargoyle venom and titan python venom that were swiped at the poison cave was enough. The tough ones are the Dragon King whale blubber and the southern behemoth dragon heart. The Dragon King whales on the isolated island were originally painted less, and for so many days Lin Knight had only seen 2, one of which he had even tamed. The southern giant heart is even less so. After thinking about it, Lin Knight was going to go out and see if there was a southern giant, and if there was one, pull it into the sea and drown it. It stands to reason that the snowy mountains and mines would have swiped one out for sure. As long as you get 2 southern behemoth dragon hearts, Dragon King whale blubber, and squid tentacles, he'll have all the materials he needs to fight the difficult bosses. Lin Knight just flew around the snowy mountain, stopping every now and then to look around, taking in every place. After searching for half a day and not seeing the wild southern giant, Lin Knight went south to the mines again. He really didn't want to ask Peachy if they had a southern giant heart. By then, the other party would definitely know that he was going to open the difficulty boss, and he didn't want the news that he could solo the difficulty boss to leak out. Just as he arrived at the mines, he saw a huge shit yellow southern behemoth dragon nibbling on 3 stegosaurus. Lin Knight hurriedly took the binoculars to look at it, and once he saw that it was a level 100 male, he exhaled on the spot as well. Don't blame me. I'll send you on your way first. Pulling the wild south giant to the beach didn't go well. Lin Knight's eagle was also crippled twice by bites. He also had to kill some creatures that wouldn't counter so that the eagle could eat the corpse to regain blood. It was only when it was 12 noon that Lin Knight pulled that southern giant into the sea where he couldn't get to shore. The next step is to wait for it to drown. After successfully obtaining a southern giant dragon heart, Lin Knight was going to take another look. If the time here was the same as reality, then it wouldn't be long before the southern giant should be able to refresh? Or do you mean one brush a day? There has to be a pattern. This time, after searching for half a day is nothing, he had to ride the king whale to the bottom of the sea to look for other king whales and squids. It's a lot more peaceful at the bottom of the ocean with the dragon king whale. Things like megalodon sharks are also randomly killed if there aren't too many of them. The squid tentacles were quick to get. He remembered the squid's refresh point, and the dragon king whale could fuck up the squid. But he only found 2 lobster whales after searching for an hour. What a pain in the ass. Better go back and see if the southern giant has refreshed yet. Lin Knight returned once again. I guess I'll have to spend all my time today preparing materials. When he passed the Yellow Sky tribe from the Red Ark, he suddenly thought again of what Wang Beauty had begged him yesterday to give his son a mount, and that at night she would give him some tricks. Just thinking about that Wang Beauty's seductive appearance made Lin Knight gulp. Really, TM is a goblin. Never mind. After all, is a child. Well, I'll just drop him off on the way to have some fun. Lin Knight said and spoke in the tribe channel. Xiao Mei, go ride the 200+ level Triceratops at home over there and give it to your son. I won't go over there. It's not good for the kid to see it. Wang Beauty, who was still pumping iron, was instantly delighted. Okay, I'll go later. You're so nice. Li Ting, who was beating the iron next to him, was about to burst out laughing. A few days ago he was an enemy, but now he's his child? Also, kids see bad. But that Huang Hao looks also too ugly. At a glance, it is not Lin Knight biological awe. When Wang Beauty finished fighting iron riding the 200+ level Triceratops and came to Huang Tian's tribe, Huang Hao couldn't have been more shocked. From a long way off he stared at his own mother, who was already in her 70s in the binoculars, with eyes as white as eggs. He's only level 40 now, and most people are level 30 or 40, and he's fucking level 70+? I'm a newbie, don't hit me? Why is this so familiar? My mom joined the tribe that sticks poles everywhere? Wang Beauty didn't say much. Directly let Huang Hao lead that Triceratops. I some concern looked at Huang Hao said, Son, you own good. Mom now found a good backer. People are willing to take you to fight boss. When we mother won't have to die. However, it suddenly occurred to Huang Hao that the Lin Knight he saw that day seemed to be from this tribe. Huang Hao was no fool, and at that moment he thought that it must have been Lin Knight who came over and took his mom away while he was out fighting metal. At that time, Huang Hao was annoyed. He had guessed something. Holy you! Huang Hao's voice had broken when he roared, and the veins on his neck were clearly visible. And then Huang Hao was about to curse Lin Knight, the beast, on the World Channel. On the spot, she was slapped by Beauty Wang. Don't talk about your Uncle Lin like that. What are you being so hard-headed about? It's not because of your sins. Huang Hao's tears came out, and as he looked at his own mother who spoke for Lin Knight, that expression became more and more explosive. His view of family shattered. What Wang Beauty said next made Huang Hao completely lose the courage to call out to Lin Knight. You're not your father Huang Dabiao's son. Back then I found someone else in order to get back at him. So think about it yourself. Whether you want to tear your face off with your Uncle Lin for your little shit, or be honest and let your Uncle Lin take us mother and son to the next map. Your Uncle Lin will take us to fight the boss right away. After fighting the boss he's going to take control of the whole lonely island. Here at that time all have to listen to him. Don't be silly son. Don't worry. Mom has already spoken to your Uncle Lin. Your Uncle Lin has a big heart. He's a real man. Won't cross you. Don't worry about it. Huang Hao was all frozen, snot dripping down his nose inadvertently. There are still 25 days to go before Savage Mode. It's going to be unpeaceful soon. Don't be capricious, Howard. Let's live more than anything else. Wang Beauty left after saying that, leaving Huang Hao and that Triceratops in the wind. The Triceratops next to him was full of wood eating the plant next to Huang Hao, oblivious to why they were giving it to this ugly bastard. This one's so sloppy too. He's got snot across the river and he doesn't know how to blow it. And just at this moment, the talents in the Huang Hao tribe are acting up again. A group of juniors set up a row of campfire to roast meat and eat there, completely unaware that a group of men riding winged dragons had reached above their tribe at the moment. The second in command of Iron Furnace Fortress, Thousand Abacus, looked at this not-so-small tribe and sneered. How did you forget about this place? Go down and collect protection fees. Ask them for 2,000 metal ingots and 1,000 cement. If not, take their most valuable dragon. Pull the monster and demolish them if you don't. Huang Hao, who was still in the wind, had apparently lost the ability to think. He's not his father's son? His mom cheated on him with someone else to get back at his dad? His mom is hooking up with Lin Knight. It looks as if it still has everything it needs to do. Each piece of news could almost make Huang Hao's 3 views explode. While he was dumbfounded, his tribe suffered. Thousand Abacus led a dozen or so people who looked at the Huang Hao tribe with sneers on their faces and said, "We are Iron Furnace Fortress and have come to collect protection money to protect you from the wild dragons." Those minions of Huang Hao were not afraid when they looked at this group of people with full iron armor and flying mounts. Even though you can't fight now, you can fight in 20 days or so, and everyone knows you can pull monsters and break up homes now. Their concern was written all over their faces. Huang Hao's little brother was still there shouting, "Brother Hao! Brother Hao! Someone is here to collect our protection money." Huang Hao subconsciously looked up, and when he saw the sneering Thousand Abacus, his anger increased. Today in the end is how anything can be touched by him. Huang Hao cold eyes angry direct cursing, "Collect your mom. To do it. Do you know who I am?" Thousand Abacus laughed with a face full of contempt. "Ha ha ha, there's actually a father-fighting fool in this place? Who are you? You're the unlucky one. And who are you? Do you know who I am?" Thousand Abacus was a special agent sent out by Lin Knight to get Ironforge Fortress to collect protection money from the various tribes and intensify their conflicts. Now Zhang Beishan of Vegetarian Island has given Iron Furnace Fortress a letter of war to do it directly in 25 days. Thousand Abacus would be able to follow Lin Knight by then. Huang Hao still wanted to say that his father was Huang Dabiao, but he was now in such a bad state after being told off by his own mother that he didn't know how to live anymore. He had already forgotten the grudge he had with Lin Knight, and he now hated that bitch called Wang Xinu. He wasn't too bad. He went for all those nightclub and red light district bitches, all famous and gold digging. He never touches the female employees or students in the company. But now how he should go about living, Huang Hao no longer knew what to do. And there was one more thing he hadn't told his mom. His dad, Huang Dabiao, wasn't in Suzhou on the day of the transmission, but had taken his new beautiful secretary on a trip outside. His dad wasn't teleported, just as Huang Hao was there in a daze. Thousand Abacus also noticed the Triceratops behind Huang Hao, which was already over level 200. Thousand Abacus's eyes widened then. Their highest level dinosaur in Ironforge Fortress hadn't reached level 200, and dozens of them had gone out to catch that spine-backed dragon in the first place. Finally, under the chaos of arrows, they finally stunned the spiny-backed dragon, but it took them a long time in taming the spiny-backed dragon. Not having played Ark, how could he have known there would be such a thing as a feed? At best, he knew that a carnosaur could be tamed by feeding it raw meat, not even quality thigh meat. There's no internet here to check for tips. Thousand Abacus thought of something at that moment, and somewhat nervously whispered in Huang Hao's ear, "Who gave you this Triceratops?" Huang Hao looked at Thousand Abacus's doggy face, and then at his brother and woman being terrorized by those men. Huang Hao said coldly at that time, "The strongest tribe in this district gives my Triceratops. You have a problem with that?" Thousand Abacus' neck tilted back slightly as he looked up at the blue arc in the north. This place wasn't far from the blue arc, and this level 200 plus Triceratops must have been given by Lin Knight. Did Lin Knight know him? At this time, the people in the back of Iron Furnace Fortress also asked how many resources Huang Hao had, and cursed at that time, "What a poor chicken, just over 1,000 metal ingots and over 200 cement. Nothing, only that Triceratops is worth money." Huang Hao watched as his minions gave away the metal ingots they had managed to call in, and he was enraged. He doesn't even bother using it himself. It's too hard to fight metal in this hellhole. But before Huang Hao could get angry, Thousand Abacus made the men return the metal ingots. The people of Ironforge Fortress were a bit puzzled, but they were all afraid of the second-in-command Thousand Calculators, and no one took anything from them. And then Thousand Abacus told them to go first to the mangrove forest, where a tribe called the Men's Club seemed to have come out. And then he stayed behind to speak to that Huang Hao. "What is Chief Lin to you?" Huang Hao looked at that Triceratops, then at the Thousand Abacus, and not knowing what to think, his expression suddenly crossed, and he came straight out with, "I don't care what you do, Iron Furnace Fortress, Copper Furnace Fortress. If you come to screw me again, I'll let my Uncle Lin fuck you." Thousand Abacus's expression was extremely despondent as he looked at this Huang Hao, who was even bigger than Lin Knight, and he narrowed his eyes then. In the back, Thousand Abacus gave Huang Hao a blue quality iron armor in order to keep him from badmouthing him to Lin Knight, and gave him a crossbow with an attack of 185. Thousand Abacus just walked away. As soon as the Yellow Sky Tribe's crowd took a look at Huang Hao's 3 words to scare away the most bullish Iron Furnace Fortress, they felt at the time that they had followed the right person. Huang Hao's gaze was low and his mood was once again lost, but he looked at the 200-plus level Triceratops and thought about what his mom had said. "You have to die after a year if you can't beat the hard bosses, in order to live," and let him bow down with Lin Knight. He felt it wasn't unacceptable. Those people still fight the bosses, and now they don't even know where the artifacts go to touch. And breeding dragons? They don't know anything without guides and the internet. Huang Hao, who thought of this, also exhaled somewhat helplessly, and at that moment, Huang Ho's dear Uncle Lim drowned another southern giant near the snowy mountains, and now all that's left is the blubber of the Dragon King whale. Lin Knight looked at the time and scratched his head again then. Time flies. It's already 4 in the afternoon. Do I have to go down to the sea in the dark? I can't see, it's too dark. When will I encounter a level 150 Brontosaurus? My ass. Lonely Island, this bird map. Just as Lin Knight was cursing there, he suddenly saw a huge tail flick past in the distance. Extremely thick. At first glance, it's not the thin tail of a Brontosaurus or a beam dragon. Lin Knight hitched his eyes and stared then. The long-awaited appearance of a female shark-toothed dinosaur. It was a level 135 female shark-toothed dragon. A low level, yes, but as long as it was a female it would be able to mate with his breeder. It's only a matter of time before a female dragon emerges that is the perfect successor to the breeder. This location wasn't far from their snowy mountain, and Lin Knight first returned home to change into a second-generation eagle of the blood seed before flying out again. And just then, Chen Yushui and Gu Lengxin, who had been pawing at divine artifacts in the mines in the southern part of the solitary island, also discovered the creature Lin Knight had longed for. A level 150 Brontosaurus curled up on the ground sleeping. An extra chapter for the weekend. Asking for a 5-star review now. Thanks to all the big brothers and sisters. New book ratings are 6 points to start. Although this book is all 5 stars, but also need more brothers to give 5 stars in order to go up. Top up. Ratings on the 8 points every day for more. Lin Knight's expression immediately became serious when he heard that it was a level 150 zebra dragon. In a bird place like the Lonely Island, many players can barely see the Brontosaurus, even though there are Brontosaurus refreshes in the southern mines. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them were refreshed, and all of them were of extremely low levels. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Knight made his choice because by 9 p.m. or so it would be day and night. Once it gets dark, even if you shoot the Brontosaurus unconscious, the Brontosaurus will wake up when darkness falls. Gotta tame it before then. He asked Li Ting to ride the eagle to bring the billboard over, then asked Chen Yushui and the girls to keep an eye on the spotted dragon. Otherwise, once it gets dark the spotted dragon will go into night battle mode, doubling its speed, vision, and attack power. And at night it will unleash a stunt that bites small to medium-sized creatures into the sky. And if it bites you, it will bite you alive until you die. When Li Ting came over with the billboard, Lin Knight trapped the shark-toothed dragon the same way he trapped the southern giant, and turned to Li Ting. Don't think about taming it. You can't handle it. Just watch. And then turned around and flew to the base of the Blue Arc in the snowy mountains to bring the stuff to tame the Brontosaurus. Time passed quickly, and by the time he arrived at the place where Chen Yushui and the girls were, the time was already close to 6 o'clock. Lin Knight also saw the spotted dragon. Most of the time if it is near a sleeping Brontosaurus it is going to stand up, but if you kept a good distance, this creature was the best to trap. And Lin Knight chose stone dinosaur doors and doorframes this time, bringing 4 sets at a time. If you use a billboard, the Brontosaurus will most likely wake up because the billboard is smaller and you'll have to put it out close to the Brontosaurus, at which point it wakes up when it touches the opponent. By the time it moves, it'll be out before you can fence it in, and you can't take any chances when it's almost dark. When Lin Knight surrounded the Brontosaurus with a dinosaur gate, he took out his long-barreled rifle and started shooting tranquilizer darts. Next to her, Chen Yushui looked at Lin Knight, who was taming the spotted dragon, with a face full of anticipation, as if every time this guy did something serious, he would be very serious and not say a word the entire time. It's just that he's always crooked at times, and it would be nice if he wasn't crooked and not so funny. After Lin Knight shot a tranquilizer dart, the spotted dragon also woke up with a jolt, but at this time of the day, it was still dark, and it walked like a turtle, extremely slowly. Lin Knight then shot through the gap between the dinosaur doors, shot after shot. Now I'm not afraid even if it's dark. Trapped up beasts are not enough to worry about. After shooting the spotted dragon unconscious, Lin Knight also finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he gained the night vision of the Brontosaurus, he would be able to tame that shark-toothed dragon at night in the dark. Chen Yushui inquired with some doubt. Big brother Lin, why do you like to use the trapped dragon room every time you tame whatever creature? Isn't that a bit too troublesome? Lin Knight said as he surrounded the gap in the dinosaur door with wooden rejects. Remember, the more veteran you are in this game, the more you understand the importance of the trapped dragon room. Often the ones who don't like to use the trapped dragon room are newbies. Too much trouble. The vast majority of dinosaurs run when they are about to be shot unconscious. You can't shoot an Argentine giant eagle if it's flying up in the air. Don't be overconfident thinking you can shoot it down. It will fall and drown if it flies to the surface and gets dizzy. In the back there are more advanced Sanglong taming rooms, trapped dragon rooms for beating the milk of flying dragons, and death taming rooms, each of which is constructed differently, and all of which have been specialized by numerous veterans after countless attempts. No waste, no speed, just stability. and you have to enclose the Halo dragon with something. Sometimes some hunted herbivorous dinosaurs will panic and run to your Halo dragon, and those predators chasing the herbivorous dinosaurs will just have to curse their dads if they hit your dragon. And the trapped dragon room will also serve as protection. Chen Yushua nodded her head repeatedly before showing Lin Knight all the artifacts and drawings that she had touched down the mines today. Lin Knight laughed softly and went up to open the backpack on the ground froze then, because he saw a legendary spray drawing with an attack at 295. It does more damage than that drawing at home. Previously, he had made a few 300 plus attack spammers by shuffling points with that drawing at home, preparing for boss fights, but now it seemed that he would have to redo it. Attacks even just 10 points higher would have to be redone, because he is not taking dragons to solo difficult spider and difficult Vajra. It's possible to be that close to doing that much damage. Very good. Keep up the good work. Facing Lin Knight's praise, Chen Yushua scratched her head somewhat awkwardly. It's that undersea cunning hole I can't manage yet. 2 of my ichthyosaurs are dead. Maybe I'm too nervous to pull a bad monster. Gu Longxin, who was next to her, looked back at Chen Yushua from time to time, and unlike Li Ting, Chen Yushua gave her the feeling that she should be treating Lin Knight as a big brother or something like that. However, Gu Longxin knew very well that a girl like Li Ting, who was able to adapt to her environment as quickly as possible and read people very accurately, had a better life than the vast majority of women. Night fell quickly. The fainted Black Knight Xiaonan Megalodon didn't get up, so Lin Knight counted the time and went up with the extraordinary feed to give it a feed. It didn't take long for the Brontosaurus to be tamed. Starting level 224, blood 8,300, attack 290 plus, sloppy. While at this moment, Lin Knight didn't care about the attributes of the spotted dragon. He instead chatted with the system Li Meiying's virtual shadow. Soon his eyes began to glow gold, like a spotted dragon. What had been a dimly lit view was now clear. Lin Knight once again crooked his mouth and smiled out. In the future, in the darkness of the night, he was invincible. In the case of not being able to adjust the brightness, to be able to see the darkness is really a bit perverted. And he's faster. He felt like he was up to 180 on the night and flying. Next he had Chen Yushua and Gu Lingxin bring the Brontosaurus back to the base, and it was time for them to get off work when it got dark. When Lin Knight was about to fly to the Shark-Tooth Dragon's location, Li Ting suddenly said in the tribe channel, "It's bad. The people from Ironforge Fortress are here. They saw the Shark-Tooth Dragon. It's even shooting with a crossbow. That's a lot of people. There's 15 of them. They saw me." Lin Knight bowed his head in deep thought. What the fuck is Thousand Abacus up to? Didn't I tell you not to let anyone from Ironforge come to the north? These pussies are bloated. It's okay. You go back and I'll take care of the rest. Don't make contact with their people, because they were trapped by Lin Knight's trapped dragon room. Those people shooting the shark-toothed dragons went smoothly. Ha ha ha, this shark-toothed dragon actually got stuck on someone's billboard. It's really heaven's help. With this shark-toothed dragon, our tribe is even stronger. A group of people from Ironforge were there wailing with excitement. Wasn't this shark-toothed dragon much more gripping than the spiny-backed dragon they had caught? But just as they were shooting at the shark-toothed dragon, suddenly a man came charging down on a flying mount. Upended the billboard and ran. The disentangled shark-toothed dragon looked at the group of bird people who had shot it half a dozen times and charged. One little bite of caramels. Crunchy. Lin Knight also used his nighttime movement speed to pick up the bags of the dead in Ironforge Castle, all of which were trash equipment. Crap. Which grifter took down the sign? How dare you go against us at Ironforge? You're so impatient. The next second, that shark-toothed dragon gained an enhancement buff after eating someone from Ironforge. Take off. That shark-toothed dragon was like a crazy killing machine, a tiger in a pack of wolves. After gaining the speed buff, it was even quicker to hunt down those little karami from Ironforge. Lin Knight had already ridden the eagle into the sky and looked at the time. It was already past 8 p.m. In a few moments it will be completely dark and out of reach. He'll tame that shark-toothed dragon when it's done killing the pussies. He didn't believe that the people of Ironforge Fortress would still dare to smear to come. By this time several of the men from Ironforge down there were dead, and they died without even getting on their pterodactyls. Several of their pterodactyls were bitten to death as well. The rest of the people from Iron Furnace Fortress had already sat on the winged dragon. Looking at the shark-toothed dragon below that was killing it, they were a bit confused. They had just shot it with hundreds of arrows to say the least. How come it wasn't fainting yet? What the heck is this stuff? And at that moment, one of Ironforge Fortress's juniors also saw Lin Knight on the opposite side. He took a look with his binoculars, and at that moment, his pupils widened. I got a big grass. Holy shit, the Munchkin tribe. That guy's from the Munchkin tribe. The bitch who stuck a pole in our green arc. Holy shit, Lin Knight? Level 100? The crowd rioted. No one was unaware of Lin Knight's great name on the first day of the service. Soon Ironforge's little brother was posting on the World Channel. Brotherly, Brother Tai Wang, The Munchkin tribe is that expert Lin Knights. He's level 100. He killed so many of our pterodactyls. Several of our men died. He's level 100. Li Tai Huang, the leader of Ironforge Fortress who was still studying his skills at home, frowned at that moment. Thousand Abacus then came to say crap. He rushed to Li Tai Huang and said, "Chief, don't start a war with him. We are not an opponent. 100 level up. This person alone is enough to destroy us. Believe me." Thousand Abacus spoke while the world asked, "Why did he kill us?" Lin Knight sneered. Now that he had an invincible hole, he wasn't afraid of anything. "You guys are messing with the dragon I'm trying to tame. And you have a point? Well, I'm Lin Knight. Come and fight if you don't want to." The moment these words came out, all those who knew Lin Knight throughout the entire suit froze. Wang Xin immediately widened her eyes. The tribe that had trapped her for several days was the Meng Xin tribe. Could it be Lin Knight? It must be him. Zhao Baowen shouted with an excited face. Brother, I'm Bao Wen, my good brother. Where are you? Can I go join you?" Ma Hai-san, the boss of the Netsky group, also spoke on the world channel. "Shaolin, you're really on this server. That's great. I'm Mr. Ma. Do you remember me?" Including Ma Kai, the son of Ma Hai-san, also returned at the bottom. "Ha ha, Lin brother great. Before much offense, do not remember. I was really wanting to turn you before. Is that the day to drink too much?" Said a little angry words. "Do not worry about it." Lin Knight laughed coldly. It was all about cats and dogs. He was most disgusted that someone was messing with him when he was taming the dragon. Now that he wasn't afraid of anyone here anymore, he looked at the birds on the public screen and directly replied, "Don't mess with me, and whoever dares to disgust me again will suffer the consequences." Li Tai Huang was still in the tribe listening to Thousand Abacus analyzing the battlefield there, and he didn't think that this budding new tribe was that powerful. Thousand Abacus was in a big hurry. "I've inquired before. This person made his living with this game when he was in Suzhou City. The information he possesses and his strength is not something we can fight against. If the chieftain really wants to go to war, I do have an idea. That is to eat the Vegetarian Island tribe. Let's go and occupy Vegetarian Island. That place is easy to defend and hard to attack. And there are quite a few people underneath Zhang Beishan. Most of them already know how to play. There's a good chance we'll be wiped out if we go to war now. And he probably has the means to finish us off right in PvE mode. Think about it, Chief." And just then the leader of the Peach Blossom Garden tribe, Peach Blossom, also started to help out. "Yo, the night is so lively. Which ungrateful bitch dares to cause trouble for my brother Lin Knight? Come to the north less often to disgust us in the future. Grass. Snowy Mountain is the territory of the Munchkin Corps. So who's in favor of it and who's against it after I've said my piece? The rest of the tribes are eating melons, and the most gripping tribes are tearing them apart. They don't dare to speak for fear of attracting hatred." Thousand Abacus took a look at the Peach Blossom Gardens also helping out, and even more anxiously panicked. Peach Blossom Garden also has masters. Don't look at them just two adults, but they've already tamed quite a few dinosaurs that we haven't even tamed. And they've already made their home in Death Island now. What is Death Island? Chief, if their two tribes have joined forces, we're definitely no match. Now that we need manpower, I suggest going to the Vegetarian Island tribe tomorrow. It's PvE mode anyway. They can't do much damage to us. Let's go lobby their people. Li Tai Huang looked at Thousand Abacus with a contemplative face, and still nodded his head at the back. Only now, Li Tai Huang's thoughts had changed a bit, and he wanted to receive Lin Knight under his command. With this kind of expert, then you can walk sideways in the future. Well, how about this Abacus? I'll bring someone to Vegetarian Island tomorrow. You go lobby Lin Knight and make sure he joins us. If he does, I'll give you this spine-back dragon we caught as a mount. Thousand Abacus froze at that moment, his glasses falling off in shock. Ah, Li Tai Huang immediately had a cold look in his eyes. It's a person who will always have a weakness. Does he like beautiful women or what? You treat the symptoms. I'll give you 3 days. Even if you can't subdue him, you have to make the machine tribe subjugate themselves to us, and pay us 10,000 metal ingots as a protection fee. They surely have that many. Thousand Abacus sneered. This fool was looking for death. After holding up his glasses, Thousand Abacus said with a face full of helplessness, "My subordinate knows. I'll try my best." Lin Knight looked at the sky and saw that it was almost too dark to reach out. The taming of the shark-toothed dragons has also begun. Lulu Kai and Li Ting and the rest of them also flew over on their eagles, fearing that Lin Knight would encounter something. Lulu Kai looked at those people still talking on the public screen, then also scolded, "What's wrong? We're not the ones who have been collecting protection money. We haven't bullied anyone. We'll fuck whoever messes with us." My brother Lin was already level 97 on the first day of the service. You guys okay? The rest of the tribesmen hadn't been in contact with the Munchkin tribe, but the moment they heard the word protection fee they hated it. 10,000 people on the island. Wanna make iron that has to be robbed. Originally, the island resources are scarce. So many people playing iron are everywhere to find a place to grab. It is not easy to hit a point. 3 days and 2 days is also the Iron Furnace Castle to take away. When some people saw that a big tribe dared to curse against Ironforge, they immediately became energized. Can Ironforge charge less for protection? Where are we going to make iron? There is no iron at all. What Lin Knight couldn't have imagined was that some of the tribes that had been bullied by Ironforge for days actually had someone shout out on the public screen. Munchkin tribe, we're behind you. They like to bully people everywhere. Last time I just tamed a level 30 pterodactyl and they took it away. If they don't give it, they'll pull the dragon and demolish my house. Thousand Abacus laughed. Charging protection money is a bad idea he came up with. Nothing else. To attract hatred he is very good at it. Lin Knight smiled back. Isn't this nigger brigade coming? Waiting until the back or Iron Furnace Fort's big boss Li Taiwan came out and rounded up the scene. Today is our brother's fault. Lin little brother don't take offense. Come and sit with us when you have time. We are all brothers. Lin Knight, who was taming the shark-toothed dragon, didn't reply. Instead, he's planning how to get those people to work for him willingly. He had worked as a dragon merchant before, and he tended to catch on to some of the business opportunities in the arc. Metal is scarce in CRYX, and those players want to get it for no other reason than they want to build a metal house to protect themselves from Ironforge pulling monsters and demolishing their homes. And with the snowy mountains, mines, and volcanoes they brush every day, those newbies can't fight much without armored dragons and eagles. Anyone who hasn't played Ark won't know about the Tool Dragon. Right now he has everything. What's the most important thing he's missing? Bullets. An outrageous thought flashed through his mind. If so many people wanted metal, then metal could be said to be circulating currency. If he took 10,000 metal out every day for gunpowder, his stockpile of bullets would just explode. In order to control the rate of development of those newcomers, the powder for metal quantity would have to be set higher. For example, 100 metal for 1,000 gunpowder. 1,000 metal is 10,000 gunpowder. He took 10,000 raw metal ore for gunpowder every day and scored 100,000 gunpowder a day. By the time he's done fighting the boss, all his turret bullets have exploded as well. Gunpowder is uncomplicated to make, requiring wood to be burned to make charcoal, which is then fused with a fire-starting powder made from stone and flint. The new guy is made out of it. Some of those tribes are more than a dozen in number, and if all of them rub gunpowder together, even if they are novices, 10,000 gunpowder is estimated to be made in a day. 1,000 metal was only a matter of a few tails of an armored dragon, and Lin Knight immediately brightened up when he thought about it. By the time he had tamed the shark-toothed dragon it was late, and he had adjusted his thinking to improve the extremely unbalanced trading pattern a bit more, and then he gave this idea to 66 Kai, who laughed on the spot. Ha ha, 1,000 raw metal ore for 10,000 gunpowder? Which idiot would exchange it? No, there's sure someone will switch. To keep Ironforge Laran from demolishing the house, every day on the limited exchange of 10,000 metal. Listen carefully, not metal ingots as metal raw ore. A tribe every day up to 1,000 metal raw ore. 3 consecutive days for 3 sets of metal armor and metal tools. And tell them to exchange a full 7 days will get a set of 3x3 metal building materials full set. You can directly start the old home. Forget the animal skins. They certainly can't beat a wild dragon. Just gunpowder. Tomorrow you'll go to the Red Ark and wrap the obelisk in a 9x9 foundation as a trading center for the silo. Rokurokwai nodded somewhat contemplatively as he listened, and then sent out the message about the gunpowder for metal exchange. The effect was better than what Lin Knight and Rokurokwai had thought. Those people came for the fact that they could get a medalist for a full 7 days of swapping, which is only 3x3, but it's enough to not have to look at Ironforge anymore. They all knew it was a losing proposition, but by the time the next morning rolled around, someone actually came to change it. 66 just arrived at the Red Ark and saw less than 100 mouths to feed. There are also people who come on parafilms. In less than half an hour, 10,000 raw metal ore was exchanged, and Lulu Kai looked at the 100,000 gunpowder that had been exchanged to his hand, and even wanted to laugh a little. But those people actually didn't leave after the exchange, and some of them were still waiting at the door of the trading room to bash 66, trying to get involved with the budding tribes. When the time comes, those pussies from Ironforge won't dare to mess with them. On the one hand, it's voluntary hard labor for metal, and there's a little metal house to live in after 7 days. On the one hand, there is unilateral solicitation. The effect is immediate. 666 Kai now feels more and more that Lin Knight is unfathomable. He feels that Lin Knight's real purpose is not to exchange gunpowder. Looking at those tribes that keep showing him favor, He guesses that Lin Knight really intends to unify the Lonely Island after the boss fight. At that time all the disobedient ones would probably have to be taken out. Lin Knight had already begun to lay out his plans. Boss is really the material to be a chief. I'm still a bit far from him. If we start a war with Iron Furnace Castle later on, I guess all these people who came to exchange metal will be on our side. Some people, after obtaining metal, go home and burn it, intending to just start little metal houses, even if they are small. Then you don't have to be afraid of pulling monsters from Ironforge to demolish it. No one wants to be a victim of harboring. And at the moment, Lin Knight, who was already planning to go solo against the difficult breeding mother spider, looked at one of the level 10 kangaroos he had caught earlier with a somewhat despondent expression. That's right, Dragon King Lin planned to ride this level 10 kangaroo to solo difficulty spider. That kangaroo looked at the unsuspecting Lin Knight with a face full of confusion. And the purple berries it was chewing in its mouth didn't smell good anymore. Why did it feel like Lin Knight was going to kill it? After washing points and getting high to make 24 sprays, only 4 working sprays came out. Not bad luck. Almost ready for the boss. Too bad there's number 755 attack spinner. Ha ha, I guess it's an official suit. Shouldn't be able to make it back there either. With that, Lin Knight mounted the kangaroo and jumped in front of the blue obelisk. That kangaroo's expression at that time was extremely complicated. Kangaroos, I advise you not to mess around. After Lin Knight looked around to make sure that none of the dragons in the house were near the obelisk, he started looking for materials and artifacts to fight the difficult broodmother spider. Let's see. The artifacts are Hunter, Wisdom, and Steadfastness. And the materials are Argentine Giant Eagle Claw, Emperor Crocodile Skin, Thunder Dragon Beam Dragon Spine, and Anaconda Venom, all in one place. Then he looked at the equipment he had brought with him. 4 sprays with attacks of 375, 355, 348 and 344, roasted meat, a full set of tonics, energy elixir, insect repellent, ghillie suit, gauntlets, water bottles, shotgun shells, and more. Lin Knight tried to recall the blood level and attributes of the brood spider. Difficult brood spiders. Blood quantity, 970, 000. Attack, 3369. And it has an armor-breaking effect. Skills, Spiderweb Bind, spews out a large amount of spiderwebs to bind your opponent, reducing their movement speed and dealing 436 points of damage. Multiple spiderwebs can hit the same target. Venom Spray, 14 rounds of venom are sprayed in front of you, dealing 1248 points of damage. Summon Spider Swarm, summon a swarm of level 500 small spiders every time. If there are small spiders in the boss room, the skill will not be released. And on hard mode, the brood spider will be faster than easy. You can't go in there for more than 5 seconds before it runs right up to you. Kill time limit, 30 minutes, by which time the character will die a violent death if not killed. Lin Knight once again looked at his attributes after he had shuffled his points specifically for the difficulty of single combat. Blood 900, the rest all points of weight. Movement speed is not added at all. When Lin Knight used his spray attack points to calculate how long it would take to kill the 970,000 blood spider boss, he was instantly baffled. Holy shit, obviously. The calculations yielded that his output with just the spray would definitely be over 30 minutes, and the fight would be beatable. It would just have to be a timeout, and he didn't have an extreme spray. Almost instantly, Lin Knight thought of a way. He brought the family's previous generation of male tech Tyrannosaurus Rexes and 2 male Earth Sloths with him, standing in a circle around the blue obelisk, and they were given high armor saddles that had been made ahead of time. Some Tyrannosaurus Rex blood levels have been raised to 20,000 before. After leaving traces, the attack has been more than 500. These days in the home put and automatically leveled up some more. After adding points is also more than 600 attack. It was obvious that Lin Knight didn't intend to take them outside to upgrade either, and directly rushed them to the shelves. Those Tyrannosaurus Rexes looked at Lin Knight a bit confused. What were they going to do? The 2 male sloths were also a bit confused as to what they were planning to get into. Lin Knight said offhandedly, well, if we let them do their damage repair, I guess we'll have enough time. Tyrannosaurus Rexes are supposed to be expendable. Look at that. Is that a human word? People fight bosses with dragons doing the damage. He has them make up the damage, and by the sound of his voice, he was planning to give the dozen or so dragons all for nothing. Lin Knight looked at the points of those dinosaurs and simply added all attacks and died. Lin Knight once again counted the time, and he estimated that these dragons could spam a third of the boss's blood because of the epic Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle. Time should be enough. In his eyes, those saddles were worth more than these generation Tyrannosaurus Rexes. You'll also have to go to the Tyrannosaurus Rex Corps to pick up all the saddles when you're done with the boss. After ensuring that he hadn't missed anything, Lin Knight directly activated the button to teleport to the difficult broodmother spider's room. A teleportation light shield instantly appeared in the room. encompassing Lin Knight and the creatures. Lin Knight hurriedly adjusted the position of the unlucky resentful species kangaroo again. It would all depend on it later. Soon the teleportation countdown ended. Lin Knight's eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes again he was inside the boss room. The brood spider in the distance had already spotted them, and brood spiders in hard mode moved much faster. A few seconds to follow. Lin Knight hurriedly mounted the low-level kangaroo with a full point of load, then looked over at the stone pillar in the middle of the boss room. There are a few keratinized mushrooms on that stone pillar. It's also where he gets his victories. With great speed the kangaroo adjusted its angle and then took a sharp jump straight up into the air. It landed right on that mushroom. When he got to the mushroom, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the earth sloth below were already fighting the brood spider. There were also a couple of goofy-type Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the distance watching the show. A look of unconcern shook his head from side to side as he watched his compatriots being beaten up in front of him. The silliness is all a bit comical. Lin Knight hurriedly whistled for all nearby creatures to attack the brood spiders below. Those distant Tyrannosaurus Rexes finally got on. Lin Knight also took out his spray and stood tall, starting his output at the brood spiders below. Breeding female spiders are very large. Even if all the T-Rexes came around, its big belly would be head and shoulders above all the T-Rexes. Lin Knight kept hitting there with the spray, and a line of green numbers began to brush the screen. It didn't take 2 hits before he was stuck in position by the kangaroo. At that moment he froze. Why hadn't this guy gone down? Didn't hear his whistle? Was it out of its attack range? And then Lin Knight decisively opened the kangaroo's patrol mode. The creature will slither around once the patrol mode is opened. That kangaroo just slowed down and fell to the ground next to a small level 500 spider. It's called crossing a bridge, and with nothing in the way anymore. Lin Knight is hitting it out of the park on mushrooms. It didn't take long to see the message that the kangaroo had been fucked by a small level 500 spider. Kangaroo, holy you. It didn't take long for 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes below to have their armor broken by the sharp claws of the brood mother spiders, and the blood spots on their bodies were already becoming more and more visible. But Lin Knight didn't care in the slightest. It was now a race against time. Every shot has to be accurate. Some people have high attack sprays, but because of nervousness he can't hit it right. And if he only hits 3 out of 4 shots, then there is a huge probability of a timeout. The 2 T-Rexes topping the front of the brood spider below were on the verge of karma. The blood spots on his body had risen in large patches. Lin Knight didn't care and continued shooting. Ensure that every shot from the shotgun hits the opponent. Maximize damage and reduce misses. It's still the same thing. Seek stability. Soon he heard 2 screams, and Lydia and the others outside pumping iron were just talking about how the kangaroo in the house had died. Still fucked by a level 500 spider. This will see the Tyrannosaurus Rex killed by the brood spider again. Everyone stopped what they were doing at that moment and looked at the tribal log in deep thought. He went to solo a difficult boss? Can he get by alone? As Lulu Kai looked at the 2 dead generation Tyrannosaurus Rexes, he gauged whether Lin Knight had gone to try out the strength of the difficulty boss and brought in all the generation Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the house. Inside, Lin Knight was still killing. Just lost 3 more tech T-Rexes. A brood spider with an armor-breaking effect. Whoever dares to stand in front of its sharp claws will have the opponent's armor broken under sustained attacks, dropping defense by percentage. The broodmother spider also saw the 2 earth sloths that had killed its spider cubs. Surprisingly, he charged straight ahead, disliking an earth sloth and spewing out a barrage of attacks. And then a large spider web was released in place, and those Tyrannosaurus Rexes instantly became very slow. Looking at the spider cubs that had already been killed off, the broodmother spider once again pouted and instantly spawned a dozen or so level 500 baby spiders at birth. This must have been an upgrade from the womb. Lin Knight continued to adjust his angle and shoot. 5 minutes had passed and the opponent's blood level had begun to drop as far as the eye could see. Those Tyrannosaurus Rexes aren't too healthy anymore. Blood spots had appeared on several of the tech T-Rexes that topped the broodmother spiders. Not far from death. While continuing to shoot, Lin Knight once again blew the whistle to attack the brood spider. Those few tech Tyrannosaurus Rexes that were still tearing at the small spiders turned towards the boss and killed it again. The next step is the white giving session. While Lin Knight kept outputting, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Earth Sloth died one after another. There was a lot of screaming and wailing. 15 minutes had passed, and the opponent's blood level had reached a level where Lin Knight could kill them solo under the joint output of him and the Tyrannosaurus Rexes. As long as you don't miss a beat, you'll get by. The next time is when the most testing maneuvers are made. Watching the last Tyrannosaurus Rex fall to the ground and die with a face full of whales, Lin Knight continued to output without changing his face. The brood spider also turned its hatred towards Lin Knight on the mushroom. The one-shot session is here. The breeding mother spider raised its hand and sprayed a dozen venom attacks at the stone pillar, but its venom attacks were only horizontal. The only move it could attack Lin Knight with was the spider web binding. After releasing its venom and seeing that it couldn't hit Lin Knight, The breeding mother spider rushed to release a large amount of cobwebs and threw them up towards Lin Knight above. Most of the cobwebs hit the stone pillars. However, one spider web flew up towards Lin Knight. Lin Knight's pupils dilated and he exhaled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't going to duck, and was going to use his 900 points of blood and energy potion to fire against that spider web flying at him. The narrow way is the way to go. Author's statement: this method of play personally test feasible. This article and the mine openings, PvP homeway and the way to play the boss are personally test. If you do not take the dragon only with more than 240 attacks of the spitters and a kangaroo, 30 minutes to get through the simple mode of the brood mother spiders. Spitters damage is high. A kangaroo single penetration of the medium spiders is not a problem to kill. The difficult spiders have to consume a wave of the whole point of the attack on the dragon to make up for the damage. Otherwise time is not enough. Here the spray value is the official endgame. Including the boss data is also endgame official. If there is imitation of the official service in the 755 spray, a garbage kangaroo will be able to get through the difficult spiders. Here's the method of play as a single person with only one generation of dragons to play the difficult mode. Don't take the graduation of the dragons with the set of comparisons. Interested friends can go to try it. In addition to see here has not given 5-star big brother and big sister. Give a 5-star praise love you. A ball of the brood mother spider's web wrapped directly around Lin Knight's body, and this binding effect would exist for about 10 seconds. Movement speed is greatly reduced, and you take quite a bit of damage as well. Low blood is a straight up second. That was why he had raised his blood level to 900 points for this moment. Nursery spider's skills are on cooldown. Just output while knocking out energy potion to regain blood. By the time it next plays this skill, the blood level is still full, and its luck wouldn't be good every time. It wouldn't necessarily be as lucky to hit Lin Knight later on as it was this time. Lin Knight looked down and scrutinized, giving his full attention to his output. The shotgun sprays aim following the brood spider the entire time. The spider wouldn't just stay in one place all the time. It would run right underneath the mushroom from time to time and look up at Lin Knight. And this is when you have to jump and shoot from the edge of the mushroom, jumping in place to the highest point for a split second to hit the belly of the brood spider. The whole process cannot have a trace of panic. Fall down. You have to die. He did not. Acceleration cannot play Chin Wang around the pillar. Change ammo. Aim. Shoot. Keep repeating this process. Don't look at the clock. Go at your own pace and you'll get through it. Many people panic when they see a few minutes left on the clock. But sometimes it's just that close to hurting. At this moment in the Ascension Cave and the monitor has completely looked dumbfounded. This open service only how many days? Looking at Lin Knight, who was single-handedly challenging the difficult nursery mother spider, the monitor directly went up and clicked on a video. If Li Meiying and Helena didn't believe him in the future, he'd take this video and show it to them. You guys weren't as fierce as him back then. You know in your own hearts how many days it took you guys to fight the difficult bosses. You're just the first batch of survivors. And a lot of the settings weren't perfect back then. So you could have ridden the southern giant to fight King Kong. This person's force value is not as good as yours. Li Meiying, though, and who knows at the back. I don't know why, but the monitor seemed to have a big preconceived notion about Li Meiying, and I guess he had been educated many times. But now he had a new idea. He was wondering if he should shade Li Meiying, dragging Li Meiying to Lin Knight. If Lin Knight had done Li Meiying, then Li Meiying would be his goddaughter-in-law. Holy shit, descending generation strikes? It was then that the monitor's eyes widened, and just as the monitor was getting high there, the blood level of the fertile mother spider in the boss room was down to a blood shell. The brood mother spider never dreamed she would lose to a kangaroo today, and that kangaroo's class is still so trashy. But looking at that Lin Knight, who was hiding on a mushroom and kept shooting, the brood mother spider could do nothing about it. As a spider that grew too fat and caused itself to not be able to climb walls, it had nothing to say when it was done today, as a somewhat miserable howl resounded in the boss room. The graphic information for killing the nursery spider also appeared in front of Lin Knight, and a whole bunch of tech skill unlock messages appeared. After killing the boss, the survivor is the one who will unlock more powerful skills. Unlocked tech helmet, unlocked tech boots, unlocked tech replicator, tech battery unlocked. There was also a large string of tech building materials in the back, which was a building material that was more powerful than metal buildings. It's also the strongest building material in the Ark world, and the only thing that can destroy it is explosives or a horde that has also unlocked tech. Once you have a tech house, the first thing people who haven't fought a boss think when they see you is you're his big daddy. Tech suppression. Only the materials needed are very difficult to get. It not only needs a lot of metal, but also tech energy plates, commonly known as plates in the Ark world. You have to need boards for each tech foundation and tech wall, and killing the hard mode brood spiders only gives 74 boards. What with the more high-tech tech generators, tech battle armor, tech force field shields, tech cloning machines, etc. It takes an extreme amount of boards to make one out. If the tech force field shield wraps around the turret, anyone who comes will die. The intention of fighting the boss is not that I've fought the boss once. I'm awesome. In the eyes of the veterans, to the back of the boss is to fight the material. The eye candy is also high. After Lin Knight briefly looked at the unlocked tech, he didn't croak his lips and shout with a big smile, "I'm invincible again," because he knew that this was just the beginning. And many newcomers felt invincible after fighting a boss, and felt that they were already at the top of the island. Still, PvP fights rely on resources, and in the future, daily boss fights will have to be categorized as the same schedule as metal fights in order to work. Whoever has more tech boards is the daddy. And then Lin Knight looked at the height and leapt down. 900 points of blood directly falling without a small half. It's not to be taken lightly until it's wrapped up. He put away the trophy tech boards after while then started picking up his dead Tyrannosaurus Rex's bag on the ground. He'd have to take back all those well-made saddles of high armor, and feel shortchanged by any less. After doing a good job of wrapping up and getting all the Tyrannosaurus Rex saddles and Earth Sloth saddles in his hands, Lin Knight laughed out loud on the spot. The more he laughed, the wilder he became. And then he directly grinned and shouted, "Ha ha ha, I'm invincible again, under the might of heaven, all our ants." Who else? Lin Knight, who had soon managed to kill the boss, was also teleported out. He had to quickly adjust his mindset and expression. He couldn't be so rampant. It wouldn't be good for the tribesmen to see that he was fighting the Tongguan boss, and then they would all surely clamor to take them to fight the difficulties. Grab a few more kangaroos, all jump up. Dragons do not need to bring direct ruthless output in the sky. Stable over. But Lin Knight didn't want them to take this kind of crooked path. They had to take it one step at a time. Being too impatient wasn't conducive to the later development. Just as Lin Knight was there thinking about how to explain to the tribesmen, he saw 6666 across the street sitting on the ground with a sad face. Lin Knight froze for a moment then. What's going on? Ning Lingfang is with someone else? Rokurokwai glanced at Lin Knight, not to mention how sad he was. Lin Knight cursed then. TM, don't be afraid. I'll take you to snatch it back. But 666 came in with, "The dragon. Dragon is dead. A dozen Tyrannosaurus Rexes are dead. It's been raised for so many days. It's dead." Lin Knight scowled back then as he looked again at the 40 or so Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the Tyrannosaurus Rex room. He was planning to bring 15 more Generation 1s and Generation 2 males to stab the Vajra boss later. This server doesn't have any multipliers adjusted. The only one is that whatever dragons grow up in a day. And they also now have the Southern Giant and the Wind God. So I guess they'll grow up tomorrow. And they'll be able to breed then as well. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has been raised since the beginning, and that's grown exponentially, with females laying a dozen eggs at a time, and those dozen coming straight to adulthood the next day. It's not right for you to think that way. Tyrannosaurus Rexes are expendable. So come over here and I'll teach you what the purpose of keeping a dragon is. Rokurokwai stood up with a bit of loss. These days he was the one who fought meat at home to feed the dragons, and now the total number of dinosaurs in their tribe was no less than 200. Every day the eggs hatch and the next day there's a whole bunch of adults. As the number of female dinosaurs increased, the number of pups began to multiply geometrically. Tyrannosaurus Rex alone accounts for 1 in 4. The most numerous of the rest are the aeronauts, eagles, scythe dragons, and earth sloths. Feather Tyrannosaurus got 2 perfectly inherited high-level dragon species out as well, together with a level 145 blood-returning pig that Rokurokwai himself had learned to catch with the trapped dragon rune from Lin Knight. The dragons of the Lonely Island boss fight were basically all together. The recent additions of the Shark-Tooth Dragon hatchlings and the Southern Giant and Wind God Pterodactyl hatchlings are all still underage as well. Lin Knight looked at the dragon in the dragon room and then looked at Lulu Kai. He knew that Lulu Kai had feelings for dragons just like he did back then. Most psychologically sane people are attached to the creatures they keep. If you really think that way through, then the game is unplayable. This world we're in is actually a virtual one. It's a game world. And all these creatures are data from this world. Have you ever seen any normal animal that doesn't move around the house for a day? Tyrannosaurus Rex is even more expendable. Don't get your ego moving. It doesn't work. I was like you back in the day. I caught one of my very favorite Triceratops, all red. At that time I was playing the National Service. The first time I came across this game, I didn't know about tool dragons. I didn't know about feeds. I just heard people say, knock it out and anesthetize it with black fruits. Then feed it purple berries, it's yours. I spent over 3 hours gathering berries by hand the whole time, and when it woke up I was full of excitement, patting my knee and telling my friend next to me about my joy. But at that time I didn't know that dinosaurs could have an attack mode and a passive mode, and I took it across the river and it got bit by piranhas and it fought back. I was in a hurry. I couldn't swim across, and it wouldn't listen to my whistles that summoned it, and kept swimming in the river to fight those piranhas. It didn't take long for it to die, and I had a hard time. A really hard time. Lin Knight laughed to himself as he said this. Lulu Kai looked at those motionless Tyrannosaurus Rexes, and he said somewhat contemplatively, is this really all just data? Do they have no feelings? Is there something that binds them, making them have to follow our instructions? They're actually in pain. Lin Knight shook his head. Look at that male feathered Tyrannosaurus responsible for leading the group in laying eggs. There are already 20 female feathered Tyrannosaurus next to it, laying eggs night and day every day. You see it suffering? If it was really a creature, it would have died in the pit long ago. Rokuroku giggled. Boss, tell me about something you did when you were a newbie? Lin Knight on the spot came a sentence. I played that time 3 months level only 57. People sent me a set of metal armor. I was excited to chase people shouting God. In order to tame that elite raptor I fought with it in the internet cafe 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't even go to class. At that time I was dead skeptical. How did I know at that time what trapped dragon room? What elite can't be trained? At that time, I just had one thought. I don't believe I can't beat you. 3 days later it brushes it away. Holy crap. Ha ha ha. Holy shit. 3 days and 3 nights? Lin Knight chatted with him for half an hour in the horde while talking about how he had just gone to test the blood level of the difficult boss, and that if he broke through a few more times, they would be able to beat the difficult ones. The day after first opened simple, Rokurokwai was also in a much more relaxed mood, and continued to go out and fight for meat. The southern giant pups and the shark-toothed dragon's pups were too good to eat. And then Lin Knight once again looked at the tech T-Rexes in the T-Rex room and said there with joyful eyes, boys, Daddy will take you to fight the King Kong gorilla. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm an emotionless statistic. Don't make me. Lin Knight looked around and chose all 5 male Generation 1 Tech Rexes left in the house, while later choosing 10 second generation male Tech Rexes. There was no selection of female T-Rexes from the first generation that still had to be saved to mate with the second generation of breeding dragons. Keeping 2 male breeding dragons for the second generation is fine. The rest are all expendable. And then he chose a wild feather Tyrannosaurus Rex with 8,000 blood and 1,200 stamina, and added all the points to his movement speed on the spot. That's right, Dragon King Lin's tawdry routine is back. That feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex had just been mentally upset that it hadn't been chosen. This man, he was sick. Absolutely sick. But when Lin Knight pulled that feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex to the front of the blue obelisk and stood with the group of white-given Tyrannosaurus Rexes, it's green in the face. First, he checked the artifacts and materials that started the difficult Vajra boss room, and after there were no problems Lin Knight began to change his equipment, swapped out the ghillie suit and iron armor for 2 sets of high-quality fur armor, as the temperature in that boss room where you fight Vajra is extremely low. If you don't have fur clothing, you'll freeze to death before the boss is finished. For insurance purposes, Lin Knight shuffled his points around this time, and this time the blood volume was higher by a full 1000 blood, with all the rest being negatively weighted. After repairing the high attack sprays he used to fight the brood spiders earlier, and putting saddles on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and feathered Tyrannosaurus that were worth more than they were, Lin Knight changed the feathered Tyrannosaurus to passive mode ahead of time, and also set it to ignore group whistle commands. That way when Lin Knight whistled, the guy wouldn't give a response. And then it was time for Lin Knight to calculate the boss's blood level and kill duration. No matter how many times he played, he was in the habit of doing the math first, going over the play in his head to make sure it was foolproof. But before he could start counting he suddenly thought of the phrase, the Three Stooges are the weakest. The 3 bosses of the Lonely Island are known as the Three Stooges, and the weakest of this is said to be Vajra. It was then that Lin Knight looked down and thought back. This Vajra seemed to have almost half the blood level less than that spider. Life value is like 520,000 or 540,000. So that's how it works. Soon Lin Knight figured out a shocking answer. Even if he didn't have a 755 spray, he could still fuck up Vajra in 30 minutes with his output alone. Because the difficulty spider has almost 1 million blood, this gene just had more than 500,000. Although it looks fierce, the fierceness is written all over its face, and there doesn't seem to be much of it on its body. Lin Knight laughed outright as he then removed the saddles from those Tyrannosaurus Rexes again and parked them all back in the dragon room. Right now there's just a clueless feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex standing there at the obelisk. Lin Knight had already initiated the teleportation victoriously at this moment. The feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex that remained in the teleportation circle was flaxenly frozen at that moment. Feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, there's still me. You're putting me out there, ahoy. Soon the teleportation time arrived, and Lin Knight opened his eyes to see a snowy field, and his expression became serious. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, the monitor's righteous father had turned on the monitor again and watched the entire time how Lin Knight took a wild feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex to single-handedly defeat Vajra. The monitor didn't eat the black pearl this time. He ate the tech energy plate instead, and turned up the sound of the monitor to the maximum, with the face of a gourd eater, waiting for a good show. The first thing Lin Knight did was mount the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose speed had been increased to 162, before charging directly towards the Vajra boss. As fast as they could run, the monitors froze in their tracks. Back then, Li Meiying was riding the southern giant, and this feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex took life to fight. But just as Lin Knight rushed in front of the Vajra boss, who liked to act like a bully, actually raised both fists to pound his chest and growled. This is the opening move of an adamantium boss, where it pounds its chest and howls for a few seconds before the fight. Lin Knight took advantage of the gap to go directly around the back of the Vajra boss and charged up towards a slope behind it. That's why feathered Tyrannosaurus points for speed. If you are slow, there is a high probability that you will be close to Vajra, and then you will just declare GG. And the Vajra boss that was done howling at the moment would release its summoning skill in most cases. Like the brood spiders, the other side is summoning spiders, and Vajra is summoning apes, a dozen at a time. Every ape has a knockback effect, and by the time Vajra finished summoning the little monsters, Lin Knight had already arrived at the highest point of the slope behind it and was waiting for it. That Vajra also slowly led his group of minions towards Lin Knight. This King Kong didn't go to elementary school at first glance. It actually didn't know how to go around the road. Instead, it picked up a large stone from the spot and smashed it towards Lin Knight above. Lin Knight adjusted his stance to find the most suitable position. As long as King Kong's boulder couldn't hit the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, then it meant that he had found the right position. You can output by letting your opponent stone a few more times in front of you to make sure you don't hit the feathered Tyrannosaurus. After waiting for the other party to smash 3 times, Lin Knight was also sure that this location was the same location where he took the 755 spray for 10 minutes to speed through difficulty Vajra back in the day. And immediately after that, the dragon is down. The feathered Tyrannosaurus has been turned on passive early, and it will stand here in place. Lin Knight couldn't get it killed at the moment, and there were backstops to keeping it. The next part was the dislike of the face output, and Lin Knight took his spray and started hitting on it. Because of the elevated position and the lack of cover, almost every shot from this distance hits Vajra in the face with an explosive output. Lin Knight watched Vajra's raised hand movements as he fought. Smashing rocks didn't worry him as he was already stuck in a good position. He was worried about King Kong's second skill, summoning ape minions. Unlike brood spiders, spiders are summoned from underneath the butt, and Vajra was summoned from heaven. And there was a certain chance that an ape minion would land behind Lin Knight in this position. So if he wasn't paying attention, he'd be slammed down by an ape with a knockback attack to land at Vajra's feet, and he'd be drinking directly from the northwest. As expected, after waiting for Lin Knight to output for a while, Vajra True summoned a group of minions, and it just so happened that one landed next to Lin Knight. At this time Lin Knight didn't fight anymore, and in less than a second he mounted the already scared feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Feathered Tyrannosaurus has 2 skills. One skill is a buff that increases the attack of all nearby friendly creatures, and the other is the Fear Roar, which fears nearby creatures that are small in size. Lin Knight directly had the feathered Tyrannosaurus unleash its Fear Roar in an attempt to fear that ape man, but after roaring twice the other party didn't react at all. Lin Knight exhaled slightly. Had the setting been changed? Or is it the wrong angle? Soon Lin Knight made a countermeasure. No matter what the reason was, the feathered tyrant dragon couldn't move at the moment because King Kong's hatred was on the feathered tyrant dragon. It would be a pain in the ass if the walking allowed King Kong to leave this dead end and come around. So there he was on his feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex tearing up the apes. Feathered Tyrannosaurus attacks also have knockback, and the apes summoned by Vajra don't level up as high as the baby spiders of the brood spiders. Feathered Tyrannosaurus solo is no problem at all. After biting that ape, Lin Knight continued to go down the dragon to shoot with his spray. Vajra's summoning skill also has a cooldown, and not every time an ape is summoned to the top. On the 2 latter summons, the apes all fell below. At the moment, only 10 minutes had passed, and Vajra's blood level had already gone down by a small half. After all, it's a dislike of face output, and it's a lot faster. 540,000 blood pressure route isn't enough. That feathered Tyrannosaurus looked down at the wailing King Kong and couldn't have been more hardened. Can you believe it? I can even take on King Kong solo? It's still difficult. The next King Kong, who hadn't been to elementary school, didn't even think about changing paths when he was beaten to near death by Lin Knight, then wailing on the rocks at the bottom. The monitor was a bit confused as he ate his tech energy plate. People fight bosses by sending a bunch of superb Tyrannosaurus Rexes that have been bred for many generations to fight them. This godson. Just as the monitor was looking at the monitor with a dumbfounded look on his face, a wail of unwillingness from Vajra came from the monitor. Holy shit? Dead? That's dead. It's only been 22 minutes. You believe that? Doesn't that mean that anyone with a spray gun and a feathered Tyrannosaurus could come over and single it out? The monitor directly sat up in shock. If the broodmother spider Lin Knight also sacrificed a lot of dragons, but this King Kong anything did not give in vain. It's also thousands of shotgun rounds for nothing. At this time, Lin Knight's eyes also appeared the iconography of killing Vajra, as well as the various tech skills that had been unlocked. Lin Knight also showed a crooked smile once again after taking the loot from Vajra's corpse. What's riding the southern giant? When Mei Ying meets me, I'll have to show her my kung fu, all kinds of kung fu. This time the monitor did hear it. He heard Lin Knight say Li Mei Ying's name. It was then that the monitor gulped. According to this stance, Lin Knight was definitely the first of all the servers to solo through the Lonely Island triple boss. He'll be able to teleport to another crisis server by then, and he'll gain access to the Scorched Earth map. The godson is going after Li Mei Ying? Good. Like me back then. Back then, if I wasn't careless and didn't flash, I wouldn't have been pressed into the shit and beaten by that shrew Li Mei Ying. Since you want to find Li Mei Ying, your righteous father, I'll help you. Just don't go to that hellhole in Scorched Earth. There's nothing over there. I'll let you go to Fairyland. That map is big, and there's a lion scorpion boss over there anyway. And there's a lot of resources over there, so you'll be majestic in no time. I'll send you directly to Aberration to find that shrew Li Mei Ying after you beat Wonderland. Do her. Shit. Thinking about it, the monitor privately changed the option for Lin Knight to go to the next map. Just as soon as the change was made, its communicator went off. It was Li Mei Ying who called. Holy shit. Author's personal test, 275 attack spammer will be able to beat the difficult Vajra. Bullets with 1500 is almost enough. Higher blood. Don't be the little ape second. The best one boss to fight in the Lonely Island. The monitor looked at the flickering communicator with a bit of trepidation, and after thinking about it answered the communication with a straight face, full of seriousness. But what he couldn't expect this time was that Li Mei Ying wasn't here to raise hell. Who on your server got through 2 bosses in one day? What person? Li Mei Ying came up and asked, her tone still a bit soft. The monitor smiled crookedly at that moment and sneered in his heart. You weren't that hung up in the first place, were you? Well, it's a guy named Lin Knight. He was level 97 on his first day. I figured he could actually fight bosses a long time ago, and he wasted a bit of time in order to train his team. Li Mei Ying in the communication contemplated for 3 seconds, and said something that shocked the monitor beyond measure. He's the one you helped before? Very good. Only 10 days after opening the service and he passed Vajra. He has the demeanor I had back then. The monitor was like, you blew. Li Mei Ying, huh? Ha ha. Yeah, you're right. There's the demeanor you had back then. I'm going to let him go to Fairyland to fight lion scorpions. We need to cultivate this kind of talent, don't we? There's a lion scorpion boss in Fairyland anyway, so let's not let him go to Scorched Earth to waste time, right? Listening to the words of the monitor, Li Mei Ying bowed her head in deep thought. If you follow the normal main thread, the back of the silo is Scorched Earth. The purpose of letting those survivors go to the Scorched Earth experience is to hone their ability to survive in various extreme environments. The Scorched Earth is extremely hot, a desert zone, and there are sandstorms and extremely hot weather. Not only do players have to deal with wildlife, but they also have to deal with the environment, and after that you still have to go to the center island. That map is all sea, and with a terrifyingly deep ocean that keeps everyone away. It's arguably the deepest ocean of all the maps. You ride a ichthyosaur all the way to the bottom and swim half a day without necessarily reaching the bottom. Even veterans can be fearful at the deepest level. Li Mei Ying said with some uncertainty, do you mean for him to go directly to Wonderland and then come to Aberration to find me? The monitor whispered a bit. How about we let him go to Wonderland first, and open the maps of Scorched Earth and Center Island on the way? Let him symbolically fight the bosses of those 2 maps later? Well, it's not impossible. I'm going to Genesis soon, and Rockwell's recent actions have made me uneasy. So here's what you do. Let him go to Wonderland, and you have to let him beat the hardest desert labyrinth, and get all the individual artifacts before letting him fight the lion scorpion. I want to see his overall ability. Also, he's not allowed to pass dragons and items over for a month while he goes to the new map. He can't upset the survival balance. The overseer immediately sneered. You're afraid that you'll be disgraced if people punch through the boss on the first day they get there, aren't you? Li Mei Ying thought for a moment then added. When he finishes fighting the last boss difficulty fire-breathing dragon on the Lonely Island, send out a service-wide notice on your server to stimulate the other survivors. Some experts have appeared in other services as well, and their strength should be similar to this Lin Knight. Copy that. Promise to complete the mission. The monitor's mouth grinned contorted as he hung up the comb. Ha 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 ha. It's taken off. It's taken off. Godson, our father and son are one big step closer to invincibility. And the masters of other districts? My godson has the Generation 2 monitor system. When he subdues the stone men and flying dragons, he won't be afraid of those trash at all. And at the moment, Lin Knight, who was already at home preparing to fight the difficulty-breathing fire dragon, was also making preparations. Definitely can't fight today. The time had come to 6 p.m. he still had to catch a high-level bighorn, and he couldn't mess with a fire-breathing dragon without one. What neither the Monitor nor Li Meiying expected was this. Lin Knight's plan was to train his team after fighting the boss, and he already had an idea to take in that expert, Black Whirlwind. He'll have to stay for a while yet, to unify the Lone Islands. The goal is to create a large tribe of 100 or even 1,000 people, all elite, then seal all 3 arcs. Whoever wants to fight the boss, sorry, has to work for him. Lin Knight. 600,000 metal at a time. You still have to turn in the board after you've hit it. Those who don't will simply be locked up. Even if the time came at the end of the year, those who couldn't get through to the boss, Lin Knight wouldn't put them out. 1,000 people against him, then let them all die here. 2,000 people against it, then none of them live. Put it out there for them to defect to a tribe of another suit to get back at him? If you're going to kill, you're not going to leave any loose ends. You're going to kill your children. In Lin Knight's mind, bosses and whatnot weren't the trickiest. The tricky part is the masters of the other suits, who are much harder to deal with than the bosses. And it's very necessary to get devices like the tech teleporter and replicator out of the undersea invincibility hole in the silos. With the tech teleporter, their tribesmen would be able to teleport dragons to the bottom of the sea anytime, anywhere. Moreover, he was planning to make the tech force field shield out of the invincible hole under the sea, and then anyone who came would have to shout for daddy. If you go to another map, it's easy to fall apart if you get beaten back and your old home is still unprotected. Lin Knight's mentality of seeking stability had never changed since the beginning. At the moment has been riding an eagle through the mangroves looking for bighorns. With the bighorns plus those sides at home you should be able to get past the difficult fire-breathing dragons. Only have to die quite a few Scythosaurus. If not all for nothing. After all, it's all just a generation away. What Lin Knight didn't know was that this matter of him fighting a boss was already known because he had neglected one thing. When activating the boss room teleportation device, the energy emitted by the obelisk sends a loud bang throughout the Lone Island. Lin Knight had already entered the boss room. He naturally couldn't hear it and forgot about it. And Peach Blossom and Black Whirlwind, who had made their home in Peach Blossom Garden on Death Island, had guessed that Lin Knight was fighting a boss. Black Whirlwind looked at the level 150 Tyrannosaurus Rex he had just captured with a somewhat complicated expression. Although he was a veteran, he really couldn't figure out what exactly Lin Knight had used to fight the boss. He didn't believe that Lin Knight was just going in for fun. Peach Blossom said with some contemplation, "It should be the budding tribe that fights it. The other tribes simply don't know where to touch the artifacts that fight the boss." Black Whirlwind nodded. He would also fight the boss. However, he used the most moderate approach, breeding the Tyrannosaurus Rex, waiting for the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attributes to be ready, and hitting it head-on. Black Whirlwind looked back at the children with a somewhat despondent expression. "Why don't we join them? We can beat them, but the way I'm going, the earliest we can do it is 30 days later. But it's going to be Savage Match Mode soon, and I'm worried that things will change by then." Peach Blossom naturally trusts Black Whirlwind, and agreed on the spot. "Okay, whatever you say. Tomorrow we will go to his place and ask him. If he doesn't agree with us, it's fine. We can't force him." Hearing this, Black Whirlwind directly stood up. "There's no need for tomorrow. I'm going to ask him right now if he'll accept us." With that, he flew towards the snowy mountains on his winged dragon. Author's statement: this article did not change the magic, did not adjust the multiplier. All official end-game data. The only change is the growth rate of the cubs and the male master's gold finger. If in accordance with the official service Tyrannosaurus Rex grew up in 3 days, the slow rhythm, 3 days of the cub's adult all water word count, we look at it is not cool. There are a lot of friends said that upgrading is too fast for sure self-service or adjusted the multiplier in the eyes of the old hand is the basic operation. A day up to 90. Send a picture to prove that I am a real art player. Every day after writing a novel or playing. Thank you for your support. I love you all. I love you guys. Humble author online begging for a positive review. Thank you to all of you who have already given 5 stars. And if you haven't given 5 stars by the time you see this, give one. It's very important to me. So don't make me beg. When Black Whirlwind arrived at the Snowy Mountain Munchkin tribe, he looked at the towering metal buildings in front of him. There were also the 4 octagonal gun emplacements that had been erected and countless more. That expression was similar to the way he looked back when he played Ark and visited Hattori's house for the first time, especially when he saw the densely packed blue dinosaur names in Lin Knight's metal dragon room. He concluded that it was Lin Knight who fought the boss, but when Black Whirlwind found Gu Lingxin at the door, he suddenly learned that Lin Knight was still outside. "It's okay, I'll wait for him here. Don't bother him." Black Whirlwind finished and waited there, not saying a word. And at this moment, near the entrance of the poison gas mine cave in the mangrove forest, Lin Knight was still looking at his surroundings. After making sure there was no Beasthead the dog pussy, He took his binoculars and just cruised around looking for the big horned deer he was going to catch tonight. This creature is the big daddy of the fire-breathing dragon bosses, as it can jam the legs of the fire-breathing dragon, which is too tall to bite the shorter bighorns. And bighorns are one of the very few small creatures with high blood and high movement speed that can be mounted. Wolves definitely don't work because wolves don't have saddles, and going in there without a saddle is a giveaway. And the only way a fire-breathing dragon boss can hurt a bighorn up close is by breathing fire. This skill is the fire-breathing dragon's strongest stance, and its flames drop blood at a percentage. This led to the reason why those newbies still couldn't beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Scythe Dragon even if they added up to 50, 000 or 60, 000 blood. To do what most people can't, all values have to be calculated and the skills of the bosses have to be analyzed. And one of the deadliest things about the fire-breathing dragon is that it's the only boss in the silo that can directly attack the rider. And it also summons pterodactyl swarms, shameless pterodactyls and bite-toothed pterodactyls. This is especially true of the bilaterian pterodactyl, which is very small and can still nibble right at its rider. Lin Knight had already killed 3 low-level bighorns while recalling the various values of the fire-breathing dragon. He couldn't figure out why grazing bighorns were brushing the hell out of the mangroves. Who here is not his father? But just as Lin Knight was cruising through the mangroves, he seemed to see something strange, and then he turned around and flew back, looking at the treehouse on that huge red tree, looking at the 6 antlerless 180+ level female bighorns on the platform of that treehouse. Lin Knight subconsciously scratched his chin, presumably all fed up with berries? Since when do mangroves have tribes? How did they get the bighorns to the treehouse? Eagles? Lin Knight looked at this tribe called the Men's Club and wondered. And right at that moment, Lin Knight happened to see a rank 145 male bighorn deer right below. The twin horns on the head are extremely beautiful, females are hornless, and the sex of this creature is well distinguished. Lin Knight didn't think much about it, went straight down and threw a meteor hammer at the bighorn, then took out his long-barreled rifle, which he hadn't used in a while, and shot it at the bighorn. This creature has a very low stun value, and is dazed within a few hits. For insurance purposes, Lin Knight directly raised a circle of stone fence foundation in situ and wrapped this bighorn deer that he was going to bring to the boss with a stone wall. Just as soon as the package was finished, the 4 cheap breed of speed birds that kept nodding their heads as if they had taken ecstasy fluttered their extremely comically short wings and sent a fierce attack towards the stone wall. Deals 0 damage. Lin Knight hurriedly mounted the Argentine giant eagle and started clearing the monsters, while at this time a man in the treehouse above was looking down at Lin Knight with a telescope full of excitement. Level 100? Was he the one who just fought the boss? At the same time he looked at the male bighorn deer that Lin Knight had rounded up. He was wide-eyed. What a majestic stag. I've been searching for days but I couldn't find a ranked one. And then he took advantage of Lin Knight's break from killing monsters to fly down on his eagle. Lin Knight, who had just finished clearing the monsters, looked at the man behind him with a wary face. Being able to tame an eagle and make a saddle, he wasn't a low level. Another one who had played Ark? Why haven't I seen this before? And at this moment the man who flew down on the eagle was full of excitement and shouted to Lin Knight, Brother, can you lend me this stag when it's tamed? I have 6 female deer at home, just want to catch the stag. Lin Knight looked at his opponent's level, which was actually over 70, and his expression was a bit contemplative. The man took a look at Lin Knight not speaking and continued to laugh. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jean Wenxiang. With my brother Jean and Nyo, 2 people here before settling down. Lin Knight, you guys should have played Ark? Played it. But we're both casual players who just like to catch some pretty creatures and don't like to mess around with anything else. Hearing the other party say this, Lin Knight concluded on the spot that this person should be an expert just like Black Whirlwind, except that he was just with his brothers and no one noticed. There are some players in Ark who are purely casual because they've been challenged so many times with everything and are tired of it. Decorating the house. Fishing, catching good-looking color dragons, making skins if you can't. All kinds of fun. Lin Knight also didn't ask retarded questions like why don't you guys catch mainstream dragons or something. Every veteran has a different set and playstyle. Looking at the name of the other tribe, which was actually called Men's Club, Lin Knight also smiled. What? A friend is planning to open a foot-washing city in the mangroves? Ha ha ha, I'm going to kill some time. Let me have a match when you wake up. He said, you're the one who just hit the boss, right? I heard the sound of teleportation. You match it, and when it's born I'll let you pick 2 high-ranking pups first. And they'll be adults tomorrow. It should be safer for you to ride a 2nd-generation bighorn to fight a fire-breathing dragon. 2 simple sentences caused Lin Knight to face embarrassment. He had actually forgotten about the fact that there would be a loud noise when he activated the boss teleportation device. After thinking about it, Lin Knight still smiled with a bright face. Good, brother is bright. I'm not pretentious. Wait for me to feed up. I should be very fast with feed up. You take it and match it. Ha ha ha. Okay. When I get my men's club built, Get some pretty little girls and you come and wash your feet for free. Remember brother, my name is Kim Winkyang as in winking woman. Just call me Winky from now on. Lin Knight also laughed. This person is a talent. People are begging everywhere to survive meddlesome. He did well to come to the mangroves and do a foot wash, and by the looks of his treehouse, it looks like he's planning on opening a dragon? What will be used to consume then? Metal ingots? Crap. Wizards. What kind of people would come here to spend money? It would have to be someone from a big tribe that can afford to take metal ingots. In the evening, Lin Knight paired the bighorns with Jin Wenxiang, and Lin Knight also claimed 2 bighorns in the back, 1 male and 1 female. The levels are all high, and the males are still blooded species. Just as Lin Knight and Jin Wenxiang were observing their treehouse footwash city, Gu Lingxin looked at the time. It was already 9 p.m. Black Whirlwind had been waiting for almost 3 hours. She then felt that something was up, so she posted in the tribal channel, Lin student, do you want to come back down? Peach Blossom Gardens people have been waiting here for a long time, and he won't tell me what's going on even when I ask him. Lin Knight frowned at that moment. Nothing was wrong. Waiting for him? Surely he must have a favor to ask. Do you want the dragon or the drawings? Neither will. Real brothers will lick their chops and ask for the most valuable thing a good brother has. If a brother wants to give, he will give himself. Are they going to join me? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Knight released the large horned deer fawn to Jin Wenxiang and said, brothers, please help me feed it for a while. I'll come and get it later. The time had already reached 10 p.m. Lin Knight, who had already mastered the ability of night vision, was not affected by the darkness of the night in the slightest. He could clearly see every living thing on the ground. Along the way he was thinking about how to take Peach Blossom Garden under his wing. One thing he wasn't sure about was the group of kids. It was a bunch of unknowns, and if there were any with a friendliness level of 0, he definitely didn't want them. In case the kid he goes out with his family's very own dinosaur eggs, that would be a problem. He had to think of a foolproof solution. Soon he flew to the snowy mountain. It was now snowing outside. Looking at the base on top of the mountain, Lin Knight flew over somewhat contemplatively. Lulu Kai and Li Ting and the others had all returned as well. And when they saw Lin Knight return, they were all a bit jubilant as they shared the results of today's battle with him. Li Ting, Lu Yu, and Wang Beauty could now hit 120,000 medals a day, with one person averaging 40,000, which was already quite an improvement from before. Rokurokai also spoke of the shark-toothed dragons, wind gods, and southern giant cubs coming of age. Lin Knight nodded his head in greeting, and then he saw Black Whirlwind sitting in the distance. He told the crowd to go about their business and get some early rest, and slowly made his way towards the other side. Black Whirlwind also saw Lin Knight and got up and smiled with a somewhat pensive expression. Lin Knight closed the door to the room and turned around, signaling the other party to sit down, and said softly, "It's so late. What's so important for a brother to come to my place?" Black Whirlwind looked at Lin Knight, forked his legs and put his hands on his knees and rubbed them together. "I know brother, you're an expert. Today you should have beaten the difficult boss. Old Peach and I want to join you. I don't know what brother's intention is." Lin Knight first smiled, just as he had guessed, and his expression slowly became somewhat solemn as he looked at the tribe members in the distance. "Brothers want to join me, naturally trust. You may not know me too well as a person. I'm a person who doesn't like to do things without certainty." Lin Knight said this and then whispered, "Especially something uncontrollable." Black Whirlwind wasn't a fool. He had just been thinking that there were already 20 people in their tribe plus those kids, and the other side wasn't necessarily at ease. Lin Knight saw that Black Whirlwind didn't say anything and laughed lightly. "Times are different now. There are some little pussies who are even more ruthless than adults. It's not that I'm a person without love, but they're all teenagers after all. I'll give you a simple example. If there's a kid who sees one of my women, especially if he sees a beautiful girl like Tinger, if he takes advantage of our absence, takes a tranquilizer dart and shoots her unconscious, and then does something about it, you know what? No one would know. I do need manpower. I need manpower too much. But you've played PvP. In a PvP team, just one mole will be a disaster for the whole team. He's young enough to be more reckless. And aren't all the nasty no-holds-barred things that happen these days done by pushovers? Can you guarantee that you really know those kids underneath you?" Black Whirlwind didn't say anything. He really didn't understand. The two of them, he and Peach Blossom, had taken pity on those children in the beginning before bringing them here. There were a couple of teenagers among them who really didn't have good personalities and liked to bully the younger ones. Lin Knight certainly does not tolerate this. This is the arc, where there is no rule of law, and no one can be sure that they will or will not be a good boy all the time. Lin Knight laughed softly. "It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. You've all been teaching them for more than 10 days. If you and Peach join directly, I'll pull you in now. I don't know about the others. I won't take any chances. I have to be responsible for my team." Black Whirlwind nodded. It was clear that this was not something he alone could decide. He had to go back and discuss it with Peach Blossom. But just then, there was a call from outside the tribe, and Peach Blossom, who hadn't waited for Black Whirlwind to return for a long time, was a bit worried and flew over as well. Lin Knight was overjoyed and turned to open the door to welcome the other party in. Peach Blossom smiled a little awkwardly. "Sorry to bother you so late." "It's okay, we're all brothers. Sit down and talk," Lin Knight said and greeted Peach Blossom as she sat down and grabbed a couple quarts of root beer from the fridge, also known as beer. It is possible to make beer from berries in the Ark world. "Happy today, let's drink a few cups. There's no smoke in this world, so I won't serve my brother with cigarettes. So let's drink a couple of cups, let's talk about the future," Lin Knight said as he brought the other party a beer. The opening trio clinked glasses and drank around. Peach Blossom directly muffled a mouthful, and then looked at the Black Whirlwind who had only taken a small sip of the drink and turned on mocking mode then. "You can't do this. Whirlwind, your name is Black Whirlwind. You don't whirl one? You have to blow into the bottle. You gotta swirl it in your bottle." Black Whirlwind shook his head vigorously on the spot. "I'm allergic to alcohol." "You're out of your mind. This Ark world you're allergic to hairline?" Peach Blossom said and took a bottle and put it in front of Black Whirlwind. Lin Knight laughed out loud. "Let's not talk about all that nonsense. Let's drink the wine and talk about business. I do want to accept you two brothers. I really do. But those kids? I'm not so sure. I don't mean anything else. My idea is to create a team of elites out of them. And they're the liver and guts kind." Peach Blossom frowned then. He was smart enough to see right through it. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Black Whirlwind looked at the two people after rushing to open his mouth and said, "What you said is not unreasonable. So let's do this. You let us go back to observe properly. We choose a part of a kind-hearted trustworthy. Those who do not listen to the word, let them inherit the Peach Blossom Garden tribe." Black Whirlwind turned his head to look at Peach Blossom as well after he finished speaking, and Lin Knight was smiling from the sidelines. The opponent took a step straight back. If the kid who brought it in is really trustworthy, he first uses his friendliness module to see how friendly the other guy is. If it's below 60 friendship points, he won't take it no matter what the other guy says. 60 points of friendliness was his bottom line. Surprisingly, Peach Blossom agreed on the spot. "Well, I also found out that some of the kids weren't quite right. It was too hasty in the first place, and the oldest few boys like to bully the girls in the tribe. And I'm not their parents. I can't control them." Lin Knight slapped his knees and laughed out on the spot. "Normal. Their parents don't always control them. You've already taught them a lot. You've done them a great favor. What do you keep if you don't listen? Run away from home in a tantrum? Take your dragons with you? Then join Ironforge." The three of them coincide and their values are right on the same page. It's all about who you're doing it for, so let the white-eyed wolf stay where he is. In that case, tomorrow, Old Peach and I will bring over the Southern Giant and Wind God pterodactyls from home, and leave the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Thunder Dragon to them, as our Tyrannosaurus Rex's attributes are average anyway. Lin Knight agreed on the spot. "No need for tomorrow. I'll go over with you guys right now. There's a lot of airdrops on Death Island, right? Upload the dragon directly." "Good. Cool." Soon the three of them were braving the snow of the snowy mountains towards Death Island, the most northeastern part of the isolated island. There was a lot of talking and laughing along the way. Black Whirlwind once again spits out that the dragon he had been nurturing for years in the first place was drowned by his subject pulling him into the water, causing tears of laughter to come out of the crowd's eyes. The woman in the back even found a man with a big belly to make Black Whirlwind forgive her. "If I'm going to kill someone, I must be forced to do it by someone else. Don't you guys laugh. I bred the Southern Giant for 3 years. At that time the Southern Giant's adulthood was 14 days, and the official multiplier hadn't been adjusted yet. Do you know how much it hurts me? It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that I still have a vague pain when I think about it." Peach Blossom and Lin Knight could no longer keep their eyes open as they laughed. Lin Knight even felt that Wang Xinu was better than that woman on the other side. At least she gave sleep again and didn't make trouble. Behind him, Black Whirlwind's eyes blazed as he said, "I know she teleported over as well. Don't let me catch her. I'll make sure she puts on her night vision during the day, and then I'll put a room full of searchlights on her, and then I'll give her shadow stake. I also had to make her drink urine." Lin Knight suffocated his internal injuries at that time. This was in the same path as him. When they arrived at Death Island, Peach Blossom told Black Whirlwind to stop pussyfooting around and get to work. Some of those children who had already gone to sleep also woke up. Most of them were more concerned about why Peach Blossom and Black Whirlwind didn't come back so late. Peach Blossom looked at the children with a somewhat pensive expression. It didn't take long for them to upload both the Southern Giant and the Wind God Pterodactyl into the Light Pillar airdrop, and then woke up a couple of sleeping girls. With the two of them there were 10 people. The tribe retreated on the spot and was pulled in by Lin Knight. The first thing Lin Knight did was to look at the friendliness of those kids. Almost all of them had reached over 60. 666 and Li Ting had been here a few times before, and they had a pretty good impression of the budding tribe. There were also 2 teenagers who reached over 70 points. They all know that it was the Munchkin group that let the Southern Giant go to them. Black Whirlwind's friendliness is actually exactly the same as Peach Blossom's, both at 86. Lin Knight gulped somewhat contemplatively, truly worthy of being a good brother. And just then, the biggest teenager in the house, Sun Gang, woke up, heard the commotion outside and directly shouted, "Who doesn't sleep at night? Ah, let no one sleep?" Peach Blossom looked at Sun Gang, who came out and said in a somewhat flat tone, "This place is temporarily in your hands, Con. Take good care of your younger siblings. You already know how to tame dragons. We're going to go do something else." Sun Gang understood at once when he saw that the Southern Giant and Wind God in the house were gone. He's 17 years old. What doesn't he know? Are you guys going to join the Munchkins? You guys aren't going to leave the Southern Giants to me? Hannah, you don't care about us anymore? The Black Whirlwind rushed over and said, "Not regardless. Is for the time being first develop like this. You guys do well. Fledglings will always fly high. You'll be an adult this year. Don't think about relying on others. Cheer up." After saying that, Lin Knight slapped a foundation next to him and placed a row of beds on top of it, and those newly joined teenage girls teleported to the snow mountain base through the beds. There were even a few teenage girls with liberated expressions, as if to say that they had finally left this place. As he left, he looked back at that Sun Gang, clenching his fist in a gesture of something. Sun Gang watched as some of his prettiest sisters were taken away and wanted to rush up right then and there, but before he could reach him, he saw a pair of icy cold eyes. Lin Knight was there staring at him dead in the face. Sun Gang retreated and said with a somewhat sad voice, "Flower Brother Black, you guys don't leave us alone. I'll just be obedient from now on. It's up to you to behave. First of all, don't bully the younger ones. You're the tribe leader now. You have to take the top." After Black Whirlwind finished speaking, he signaled Peach Blossom to ride the eagle, and then Lin Knight left Death Island with Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom. Now with the addition of these 10 people, Lin Knight's budding group had 18 people. It wouldn't take him long to get all these people to 100% friendliness. The joy that today brought to Lin Knight was even more exciting than winning the boss. There's a master in the house. You don't have to count on him for everything from now on. And the other man's character he liked. When Lin Knight had Black Whirlwind and the others park all of the Southern Giant Wind Gods in the Dragon Room, he also gave Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom an administrator and set the Dragon Room's gate to be used only by administrators. Those kids still can't touch the family dragons until they reach 80 friendliness. So take your time. And right at this moment, Lin Knight suddenly widened his eyes. "Crap, I forgot something. You guys sleep first. I'll be right back." And then on the eagle he flew off, straight into the mangroves. It's 12 p.m., and he just told Kim Winkler at the mangrove that he'd be right back. And this is fucked up. When Lin Knight arrived at that treehouse, the other party had already fallen asleep. Lin Knight licked a pussy face and knocked on the door. And inside, when Xiang wandered out, forcing a sleepy smile on his face, "Sorry to be so busy and late. I came to get the bighorn." Jean Wenxian yawned and laughed. It's fine. I slept a bit early today. Take it. Just in time to leave a mark." Lin Knight clasped his fists in thanks and claimed the bighorn deer fawn before catching it back on his eagle. He had to make 2 trips because there were 2 of them. Jean Wenxiang also shouted when Lin Knight was about to leave. "Brothers, come to wash your feet in a few more days. We'll be open by then. Remember to come and support us." Definitely. Thanks." It was already early in the morning by the time Lin Knight finished his work. But tonight, Lin Knight obviously wasn't going to sleep. He had to calculate the value of the fire-breathing dragon he was going to fight tomorrow. The side dragons in the house are now 38 in total, with 12,000 blood and around 390 attack after leaving traces. This was an attribute without bonus points, and Lin Knight almost didn't even think to put all his points on attack. Those scythe dragons' attacks were also all up to 475. And this kind of low-quality solo head-on fight was too much of a test of maneuvering. Even Lin Knight had the possibility of flipping. The configuration has been finalized. 15 Scythosaurus, mostly males. A bloodback hog with a food degree added to 80,000. A second-generation bighorn that hasn't yet reached adulthood with 3,800 blood. And an adult that I'll have to pick up a few notes tomorrow morning to take it with me and add 8,000 blood. This was Lin Knight's intention of not picking up notes to upgrade in the first place. And it was just the right thing to do when he encountered dinosaurs in dire need of upgrading later on. You couldn't take the feathered Tyrannosaurus yet. The feathered Tyrannosaurus's size and creature level was too high. If Lin Knight stuck the fire-breathing dragon with the great horned deer, once the feathered Tyrannosaurus got close, there was a huge probability that it would divert the fire-breathing dragon's hatred. Lin Knight contemplated the various possibilities of a rollover with a pensive face. Bringing the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex will only have two possibilities when the time comes. The fire-breathing dragon would either have to go after the feathered Tyrannosaurus, and Lin Knight would have to recard his position. Either the fire-breathing dragon flies up into the sky and unleashes a rain of fire from the sky, and the airborne skill release doesn't come down for a short time. Also have to make vegetable cakes. TM. These 15 only have to be 150 vegetable cakes. Otherwise there's no margin for error. Vegetable cake. The effect is to continuously restore 10% of a creature's maximum life value over 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. And dinosaurs with less than 85% blood will eat the cake in their backpacks on their own. This item is used to counter the percentage damage of fire-breathing dragons. And if you don't bring it, a side dragon with this attribute will have to flop when it goes in. But when Lin Knight opened the refrigerator with the intention of making a vegetable cake, he froze then. Crap, 200? What good man did that? Who cares who did it? It's all mine anyway. That's what the tribe exists for. I'm one big step closer to invincibility with these cakes. Lin Knight smiled with a face full of pride. And then he started to check those saddles that were given to the Scythosaurus guys for nothing. He had touched a drawing of a Scythosaurus in the ice cave before. The armor wasn't as high as that Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle, and it only had 82 points to make do. But when Lin Knight only made out 10 Scythe Dragon saddles after using up all the beast skins in the house, he scowled then. He looked at the 7 remaining Scythe Dragons, and for a moment showed a wry thought of not wanting to saddle them. Woes, I'm a tribal chief and I have to go hunting for animal skins myself? That's like, who let him sneak around and fight on his own, and he was now embarrassed to call people up to fight the animal skin in the dark. So then he rode the shark-toothed dragon out. At that moment the shark-toothed dragon froze. I can't see in the dark. I can see it. Peeps, let's go. Let's go catch the kids together. That night Lin Knight fought from 2 o'clock in the night until 6 o'clock in the morning, killing from snowy mountains to volcanoes, killing everywhere he went. Even the stupid dodo birds had destroyed 7 or 8 nests. There were also a couple trips home in between because I couldn't walk with the weight. It's not just side dragons that are saddled now, but even the blood-returning hogs and bighorns. Scythedragon saddles have armor around 80 to 90. Just 2 saddles reach 100 plus. Lin Knight once again looked at his equipment. Spray, 2 sets of legendary iron armor, energy potion, water bottle, roasted meat, and tonics. He's still carrying 800 bullets just to be on the safe side. If things go well, it'll be Side Dragon doing the main damage this time. Recalling the various values of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Knight's expression also became serious once again. Difficulty with fire-breathing dragons, blood 972, 000. Attacks, gnawing, fire-breathing, flying into the sky and spitting fireballs, summoning a swarm of pterodactyls. Normal attacks deal 100% damage to carnivorous dinosaurs, but only 60% damage to herbivorous dinosaurs. This is why the Side Dragon can come over and fight this boss instead of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After ensuring that there weren't any problems, Lin Knight also arranged the Scythe Dragons in a standing arrangement. This is important. Instead of all the dragons standing in a circle around the obelisk, as they had done before with the spiders, they all stood on one side of the obelisk in a fan shape. Scythosaurus are much smaller and stand apart. And then Lin Knight rode a large horned deer and stood at the front, setting up his stance before directly activating the teleportation device. The 30 seconds of teleportation time quickly arrived, and Lin Knight opened his eyes to a fiery mountaintop with a flowing river of lava in the center. The familiar music also rang in his ears. The fire-breathing dragon's unique appearance BGM, magnificent and majestic. Just by the music alone you can hear that this guy is not in the same league as his King Kong brother. Lin Knight got on his hands and charged straight out on a large horned deer, breaking away from the Scythe Dragon's formation like a wild horse out of control. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon in the sky with its wings, Lin Knight took out his shotgun spray and started shooting at the fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Be sure to keep your distance from the Scythe Dragon swarm when shooting. Lock the fire-breathing dragon's hate on itself. Lin Knight looked at the terrain, trying to stay as far away from the river of lava in the center as possible, at a distance that still ensured that the Scythe Dragons behind him could hear their whistles. A beautiful turn came behind the fire-breathing dragon, and the fire-breathing dragon also turned and flew towards Lin Knight, positioned right in the middle of the Scythe Dragon and Lin Knight. And that's when the fire-breathing dragon prepared to land, spewing its first flames as it hit the ground. Lin Knight didn't dodge and directly chose to fight hard. The great horned deer's blood level instantly began to drop as it carried the fire-breathing dragon's sure kill technique, and Lin Knight hurriedly ran right underneath the fire-breathing dragon. The bighorn also ate a veggie cake and started to bleed back. The fire-breathing dragon couldn't bite the bighorn after a few bites, but he was still there. Lin Knight hurriedly raised his head and continued firing with his sprayer, firing twice to ensure that the fire-breathing dragon's hatred was on him. Whistled directly for the side dragon behind the fire-breathing dragon to come over and pull out his anus. Those scythe dragons all charged towards the fire-breathing dragon after hearing the whistle. During this time Lin Knight continued to shoot, not being able to stop even for a second. If he stopped, the hatred would be broken and the fire-breathing dragon would turn around and hit the scythe dragon behind his ass. The location where those scythe dragons are located, fire-breathing dragons just can't hit the first jam because it was jammed in advance, so very successful. The scythe dragon was intact and joined Lin Knight in outputting from the back. This was why Lin Knight opened the game by first pulling the fire-breathing dragon's alignment through the bighorn deer. Veterans are looking at micro-operations and can't just whistle a swarm of deliveries. The attributes of these scythe dragons simply couldn't stand up to the frontal attack of the opponent either. But just after they knocked out a fifth of the Spitfire dragon's blood, the Spitfire dragon violently lifted its wings and flew up into the sky. In the sky it starts releasing fireballs. It exploded towards the scythe dragon group below and Lin Knight. This fireball is capable of attacking all creatures within range. Even if you're riding a bighorn deer you'll get headshots. Here's where the alignment comes in again. Lin Knight whistled for the scythe dragon to shift its stance as he rode a large horned deer. As soon as he moved his feet, the fire-breathing dragon in the sky summoned a large group of pterodactyls. Lin Knight and the great horned deer were being rounded up, and Lin Knight hurriedly rode the great horned deer to the scythe dragon's side, so that the scythe dragon could come and kill the winged dragons that were flying in. All the while watching the fire-breathing dragons in the sky and trying to keep pulling in the hate with the spray shots. The fire-breathing dragon flew for a while before landing again. Lin Knight didn't stop and directly rushed over. The fire-breathing dragon raised its mouth for another mouthful of flames, and Lin Knight's great horned deer came to the fire-breathing dragon's feet once again against the flames. By this time the bighorn's blood level had gone down a fraction of a percent, but the output of the sprayer couldn't be stopped, and when it was stuck in position Lin Knight once again blew his whistle. This time the scythe dragon was killing head-on towards the fire-breathing dragon, which landed in a bad position, with a relic behind him blocking its ass. Even if Lin Knight blew the scythe dragon around to the back, he probably wouldn't be able to hit it. Apparently it's going to be a couple for nothing. Before he could fight the scythe dragons for a few moments, the fire-breathing dragon made a flame spit that directly burned the 6 scythe dragons directly in front of him. Searing flames also began to appear on the scythe dragon's body, and its blood level began to plummet continuously. And then they automatically feed on the vegetable cakes in their backpacks to regenerate blood. But with vegetable cake to restore their blood, they can't take a beating from a fire-breathing dragon with this attribute. The returning pig's return mode is also on. Head on. Lin Knight couldn't adjust his stance right now, and Spitfire's blood level had gone down by almost a small amount. Excellent opportunity for output. As soon as you walk away the opponent has to fly. He watched as the 3 scythe dragons drank the northwest. There were also 6 scythe dragons that already had large blood spots and were double close to death again. The veggie cake had a cooling effect on it, so I don't know if I'll be able to get it back up soon. As the fire-breathing dragon rose into the air again to release fireballs, Lin Knight looked at the blood-returning pig that was no longer releasing the blood return buff, and he knew that his opponent's food level had bottomed out. It's definitely too late to eat the meat in your backpack. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon in the sky that still had half of its blood, Lin Knight pulled away and tried to find a suitable position to jam the fire-breathing dragon, once again allowing the scythe dragon to output from behind. But he shot halfway down there, and the fire-breathing dragon just seemed to go with the wimp, either throwing fireballs or summoning a swarm of pterodactyls. It's been 3 minutes of flying. Doesn't seem to want to come down. Lin Knight cursed on the spot. Your ass. Author statement, Scythe Dragon attack 450 or so is the minimum configuration. Newcomers, if you do not know how to control the position, it is recommended to find a teammate to double open. One is responsible for jamming. One is responsible for blowing to follow to lead the Scythe Dragon around to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Iron armor must bring 2 sets, but also with energy potion, to prevent the pterodactyl group seconds. Rated 8.0 or so. Big brothers and sisters are so powerful. I'll just play less Ark and do 4 shifts a day. Thank you guys. I love you guys. Bless you all. See this as not given 5 stars. Handsome men and women, do not be petty. Give a 5-star support. Let's see if it can be the highest rated Ark article. Ow. Lin Knight just shifted all the way with the Scythe Dragon while still keeping the Scythe Dragon at a distance. One of the instructions in the whistle command is to have the dinosaur move towards a specific location. Lin Knight didn't have all of the Scythe Dragons follow, as there was a high probability that all of them would follow him closely and he would have an unsuccessful jam. Next time the fire-breathing dragon still fuck his Scythe Dragon swarm head on. Currently these Scythe Dragons can't stand to be built with all their blood. After 3 fireball bombardments and 2 pterodactyl swarm sieges, that fire-breathing dragon finally had a tendency to come down. Lin Knight hurriedly sped up his firing frequency, then circled around behind the fire-breathing dragon. This time he had a steady look. The terrain was flat with nothing behind it. The perfect spot for anal excavation. That fire-breathing dragon looked at the fallen Lin Knight and landed with a jet of flame that hit right in the center of the red heart. The bighorn's blood level couldn't go up even after eating the vegetable cake, as it had bottomed out. But this time, Lin Knight's heart was racing as he looked at this excellent place to slay dragons. After he fires 2 sprays, he whistles first for all the scythes to move to directly behind the fire-breathing dragon. No matter what the situation, calm and steady will always be the core elements. If a few of them came to the side of the fire-breathing dragon and got bitten by it, the wave would have to be a few more for nothing. Lin Knight raised his head and shot the fire-breathing dragon's stomach while looking at the scythe dragons that were arriving. When they are all behind the fire-breathing dragon, blow the attack this target whistle. Those scythe dragons charged again after receiving the order. This jam was comparable to the first jam. All the scythe dragons in the back are outputting without damage. And this time this fire-breathing dragon clearly had no intention of flying into the sky. It also chose to fight hard. Lin Knight laughed. The monitor in the Ascension Cave smiled back. The overseer looked at the fire-breathing dragon with only 1/5 of its blood remaining and laughed his nose off. Ha ha ha, I'll give my godson a chance to act like a bully later. A service-wide announcement. Didn't Li Meiying ask me to give him a full-service announcement? I'll give him a full-service announcement for a day and a night without stopping. He'll get enough pussy in one go. She didn't say how long the announcements would be anyway. The dragon can't give it, but I can't send out my announcements? Ha ha ha. And at this moment, Lin Knight was continuing to output. The scythe dragon's attack frequency was fast, and the flame-breathing dragon's blood level was nearing the bottom. Lin Knight inhaled slightly and continued to shoot. Now even without the scythe dragon, he was steady to pass. In less than 1 minute, the strongest fire-breathing dragon of the 3 Stooges of the Lonely Island died a horrible death under Lin Knight's flamboyant positioning, roaring up to the sky with a reluctant dragon roar and then collapsing to the ground and dying. The icon for killing the fire-breathing dragon also appeared in front of Lin Knight's eyes. This time he unlocked more tech skills. More information on skills began to swipe through the screen. Tech force field shield, tech teleporter, tech cloner, tech specific locker, tech chest armor, tech portal, etc. He had unlocked all of the tech in Crisis and was now able to craft tech battle armor. A big step closer to him becoming a PvP solo tech war god. Moreover, he also saw a system alert that he could travel to the Fairyland map. After collecting the tech plates and trophies that the fire-breathing dragon had exploded, Lin Knight picked up the dead scythe dragon saddles. I'll have to take Rokurokwai and the others to fight simple bosses tomorrow, and I'll have to teach them to start with the basics. Otherwise it's really unplayable at the back of the PvP. He once knew an expert in PvP. A godly micromanipulation player who made even hangers-on have to shop Big Brother. In the beginning, Lin Knight also worshipped him as his master. That person can block and kill 20 people by himself, and his operation is comparable to that of a god in heaven. The entry-level survivor that unilaterally turns a survival game into a personal action sports game. A Tekken punch whacks the rider on the southern giant. Then take a shot of the claw hook. Yank and run. Pull out of the crowd and fuck it up. Pick up the bag and go straight to the sky. After a whip down a pterodactyl rider, he can also turn Astro Dash to whack down a lightning-flying dragon rider with a punch. Airborne compound bow headshots to kill metal-helmeted riders are now commonplace. The sky is super long-range tech bow burst. Whoever comes out of the hole will die. The other side cannot hit him at all. When Lin Knight first saw what it meant to operate at a godly level, his heart trembled. Entry-level operations have to start with the basics. Taking his teammates down the mines without riding dragons, and steadily fighting the bosses were all in preparation for the solo training later on. All elite. The kind where one person destroys a tribe. And the introductory mindset for those who want to practice as a Tekker's warlord is calm and steady. Just as Lin Knight was thinking about how to teach them something new tomorrow. How to teach them some basic common sense in PvP. The teleportation time for the fire-breathing dragon boss room was up, and Lin Knight was teleported out. Well, there's still a long way to go. I won't let them go out until they're on their own. Practice out here, Lin Knight said with a face full of contemplation. Suddenly, he saw some messages on the world channel brushing extremely fast, and Lin Knight looked down to see his eyes widen at that moment. Holy shit! This service notice, congratulations to the tribe, I'm a newbie. Don't hit me. Tribe leader Lin Knight, for soloing the Silo difficulty 3 boss successfully. He has become the first player in this service to be able to teleport to another isolated island, and the first player in this service to be able to teleport to the next map. As a reward, a drawing of the legendary long barrel rifle with attack 298 is bestowed upon him. Please ask the other survivors to keep up the good work and strive to get through the silo as soon as possible. And then that message also appeared right above Lin Knight's field of vision. The sky blue words were like the words that appeared at the time of unlocking the skill message, and they didn't dissipate for half a day. It wasn't just Lin Knight. Such a notice of this service appeared in the eyes of everyone on this server. The monitor has set this message to disappear after 24 hours. That means everyone has to watch this message all the time, even if he doesn't want to, unless he closes his eyes and goes to sleep. Lin Knight was shrinking back. He didn't remember this kind of setting in the arc. Isn't it normal to beat the boss? If you meet an elite team that knows how to play, you can destroy the Three Stooges on day one without even riding a dragon. Is it necessary to tell everyone so loudly? But Lin Knight said so when he saw those people on the world's public screen who were frantically swiping the screen to call him a great god. Lin Knight's mouth was inadvertently sick again. It's like having hemiplegia and being too crooked to be right. 3 seconds later, a deafening shout could be heard throughout the snowy mountaintop, straight into the sky. I'm double invincible again. Ha 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 ha. There was a hint of bitchiness in the laughter. A level 20 southern giant that had just been brushed out on the mountain was so scared that Yama froze and turned around and ran down the mountain. Wang Xinu was the most excited one, and she didn't care if Lin Knight shut her down and fed her shang, shouting directly from the public screen, "Honey, you're so awesome. You're the most awesome man in the whole world. You know what? I've been thinking about you all the time for so many days." But the next second Huang Hao came out and posted, "Uncle Lin, she's lying to you. This bitch is not a good person. Don't believe her. She even said last time that she'd dump you after she was done using you when she got back to the real world. Wang Xinu, it's not like that. Oh, don't you understand me? Dear little Knight." Lin Knight was a bit prickly and scratchy at that moment, as if pins and needles were sticking out of his pants. The world wanted to try and flatter this Lin Knight. Some had just learned to catch dinosaurs in the past few days and already felt they were amazing. And some have captured what they consider to be a powerful carnivorous dinosaur, the Bullosaurus. With so many tribes, word spreads quickly. And the trick of taming dragons with black fruit is now known to a large portion of the population. But the newbies who just thought they were going to take off have been lying down all day. Crap soloing 3 bosses. Crap, I don't even know where the boss is. Crap. Great God, take me flying. Li Ting was still shuffling around with the iron-pumping Chen Yuxue, who had been snubbing her good sister Chen Yuxue ever since she made that 6-hour non-stop bet with Lin Knight last time. It's been 2 days of fooling around. Beauty Wine looked at Gu Lengxin and Nan Xiao next to her and raised her head proudly then. Of the 3 women who came down to the mine today, her seniority was the highest, and she was still Lin Knight's horse, so it was reasonable to say that she was more successful than both of these women, and picked up a direct present. I told you this brother of mine is awesome. I'm so lucky to have him. Nan Xiao also looked at the full service notice in her eyes with a longing face, recalling the day Lin Knight went to the Yellow Sky tribe to save her. She exhaled somewhat helplessly. People simply didn't put her, a big netizen, in their eyes. Nan Xiao looked again at the Wang beauty who was much bigger than her and laughed to herself in her heart. The other party was indeed bigger than her, and quite a bit bigger. Gu Lengxin, who was killing the giant scorpion with the sprayer in front of her, didn't know what she was thinking, and from time to time she looked back at that newcomer, Wang beauty, and secretly taunted in her heart. This group of people don't even care about their faces in order to stay alive, do they? How does she know that the vast majority of people in this arc world now would be shameless if they could survive? Look at Huang Hao on the public screen who says Uncle Lin on the left and Uncle Lin on the right. He's living to understand it now. If you can't get through in a year, you'll die. What's wrong with calling him Uncle Lam? Don't call him Uncle. Call him Daddy all you want, as long as it saves his life. Other people can't get it if they want to shout. Thousand Abacus on a highland platform also laughed strangely in excitement. Having been sent out by that idiot Li Taiwan to convince Lin Knight to submit, he directly found a place to hide, intending to hide for 2 days and then go back. And then he would say that it didn't work out. It was estimated that Li Taihuang had already cursed with Zhang Beishan face to face on Vegetarian Island by now. Everyone else in the world was also begging Lin Knight to take them in, as if they had found a savior in the darkness. Some people even said some very bottomless words to try and get Lin Knight's attention. This was a ready-made opportunity to survive. Brother Lin, my name is Su Shuier. I'm a top-tier red star in China. Can you take me with you? Brother Lin? I'm willing to go to the next map with you. I'll work for you as a cow. I'll do whatever you want me to do. And you can do anything you want to me. My bra is a D cup. Ha, what's the big deal about being a star? Brother Lin, don't pay attention to her. My name is Su Xiao. I'm 18 years old. I still have my first time. I'm willing to give it to you. I'm begging you to take me on. I'm willing to suffer anything. I'm willing to do anything. I won't be nosy. And I haven't been in love yet. Upstairs, you're just blowing it off. Were you the one who went to the back of the grove with Erden yesterday? Look at you. You're such a slut. You're not afraid of being pecked to death by a dodo when you're out in the field. The one who screamed the hardest was Huang Hao, because those juniors of Huang Hao now regarded Huang Hao as their own father and as their hope. The Yellow Sky tribe, which was originally like a pigsty, had a godly lucky man at this moment. Huang Hao vaguely remembers his mom saying when she gave him the Triceratops, "Your Uncle Lin is bringing us mother and son to fight the boss in the back." Huang Hao couldn't have been more hardened. What's the point of having a face when you can live? Not to mention Huang Hao. Even the author would have to call out to Lin Knight, "Dad, take me. I'm good." Huang Hao, full of excitement, shouted on the public screen, "Mom! Old Mom! Say something! Mom, are you with Uncle Lin?" Wang Beauty took a look at her Howard to actually know so much, and actually did not make a scene anymore, but also a mouthful of Uncle Lin, smiling not too happily. "Well, Mommy's pumping iron, so develop yourself well and don't worry about Mommy." As soon as Wang Beauty spoke, everyone saw the name of her tribe, which was none other than the Munchkin group. It was then that someone froze. Wang Xinyu also froze as she directly cursed on the public screen. "Good for you, Huang Hao, you shameless one who recognized Lin Knight as his father in order to stay alive. Are you still a human being? Why are you such a dog?" Huang Hao was completely hardened and directly disliked him. "What? Are you jealous? You want to recognize my Uncle Lin as your father and you can't even get it. Ha ha, can't get it. Wang Xinyu, you." The phrase "you're jealous" completely made Wang Xinyu lose her voice. And some of the smart tribes, they've started rubbing gunpowder. Because trading gunpowder for raw metal ore is the only chance to meet the budding tribes. A lot of them didn't do anything today but rub gunpowder, planning on lining up to meet the 666ers tomorrow morning. There are also some clever ones that play with more flowers. Quickly, call out the prettiest looking women with clean bodies in the tribe and tell them to go trade for gunpowder. And if Lin Knight takes a liking to them and follows him directly, remember to bring us along when the time comes. Oh, right, don't get in line tomorrow, get in line now. That little Lou, hurry up and go to the Red Arc Trading Center to take up space. Go now, don't do anything today and take up space for me. I'll bring someone to find you tomorrow. It's not just one tribe that's doing this. Many tribes are trying to find ways to suck up to the Munchkin tribe, the sister tribe in the south. It has been many days is still the same bird. Most women are too lazy to work. Minana also took more than a dozen trusted sisters to quit the sister tribe. A few of them had come to the southern Thunder Cliff to settle down and had named themselves the Qing Shui tribe. And among these people was Ning Lingshan, who had previously cursed 66 Kai for being a dead fat pig. Ning Lingshan looked at the budding group on the public screen and thought back to the time when she had first met the budding group at the entrance to the mine. Ning Lingfang then gulped. The other party probably wouldn't take any notice of her. She had cursed 666 so much last time. Minana was also a bit contemplative. Their good sister Lu Yu had left them behind to join the Munchkins in the first place. Who knew that that tribe was actually so strong? This isn't strong anymore. This is dad. Women cannot rely on men, but there is a ready-made big father in front of put. You just reach out his hand, he can pull you up to the sky. You reach out or not? Mendacious Minana clearly just wasn't going to reach out, turning around and leading her sisters off to tame the freshwater carbon turtles. This time they were going to build a metal house as well. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had already been turned on by his righteous father's pretentious aura, looked at his friendliness module, and his mouth was no longer considered crooked. It had all been slanted to the point where the entire picture of the person had changed. And the red eye special effect is on. Ha ha ha, this pussy is on point. The reason Lin Knight laughed until he morphed was because after his tribe members realized that he had soloed the boss, their friendliness directly skyrocketed. Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom's friendliness had risen directly to 100, not to mention that the friendliness of those new 8 teenage girls had all reached over 90. When it was time to act tough, it was still necessary to act tough. And those tribe members underneath had now taken Lin Knight as hope. There is such a gripping chief in. They go out to see other tribes. People have to call them thighs. Even the smallest of those kids. I guess people would have to find a way to suck up to them. Lin Knight was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly, "I'm invincible! Invincible! I'm double invincible again! Ha ha! Woohoo!" takes off. And just then a drawing for a 298 attack long barrel rifle also suddenly appeared in his backpack. It was the never-before-seen overseer's righteous father who rewarded him. At that time, he was wide-eyed. 298, this value is the highest in the official service. Before entering the Genesis to do the task, this drawing is the best quality, belonging to the heirloom level. You can open up to 755 drawings in standalone mode, private service and imitation official service though. But here is the official uniform. With this long-barreled rifle, the dragon taming takes off later. If you wash your points to add all crafting skills, you can make a finished long-barreled rifle with 350 plus attacks by doing random work. Luck might be close to 400 attacks as well. After putting this drawing into his encrypted safe with a face full of pride, Lin Knight had been bewitched by the strange sounds that came out of his mouth every now and then like a cerebral palsy. In the Ark world, the hardest thing to control was the hearts and minds of the people. And if everyone was submissive, there was no worry at all. Just as Lin Knight was huffing and puffing, there were some subtle changes in the atmosphere on the public screen. Because Huan Hao had said what Wang Xinu had said before. Wang Xinu held a grudge. Ma Hai-san, the leader of the Net Sky Corporation tribe, and his son, Ma Kai. After realizing that Wang Xinu was the girlfriend Lin Knight had been talking to for 4 years, the father and son then found Wang Xinu and took her into the tribe. They also gave Wang Xinu a bad idea. They let Wang Xinu backbite Huang Hao and sow discord, trying to get Lin Knight to come around. They'd follow along and fight the boss then. At that time, Wang Xinu believed it and directly shouted on the public screen, "Honey, you know what? If it wasn't for Huang Hao coercing me in the first place, he coveted my beauty and used some unseemly means to put me. I was all forced. He said that if I don't break up with you, he'll let your company's general manager Ma sack you." His father, Huang Dabiao, knows general manager Ma. "I was forced to do it all. I really love you. Do you still remember our good memories in the 4 years of college? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? I've already told Mom and Dad. I can't live without you. I don't know how to live without you." Huang Hao froze at that moment and hurriedly cursed underneath. "You shameless. You're bullshitting there. It was you who came to my card table that night and seduced me first, and I coerced you. Are you sick?" But Ma Hai-san at this time also came out to speak. "Shaolin Xin said is true. She is a good girl. At that time this Huang Hao also gave me a phone call. I have a cooperation with his father. I cannot help so let my son did not give you to transfer. Xinu is a good girl. You don't want to wait until you've lost it to realize your regret." And then he said something very sad, "Let's do it and cherish it. Sincere people are hard to find." Huang Hao's eyes were about to fall out, but he could only curse there because he was too angry and spoke a bit out of tune. "I'll fuck you. Don't you start rumors there. Holy grass." Ma Kai also came out and said, "Don't be so excited. Paper can't wrap the fire. Who doesn't know that you are the master of the second world in Suzhou? Which of the women you see is not coerced by you?" Lin Knight could no longer laugh and live. Looking at the group of idiots that were playing up on the public screen, he felt like his intelligence had been insulted. So then Lin Knight had a crooked idea. "Since you guys are acting, then I will also accompany you. Ha ha ha. Look who's shameless." So then Lin Knight typed on the public screen, "Is everything you said true? Xinu? Wang Xinu excitedly replied back on the spot, "Aha! 1,000 times true. If I lie to you I shall not die." Huang Hao didn't know what to say anymore. He could only keep saying there, "Uncle Lin, don't believe him, Uncle Lin." And right at this moment, after seeing Lin Knight reply to Wang Xinu, a few of Lin Knight's women couldn't sit still. Luyu was the first to start the tearing mode and cursed at Wang Xinu. "Where did the vixen come from to start a rumor here? Ha! What kind of a thing are you?" Beauty Wang also joined the fight. "I'll put my words here today. I'll exterminate whoever's tribe you're in when savage mode is on. Look at your demeanor. What are you?" And Chen Yuxue, who had already been fooled by Li Ting, really believed Li Ting's words, and she thought that Lin Knight really liked her. Directly on the public screen, she scolded, "You dare to seduce him? I'll skin you alive. Are you worthy? You don't have a body. You don't have a look. What do you take to gab here?" Wang Xinu reacted on the spot. These women must all be his new. Li Ting returned to the base at the first opportunity. Looking at Lin Knight who was giggling there, he shouted with a face full of excitement, "What are you up to? I've convinced Xiao Shui right away. Do you really believe that bitch?" Lin Knight laughed at that moment. He had forgotten about it. "What did you tell Little Snow? That she's willing to talk to me?" Li Ting's eyes widened at that time and roared, "Don't mind this. I'm asking you, do you really believe that bitch? If you believe it, then I won't live with you anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm just playing with her for fun. They act and we act too. Don't you know me? Am I that stupid?" Once Li Ting heard that Lin Knight was acting, her expression was like singing a big opera and changing her face. Immediately, she became Lin Knight's little fangirl, full of oinking and pulling on his arm to whisper something there. And right at this moment, Huang Hao, who was afraid that Lin Knight would misunderstand himself, could no longer sit still, and directly rode the Triceratops to go up to the snowy mountains to find Lin Knight, and he was going to recognize Lin Knight as his stepfather today. Late is late. The other members of the Yellow Sky Tribe couldn't pull it off at all. "Chief we just this one Triceratops powerful. You do not go to the snowy mountains we'll die on the road. You do not know the road." Huang Hao had already mounted the Triceratops and wailed with excitement, "Don't even pull me. I have to go to my Uncle Lin today. I'll get up. I'll kick whoever pulls me. Don't think I don't dare." And just then a man on an eagle in the sky flew over to the Yellow Sky Tribe. And after knowing that Huang Hao's mom had followed Lin Knight, 1,000 calculators had planned to come over to show his face and brush up on his goodwill. As soon as he heard that Huang Hao was going to Snow Mountain to recognize Lin Knight as his stepfather, he laughed until his waist hurt at that moment. "You want to go? I'll help you. You ride my eagle. My name is 1,000 calculators. Don't you forget a brother's favor." Huang Hao was overjoyed and rode the eagle as if it were a dragon out of the sea. Thousand Abacus looked at Huang Hao in the distance and always felt that something was wrong. If he calls Huang Hao his brother, then does he have to call Lin Knight an uncle too? Those juniors looked at Huang Hao, who had already ridden an eagle into the sky, with some worry and some anticipation. On that day after Wang Meiren left after seeing off Triceratops, Huang Hao hid in his bedroom alone and cried, feeling like he was a joke. Dad wasn't even his real dad, and Mom was hooking up with someone who had offended her. All of Huang Hao's minions saw him that night, too. There's a saying that a friend in need is a friend in need. When Huang Hao had just crossed over, he hadn't reacted for a moment, and he still took the nature that had flaunted him in Suzhou City to the people he had known before. But no one gives a shit. He didn't have many friends as a person, and these juniors showed a rare brotherly love even after knowing that Huang Hao had offended Lin Knight. Actually, how? If you think about it the other way around, you won't feel bad about it. In a year's time everyone who can't fight will have to die. A great man can bend and bend. Back then the invincible Lu Bu even recognized the traitor Dong Zhuo as his righteous father. And I think that Lin Knight should be nice to your mom and even send us dragons. If he really does not give you general knowledge, you call him an uncle. He saved your life. Is nothing. If he asked me to call him uncle and take me to fight the boss, I would do it even if I kneeled down and called him grandpa. Not to mention calling him uncle. My mom is still back home, and I have a sister who goes to school back home. So if I stay in this hellhole, I won't see my family until I die. That little brother got a little mournful as he spoke, and the rest of the boys started missing their families back home. We all came to Suzhou to work, and no one wants to run into this. Huang Hao looked at his unrelenting minions and felt much more comfortable, thinking about all the stupid things he had done when he crossed over, and he smiled. Those who used to know him here, those who would call him Huang Gongzi and call him Hao when they met, would now call him brain dead, not giving him a good face and bumping into people everywhere, not for anything else. Looking at those brothers, Huang Hao acquiesced to something in his heart. There's no shame in bowing your head in order to bring your brothers back. But now it's different. Huang Hao is in the movie. Once he heard that bitch Wang Xinu slandered him, he was so angry that he went straight up the snowy mountain. It didn't take him long to see an extremely impressive all-metal structure, for safe gun emplacements, dead-end coverage, and each turret also shines a light on each other, creating a dead-end defense network. The most outrageous thing is that there are 36 overhanging turret mounts above that metal building. There are also 4 heavy guns on each mount. It's like a dream. The hanging battery. Hanging. Huang Hao gulped with a face full of shock. But he wasn't wearing a sweater, and soon he began to lose blood. It was too late to think too much to fly directly to the front door and shouted, "Uncle Lin! Old Mom! I'm Huang Hao! I'm Huang Hao!" Lin Knight in the base shrunk his neck at that time and came to say, "What kind of plot is this in my grass?" Outside the door, Huang Hao was already freezing to the point of karma. As he was about to freeze to death, Lin Knight still opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Huang Hao with a traitorous smile, and at that time Lin Knight's CPU stopped running. Who am I? Who is he? What am I going to say? Uncle Lin, I'm going to freeze to death, Huang Hao said with some trembling. Lin Knight also had Li Ting bring back a fur coat and told Wang Beauty in the tribe channel that her son was here. When Huang Hao entered into Lin Knight's tribe, it was just like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. The expressions are extremely wonderful. What's your problem? Lin Knight asked softly, and the CPU in his head short-circuited. He only wanted to be a chow thief and did not want to recognize his son. And this son is a year older than him. That's bullshit. As soon as Huang Hao heard it, he hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Lin, it's not what that Wang Xinyu said. Don't believe her. She's lying to you." "I know," Lin Knight said somewhat flatly, and just then Black Whirlwind came back. He wanted to discuss with Lin Knight about going to the Immortal Realm, as well as planning for the development of the tribe later on. As soon as he entered, he saw Huang Hao. At that time, Black Whirlwind came up with, "Crap, Bull to the Sky, Snow Mountain Avalanche. What kind of plot is this?" Lin Knight took a look at Black Whirlwind's return and hurriedly changed the topic. "Old Black, you're back so early. What's up?" Black Whirlwind looked at Huang Hao, then at Lin Knight, and said in a somewhat contemplative manner, "I'll tell you more later. You get busy first." And that's when Luck Kai, who was in charge of beating the meat and feeding the cubs, came back, and so did Wang Meiren, all back and exciting. Huang Hao's heart was also in the right place after seeing his mom. "Mom," Wang Beauty said with some displeasure, "who told you to come? Didn't I tell you that you would develop on your own first?" Huang Hao looked at these people with some embarrassment, trying to explain something. Lin Knight waved his hand. "It's fine. What's past is past. I'm not a petty person. This way, don't leave empty-handed even if you're here. You'll bring a pterodactyl back. Develop yourself later. You'll have to learn how to catch dragons." Huang Hao was delighted and nodded his head. Wang Beauty hurriedly pulled Huang Hao to the back and said something there with a face full of reproach, and even gave him a blank look. Huang Hao nodded repeatedly, promising not to come and cause trouble in the future, while riding the eagle with the winged dragon and flew away. Lin Knight turned his head to look at Black Whirlwind and then at the others, and after thinking about it he planned to have a meeting as well. There are some things it's time to tell them. Everyone was together for this tribal council, except for the children who were still out gathering metals, crystals, and obsidian, who did not participate. Lin Knight had planned to secretly fight the boss before, but he didn't expect there to be a service-wide announcement. Now that you know all about it, start rehearsing the one-man program ahead of time. Before Lin Knight even started speaking, 66 Kai was full of excitement and said, "Boss is so fierce, you can actually single-handedly challenge a difficult boss, so we can go to the next map early." Shen Yushue was also a bit excited, and her eyes were now starting to glow when she looked at Lin Knight. Being able to go to the next map would give them an extra year to prepare for the next map's boss, and the chances of survival were greatly increased. Black Whirlwind looked at Lin Knight and then Peach Blossom and said with a serious expression, "Why don't you go to the next map first tomorrow, old Lin? I'll teach them how to fight simple bosses tomorrow." "I know what you mean. Everyone has to know how to fight bosses, right? When you get to the place, take the important places first. If you go first, I guess it'll be a month of peace mode. And then a month later we'll open up the savage sparring. We'll have to deploy ahead of time." Lin Knight pursed his lips thoughtfully. Black Whirlwind was only half right. He hadn't said the important ones. After thinking about it, Lin Knight threw out a question. "Going and then what? Do you guys think that you can fight a boss once and survive to the end? Let me just ask one question. Who is our toughest enemy?" A pot of cold water was poured on the heads of the crowd. Hearing Lin Knight say that, it seemed like he didn't want to go to the next figure first. Watching the crowd bow their heads in contemplation, Lin Knight also voiced his thoughts on why he wanted to go solo against the boss alone. "Actually, it's not that I don't treat you as my own if I don't take you guys to fight the boss, so don't have any other emotions. What I'm going to say next might turn your perception of the Ark world upside down. Our enemies aren't the bosses of each map. You guys need to get it right. Our enemies are the masters of other servers, and the place that really decides whether we live or die is Savage Mode. I could say that. I could even fuck through Wonderland without you guys having beaten the difficult Lonely Island boss, but what good would that do? You guys are still in the same place, and I said from the beginning that I was going to build an all-elite team, and I'm not going to leave you guys behind. There's not much point in me even if I just hit Genesis 2 to get to Lao Luo while you guys are still here wondering what you're doing. PvP depends on the team." Lin Knight stood up as he spoke, looking at the crowd with a serious face. "This world won't survive on one person. Unification of the Lonely Island is a must, and your strength needs to be increased. Levels count for shit. I don't know why you guys have to care about levels, have to care about bosses. Ark's PvP and PvE are two games. PvP requires more building skills and more real-world ability for a single player. And a lot of people have played PvP before, and most of them have demolished other people's homes as well. But most of that was going for demolition while others weren't online, and didn't fight head-on. That's called stealing from the house. It's different now. Everyone won't be offline. So by the end of the day 100-man battles are bound to happen, or even 1,000-man battles." When Lin Knight said this, Black Whirlwind also sensed the severity of the problem. He had also played PvP, and the tactics and techniques of those people were beyond the imagination of PvE players. "I'll just ask, if someone hits tomorrow and comes with 100 men, how do you defend it? How will you fight?" Lin Knight looked at the crowd with puzzled faces, and he knew that they wouldn't know what was going on even if he just told them. So then he called up the Black Whirlwind. "Old Black, let's spar and show them what they need to learn." Old Black's expression was a bit complicated. He had played PvP, but most of his skills were in PvE. Lin Knight laughed softly. "Come on. You can ride any dragon in the house to fight me, and you can bring any equipment you want so they can learn something different. It's possible to inflict damage between the same tribe, so watch out." Old Black turned around and went to the weapons locker, picking out a sprayer, choosing an iron sword, and wearing a suit of iron armor. Looked at it or mounted the Triceratops, because the Triceratops could ride and shoot, and he could shoot from the back of the dragon. Lin Knight opened his own safe, put on a white plain iron armor, and then took 5 parachutes with him, and then metal axes, crossbows, grappling hooks, compound bows, standard sniper rifles, shields, meteor hammers. Later on, he went to the refrigerator to get blood-returning pills and various tonics such as root beer and shadow steak. Soon the two of them were outside the base and everyone followed, looking at Black Whirlwind, who was riding a Triceratops and holding a sprayer. No one here thought Lin Knight could win, but only Black Whirlwind felt that he was bound to lose because he saw that Lin Knight was actually holding a crossbow, and he, who had once been abused by various gods in PvP, recalled that bad experience. Some people, Even just himself can single-handedly take out a horde of dozens of people. Warlord of the Single Warrior. The one-upmanship has begun. Black Whirlwind didn't hesitate for a second to take the spray and shoot, but Lin Knight immediately took a sip of his root beer and did a left dash. Black Whirlwind followed suit and continued to shoot, but Lin Knight came back with a right dash. Snakewalk dodged the first 2 shots. After all, Black Whirlwind was also a veteran, and found the right gap to really hit Lin Knight with a shot, but Lin Knight didn't die, and Black Whirlwind froze. PvE players won't know that drinking Zapper reduces water and stamina consumption and increases melee damage and resistance by a significant amount. One of the most critical effects is the ability to increase damage reduction. Just as Black Cyclone was changing magazines, an extremely outrageous scene appeared. Lin Knight flew. A claw hook went straight up into the air and hooked the top of the boulder behind him, and then took out a compound bow and instantly fired 2 arrows. Black Whirlwind did not react for a moment and hurriedly raised his gun to return fire. The next second another arrow. Headshot. Dead. Everyone was confused. And then Lin Knight slowly releases the line to the ground, unharmed. The duel had already begun, and Black Whirlwind hadn't bothered to put on his new equipment. He remembered that the compound bow had an armor-piercing effect on iron armor. When he resurrected to pick up the bag, Lin Knight snatched the bag with a shot of the claw hook that hooked directly onto his corpse. Lin Knight said indifferently, "You're not prepared for this game. Think carefully about how to play. Then go put on your equipment. You can change dragons." Black Cyclone nodded and went to the weapon locker, thinking back to how he once fought in PvP. He also picked out a crossbow and a claw hook, a compound bow, and put on his iron armor once again. Also grabbed a blood-returning pill. This time he doesn't ride the bulky Triceratops. He should ride a pterodactyl, which is capable of grabbing people, and as long as he grabs Lin Knight up high and drops him, he's dead. Striking again, Black Whirlwind took to the air on his pterodactyl in a spinning sprint. His opponent was strong and keeping his distance was critical. Lin Knight was motionless down there, unable to shoot while riding a pterodactyl. The Black Whirlwind began to look for terrain to hide in, an accelerated rush to get behind the rocks, while then turning around again to fly back in the direction it came from, and soon arrived in front of Lin Knight. But he suddenly saw Lin Knight smiling and felt something was wrong then. Rush up on the pterodactyl. Just then Lin Knight struck a claw hook with unerring precision on the pterodactyl that flew to his heels. The pterodactyl stopped in midair instantly. Overweight. Black Whirlwind thought of something right then and there. Holy shit. What a fucking detail. Just now, Lin Knight grabbed his corpse's bag just to stack the load. A pterodactyl can't fly if it's hooked by someone whose load is higher than its own. And at that moment, Lin Knight switched sprays again and hit at the Black Whirlwind that was fixed in midair and not moving. Black Whirlwind cannot withstand the damage. Rushed to high blood medicine, and then rushed down the dragon. Fell to the ground, blood directly to the bottom, before he could react to another meteor hammer. He was fixed in place. The ending was predictable. With Black Whirlwind's scream, the second battle ended. 666 Kai and Shen Yushui and the others all stayed in place. Was this kind of operation really something that could be done? Resurrected again, Black Cyclone experiences another exposed death. Before he could pick up the bag, he was directly shot by a claw hook from Lin Knight. Immediately after that, Lin Knight turned his head and ran out, and in order to prevent the Black Whirlwind from getting on the pterodactyl, he directly jumped down the snowy mountain in a horizontal jump, and the Black Whirlwind was pulled and brought down by the claw hook. Lin Knight hurriedly opened the parachute before releasing the claw hook, and the Black Whirlwind fell straight down the mountain to its death, and then shoot the claw hook again back to the top of the hill. Black Whirlwind was also annoyed. ITM. I don't believe it anymore. Tip, the claw hook is not only a displacement prop. The claw hook can also hook a corpse to pick up a bag, or hook the opponent's dragon, or you can just hook a live person and pull them over. It can be cut by the axe. To explain to all of you who have never played ARC, PvE refers to player versus environment, and PvP refers to player versus player, also known as Savage versus Mode. 20 plus days after this article. In ARC's PvE gameplay, the main gameplay is to tame the dragon down the hole to fight the boss Casual Pension, while the PvP is to do the fight. Even in PvE, members of the same tribe can inflict damage on each other, commonly known as teammate damage. Black Whirlwind was annoyed by the kill, and Lin Knight's maneuver brought back memories of when he went to PvP and got copied. They clearly had 10 people, and turrets and dragons, and the house was all metal. At first they didn't know what it meant to be a one-man war god. Most people who play ARC specialize in how to tame dragons and fight bosses, but there are some geniuses who take a different approach, and they don't operate in a way that can be practiced by the average person. Calm, decisive, detailed, and steady. Back in the day, all 10 of them were online, and they were blocked and beaten by 2 people from the other side. Those 2 haven't ridden the dragon yet. Just wear the taiko as if it were a god in heaven. Kill their guys, get the pixie ball in their bag to release the southern giant and fuck them with their dragons. When he thought about the experience of being copied, Black Whirlwind's temper came up, and he also planned to learn from Lin Knight without riding a dragon, grabbed a claw hook, compound bow, shield, and went out in his iron armor. Lin Knight could also see that Black Whirlwind was a bit annoyed, and he wondered if Black Whirlwind had been fucked in the same way before. This time the Black Whirlwind came up and hid behind a rock, while a claw hook shot accurately hit the still dazed Lin Knight, clearly intending to sneak attack. Watching Black Whirlwind hook Lin Knight, the nearby 6'6" Kai and Peach Blossom shouted excitedly, "Beautiful, counter-killed," but the next moment Lin Knight took the axe and slashed it a few times, and the line of the claw hook snapped. In PvP the axe is an artifact. It can cut through claw hook threads and can cut through meteor hammers. And then Black Whirlwind also took a compound bow and fired, shooting towards Lin Knight's head. But Lin Knight suddenly made a prostrate move and directly got down and dodged. Standing up, he took the spray and gave Black Cyclone a shot. The Black Whirlwind returned fire again, and Lin Knight got down again, all the while saying, "If you're playing PvP and fighting short, it's best to hit the opponent's feet with this weapon. It doesn't matter what his stance is, it's useless." This time Lin Knight stopped and didn't finish off his opponent. Black Whirlwind was convinced. Being beaten is completely temperless. Everyone here was dumbfounded. If it was true that other servers had this kind of expert like Lin Knight said, they're no match for 10 of them. Still riding dragons? Their riding skills are definitely not as good as the Black Whirlwind. Lin Knight said with a face full of contemplation, "If I put on a tech set, you wouldn't even be able to see my person. You'd be dead. I'm not showing off my skills. I'm just trying to tell everyone that our enemies are the ones who are experts. They've trained hundreds of elites by then. So I definitely can't do it with just me. You'll have to start sparring today, gathering resources in the morning, opening bosses in the afternoon, and sparring at night. Just the use of the claw hook alone is enough for you to digest for a week. There's nothing to say about this. Only practice, and you'll know it when you've practiced a lot. I'll teach you how to build buildings for PvP once you know how to operate a single soldier and have a certain level. Back there you guys just do what I say. I won't be going to Wonderland tomorrow either, I have other things to do. I'm not going to bring you guys to fight difficult bosses. You all give me the chance to get by on your own. Learn more from old Black. There's a bit too much talk today. I hope you guys understand my intentions. Boss counts for nothing. Don't take it too seriously. You guys just think of fighting boss as ironwork. It's to beat the board. Once a day. The higher the heart the bigger the stage. Everyone here today has seen operations that are incomprehensible to them, and their emotions are somewhat mixed, if not a little humbled. Lulu Kai thought back to the battle he had just fought. And he knew that if he rode a southern giant, he wouldn't be a match for Lin Knight. Once the rider is dead, the dragon is a fool and can't be of any use. The people who have access to Scorched Earth and Wonderland in the back are the ones who can play. Even great gods like Lin Knight would appear. After thinking about it, Rokurokwai wanted to laugh a little. He actually thought of the boss as the strongest enemy and thought that he was done after fighting the boss. By the later maps, if you do run into a bunch of masters, seal off the arc and beat them back to the island. And then if they demolish their isolated island as a base, then everything's over. Boss is right. We've got to get stronger. I'm going to go down the mine starting tomorrow. None of you are going with me. I'll touch the artifacts myself. Li Ting looked at Lulu Kai with some surprise and said, "Ah, do you still want to go to the underwater mines? Aren't you afraid?" Lulu Kai almost didn't even think before replying. "Afraid? I have to go even if I'm afraid. I don't want to be a loser." Chen Yushue lowered her head and exhaled. She felt that she still overestimated herself. She thought that she would be able to go down the mines and touch the artifacts, and that the distance between her and Lin Knight would be smaller. But nowadays, it seems that going down to the mines to practice those maneuvers is nothing more than a knock on the door of one-man technology. Well, I'll be cheering too. Brother Lin is right. I'll beat the difficult bosses by myself through hard work. For sure. Lin Knight looked at Black Whirlwind, who had been beaten to the point of skepticism next to him, and somewhat awkwardly scratched the back of his head as he walked over. "Is everything alright, bro?" Black Whirlwind had a bitter face, and his entire body looked uncomfortable anywhere. "It's alright. It's alright. I learned a lot today too. I'll be able to kill you next time." "Ha ha ha, okay. I'll wait for that day. It's good that it's okay. If you're upset, I'll let you kill back," Lin Knight said with a bad smile on his face. The next second Black Whirlwind took out the high attack sprayer that Lin Knight had used to fight the boss, and bonbonged a few shots into clueless Lin Knight's head to fuck him up. "Ha ha ha, can't imagine. Can you? Cool." Lin Knight resurrected and looked at the agitated wailing Black Whirlwind with a speechless expression. His expression twitching. "You don't talk about martial virtues. I advise you to rat tail juice. You dare to sneak attack. Ha ha ha, it's even. No more games," Black Whirlwind said and went into the base, happy as a monkey. It was also slowly getting dark. The crowd was back at the base, and everyone's mindset had taken a subtle turn for the worse. Everyone's expression slowly became resolute as well, thinking that it would be great if they could be as powerful as Lin Knight in the future. While at the moment, Lin Knight had prepared some building materials and had already finished giving his teammates a lesson. He was also planning to visit the other servers in the solitary island. There were 1,000 servers in total, and his plan was to run all 1,000 of them in 3 days. If he comes across a server with a master, he makes a note of it. Circumstances permitting, he would find a way to stop them from developing, especially if the opponent is going to start a boss. Run over and grab the artifacts and materials in the obelisk and turn around. It makes more sense to go ahead and stop someone from developing than to go to Wonderland and solo the boss. If you meet a like-minded master, take him under your wing directly. Finding allies ahead of time is also key to PvP, and the layout has to start at the beginning. And right at this moment, Chen Yuxue, who had already been fooled by Li Ting, appeared behind Lin Knight with incomparable nervousness. Her face was slightly flushed and her heart was racing. Looking at the forest knight that was checking things out against the obelisk, she walked over with some anticipation. Ringo! Lin Knight looked at Chen Yuxue behind him and put down the building materials in his hands almost instantly. There are many kinds of women in this world. The woman with strong sex, cleanliness and a bit of tenacity is not rare. Especially the other party is still a beautiful woman wearing black silk. Lin Knight was also in pain. This game's damned setup made everyone who crossed over wear their original clothes, even if they died and were resurrected. And in this Ark world, women can be so veiled that the only thing they can do is brush and comb their hair and wash their faces. The ugly pussies and demons were instantly illuminated by the demon shining mirror that was Ark. Plus all along Chen Yuxue has been wearing black silk. Not only did she wear black silk, she also wore pure white board shorts. The best schoolgirl among the schoolgirls. Which talent could bear it? Stand out. Chicken beep you. Pain. Excruciating pain. Pain that can only be seen and not touched, is going to be calmed today. Chen Yuxue is here to confess today. She doesn't even know that her glass best friend has been with someone else for a long time, fooling her that Lin Knight is not talking to anyone right now, just because she likes her Chen Yuxue. Let her not fail to grasp the opportunity and regret it when she is robbed one day. Walk and cherish the people in front of you. You're so powerful. If only I could be as strong as you. I want to be strong too. Chen Yuxue murmured with her head down with a face full of nervousness. It was a lie to say that she wasn't nervous on this big night. And when she inadvertently looked at Lin Knight, Chen Yuxue couldn't help but lower her head again. Her heart beat even faster when she thought back to how the other had once saved her in the ice cave. It's like a big, frightened antlered deer frantically fleeing through the mangroves of love. Even some dumb bull dragons who don't know how to be romantic can't help but stick their heads out and persevere in chasing after that big horned deer that's in love. For the fleeing bighorn to fall headlong into the swamp of overwhelming love, in order to satisfy the idea of the opponent getting stronger and wanting to learn how to operate a single soldier. Lin Knight had painstakingly searched for some equipment and things to use in single combat, and intended to personally go into battle to show the other side how the equipment worked. Things like wooden sticks are familiar to everyone in the Ark. It is shaped like a baseball bat and has a knockout effect. A lot of newbies like to stun dinosaurs with this. And then Lin Knight also brought a few electric shock rods. This kind of thing in the Ark, no matter how much attack power, the durability is 1 point. Use it once and it will be broken. And it also has a strong stun effect. One blow can electrocute someone until they roll their eyes and can't wake up for half a day. After giving Chen Yuxue a demonstration, Chen Yuxue also slowly widened her eyes, saying that she had learned and benefited greatly. Vegetable singles should also be carried. Like what? Carrots and corn. They not only quench your thirst but also increase your food degree, taking up only one spot on the shortcut bar. There are other uses than eating and drinking, let me teach you, Lin Knight said with a serious face. But when he came to Chen Yuxue with carrots and corn, the other had fallen asleep, full of fatigue. Apparently learned quite a bit about one-man singles in the evening. It was already late, and Lin Knight was a bit sleepy. But the man couldn't say no. He had to check out another server to go. He had to stop some people from developing. And the best time to do bad things is at night. Wait to run some servers, then come back to bed. Sleeping during the day and stealing chickens at night. When he thought of this, Lin Knight's eyes hardened. So he opened the blue obelisk to look at the server. When he saw a few big lists on the server, that expression changed. How was it a bit different from what he had seen during the day? The list of servers you see during the day is Crisis 001-1000 servers, lined up one by one. Now there are actually 4 options on the first page of the server: Isolated Island, Scorched Earth, Center Island, and Wonderland. And Scorched Earth, Center Island, Wonderland, those maps are also 1,000 servers each. You can go to 3 maps directly after beating the boss? That's not right. Didn't Helena say at the beginning that beating a diagram would only allow you to go to the next one? How come I'm unlocking 3 at once? Just as Lin Knight was pondering there, he suddenly felt a blackness before his eyes. A teleportation shield instantly appeared around him. And then the words countdown 30 seconds appeared above his head. Holy shit? What the hell? There's a bug. Lin Knight was confused. He stood up and ran outside. But that teleportation cover was following him. Wherever he went the teleportation cover went. The next second Lin Knight was gone, vanishing into thin air. When Lin Knight opened his eyes again, he saw an all too familiar metallic energy body. Who is it if not the lone monitor? Lin Knight was filled with confusion as he looked at the scene in front of him. What the hell was this? And at this time, the monitor slowly spoke. Why don't you go to the immortal realm? Why do I see you wanting to go to another lonely island? You don't want to mess around. You need to get through Wonderland as soon as possible and go to Aberration to find Li Meiying. Lin Knight's eyes widened at that moment. Holy crap, monitors can still speak human language? Don't look at me like that. I've always been the one to help you. The Tyke Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Side Dragon were both swiped for you by me. Even though I know that even if I hadn't swiped them for you, you would have been able to fight through the boss. But that was just me being nice. I don't think you know who Li Meiying is, right? Do you know the story of our world? You're very good. I want to cultivate you. Let me tell you about it. After you listen to it you'll know what your mission is, the monitor said with a serious face. But Lin Knight didn't pick on him at all. He was looking around and messing around. He wanted to see if there were any treasures in the inspector's house. Ahem. Be honest. I'll tell you about Li Meiying and the others. Sooner or later you'll have to meet. The monitor spoke with a helpless look on his face. But what Lin Knight said next caused all three of his views to shatter. I know. Mei Young Lee, Helena, and Rockwell were the first survivors, teleported to the silo. And after fighting their way through the silo, Mei Young Lee went to the aberration. And the other two went to the scorched earth. But Rockwell went bad. He stole a tribal artifact and started working on obelisks and Tekka elements. Later on, he goes completely bad when he gets to the aberration and becomes a big boss, fusing his body with the elements. Li Meiying met Santiago, the leader of the first survivors, at the aberration, and Li Meiying hooked up with a woman. He fucked over Diana, the lily that Li Meiying knew there. And in a fit of rage, Li Meiying struck Rockwell from the aberrant surface to the center of the earth with a single blow. But Rockwell didn't die. He's fused with the Tech Elemental, and even met the Elemental Master, reaching the heights of the fourth dimension, and then they went to extinction. But Rockwell went too, and fought the Titans later. Santiago, the leader of the survivors at the time, was also killed in battle, and Helena was deified, leaving Li Meiying to fight alone, outnumbered, the only time the Taming Queen has been outnumbered on all sides. Later on, the deified Helena resurrects Li Meiying's love interest, Diana, who is invincible in her mech and saves Li Meiying. And then the deified Helena took control of the power of the fourth dimension, and could resurrect the lives of all survivors indefinitely, and that's why our group couldn't die. Then they went to Genesis again, but Lao Lo wasn't dead yet and he went there too. Afterward they got Lao Lo dead again, and the world was at peace again, and the earth became extinct back. Li Meiying takes Diana back to the monstrous life of love, while the deified Helena figures out how to save the corrupted earth, aka extinction. But who knew that Lao Lo wasn't dead? His consciousness has reached deification, on the same level as Helena, even stronger than her. So Helena teleported us here. According to my reasoning, in less than 10 years, Earth, which has become extinct, will completely die out, and the number of resurrections per map will become 0 for everyone after a year. Since Helena is now suppressed, both Genesis and extinction should be Lao Luo's territory now. Am I right? The monitor's expression was extremely complicated after hearing this, and his brain had short-circuited. You, me, I grass do your family know that you're so dense? Hundreds of chapters of the story were finished by you in a few sentences. What am I talking about? Getting off work, haha, I get to get off work again. Veterans know the background of this world, and if the original setting is followed, they won't be resurrected, and only if Helena reaches apotheosis will the survivors be resurrected. He'd guessed something a few days before he'd crossed over. The main character of the story, Li Meiying, is nothing more than a poor woman who wants to go home, but her heart breaks as she looks at the corrupted earth. Lin Knight looked again at the monitors who had previously acted as villains, his expression somewhat contemplative. Have you guys been purified by Helena? You weren't all the way there before. The overseer smiled then. Clever. I really didn't look at the wrong person. You saved me too much effort, godson. Lin Knight cursed on the spot. I'm your grandpa's son thief. The voice is extremely loud. The monitor froze on the spot. You, don't be so arrogant. I know you can beat it if I don't help you, but I also have good intentions. Your system is given by me. Once Lin Knight heard that his system was given by the other party, he laughed on the spot. You're bullshitting me. You can create Li Meiying's AI void? It was obviously made by Helena. The overseer saw that he couldn't hide it and panicked then. That was a slip of the tongue on my part, but I realized that you also have the potential for deification. Simply keep it. You have to collect all the level 150 creatures with the second generation monitor system. You hear me? You have a chance to deify it later. When the time comes. Lin Knight shook his hand there with a speechless face and said, "It's so hard to communicate with you ancient people. You're also really stupid enough to teleport modern people over. Modern people aren't much worse than Lao Luo. Old Luo and their ancient people's technology and academics are so many years behind modern times. We also have scientific researchers in Suzhou. And it's possible for one to appear later on that's even more gripping than old Luo." The monitors looked at Lin Knight with a contemplative expression. Not that they had ever considered this. After thinking about it, the monitor asked with some concern, "Don't go to the other isolated islands to make trouble. I know what you want to do. Aren't you afraid that they won't be able to beat the boss and die after a year? We'll see. I'll recruit my people first. I have to train the team as soon as possible. I can say this. Our generation of survivors is heavily bifurcated. But the people at the top know more about the world than you do, and your way of doing things won't work." As soon as the monitor saw that this godson was too arrogant, he came at that time. "Your righteous father, I gave you a wife, so speak politely to me. Lu Yu is the one I gave you." Lin Knight's CPU flew at high speed in 0.1 of a second. Thinking back on all the good things that had happened to me lately, and the inexplicable appearance of 200 veggie cakes, it was a moment of enlightenment. On the spot, he got down on one knee and shouted, "Thank you, righteous father." The watchdog is smiling from ear to ear. This godson was not raised in vain. Gotta find a way to help him. And with that thought he conjured up a couple cryopods out on his desk. Lin Knight smiled even as he said, "Do you have anything good for me? You summoned me here. You can't let me go back empty-handed, right?" The overseer's eyes widened then. How did this Yakuza think with him? What a 755 spammer, 1,000 durable armor. And give me a level 150 noggin and I'll be able to just manipulate other people and incarnate a mind lord. The monitor shook her head repeatedly. "No, Li Meiying won't let me give you anything anymore. She said she wants to see your strength." Lin Knight looked around, and he gave a disgusted look after seeing a pile of black pearls on the inspector's table. But suddenly he looked up again and his eyes glowed. Looking at those blue spherical objects, Lin Knight ran over then and directly collected them into his backpack. The watchdog pretended not to know as if he didn't see it. Apparently he put that there on purpose too. With a total of 5 empty cryopods, pixie balls, Li Meiying said that she couldn't give him anything, and that this cryogenic pod was unlocked until they hit Genesis. But she didn't say that she couldn't let Lin Knight steal it himself, did she? When the time comes, just say he stole it. He's done playing dumb. Good brother. Ha ha ha. Send me back. Don't worry about what I do. Anyway, I won't make an enemy out of Xiao Meiying. I love her so much you don't even know. The overseer looked down at Lin Knight with a bad smile on his face. All in good time. With a casual lift of his hand, he sent Lin Knight back. Wait, he called me brother? Grizzly. Having stolen 5 cryogenic chambers, Lin Knight returned to the base once again. With the cryopods, he could go searching for the rest of the servers more quickly, because there was a 12-hour cooldown after the dinosaurs were uploaded to the Ark and downloaded. This made it time-consuming for Lin Knight to go to another map. Not with the cryopods, he can carry the dinosaurs around on his person. Soon Lin Knight began to croak, looking at the list in the server. Opening Scorched Earth, Center Island, and Fairyland first to make sure there were no people online. The fact that no one is online means that no one has beaten the difficult Solitude and no one has gone to the following maps yet. Lin Knight's server was Crypto 007. So then he teleported to Crypto 001 server with his equipment and sleeping bag, after receiving a pterodactyl into his elf ball. Looking at the several birth points, Lin Knight thought about it and directly chose the north with the least amount of people to resurrect. Showing his head, he saw a few wolves ready to come over and pull out his anus. Lin Knight took out his sprayer and killed it directly on the hand. That's how you welcome me? And just then Lone Island 001's monitor 001 also suddenly saw an extra person on their server. A server that was originally 8,000 people became 8,001. Holy shit, who is it? Rushing to mobilize the surveillance to look over at Lin Knight, when he saw that Lin Knight had the Generation 2 monitor system on him, that face instantly turned green. Can't afford to mess with? He wilted when he thought it was Li Meiying's people. And at the moment it's 2 a.m. on the Lone Island. The time to run the map in the dark. Lin Knight released the pterodactyl and rode it and began to patrol the isolated island. He has night vision and his vision is like day. Go to Dead Island first. After all, that's where many veterans like to make their homes. After finding no one there, again went to the snowy mountains and then the mangroves. After looking over all of the 001 servers, Lin Knight sneered at that time, what cats and dogs. Not as good as someone else's Ironforge will play. There's not even a large dragon. But just as Lin Knight flew to the green arc on his pterodactyl with the intention of going to Solitary Island 002, he suddenly saw a flag. A ghost flag. My day? We still have Osamu being teleported here in Suzu, and actually tamed 8 bull dragons? Ha ha ha. We'll play. Lin Knight looked at the not-so-big stone courtyard below with a gradually perverted expression, obviously going to plan on doing something honorable. Now the ARC players may not know. At the beginning of the ARC National Service in the hottest time, the national people get out of the PvE hole. Demolition of the family means can be how perverse. Lin Knight is door clear. Even if they were metal buildings, Lin Knight would be able to tear him down in PvE mode. Looking at the ghost tribe that actually knew how to encircle the land, Lin Knight also noticed a few small Chinese tribes in the distance that were obviously being squeezed by this ghost tribe. If you want to mess with people in PvE mode, then you have to use the power of nature. Lin Knight first up a tribe name. Cannot be called budding group in case of exposure? Go to other services is able to restart the tribe. Lin Knight thought about it and started one straight away. Ghost his big daddy. And then he flew towards the top of the mangrove forest on a pterodactyl, which he had specially bred to make trouble and had extremely high endurance. You can fly almost non-stop in the middle. When he reached the top of the mangrove hill, he directly took out the rare flower and ate it, and several eagles in the sky all flew over. Lin Knight flew around again, pulling in a large flock of eagles, 8 or 9 to say the least. An eagle can't fly over a pterodactyl. Lin Knight just felt the darkness and slowly and leisurely flew towards the ghost tribe. Eat rare flowers in between to attract hate from time to time. One has to fly very slowly and keep a hate distance from the eagle so that the eagle will keep following. After waiting for the ghost tribe's yard, Lin Knight once again ate the rare flowers, and those eagles directly rushed down. Lin Knight rode his pterodactyl into the herd of bull dragons, while a beautiful spinning sprint shook off the eagle. Eagle fought with Oxlone. Lin Knight's mouth twisted as he laughed. The funniest thing about it, those bull dragons actually had passives on, and those eagles killed them one by one, killing the dodo birds after the bull dragons. The dragons in the entire courtyard were almost entirely passive, except for the 2 raptors that were in neutral mode, because most people keep their dragons in the house with the passive on for fear of it wandering off. Lin Knight just looked on with a face full of pride, watching those wild eagles go back to killing the ghost-raised Paraceratops and Triceratops, his mouth once again crooked. Soon the ghosts who heard the commotion woke up and looked at the slain dragons directly in the yard wailing, "Nanny! Baggery! Damai!" Lin Knight left there with a big crooked smile and headed for the green arc to the lone island 002. After waiting until he reached the northern part of Solitary Island 002, Lin Knight hitched his eyes and saw someone on the public screen talking about something about poisonous gas caves. It was then that he frowned. Could someone in this suit have gone down the hole? There are veterans. Lin Knight's expression became a bit more serious. Going down the cave so late, don't these people sleep? But when he saw the way those people were talking on the public screen, he hesitated. Big brotherly, you said you're going to touch the artifacts to fight the boss. How do you get in? This hole is so small. It's fine. With me Liing here, I guarantee that everyone will be able to beat the boss and touch the artifacts. Tomorrow I'll give everyone Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs. You guys take them back and cultivate them properly. Later on I'll lead you to kill the poisonous gas caves. So everyone get your sleeping bags ready. Lin Knight looked at that Li Ying's statement on the public screen and was a bit tongue-tied. When he got above the gas cave, he saw less than a couple hundred people there holding torches, and dozens of tribesmen surrounding that Li Ying. Lin Knight exhaled. This person was actually leading the entire service down the hole and sending the dragon eggs to them. Such characters. Lin Knight thought about it and rode a winged dragon to find Li Ying's tribe. After searching for almost 15 minutes, he saw an iron building at the Red Arc, small in size, with a courtyard surrounded by stone gates all around the outside. There are about a dozen Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the yard, and a couple of eagles. Lin Knight was a bit torn. He knew that this Li Ying was supposed to be a positive character like Peach Blossom, with a good heart, but those who were helped by Eagle Li were not always good at heart. In this world if you help everyone you'll die a horrible death. Looking at this stone courtyard, although Lin Knight had the ability to mess with the other party's Tyrannosaurus Rex, he didn't do it, and then he headed straight for the ice cave, blocking its entrance with a metal fence and a metal wall. Anyway, if he wasn't there, this metal wall would disappear in half a month, which could delay them from touching the artifacts to fight the boss, just in time for Savage Mode to open up in just a few days. This suit will definitely have to fight, and Li Ying cannot get into the ice cave will certainly be in the world to find people, so that the person who put this metal wall over to tear down, cannot be found in a hurry, and the back of the mess. Ice Cave's strong artifacts are exactly the kind of material necessary to beat a difficult fire-breathing dragon. So can you not be in a hurry? Sealing up this mine also slows down the overall speed of this suit, and he's got a 00 as his tribe name for this suit. Before he left he put this Lee Hawk's name on a sticky note to come over and collect him when he was done running the map. He should also be getting shafted and lied to during this time and won't be so good old-fashioned. The next step was 003 service, and Lin Knight was really a bit sleepy. He hadn't closed his eyes in 2 days, and he'd stayed up all night the night before he fought the fire-breathing dragons, and he hadn't slept again today. Make a campfire, step on it, burn yourself, and you're instantly refreshed. And then started cruising the whole map again. I came in a little late today, but I had to run at least 100 suits. Later, Lin Knight pulled an eagle and wild dragon wipe to kill a few tribal dragons, and he sealed the ice holes in almost every map. If you don't have the material, go back to 007 and get it. When Lin Knight arrived at the Silo 88 server, he actually saw foreigners talking on the public screen. He was in the spirit of the moment. Holy shit, here comes the big list. Ha 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 ha. I'll take you guys for a reach for tonight's supers. As we all know, in the ARC Foreign Service, the foreigners' favorite thing to do is to bully the nationals, especially bullying the national munchkin. When Lin Knight found that geezer's base, his heart to take out the other party became even more determined. The geezers down there are supposed to be old hands who know how to play, and they've got up all metal matchbox houses. It's in that golden triangle at the foot of the snowy mountains on the lonely island. It was also where Lin Knight first chose to build his home. After Lin Knight looked around this service, he immediately concluded that this foreigner was the service bully of this service. And just then there were some nationals on the public screen complaining that the dozen or so foreigners were too bullying, taking over the mines. They also come to the door every day asking for supplies in a poorly spoken Mandarin. Lin Knight sneered at the time when he saw this. Bullying our countrymen? You think no one can cure you in PvE mode? Lin Knight said and flew on his winged dragon. He had seen quite a few Titan dragons in other servers in one night. Titanosaurus, the largest dinosaur on land in the Ark world, can deal fixed damage to metal buildings. This creature cannot be tamed, and even if it is, it can only exist for a certain amount of time, cannot be reproduced for cloning, and cannot be included in cryogenic chambers. Even if it's tamed, it goes away after a while. It will not actively attack people, has a terrifying blood volume of 200,000, has an amazing attack power, and once it gets angry, the consequences are unimaginable. From time to time, 1 or 2 level 5 Titan dragons will be refreshed at the lone island. It was possible that Lin Knight's luck was too good. He searched for half a day and finally saw a Titanosaur at the foot of the volcano. The expressions are getting sicker and sicker, thanks to the fact that this was an isolated island. If it were any other map, Lin Knight would have played more sets. As he seduced the massive Titanosaurus slowly and leisurely walking up to the geezer's metal base, a few geezers who hadn't slept yet hitched their eyes to see a huge Titanosaurus. And in front of the Titanosaurus there was another man riding a pterodactyl, his whole body glowing with the reddish light of a rare flower that he had eaten, flying towards the ceiling of their base at a very high speed. Those few foreigners immediately widened their eyes. What fuck? Are you kidding me? The next second the titanic dragon started to raise its feet, and Lin Knight laughed, because he saw one of the Tyrannosaurus rexes at the entrance to the foreigners' tribe actually go up and nibble on the soles of the Titanosaurus' feet, stomped to death by a Titanosaurus in 2 kicks. The enraged Titanosaurus apparently had the same nationality as Lin Knight, and began to stomp the ground violently. With several consecutive blows, 2 of the geezers at the door died on the spot. Their metal walls were also starting to turn gray, and the durability had gone down quite a bit. Ever heard the sound of a metal wall shattering? It was like a New Year's Eve firecracker. Crackle crackle. Those geezers all came out, and the hatred between the Titanosaurus and the geezers had been completely built up, and both sides started to dislike each other. What follows is carnage. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, no. No. Misery. It's too bad. Misery is kind of spectacular. Lin Knight had already flown up into the sky on his winged dragon and looked at the tragic situation below, laughing with a crooked nose. And then he turned to the ice cave and inserted a metal wall and metal fence foundation a block, turned around and went to the next server. But this time, Lin Knight was dumbfounded on the spot after choosing to resurrect in the sparsely populated north, because he was resurrected into a metal house that was still 1 by 1. Holy shit, what kind of grifter did this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for doing such a thing? Can something like sealing a resurrection point be done by a human being? Are you still a human being? You don't give the people a chance to live. Holy shit nigga. Aren't you bullying honest people? Lin Knight, full of collapse in the metal house, wailed. He still had an elf ball on him. This thing is currently a treasure. Dead cannot be picked up. Holy shit nigga. Which bitchy son of a bitch sealed the resurrection point? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Are you unable to play? Holy shit. Lin Knight, the crooked-mouthed dragon king who had never pounced on a street before, was planted today. The most gripping thing, this house has air conditioning. Afraid of resurrected in here is frozen to death. This is the north of the snowy foothills. Bastard. I'll grass you up. I grass your ancestors. My tender father. Holy shit. Blow up. Lin Knight, who hadn't been locked up in how many years, completely stormed out. It's not a big deal that he's dead, but there are only 5 of his cryopod pixie balls, and 1 less is a blood loss. He could have killed himself by eating and spitting out the polymer, but he didn't want to, so then Lin Knight began to think of a way. He had to go out even if he was pretending to be a grandson, and then screw him. Yes. Seal all the holes in this suit, tear down the bitch's home in Laran. Come back every few days and come back to screw this bitch once. When he gets out he'll just find a place to build a little stronghold. TM. So Lin began to think of a countermeasure and named his tribe Good People Get Good Karma. He looked at the tribal name of the building. With a face full of respect, he shouted on the world channel, "Good brothers and sisters of the Northern Underworld tribe, my little brother has accidentally resurrected in your house. Can you release my little brother?" See, that's what shamelessness is all about. The rest of the tribesmen took a look at another person who had been resurrected into the house of the northern tribe afterward. Immediately opened the mockery mode. Haha, this has been so many days. There are still fools resurrected in the north? Don't you know that the north is the territory of the northern darkness, big brother? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Damn, it's not even dawn yet. Not sleepy. 666. Which tribe's talent? The tribe name is Good for People with Good Karma. Holy shit. Ha 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 ha, talent. Lin Knight's face was green. And after cursing all of these cheap bastards dozens of times he spoke again on the public screen with a respectful face. Good brothers. Who knows the people of the Northern Underworld tribe? I'm a newbie. Can you help my little brother? I'm willing to work for you as an ox. I'll help you guys make iron. Please. Good things come to good people. The group laughed their mouths off. Lin Knight was about to blow up too. TM. Shame on you. It was the shame of his life. PvE mode was actually turned off. But just as Lin Knight was planning how he was going to mess with this Northern Darkness tribe when he got out, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Lin Knight ran out at that time, just like casting, fearing that he would not be able to fish for a cast. He just got outside and the whole thing hardened. The expression was extremely perverted, so perverted that it blew up. On the spot he shouted, "I dare you." Before he could finish shouting, a man in the back was full of excitement and said, "Old Lin?" Lin Knight looked back with a face full of dismay at the man in fur clothing. And at that moment, his eyes widened. Ha ha ha, I grass? Master, it's really you. How did you get to our server? You played through the 3 Stooges of the Lonely Island. Holy shit, you're still so brave. Take me flying. Lin Knight looked at the man in front of him. He recognized him. This person was his gay friend Zhang Dongjie, who used to play Ark together in Suzhou. Moreover, he had another identity, which was Lin Knight's disciple. Everything Zhang Dongjie knew was taught by Lin Knight. Lin Knight, who had to grasp people's ancestors 1 second, changed his face in a second. He laughed loudly as he wrapped his arm around Zhang Dongjie in a very exaggerated manner. Ha 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 ha, good brother. It's so lucky to have met you. This is fate. Zhang Dongjie was also very excited, running into his best friend and master back then. The man was instantly hardened. Brotherhood. A lifetime. I can see you too happy. Come with me to my tribe to sit. Ah no, I'll pull you directly into the tribe. Zhang Dongjie said and opened the recruitment option, directly pulling Lin Knight in. Lin Knight, who was still grassing people's grandfathers a second ago, shook his fist full of excitement and said, "Good brother, we're one big step closer to invincibility." By the time Lin Knight followed the other party to the blue arc of the snowy mountains, Lin Knight smiled as well. This is just like that base of his. It's basically the same except it's a little smaller than him and has no defense. And just then Zhang Dongjie directly transferred the position of tribal leader to Lin Knight. Lin Knight scrunched his neck then. "Good brother? You this? There are 2 veterans in my tribe. There are just 3 of us, all trustworthy. Master, you take me flying. We'll follow you." Lin Knight was also a bit embarrassed. This meeting directly sent the tribe to him. This is really something that only a true brother can do. Lin Knight looked at the friendliness of the tribe and the others. Zhang Dongjie was 100 and the remaining 2 were still 0. At that time, he was a bit contemplative. And just then Zhang Dongjie ran in with a face full of excitement. "Brethren, great news from heaven. Wake up, don't even sleep. My master is coming." A word that woke the 2 men in the bedroom straight away. Lin Knight looked at the dinosaurs in this tribe. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was already 20. There was only 1 Scythosaurus. And the Aetosaur had bred quite a few. And they bred quite a few ancient god pterodactyls. A pterodactyl larger than the toothless pterodactyl and smaller than the wind god pterodactyl. It is extremely capable of flight, can fly in a pan and can hang from trees. Blood, stamina, and weight are all higher than a normal pterodactyl. The most pleasant surprise was that they had actually captured a unicorn, and although the level was not as high as his one, it was just enough to make a pair. It's a mascot that only swipes one in a figure. Just as Lin Knight was there looking at the creatures of the tribe, the two who had woken up from their sleep had come to heel, and said with some excitement, "Boss, is this the expert you said had once killed dozens of foreigners alone?" Big brother Lin Knight, who was known as the Night King? Zhang Dongjie nodded his head repeatedly. "That's right, this is what I've been telling you guys. My master, he taught me everything I know." Lin Knight looked at those two with some surprise, and the favorability that was still zero just now actually started to skyrocket in a straight line. "Hello Ringo. Hello brother Lin." The two of them couldn't be more excited. Although they were both ARC players who had played for 2,000 hours, they would only moderately cultivate dinosaurs to fight bosses, and PvP was still a blank slate. Lin Knight laughed softly and watched as those two people's friendliness level stopped at 61 for one and 69 for the other, and his mind slowly became active. "From now on, we're all brothers. You guys are developing pretty well. I guess we'll be able to open the boss in a while." As soon as Zhang Dongjie saw that Lin Knight had recognized his newly recruited brothers, he hurriedly stepped forward to pat the rainbow fart. "Master, don't mock us. Where are we as dense as you? Can you take us to fight the boss? We want to follow you to your tribe. Let's just throw it away here. There's nothing valuable here anyway." Lin Knight shook his head repeatedly. "But don't. Have you forgotten how I taught you? There is no master who has only one figure as his old home, not to mention your place. At that place I also say throw. The situation is not right to bring the dragon to turn around and run. The least valuable thing in this game is buildings. In PvP, bases and dragons are expendable. There's no such thing as a base that can't be beaten." Zhang Dongjie laughed softly and said, "Master, Ice Cave, I still won't brush it. You take us there once. Teach us. We'll open the simple boss first by ourselves later." The other two also came forward with anticipation. All the mines had been touched. Only the Ice Cave was left. The dragon can't get in without a cryogenic chamber. Lin Knight nodded. He also didn't intend to expose the fact that he had a cryogenic chamber. It was still the old way. Looking at the time, it was almost dawn. Lin Knight wasn't going to go to the next server. "That's it for today. See what happens." "Okay, I'll take you guys on a fight. You guys develop yourselves, and I'll come find you and take you to the next map before Savage Mode opens." The three of them, Zhang Dongjie, were overjoyed. And then Lin Knight took Zhang Dongjie and the others to brush the ice cave just like he did last time when he took Lulu Kai and the others. Zhang Dongjie and the others also managed to occupy the ice cave, using it as their second stronghold. It had been a busy night, and Lin Knight was finally planning to go back to the 007 suit, back to base camp to fall back to sleep. "I haven't closed my eyes in 2 days, and posted on the tribal channel. Don't look for me even if the sky is falling. I have to rest. You guys go about your business. Cheers." Waking up, Black Cyclone and Peach Blossom were already practicing against each other outside the base. It's comparable to a dishwasher. Black Whirlwind can't hit Peach Blossom, and Peach Blossom can't hit Black Whirlwind. A lot of bullets and grappling hooks were still wasted. All empty guns. Waking up, Rokurokwai looked at the sparring duo and exhaled as well, turning around and riding the eagle down the mine. Peach Blossom looked at Black Whirlwind, who was swinging his head from side to side as if he was jerking around, and was dumbfounded. "Stop jerking around. What are you swaying around there? Yesterday Lin Knight's alignment wasn't an awkward dance there." Black Whirlwind smiled crookedly. "You don't get it, do you?" And then suddenly his eyes widened as he looked behind Peach Blossom and shouted, "Holy shit! Wild Southern Giant!" Peach Blossom hurriedly turned back and subconsciously ducked back. The next second Black Whirlwind shot Peach Blossom twice more in the head bonbon and died. "Ha ha 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 ha, LOL, got the first kill." The revived Peach Blossom clenched her fists full of annoyance and cursed, "Bastard! You bitch! I didn't realize you were so shady before." Black Whirlwind was full of excitement as he laughed out loud. "A soldier is never deceitful. Ha ha ha, this is called strategy." Peach Blossom, who had just resurrected, was holding a sprayer, his veins rippling as he looked at the Black Whirlwind, who was still swaying from side to side and dancing awkwardly to dodge his bullets, expression twitching to the max. And just then, Peach Blossom's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the back of the Black Whirlwind, he murmured with a face full of astonishment, "Beautiful. Beauty, so many beautiful women." Black Whirlwind sneered, "Do you take me for a fool? Look at your demeanor." But Peach Blossom had already walked over. Black Whirlwind froze then. What kind of setup was this? When Black Whirlwind turned around, he was wide-eyed even then, looking at the dozens of extremely beautiful women who braved the snow to come to the top of the mountain. It was simply more exaggerated than seeing the elite Southern Giant. Peach Blossom whispered, calm down. At the head of the group was an extremely beautiful 26-year-old woman with shiny black hair that fluttered with the snowflakes. That look was a work of art, especially those flavorful eyes. At that time, Black Whirlwind was nonplussed. I just saw the woman who was in charge say, brothers, can you let us go in and talk? It's cold. Black Whirlwind looked back at their dragon room to make sure it was closed, then raised his hand to greet them as they entered. Peach Blossom spoke with a pensive face. Should we get old Lin up? Black Whirlwind laughed then. Didn't he say not to look for him even if the sky is falling? Peach Blossom also smiled, the two of them pairing their eyes, directly leading dozens of women into the base. The women held their breath as soon as they entered the base. The place had literally turned their views upside down. A whole row of refrigerators and several rows of air conditioners. Even the inside of the base had turrets set up. The woman at the head of the group exhaled before speaking somewhat helplessly. We were all forced to come here by our respective tribes, and we would like to ask you for one thing. There seemed to be a hint of unease in the words. Can you protect our tribe? Ironforge Fortress took in the Vegetarian Island tribe yesterday, and also joined up with some other tribes such as the Net Sky Company tribe, totaling over 1,000 people. They forced our tribe to join them. Last night when we went out to gather resources, their men would follow, and whichever piece of metal we gathered, several of them came together and robbed us of our resources, and chopped down the trees as well, so it's impossible to develop. We are willing to bow down to you in the future. Help us. If you help us, we girls are willing to follow you, please. With that said, the women fell to their knees. Plus one more chapter. Newcomers, please give a 5-star review, thank you. Ow. When Black Whirlwind heard that it was that Iron Furnace Fortress again, he pursed his lips then. Peach Blossom inadvertently looked towards Lin Knight's room. He was a bit curious as to why Lin Knight didn't go and mess with Ironforge Castle. He's obviously so dopey. There should be more ways to limit Ironforge development? Peach Blossom looked at the women on their knees. He was smart. Some truths were quickly figured out. If when a man with a metal pickaxe intends to go out and gather metal, he is followed by several men. Which metal he wants to cut? Which wood he wants to cut? Those guys in the back just set up a grab. It's unplayable. Undevelopable. In PvE mode, this approach is the most disgusting for small tribes. If you encounter a large tribe with a particularly large number of people, being disgusted and out of temper, you want to go out and tame a dragon? Which one do you want to tame? Before you can stun the dragon, they'll just set fire to it in seconds. What can you do? Gathering, dragon taming, whatever is bullshit. That's the advantage of having more people. Peach Blossom turned around after thinking about it and pulled Black Whirlwind aside and said, Old Black, if what those women are saying is true, Iron Furnace Fortress is definitely coming for us. Should we call Old Lin up? Black Whirlwind was also a bit contemplative, and the two of them were no longer thinking about the woman. Thoughts adjusted extremely quickly. Black Whirlwind spoke with some uncertainty. Is there a possibility that Lin Knight intends for us to deal with Iron Furnace Fortress on our own? Do you remember what he said the other night? About letting us fight the boss by ourselves, and how we'd be able to defend it if 100 people came and demolished the house. Peach Blossom rubbed her chin then, too. Looking back at the women on their knees for the sake of development, he knew it wasn't an exaggeration. If you can't develop, you can't fight the bosses, and you'll only die later. Peach Blossom also withdrew his sight after looking at it for a couple of moments. Letting us deal with Iron Furnace Fortress on our own? Is this practicing us? Could it be that in his eyes, Iron Furnace Fortress is a chaperone? Maybe in his eyes Iron Furnace Fortress is not even a chaperone. At best it's a chaperone to play with. It seems like there are only 7 or 8 spineback dragons there with a bunch of triceratops, bull dragons and whatnot, and none of them are too high leveled. I went to check it out earlier, and I think I caught a couple low-level Tyrannosaurus Rexes as well. Soon the duo began to discuss their response and called the women up. These people's tribes would be good to have as allies in the future. And then Peach Blossom brought out a map of the world of the Lonely Island. Look at the terrain above. Peach Blossom said with a serious expression. You guys go back and prepare to move. All tribes head to the northeast coastal strip to build their homes. While traveling all the way north, insert stone foundations along the road. Take up the road. Those women nodded their heads in succession. Although they didn't know what the other party's intention was, but they just did as they were told. Black Whirlwind's expression also began to lower as he looked at that world map. He wasn't a powerhouse in PvP, but he'd more or less heard some of the raids from the big boys. It was then that he took a pen made of charcoal and drew a line from the junction of the volcano and the mangroves. In the lower left corner was the Yellow Sky tribe. In the center was the mangrove forest, and in the northeasternmost corner was the mine, which was the mountain next to Lin Knight's bottomless pit underwater for them. After those women left, Black Whirlwind also took that map and discussed it with Peach Blossom. I've never been involved in large-scale PvP, but I've heard the big boys say that the real offense of PvP is based on acreage. Even if a single soldier is strong, but it needs backup supplies, and without a stronghold on the front line, it will be extremely passive if it can only be resurrected at the rear. Let's both do nothing today and go circling. Put volcanoes, snowy mountains, all over the place with foundations, all metal, put it all over the place. Just empty the resource points and don't put them too close together. Peach nodded slightly and spent a red heart directly on the red arc. Since old Lin asked the two of us to deal with Iron Furnace Fortress, let's be bold and earn him $100 million first. Black Whirlwind looked at the red arc that was marked up and his eyes widened then. You mean? Peach Blossom laughed softly. In terms of a single soldier I may not be as good as you, but in terms of formation and marching, three of you can't mess with me. I'm a student of the Three Kingdoms. I've been playing war strategy games for many years now. Whether it's Three Kingdoms Strategy Edition or whatever, I'm the Commander-in-Chief. And just as Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom were conferring, there was a three-way meeting on the Iron Forge side. Li Taiwan, the leader of Iron Furnace Fortress, Zhang Beishan, the leader of Vegetarian Island, and Ma Hai-san, the tribe of Net Sky Company, led the remaining dozen or so tribal leaders to sit in one of the stone buildings and discuss their plans. Vegetarian Island leader Zhang Beishan was extremely annoyed with Ma Hai-san before, and he was an employee of the other company before the teleportation came. But yesterday, Ma Hai-san sent 10 beauties to Zhang Beishan, and the relationship between the two was eased. Li Tiwang looked at the convener of this meeting, Ma Hai-san, with some contemplation and said, "What do you mean, old Ma? What does it mean to learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians? We are bricklayers. Can't understand those creations of yours." After Ma Hai-san laughed softly, he spoke with a face full of indifference. Learn the strengths of others to make up for your own shortcomings, then use what you've learned to finish off the other party. Since they build large all-metal buildings, so do we, and if they raise gun emplacements so do we. They breed T-Rex. We breed T-Rex. Learn everything as he does, send someone to follow their people the whole time, and whatever they do, we do too. It's a peaceful mode anyway, no one can beat anyone. When Ma Hai-san said this, everyone suddenly brightened up. Ma Hai-san looked back at the crowd with a face full of arrogance and smiled. In his heart he simply looked down on this group of people. He is the boss of Net Sky. How can he be the boss without some brains? He thought about a lot of things these days, too. That Lin Knight is not enough to worry about. Back then, Lu Bu was so hanged, but he was still destroyed. How strong can one person be? When the time comes for a real fight, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. We're going to militarize all of us from today onwards. Everyone beat me up with their own materials to make a pistol. Don't make anything else, it's too much of a waste of materials and we can't make that many. Everyone in the room agreed with that. And some had already started calling him Ma. Brother Ma, you deserve to be a boss. You're really shrewd. I admire you. Well, that makes sense. If he doesn't take us to fight the boss, we'll destroy him. A little pussy who only knows how to play games. How can he possibly fight us adults? Although we don't know how to play, we've eaten more salt than he has. In terms of brains, how could he possibly beat us? That's right. It's trash in reality. Even in the game it must be a paper tiger. Destroy him. Ma Hai-san looked at the crowd while then slowly walked across the room. Immediately afterward, he looked at Li Taihuang with some sarcasm and said, "That 1,000 abacus of your tribe kicked him out. This person cannot be retained." Li Taihuang frowned at that time. What do you mean? Author statement. Before everyone said the PvP opening time is too slow. In fact, not slow. Before in the national service, in some PvE servers, a variety of service bully in order to occupy the enclosure, selling their own dragon profit, will try to do everything to prevent the rest of the players to develop, drive away all the veterans, so that those new players in order to reduce the pressure to open the game will be to buy their dragons to establish a friendship. And this article in the PvE mode on the direct start to fight, is also linked to human nature, who all want to be the boss. In the beginning of the national service PvE, even if you cannot fight does not stop ambitious people to start harassment of weak tribes. There are people have a war. Even now there are some PvE servers are pulling dragons everywhere to bully the newcomers. This is the arc. More PvE screwing tactics will come out later too. 6 more shifts today. Thank you all for your kind comments. It's now a 9 out of 10. So newcomers should give it a good review too. I love you all. 2 more chapters isn't love? I'm sorry. With a playful expression, Ma Yensan looked at Li Taiwang, who was not very bright, and hummed softly. I do not know what you think. Obviously not very strong. You have to start collecting protection money from all the small tribes. The little brother behind Li Taihuang was not happy on the spot. What did you say? Say another word. Li Taihuang waved his hand, telling them not to interrupt. Ma Hai-san's son, Ma Kai, looked down at this group of inferior people who could only work and cursed in his heart for having no brain. Haven't you guys ever read history? Your kind of predependence on the number of people to forcefully suppress the weaker tribes around you will only lead to one end appearing. That is, those people will defect to others. And we still have characters like Lin Knight in this suit. If his side grows stronger, how do you think we'll be able to fight them? Most of the reason a laborer is because he doesn't have the ability or the brains to do great things. As soon as Ma Kai finished speaking, The little brother behind Li Taihuang directly cursed. You motherfucker! What kind of a thing are you? You're still not pointing at your father? You guys are giving us sunshine face today, aren't you? Ma Hai-san hurriedly bowed his head and flashed his trademark hypocritical smile to pull his son back. You don't get to talk when the adults are talking. Get back with me. And then Ma Hai-san hurriedly turned around and spoke to the ones present. Children don't know the limits of their words. Don't be offended. Li Taihuang and the others were silent. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Knight had already gotten through to the boss, no one would want to sit here and waste time. The corners of Ma Hai-san's mouth rose slightly after a moment of contemplation. As a big old boss who once commanded a company of 100 people, some human nature stuff is still readable. Not knowing what was going on, Ma Hai-san suddenly raised his head with a sad face. Looking at the winged dragon hovering in the sky outside, some sadness said, I am also a laborer origin. I still owe more than 10 million accounts. It is estimated that the collection agency has now gone to my home. My wife is out traveling with my youngest son, and if she knows we're missing, she'll probably transfer my property, and then I'll have nothing. Nothing. The crowd was also silent as they too thought back to their families. Li Taiwang's heart is also rolling. He has a younger brother at home. Before planning to go with him to the construction site to move bricks to come, I guess I've reached Suzhou by now, and I don't know what's going on out there. Ma Hai-san slightly turned around and glanced at the crowd without thinking, catching the point of resonance. That would be good. So he shook his fist violently and shouted, So, for ourselves, we've got to get back by any means necessary. No one wants to die in this hellhole. Li Taihuang also narrowed his eyes and asked in a somewhat questioning whisper, Did you just say that you let me kick my beloved? What do you mean? Ma Hai-san gave a loud laugh. Egu, brother Li, why are you still in the dark? Who is Thousand Abacus? He was the culprit who caused little brother Zhao Bowen's Thousand Tribe to be destroyed in the first place. As Ma Hai-san spoke, a person came out behind him, none other than Zhao Bao-wan, who previously owed Lin Knight $1,000, apparently has defected to Mahazen. Yes, he was the one who gave me the bad idea in the first place. If it wasn't for him, the southern islands would still be mine now. Zhao Bowen's bragging was not a draft, but deep down, he really felt that Thousand Abacus had screwed him over. That's the way people are. It's someone else's fault when there's a problem. Ma Hai-san saw that Li Taiwan hesitated, and immediately said, I also heard that the protection fee thing is this Thousand Abacus did, right? This kind of black sheep can stay? Li Taiwang's eyes widened then, thinking back to how Thousand Abacus had been telling him about Lin Knight all along. He always felt that something wasn't right, and he's been out for 3 days. Why hasn't he come back yet? Kick him. This kind of person will destroy the harmony of our alliance if we keep him around. Net bad ideas. A 20-year-old brat. What do you know? He hasn't even played the game yet. He's full of shit. Ma Hai-san continued. Li Taihuang was moved on the spot, and he also felt that the other party had a point. From beginning to end this Thousand Calculators did not let them go to the north. Could it be a spy? Thousand Abacus was kicked. Ma Hai-san laughed, because his real purpose was to overthrow Li Taiwang, and now he had already discussed with Zhang Beishan to find a chance to take over Li Taiwang's chief position. The two of them ruled over everyone and became the dominant force in the service. But what he didn't know was that the misadventure had really kicked a spy. Looking at the crowd in the room, Mahazen continued to pull resonance. I know everyone was confused when they were first teleported here. We're conceited. Because we are human. Conceit is human nature. We didn't think those dinosaurs would be a match for us. And we were outnumbered. The results were predictable. And each of us did a lot of stupid things when we started. There are those who are hungry and eat black fruits and get dizzy for half a day. Those who set bonfires in front of their homes and get stepped on by a brontosaurus and thus get their homes demolished. And those who try to knock out fish and birds in the sky with their fists. All sorts of brain-dead and hilarious maneuvers that every one of us has done. Ma Hai-san shouted as he spoke, his expression extremely excited. I'd done it too. At first, I thought it was a joke. I told people, hey, I'm Mr. Ma, help me. I'll give you $1 million when I get out. At that time, Brother Beishan even said something back to me. Stupid. Ha ha ha. Good scolding. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have come to my senses so quickly. Everyone here laughed when Ma Hai-san said this. Zhang Beishan smiled back. The atmosphere opened up immediately. Yes, everyone has done extremely funny things in the beginning. That's something Mahazen grasps again. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just figure it out. I, Ma, am not talented. I'm willing to carry out the division of personnel and serve as the chief commander of our alliance. I'll grow the alliance as fast as I can. There is only one purpose. That is to bring all the brothers home. Whoever stands in our way, we'll kill him. If we don't know, we'll learn. Don't understand? We'll let 20 college students study it. We have college students in our alliance too. All of them love to play games. I'll form a group specifically for them to study the settings of this game. It'll definitely be effective. And coupled with my newly formulated plan, I can definitely eat the Munchkin core before Savage Mode opens. The statement made by Manhwa was tantamount to stirring up 1,000 waves with a single stone. A word to the wise. Businessmen tend to be more flexible. And when Manhwa brought in one of his new college recruits, the crowd all looked at the student with some anticipation, because his girlfriend teleported with him, and Manhwa said that if he didn't hang out with him, he'd let everyone do his girlfriend in front of him. There would always be times when he was careless, with so many of them taking turns keeping an eye on them. Coupled with his weak character, he agreed straight away. My name is Lu Xintian. Hello uncles. Manhwa smiled. Don't be afraid. These are all your own people. Tell the guys properly what you have found in the past 3 days. Your brother I won't treat you badly. It's fine to find you a few more horses. Lu Xintian, somewhat nervous, held up his glasses and said, I've played Children of the Forest before, and Crisis Survival, those games. I also like to watch The Big Shrimp live, even though I've never played Ark. Li Taihuang scratched his head with a surprised face and said, who is the Big Shrimp? He's a hot Ark gaming video blogger. I turn on his videos and watch them every time I eat. Let me tell you all. You've got it all wrong. You want to fight the boss, you have to breed high-level Tyrannosaurus rexes. The highest level in the wild seems to be level 150, come to think of it, and then use the Tyrannosaurus rexes to fight the boss. And with immediate PvP, your scattered little metal houses are no different than a rag. Pull a titanic dragon and demolish them all. Manhwa looked at this newly recruited junior brother somewhat contemplatively with a somewhat complicated expression. What kind of dragon is the Titan dragon? Can it be tamed? The largest dinosaur on land. Can do damage to metal buildings, and I don't know how to tame it. But I know playing PvP they all use C4. And bazookas and stuff. Pistols are for idiots. Manhwa blankly glanced at this talking without brains. He had just said that he wanted a pistol for all hands. This grizzly really had no brains. How did you get into college if you're so stupid? The crowd listened to that Lu Xintian for half a day. That expression was getting more and more excited, as if enlightened. That same day they sent 200 people out to look for advanced Tyrannosaurus rexes, and 20 people have been sent flying towards the snowy mountains with the intention of stealing a lesson. What is the concept of 200 people laying out a search for Tyrannosaurus rex on an isolated island? In a few minutes at most, the entire lone island will be painted over. The ability to learn is an absolutely critical component of what makes humans the masters of the earth. Soon they found a class 135 female Tyrannosaurus rex. Meanwhile Chen Yushua and Nan Xiao in the meantime were doing the opposite. Chen Yushua had just fainted a rank 6 type Tyrannosaurus rex, and dazed 2 level 5 scythe dragons. Nan Xiao was filled with puzzlement as she took the black fruit and fed it to the scythe dragon. She didn't know why they were taming creatures of such a low level. Isn't it true that the higher the rank, the better? Chen Yushua just wanted to open her mouth to speak, but Peach Blossom from the tribal channel sent out, attention all units. The Southern Alliance has already sent people to search for you. Don't disclose anything about all the specialized things about the Arkansas. As expected, when Chen Yushua looked back, there happened to be 2 men full of amazement looking at her haloed level 6 tech Tyrannosaurus rex. How could one think of what taming such a lowly creature was really for? Chen Yushua's brain turned very quickly. Some giggling said, Egu high level I really cannot beat Brother Lin, and he does not let us touch the home of the dragon. I catch a few of my own back to play. Nan Xiao obviously believed it too. So that's how it is. Then can I catch a few of them to play with at home too? Of course. The 2 men up there concluded on the spot that they 2 women were not key players. The few people who had already found Beauty Wang and Gu Lengxin looked at Beauty Wang, who was riding an armored dragon and swimming in the river, from the sky with puzzled expressions. Gu Lengxin also rode the eagle far away. Something like the tool dragon hitting the metal could not be revealed. At least not now. Black Whirlwind also returned in the tribe channel. Iron workers go home. You guys prepare for the opening of the simple boss in the afternoon. And later on, you guys know the routes and locations at night. Don't light torches when you go out at night. Look at the map. From time to time, those in the sky, Iron Forge Castle, parked their pterodactyls on one side of the heights and followed at a distance. When they arrived at the snowy mountain, they immediately realized that something was not right. Holy shit, what a cold place. I'm going to freeze to death. Move. They won't know that you have to wear furs to snowmass. And who doesn't check out the guide on their first time out and know where to hunt for furs? They don't have fur coats. The snowy mountains became a natural barrier to stop them. Lu Xintian, who was the current 3rd in command of Manhwa, immediately replied back in the tribal channel, get torches. For making fur coats, look for those creatures with hair and its exuberance. If we go by the golden settings of survival games, extreme environments must be cracked within a mile. Thinking of this, Lu Xintian immediately shouted, the creatures on the snowy mountains will produce furs. Kill them and bring them back. At the same time the Kick Thousand Abacus also found Li Tai Huang, and when he saw Li Tai Huang's eyes full of disgust, he understood. Even the eagle Lin Knight had given him was now the other's, and he had no right to use it if he was kicked. Thousand Abacus didn't want to directly shout at Lin Knight on the public screen, and he chose to revive near the Red Arc. He definitely can't go to the snowy mountains, it's too cold. After running for half a day he finally reached the Huang Tian tribe and explained the ins and outs to Huang Hao. As soon as Huang Hao heard that someone wanted to fight with his uncle Lin, he laughed out then as well. Ha ha ha, my ass? Aren't these people afraid of death? Thousand Abacus also knew that the big battle was about to start, and he wanted to go to Snow Mountain to talk to Lin Knight about some information, but he didn't have a dragon. Huang Hao immediately pulled Thousand Abacus into the tribe. Thanks for lending me the eagle last time, brother. This time I'll lend you the winged dragon and fur coat, all from my uncle Lin. Thousand Abacus was then warned by Huang Hao's sentence, which was called sending charcoal in the snow. At that time, Huang Hao was like a white moonlight shining on the Kick Thousand Abacus. Thousand Abacus looked at the Huang Tian tribe, which was like a pigsty, and then looked at Huang Hao's deadbeat minions, and laughed lightly then. I'll take credit for your sentiment. Often in the arc, insignificant things and little things can lead to inexplicable friendships, even just sending 5 feet to each other. Some people take it to heart. Thousand Abacus entered the Yellow Sky tribe and flew up the snowy mountain on a winged dragon, but when he arrived at Lin Knight's super tribe, he was dumbfounded. Lin Knight slept without seeing his guests. Peach Blossom, who was looking at the map in the base, said with a casual face. He said today that don't bother him even if the sky is falling, or he'll flip out. Thousand Abacus was shocked. Ha, what a time to be sleeping. That group of people from Iron Furnace Fortress is coming to cause trouble. Peach Blossom smiled slightly and said with a winning expression, I'm not looking at it. Thousand Abacus obviously just didn't believe in Peach Blossom, and when he saw Peach Blossom drawing a map there he kind of froze. Only one place was circled on the map, and that place was Vegetarian Island. Thousand Abacus didn't react for a moment, and when he looked again, his pupils dilated. What are you thinking? There are 1,000 of them. Drive them all to Vegetarian Island? Can we do it just by us? Not going to get Lin Knight up? Peach Blossom let out a soft laugh. If we rely on him for everything, then what good are the few of us? Said Peach Blossom and pointed to the children who had returned from outside. Even those children know how to hunt for meat, gather berries, farm, and find sheep. Are we not as good as those children? In fact, they're terrified, because some of them are people who have offended our boss, and it's out of fear that they've joined forces. Peach Blossom stood up as she spoke. This war won't take long. The fun is just beginning. Go help with the intelligence. I can't pull you in at the moment. Pulling people in is only possible with our boss. He agrees. Thousand Abacus knew that the other party didn't believe him and figured that Lin Knight had just casually mentioned his Thousand Abacus name. After thinking about it, Thousand Abacus planned to come back tomorrow to find Lin Knight, and today, he would go to the Yellow Sky tribe to stay there and then go to the other small tribes to get some information and forget about it. After Thousand Abacus left, Chen Yuxue and Nan Xiaro also came back, and as soon as they came back, they were there saying, it's annoying, there are 2 followers following behind all the time. Where do they go when we go? Peach Blossom smiled. It's fine, so let's just go underwater to catch the water dragons, or go underwater to collect resources. See if they dare to go underwater? You guys can play a little fancy too. Pull them all into the mines and get them killed picking up their packs. The mines they must not know the route. Chen Yuxue immediately brightened up. If she went underwater, that group of people probably didn't have the guts. And at this time, Nan Xiaro also downloaded the newly captured level 6 tech Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Ark, including the 2 level 5 Scythe dragons. Peach Blossom looked at these 3 dragons with a stunned face and said, what are you guys doing catching this thing? Is the level so low? Chen Yuxue looked back to see that the base gate was already closed. And still a bit uneasy, she directly ran to the deputy Pectin dragon to turn on the alert mode. Peach Blossom frowned too. What was so careful? When the paraphyletic dragon began to howl, it didn't notice any of the other tribesmen sneaking in. Chen Yuxue also breathed a sigh of relief and took out the note that Lin Knight handed her last night and said, Brother Hua, you can read it as well. I can't even read. What Brother Lin gave me yesterday. What inheritance? Shuffle, dragon ass, pressure leveling, breakthroughs and all that shit. He also said something about how all of our breeding dragons are only half finished now, and that we should go catch our own low-level dragons and bring them back. And I can see this thing's head spinning. Peach Blossom was mesmerized when she took the post-it note, which was filled with small, densely written words. The first sentence on the top of the sticky note is that all dragons have a level cap, and creatures over level 450 can't add any more points, and Tech T-Rexes can't be added after level 500. And if you want to train a breeder dragon with extreme attack attributes, You have to minimize all the other useless attributes of the breeder dragon, so you can't waste points. Dragons, like humans, will have 99 attribute points when they level up to 100, and they are still random points added by the system. It is possible that the system adds 30 points of food and 20 points of oxygen to it, and this kind of dragon is wasted. Each attribute point adds to the dinosaur's attributes. It's like a player upgrading to add attributes. You have to wash your points, just like a person would wash their points in Oblivion soup, to get all the points clean. Tyrannosaurus Rex all add attack or blood. It can also be paired with, let's say, 60 attribute points for blood and 80 attribute points for attack to be able to resist and fight. The concept of a breeding dragon, except for blood and attack, which have points. All other attributes have 0 points. Cultivation of breeding dragon processes. 1. Grab a wild full-grade high-attack attribute Tyrannosaurus Rex. The higher the attack the better. 2. Grab a couple of Tyrannosaurus Rexes with the lowest level values. The normal Tyrannosaurus Rexes on the silo have a minimum level of 5, while the type Tyrannosaurus Rexes have a minimum of 6. You must hit the fainted dragon during the taming process to ensure its taming validity is 0. This way it is level 6 when it faints, and must still be level 6 when it gets up. The lower the level, the better. Note, a dragon that is level 6 could conceivably be a human survivor at level 6. Humans gain 5 attribute points for leveling up to level 6, and dinosaurs do the same. So the lowest ranked level 6 Tech T-Rex has 5 attribute points, and this attribute points are randomly added to each attribute bar. Attribute points are the key to determining how high or low a dragon's attributes are. 3. Have a low-level Tech Tyrannosaurus Rex shuffle through the negative inheritance, which is the opposite of the positive inheritance, to wash out a dragon with the lowest values for all attributes. 4. Success will be achieved when a male initial type Tyrannosaurus Rex of rank 1 is washed. Positive inheritance. Positive inheritance is when a cub inherits the best of the 6 attributes of both parents: blood, attack, oxygen, food, stamina, and weight. For example, if the male dragon has high blood quantity and the female dragon has high attack, and both attributes are inherited to the cub, this is positive inheritance. This is what players usually refer to as perfect inheritance. Negative inheritance, the opposite of positive, a male dragon with high blood and low attack and a female dragon with low blood and high attack. It's also possible for a cub to inherit a male dragon's attack and a female dragon's blood, which would result in a low attack, low blood waste, and wash points is to take advantage of this. Find the lowest level and the pups of the dragon continue to match. All attributes are changed to the initial value of the clear points level is bound to be level 1. Grab some more level 6 Tech Tyrannosaurus Rexes and find the ones with 0 points in the blood attribute, 0 points in endurance, and 0 points in food. If you don't have them, catch more and breed low-level dragons that have 0 attributes to each other. For example, a male dragon, blood 0, food 1, stamina 2, weight 0, oxygen 2, attack 0. The mother dragon, blood 1, food 0, stamina 0, weight 1, oxygen 0, attack 3. Then there's a certain chance of giving birth to an initial level 1 dragon with 0 blood, 0 food, 0 stamina, 0 weight, 0 oxygen, and 0 attack. This is because each of the offspring's attributes is randomly inherited from the parents. It's an extremely tedious process that can take many days with no luck. With a level 1 dragon, then go ahead and mate it with an existing high-level breeder dragon and wash out the pure attack breeder dragon. This way, there won't be a situation where a level 350 Tyrannosaurus Rex food degree will be 20,000 to 30,000 with an attack power of only 300 or so, and the ceiling would be higher. The same level 500 Tech Tyrannosaurus Rex, one with random system attributes, and the other with all 499 points of attack attributes of the very best Tech Tyrannosaurus Rex. Which was stronger and which was weaker, could be imagined. 5. Breed with all available senior female Tech T-Rex and breed a male Tech T-Rex whose points are inherited only from the attack in order to be called a deserving breeder. 6. With the seed dragon you can concentrate more on the attribute breakthrough. The common sense of the breakthrough will be discussed later. Peach Blossom looked at the words with a confused face. He felt like he was going to grow a brain, so he called the Black Whirlwind over. Black Whirlwind looked at it for half a day and then returned on the spot. It's not that simple. Peach Blossom directly slanted a glance at him and said, "Then tell me again? Don't look at this sticky note. Come on." Chen Yushue also walked over with a face full of excitement and a look of curiosity. The Black Whirlwind was flaxenly frozen. That's, not bad. Get outta here. Motherfucking lid droppin'. Author statement, this method is recognized as the pressure level wash breeding dragon method. If the newcomers do not understand, you can catch more low level to match. Catch all the level 5. Unlocked the Tektronix cloning machine. If the direct cloning of the female, the low-grade dragons use less material. And the cloned dragons can also be bred. If you come out with a 3-grade male, you can keep it. And then take the 3-grade male dragon and match it with the rest of the low-grade female dragons. You can win with numbers. Stick to pressing levels. You'll always get a level 1 out. Comment if you don't understand. I'll reply when I see it. Not one of the 3 people here could read it, but they all understood one thing. There are some things that those people in Ironforge couldn't study even if they tried. The rules in the arc and the various spells of wanting to become stronger were something they had no chance of knowing. So what if they catch a 150 Tyrannosaurus Rex? They won't even look at the points. The later it gets, the wider the gap between the two sides will become. Peach Blossom looked at the 20 southern giants and 15 shark-toothed dragons in the house. Then at the Tyrannosaurus Rexes that had rehatched to 60. With a pensive expression, Chen Yushue took another sticky note out at this time. Her expression a little helplessly said, "Brother Lin," he also said, "let us catch these creatures. Back to cultivate." Peach Blossom and Black Whirlwind took a look and frowned then. Black Whirlwind was a bit surprised. Holy shit? Grabbing the beast head beast? There's also the king's bastard and the giant rhinoceros. Peach Blossom said with a face full of determination. Let the kids catch it. Let's go do something else. After we fight the boss this afternoon. In the evening, Snowy, you guys will go with us to cover all the north of the mangrove forest with foundations. Each foundation in the middle maintains the maximum build distance. They will never think of stepping into the north again. Even if we die dozens of times in the dark tonight, we have to pounce all night long. Directly southward in the latter part of the night. Pounce on the green arc with all hands. Surround the entire area around their home. Take up the whole place. Let them know who's the father. Black Whirlwind said with an excited face. Too brutal. Chen Yushue said with some doubt. Do we have that many metal building materials? Peach Blossom laughed softly. Don't forget we have so many hard-working children who have been beating metal every day. Even going to the sea, they don't beat it any slower than you do. We're getting close to being able to build a circle of dinosaur gates around the lone island with our building materials. Chen Yushue's eyes widened with excitement as soon as she heard this. That's great. Do not sleep at night. I first go to prepare to fight the boss to Gola. Afternoon on the hard work of the Black Big Brother to teach us how to fight. Wrap it up on me. I'll eat shit upside down if it flips over. Black Whirlwind said with a proud face, as if he was winning. And just then another woman came to the door, shouting as soon as she reached it, and in a very agitated voice. Sister Moon, are you there? Can you help us? The sisters are in trouble. After taking the women of the sister tribes, the people of Iron Furnace Fortress came to our Qing Shui tribe to coerce us, preventing us from developing and moving our hands. Nana-san didn't let me come. I snuck here. Help us. They have more than 100 men all there. Although they can't cause any harm, but it's so shameless of them to play hooligans and take off their pants for us to see. The woman spoke without thinking and turned her head to look at Black Whirlwind, who was peeing his pants off into the snow at the entrance to the base. It was a time to watch something that only VIP members could see. Black Whirlwind was still there thinking about some negative inheritance or something in that sticky note, and didn't notice for a moment that there was a woman looking at him from across the room. Peach Blossom tactically tilted her neck back and looked at the Black Whirlwind outside that was still shaking a bit after peeing, subconsciously tilted his head and said, "Cerebral palsy says this kind of." And just then, Black Whirlwind saw the woman across the street. There was something about that image that just didn't smell right at the time. The woman's face reddened as well. I thought it would be nice to get out of there so I wouldn't have to watch the guys go rogue. Who knew that just when I got to the place I would see a white-cut chicken with crow's feet, instantly storming off. He closed his eyes and cursed, "Nigger! Shameless!" Black Whirlwind was furious at that time. He hated people calling him black in his life. You can call him a dog licker, but you can't call him black. UTM. Female hooligan. Peeking at old me peeing. I call this bronzing. Do you understand? Bronze color. Do you understand? You're a hooligan. But the next second that woman let a pair of kings right out. Straight up king bomb. How dare you curse me? Dead white-cut chicken? The peach blossoms in the house have already laughed and forked out. And the word, white-cut chicken, will definitely accompany the Black Whirlwind for a lifetime in the future. But what they didn't know was that the shouting and cursing of the Black Whirlwind and the woman outside woke up Lin Knight, who was sleeping soundly in the house. Lin Knight was so sleepy and bloodshot that he could barely keep his eyes open, listening to the tirades outside the base. He was annoyed then. In his big pants, he ran out and screamed, "What are you cursing about? Take off your clothes and do a fight. It's not like there's no place for it. It's so noisy. Can't we sleep anymore? Bullying honest people?" One sentence scolded Black Whirlwind into a basement. Black Whirlwind pulled the shrew and ran outside, afraid of upsetting Lin Knight again. But the woman suddenly shouted again, "Will you help me or not? If you don't help me I'll call you a hooligan on the public screen. Are you sick? Don't force me to make a move. I think that back in the day, Black Whirlwind, was a great man who reigned over the ark. Even our chief died under my gun once. Think carefully before you talk to me. When that woman heard that Black Whirlwind was powerful, she immediately changed her words and said, "Are you really that powerful? Can you help me?" "Good brother. My name is Yao Fei, the leaving of not leaving." Black Whirlwind sneered, looking at the other parties exploding to the extreme figure, and came with a face full of disdain. "I've already sworn a poisonous oath that I won't be moved by beauty in this life. Oh, I still have things to do. Bye." With that said, he ran away while a nosebleed came out. "The fire's been a little big lately. Calm down, calm down." Blood drops wildly. He also became the only survivor to be wounded by another player in PvE mode, or real damage. And Lin Knight, who had already been woken up, he had once again encountered something troublesome. Chen Yuxue came back in after preparing her stuff for the afternoon's simple boss fight. Apparently there's still some unanswered questions about yesterday's man-on-a-stick training. I intend to ask for more advice from Lin Knight, once you're addicted. But Lin Knight said nothing and kicked her out again. "I have important things to do at night, so listen when I'm done. I'll practice with you every day," Lin Knight said, and closed the door again and set a password, and took a flag and stuck it in his doorway with the words, "I'll take it out on anyone who makes any more noise." Unbeknownst to them, in the sky above their snowy mountain, several men riding pterodactyls and wearing fur clothing were drawing a diagram of the structure of Lin Knights and their tribe with their respective sticky notes, including those floating turrets and safe gun emplacements. Someone else is counting the number of foundations they have. It's really exaggerated. In this kind of snowy mountain, if we really fight, we surely can't beat it. Here the general dinosaurs can't even go up. Also so cold. Without fur clothing there's only one way to die. Don't be afraid. Let's go back and build it too. It's this floating turret and this safe-made turret. What skill was used to build it anyway? Should we ask that Lu Xintian again? Soon the few who had already completed their reconnaissance mission flew back with sticky notes in high spirits. They felt that they had grasped the secret to Lin Knight's power. When they returned to the vicinity of Iron Furnace Fort, they happened to see Li Taihuan leading some tribal leaders to exchange something with Ma Hai-san. They all thought that Ma Hai-san would be able to lead them to eat the budding group, and it was definitely not a dream to have Lin Knight lead them boss fights one by one behind them. Mahazan also became the main power in the Confederacy for good today. The people in charge in each tribe sent their men over to assist Ma Hai-san in his endeavors. Ma Hai-san looked at the several people who had already returned, his expression faintly smiling. "Our plan is already half successful. You few have worked hard. Tell the group the results of your reconnaissance." The guys were just full of excitement, holding their post-it notes and talking about some kind of artillery building, a giant all-metal matchbox house. Ma Hai-san looked at Lu Xintian next to him, signaling him to learn from the other side's base and build one as well. When Lu Xintian sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing the other party's floating turrets, but he still had to tough it out, and it wasn't a problem to make a similar one out of a gourd. So Lu Xintian, who had a lot of gaming experience, chose a relatively flat terrain behind them as the location of the main base. He told the men underneath him to put in the foundations and go build the gun emplacements himself, stuck a pole straight into the ground and then all the way up to the height of a 10-story building, and put a ring of ceiling on each floor and put the turrets up. They also have a lot of metal reserves. So many tribes gathered to build up a big base or up. But Lu Xintian never dreamed that it was his following the gourd that would cause the Southern Alliance to completely lose the initiative. A single column supporting 30 turrets seems like a lot of hanging, but all it takes is to blow up one of the lowest columns, and the whole turret has to collapse. I won't be able to do the floating ones, but I can get up 8 of the gun towers, Lu Xintian still said with some confidence. Ma Hai-san waved his hand. Good. Worthy of being in the same school as Lin Knight? Your school has quite a lot of talent. Call all your classmates. We'll take them all. Lu Xintian consciously swallowed his saliva as he thought back to the time when he used to go to school in the same class as Lin Knight, and it seemed like everyone in the class looked down on him. Don't worry. You call all your classmates here. Tell us everything you know about Lin Knight, like what he was like when he was in school. Did he commit any crimes or anything? Tell us so we can all know what kind of person he is, so that everyone else doesn't still think that he's a good person, Ma Hai-san said with a playful face, as if planning something. Lu Xintian looked at Ma Hai-san somewhat nervously and said, Brother Ma, can you release my girlfriend? I'll do it with you later. Ha ha, what are you talking about? Your girlfriend is already in your room now. Brother Ma has arranged a full metal residence for you, and also paired you with 4 beautiful maids. Thank you, Brother Ma. Lu Xintian's heart seemed to have undergone a slight change as well. Thinking back to the suffering in real life, half a year after graduation he was looking for a job everywhere. He also wanted to be a dignified character. At the moment, the opportunity is right in front of us, and his ambitions slowly began to magnify, especially after he returned to his residence and saw that the 4 women who had been delivered were a lot hotter than his grumpy girlfriend. His heart had begun to change at the moment. Lin Knight. Back then you were just a marginal figure in our class. If it wasn't for Mr. Gu helping you, you would have flunked out of the fucking class and repeated the year. Who doesn't know that you're a piece of shit? Wastes who know how to play games in internet cafes all day long. If your family is so poor, don't come to the big city to make a fool of yourself. Isn't it just playing Ark for a few more years? I've played more games than you. Which game am I not a big brother? Battle power of tens of thousands. What kind of trash are you? Lu Xintian clenched his fists as he spoke. I, Lu Xintian, will definitely be stronger than you. Keep your eyes open and watch. He then rode off on a pterodactyl to build his impenetrable invincible turret. Built 8 of them in one afternoon. Good for you. It looks scary as hell. Soon Mahai-san found Lin Knight's classmates from before. A total of 8. It was estimated that most of them graduated and weren't in Suzhou, so they weren't teleported over. When Mahai-san knew what Lin Knight was like when he went to school, that expression smiled not too arrogantly. What did I think it was? It turns out to be a little yakuza. You need to know your background to be a gangster. And a special needs student? Parents who farm the land? Bottom of the class. Isolated loser. No wonder he's so arrogant. Mahai-san laughed with a lewd face. Come on man nah. Go and let the people underneath send out a message. Just say that this Lin Knight stole chickens and dogs when he was in school, committed adultery, and squatted in prison. Now he even pushed his teacher. Simply a living animal. Let him lose his reputation. Fight us. He's nothing. Then you students swipe messages on the public screen every day to break down his mental defenses. Shake out all the things he did when he was in school. You guys can make it up. Li Taihuang heard Mahai 3-word smile not too happy. Doing business is not the same. Know the use of public opinion pressure. If someone on the public screen says he's not a good person every day, over time the entire suit will think he's not a good person either. And just then, a junior outside the door ran over with a face full of excitement and said, Chief Ma, the Black Whirlwind from the Munchkin Corps is here. He says he wants to see you. Those chiefs here were wide-eyed. This man was Lin Knight's right-hand man. Mahai-san was overjoyed. Quickly let him in. Soon, Black Whirlwind was brought in by a few minions. When he saw the chiefs present, his expression was a bit downcast. Mahai-san waved his hand. The rest of you go down. Bei-shan and Brotherly stay. Give Brother Black a seat. Black Whirlwind looked across at Mahai-san and then at Li Taihuang, who pretended not to know that Mahai-san was the boss. Directly to Li Taihuang said, I want to defect. Li Taihuang couldn't have been more shocked at the time, but Mahai-san was a bit upset. He was the boss now. So he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Can Brother Black tell me what's going on? You're fine here in the budding group. How come? After looking at Mahai-san somewhat contemplatively, Black Whirlwind turned around and spoke to Li Taihuang. I can't stand that dog. He actually fights the boss by himself without us. I'm tired of making my old man pump iron every day. Damn it. I went to beg him today and he fell back to sleep with a woman in his arms, and told me to leave him alone. As soon as Mahai-san heard this, he brightened up. Zhang Bei-shan, however, looked at Black Whirlwind with some concern. His expression extremely unfriendly. Do you take us all for fools? As soon as Black Whirlwind took a look at Zhang Bei-shan giving him a sunburnt face, he disliked him back at that time. Who the hell are you? Who are you to talk? I'm talking to Brotherly. Zhang Bei-shan was annoyed at that moment. Say that again. You fucker? Li Taihuang and Mahai-san rushed to get up and talk them out of it. Don't. We're all brothers. Let's talk it out. Mahai-san was also a bit upset. He was the boss. He inadvertently looked at Li Taihuang and found that Li Taihuang actually had the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It was then that his eyes went 2 shades darker, and then he changed his face very quickly. A traitor like there said, Black brothers, do not be angry. If you have something to say, we are all men. Quarrel will pass ha. Black Whirlwind sat down with some displeasure, looked at those people across the street, and said on the spot, I'll say if Brotherly accepts me or not. You accept me, I will now withdraw from the tribe. I am also able to fight the boss, but have to 30 days later. I really do not want to suffer this bird gas. As soon as Li Taihuang heard that Black Whirlwind could fight bosses, his mind came alive at that time, but Mahai-san came on the spot. You want to join us? To directly withdraw from the tribe to add it isn't it too unruly? How dare we take you in if you don't do something we can trust? If you come in here and make a mess, won't our good intentions go down the drain? Li Taihuang also nodded his head with a smile on his face and said, Yes, I have nothing to say about you coming in. I naturally trust your brothers, but our men will gossip. When Black Whirlwind heard that, his eyes widened, and he was about to leave on the spot. There's no place to stay here. There's a place to stay. Goodbye. Mahai-san was anxious at that time when he saw this, hurriedly blocked the door and said, Brother Cyclone, don't be so impulsive. Aren't things discussed? For example, if you tell us how to fight the boss, we'll definitely take you if you tell us. Black Whirlwind sneered. Do you take me for a fool? What if you don't accept me or kick me out when I tell you? I don't believe in anyone. I just believe in brotherly. I don't want to talk to a businessman. Brotherly is still real. This sentence slapped Lee Tae-wong's horse's ass. And the slap was not too loud. Mahai-san's face was ugly. He looked at Black Whirlwind somewhat contemplatively, killing intent rising. But he didn't dare to tear his face off. What if the other side really came to defect? And just as Black Whirlwind, the old six, was acting furiously here, Peach Blossom had already opened the boss's teleportation device with Lulu Kai, Li Ting, and the others. A loud thud came from the entire lonely island. Black Whirlwind was furious and cursed. Holy shit! Lin Knight, you asshole! You took those women to fight the boss without me? Lee Tae-wong froze when he heard it. Was that the sound of a boss fight just now? Black Whirlwind nodded with some annoyance, and then with a grim face, he said, he fought secretly last time as well. We worked so hard to help him, and we're actually worse than a few women? I'm really convinced. Lee Tae-wong glanced back at Mahai-san and whispered, should I give him a chat alone? You guys evade for a while and I'll see if I can take him in for our use? Mahai-san glanced at Lee Tae-wong with cold eyes before revealing a professionally lewd smile. Good. Brotherly is all yours. Mahai-san just took Zhang Beishan out, and after that it's showtime for Black Spinner, the old six. He was in the room for a whole half an hour bullshitting with Lee Tae-wong, all about useless things. What Lee, why did you listen to Mahai-san? He must have screwed you behind. I'm in. I don't want to listen to him. He also said that he misses his family, and his girlfriend is still waiting for him to go back home to marry her. Talk about getting sentimental. Then Black Whirlwind suddenly said, I'm going to go pee. Wait for me for a while. Lee Tae-wong opened the door for Black Whirlwind without even thinking about it, and Black Whirlwind took a big step forward and rushed straight out. Take off instantly on a pterodactyl. Before flying away, he also said in the sky, brotherly, good brother, wait for me. Lee Tae-wong was wide-eyed at that time. I grass. What do you mean? Mahai-san and Zhang Beishan rushed in and looked at Lee Tae-wong and asked, what did he say to you? Lee Tae-wong was confused. Didn't he say anything? Just say. Lee Tae-wong just wanted to say that Black Whirlwind said that Mahai-san is not a good person. Don't be with him. The words did not speak. Lee Tae-wong heart thumped. I grass? Being in. This old six. Mahai-san was a bit anxious. What did he say to you? Didn't say anything. He's just here to screw us. He doesn't want to join us. Don't you guys fall for it. Lee Tae-wong was anxious. Really didn't say anything. You guys believe me. He said he went to pee. Let me wait for him. Look at Mahai-san. Does he believe in it? Peeing on a pterodactyl? Peeing in the sky? Zhang Beishan suddenly stepped forward and roared in extreme annoyance. What did he just say about letting you wait for him? What do you mean? What are you planning to hide from us? You've been here for half an hour talking and whispering. You tell me there was no chatting? And you opened the door for him? You think I'm a stupid dog? Mahai-san was also annoyed and kicked Lee Tae-wong's tribe out of the alliance on the spot. Since you're not on our side, I wish you well. Good riddance. No sending off. We can win without the few people from your Iron Furnace Fortress. Get the hell out of here. Lee Tae-wong couldn't tell you how suffocated he was. The Black Whirlwind, who got his way, wailed excitedly in the sky. Ha ha ha, stupid a bunch. Fighting with me for acting? This operation is pretty much blowing up in the entire art community as well. And at this moment, Peach Blossom and the others who had already brought the 3rd generation Earth Sloth, 2nd generation Blood Returning Pig, and 1st generation Feathered Tyrannosaurus to finish fighting the Simple Spiders were already planning to open the Simple Vajra boss. This time they were going to ride a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they had to be made aware of the most basic tactics of the 6 Sixes. Black Whirlwind happened to be back as well, and as he watched the crowd already finish fighting the spiders, he came on the spot and said, take me one. Peach Blossom also laughed. It was so right to let Black Whirlwind, the old six, to go and shade people. In terms of acting skills, it was estimated that those trainees who had practiced for 2.5 years were not as good as him. You take command, old Blackie. Black Whirlwind nodded. 666 and I will each ride a Bloodseed Tyrannosaurus Rex to resist in the front. Peach Blossom will ride a Feather Tyrannosaurus Rex and add buffs in the back. And Li Ting will ride a Blood Recovery Pig to add blood in the back. The rest of you ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only 20 creatures and 10 survivors can go in at a time. Kids fight in the second wave and I'll retake you to paint. Don't worry. I'm not even done with the spiders yet. Those children nodded back, their eyes joyful. Soon they activated the teleportation device. The Feather Tyrant Dragon that Peach Blossom was riding happened to be the same one that Lin Knight had ridden last time. And it laughed then. Feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, I can single-handedly take on Vajra if I go in alone. Bunch of brothers. Just as they turned on the teleportation again to enter the boss room, Mahai-san was also furious. ********. Send someone to take in those who are willing to hang out with me in Ironforge Fortress. Those who don't will be blacklisted. And at this time the spiteful seed Li Tiwang was also annoyed directly on the public screen to start cursing. I go to your mother's Mahai-san. You bunch of stupid dogs. Is this how you treat me? With this IQ you are still the boss? If your company doesn't go bankrupt, God forbid. Before he could curse twice, a member of the Iron Furnace Fortress tribe, who had already been bribed, took an anesthetic arrow and shot Li Taihuang unconscious. Apparently it was intended to be out of the business. It's the weekend today. I wish my friends a happy weekend. And I'll add 2 more chapters. Thanks for all the positive comments and gifts. Gifts on the brush for the love of power generation on the line. Do not have to break too much. I did not expect the rating will go up so fast. All because of everyone's credit. Thank you. Also I'm going to lick my pussy face and say to my new friends, give me 5 stars. Please. Ha ha. No worst. Only worse. There isn't a tribe that doesn't get annoyed with Ironforge after being set up as a spy to cause trouble everywhere in the opening game. Backed up by an ally pit. It was hard to extort a large number of metal ingots, all of which were given to the Netsky Horde to build a large base for the Alliance. Just built. Li Taihuang had not yet lived in it, but was shadowed by the old 6 Black Whirlwind. Now it's a double whammy of being knocked out from behind by the brother who's been following him. That's what makes it truly unbeatable. Mahai-san looked at the knocked out Li Taihuang and directly told the man to drag Li Taihuang to the metal prison they built while going to subdue the rest of Li Taihuang's men. At this time, Black Whirlwind and the others, who had already started a fight with the simple Vajra boss, also managed to open up the situation. The approach they used was the most primitive method of multiplayer fighting. 2 Generation 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes act as meat shields, wearing the saddles with the highest armor and all attribute points added to blood. And they utilized 2 things that Lin Knight couldn't see in a boss fight in order to increase the damage of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They picked 2 female tech T-Rexes to join the team, gaining a mate bonus and other ways to increase. 1. Dinosaur mate bonus. When both male and female dinosaurs of the same species are in the vicinity at the same time, they will receive a mate bonus, and all numerical attributes will be improved. 2. Rider bonus. When that dragon's rider is the creature's claimant, it gains a 30% damage bonus, and that rider gains a bonus to damage reduction resistance, enhancing their defense attributes by a certain amount. Simply put, you claimed him when he broke out of his shell as a child and he'll remember you. And when he's older and you ride him out, he'll be even more fierce. And almost all of these dragons were tech T-Rexes that each of them had claimed on their own. And at this moment, the King Kong in the boss room once again pounded his chest and pretended to be a man. And after doing so, he ran towards the Black Whirlwind in 666 at the very front of the room. Black Whirlwind and Rokorokwai ride a Tyrannosaurus Rex to dislike King Kong from the front. Hard. The rest of the group each rode a Tyrannosaurus Rex with all points of the attack attribute to flank or attack from behind Vajra. The layout of the battlefield will be smoother because of the 10 riders. The T-Rex's attack frequency will also be faster, and the speed of the T-Rex's downmouth attack can be boosted slightly with the riders maneuvering, coupled with the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex stacking buffs in the back. The return pig keeps coming back. Simple mode adamantium bosses are simply not enough. The minions it summoned couldn't even beat a fully accelerated feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, and coming over to humiliate it was absolutely brilliant. It didn't take long for it to karma again. Next up is the fire-breathing dragon in easy mode. Black Whirlwind also mounted a bighorn and took a spray, and every one of the rest mounted a side dragon as well. Simple fire-breathing dragons, they don't even need a cake if they go in with those kind of numbers. And just then, Li Ting, who was riding on the blood-returning pig, shouted there, "Why am I the one riding the pig again? 666 you come." 666 Kai with a face that did not hear the look tilted his head to look at the 2 unicorns in the distance thoughtfully murmured, "Boss, from where to get another one yo?" Apparently he didn't want to play assist either. It was the same as playing king. Most people wanted to play output. Peach Blossom looked at Li Ting and spoke softly to all of them. "Rotate. Everyone has to know how each position works." After changing places, they also entered the room of the simple fire-breathing dragon. With 10 riders, it's just not a good time to jam up. Each person behind them rode a scythe dragon while blowing one to follow them. That fire-breathing dragon slowly landed and flew down after Black Whirlwind charged to the very center of the field on his bighorn. The army of scythe dragons behind them all came behind the fire-breathing dragons because they were operated by riders. In just one turn, the blood level of this simple fire-breathing dragon went down by half. The fire-breathing dragon that flew up into the sky instantly became furious and directly summoned a swarm of pterodactyls. There are a lot of them and they are fast. Almost instantly, they reached the front of the scythe dragon group, but strangely enough, many of them couldn't actually hit those pterodactyls. Instead, the Scythosaurus without a rider fucked up a couple of pterodactyls. Seeing this, Black Whirlwind hurriedly shouted, "All those riding scythe dragons in groups of 2, stand back to back, and swing their claws in place to attack." And then Black Whirlwind, riding a large horned deer, also rushed over, seeking protection. When everyone on site dragons stood in pairs back to back and attacked the air, the effect was remarkable. Whether it was a toothless pterodactyl or a bipedal pterodactyl, it was slaughtered. Sometimes it was such that a human riding a dragon instead was not as good as a dragon fighting on its own, especially when faced with such an extremely fast-moving creature that most human reaction times could not keep up with. And in order to solve this problem, the only key is to work with your teammates. After taking out the swarm of pterodactyls, the fire-breathing dragon flew down again. After Black Whirlwind successfully jammed again, the rest of his teammates once again circled around with Scythe Dragon and ran across the street to collectively pull out their anuses. It didn't take long for the simple fire-breathing dragon to karma. 666 and Gulang Xian and the others had already gone through all of the Three Stooges of the Lonely Island in easy mode, and they already know how to fight. In the next period of time, they would have to hatch dinosaurs in large numbers and seek attribute breakthroughs, which was an extremely long process. Peach Blossom looked at the contemplative faces of the crowd, then looked at Black Whirlwind and said, "Old Black, you work hard and take the children to play again, and the whole group will gather at 7 o'clock. Let's start doing things. I'll go to the east first, and pull all those women's tribes into the alliance, so the stone foundations they laid when they came won't hinder us, and then we'll replace them all with metal foundations and pillars." Black Whirlwind nodded, went to the safe to get the artifacts and took those kids to choose their respective Earth Sloths. Like just now, Black Whirlwind still uses the mate bonus and rider bonus. Each of these little kids had them lead an Earth Sloth cub yesterday, and they all came of age today as well. In the team fight against the spider boss, they used a lineup of 19 Earth Sloths and 1 feathered Tyrannosaurus. Black Whirlwind doesn't pick that feathered Tyrannosaurus with its movement speed this time, since the simple spider has more blood than the Vajra. Add to that the fact that he was carrying small children, and he had to be even more careful. And then he chose a Generation 2 feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex and added blood to 25,000, and then went all in on endurance. After getting his own, he spoke to the kids. "Kids, you just add 10,000 plus points of blood to each Earth Sloth and all the rest to attack." A little girl at the head of the group said with a puzzled face, "Big Brother Black, why do you guys ride the feathered Tyrannosaurus every time? What exactly is the use of it?" Black Whirlwind laughed softly. "Ning Xin, you asked a good question. Children, take notes. The feathered Tyrannosaurus has 2 abilities. One is Fearful Roar, which can fear creatures around it, and the other is Battle Cry. It increases the attack power of friendly troops by 25%. And by the way, to fight insect-type bosses, use Earth Sloth. It's the father of insects." Ning Xian asked again at that time, "Why is it the father of insects? What does it know?" Black Whirlwind froze at that time. Obviously he, the veteran, only knows that the Earth lazy to beat the bugs is powerful. The specific for nothing. Well, this, author's proposal, the team fight of the boss in this chapter is still friendly to newcomers. Spouse bonus. Rider bonus can add a lot of attributes. Newcomers can follow the configuration of this chapter to fight, especially if a group of newcomers are hacking. This method is highly recommended. Although Black Whirlwind had played for 2,000 to 3,000 hours, there were many more specific things that, like the vast majority of players, he didn't delve into. Confused by the kid underneath, a question. Black Whirlwind's black face instantly turned red. He actually lost face in front of a group of children? We can't just ignore them, can we? Just as Black Whirlwind was tangled up there, Lin Knight stretched out with a face full of relief and walked out. "Egu, it's so nice to sleep. It's 5 p.m. It's time to go mess with the little devils again." Black Whirlwind saw the savior coming and hurriedly shouted, "Boss, the kids just asked what all Earth Sloth knows. Tell them." Lin Knight smiled, or he didn't know what Black Whirlwind meant. This grizzly. After yawning, Lin Knight walked up to the group of kids with a casual face and spoke. "This creature, the Earth Sloth, is very easygoing and has high biological authority. Ordinary creatures don't dare to fight it, but if there are insects around it will become very cranky. It will gain a 120s insect killer buff. Its attack becomes 2.5x and its damage reduction is increased by 75%. Back in the day I rode a 1300 plus level Lanybug and it dared to fuck me. My Lanybug attacked over 4000 and it actually took many hits to hit it. It was outrageous. And once it gets angry it will attack all surrounding creatures indiscriminately and won't quiet down until the insect killer buff wears off." Those kids' eyes widened when they heard 1300 plus levels. Wow, over 1300 levels? That's awesome. Teach us, big brother. Lin Knight touched his neck and shrugged and laughed. "This will be taught later. You guys go ahead and fight the boss. I'm going to fight the ghosts." Lin Knight brought some building materials and extraordinary fodder right before the teleporter after he finished speaking. Suddenly he thought of something else and typed directly on the public screen. "See you guys. I'm off to the next map. You guys have fun." With that said, he teleported to the other servers in the silo. Mahai-san and his men were a bit confused when they saw that Lin Knight had gone to the next map. There were still people on the public screen shouting there. Big God, don't go. What are we going to do if you go? Big brother, can you not go? Can you teach us, please? But no one answered. As Black Whirlwind activated the boss teleportation again, Mahai-san was confused again. Did he not leave? Lu Xintian said next to him with a contemplative face. Don't worry, Ma. I can get through the boss even with me. As long as we catch a batch of Tyrannosaurus Rexes, I'll take you guys straight through. I've already gone to the Green Arc Obelisk to look at it. We still have to touch the artifacts. What's an artifact? After Lu Xintian thought about it, according to the settings of other games, artifacts were extremely powerful weapons or treasures. At that time, he came up with, it should be something very powerful. I guess Lin Knight is so strong just because he has a divine weapon. We won't be afraid of him when we have a divine weapon. Good. You go find the artifact. I really wasn't wrong about you. When Lu Xintian returned to his residence, he was still thinking about the location of the artifact. With his gaming experience, he felt that the artifact must be in an extremely dangerous yet hidden place. Lin Knight, back then I was the third highest achiever in our class. Back then, I was dicier than you, and when I have a divine weapon, you'll be just a younger brother. And Lin Knight, who had already teleported to other servers, didn't go anywhere else. He came back to the ghost server. This time he was going to do it once and for all. Directly disgusted the ghosts and those foreigners until they exploded. He figured there would be thousands of foreigners in Suzhou, and it wouldn't be too much of a hassle to go along for the ride. This time he brought 5 cryogenic chambers and a lot of extraordinary feed. Upon arriving at the ghost server, he directly took out his 350 attack long-barreled rifle, shot and stunned 4 very low-leveled Brontosaurus, and received the cryopod. Because of the fodder, level 10 and 15 Brontosaurus are quick to tame. This creature is extremely large and takes up a lot of space, arguably the best in size of the herbivorous creatures that can be tamed, and perfect for nausea. When he came to the ghost tribe again, the other side had actually expanded their yard again, and a couple of bull dragons have been put out to patrol the yard. Apparently these bull dragons were only just caught. Holy shit, you guys are so damn talented. You're fighting the bull dragon? Lin Knight looked at his elf ball with a bad smile on his face. Just then, 2 of the ghosts went out to gather resources. Lin Knight instantly laughed as he saw that those ghosts had made the easiest mistake a novice could make. Left the door open. At that time, Lin Knight flew down on his winged dragon, ran to their big stone house and threw a Brontosaurus directly into it, then threw 3 more Brontosauruses in their yard. Instantly the ghosts' houses and yards were filled with Brontosaurus. Lin Knight, just in case his opponent pulled a dragon to kill his low-level Thunder Dragon, rushed to that Yankee Service Busters server. Once Lin Knight left this server, then his tribe and creatures would be offline. And in PvE mode, creatures in offline state are invincible. You can't kill it even if you pull a dragon. When those ghosts came back, they were dumbfounded. They had tried everything they could to get rid of these 2 behemoths that filled their base. Their house was stuffed and blown up. The 3 thunder dragons in the courtyard seemed to be taunting them as well. Unexpected, right? And Oni, full of annoyance, fell to his knees in tears, yelling and howling. As if he had been wronged by something, he was scratching his ears and screaming strangely. 5 seconds long. Baka. Voice breaking. Deeply hidden. Lin Knight once again grabbed a few low-level thunder dragons and arrived at the Yankees server. This time when he arrived at the place where the other party's home had been demolished by the Titan Dragon before, he found that the other party had actually moved. It was then that he laughed. So he flew straight to the Blue Ark. As expected, the geezers had already built the foundation, using a metal ceiling with metal pillars, spread out the entire snowy summit. In this part of the world the Titanosaurus wouldn't be so good at coming up. Apparently they're scared too. Lin Knight looked at the huge foundation that didn't even have a wall and laughed then. And there were only 2 of them in the house. The rest of them were probably off ironing. Lin Knight wiped out the darkness and came to the front and directly threw a few thunder dragons over, placing them separately and all standing on their bases. The reacting geezer was confused. Fuck. Oh, shit. Pissed off Chinese is coming out. How are they going to fix their family this time? A few Brontosaurus were standing up there when they just pulled a couple of eagles over with the intention of taking out the Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus is already showing offline. Invincible. Lin Knight, who had already run to the next Silo 101 server, acted as if he had done something small and unnoticed. Those ghosts on the back servers better not run into him. And at this moment, Peach Blossom of the budding troop also led the large troop to start the circling movement. Foundations and columns go wherever you put them. All hands cheer up. And by 2 a.m. in the night, all the north will be paved over for me. At 2:20 a.m., the whole army goes south. The budding group started laying from the snowy hill. placing foundations at regular intervals, with another pole inserted in the center of the foundation. In just 30 minutes, the entire snowy mountain was covered with these dozen people. Riding an eagle is possible to place buildings, and foundations have been placed all over the crags on the north face of Snowmass, which slopes nearly 60 degrees. Almost all of the places close to the metal mines have also had foundations put in by them so that they don't interfere with the metal refreshes yet. Maintaining the maximum restricted distance between foundations doesn't interfere too much with wild dragon refreshes yet. If it's laid too full, wild dragons probably won't even be able to swipe it, and there are foundations where swipe creatures won't appear. Even the northernmost entrance to the celestial mines was occupied. Immediately to the east are small snow-capped mountains, mines, and volcanoes. Every now and then the crowd could see people being killed by wild creatures, but no one was afraid of pain at this point. A nearby teammate on an eagle picked up his teammate's bag and proceeded to put in the foundation. It was dark at night on the island, and those kids were scared, but no one complained. From this, it could be seen that Lin Knight was right in choosing people strictly. If there were some people who were afraid of the dark and dragging their feet and didn't dare to go, it would cause a chain reaction in the tribe. Team, if we want to hurt, we'll hurt together. If we want to die, we'll die together. Even Black Whirlwind was almost taken out by the three exotics when he was sticking pillars in the snowy mountains. By the time they got to 2 o'clock in the night it was all done. North of the mangroves, all of them are densely packed with columns. The entire 007 server is now 90% asleep. Peach Blossom and each of them also raised their energies and continued to pave their way to the south. If you're sleepy, take a stimulant and get some water. We must pave all of Orphan Island tonight. Get that crowd all the way to Vegetarian Island. Seal the mine entrance wherever you can. Put in the foundations if you can't. The resurrection points on the map that I told you about earlier. Seal them all with metal houses. Seal them big. 2x2 metal house seal. Starting tomorrow, everyone who wants to go to the mines will have to look at us. All of the munchkins were like locusts moving through the country, heading south through the darkness of the night. And Lin Knight, who had already scrubbed over 100 servers at the moment, also raised his energy, continuously switching servers. He had gotten the hang of it and was faster. And he changed his strategy, no longer to mess with those foreigners on the spot. First note down which service the other party is, and when he sweeps the server, all nausea at once in place. The night was dark and windy, and this night was destined to be uneventful. When Lin Knight arrived on server 288, he finally found a tribe that made him croak his mouth. A mega tribe that has taken over the ice cave and the gas cave. 3 obelisks were also sealed with metal buildings. Lin Knight kept cruising on top of the opposing tribe, and through his night vision ability, he estimated that there were at least 100 people on the other side. Look at the gun emplacements built with safes. Lin Knight knew that pulling the dragon was probably ineffective. The other side is a fully enclosed house. So if the Brontosaurus is released, this feud will definitely be concluded. The suit for masters with PvP experience is this tribe name. Lin Knight frowned when he saw that the other party had actually named themselves the Newbie Brigade. There is an unwritten rule in the Ark game. A lot of newcomers make up tribal names that are either some kind of 9 heavenly war god, Lonely Island Heavenly King, or some kind of Divine King Heavenly Court, Royal Family. Makes you think he's hung. It was once said that the player levels of Ark are Novice, Beginner, Proficient, Veteran, Expert, and Newbie. Some people will say they are new to the game in order to pretend to be a vegetable, while many newbies they say they are bigots. Should we get acquainted? What exactly is the other person? If it fits, see if we can work together. If it's not, all the way. Lin Knight murmured with a contemplative expression. After looking for almost 300 suits, I finally found this character. And just then Lin Knight seemed to see a person flying on a wind god underneath the blue arc. Lin Knight hurriedly flew into the distance, fearing that he would be seen by the other party. That wind god looks like it's wrapped up and ironed, with a Koshiro stuck to it. There are some large creatures in the arc that can wear platform saddles, the wind god pterodactyl being the most representative. It also has a platform saddle that can hold buildings and put in ramps. That way the armored dragon can walk up and the wind god pterodactyl can fly on the armored dragon's back. One man rode a wind god pterodactyl and flew to the iron mine, while the other rode an armored dragon to operate on it and beat the metal. The two fought quickly. This allows you to do a stacked card load, which tends to be high on the windjammer pterodactyls. The armored dragon can also lower the weight of the metal so that a trip down hits a lot of metal. And at that moment the man riding the armored dragon said with some doubt, "Oh chief, you're going to iron in the middle of the night. Can't you do it tomorrow?" The man riding the wind god exhaled with some concern. "Gotta hurry. I just touched a 275 jet drawing yesterday. I plan to open the difficult boss in 7 days. The metal in the tribe is everyone's. I'm using my own, I'll fight it myself. So help me out. 7 days? Is it possible to beat the boss so soon?" Lin Knight in the distance took a look with his binoculars and immediately guessed that there was a high probability that the man was the leader. Level 100. Bai Luo. Surname Bai. I don't think I've heard of this character. Is anyone still using a wind god to pump iron these days? The second generation eagle's weight adds up to a couple thousand. So it's more agile than the wind god pterodactyl, right? Lin Knight watched from afar. His night vision was able to see clearly, so dark the other party wouldn't know that someone was following them. Should we make acquaintances? Lin Knight mused a bit. The other side had the obelisk all wrapped up, and he wouldn't be able to grab the materials to fight the boss when the time came. And with 3 large bases on the other side, it's pretty unrealistic to pull a titanosaur. That base at Snow Mountain. If you put up a roadblock in the middle of the way, such as a metal behemoth gate, the Titanosaurus wouldn't be able to get up there at all. It's also too time-consuming to destroy, and the other side will notice. Lin Knight had followed the other party for 30 minutes, observing them the entire time and vaguely overhearing their conversation. If we don't open the boss soon, a lot of people will die. Even if we can beat it, we'll have to queue up. If you have 8,000 people 365 days a year, you have to let at least 22 people fight through the difficult bosses every day. And that would require 3 fights, which requires too much material. If you're unlucky, it's possible that the Lonely Island Dragon King Whale and Southern Giant won't refresh for a few days. 3 times a day for a difficult boss. That's 6 Southern Giant hearts. How could Lonely Island refresh 6 Southern Giants a day? Without materials you can only stare in disbelief. People's hearts are unpredictable, and once Savage Mode is on, in case the people in this suit mess with us, no one will be able to fight the boss at that time. And we don't have that much time to spend here. I'm guessing that there are already experts from other suits who have beaten the difficult boss of the Lonely Island. If the other side comes with bad intentions, the next map, Scorched Earth, will be very passive. In 7 days I must first take 10 people to Scorched Earth development and leave the rest to you. Let the vast majority of people with good hearts find me on the next map, and I'll come back on a flying dragon to finish them off if they mess up. When Lin Knight heard this, the corners of his mouth smiled lightly and instantly finalized his idea, turning around and flying down. The opponent was an expert, and with a heart that was presumably in the same category as that first sighting of Liang. They wanted to lead the vast majority of people to the next map. However, this Bai Luo seemed to be stronger than Liang and knew to only bring kind people over. When Lin Knight arrived at the opposite wind god pterodactyl platform to saddle and stop the pterodactyl, Bai Mo's eyes widened violently. When was it followed? Looking at his opponent's rank, Bai Mo froze for 3 seconds. The opponent is also level 100. The opposing pterodactyls are also 2nd or 3rd generation, or even higher. That pterodactyl was already level 305. Wild pterodactyls even starting at 150 were only level 225, and with a maximum of 75 levels per dinosaur. Most wild dinosaurs were capped at 300 levels after taming, and there is no tribal name next to the other's name. If a player teleports to another server without building a tribe, there is no tribe name next to their name. Bai Luo immediately gulped. This person was from another figure. Bai Luo's men were also a bit surprised and said, "Who is it? What are you following us for?" With an easygoing expression, Lin Knight stepped down from the winged dragon and walked over to Bai Luo and whispered, "Friends? Looking for a place to talk?" Bai Luo agreed after 3 seconds of contemplation. This person can get through the boss in advance. That means that the strength is stronger than him. If offended, attracting an army that would be troublesome. Soon Bai Luo rode the wind god pterodactyl back to the tribe with his men. Lin Knight was waiting for him on the distant heights. He wasn't going to risk entering someone else's tribe. In case he was locked inside, what he had on him would be gone. Bai Luo looked back at Lin Knight in the distance, holding a torch and also mounting a winged dragon, thinking of many possibilities in his mind. When Bai Luo arrived in front of Lin Knight introduced himself with a smile on his face. "My name is Lin Knight, and I'm purposely running the service to find like-minded friends to deploy the battle together. My name is Shiro, leader of the Budding Brigade." "Hello, friend." Lin Knight smiled and nodded slightly, looking around to see no one before continuing to speak. "I just heard my brother say that he's going to take everyone to the next map, Scorched Earth, and I'm very much on board with that." Bai Luo looked at Lin Knight's expression and his expression became serious. "Let's get straight to the point, friend. Are you here to start a war and collect people, or are you engaged in something?" Lin Knight lowered his head and exhaled, confidence written all over his face. "I've come to establish an alliance with my friend. I've finished running through several hundred suits, and tomorrow I estimate that I'll be able to run through all of them. And now I've found 10 expert leaders who are just like brother Bai Luo, and they've all reached a partnership, with the total number of AUs reaching 1,000. All veterans of ARC playing." Bai Luo subconsciously gulped when Lin Knight said this. This person fights through the boss without going to the next map to deploy ahead of time, running all the servers all over the place and pulling allies? Such characters. Bai Luo naturally wouldn't doubt that what Lin Knight said was true or false. Their suit was 288, and to be able to find this place, the other party must have run through many suits. What my friend means is to create a super alliance and pull in all the experts? Lin Knight nodded. Not bad. You should be a veteran as well. I've seen some aggro-based tribes in other suits as well. They're so shameless that they put entire isolated islands full of foundations and will pull titan dragons to demolish their homes. Those aggressive tribes are also recruiting allies. And they're locking up the women, netting them some unconscionable deeds. Baylor, I know there must be such people. Once people have a chance to become human, their hearts will turn bad. Well, it's not bad. I guess they are also running the map. I guess it won't be long before they find you guys. And when they see how strong your tribe is, they will probably forcefully take you in, and you will have a headache when you are isolated. Right? Bai Luo lowered his head and thought. The credibility of this statement wasn't very high, but he also knew that there would definitely be the kind of person Lin Knight said existed. Mastered the extremely clever game. For the scourge of one side, defying all the martial law. Whether or not what Lin Knight said was true, Bai Luo had to be on guard. Next Bai Luo suddenly came. Brother Lin, how do you plan to deal with us? Lin Knight froze for a moment, and in an instant, he figured out what the other party's intentions were. Brother is overstating it. I can't talk about dealing with it, because I've seen some chiefs like Brother White in other suits, planning to take some kind people to the next map. That's why I risked exposure to come down and look for you directly, because I know I won't be mistaken, and that Brother White is a good person with all those chiefs I've been looking for. Bai Luo laughed softly. Now a good person is a curse word. Don't talk about me like that. Ha ha, good. I won't beat around the bush. I really want to build a friendship with my brother. If you guys are in danger, I will step in. If you don't agree, I won't force you guys. People have their own aspirations. Hopefully we'll still have a chance to build an alliance in the later maps. Bai Luo frowned. If it was true that he had recruited 1,000 veterans like the other party said, then this was no longer a service bully. This was a fierce tiger. Lin Knight didn't say anything either, looking down at the tribe below the other side and scrutinizing their dinosaurs. After almost a minute, Bai Luo turned his head to look at Lin Knight and said with a grave expression, Fine, I believe you, but in order for me to join you, you'll have to fulfill one condition of mine. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly. Fine, but there's no harm in saying it. If ever we get hit by one of those invasion-loving tribes you were talking about, you can't just save our tribes. You've got to save the rest of our little AU tribes as well. If we can't defend ourselves, you'll have to send someone to drive those people away. This is my home base. Lin Knight agreed without even thinking. Absolutely no problem. As long as you're in, you're a brother. Please keep this matter of me coming over a secret. In case those guys know about it, it won't do you any good. This I understand. It's just a verbal agreement, but it's better than nothing, and it might actually save their servers when the time comes. And then Bai Luo directly opened the recruitment option. A horde invitation prompt also appeared in front of Lin Knight's eyes. Lin Knight looked down at the weapons in his bag. Crossbows, claw hooks, sprayers, parachutes. Almost all of them were one-man equipment. With these things, he'll have absolutely no problem picking 50 at a time. If the other guy collects him, then he can do damage to him. If you knock him out you'll be in trouble, and the cryopod won't be safe. Lin Knight agreed with a smile on his face after looking around once again to make sure that no one else was ambushing him. Bai Luo continued. Okay, we'll be friends from now on. Come sit in our tribe. I appreciate the kindness. It's not necessary. Brother, I still have to run the map. It hasn't worn me out these past few days. Lin Knight said and got on the winged dragon. Bai Luo looked at Lin Knight to leave and said with some consternation. The Ark is all in our tribe. How are you going to leave? Airdrop light pillars can also teleport to other suits. I'm leaving, bro. I'll be back later. Lin Knight finished speaking and flew away. Bai Luo raised his head and gazed at Lin Knight, who disappeared into the darkness of the night. His expression was a bit complicated. This person is so cautious. His words reveal a hint of imperceptible arrogance and determination. Definitely not an ordinary expert. It is estimated that he has been the leader of a large tribe before he crossed over. It is not simple, nah. I hope it's really here for an ally. And it better not screw me, or else. Lin Knight, who had already found the light pillar with the intention of teleporting to the next 289 server, opened the horde option at a high ground and looked at the 100 or so people inside the budding brigade, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The initial trust had been established, and he had seen Bai Luo's friendliness level, which was only 50 points, not reaching the passing line. All the other 100 or so still have a friendliness level of 0. If you want their friendship to come up, you have to raid this Shiro. But it didn't matter. When he sent the other side some supplies later and went back to spit out tens of thousands of cement to send over, the other side's friendliness would definitely come up. After a few moments of thought he stowed the pterodactyl in the cryopod, before selecting the 289 suit for direct teleportation. Now there have been 2 AUs, but also one of his disciples Zhang Dongjie. He also told his disciple to recruit manpower as soon as possible. The heart of the trustworthy will not be able to teach. Recruit up to 100 people as soon as possible. While he was there thinking about the plan behind him, he had also seen the screen for choosing a birthplace, the usual rules, or the least crowded north. As soon as he was revived, Lin Knight heard an extremely familiar roar. A level 20 feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex was charging towards him with 3 bull dragon minions, and that feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex buffed the bull dragon. The 3 bull dragons gave Lin Knight a face-to-face greeting as soon as they came up. Lin Knight didn't even react before his blood level went down by a third. I'll fuck you up. Lin Knight opened his sprint while pulling out his gun with the intention of finishing off them, the cheap bastards. But just then he suddenly saw 2 dull whirring mammoths in front of him. It was then that he shouted, "Yossi!" A speed run came directly behind the mammoth. In the back, the big underworld brother, the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its minions, started to fuck with the mammoth. Lin Knight also took out his spray and hit at the guys. And just then he suddenly heard another hog squeal. Behind him, he didn't know where another blood-returning pig had run from, and was charging towards Lin Knight with a happy face, hitching his eyes to the front. Lin Knight was still changing bullets when he changed his strategy, directly opening his mouth and spitting out a large mouthful of thick phlegm venom. In an instant, it covered the face of the blood-returning pig, and on the spot, the other party became invisible and slowed down its movements. This was the skill of the double spine dragon, venom spray, and Lin Knight had put it on for the first time. Lin Knight switched bullets and a few shots also fucked up his opponent. You don't say. The venom has a strong control effect. And just then, a man riding an eagle on a snowy mountain with a metal pickaxe to strike iron happened to catch a glimpse of the scene, and his expression instantly became a bit comical. And then he posted on the World Channel, "I just saw a guy spit a thick mouthful of phlegm that blinded a blood-returning pig. Do you dare to believe it?" Immediately someone at the bottom returned, "Just blow it off. You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. You're going nuts there. Oh, if what you say is true, I'll go out tomorrow and be pecked to death by a hacking bird." Sand sculpture. Lin Knight also saw it and hurriedly shifted on his winged dragon. It was better to play it safe in the future. Don't just put skills outside. When he had just flown far away, he saw another person on the public screen saying, "It's already curfew. Who told you guys to talk? Don't you know the rules that were just set yesterday? Ha! Tomorrow each of you guys will turn in 10,000 medals." Those people were confused on the spot. 10,000 medal. How can I have that much? Can the big brother of the Heavenly Court spare us this time? We forgot about the curfew thing. That tribal member of the Heavenly Court on the public screen cursed on the spot. Don't be a fucking bullshitter. 10,000 medals tomorrow. Can't afford it. 1,000 medals a day interest. Cumulative stacking. No one dared to squeak anymore after this statement. Lin Knight also laughed. He had just finished bragging to that Bai Luo that there were some cheap bastards who went around oppressing others based on the fact that they were powerful and had been playing with the Ark for a few years. That's not what happened. And a curfew? What? Are you still the emperor? What about your mom's curfew? And interest? Holy shit. Loan sharks? Lin Knight said with a snicker on his face. And just then, someone else in the world spoke. Heavenly Court, Brother Wang. I've already paid 20,000 medals today. Can you stop coming to my wife? Shao Qian. You're being ungrateful. It's your good fortune that our chief has taken a liking to your wife. You'd better be honest with me, or you know the consequences. Unless you want to die here in a year, you're on the hook for breaking curfew. So come back tomorrow and pay 10,000 medals. The one called Shao Qian panicked on the spot. I played a lot of Genius 20,000 medal. Can you? Okay, it's fine if you don't pay. Let your wife quit your tribe and fight the boss with me. Our boss will be able to open the boss later. When we do, we'll take your wife to the next map first. You don't want to see your wife die here, do you? Don't you love her? Now send your wife over. Send her over to pass the difficult boss together now. What a great opportunity. Beat it and you can go to the next map. Are you stupid? Hurry up and bring your wife. Ha ha, it's okay for us to pick her up. The guys have their eyes on her. Shao Qian continued with some annoyance. You guys don't go too far. We've been obedient for so many days. It wasn't because you guys fooled us in the beginning by saying that you'd take us, the ones who haven't played before, to fight bosses, that we were willing to give you metal. Now that you guys are powerful, you don't treat us like human beings. The other party directly replied back, hee hee. Do you have the guts to say that again? If it wasn't for the PvE mode, I would have killed you a long time ago. Lin Knight laughed on the spot after seeing this. And fight a boss? if you guys can beat the boss, I won't be called Lin Knight, but I've found it. Why are you guys worse than the foreign devils? Your own people bullying your own people, harboring a bad attitude. Really something. Lin Knight's eyes began to glow after he realized that his opponent was going to open a boss. He traveled to the various arcs at great speed. There were none in the blue arc, none in the red arc, and finally a T-Rex was seen set up in a circle in the green arc. Lin Knight was a bit surprised. They actually didn't seal the arc and only inserted pillars underneath? Those people under the green arc were still saying, "Don't be in a hurry. Wait, they're still beating up the material, so I guess it'll be another half hour before they get here." When Lin Knight heard this, he was happy. He turned around again and flew towards the nearby mine cave, pulling out a metal wall and fence foundation to directly block the mine cave entrance. Ha ha, what a fool. Think you're so gripped that the mines aren't even sealed? Soon Lin Knight sealed 3 mines, as long as he took their materials later. Then they wouldn't be able to fight the boss until Savage Mode was on. Because you can't touch the artifact, can't get into the hole. But when you went to the ice cave, he was dumbfounded. I grass, dog money, or will you play PvP and actually hide in this dog place by old home? Decent people who build a home in the hole? Bastard. Lin Knight felt wrong after cursing. 2 of his 3 homes were in the cave. At that moment, he scrunched his neck and changed his words to continue cursing. Dog, and enclosing a yard outside the cave to keep dragons? What a wimp. Lin Knight cursed and ran. Pulling the dragon was definitely not realistic anymore, and the other party had closed the door. The other side not only sealed the ice cave, but also set up 2 octagonal gun emplacements outside the entrance. TM, I'll let you guys fight the boss. Bunch of bitches. Wait for me, said Lin Knight and flew towards the green arc. I told you to hide in the hole and see if I don't fuck you all up. Bastard. This group of cheap bastards. Dragons are raised outside the cave. People are hiding in the cave. And they still have such a grippy name. It's so awesome. Lin Knight taunted all the way and flew all the way. It was dark, and soon Lin Knight arrived at his destination, and in his ghillie suit had dawned behind a rock opposite the green arc. After turning to look at just a few herbivorous dragons around him, he slowly crawled forward and took out his chicken-stealing artifact, the claw hook. Once he had found a good position, Lin Knight took out his binoculars and peeked there. There are 10 people down there. 7 men, 3 women, and all 3 women were beautiful, as if they had a reluctant look on their faces. The leader of the chief is called Huang Tianba. He doesn't look like a good person. Half of his face is tattooed, as if there is a tattoo on his chest, and his face is full of hostility. His left arm was wrapped around a less than reluctant woman, and his right hand was in a place it shouldn't be. The woman subconsciously skewed her body to try to avoid it. Huang Tianba took a look at that other party, dodged away, and immediately threatened with a cold face. Don't you give your face, otherwise, I'll go find your sister here. Even if it can't cause any harm, it can still be fun. At that time, I'll take some pictures of your sister for everyone in this service to see. I'll make your lives worse than death. You don't believe me? Try. Come here and let me put my arms around you. I'll count to 3. Lin Knight in the back, full of sarcasm, cursed in his heart, and took pictures. Beast, what a beast, why don't you kill him? And just then, in the distance, several people riding winged dragons flew in, full of excitement, shouting from the sky, enough material, boss. Huang Tianba nodded and told them to put it inside. Brothers work hard. Lin Knight watched as the other party was ready to release the material, and his entire body's nerves tightened. He was a little nervous even though it wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. You'll have to rely on your positioning later, as the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Earthsloth are all surrounding the obelisk, and if you want to rush in and grab the materials, you'll also have to be careful that you don't get stuck in the Tyrannosaurus Rex swarm. Otherwise it's a showstopper when the time comes. Lin Knight was a bit contemplative. He was a bit unsure, not sure if the other party with a bunch of Tyrannosaurus Rexes could beat the difficulty spider. How many days has it been? Their Tyrannosaurus Rex is so smart? He released the pterodactyl from the cryo chamber first, and parked it behind the rock in passive. After thinking about it later, the other side would play PvP surely to beat it. So many people can pass any fight if they all take high offense sprays. When Lin Knight saw the man put the materials in, he instantly moved. That little brother was still there murmuring, "Big brother, after we fight the spiders today, you'll take the brothers to touch King Kong's artifacts tomorrow. Don't worry, after beating difficulty spider today, we'll open difficulty Vajra tomorrow, fire-breathing dragon the day after tomorrow. Artifacts are all trivial to me." Just as they were talking there, the minion was planning to activate the teleportation device as well. But right at this moment, a person who ran out of nowhere, opened the obelisk and then in less than a second grabbed all the artifacts and materials in the obelisk and turned around and ran away. A claw hook into the sky, and then a ride on a long parked pterodactyl in the distance. The expressions of those below froze for a second before exploding on the spot. Chase. Motherfucker. Which motherfucker? Holy shit. Dare to mess with me, Huang Tianba. I will make your life worse than death. But it was too dark, and Lin Knight had long since run into the woods. The other guy didn't even see his name, so he's scared shitless. After finding a place to rest, he looked at the artifacts and materials in his bag and just threw everything out. Once an item is discarded, it will disappear after a few minutes, mainly because none of these boss fighting materials could be transferred to the map except for divine artifacts, so it was useless for Lin Knight to carry them around. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly as he watched those things disappear. Next, it's time for him to be disgusting, and the setup is there for dealing with PvE players hiding in caves. He found an unoccupied area and shot and stunned 4 lowly freshwater carbon turtles, large kingfishers. Feed it up and stow it in the cryogenic chamber. Ride the pterodactyl and fly towards the ice cave. Almost all of those people from Huang Tianba had gone out to look for that cheap bastard who had grabbed the artifacts and materials. It didn't even know that Lin Knight had already used the cryogenic chamber to release 4 big kingpins to block the path they had to take to the entrance of the ice cave. The greatly accomplished Lin Knight looked at the hole that even he couldn't get into and instantly laughed. PvE disgusts the players in the cave, and that's releasing dragons to block the entrance to the cave. The funniest thing is that Lin Knight also changed the names of these 4 bastards, and in the arc dinosaurs are allowed to change their names. First one, I. Second, yes. Third, you. Number 4, Dad. Immediately after that he went to the next server, and those assholes turned into offline mode. Invincible. When Huang Tianba and the others returned to the cave entrance, that expression instantly exploded. Directly on the public screen, he cursed, "Which dog has blocked our Tian's hole? I grass your ancestors. Come out quickly. The one who just stole the artifact. Don't think we don't know who you are. You won't let us fight the boss. You're fighting against our heavenly court? What a big dog's guts. You're still sealing the mines. I'll fuck you immortal." Holy shit. Huang Tianba was still sticking his head up at that time to look up at the Wangbangs, and he wanted to know whose family they belonged to. So then he looked at the names of the kingpins and read, "I am your father." The little brother next to him didn't hold it in on the spot and laughed outright. Huang Tianba punched over. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Are you laughing at Nima? Hurry up and go find that man. I'll kill him alive. That night, all the other tribes on server 289 also knew that Huang Tianba's cave had been blocked, including the artifacts. The situation is reversed. Some smart people instantly thought that since Huang Tianba's cave was blocked, that means their home base is ruined and they have to rebuild their home. Even if you can kill yourself to go in and revive, you can't get out. Even if they wanted to build base defenses inside and kill the kingpins blocking the road when savage mode was on, that would be more than 20 days away. Even if you uploaded supplies through the treasure chests inside to get in, but that would be a pain in the ass, and you might as well rest easy by restarting your house somewhere else. Moreover, Huang Tianba and the others would see these 4 big kingpins every day. Thinking about it was blowing up. Which hero did this? Ha ha ha, no one needs to be afraid anymore. Their base can't get in, the mines are blocked, and they can't fight the boss. Let's all join forces and trap them. Wherever they go to build a home will go and cause trouble. There's no time to lose. Come gather at the Green Arc tomorrow and we'll counterattack. Let him bully us. We won't let him have a good time even if we can't fight the boss. We'll live to fight another day. The woman next to Huang Tianba retreated from the tribe on the spot and ran out without looking back, killing herself. Then resurrected in the southern islands, went to her sister and decided to join that big tribe tomorrow. And at the moment the Crisis 007 server, under the overnight operation of Peach Blossom and others, the whole lonely island has been taken over by them. Foundations and pillars were everywhere, and resurrection points and mines were sealed off. The cliffs are all taken up as well. Looking at the slowly rising sun, the corners of everyone's mouths in the budding group began to rise slightly. The show is on. PvE throw dragon blocking people's holes. The lack of morality. Careful use of friends. Remember to go over after 7 days to refresh the dragon, or else disappeared. Refresh the dragon and then go to the other map. I'm a good person, nah. Good people friends give me a 5-star it. I added 2 chapters today. The liver is burst. You just give me 5 stars. Then we are good friends. As several awakened pterodactyls slowly rose from the ground, the first rays of sunlight from the east finally illuminated the not-so-ordinary island. The dodo birds in the chicken coops of the Confederate tribes saw the light of day and began to chirp up to the sky as well, kind of like a rooster crowing. Some of the hard-working black slaves within Netsky's tribe were also planning to go out on their triceratops and paraceratops to gather berries, to feed the dinosaurs in their tribe. 7 or 8 people riding the dinosaurs they were each assigned to gathered at the tribe's gate with sleepy faces. As soon as the crowd opened the doors of the metal behemoth dinosaur they were so proud of, there were slow stares. The man at the head of the group subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking he hadn't woken up. What's going on? Looking at the entire row of metal dinosaur doors in the distance, everyone froze on the spot. A quick reaction rushed to fly out on a winged dragon. After flying to the sky, his heart thumped. At that time he did not mention how shocked he was. It was much more shocking than when he peeped at his second ant's bath in the village. At the time, he had one thought. We're done. The huge metal base they had just constructed was now surrounded in a large circle with metal dinosaur gates on the outside, encased in death. Originally he thought this was shocking enough, but the next scene scared him on the spot with a nationalist. He saw that on all sides, all of them had been plugged with foundations. It was so dense that you couldn't see it at a glance. The number was extremely large, as if scales had grown on this part of the lonely island. One piece of foundation after another, from east to west, all spread out. I think he saw the river next to the green arc given over to paving as well. It was then that his mouth began to tremble, and he hurriedly flew back and screamed strangely, "Boss! Boss! Ma! We're done!" Trilling. The sound was so loud that the entire tribe heard it, and Ma-hai-san walked out with a shrug full of displeasure. To hear someone say such bad luck in the morning. They businessmen hated to have their good luck bet on in the morning. It was then that he became enraged. He was just about to get angry, but he actually saw a lot of people from the tribe gathered outside, and some murmuring something unintelligible. At that moment Ma-hai-san's son, Ma-kai, suddenly ran over and shouted, "Father, come out and look." The expression was extremely terrified, as if he had died his own mother. When Ma-hai-san arrived outside, what met his eyes was a tightly enclosed metal dinosaur door, surrounded their big metal base all over. Those foundations in the distance are even more numerous. Ma-hai-san kept gasping for air, looking at this so sudden scene, and shouted, "Where's Lu Xintian? Come here for me." Lu Xintian walked over somewhat nervously, his head lowered, and he didn't dare to squeak. Ma-hai-san saw Lu Xintian over, hurriedly changed his tone and said casually, "What to do? Is there a way? This group of animals is too doggy. Think of a way, Xintian." Lu Xintian looked at those buildings with a face full of panic. He had played strategy games, and for the matter of large-scale war occupying land, he saw it more thoroughly than Ma-hai-san, and it's still in peace mode. If the whole island is occupied by the other side, then the Confederacy would have to disintegrate today without offense. Somewhat unbelieving, Lu Xintian rode the winged dragon and flew. He wanted to see where it wasn't occupied, and had to go and put in the foundations to save some space for himself. But when he flew into the sky, his entire body was dumbfounded. Not to mention he was dumbfounded. His pterodactyls were dumbfounded as well. It's like an infatuated man who goes through his girlfriend's cell phone. When he sees that there are records of her chatting and flirting with other men in her cell phone, he still doesn't believe it and thinks that there must be some kind of misunderstanding in the middle. My girlfriend loves me so much, how can she be sorry? He then proceeded to go through the records and found a record of his girlfriend's rooming with the man, or his girlfriend paying for the room. It's zapped through. At the moment, Lu Xintian was in this state of mind, looking at those densely packed foundations. His CPU burned at that time, and just then some of the people below seemed to hear some commotion, and a man with a face full of dismay said, "Is it an earthquake? Did you guys hear anything?" The crowd also quieted, heads bowed as they listened. There seemed to be some kind of sound, and it was getting louder and louder, like muffled thunder, and I couldn't count how many sounds there were. Lu Xintian in the sky also saw a group of giant carnivorous dinosaurs killing side by side from the north at that moment. It was then that he gulped. The original thought was that the budding group had come over on a Tyrannosaurus Rex to give them a downward spiral, but when Peach Blossom and her group walked up to the Net-Tian tribe, all those who had never seen the southern beast dragon had been stunned. Originally they thought the T-Rex was big enough, but compared to this guy in front of him, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a younger brother, and it's not just one that's coming, it's a bunch. With the Peach Blossom crowd maneuvering the southern beast dragon simultaneously roaring up to the sky, the battle was over. Anyone who isn't a fool would know that Ma-hai-san is a nocturnal fool who still plans how many more or less days he can study the arc thoroughly, also plan on how long it will take to be able to eat the munchkin core. People killed them the next day and stepped right in their faces. The roar of the southern behemoth dragon is so deafening, especially at 100% sensory, that it would scare the less daring right out of their wits. The three men, Peach Blossom, Black Whirlwind, and 666, were at the front of the line, coldly looking at each other's men and horses. Those people didn't dare to speak either. They even felt that the other party could fuck them all to death today, because the other side is a tribe with Lin Knight's kind of masters. If you master some operations that can kill people in PvE mode, such as card bugs, and just then Rokurokwai walked to the front, and this chance to show his face today Peach Blossom gave it to Rokurokwai, because they had also learned about 666's knot in his stomach when they had talked to Lin Knight before. He had been told by the woman he liked that he was a dead fat pig and he wanted to prove himself. Brothers don't need to say much to each other. 666 Cold Eyes rode the southern beast dragon to the front and shouted, "We'll give all of you one day to tear down all of your Confederate tribal bases and move to the vegetarian island in the south. Otherwise you will lose the chance to follow us to fight the boss forever. This is also the meaning of our chief. Listen carefully. From today onward, no messing around. Work honestly, stay on vegetarian island, and we'll take you to fight the boss later. Otherwise, you'll never see the sky again when Savage Mode is on, because the resurrection points have all been blocked by us. When Savage Mode opens, your base will be demolished by us and you will never be able to revive outside again. Only death awaits you then." 666's eyes hardened as he spoke, and he raised his fist and yelled, "Surrender! Confederacy!" Various thoughts arose in the crowd's minds as they looked at that Rokurokwai riding the southern beast dragon. Those who wanted to surrender were in the majority. Some thoughtful ones had already heard it. "You guys mean that if we don't go against you now, you'll take us to fight the boss later?" Lulu Kai subconsciously looked at Peach Blossom behind him, who shouted loudly, "We settled the score before, and I want each of you to be clear about what you really want to think about this Ark world. There are a total of 8,000 people in our suit. Even if you fight the boss every day for 365 days a year, you need to fight it at least 3 times, which requires a lot of materials, especially the southern giant dragon's heart, which requires at least 6 a day, and the domesticated southern giant won't drop it. Even if the fight starts today, all of us will have to get in line. So what do you guys think is going to happen when you fight me? When the time comes we're sure to fight. Are you guys sure you're sure you'll be able to follow your boss? He just wants to be the boss, so that everyone will listen to him. He knows how to fight the boss? He doesn't know anything. He only knows how to fool people. His people are fooled, and the metal is also fooled. Even this Alliance Lord was fooled. Let me just ask, who among you has seen him fight metal? Who has seen him train dragons? Is it possible to beat the level with just your mouth? Peach Blossom's expression was also a bit sarcastic when she said this. In reality, your kind of practice of cheating your way to wealth just by playing smart won't work here. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. I guarantee you'll be worse off than dead. As soon as Mahai-san heard that, he was happy, covering his stomach and laughing like a successful man who was so pleased with himself. Ha ha ha, where did the little pussy brat come from? Dare to talk to me like that? Aren't you guys just plugged full of foundations? You can't kill us in peace mode. So we just need to wait until Savage Mode is on and blow up your foundations, right? Mahai-san said with a face full of excitement, and then turned to look at the juniors who had been scared out of their wits and shouted, "Don't be afraid. They are scaring us. It is because they are weak that they have come to scare us. As soon as Savage Mode arrives, we can fight our way out. We have more than 1,000 people. We're still afraid of his fucking budding group? They don't even have 20 people." And just then a woman riding a pterodactyl in the distance yelled out with an agitated face, "Who says there aren't any? There aren't more of us than you?" Mahai-san looked up and his eyes widened then. "Don't have too many of those on dinosaurs arriving on the other side. Dense. There must be 3 or 4,000 less. A good half of them were tribes that had previously traded gunpowder for metal with the budding group, and now they were all receiving metal building materials to raise small metal houses as well." The leader of the group was still full of excitement and shouted, "The budding group is giving us metal for metal. They're also giving me metal building materials, so I no longer have to worry about them pulling dragons to demolish my home. Do you guys really want to follow Mahai-san and die here?" And then there are the brothers Jean Wenxiang and Jean and Nyo from the Mangrove Men's Club tribe, running in on a herd of bighorns with 20-foot washers and foot washers they got from who knows where. Jean Wenxiang was still there shouting, "Ha ha, tomorrow my men's club Foot Wash City opens. All the chiefs must come to support me." Then there was the Qing Shui tribe of Operational Ramen, a group of women riding triceratops forming a bright landscape in the group. "Sister Lu Yu, we're here. Thanks for your help earlier." Sisters have remembered it all. And then it was Sun Gang, who had inherited the Peach Blossom Garden, who brought those disobedient children to kill them as well, except that there seemed to be fewer of them than before, and a few of them had presumably retreated from the tribe. "Hana, we're here." The most dazzling of the large troop was still Huang Hao, the leader of the Huang Tian tribe. He could be heard shouting from the sky from a long distance away, excited like a baboon who had just scampered thin. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? A 200+ level pterodactyl. My Uncle Lin gave it to me. I'm now able to hatch a second-generation pterodactyl. Do you guys know how to hatch it? Do you guys know what second generation means? A bunch of dirtbags. Don't even know shit and still dare to gather together to make trouble? Look at you. Ha ha ha. I want to say a word now. Which one of you is as awesome as me?" Thousand Abacus in the back tilted his head with a face full of speechlessness. He was afraid that Huang Hao would suddenly come up with, "Do you know who my father is? This man is a character, and will definitely be a character in the future. The average person doesn't have a heart as dense as his. Those people from the Southern Alliance had already started shouting, "Are you guys really willing to take us to fight the boss? Are you really willing to help us? I was in Iron Forge before. I've done so much bullying. Are you guys really willing to lead us in a fight?" Peach Blossom looked coldly at the man with a somewhat contemplative expression and said, "I can say this. You people need to pay something back. What you got from bullying people before, double it all back for me. You have 1 year to pay off your debts, and if you still dare to make trouble during that time, the gods will not be able to save you." When Peach Blossom spoke, the black whirlwind in the back frowned. He knew that this was nothing more than a ploy by Peach Blossom. As long as the opponent surrenders and goes to Vegetarian Island, there's no point in having Savage Mode on or off for this suit, because Lin Knight had already said before that he would look at all the living people on the entire island one by one. There was no way he would let them fight the boss if they couldn't pass his eyes. Those who opposed him ended up all locked up. None of them. He would not let someone like Mahai-san go out to take revenge on him. And to be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. And eventually this isolated island would become the general base for their budding group, to ward off intruders teleported from other suits. Every resurrection point has to be set up as soon as possible before Savage Mode opens with Techers houses of all sizes and heavy in Techers cannons in them. The house is fortified inside and out. It doesn't matter if the teleported people outside are resurrected inside or outside the house. They'll die if they show their heads. Thousands of people in the whole service help him fight materials. How can you seal it? Tech house some more small actively attacking dragons, such as a double chiropteran that spits blindly, a double-toothed pterodactyl, including a beast-head beast. Make the 007 suit a Jedi that no other suit would dare come to. By then this place would truly be Lin Knight's backyard. Right at this moment, those people from Mahai-san actually had someone who directly retreated from the tribe. They were not fools, especially after hearing Peach Blossom and the others say that they have to queue up to fight the boss. They are also afraid. Mahai-san panicked and hurriedly shouted, "They're being treacherous. They're being alarmist. Everyone don't believe them." But the next second someone shouted from the side, "Mahai-san, how much iron have you worked? Have you ever done any work? We're asking you now. How are you going to lead us to the boss? By your mouth? Now that people are giving us a chance to live, you won't let the brothers go. What do you mean? Should we shout for the sake of the tribe? We just want to live. The guys are following you to stay alive. It's not for your dream of being an emperor." Mahai-san is still trying to fool the people underneath him with the same stuff he does in the business world, but his men had retreated from the tribe one after the other. And even they didn't want their belongings or their dragons. Neither wanted any more conflict from the other group of freaks. Even Zhang Beishan, the leader of Vegetarian Island, had retreated from the alliance. Lu Xintian and those who had once been Lin Knight's classmates had already seen Gu Lengxin, their once beautiful homeroom teacher, riding the southern beast dragon. Lu Xintian wanted to join Lin Knight's tribe. As long as he stole the divine artifact, he would be invincible. It's nothing to pretend to be a grandson. "Ms. Gu, I'm Xintian. Do you remember me? I also won a competition for our class." "Mr. Gu," Lu Xintian shouted with an excited face, his mind wandering, but Gu Lengxin looked at the students with an expressionless face. At the very beginning when she crossed over, she and Chen Yushueli Ting were locked up in the house, and none of this group of students helped them. The original classroom teacher, who had a good heart, had also changed. She was like a stranger, completely ignoring the students. It took only 10 minutes for the men to back off. No one dares to oppose the general trend, except for Mahai-san and Ma Kai. Even Wang Xingyu retreated. She now regretted why she dumped Lin Knight. Otherwise she would be the one riding the southern behemoth dragon right now. Just as Mahai-san was still howling there, a few people who hadn't yet exited the Net Sky tribe directly knocked out Mahai-san and his son from behind. At the head of the group was a man named Damon, who turned around and shouted directly, "Tear down the house. We're all trying to survive. And I'm fed up with Mahai-san. He never works, just knows how to make us work." The metal base in the back, which had just been built a few days earlier, was demolished by a group of people who hadn't retreated from the tribe. They want to show loyalty to the budding core. It all happened so fast. It's also too soon for a lone island to be united. In the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes seem so comical. Peach Blossom laughed softly. "All of you go to Vegetarian Island to settle down and join Zhang Beishan's tribe. You don't have to go home and bring your dragons there to make a living. It's safe there. Let Brother Damon be the leader of Vegetarian Island back there and take over for a while." Zhang Beishan wanted to say something else, but suddenly a man popped out wailing, "Ha ha ha, nice job budding group. I surrender. I, Li Ti Wang, surrender, surrender. I, Iron Forge Fortress, am willing to bow down." Though he was all by himself in Iron Forge, he had been a sight to behold after all, only a little stupid in the head. One day during the day, those 1,000 people went to Vegetarian Island and took some dinosaurs and supplies with them. Zhang Beishan didn't say anything more and gave the chief position to Damon. And then those people came back and tore down the base on the isolated island. Some people look at their hard-built homes and are sad to the core. It's not a big house for them, but for newbies, that's where they belong. In one day's work, the lone islands were united. When Mahai-san woke up again, he didn't speak anymore, looking at the original large base that was gone, and now had its foundations and pillars demolished by Peach Blossom and the others. His expression was grim, but no longer convinced. He made the raft and went to Vegetarian Island. No one would have guessed that in PvE mode, the Munchkin group would be so fierce, caught them off guard. Soon Peach Blossom also began having metal houses wrapped up at Green Arc, and some new rules were handed down. 1. Vegetarian Islanders can only develop on Vegetarian Island, and violators permanently disqualify themselves from the boss fights offered by the Munchkin Corps. 2. If the rest of the tribe messes up and oppresses the weak, they are directly exiled to Vegetarian Island. If they do it again, they are also disqualified from fighting the boss. 3. Metal ingots are used as circulating currency and can be exchanged for supplies with the Munchkin group, and the rest of the items can also be exchanged between different tribes. 4. The tribe turns in 2 million metal ingots to qualify for the tribe's single boss. If you rob and coax other people's metal ingots, it is considered as disruption. 5. To help the weak and helpful. Recommended by many people with good performance. To get the interview qualification of the leader of the new group Lin Knight, the interview can be prioritized to get the new group of the boss fight quota. By the time the budding group had made these arrangements, it was already late in the day, but strangely enough, they hadn't seen Lin Knight all day today. If he followed Lin Knight's previous maneuvers, he would come back to sleep during the day. By the time evening came, Li Ting hadn't seen Lin Knight return, and immediately panicked. We've unified the isolated island. Where did he go? Rokurokwai spoke with some concern. It's not possible that Runtu was locked up, is it? It won't. With his strength, it would be a matter of minutes to try to commit suicide and revive himself. Peach Blossom said with a face full of contemplation. Don't worry guys, do what we need to do. The following is to open bosses every day, and collect more Southern Giant Hearts and Dragon King Whale Blubber, and send 2 people to fight for materials every day. Still have to arm all the resurrection points, make tech building materials and safes, and let the chief build them when he gets back. We can't build at the level we're building at. The crowd nodded, and they got a good night's sleep at night, having not closed their eyes for a day and a night. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had already brushed for a day and a night and ran to the Solitary Island 871 service, was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Looking at the sleeping bag and pterodactyl in front of him, he resurrected himself by feeding on the polymer again after putting everything on the pterodactyl. The resurrected Lin Knight was no longer sleepy. As hard as it was to kill himself, he had to run through all the charts as quickly as possible today now, because he saw several super tribes that were even stronger than Bai Luo and Huang Tianba, and it's not all the way with him. The opponent's strength was comparable to his. They have over 100 artifacts as decorations on their roof. The banners for killing the bosses were planted all over the mountain, and the other also pressed his old home on the snowy mountain tops of the Blue Arc, with gun emplacements built in the same pattern as his, with foundations also inserted throughout the snowy mountain, and metal behemoth gates set up on the paths necessary to get up the mountain. There wasn't much room for Rattayton to maneuver. Moreover, the other party had also occupied the ice cave and had set up gates and buildings right at the outermost perimeter, making it impossible to enter. Today, Lin Knight also saw that some of the silo servers had become 8,001 people, while some servers had become 7,999 people, and there were even 7,998 people. He didn't stop at those servers much. After a day and a night of brushing he found a few more allies, all of which were pretty good. Looking at the last 100 or so servers left, Lin Knight was a bit torn. The other team is also recruiting teammates. Do you know how to lay out your masters in advance? Although Lin Knight had learned from the monitor that he was the only one who could mention going to the Immortal Realm, the rest of the people still had to fight their way through the scorched earth to get there. But now the situation has changed. Lin Knight's plans were about to change as well. Wonderland has to go. But 666 they can only go to scorched earth. Even if we take them through the difficult bosses, they won't be able to go to Wonderland. Is it going to be a parting of the ways? Fairyland, I have to give possession of it, waiting for them ahead of time as our second Jedi stronghold. Lin Knight didn't go back to the 100 or so servers in the back, because just now he saw Scorched Earth 001, there was already a person online. Scorched Earth 002 also has one online. The most outrageous was the Scorched Earth 999 suit with 10 people online. The number of people online half an hour ago was clearly all still 0. Lin Knight didn't stay much longer because he knew that those people were starting to occupy the land, and definitely saw that their 007 suit was 7,999. It can't be hidden. Without much thought, Lin Knight went straight back to the 007 suit. It was still light at this time of day. Lin Knight directly called Black Whirlwind and Rokurokwai up. Come on, don't go to sleep. The situation has changed. I need you two to go to the scorched earth first. You must take a place first. Black Whirlwind froze for a moment. Someone from another figure went to scorched earth? Well, it's faster than I expected. I'll take you through the difficult bosses now. You two go ahead and develop in scorched earth. I'll leave this to Peach Blossom. Ah, Lulu Kai looked at Lin Knight with some surprise, as if he had something on his mind. Lin Knight knew that he was thinking about his good-looking Ning Lingfong and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. You can come back anytime after you go to scorched earth. Now soldier up. You two go and get me 3 kangaroos back. Any level 5. I'll go recruit some trusted hands. Now." Black Whirlwind moved without much thought, and then Lin Knight hurriedly pulled up Luyu and led her to ride the ancient god-winged dragon to the Qing Shui tribe. The women are all still sleeping. Lin Knight had previously learned from the monitor's righteous father that these women were trustworthy and intended to come and try. When Luyu said that she wanted to recruit them, this time they agreed on the spot. Lin Knight looked at their friendliness levels, and although they weren't high, they all reached the passing line. From now on, you all follow Luyu to do things. I will take you to fight the boss. Joining as a partner. I still have something to do. You guys go to sleep first, and go to Snow Mountain to find Peach Blossom tomorrow. Lin Knight finished and went back to Huang Tian's tribe. Huang Tian thought he was dreaming and woke up to see his big daddy. Holy shit, collect us? I'm not dreaming? Lin Knight didn't say much and directly clicked on a tribal union and took the other party in. When he saw Huang Hao's friendliness, he cackled. Huang Hao's friendliness level is actually 100, and then he saw Thousand Abacus, who was still sleeping, and his friendliness level reached 100. Everyone else in the Yellow Sky tribe is also at a passable level of friendliness. At this moment, Lin Knight's tribe members in 007 were nearly 50 people. By the time he got back to the base, it was dawn. Black Whirlwind also caught 2 kangaroos with 6-6. Boss, too few kangaroos. 1 short. Lin Knight didn't say anything and went straight for the artifacts and various materials and said, later on, you guys will ride the kangaroo and jump onto the mushroom in the middle of the spider boss room and shoot from above with the sprayer. Black Whirlwind gulped in some surprise. Boss? What about you? Don't mind me. I'll slip it underneath. You guys shoot straight and steady through. And then Lin Knight drank an oblivion soup to clear his points, adding blood to 400, weight to 250, and all the rest to speed. Took all the tonics, wore a ghillie suit, and just took a few bullets. When Lulu Kai and the others went in with the dinosaurs, Lin Knight pointed directly at the mushrooms above and shouted, aim at the top and jump quickly. I'm going to pull hate to buy you guys some time. 666 and Black Whirlwind hurriedly mounted their kangaroos and prepared to jump. With that said, Lin Knight mounted the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex. A whistle blew and all the dinosaurs all killed. As Rokurokwai and Black Cyclone stood on the mushroom, Black Cyclone found an opportunity to put the kangaroo on patrol mode and made it jump. He wanted Lin Knight to come up, but those 2 kangaroos landed on the ground and got fucked by a small level 500 spider. Don't freeze. I can't die. And it doesn't matter if I do. So hurry up and fight. The dinosaurs won't last long. Lin Knight shouted from below while also mounting an earth sloth. It didn't take long for the hard difficulty broodmother spiders to fuck up all those earth sloth Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Not a single dragon left. Originally, Black Whirlwind and 6-6 Kai thought that Lin Knight would surely die. But the next scene made their pupils dilate once again. Lin Knight had actually been jamming brood spiders at the pillars beneath them. That brood spider was fast, but there were pillars in the center. It turned around and circled around trying to get past, but just as he reached the place, Lin Knight ran across the street again. It's like walking a dog. The spider's venom and cobwebs couldn't hit them at all because of the pillars in the way. Coupled with the ghillie suit and insect repellent, those level 500 small spiders were like blind. As long as they didn't get close, they couldn't see Lin Knight. The 666s came at that time. Bull. Chorus. With the output of 3 people with high attack sprays, the brood spider quickly fell to the ground. Next up is King Kong and the fire-breathing dragon. The 3 boss fight is less than an hour, and the 666s have slowed down for half a day. Boss Bull. Lin Knight didn't say much, but instead looked at those servers on the isolated island with a somewhat contemplative expression. Some of the best are hogging the first 10 services in Scorched Earth. Services 1 to 10. Either that or 999 service, 888 service, 666 service. Lin Knight wasn't going to pick that way and went straight for a 743, and he predicted that there would be more people going to Scorched Earth in the next 2 days. Their large forces can't move yet, and the silos haven't been made into invincible suits yet. You can't bring anything to Scorched Earth. The teleporter has restrictions. You can't bring items there until a month later. Old Black, you take 6-6 and settle down in a secluded place. I don't need to teach you guys about scorched earth, do I? Listening to Lin Knight's words, Black Whirlwind still said awkwardly, you might as well talk about it. I'll learn like you, Rokurokwai said with some dismay. You're not going to scorched earth, boss? Well, I have other plans. I'll be waiting for you guys at the map in front of me. Once I go to Fairyland, the peace mode countdown there will turn on. I'll make Fairyland our second invincible stronghold within a month. And when those people can go to Fairyland, the savagery mode of that suit of mine turns on too. By the time they're no threat to speak of, I'll come back for you. Black Whirlwind nodded. Boss, talk about scorched earth. I'm all stupid ways. Unlike you so show how to develop fast in the opening. I'll tell you 2 things. On the first day, steal the flying dragon eggs for me. First catch 2 flying sand moths or something else. One person randomly steals a low-level flying dragon egg first to distract all the flying dragons. The other person steals the egg from the other side. It's best to put a stronghold nearby. With flying dragons it's considered a small step of success. The second point to build a home address to choose a church in the desert. That building is pristine. Players cannot be destroyed. The soldiers of the soldiers to fight for the place. The entrance is very small. Then go and pick a high ground to build a stronghold. A cunning rabbit with 3 holes. The rest will come later. The tribe's name is Ironforge. Know what I mean? Also, if anyone finds you, you'll say that you're just 2 people. That you don't want the base on the lonely island. And that you're coming straight to scorched earth development. And that if they try to take you in, they'll want to take you in. You guys need to know what to say. Lin Knight said with a face full of seriousness. Black Whirlwind had an epiphany right then and there. Boss, are you sending me to be the mole? I'm a good guy nah. You let Rokurokwai go. Clueless Sixers are a bit clueless. I can't, I stutter when I tell a lie. Lin Knight laughed softly. I still don't know you. You old Inbi. No one in our 007 service except you is more suitable to be a mole than you. Black Whirlwind was not happy on the spot. Are you questioning your brother's character? When the time comes, let Lulu Kai wait for Li Ting and the others to develop alone there. They're still too weak. And I'm also afraid that the other side will be on guard if we go over there directly. After all, there are too many of us. It's better to place the isolated island first, so that they all know how to fight against each other alone. Low-key development. Now which scorched earth has the most people? That will naturally become the target of the set fire. It's needless to ask. Old Black, it's over to you. You're going to have a hard time from now on. We need intel. Black Whirlwind waved his hand, thinking about the big-breasted girl Yalbai that he saw that day. With a somewhat resolute expression, he said, don't worry, if I step in, I will definitely stir up the other servers. I'll make them fight amongst themselves. I'll let them fuck one of their own, and they'll have to treat me like a brother. Lin Knight was happy on the spot. The corners of his mouth twisted as he clasped his fists and said, Big brother, Big brother. After sending off Black Whirlwind and Rokurokwai, Lin Knight also found Peach Blossom, and he told Peach Blossom all about the plans behind the Lonely Island. Blockade battery building at Resurrection Point, tech equipment and building materials crafting quantity indicator. Also, go to the bottom of the sea and cultivate snake-necked dragons, kanglongs, and squids, and find a chance to get all the materials for the solitary island ascension cave. I'll take you guys to ascend in the back. Peach Blossom nodded and looked at Lin Knight who was preparing to go to the immortal realm to open up the land. He said somewhat helplessly, the brethren have all left. I'm the only one left. Lin Knight softly soothed, don't worry, we'll still get together back there. And I'll teleport back to you when I capture creatures like the flying dragonstoners. Although we won't be able to bring our dragons and equipment to the new map for a month, we'll be able to bring out the stuff from the new map. And what with the mantis, and the griffin, I'll bring it all back. So don't worry, I'll be back to check on you guys when I can. This is our home base. And I have 5 cryogenic pods. Take them. I can't take them with me anyway. Take all the important drawings of our seed dragons to the undersea invincible cave. Build the rest of the several undersea caves. Put teleporters on them. And don't tell anyone about the cryogenic pods. Peach Blossom let out a bad laugh. If you never come back, I'll kick the crap out of all your tribesmen. Haha, you kicked it. Now you are the boss of the Lonely Island. Not much more to say. I have to go to Fairyland. Today Jean Wenxiang Brothers Foot Washing City opened. You go for me. The 2 of them are hidden masters. See if you can pull it over. Lin Knight narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, revealing a rare sunshine, a mouthful of big white teeth and a happy, broken look. Peach Blossom exhaled in relief. Have a safe trip. Lin Knight shook his hand with his back before selecting the Fairyland map and clicking on teleportation. Peach Blossom looked at Lin Knight, who had disappeared in front of the obelisk's heel, with a somewhat helpless expression. Turning his head, he looked at everything in the base, somewhat sentimental. We've just ruled the island today and we can't even sit down for a drink to celebrate. Looking at the 5 cryopods in her bag, Peachy sighed. That's what a brother is. A love that can trust the most important thing to the other. Lao Lin ah, you must be good alone. If you can't beat them, come back. The brothers are with you. And at the moment, Li Ting and the others who had already woken up from their sleep, after realizing that Lin Knight and the others had gone to another map, their expressions were lost. It didn't take long for the girls to adjust their mindset. Let's go. Fellows, iron for iron, down the cave, let's be strong as soon as possible. We can't live under his protection all the time, and when we go to the fairyland, we'll let him be amazed. The crowds of the budding group start another busy day with hope in their eyes. Wonderland, a superb map with not only scorched earth-like desert environments, but also isolated island variety, and with an ocean wider than a solitary island. Some powerful new creatures have long made a home here. There are 2 volcanic flying dragon valleys dotted with flying dragons, and a water dragon valley within the waterfall cave. A few blue and white cold flying dragons would also be refreshed on the snowy plains from time to time. Rock giants with swords and spears, griffins, the raptors of Western mythology, flocks of giant praying mantises, and flocks of sheep everywhere in the green meadows. The map Wonderland has many huge caves. Those caves are not mines, purely natural large caves, and the mines and obelisks on the Wonderland map are not the same as the silo. The entrance to the mine with artifacts in Fairyland can't put buildings in it, including the Ark as well, which can't be sealed. For PvP choices in building a home, most people either pick an easily defensible high ground or go into one of those natural caves. There's the rumored underwater dragon palace, situated in the lowest part of the deep sea. It is oxygenated, extremely spacious and easy to defend. There's also the dragon bone cave in the cliff face, where there's no way up and you have to fly. There are also lightless caves where you can't reach out and the terrain inside is rugged and complex and full of creatures. Even if you go in during the day, you can't see anything. Plus you can't adjust the brightness here. Disgusting as hell. Lin Knight looked at the map of the immortal realm, which was more than familiar, with a somewhat nostalgic expression. When he thought about it, he had died I don't know how many times in order to run through the rumored hardest labyrinth of the immortal desert. This map, in his eyes, is still fun, and is quite a bit more playable and difficult than Crisis in general. It doesn't matter if it's mine difficulty or boss difficulty. There are 2 bosses on the Fairyland map. One is the fire-breathing dragon of the Lonely Island, and one is the lion scorpion of the Scorched Earth, a creature that looks like a lion with wings on its back and a scorpion tail. The lion scorpion's flying ability is even more powerful than the fire-breathing dragon, and many players kill the lion scorpion when it doesn't land and stays in the sky. And the bosses of the Fairyland map are the ones that appear 2 at a time. Fire-breathing dragons and lion scorpions come out together, as well as summoning slash-and-burn rock giants. This creature possesses a strong physical defense and is immune to all kinds of elemental attacks. Lin Knight thought back to the experience of once going to the immortal realm to open up the land, and subconsciously stroked his chin as he looked at those birth points. As with the silos, the choice of birthplace in the early stages determines the route of development. There are some small wooden chests that will be painted near the Blue Ark Coast in Fairyland, and players can break them with a stone axe to come up and get a metal axe and a metal crossbow. However, Lin Knight did not choose to resurrect near the Blue Ark, nor did he choose the newbie's favorite, Vantage Point Bay. Liking to play a tawdry game, he chose to resurrect himself directly in the extremely cold temperature of Highland North, the northeasternmost corner of Wonderland. Holy shit, it's cold. Rub a torch first. Fairyland Heights North. In the Highlands, the temperature here can be very cold. Not as cold as the lone snowy mountain, but you can freeze to death if you don't have clothes. And Highland North has all sorts of resources that can be hoarded out. Horns, hides, hair, oils, crystals, obsidian, metal anything. It contains almost every kind of material needed for development. And you can whittle vegetables without even planting the ground. Having vegetables allows you to tame some creatures faster, which is the best option without fodder. And there's the lamb that tames the carnivorous dragons. The grasslands north of the highlands. Those sheep don't go extinct any way you kill them. Kill them and brush them. Coupled with the low number of creatures north of the highlands, the danger factor is greatly reduced. There's no downside to this, except for brushing the southern giant. Without saying a word, Lin Knight first ran to the shore and picked up rocks and branches, and the branches on the shore of the fairy realm were picked up as wood. Lin Knight gained some thatch after whacking some more broken wood. Get the stone axe and pickaxe made as soon as possible. After the torches, he then began making wooden spears, 8 at a time, and then he ran off into the green meadows north and south of Highland North while holding a torch to gather fiber and berries. It didn't take him long to run before he saw a bunch of silly sheep. Lin Knight's expression changed instantly. Ha ha, I'm going to be invincible again. The first step to conquering the immortal realm is to conquer the prairie. Sheep, which are extremely rare in the isolated islands, are found in herds in the grasslands of Wonderland. Lin Knight took his wooden spear and went straight over to catch one of the ugliest sheep and stabbed it, running as he did so. It didn't take long for that Wesley to get stabbed by Grey Wolf. And then Lin Knight took out his stone axe and started collecting beast skins. Sheep will not only produce large quantities of mutton, but also hides and hair. Instead of killing monsters for hides in the fish and bird-strewn Blue Ark and Vista Bay, the grasslands are simply more comfortable. And with a whole set of animal skin clothes made from killing a single sheep, the production of animal skins is extremely high. Lin Knight, who had already put on his animal skin coat, cleaned his backpack before running towards the richest place in the northern part of the highlands, the place where dreams begin. According to his plan, he could steal the flying dragon eggs today and ride the flying dragon tomorrow. Until then there are 2 more flying creatures to catch. By the time he was cruising around while running, he soon found a vegetable patch full of vegetables. This place is easy to find. There is a circle of broken walls surrounding it, and every now and then the potatoes and carrots are refreshed and the vegetables help themselves. With the carrot, Lin Knight was going to tame his first mount. Until then there's still a telescope to go through. You can't view creature levels from a distance without one. Materials are currently just short of crystals. There is a small stream in the meadow. Follow the stream upstream. You will see a small extremely hidden hole full of crystals. Lin Knight knocked some crystals to make a few telescopes out as well. Soon he set off to tame his mount. There is another herd animal on the savannah. The pommel horse, or as some call him, the zebra. Extremely similar in appearance to the modern zebra. The way to tame it was the same as how Lin Knight tamed the unicorn. Run behind and feed the carrots, and then it'll let you ride. Lin Knight took the binoculars and looked at the zebras. The highest level was 145. Unlike the silo, most of the creatures on the Wonderland map have higher levels than those on the silo. And there are no level 5 creatures here. It didn't take long for a man on a zebra to gallop across the grasslands. With a mount, Lin Knight planned to find a place to settle down, but just as he was planning to go to his pre-selected location to settle down, he suddenly saw a figure appear in the grassland, was striding toward him with joyous glee. The newly tamed zebra had been stunned and confused, his eyes wide. Holy shit, level 150 southern giant, I'm going to kill you. You don't come when I want you, but you come over and disgust me when I don't want you. Lin Knight turned around on his zebra and ran. It was extremely fast, but the wild southern giant didn't run slow, and it had no endurance to burn. And just then, Lin Knight saw his second uncle again. A dopey beamer dragon is grazing in the meadow with a silly BB. Lin Knight's eyes twitched again at that moment. Riding the zebra, he ran right behind Lianlong, and that southern giant bit Lianlong on the spot. One bite down, and that Lianlong revealed blood spots. Lin Knight once again buggered off and went straight to a cave on a grassland river. The top hand was put in a sleeping bag. Then the zebra was ridden off to the shore to search for pterodactyls. There are still more megafauna along the shore. Dodos, bilaterians, dromaeosaurs, pterodactyls, thieving dragons, and more. Apparently they all knew that there was a big daddy southern giant on the prairie, and they all consciously hid on the shore. Soon Lin Knight found his target, a level 135 pterodactyl that had landed on the ground. Without even thinking about it, he rode his zebra. Before coming to heel, lower zebra throws a meteor hammer and locks in a pterodactyl. The next thing he knew, he was smiling in nuclear goodness to the core, turned around, mounted his zebra, and slowly walked up to the pterodactyl, pointing his zebra's ass at the pterodactyl's head. Both legs stumped. The pterodactyl wailed and shook in pain. The next thing Lin Knight did was just keep riding the zebra kick. The pterodactyl's stun value was relatively low, and soon the zebra kicked it unconscious. In pre-fairyland, zebra can kick stun so many creatures that you don't even need to make an anesthetic arrow. And the zebra has 3 other functions. It can craft lassos in its backpack to hook small creatures and drag them wildly. With a saddle, it is also possible to craft anesthetics directly from the zebra backpack. It can also gather berries much faster than hand-picking. A novice's friend to Wonderland. And just as Lin Knight was planning to ride his zebra to stun a few more pterodactyls, a thieving dragon jumped towards the zebra full of excitement, intending to throw in some money to wash his feet. Bold, Lin Knight let out a strange cry on the spot, rode a zebra and kicked the little bugger unconscious. The next thing he knew, he was kicking out a few more pterodactyls in the same manner, and once again, he sought out the sheep like the one he had just seen, looked at it and then sought out the second ugliest one for inhumane slaughter. Feed the pterodactyls with lamb and don't get up too fast. A level 150 pterodactyl, fed with lamb, would only need 28, and the level would be 210 when it got up, and it would only take an hour and 10 minutes to feed it up. Lin Knight looked at the fainting pterodactyls with a somewhat contemplative expression. Gotta go find some chitin or horny to make a few pterodactyl saddles. It's better to catch a griffin later. With a griffin, stealing dragon eggs has a high margin of error. Not fast, just steady, and I'm fast enough anyway. On the shore north of Highland, There will be some Dragon King whale carcasses refreshed from time to time. Resources such as oil, horns, hides, carrion, etc. can be obtained through tool gathering. It's easy to just chop and not have to go kill monsters. And just as Lin Knight had tamed the zebras and a few pterodactyls at a speed like that of a flying man, inside one of the caves in the fairy realm, a thing that looks similar to the monitor cursed there with a face full of annoyance. Holy shit, 1,000 immortal realm monitors and I'm the only one called in to work early. Sick. That shrew Li Meiying. She's very sick. What kind of a bird came to fairyland? Holy shit. I'm on vacation and I'm fine. But when the monitor who had been temporarily transferred to start work early saw Lin Knight's second generation monitor system, his face instantly turned green. Holy crap. Teleported in the blink of an eye and tamed 6 high-level pterodactyls and a zebra? This pussy is open for business. He must have cheated with the system's features. I have to report him. As long as the report is successful, I won't have to go to work. Ha ha. So the Immortal Realm monitor who didn't feel dead dialed the death communication on the spot. Hello? Sister Meiying. I'm reporting a hangman. Author statement, the back will be the most difficult Fairyland Desert Labyrinth does not ride the dragon single wear, and practical staged a variety of organs processes and routes, including playing dragon milk, building a flying dragon trapped dragon room, unlimited brush drawings, single lava rockman and so on skills. Of course, we'll also show how to use the minimum configuration of the fastest single person in the Fairyland to open the 2 bosses. There may be a big brother more than I will play Fairyland. Here is purely a personal experience to share. The big brother have a better way to open the development of routes can also hit the comments area. The big brother has a better Fairyland open development route can also play in the comment area. Guys and gals, please give me 5 stars. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Li Meiying pondered for 2 seconds before saying in a cold voice, that diagram of the Immortal Realm should just have one survivor who can go over early. That person is very strong. You should not hinder his development. We are nurturing him. Also, bug your Wonderland bosses as soon as possible. The last generation of survivors beat the bosses most of the time. The lion scorpions wouldn't pop tech plates. I don't want to see this kind of cheap question again. I'll give you 2 days. The monitor of Wonderland was flaxenly frozen then. It was then that he realized, this pussy came in through the back door. But, before he could finish, Li Meiying on the opposite side of the room came with, Inspector Wonderland number 771. This month's salary will count double for you. What? Double? Voice breaking for 3 seconds. Wonderland 771 monitor excited roar has shocked the communicator out of the current tone. The opposite side of the Li Meiying subconsciously put the earphone to the side. The piercing ears. Ha ha ha. Thank you leader. Wonderland is my home. It is my duty to do my best for the organization. There's no need to say more. My subordinate will go and fix the bugs. Leader, I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Prosperous martial luck. Trilling, swear to live and die with the organization. Li Meiying, do a good job. This person has an extremely high neurological fit with the second generation monitor system, and will most likely be stronger than Rockwell. Without further ado, I'm going to go to the center of the aberration Earth to collect radiation values. After hanging up the communication, Wonderland's monitors sent a message to the monitors group right then and there. It is the duty of every one of us monitors to contribute to the organization. Going to work. A message that blew out the remaining 999 suits of the Immortal Realms monitors. Oh, what a spiteful seed. 1,000 people. You're the only one working overtime. And you're still pretending to be Nima there. Poor battering ram. I guess he was forced to work overtime because he was a demon last time. And just then Wonderland 771 said again, I'll double my salary this month. And I'm alone on my server. I don't have to do anything. Just fix a bug. A bunch of younger brothers. A sentence about doubling the salary this month instantly had the rest of the batters crying there. The crowd that had been calling people spiteful seeds a second ago started brushing it off straight away this time. Don't push your face. Don't push your face. You must have given gifts. You went through the back door. Dog. You are the scum of the workplace. Dog. You've got to die. You're the next one Rockwell pulls for a makeover. You dog. Wonderland 771, haha bye bye guys. And then he went to the boss room and grabbed a welding torch and various tools to look at the Lion Scorpion boss. Lion Scorpion subconsciously gulped, his face white with fear. If you dare to fly up to the sky and not let me fix the bugs, I'll call Li Meiying right here. Whether you want me to fix it or her to fix it, it's up to you. The inspector's one sentence egged Lion Scorpion on, wagging its tail in an unbelievably fawning manner like a pug. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who was already riding an eagle with 5 sets of stone dinosaur doors, had also flown to the western heights of the volcano, intends to tame a griffin, with which he can move around this map more quickly. There are a total of 4 places in Wonderland where griffins will be refreshed, and these 4 places are also easy to find. and with 2 refresh points close by, near the highlands in the northern center of the map. It's not a problem to meet 2 or 3 griffins at a time if you're lucky. There are 2 others that are farther away from him that won't go. Lin Knight opened the map and thought back, confirming the coordinates before flying towards the west of the hot springs. A creature like a griffin flies in the sky most of the time and possesses a strong sense of territory. It will always chase you down. To tame it, without a net gun, the only option is to tame the dragon room. Lin Knight rode a winged dragon and looked around with binoculars, and soon he saw a smoky patch of something. It was recognizable as soot raised by the ash on the ground from the griffins flapping their wings. Rank 130, and a rank 135. Tasteless food. Lin Knight exhaled with a face full of helplessness, but in order to increase his development speed, this griffin he could only train first, and then he came to a high ground, and looking at a few saber-toothed tigers above him, he charged straight over on his pterodactyl. Before you build a dragon taming room, you must clear the monsters. Those saber-toothed tigers saw the pterodactyls and charged at a fast pace, and then it was brought down to the bottom of the cliff by Lin Knight without having to fight at all. For insurance purposes, Lin Knight first shot a sleeping bag, and then took out the stone dinosaur doorframe began to set up on the flat ground. Each door is like a tarot card next to each other, leaving just a little bit of space in the middle. That gap has to be such that the pterodactyl can fly out of it. The 5 dinosaur doorframes were set up as if they were a small hallway, with the easternmost doorframe already blocked with a dinosaur door placed on it, while the other side was empty. Lin Knight wasn't going to use that kind of doorframe and wall to make a single small trapped dragon room. He was more greedy. The way he built them, he could tame 2 at a time with a little luck. And then he flew out on his winged dragon and charged straight at that level 130 griffin. The other party had also discovered him and immediately turned on attack mode. Lin Knight reversed his direction and flew in the direction of the trapped dragon room. The griffin followed close behind. When Lin Knight flew into the trapped dragon room, the griffin followed, and Lin Knight flew directly out of the trapped dragon room with a tilted accelerated sprint. While the griffin stayed inside, Lin Knight rode his pterodactyl back to follow him again, and found the right opportunity to put a dinosaur door directly behind the griffin, exactly the one in the middle of the 5 door frames. After trapping this griffin, Lin Knight once again reversed direction and flew towards the level 135 griffin below. After pulling that griffin in the same way, a dinosaur door was placed at the last door frame as well. This way he trapped 2 griffins at a time. What follows is the process of shooting the griffin unconscious. In the absence of long-barreled rifles and tranquilizer darts, you must pay attention to the frequency of shots when fighting griffins. The griffin has a high stun value, and if you shoot too fast, its blood will bottom out before its stun goes up, and shooting too fast will likely kill the griffin. Lin Knight took the white crossbow with raw attack power and first shot a level 135 griffin, replaced the anesthesia arrow and counted 2 seconds before shooting another level 130 griffin, and so on, back and forth, reading the shots. The first to fall was the level 130 griffin, and at the moment the level 135 griffin wasn't attacking the stone door it couldn't break through. When a creature is about to be stunned, it is in a state of cowardice and will stop attacking and turn to flee. If you can't run away, you'll stay where you are. After successfully shooting the 2 griffins unconscious, Lin Knight used 4 wooden rejects to block the outer perimeter of the dinosaur door so that this trapped dragon room could still serve as protection. Even if a wild eagle comes, it can't kill a griffin. It's foolproof. And just then, Lin Knight suddenly heard a sound that sounded like a duck quacking, and at that moment, he froze, looking up with a contemplative expression. Level 180 Tectronics Wind God Pterodactyl. Lin Knight looked at that Techo Wind God Pterodactyl with a contemplative expression for a moment before making up his mind. No scratching. Come back and check after he's busy with the griffin, flying dragon, and desert treasure chest setups, and grab it if it's still there. Knowing the trade-offs is sometimes necessary. There's no one in this suit to help him beat the fruit. The pterodactyl's load was low. He brought dinosaur doors and crossbows and whatnot, and just a couple hundred black fruits on him. After waiting for the griffin to drop its stun for a while first, he fed the little bit of black fruit and rode the winged dragon back to the base of his grasslands waterfall cave. He had this base, just 2 stone foundations in total, a refining furnace, a blacksmith's table, a bed, a cabinet, nothing. When he got home he rode his zebra around the house gathering blackberries. There were quite a few needed and he hit almost 3,500 at a time. The pterodactyl couldn't transport that many at once, and after looking around to find an airdrop lightpost in the grasslands, he uploaded all the black fruit close by, and then rode the pterodactyl once again to where the haloed griffin was. It was much more efficient to find a closer lightpost nearby and download out a portion of it first and carry it close by. Looking at that griffin, he still had 70% of his stun value, so he probably had to drop for a while, and a level 135 griffin would take 2.5 hours to get up even if you fed it with mutton. They still have a high food level and take a long time to drop to tame. Lin Knight counted the time and planned to wait until the griffin's stun values were almost gone before coming over to feed them the black fruits. And in the meantime, he had other things to be busy with. After putting the black fruits into the backpacks of the two griffins, Lin Knight turned around and flew towards the mangrove forest on the northeast side of the highlands on his pterodactyl. Find a safer place to start gathering wood and stone, and make 5 sets of stone building materials to build 5 small 1-by-1 stone houses. And then it flew towards the desert in the southeast corner of the map. The desert of Wonderland is where all newcomers make their home. There are 5 red treasure chests of the highest quality sitting on the yellow sands of the desert, and they refresh from time to time. You don't have to go down the mine to get these treasure chests. You just take them. You can open a lot of superb equipment and saddles, legendary southern giant saddle drawings and finished products, wind god pterodactyl saddle drawings and finished products, legendary long barrel rifle drawings, legendary crossbow drawings, legendary Cthulhu saddles, legendary squid saddles, legendary finished blast suits, legendary iron armor drawings, jet drawings, and more. Just build a small house to put a cabinet and bed at those 5 points, and you can come here from time to time to touch the treasure. Teleport straight over, touch it and go to the next one. It's possible to get lucky and touch a finished 298 legend crossbow on the first day. Lin Knight quickly found the first treasure chest spot according to his memory, and next to it, there were a few vultures fighting with a giant scorpion, fighting so fiercely that no one could hit anyone. Lin Knight looked at the ground around him to make sure there were no signs of the desert Big Daddy sandworms, and then he built his little stone house next to the treasure chest. After shooting down the bed and the cabinet, he opened the treasure chest to see an epic blast shield and a long sword, and after taking the long sword with him, he turned around and went to the next point. Maybe it was because he hadn't played Wonderland in a while. He had found the third treasure chest spot and the second one was still missing, so he turned around and went back for more. A lot of time has been wasted. After messing up the little treasure touching house with 3 treasure chests, he put everything he had on him on the pterodactyl and resurrected directly through the bed to where the dizzy griffin was. He'd shot his sleeping bag there before, opening the griffin's backpack to take a look. The stun value had dropped to 1/10 left. Lin Knight also started feeding the other party blackberries, and just then 2 saber-toothed tigers suddenly ran out from outside and started attacking at Lin Knight's rejects and the stone door. That's the arc feature. As you tame the creatures, there will always be creatures to mess with. But Lin Knight's trapped dragon room the opponent couldn't enter even if they fought until tomorrow. Silly dog. You two have the wrong person. I'm invincible. Do you guys know what invincible means? There is no match. Nothing to beat. Invincible. Trilling. Lin Knight smiled badly with a face full of pride, and then took the opportunity to slip out. Those 2 saber-toothed tigers took one look at this cheap bastard coming out and charged over them as if they were mad. Lin Knight didn't even look back, and in order to pull those 2 things away, he took the 2 saber-toothed tigers and jumped right off the cliff. In mid-air, he was still cursing. I don't have any equipment or else you wouldn't even know how you'd die. The next second came a scream from Lin Knight. Ah, karma up. Lin Knight resurrected to the treasure chest spot once again. The first thing he did when he woke up was touch his leg. He was still sore from the fall he had just taken. Bastard. Lin Knight cursed and stood up. This time there were no more worries as he proceeded to bag the other 2 treasure chest spots. After wrapping up the small houses at the 5 treasure chest spots, Lin Knight once again flew to the griffin, intending to stun 2 armored dragons on the snowy mountain next to it. When the griffin is up he can go steal the flying dragon eggs, and tomorrow he can ride the flying dragon and take the armored dragon to the ironworks. Once upon a time he was in Wonderland, averaging 50,000 to 60,000 metal in 1 hour, relying only on Gen 2 armored dragons and flying dragons. A day of doing nothing but smithing can result in nearly $1 million worth of metal. And at that moment, the overseer who was fixing the lion scorpion bug in the Wonderland boss room also saw Lin Knight, who had already bagged 5 treasure chest points, through the holographic projection he had with him. At that time, he was a bit silent, and the welding in his hand stopped at the waist of the lion scorpion boss. Welded lion scorpion wailed. Sorry, I got carried away reading. The monitor looked at this Lin Knight somewhat contemplatively. He had a feeling. This man can dry through Wonderland in 5 days at most. He looked back at Lion Scorpion and the sleeping snot-bubbling fire-breathing dragon behind him again. His expression a sneer. You two probably don't have a good day. This map of ours explodes 400 tech plates when we fight a difficult boss once. The Lonely Island only gives dozens of difficult spiders when we fight it once. The poorest of them all is the Lonely Island. I reckon this guy, he's going to have to come and fuck you both every day back there. The fire-breathing dragon sleeping in the back woke up then when it heard that someone was going to do it. How dare he? Let's see if I don't spray him to death with one bite. I'll fly out and do him now. Shit, we can still be bullied in the immortal realm? The lion scorpion said with a mocking face. If you have the guts to go, I'm your own father if you don't. He's from that shrew Li Meiying. It was then that the fire-breathing dragon wimped out. And just then the inspector of the Solitary Island 007 suit was a little uneasy after realizing that Lin Knight had come to 771 Immortal Realm and made a call to this temporarily transferred Immortal Realm inspector. Hey bro, my godson went to your place. Take care of it. Wonderland's monitor froze then. Your godson? Yeah, he can be grippy. More grippy than even the Hummer back in the day. You can take it easy. Brother, I'll find you washing your feet at night. I'll take you to the center castle of Viking Island to find those new female monitors. Ha ha. Don't worry, your godson is my junior. I know what to do. Don't worry. We are all brothers. I want technician number 8 at night. No problem. I'll arrange it. Help him not to be too obvious. Li Meiying has been watching him. You have to pretend not to know. Don't worry. When he hung up the phone, Wonderland's monitor looked at Lion Scorpion with a face full of excitement. And then his eyes turned cold. I'm only going to say this to you once. Don't think I don't know that you secretly hide the board every time. If you don't give people tech boards next time, I'm going to cut your balls off. I'll find another gradual new elephant to breed you. Damn it. The Lion Scorpion was abashed at that time. His tail was like a dog's tail, clamped between his legs, trembling there, saying, little brother knows, never dare again. And at this moment, Lin Knight had also managed to stun 2 armored dragons, and fed the griffins with lamb. Ha ha ha, take off. Griffin in hand. The world is mine. The 2 griffins were also a bit agitated as they stridently screamed in the sky. Lin Knight was excited, but he was now also encountering a new dilemma. Looking at the time, it was 6 a.m. when he first teleported here, and now it was 10 a.m. The 2 aeronauts in Halo, one level 150 and one level 140, would have taken over 6 hours to feed with vegetables. The time was extremely long. Moreover, a level 150 Ether Dragon would only be level 191 even if it was fed up. And Lin Knight looked at the Ether Dragon that had fallen to the ground with more than 350 attacks with a dismayed face. The feed is definitely not there. It's better not to get vegetables. 6 hours is enough for me to do a lot of things, Lin Knight murmured somewhat contemplatively. Feed. Catching other dragons now won't lay many eggs. Lin Knight's eyes lit up at the thought. There are 3 Flying Dragon Valleys in total, and each Flying Dragon Valley produces an average of 5 eggs. Stealing them once is a dozen or so. And stealing them 5 times is almost enough to make fodder. Flying dragon eggs are also available for the highest quality extraordinary fodder, and those eggs can be found everywhere in Flying Dragon Valley. Only if you steal just one, all the flying dragons in the entire Flying Dragon Valley will come after you. Lin Knight thought about it. Rather than waiting 6 hours to feed the vegetables and the attributes of the Ether Dragon getting up were still bad, then it would be better to spend some time solving the feed problem at once. While Wonderland is dangerous for most newbies, it's paradise for veterans. You don't even have to catch the dragons that lay eggs for fodder in the early stages. Soon Lin Knight brought the pterodactyls and griffins back home, and to make extraordinary fodder out of the flying dragon eggs, he still needed honey. And the number of hives in Fairyland is even greater, and they are everywhere on the plains of the Green Arc. The honey output time is slow, so I'll just catch 6 queens at a time. Even if it takes 3 hours to get the feed done, it'll be worth it, and I'll be able to steal high-level flying dragon eggs. And I'll be able to make sure that the armored dragons get up with extreme attributes. Take off, take off. After thinking of a way out, Lin Knight rode his griffin to the volcano Flying Dragon Valley first, intending to steal a wave of eggs before taming the queen bee, and when he finished taming the queen bee, the dragon eggs in the Flying Dragon Valley would be refreshed. Looking at the volcanic Flying Dragon Valley below, Lin Knight slowly let the griffin fly to the highest point. The volcano has 2 Flying Dragon Valleys in total, one large and one small. Thinking back to the operation of brushing dragon eggs once, he began to look for gaps in the swarms of flying dragons that filled the sky. Soon he found a dragon's nest with the least number of flying dragons, but the location of that dragon's nest was at the bottom of the Flying Dragon Valley, which was obviously not a wise choice. Lin Knight's aim was that dragon egg nest at the highest point, and he intended to pull out both flying dragons of the Flying Dragon Valley at once. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, Lin Knight finally found the right opportunity and flew down in a dive on his griffin. The griffin's gliding speed was extremely fast, and its vision would be blurred during the gliding sprint, so even a flying dragon would never be able to catch up with it. In Fairyland, the fastest flyers are griffins. After falling into the dragon's nest and picking up the level 20 dragon egg, Lin Knight immediately mounted his griffin, and then with a dive downward and bringing the view to its highest, the gliding griffin used the inertia of its sprint to come directly to the Dragon Valley right above it. Lin Knight flew towards the top of the little Dragon Valley with an acceleration as well. One of the flying dragons was also attracted by Lin Knight's hatred. A swarm of them all rushed over, and then Lin Knight glided down and up into the air again, making a beautiful turn back and gathering the 2 waves of flying dragons together. Next he flew towards the snowy plains to the north of Dragon Valley. The place was extremely cold and had lots of huge trees and lots of wildlife. Mammoths, pied rhinos, wolves, etc. Wanting to keep the flying dragon from returning to the Valley of the Flying Dragon to influence him to steal the eggs. This place is a good pulling point. When Lin Knight arrived at the snowy plains, the group of flying dragons behind him were still furiously chasing after him. Lin Knight's blood also began to fall down with the naked eye. The snowfields of Fairyland are extremely cold, even if you're wearing a fur coat, unless it's a legendary quality fursuit. Lin Knight looked at the little endurance left in the griffin and once again charged towards the opposite side of the woods. Those flying dragons followed closely behind. And then Lin Knight stuck to one of the snowy plains cliffs and made a direct 90-degree turn, flying towards the easternmost mangrove forest without looking back. When the griffin ran out of stamina, he too stopped on the ground. Looking back at the flying dragons that had run off somewhere, he smiled contemptuously. At this time he also didn't take a shortcut to fly from the snowy plains to the volcanic Dragon Valley. If he went back, the hatred of those flying dragons would still be pulling. Even from a distance of 100 meters, it would be able to see you because you had stolen its eggs. Lin Knight rode a griffin and first flew to the grasslands before flying from the grasslands to the Flying Dragon Valley. Looking at the Flying Dragon Valley, where there wasn't a single flying dragon, Lin Knight crooked his mouth with a face full of excitement. The next step is to go from dragon nest to dragon nest picking up eggs, and before that start a passive on the griffin, just in case a flying dragon just didn't chase out and get stuck somewhere and sees you stealing eggs to kill again. A griffin with attack mode on will go straight up into the air to fight the flying dragon one-on-one when attacked. It definitely can't beat a flying dragon. When the time comes, the dragon can only die. As long as the passive is on, even if you get punched, you have a chance to escape. The egg pickup went very well. The two flying dragon valleys picked up a total of 12 eggs, including 3 more flying dragon eggs with a level of 150 or higher. A suit on his own and no one to steal it from him. Cool. A level 180 lightning flying dragon egg, a level 165 poison flying dragon egg, and a level 180 flame flying dragon egg. All 3 attributes of flying dragon eggs, while the highest level of wild flying dragon eggs is 190. Adult flying dragons can't even be tamed. The bipedal flying dragon is so arrogant that it won't be tamed by you even if you kill it, and you can only get the creature's affiliation by stealing eggs and hatching them. Lin Knight looked at these flying dragon eggs and first put them in the cabinet in the base. If I claim these flying dragon cubs, I shouldn't be afraid of the flying dragon's elemental attacks either, and I can even just let off thunderbolts and flames and take off. And then Lin Knight exhaled again. He had to keep going out and keep busy. He couldn't stop for a moment. We'll hatch it later. And we can't forget about the armored dragon. I have to go catch the queen bee. And then turned around and rode the griffin to the foot of the volcano, still needing the ghillie suit to tame the queen bee. If you're fast enough and skillful enough, you don't even need deworming pills. And organic polymers are still needed to make ghillie suits. Although Lin Knight could produce organic polymers, he didn't want to. There aren't enough organic polymers in a single U to make a ghillie suit breastplate, and it's still that hard. Lin Knight gulped, clearly not wanting to. Better go kill monsters to get this. In the volcano there is an insect in groups of 3 or 5. A kind of praying mantis that is much taller than a man. Extremely aggressive and to get on altogether. There are a lot of mantis that brush in Wonderland, at the foot of the volcano and in the desert. Killing them will yield large amounts of organic polymers and chitin. And just as Lin Knight was busy with all the early stages of development, already in scorched earth, Black Spinner and Rokurokwai are having a less than stellar time. As soon as they came up, they were chased for half the map by a flock of speedbirds. I had just shaken off the speedbird and encountered a dust storm. Reach for the sky and eat a mouthful of sand. Black Whirlwind exclaimed with an annoyed face. Holy shit. Scorched earth this bird weather. I am convinced. Just finished. A dawning hog crocodile at the edge of the river. A straight-up affectionate splash. Pounced Black Whirlwind to the ground and took a few bites alive. Rokurokwai was confused. Aren't you a veteran? Mistake. Holy shit. There's sand in my pants. Let's hide first and wait for the sandstorm to pass before we go out. Rokurokwai looked somewhat contemplatively at the sandstorm outside the tent. The environment in this place was just too harsh. There's yellow sand everywhere. It's almost impossible to find a water source. Most places with water have carnivorous creatures that are extremely difficult to deal with. And there are all kinds of extreme weather from time to time. It's either a dust storm or extreme heat. And you can get killed by such natural disasters even if you're out there doing nothing. It's so much more disgusting than Crisis is. Lulu Kai looked at Black Whirlwind who shook off the yellow sand on his body and said somewhat contemplatively. I just saw 2 sand moths. Let's go catch them later, right? Well, when the sandstorm passes, you go and catch the peakpack beast. That kind of creature can store water on its back, and it can gather berries, and it doesn't run too slow, so we can drink directly from them when we're thirsty. so we won't go to the water source for now, Black Whirlwind said indifferently, and then looked at the tribe that had just been established. He thought about it and then directly gave the position of the tribe's leader to 666. 666 Kai looked at Black Whirlwind with some consternation and said, "Don't give me I don't know anything my first time to Scorched Earth." "It's okay, brothers don't talk that much to each other. It's the same whoever is the chief. I know you want to prove yourself. This place is yours. In a few days there will absolutely be people from other suits coming for us. And when that happens I'll join them and then have them protect your tribe. And then I'll give you a reason not to join them." Lulu Kai lowered his head and looked at the sandstorm outside the tent with a somewhat complicated expression. Thinking back to that night at the lone island when he'd gotten drunk, he'd been babbling like a fool on the base, and presumably they'd all heard him. "Old Black, don't you like whoever that is? Yao Boo Boo? It's her, isn't it? Why don't you tell the boss to let him take Yao in?" Black Whirlwind pretended as if he didn't hear it, patted the sandy soil on his body and stood up. "Okay, don't talk about that. The boss is very optimistic about you. Don't get low on yourself. We're all coming from budding newcomers. It doesn't matter if we won't be able to. What I'm afraid of is to pretend to be a veteran without knowing anything about the gross. That's going to get you killed. It's also the boss's intention to put you in charge here in Scorched Earth. I hope you'll be on your own as soon as possible. I'll teach you some of the laws of survival in Scorched Earth and the distribution of resource points in the next few days." Well, I won't let the brethren down. When the sandstorm disappeared, the duo once again set out to conquer the Scorched Earth. What they didn't know was that at this very moment, near the Green Ark in Scorched Earth, a person had already arrived on this server. Moreover, this person's level was even higher than Lin Knight's. Level 120. This person had a grim look on his face. The right eye is still blind. After looking around, the man then typed a note on the public screen. "Which two experts have gotten through to the isolated island? I, Wan Long, have come to pay a visit." Black Whirlwind's eyes instantly changed, faster than they expected. Rokurokwai looked at Black Whirlwind a little nervously, unsure of what to do. Black Whirlwind thought about it before typing on the public screen. "Hello friend, welcome to Scorched Earth." Wan Long sneered. "Where are your coordinates? I'll go check it out." Black Whirlwind didn't refuse. The Scorched Earth was that big of a place. It was easy to find. When Wan Long arrived at Black Whirlwind and their tent, he revealed a look of disgust. "Two friends, why do you live in this shitty place? Aren't you going to build a big one?" Black Whirlwind scratched his head with a face full of embarrassment and said, "Ugh, it's a bit humiliating to say the least. None of us have ever played Scorched Earth. We've all played Crypto before, and this just teleported over here, and a sandstorm blew us off our feet. Never played Scorched Earth?" Wan Long clearly didn't believe it and looked at the duo with a somewhat sarcastic expression. Rokurokwai also noticed the man's level. Level 120. Doesn't that mean that this person he's already hit the Lonely Island's Ascension Cave? And I heard Lin Knight say earlier that hitting the Lonely Island's Ascension Cave could increase the level cap by 15 levels. In the Ark's setting, characters are capped at level 105. And to break that cap you have to complete various quests, picking up all the notes once, playing through the Ascension Cave, or some other difficult quest can increase your character's level cap. Well, haven't played Scorched Earth? I was in the National Service before, Snail's Ark, and I've just played Crisis in Center Island. Scorched Earth not so much. Black Whirlwind started cursing as he spoke. "I'm so damn convinced. I thought I could just pass the map back there. Who knew I could only come to Scorched Earth?" Wan Long laughed and looked at Black Whirlwind's exasperated look and shouted, "Brothers, come with me to our suit. We have 10 people there. All of them are PvP masters, and we're in the Scorched Earth 999 suit." Black Whirlwind first showed an expression of anticipation to the extreme, his eyes wide, and then he looked behind him at Rokurokwai, and his expression instantly became somewhat helpless. "Not for now. I can't leave my cousin behind. And my cousin he wants to build a stronghold and then go to the silos to find his girlfriend, who doesn't play much, who doesn't know which silo server she's on." Wan Long subconsciously looked at Rokurokwai, who subconsciously gulped, a little nervous. "Oh, you took your cousin through the boss?" Black Whirlwind nodded. Wan Long sneered. "You can't do this. If there is no big tribe to protect you, sooner or later you will be wiped out. This is a team game." When Wan Long heard that Lulu Kai wanted to run the map to find a girlfriend, he had already defined him as a waste and didn't want to take him in. And that's when Lulu Kai also suddenly shouted, "We're not adding your tribe. Don't you fool my brother." Black Whirlwind was enlightened then, turning his face to 666. He said, "Don't worry brother. With brother here, don't say anything." Wan Long looked at the 666 behind him with a grim expression. In his mind he had already treated 666 as a fool, a punk who only hugged his thighs and was full of thoughts about women. After thinking about it, Wan Long spoke to Black Whirlwind. "Friend, find a place to talk? Black Whirlwind looked at Rokurokwai with some reluctance, and after thinking about it, he still followed him out. Wanlong looked at following Black Whirlwind's expression became even more rampant. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Brother, you follow me. I guarantee you'll live to the end. We need experts. And our team only needs experts. Black Whirlwind looked back at the tent with a somewhat despondent expression. Can more of you guys help my brother find his girlfriend? We'll join you if we can. Oh, your brother? Don't you understand that this is not a game but reality now? Your brother is going after his woman. And that's dragging you down. If you follow me, no one will dare to bully your brother back there. And when the time comes, we'll arrange for your brother to follow us to fight the boss. Black Whirlwind was not happy on the spot. If you want to charge us both, I'm definitely not going alone. Wanlong was enraged on the spot. Are you planning to go against us? Black Whirlwind subconsciously shrunk back when he saw that his opponent was angry. I know I'm no match for you, but do you think you'd be comfortable with someone like me if I just abandoned my brother and turned my face to join your tribe? Wanlong looked at the somewhat scared Black Whirlwind and laughed then. You have guts, but I'll put my words here first. You can either come with me or think about where you should go next. Don't think that just because you're in peace mode, the world is safe. Black Whirlwind clenched his fists, looked back at 666 at the entrance of the tent, and spoke to Wanlong with a somewhat complicated expression. If you let me join you, you'll have to fulfill 2 of my conditions, or else we'll just run some other scorched earth server. And anyway, you won't be able to find it with more and more scorched earths back there. Wanlong, speak. What conditions? First, I have to teach my brother some arc skills. I don't feel comfortable with him being here alone. I'll come back to you guys after 3 days. And second, you guys have to take my brother and my brother's girlfriend with you later to fight the boss. Wanlong laughed and patted Black Whirlwind's shoulder and said, Good, I promise you. You have guts. I like it. I'll pick you up in 3 days. Saying that, Wanlong ran straight out and came to a few hacking birds and killed himself. Apparently this person had a ruthless character and was not afraid of pain at all. And then he resurrected to the vicinity of the green arc, intending to leave it. The corners of Black Whirlwind's mouth rose slightly. Looking at the distant sky, his expression was filled with sarcasm. There's a way to heaven you don't go. You have to come to me. When the time comes you don't cry and beg me to save your dog's life. Wonderland. Lin Knight, who had already tamed 6 queen bees and placed them in the cave to produce honey, once again brushed the Fire Dragon Valley. This time the same method was used to obtain 10 flying dragon eggs. But more than an hour had passed since he'd swooned Aaron. He was obviously in a bit of a hurry as well. And after returning home and resurrecting through the bed to the sleeping bag next to the ether dragon, and feeding it the black fruit from the ether dragon's bag once more, Lin Knight looked around. There were a few wolves prowling in the distance. Although he hadn't seen the Karen surrounded by the rejects yet, it was only a matter of time before that happened. In order to minimize the risk, Lin Knight still ran over and jumped off the cliff to bring the wolves down, and then resurrected again at home. I've already died twice today coming to Wonderland. Both suicides, but there was no other way to save time. The expression of Lin Knight, who had been resurrected at home, also became serious. Looks like we have to go brush the flying dragon eggs in Water Dragon Valley. It's too slow to just rely on the dragon egg refreshes in Fire Dragon Valley. Without thinking much about it, in order to be able to ride the flying dragon and take the 2nd generation armored dragon to Iron tomorrow, I have to work a little harder today. And then he flew towards the south of the map on his winged dragon. The location of the Water Dragon Valley was within an extremely hidden water cave with an extremely small entrance. So if one rode a flying mount without controlling the height, one would fall directly into the water. And there are many times more flying dragons than fire dragons in Water Dragon Valley. A dozen or so flying dragons can be seen circling the sky just on the outskirts of the Water Dragon Valley. But one good thing about the Water Dragon Valley was that because that entrance was extremely small, none of the flying dragons outside could enter. The few flying dragons that occasionally refreshed in the cave posed little threat, and by jamming them all in the innermost hole, and there was enough room inside for the griffins to slip them by gliding. Just don't fall in the water. Soon Lin Knight followed the map to where the Water Dragon Valley was. Coordinates at 73.40. Just before he reached him, he saw an orange and yellow flaming fat dragon flying towards him. It was too late to think about it and accelerated directly into the narrow water hole in front of him. The griffin was also spat upon by the flame spit of this flame-flying dragon, and his body began to burst into flames as his blood continued to fall. It's a good thing that the flying dragon was stuck outside the hole. It couldn't get in. Lin Knight looked around at the dark Water Dragon Valley in front of him, and right at this moment, Immortal Realm Monitor 771, who had learned that Lin Knight was going to touch the flying dragon eggs, thought that Lin Knight wanted the very best flying dragon eggs, so he was brushing them all over the map. It was then that he clenched his fists. Do you want a level 190 full flying dragon egg? God nephew, I'll help you. Your grandpa. Ugh, Is it nephew or niece? Never mind, whatever. And so it was that Fairyland Monitor 771 secretly leveled all the flying dragon eggs in Water Dragon Valley to level 190. And it also cranks 3 of the eggs to 395 attack. You know there are very few flying dragon cubs that can reach 300 attack power after birth. He also specifically chose a few of the 3 different varieties. One each of lightning flying dragon, poisonous flying dragon, and flame flying dragon. Ha, I didn't give him anything anyway. This flying dragon egg was automatically swiped by the system. What's it got to do with me? Ha, I'm a fucking genius. It was Lin Knight's turn to be confused next. When he picked up the first egg, he laughed then. Holy crap. A level 190 lightning flying dragon egg. Ha, take off, fly up to the clouds. And then a few flying dragons in the cave started chasing him. He hurriedly swooped down on his griffin and made his way to the innermost hole. After eating a shot of flame flying dragon spit and lightning flying dragon spit, he managed to get a couple of them stuck inside. However, one of them didn't get stuck and continued to fly towards Lin Knight. Lin Knight turned around and looked at the pussy brat with his binoculars and sneered. A level 20 brother of the queen flying dragon dares to come to me for a one-on-one fight? It was then that he played tart, riding a griffin with a white crossbow loaded with anesthetized arrows and started shooting. A creature like a griffin has an ability that many flying creatures don't have. It can ride and shoot. Shooting in the sky requires a lot of attention to technique. You have to pull back and aim super up and in a straight line with the target to get a better hit. Otherwise it won't hit a lot of the time. After Lin Knight just flipped back and forth shooting at the other party for a while, the flying dragon suddenly vibrated its wings frantically, and then it crashed down towards the reef below. Although creatures like flying dragons cannot be tamed, they can be stunned by anesthetic arrows. Lin Knight didn't delay much and hurriedly flew down. As the flying dragon's stun fell off very quickly and would wake up before long, Lin Knight just kept attacking the flying dragons that had fainted while riding a griffin. Slaughter it before the other guy wakes up. After killing the flying dragon, the griffin's level instantly went up by 5 levels. And then Lin Knight began to collect the eggs. After he saw that the second egg was also level 190, that mouth got even more crooked. And then the third, the fourth, the whole 5 eggs are all 190 level. Usually looking for 190 level of eggs half a month cannot see the old man to make fodder. A time to come so much. Arc characteristics. I go to your mother's arc characteristics. Lin Knight definitely didn't want to take 190s for fodder. He still had to go to Fire Dragon Valley to brush them. The monitor in the monitoring room was a bit confused. Holy shit, what's the situation? I've never seen a full-grade flying dragon egg picked up and cursed. Is this godnephew a little out of his mind? Later on, Lin Knight wasted a lot of time brushing Fire Dragon Valley. By the time he had gotten all the flying dragon eggs, it was afternoon. He had gotten 10 of the high-level flying dragon eggs though. Flying dragon eggs below level 185 are all made into fodder, which is simply extravagant. Using the most traditional way, taking a cooking pot and lighting a fire to burn them one by one is quite a hassle. When he flew up to the 2 armored dragons with the feed he had messed with for nearly 5 hours to get right, looking at the other party's food degree that was already near the bottom, Lin Knight instantly laughed. The fainting armored dragon had been starving to death for the past 5 hours, and would have woken up long ago if he hadn't revived and come back to life a few times in between to feed the black fruit. Armored dragon, somebody kill me. How long time waiting. The nearly starving ether dragon finally got up, level 224, with an attack of 425. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly as he took the ether dragon to look for a nearby light pillar airdrop. The griffin couldn't take the ether dragon with him, so he had to upload the ether dragon and then go back to the grassland to find a light pillar to download it. The next step was Lin Knight's long-awaited hatching of the flying dragons. By claiming a full-level flying dragon, he can unleash the flying dragon's elemental attacks and is immune to elemental attacks of the same type. There's no need to be afraid of gas bombs or anything like that anymore. The condition needed to hatch the flying dragon eggs was high temperature. Lin Knight had to make multiple fireplaces to raise the temperature next to them in order to hatch the flying dragon eggs. 4 p.m. that day, Lin Knight's expression was extremely excited as he looked at the flying dragon egg that was about to break its shell. The long-awaited 3 skills are about to arrive. His mouth had become paralyzed, as if he had a mouth disease. As the first level 190 lightning flying dragon broke out of its shell, Lin Knight's eyes immediately widened. Then more flying dragon cubs began to break out of their shells, one after the other. One of them also had a triplet out of a lightning flying dragon egg. 3 all females with 375 attacks. So lucky. The triplets are out. Lin Knight looked at them one by one with a face full of excitement. Those level 190 flying dragons all had extremely high attributes, and had obviously been tampered with in some way. Most of their attribute points are added to blood, stamina, and attack. Lin Knight looked at those flying dragons with excellent attributes. And his expression slowly became uneasy and even broke down a bit. Still somewhat disbelieving, he hurriedly looked at them one by one. How can there be no negative heavy flying dragons? It won't be so unlucky. I grass come to a load high. Broken 900 load is also okay. Lin Knight shouted with a face full of excitement, finally settling his expression as he saw the last level 185 flame flying dragon. Blood 6500. Endurance 700. Food degree 13,000. Weight 1100. Attack 195. Well, can be very much. Still a big appetite. Capped. The surrounding extreme flying dragons looked at Lin Knight as if they were looking at a fool. So many extreme flying dragons, he didn't look at a punk. The attack is not even 200. The big appetite king was also confused, showing an extremely surprised expression. Did this person see my face value? Lin Knight's mouth crooked up once again. With this negative weight flying dragon, he could take off with his iron hitting speed. He would add all the points from this flying dragon to the negative weight later. If the weight is added to 4,500 or more, then this flying dragon is the most efficient surrogate transportation dragon in his fairyland. A faster way to hit the iron than eagles plus Aaron. Flying dragon is one of them. Armored dragons can reduce the weight of metal by 75%, so if you go by the weight of the back of this flying dragon, you can bring home 15,000 metal at a time, less, and transport it quickly. If you are familiar with the metal mining sites, with a high attack 2 Aaron and a whip, you can achieve 15,000 metal in 10 minutes even in the original multiplier official service. 30,000 for half an hour. 60,000 for an hour. There is a lot of metal in the fairyland map. But this map is so large that the eagles couldn't get to the place in half a day if they tried to transport it over long distances. And flying dragons not only provide higher flight speeds, they can also handle more unfavorable situations. As long as there are no southern giants in the vicinity, the iron play is as steady as it gets. Without the psychological baggage, Lin Knight ran out of the waterfall cave with a face full of excitement. Looking at the prairie outside, he shouted with a face full of excitement, "Little Mei Ying, how do I release the attack of the flying dragon? How do you spit fire and lightning?" Li Mei Ying's silhouette looked at Lin Knight with some surprise and said, I haven't unlocked the flying dragon skill yet. I can't release it. How? I've claimed a level 190 flying dragon. How come I can't unlock it? Li Mei Ying's silhouette had a somewhat dumbfounded expression as she looked at the expectant Lin Knight, and after thinking about it, she spoke softly, "I guess you'll have to feed them to adulthood. They're so small now that they can't even release elemental attacks on their own, so they definitely won't be able to unlock it." Lin Knight looked back at the group of wailing fat dragon cubs with a somewhat melancholy expression. Feeding flying dragons is a pain in the ass. They are more grippy from an early age, and although they are carnivorous creatures, they only drink flying dragon milk when they are young. Even if you're an adult for a day, you'll definitely have to hit the dragon's milk once in between. Lin Knight exhaled. Well, it was me who was impatient, and at this point the island, after the Munchkin Corps was unified, the people of Vegetarian Island were put on an extremely high workload. Especially Mahai-san. He needed to pay 30,000 medals a day for 6 months to qualify for the boss fight. The same goes for his son Makai. It's not right what you guys are doing. You're crushing us. 30,000 medals a day, and I'm taking head hits? Makai wailed on the vegan island with an excited look on his face. And Huang Hao, who was burdened with assigning work at the moment, crooked his mouth with a smug look on his face. You can get up at 4 a.m. and go to the mines to resurrect them after you've eaten. And there's a point there that we've arranged for you to make iron. It's just 10 minutes for lunch, and then we'll play in the afternoon. Dinner is at 6 p.m., and it's a 12-minute meal. Then you play until 10 p.m. at night. Then you can go home and rest. Mahai-san is also annoyed. He has never done any work in his life since he was a child, and he grew up relying on his mouth. Looking at the complacent Huang Hao in front of him, he was enraged. Working from 4 in the morning to 10 at night? Do you have to be so ruthless? Why are they all 20,000 and I'm 30,000? I wasn't as mean as you guys back in the day. Huang Hao smiled crookedly. You guys cannot go. Anyway, those people from Li Tai Huang have already gone. He just paid 10,000 medals. You won't get it if you're late. There's only so much metal. Mahai-san's face was ugly. Let him work. Dream on. Not to mention 30,000. He wouldn't pay 3,000 medals. At this time, Thousand Abacus slowly walked over and said with a sneer on his face, "You're not going to do it, aren't you? You can say that you're not going to fight right now and I'll just permanently disqualify you from fighting the boss." Mahai-san stormed out then, his eyes all bloodshot. "When I return to reality I will sue you. I'll sue you for oppressing the people, making us work and not paying us." 1 hour later, Ma Kai on the mine, full of collapse and that wailed, "Father, I really cannot do. You give me your medal, you also do not want your son to die here." Mahai-san's face was full of collapse as he looked at the son who was self-conscious about his own survival, and then looked at Li Taiwan who was digging in the distance there, his expression twitching. Li Taiwan should not be too happy now, singing and digging iron at the same time. A smile spread across his face, as if he had found the joy of working as a laborer. In the little garden, I dig and dig and dig, plant tiny seeds and bloom big. In the mines of the lonely island, I dig and dig and dig, be Makai's own father, sleep with Makai's mom. Mahai-san was enraged at that moment, and rushed forward with his metal pickaxe, directly starting a one-man solo, and Makai took the opportunity to steal the 300 metal his dad dug up. Zhang Beishan, who was still digging in the distance, looked at Mahai-san and Li Taiwan, who were holding pickaxes and knocking on each other's throats in the mine. Don't look too funny. He felt like his intelligence had been insulted. Thinking back to when Li Taiwan had gone to his vegetarian island to lure him into joining Ironforge Fortress, he is resistant, but he couldn't help that the other party gave him beautiful women, and in the back, Mahai-san also gave him beautiful women, so he joined. After all, he's a hard-working laborer in reality, so he hasn't seen that many women. When Zhang Beishan saw Thousand Abacus and Huang Hao were in charge of supervising the work, he licked a pussy face and went over. The two big brothers. I was all in the same department with Chief Lin back then, and I often took care of him. Can you lighten my workload a little bit? Thousand Abacus was happy to hear it. He pointed at Wang Xinyu below who was still pumping iron and spoke. People have been talking to our chief for 4 years and haven't said anything. Are you good enough? As soon as Wang Xinyu heard Thousand Abacus talking about her, on the spot, he shouted, good brothers. I've been talking to him for more than 4 years. We're childhood sweethearts, and we've been betrothed since we were kids. The female classmate next to Lin Knight started to expose her on the spot. She brags. She just started in college are planning to cleave the senior to come. Grow up ugly still like to slut. I'm only Chief Lin's childhood friend. We still have a marriage contract. Huang Hao was instantly happy when he heard. Don't gab. A few days ago on the public screen to scold my uncle Lin scolded the most ruthless are you guys, but also said that he's squatted in prison. I have taken a small notebook to remember. And right at this moment, one of Lin Knight's classmates ran over with a face full of excitement and said, Mr. Huang, I'll tell you a secret. A heavenly secret. Huang Hao saw how excited the other party was and stretched his head to listen then. Only the man's expression was tense. After looking around he leaned down next to Huang Hao's ear and whispered incomparably, Lu Xintian he stole away. He didn't go to Vegetarian Island. It seems like he went to study the artifacts. Once he has the artifacts he could possibly be unfavorable to Chieftain Lin. When Huang Hao heard this, he directly revealed a large and small eye. Artifacts? It's not good for him Uncle Lin. There are still people who want to rebel now? Earlier, he had heard his mom, Beauty Wang, say that the artifact was not a decoration. The lamp on his Uncle Lin's nightstand held a cunning artifact for use as a light. Ooh-hoo. Well I see, well it can be. It's a great talent. When Huang Hao broke the news in the tribe channel of the budding group, there was no one who didn't praise Lu Xintian for his cleverness. Peach Blossom sneered. No matter. To the back we'll let him live in the artifact nest. This person put him on the blacklist. There's no need to stay anymore. Pay more attention to Mahai-san's group, and if they don't obey, put them on the list as well. With that said, Peach Blossom made her way to the men's club Footwash City in Mangrove. Looking at the very flirty decoration style on the treehouse made Peach Blossom also unable to resist looking at it more. All 20 employees of Golden Wings had stood on the periphery of the treehouse platform and set up a welcoming ceremony. 2 of the shufflers were also throwing grenades there as cannonballs. It's kinda hilarious with all the thumping and banging. Jean Wenxiang rushed out to greet Peach Blossom after seeing her arrive. Aha, good job coming brother. You're the first one to come. There will be other tribal leaders coming over later. Come in and sit. The opening show will start later. Peachy laughed softly. And the show? That's natural. Haha, go in and have a seat. Peach Blossom nodded while taking a legendary rifle and a set of legendary iron armor as opening gifts to Jean and Nui. Behind them came a number of people one after another, both men and women. Some brought cement, some brought metal ingots, some brought dozens of black pearls, and others brought eggs from their dragon pair. The crowd had also taken their respective seats when they arrived at the treehouse. The table was filled with roasts, cakes, cheeses, and tons of root beer. Peach Blossom looked at the shuffling girls standing side by side and became even more curious about the next act. It doesn't even have a stereo, just a stage and a row of searchlights right behind it. Is it just awkward dancing? Thinking back to the words Lin Knight had once said, these 2 brothers were hidden experts. The Peach Blossoms are even more compelling. And just then 2 shufflers slowly walked up to the stage and sat down after placing a war drum on each side of the stage. The next step was the footwashers in their uniform Cheongsam attire slowly making their way to the stage. Immediately below, someone asked, Hey, how did you get the exact same clothes? What's wrong with you guys? Jin Wenxian laughed. I found a girl who wore a chonsam. I told her I'd take her up to level 80 and could I swipe 10 sets of clothes off her body for me by committing suicide. And she agreed. Once you're resurrected, you take the clothes off your body and kill yourself, and so on and so forth. I'll have my overalls. The corners of Peach Blossom's mouth rose slightly. This man was quite brainy. As the two shufflers started hitting the war drums, a beatboxing shuffler at the back of the stage followed the war drums and started making beats with his mouth. As the rhythm started, the row of searchlights behind the stage also instantly turned red, and the whole room was instantly covered in red light. Holy shit! How did the lights get colored? Peach Blossom had guessed that behind the stage were foot washers with brushes and paints changing the color of the lights at all times. Those foot washing girls also began to dance, with the beat of the music on the stage, twisting the hips, lifting the buttocks, squatting, splitting the legs, touching the neck, and swinging the hammer. Every once in a while the lights in the back would still be changed to become colorful by the foot shuffler squatting underneath. The lights are talking about this kind of thing, and at the moment there's also a revived shuffler outside with a box of grenades setting off firecrackers. 100 rings. Holy shit, Gold Boss really knows how to play. You do know Arc. Ha ha ha. 36 divided by 6. Except 6 is still 6. Why couldn't I have thought of that? The crowd below was talking, taking beer and drinking with the two Jin Wenxiang brothers. Peach Blossom looked at the construction of this treehouse. The circular construction technique was definitely not something that an ordinary person could build. Most outrageously, he saw several chandeliers made of artifacts on the ceiling above him. Peach Blossom recognized it on the spot. It was touched from the undersea mines. There's also a gas hole immunity artifact hanging up there. But didn't the gas hole already get blocked by them? How did they get in there? But how the hell did they stick the base of the artifact upside down on the ceiling? Moreover, those foot-washing brothers and sisters don't seem to be people of the moon, and they seem to be very convinced of this Jin Wenxiang. Peach Blossom inhaled and contemplated, this person is unpredictable. And at that moment, Jin Wenxiang also walked over with a beer in his hand. Ha ha ha, brother Peach Blossom, don't just look at the beautiful women dancing. Come and drink. Peachy smiled up slightly and raised her beer to drink with the other man. A mouthful of boredom. Ha ha ha, painful. I'm really happy today Jin Wenxiang laughed with excitement written all over his face. Peach Blossom also once again grabbed a beer to drink with Kim Winkler. As she drank, Jin Wenxiang suddenly asked, did Chief Lin not come? Peach Blossom exhaled. He wanted to come so badly because the situation has changed. Very strong tribes have appeared on the other isolated islands. Some of them have gone to the scorched earth occupation to go there. And so has Chief Lin. Jin Wenxiang nodded. Well, it can be said that this month's peace mode is all about preparing for PvP. It's right to go occupy the land. The core strategy of PvP is to occupy the land. The corners of Peach Blossom's mouth rose slightly as she raised her cup once again and shouted, come on, drink, Boss Jin. I appreciate you. Ahaha, okay bro, drink. After drinking, Peach Blossom directly opened the door and asked with a somewhat expectant expression, does Boss Jin want to join us? I know that the two of you are experts, and not just any experts. Jin Wenxiang froze for a moment then, looking at Peach Blossom's eyes full of anticipation. He touched his chin and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, joining you guys is naturally no problem, but I don't want to leave the lonely island so soon. Why? Jin Wenxiang looked somewhat helplessly at the employees on the stage, then at the peach blossoms in front of her, and took the high-quality cooked jerky on the table and ate it. Don't you think the Ark world is pretty good? As long as you don't break through, Orphan Island can be fast for a year, Scorched Earth for another year, Center Island for a year, and if all the maps are all accounted for, that's 10 years. If I get through all the diagrams back there, I'd love to stay in this place forever. Peach Blossom placed her right hand on the table and kept tapping her fingers, while her left hand also took a jerky and ate it. How can anyone not want to come back to reality? Jin Wenxiang continued to speak there, alas. I really do not want to go back. The real world's so many of the deception, but also to prevent this and that, we still have to be bullied by women every day. This place is so good we live how we want to live. And those employees of mine are with me all the way. Some of them were green by their own wives, some by their own husbands, and some who were cheated out of business and owed hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the ones who tried to kill themselves before. Every single one of them hates the real world extremely much. That's why I've gathered them all together. And our goal is to live forever in this place without worry. Never to return to the real world. Peachy didn't retort, and there was a hint of agitation at the idea of being spoken to by the other man. If it were true that you could live a carefree life, no mortgage, no stress, no births, no deaths, if you can live in this place all the time, then this Ark world is heaven. And just then, Jin Wenxiang also said, I also know that to realize our dream, Beating the last level is a must, and I suspect that the further back we go, the fewer servers there will be. The service will definitely be combined by then. 1,000 services become 100, then 10. Eventually there will be just one server per map. Isn't Helena and the others aiming to find the strongest role king out there? Jin Wenxiang's eyes twitched a little even as he spoke. It was clear that he didn't want to roll. He just wanted to enjoy the good life. Thought about it for almost a couple minutes. Jin Wenxiang agreed anyway. It's fine for me to join you guys, but I can say this up front. No matter which map I go to, I'll have to fuck foot washing city. When the time comes, you'll all wash your feet for free. When I'm needed, I'm definitely the first one on. Peach Blossom laughed and slammed the other's shoulder and said, "Is this foot washing proper for you? That has to be formal. You want something informal, I'll take you to Vegan Island." Peach Blossom also froze. What do you mean? Jin Wenxiang suddenly revealed a playful expression, squinting her eyes, and whispered, "Don't you know? It's been rumored at noon today that most of the women on Vegetarian Island are unwilling to work. They didn't want to work before either, and they're even more reluctant now with that amount of work. So then there are people sneaking over to the pimp. Once 11,000 medal. The introducer receives 1,000 medal. The rest of the 10,000 are given to the woman. Take 2 jobs a day, do not have to go to the mine." Peach Blossom's eyes widened at that moment. Holy shit. Really? What's so fake about that? Women who don't work in reality will also try their best not to work when they come here. Their only capital is her body, and there are quite a few people who go there. It seems like your current leader of Peach Blossom Garden, Sun Gang, even went there. Clueless Peach is a bit clueless, but he also knew that all men have needs, and if he didn't let the chain grow, I guess there's still a mess to be made. What's he doing meddling in what you want? And at this moment, in the Peach Blossom Garden tribe of Death Island, Lu Xintian finally arrived at this island after a lot of hard work. Sun Gang looked at the man in front of him and walked over with an excited expression. "Brother Lu is here, finally waiting for you." Lu Xintian exhaled with a face full of hard feelings. Looking at this Sun Gang, he also finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I've grasped the secret of that dog Lin Knight's power. As long as I find all the divine artifacts, I should be able to become an invincible existence. By then the whole lonely island will be mine." Sun Gang was full of excitement as he listened to Lu Xintian there, his eyes ecstatic. "Brother Lu, when the time comes, can you give me those little sisters from the budding tribe? If it wasn't for that Lin Knight fellow last time, I would have already gotten it. It's all his fault. He also tricked our Flower and Black brothers away, causing us to have to do everything on our own now. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get." Lu Xintian nodded, and then took out a sticky note from his backpack with Rockwell's formula on it. "You help me make an oblivion soup. I'm going to wash all my attribute points, and I'm going to hide and find a chance to get my hands on the artifact." Sun Gang didn't refuse. He also knew that he couldn't admit Lu Xintian in. It would be troublesome if others knew about it then. When Lu Xintian got the oblivion soup, he directly poured it down in one gulp. The attribute points were instantly cleared, and after blood was added to 200 and weight was added to 200, all the rest of the points were added to oxygen. Apparently this is intended to be a water monkey. From now on, I'll press home in the sea. I don't believe they can still find me. Sooner or later, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Lu Xintian spoke there with a grim face. Later on, he got a set of 3x3 stone room building materials and some basic equipment from Sun Gang. Looking at the waters below Death Island, an augur entered the sea and zipped down without hesitation. It didn't take him long to swim before the sea had the most powerful creatures with the most powerful names. A swarm of jellyfish, resurrected and went back to pick up the bag. Got electrocuted I don't know how many times. After dying a dozen times, Lu Xintian sat forlornly on the shore holding a tree branch and drawing circles on the beach. The whole thing is bad. Fairyland, within the grassland waterfall cave. Lin Knight was currently looking at the group of wailing flying dragon cubs with a headache. At the moment a pacifier-like symbol appeared on the heads of all the flying dragon cubs. They were going to leave a mark, and some of the dragon cubs it left marks on were labeled as wanting to be hand-fed dragon milk. Flying dragon milk must be obtained from by stunning a wild female flying dragon. Retaining a mark is taking a pup through some operation, and it gains an attribute enhancement when it's done. Lin Knight looked at the 4 behemoth dinosaur doors that had just been finished in the blacksmith's table and exhaled. To directly stun a flying dragon is nearly impossible with this current condition. You have to make a trapped dragon room. Although he would also make the kind of super small flying dragon trap room online that only needed a few pillars and a triangular ceiling. But the Lin Dragon King was more greedy no matter what he did. He was going to solve the flying dragon milk problem by pulling the dragon once. A lot of times in those small trapping rooms online flying dragons have to run out even if they're trapped, because there's no seal. Lin Knight's character was to seek stability. Even if he had to waste more materials, He wouldn't choose that kind of small trapped dragon room where flying dragons might run out, especially when encountering elite flying dragons that are more flexible in their movements. There is less room for error. After thinking about it, he proceeded to beat up some more materials, a total of 5 behemoth dinosaur door frames, a behemoth door, 2 smaller stone dinosaur doors, and 7 pillars and 3 ceilings. The dragon trapping method he used could pull in up to 3 female flying dragons at a time. It also saves you from having to pull it over and over again, which is quite a hassle. He must have picked what he thought was a safe way to solve the problem. Built in the same way as the Griffin's trapped dragon room, it will also be more efficient at hitting the milk, and is more friendly to newcomers at a glance. Still placing the behemoth doorframes side by side in front of the Valley of the Flying Dragon, except the 2 small stone dinosaur gates and some pillars will be placed underneath the last side. After setting up the trapped dragon room, he placed the behemoth door at the last doorframe and opened it inward, and then it's off to the Valley of the Flying Dragons on a griffin to look for signs of wild female flying dragons. Taking a look through the binoculars, a level 100 female flame flying dragon and a level 90 female flying dragon. After confirming the target, he charged straight ahead on the other griffin in the house with added blood. First, he brought the 2 flying dragons together at a distance, and then he flew towards his trapped dragon room. Those 2 flying dragons followed closely behind, and when Lin Knight rode the griffin to the inside of the trapped dragon room, straight away, the griffin landed, then walked through the small dinosaur door and stood right where he was. The 2 flying dragons in the back flew in as well, and at this point the hate was on the griffins. Griffins don't run even if they get punched because they have passive on. Lin Knight hurriedly ran to the behemoth door with an acceleration and closed it with an overhand. 2 flying dragons can't fly with their wings. Next it was just another session of hitting it on the left and hitting it on the right. It didn't take long for the 2 flying dragons to fall one after the other, acquiring 10 bottles of flying dragon milk at a time. And then one more time, the dragon's milk came together. After returning home to feed up those flying dragon cubs, it was time for the evening. As he watched one of the armored dragon eggs in his air-conditioned room about to break out of its shell, Lin Knight's thoughts also began to think about the plan behind it. Iron is definitely needed for tomorrow, and I'll also have to catch the dragons used for boss fights, the Scythe Dragon, the Blood-Returning Pig, and the Feather Storm Dragon, and then had to choose a home building site. This waterfall cave was certainly not his first choice. He's got a total of 4 targets. The first one is Dragon Valley Cave. That place is very good to start defense. The second, Undersea Dragon Valley. There is currently no island turtle and no cryogenic chamber. The underwater hole can be said to be semi-invincible. And the internet many demolition of the Dragon Palace video, most of them are stealing the home is not a frontal fight. If there is someone in the house to guard the words, the island turtle counts for a bird. The third is a hidden natural cave in the desert. The fourth and most disgusting, the Lightless Cave. This hole not only connects to the indestructible old castle building above, but also gives access to the underwater Pearl Cave. It is possible to put buildings in the Lightless Cave in Wonderland, and that place will be an absolute nightmare for players who can't adjust the brightness. For him, who was no longer afraid of the dark, the place was literally tailor-made for him. Whether it was defense or guerrilla warfare, his night vision ensured that as many opponents as came would die. It's because that hole is disgusting that many people in PvP won't choose to build there either. The people who come won't be stupid enough to wear night vision, which has little defense. That's the equivalent of a bare head, which can be exploded directly. You can't see it even if you bring it. Once you've beaten the boss, built your home, and got your teleporters and tech devices up, you can seal the resurrection point, which is surrounded by turrets, so whoever comes will die. The main reason why he chose Fairyland as his second home base was because the map, Fairyland, was just too big. With 1,000 people playing it wouldn't be as crowded as the silos, and you wouldn't have to grab materials everywhere to make a hit. And with plenty of resources, it's still a good fit as the old home of a mega tribal alliance. Looking at the night outside, Lin Knight's expression was also a bit hard to bear. It's kinda boring if he's the only one on the whole server. Should we go back to the lonely island to sleep at night and see what's wrong? Lin Knight stroked his chin with a despondent expression, and after claiming the armor dragon that had just broken its shell, he also fed the berries. And just then, I think he heard something moving. Loud footsteps, like muffled thunder. Thud, thud, thuds rang out incessantly. Lin Knight subconsciously looked outside the cave, only to see that the level 150 southern giant was trying to find a place to spend the night during the day. Holy shit, you're sick, aren't you? Still coming? Lin Knight said and went to the blacksmith's table to look for materials, rushing to make a few metal billboards. There's a full-grade southern giant delivered to his door for him to tame? Looking at that Namju's expression, it's as if he's saying, hey, I'll borrow your place for the night. Lin Knight rushed out without even thinking about it, and after jamming his opponent through a snakeskin walk, he rushed back to feed the ether dragon hatchling, and then he went out with an anesthetic arrow. Inspector 771 in the boss room looked at Lin Knight, who was still busy at 8 p.m., with a somewhat jubilant expression. Hey, you don't say. This nephew is quite fierce. Not only is he fierce, he's also hardworking, much better than that truly Maying who only knows how to reason with her fists. The lion scorpion in the back was still there playing with the yo-yo star-tailed beast, presumably due to its feline nature and strong curiosity about round objects. The star-tailed beast shrinks into a ball when it is in danger. The shrunken star-tailed beast had gone numb with fear. It had just been skulking around nicely outside when it was suddenly bitten into the sky by a huge lion scorpion. By the time he reacted, he was already in this hellhole, with hundreds of fully leveled stoners behind it. Every creature here is one it can't beat into existence. I just saw that lion scorpion fiddling with a yo-yo with his paw while talking to the monitor. What do you mean by foot washing? I have 4 feet. Can I go to Viking Island with you to wash my feet at night? The monitor sneered. You sure can't go. You have to pay to wash your feet. You have to Tekka boards. 880 Tekka boards at a time. We're meat washers, not vegetarians. I had over 8,000 boards in my private stash earlier. What? 8,000? 8,000 boards. I don't even get that much for a month's salary. You grifter. You're the tumor of fairyland. I told you how so many players would rather die than come to live in Wonderland before. All the damn things were caused by you. Monitor 771 cursed with excitement. With 8,000 boards and the difficulty lion scorpion boss only putting out 190 at a time. How much stealing has to be done? Just as Monitor 771 was getting angry there, lion scorpion bit into 3,000 plates full of fawning faces and put them in front of the monitor. Big brother, take me to wash my feet. I also want to experience what it's like to wash my feet. At that time that monitor's eyes went gold when he saw the 3,000 boards. But he couldn't show it too obviously. After all, he was a cadre. As he put the other board aside, he said in yet another there, test the cadre with this? What cadre can't stand this test? But the next second, the lion scorpion took another 3,000 boards out, and wagged its tail with a flattering face. Apparently it also wanted the female monitor to wash its feet. That night, while Lin Knight was wiping out the darkness to tame the level 150 southern giant and level 180 tech pterodactyl, the Fairyland's overseer brought the lion scorpion to the Viking Island map. Lone Island Monitor 007, who had been waiting in the center castle for half a day, saw that the other party had actually brought a lion scorpion over. It was a happy moment. What? You even brought your family pet over to experience life? The corner of Monitor 771's mouth quirked. I'm getting double pay this month, and the lion scorpion is our monitor's most trustworthy friend. I'll bring it to have some fun. Lone Island 007, who had heard that this guy was double paid, said with a bad smile on his face, let's go, I've booked technician number 8 for you. As they walked into the center castle, they entered a narrow mine shaft with a natural pool at the far end. Some of the female monitors bowed in unison upon seeing the incoming guests and said, welcome to the Viking Island Red Romantic Foot Wash. The lion scorpion, who had shrunk to the size of a pug, looked at the female monitors with a face full of excitement, and his harangues flowed all over the place. Seeing this, Monitor 007 came with a bad smile on his face. Let's go to the second floor. Second floor. Monitor 771's eyes glazed over at the sound of it. While they were lying on the cot enjoying the push and massage, Lonely Island 007 also started to get to the point. How's that godson of mine doing in your wonderland? He didn't cause any trouble for you, did he? No, he's strong. I feel like even if I don't help him he'll be able to fight his way through the immortal realm. Just now I seem to have heard him say that he's going to catch some kind of sight dragon, feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex, and returning pig, and my brother leveled up the wildlife for him when I came here. Lonely Island 007 swallowed his saliva at that time. I grass. You dare so big? Li Meiying the shrew knows it can't help but do you. What are you afraid of? Your godson is my godson. You invited me to wash your feet. What's wrong with me helping our godson? I'll tell you if I get caught. Orphan Island 007. That expression couldn't be more touching. His voice was trembling a bit. Good brother, when my godson gets his hands on Li Meiying, we'll all be that humongous woman's elders. Directly give her a descending blow. 771 laughed at once. That's a good idea. Great big drop of Yossi. Next to him, Lion Scorpion was lying on the bed full of enjoyment, enjoying the nudge. He also asked the female technician, how old are you? Are you from the island or the center island? Do you have a boyfriend? That female monitor's nose was crooked with laughter. And just then, Wonderland 771's cell phone rang. It's true that what you fear comes to you. When he pulled out his cell phone, his heart stuttered. Bad. The Hummer is calling. Lone 007 also wimped out. The two of them are the ones who missed work early to come and wash their feet. Lonely Island 007 hurriedly shouted. Hurry up and pick up. If you don't, she'll have to kill immediately. Wonderland 771 forced down his fear and picked up the phone. Hello, leader, what are the instructions? What are you doing? A question that confused Monitor 771. I'm fixing the lion-scorpion bug. The lion and scorpion beside him even called out. Oh yes, that's the place. Li Meiying spoke there in an extremely irritated tone. If I see you making small moves again, I'll skin you. This month's double salary is pending. If you do it again, 3 months' salary will be deducted backwards. Go back and write me a 100,000 word review. After saying this, Li Meiying hung up. Wonderland Monitor number 771's expression instantly froze. What was it like to go from double pay to 3 months of back pay? That feeling is as hard as when your girlfriend gets pregnant and the baby isn't yours. Lone Island 007 gulped a bit nervously. Brother, are you alright? No, it's fine. By the time it was early the next morning, after washing his meat feet, Wonderland Monitor 771 returned to Wonderland with the pug lion scorpion as well. All along the way the monitor was there saying, "No, how did that humongous woman know about us doing all this, and knew it so fast? That's not right." The lion scorpion froze as well. When it thought of something, "You mean there are spies? There are only 3 cadres in all of Wonderland, and the only one left is the fire-breathing dragon." The fire-breathing dragon in the boss room had already stolen all the remaining boards from the lion scorpion, cursing as he did so. "Damn it! Washing your feet without me? After all our brotherly love, you wash your feet without me. I grass you up." The monitor went back and just wanted to scold that bitch of a fire-breathing dragon, but the fire-breathing dragon came straight up with, "I advise you not to mess around, but I have Sister Mei Ying's phone number." The overseer wimped out then. You've got balls." And at the moment Lin Knight, who hadn't slept all night, was laughing his ass off. His original plan was to go back the next day to catch the dragon, and it was estimated that it would take 2 days to catch the dragon, because the ones he's going to catch are level 145 or higher. Attributes are important if you want to beat the Wonderland difficulty boss with the 2nd generation Scythe Dragon without damage. Last night he went out for a sneak peek. 3 level 150 Scythe Dragons, 1 male and 2 females. Both the fullback pig and the feathered Tyrannosaurus caught a pair as well. The most outrageous thing is that he picked up a bunch of extraordinary fodder at the red airdrop lightpost, and with him stealing flying dragon eggs and making some more. Those dragons were all fed up on fodder. I grass. This luck of mine. Who would believe me when I tell it? Don't you dare believe it. I can't believe it myself. In one night the southern giant, wind god pterodactyl, side dragon and whatnot all came together. But Lin Knight wasn't a fool. It was impossible for an airdrop to produce fodder. And his expression instantly became a bit agitated as he thought back to yesterday when he picked up the extraordinary fodder at the airdrop. Holy shit, my righteous father came to help me in Wonderland? Unaware of the fact that Lin Knight, his grandfather, is bitterly writing a 100,000 word review there, it is clear that the back cannot help him, while writing and cursing. Fire-breathing dragons are the cancer of Wonderland. Lin Knight looked at this hole of dragons with a face full of joy, the corners of his mouth rising once again. The next boss fight is a matter of time. In a few days with tons of 2nd generation Scythe Dragons he can go for the boss. It's the saddle drawings for these creatures that are still missing. Still missing the sprayer drawings, and the fur clothing did touch 2 of them at the desert treasure chest yesterday. Lin Knight murmured with a contemplative face. The next step is to get artifacts and materials. Artifacts, it seems like the desert mining cave is the key point of the operation. But there should be nothing else. The hunter mining cave, and the lightless cave are all good to get. For the iceworm cave, go in and ride a bag lion, and pay attention to the transparent walls of the boss room, or else the boss won't brush. Lin Knight murmured with a pensive face, and then he opened the map to recall the coordinates of the artifacts, and looked at the artifacts in Wonderland, which totaled 11, one more than that of the Lonely Island. Gotta grab a bag lion if you're the iceworm queen, and you have to go in and download. Lin Knight said and got a little sleepy. It was now 6 o'clock in the morning. After another day and night without sleep he was obviously a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the side dragon eggs and feathered Tyrannosaurus eggs that were about to hatch in the air-conditioned room, Lin Knight's expression was a bit melancholy. He forced himself to sleep again after claiming those pups, and when the adult length was fed to 7% and the pack was full of food for them, he went to sleep. That sleep came at noon. Those cubs are going to stay scarred again. Unlike the flying dragons, some of them are going to eat the rest of the types of fodder and meat and whatnot. It was a good thing he didn't eat quality cooked fish, or he would have had to go down to the sea to catch Cthulhu and Dragon King to fight squid. He was planning to fight the boss and then go to the sea to catch the water dragon. Lin Knight, who never left a mark on the isolated island, is considered to be a complete milkman today, because he wants to make sure that every 2nd generation pup has 100% retention, or else he'll have to roll over to beat the boss. Arc endgame is not the same as handheld game. Endgame feed production is graded according to the quality of the egg. There are 6 grades: basic feed, simple feed, ordinary feed, superior feed, and extraordinary feed. Basic feed eggs he caught the dodo bird. Simple feed home have pterodactyls can be produced directly. Ordinary feed he has a dragon can also be produced. Superior feed eggs he intends to go to catch a few low-level eagles. There is mutton feed up quickly. Exceptional fodder he doesn't have to mess with if he has a scythe dragon. And extraordinary fodder flying dragon valley to mess with. Flush. Catching a few eagles isn't a game one time to take care of the fodder used for leaving marks and forget about it. It took an hour just to catch the eagle. And when I got home I matched the eggs and boiled them in a pot in front of 2 other people. The look on those 2 eagles' faces was just nifty and outrageous. This man is sick. Lin Knight once again resurrected to the small house in the desert and touched the treasure chests one by one. Touch half a day nothing. A spray drawing is only 175 attack. At that time he was there with a bitter face. What the hell? How come I'm so unlucky today? What he doesn't realize is that bad luck is still to come. When he rode a griffin to the Thunder Cliff at the southernmost part of the Fairyland map, he wanted to catch a high-level bag lion. He had searched and killed for over an hour. It was either a level 90 bag lion or a level 60, and he saw a level 25 bag lion. Outrageous. Haven't seen a bag lion over level 130 in an hour. At that time, Lin Knight was on the reef of the Thunder Cliff looking up to the sky and shouting, "Righteous Father, you messed with me didn't you? It's not even if you don't help me. You're still messing with me." An exasperated Lin Knight once again went to touch the treasure chest. This time it's a treasure to touch. Felt out a finished bag lion saddle with 85 armor. Lin Knight's expression finally eased a bit, and then proceeded to Thunder Bluff in search of the bag lion. That search took another hour. Looking at the level 135 bag lion that was finally brushed out in the distance, Lin Knight's eyes were on fire. I grass Nima. The arc featured. What I want what he does not come. I do not want flying dragon eggs. Level 190 brush to burst. And just as Lin Knight was about to go tame that pouch lion, he suddenly saw the pouch lion actually running after a crested pack animal. There was another strange rock in the distance. At that time, Lin Knight cackled. The next second that yellow stone suddenly stood up. A level 135 stoner. After standing up, he directly picked up the unwanted stone on the ground and smashed it towards Lin Knight's big brain. The griffin was smashed on the spot and wailed. There was also a loud explosion when the rock came over. Boom. The sound. It caused a sudden echo of deja vu to ring in Lin Knight's head. Yay boom. Fuck you. Don't you fuck me. My bag lion. But in the next second, the stoner directly slapped him with a big ear. As if to say, get lost. The griffin's blood level dropped as far as the eye could see. And that's when that bag lion jumped off the Thunder Cliff and fucked with the Ken's dragon that had swiped out of nowhere below. Covered up and bubbled over. When Lin Knight shook off that stoner, that bag lion also managed to finish off that Ken's dragon. But the miserable blood spots on that pouched lion told Lin Knight that he only needed to shoot one more arrow. And this pouched lion would definitely have to follow Monkey to the west. What a karma. Creation. I grass cannot so screw me. Today why so unlucky? Just as Lin Knight was cursing there, a level 145 bag lion suddenly rushed out behind him and was joyfully pulling out the anus of a lion vulture. Lin Knight was like a chicken blood at that time. Rushed to the hands of the billboard to surround. Let the griffins take the top of the pocket lions in field fence. The griffin's blood had gone down a good chunk after just being punched by the stoner. And now he had to be punched by the bag lion and couldn't fight back. Griffin, someone kill me too. As soon as the fire-breathing dragon in the monitoring room took a look at Lin Knight finding a level 145 bag lion, he hurriedly glanced back at monitor 771. The monitor was furious. What the are you looking at? I'm writing a review. I didn't brush it off. It's not normal for people to brush for 2 hours to find a level 145 bag lion. Monitor 771 caught the opportunity and stood up directly and cursed. You see again? Come out for a one-on-one fight. Come on. Have you ever caught anyone? Have you ever seen a dead person? Come on. Come out and fight one-on-one. The fire-breathing dragon smiled crookedly then. I'll see if you've written a proper review. One-on-one? I never fight one-on-one. People always beat me up. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had finally shot the bagged lion unconscious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. For insurance purposes, he still had a circle of rejects around him. Looking at the bitch's stoner in the distance, his brain twitched. When he fed the bag lion up with the extraordinary feed, he looked at the bag lion's 5900 blood level and his expression became arrogant once again. Ha ha ha, invincible. Apparently it's better to be good than bad. With the bag lion, Lin Knight was going to touch the artifacts. Since he didn't have a high attack spammer yet, he wasn't going to go to the desert cave first, and randomly come up with a 200 plus drawing he'd go back to. Looking at the map, He planned to touch them all from north to south. Well, let's go to the hunter's mines first. It's a lot easier with the bagged lions too. There's still some gear to get ready before then. Ghillie suits, insect repellent, claw hooks, crossbows, sprays, stimulants, roasts, water bottles, energy potions. He took a 175. While he was beating up materials to make equipment, the time had slowly reached evening. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly as he turned back to look at the flying dragons that were nearing adulthood. As the flying dragons grew up, their size began to surge, and they were already filling up the cavern. I guess I'll be an adult when I come back from the hunter's mine. I'll be able to unleash a lightning attack then. Take off, Lin Knight said with a face full of excitement, imagining that in the future, when he was sparring with someone in PvP, he would directly make a lightning move and stun a crowd. That would be simply not too cool. And then he uploaded both the eagle and the bag lion into a nearby light pillar. Because griffins can't carry bag lions, the hunter's mines you'll go to later are on a cliff. Lin Knight flew towards the hunter's mining cave in the northwest corner of the map on a griffin once he had prepared his things. Along the way he was still talking to himself there, like a chatterbox. 3 days at most. 3 days at most and I'll be able to solo through the boss. Then I'll bring the dragons of Fairyland back to the Lonely Island to give it to them. I guess I haven't talked to anyone in 2 days and I'm suffocating. Take them to fight the Ascension Cave again. There are already quite a few people going to occupy the land now in Scorched Earth. So when the time comes, I'll see if Tinger and the girls can beat the medium boss on their own. And if they can, I'll just take them over to Scorched Earth first and forget about it. We also need to recruit the Jin Wenxiang brothers. These two experts shouldn't be far behind Old Black. Lin Knight murmured with a serious face, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the hunter's mine. After finding a light post nearby to release the eagle and bag lion, he used the eagle to carry the bag lion to the cave entrance. Looking at the hole, Lin Knight's expression slowly became serious. After placing a sleeping bag at the door, Lin Knight rode the bag lion inside. The entrance to the hunter's mines is accessible to dragons, just only for a short walk. There are cobwebs blocking the way inside this mine, and when you get inside the main cavern, there are a lot of breaks in the middle, and it's full of lava down there, so even an expert parkourist wouldn't necessarily be able to jump over it. This cave is also home to the Wonderland mini-boss, the Lava Stoner. Like the Iceworm Cave in Fairyland, killing it has a certain chance of exploding Tyrannosaurus Rex drawings, including Cytosaurus drawings. Today, Lin Knight didn't plan on killing this guy because he didn't make an RPG bazooka. Quite a few materials are needed. When you're done touching artifacts and the flying dragon is an adult, you can do it faster by taking the armored dragon to fight for materials. I guess I'll have to keep brushing this hunter's mind to get the drawings when the time comes. When he got to the cave, Lin Knight took off all the clothes on his body. Further on you'll brush tons of spiders and ancient marrows. Ancient Maru is known to spit venom, which can do a lot of damage to a player's equipment, and is likely to strip you in 2 hits. And that was when some of the insects at the cave entrance saw Lin Knight. Spiders, titan pythons, ancient marrows, and other creatures all killed. A dozen or more to say the least. And all the grades are higher. Lin Knight attacked head-on while riding a bag lion, and blood began to rise from the insects in front of him. The bag lion's attacks came with a bleeding effect. After killing those insects at the entrance of the cave, the bagged lion had also leveled up to 7. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and ordered blood on all of them. This bag lion he's going to take to the Iceworm Queen later. The more blood the better. Attacking with just the bleed effect is sufficient. Once Lin Knight saw that there were no monsters around the entrance, he once again ate a rare flower, lured the creatures out of the walls. As expected, there were 2 ancient marrows in the wall. Come up with a mouthful of spit. If Lin Knight was wearing clothes, he probably would have broken them before he even went in. After finishing off the monsters in the wall and seeing that the bag lion's attack mode was neutral, Lin Knight took out his ghillie suit, and took a bite of insect repellent. The hole is well traveled, with no forks in the road. Ahead is a small hole strewn with cobwebs that the dragon can't get through. After taking out his crossbow and loading a claw hook, Lin Knight crouched and stepped forward. Looking at the 2 spiders in front of him, he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he looked up and aimed at the small steps above him. A claw hook to the sky and up he goes. At the back of this step is a small hole that you must crouch to get through. Lin Knight switched to the spray. For the most part, there are monsters near this hole. As expected, 2 titan pythons were dawdling at the entrance of the cave. This hole was so small they couldn't get in, and Lin Knight fucked them up with a few shots here and there. And then it was time for the trapeze. After crouching out of the hole, switch to the claw hook and take a shot at the roof of the hole above you. Straight up. Another great use for a claw hook is swinging. The trick is to pull the line of the claw hook as short as possible and shoot. Lin Knight just went all the way forward in the sky. Walking up to a broken cable bridge and looking at this familiar scene, Lin Knight thought back to when he first followed his master here. The man doesn't like to talk. Even if you were carrying a lot of stuff and died in the lava, he wouldn't blame you. Every time he taught Lin Knight he was attentive. Go forward. Even if you die 100 times, you will conquer every difficulty in the arc. If you can't overcome difficulties in the game, what about reality? Let it go. Lin Knight exhaled at the corner of his mouth and wasn't going to swing. He was going to use the route his master had first taught him to go over. It only takes a few shots of the claw hook to get to where the artifact is. Soon he made his way to a step to the left of the cable bridge and shot a claw hook into the opposite wall. There were 2 bats waiting for him, across the stone platform. Looking at the pool of water below, Lin Knight jumped in without hesitation. Bats don't go into the water. And Lin Knight found a chance to go ashore in the water to finish off the 2 bats, and then turned to look at the stone pillar in front of him, which had 2 more giant scorpions next to it. And in the middle of this there was a deep void with lava below. After taking out his spray and hitting the giant scorpion, the other foolishly ran straight for it while falling into the lava. Once you've made it to the opposite side via the claw hook, then aim for the wall of the highland cave to the right of the statue spewing lava high above. Shooting another claw hook, he arrived in front of the hole in the artifact. There is also an ancient maru and a giant scorpion inside the cave passage. Lin Knight stepped left and right to avoid the venom attack and managed to finish off his opponent. And then a claw hook across the lava directly in front of the hunter's artifact. After exhaling slightly, the face shows emotion. Next, only to hear another voice from inside the hunter's mind. Ha ha ha, one word, I'm invincible again. And at this moment, Li Meiying, who was investigating the radiation values at the center of the aberration Earth, after taking some samples with Diana, they discovered something even more remarkable. Diana murmured somewhat contemplatively, is there more than one Rockwell? How come there are still signs of his activity here? Is he still hiding in the aberration somewhere? And who are the extinctions in Genesis? Li Meiying looked at the values bubbling red on the data panel, with a worried face. If he has mastered the new cloning technology, then we will be in trouble. Gotta get to Helena fast. When Neon Li and Diana arrived at a space station through a freakishly oversized teleporter, they also saw Helena, who was doing data analysis. Li Meiying pondered for a moment before striding over. Helena, we've detected fluctuations in Rockwell's values at the aberration, and there are signs that he seems to be stronger. Helena turned slightly sideways to look at the arriving duo with a slightly unnatural expression. It didn't look much like a living person anymore, with veins all over her body densely packed in her already transparent light blue body. And then Helena slowly floated to the 2 women's body and said, he has already noticed that we have used the power of the 4th dimension to teleport people from other worlds, so I guess he is a bit anxious. Diana looked at Helena in front of her and felt a little zeroed in on the fact that Helena's powers had declined since the last big battle with Rockwell in Genesis 2. It was estimated that forcefully teleporting 8 million people over this time had made her divine power even more scarce. Li Meiying frowned as she looked at Helena in front of her and whispered, that Rockwell guy should be planning to take all the maps. His next target should be aberration, and I'm guessing that he's been able to make his own monitors and clone multiple doppelgangers. When the time comes, I'm afraid he'll send some rats to infiltrate the maps under our banner, and if he's allowed to find some strong people willing to follow the elemental master, then he'll grow even stronger. Li Meiying looked at the holographic projection of the Earth to the side when she finished speaking, her eyes full of loss. Helena knew that Li Meiying was still thinking about taking back Earth and finding out its timeline so she could go back to her time. Going home has always been Li Meiying's expectation, but this expectation currently seems no different from a delusion. Helena lowered her head and pondered for a moment before she said softly, I'll start with a map blockade through my sample implant later on to make sure that the Lonely Island, the Scorched Earth, the Center Island, and the Fairyland are foolproof. You send out data surveys and reconnaissance to Valgaro, Lost Island, and Viking Island. Aberration then. When Helena said this, Diana directly shook her fist and said, the Death King on the surface of the aberration and the Death Queen in the center of the Earth have been very abnormal lately. They've become more aggressive, and I suspect that some of the monitors of the aberration have already defected to Rockwell in a few cases. Meiying and I will go to the aberration server first to set up a defense line, and try to set up a super large tech force field in the green zone of the aberration. We have to protect the last clear land of this aberration. Helena nodded, her expression becoming a bit helpless. Well, hard work you guys. I'll try to find a way to resurrect the previous survivor leader Santiago as soon as possible. You guys hold on for 2 months. By that time, some of the survivors we summoned over will also arrive at the aberration ahead of time. Pay attention to the heart of those people. If they want to defect to Rockwell, just kill them. Li Meiying clenched her fists as soon as she heard this. Who dares? I'll directly stab him 100 transparent holes. Helena smiled. By the way, those 2 survivors you guys were talking about earlier who were good, how are they doing? Li Meiying hurriedly pulled up the information on Lin Knight and a few other people and read it with a face full of contemplation. Well, there's one with a kind heart. His name is Lee Eagle, and he's leading all of them at the Lone Island in catching dragons in the lower mines right now, and also taught those people various survival techniques and boss fight strategies. Should be the same type of leadership type as Santiago. Helena had a flash of light, and then she opened the monitoring of Lee Eagle's server. Looking at the enthusiastic and helpful young man in the screen, Helena nodded silently. Very good. Has the potential to be a leader, just a little bit less strong. Haven't gotten through the boss until now. And then Li Meiying took another information board and read. This one is called Bai Luo. He's much stronger than that Liang, and he can already fight bosses and is very organized. But all this technology should be from a generation of survivors that need to be nurtured. Helena hurriedly opened Shiro's monitor and watched that man was actually leading a group of people with armed wind gods and armed giant rhinoceros carrying Aaron to beat the iron. At that time she narrowed her eyes. This kind of ironworking technique should be outdated, but his character should be a bit tougher than that Liang. He won't take in everyone. Good character. The three women looked at the information boards with thoughtful faces. When they saw the last one, Helena's expression was clearly hesitant. Lin Knight? How did you run away to Fairyland? Li Meiying laughed awkwardly then. This person's strength is very good, and he knows how to cultivate a team and select talents better than those people. And he's a scheming type who knows how to lay out PvP in advance. I'm just thinking of having the rest of the few in the back go to Scorched Earth and Center Island to develop and hone. Put this. When Li Meiying said this, her lover Diana's eyes widened on the spot. Do you have something in mind for him? Li Meiying's face instantly became extremely rigid. Absolutely not. How could I love anyone else? I love you. Diana exhaled with a face full of relief. The corners of her mouth quirked up in a bad case of happiness. Helena was also a bit curious as she listened to Lin Knight, who was being praised by Li Meiying. What kind of person could make Li Meiying, a woman who had always been clear about right and wrong, treat her specially? Helena even really felt for a moment that Lin Knight was the person they were looking for. So then Helena spoke softly to the two of them. You two stop loving and hating each other and come over here to see what kind of person this Lin Knight really is, Helena said and pulled up the image of Lin Knight in Wonderland. Li Meiying also looked over with some anticipation. But the next second, an extremely ear-piercing scream was heard throughout the room. Ha 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 ha, I'm doubly invincible again. Omnipotent. Nothing can match it. I'm just asking who else is there. Ha, come one to kill one. 2 for 2. The screen showed Lin Knight wailing in front of the hunter artifact with a face full of excitement. The expression was extremely rampant, and it didn't look normal in any way. Helena, Diana. Li Meiying looked at Lin Knight in the picture with a lustful expression, and her entire expression was a bit dumbfounded. Helena's expression also had a hard time. He's the expert you're talking about? A strategist who knows how to plan ahead, and he can also train a team? Li Meiying said with some embarrassment. Don't judge a book by its cover. He is indeed an expert. He beat the boss of the Lonely Island by himself before. You guys believe me? Helena looked somewhat contemplatively at Lin Knight in the picture before she slowly tuned the monitor to Wonderland Monitor 771. She planned to ask this monitor how Lin Knight was doing. The next second, another extremely harsh tirade came from the room. What the are you looking at? Still looking there, aren't you? Come on. Come out and fight one-on-one. You think I'm gripping you? Have you ever cut anyone? The fire-breathing dragon on the screen was full of excitement and weirdness, because just now, Lin Knight had single-handedly pierced through the hunter's minds by himself, unharmed. The fire-breathing dragon then assumed that the monitor had secretly helped Lin Knight again. What's wrong with me looking at you? Don't you look at me too? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? The fire-breathing dragon said with a face full of disdain. But the next moment the fire-breathing dragon saw the image behind the monitor, and the Arc Trio was now looking at the few of them with expressionless faces. It was then that the fire-breathing dragon wimped out and didn't dare to speak. The lion scorpion that was still playing with the yo-yo star-tailed beast next to him was also too scared to move, and behaved like a dog. As soon as the monitor saw that the other party had wimped out, he laughed then. What? Aren't you a drag? Back in the day when I was knifing survivors on Viking Island, you were still playing with your fucking balls on a lonely island. Not convinced? Come practice if you don't want to. And just then Lion Scorpion suddenly whispered. Stop it, Helena's in the back. Monitor 771 came up with I'm afraid of her? At that moment, I'm not even afraid of my daughter-in-law. But the next moment he saw through his afterglow the three women in the frame behind him. On the spot he knelt down. Hello leaders? Probably because he was too nervous. He let out a fart while kneeling down. PFF. The yellow gas visible to the naked eye was like a poisonous gas bomb from a highly poisonous flying dragon, hitting the fire-breathing dragon right in the face. Headshot seconds. Helena spoke somewhat contemplatively. How about this Lin Knight? Is he this strong through the second-generation monitor system? Or is he relying on himself? Monitor 771 hurriedly said. On his own. He didn't use the functions of the monitor system. He didn't even put a skill on it. And just then, Lin Knight, in Helena's other image, started to act up again, his flying dragons finally coming of age. He also managed to unlock 3 skills, only to see Lin Knight's face full of excitement as he unleashed his don't money skills while strangely screaming on the prairie. Ha ha ha, worry, it's taking off. I am the king of thunder and lightning law. Flying thunder god. Raising his hand, a lightning flying dragon spit directly fucked up a few pleasant goats. And then he found his second uncle, Liang Long. Raising his mouth, he flung a shot of flame flying dragon's flame spit at Liang Long's dog's head, all the while yelling, "Eat my move, Fire Fist." It burned his second uncle's whole body with smoke and trembling. I'll ask who else has me invincible. Look at the ark's 10,000 realms. I am the ceiling. I'll go head to head with Mei Ying when the time comes. Give her an electric treatment. Diana became furious when she heard it. Auntie will go and kill him today. Against all odds dare to steal a woman from me. Li Mei Ying was also confused. What's the situation? She had never observed Lin Knight before. How come this person? Helena hurriedly shouted from the back. Diana, don't be impulsive. I just looked at this person's values and records. He really did fight through the boss with his strength and didn't abuse the ability of the monitoring system. And this person's fit is so high that it's infinitely close to 100%. Diana was a bit unconvinced and took Lin Knight's datapad and looked at it. How is this possible? How can it be so high? Diana murmured softly. Although this person is crazy in words and actions, he still has strength. So let's observe and see. You guys better go to Aberration to properly set up the defense of the green zone. The 2 women left there with a hint of confusion. And the whole time Diana had a cold face. Li Mei Ying rushed over to pull her girlfriend's hand and said, "Don't be angry. I haven't even seen him. He may not be talking about me." Diana was in a bad mood, like a jealous little woman. "Don't touch me. You dare to keep a man behind my back, and send him to Wonderland alone? You?" Before the words were out of her mouth, Lena Young went straight for a wallop and pinned Diana to the wall for a hard kiss. Diana's eyes went wide at once and she tried to break free. But in terms of force alone, how could she be a match for Li Mei Ying? It's clear who is the attacker and who is the recipient. And at this time, Lin Knight, who had been mad for half a day in the immortal grasslands, had also discovered an extremely comical problem. It seems like his stamina is limited to 2 flying dragon skills, and the damage doesn't seem to be too high. Keep in mind that flying dragon's spit is directly tied to flying dragon's melee damage. Lin Knight's melee damage was only 100, and humans still have a lower initial attack than flying dragons. This skill is very good at bullying the weak. The damage is a bit low. It's really a bit prickly and scratchy, but it's better than nothing, and if I ever run out of weapons, I'll have the skills to defend myself. Lin Knight subconsciously rubbed the back of his head before he turned his gaze towards the Flying Dragon Valley. He wanted to go on an experiment, a long-awaited experiment. After thinking about it, he flew towards the Valley of the Flying Dragons on his griffin and pulled 3 flying dragons at a time to his trapped dragon room. All 3 attributes of flying dragons are available. After parking the griffin to the side, Lin Knight walked to the trapped dragon room with some anticipation. Looking at the 3 fat dragons, he smiled lewdly. There is a setting in Ark where the spit of a flying dragon of the same species cannot do damage to its own kind. A lightning flying dragon can't spray another lightning flying dragon even for 3 years, because the elements seen only by the same flying dragon are immune to each other. When Lin Knight walked up to the trapped dragon room with a hint of anticipation, the first to attack was the flame flying dragon. A flaming jet directly burned Lin Knight into a fireman. Ow, holy shit, it's not right. Ha! Lin Knight was just about to run when that lightning flying dragon sprayed a volley of lightning, directly electrocuting Lin Knight before he died violently on the spot. Lin Knight, who had revived in the small house next to the trapped dragon room, had a slightly twitchy expression. You big shot. What the hell? This isn't right. Didn't they say that if you catch a full-leveled dragon you get its abilities? Unbeknownst to her, Helena had just shut down Lin Knight's system for 5 minutes in order to record his values. Lin Knight also screamed strangely at that time. What's the situation with Xiao Meiying? How come it's not the same as what I said before? Why can't I release my skills? Lin Knight shouted as he released a lightning attack, but he couldn't release it anyways. Not only could it not be released, but even little Meiying had disappeared. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. And at the moment, Helena was placing a ban on Lin Knight through the air. Once Lin Knight intended to defect to Rockwell to make an enemy of Li Meiying and the others, Lin Knight would permanently lose the right to use the second-generation monitoring system, and will lose the ability to resurrect. Helena looked at Li Meiying's virtual image with a face full of contemplation and said, "Remember, you only have one mission. Think of ways to make this person be able to stand on our side. Otherwise," Li Meiying's silhouette said with a face full of nervousness, "I know. Don't worry. He will definitely not be an enemy of us. Soon you guys will know." Helena nodded. "Go ahead. you can only reveal a small portion of your abilities until he actually becomes a leader. Yes, and at this moment, Lin Knight, who was still on the prairie and planning to give electrotherapy to a few boiling goats and sheep, suddenly saw that little Maying had once again appeared in his mind. Don't yell, I just died, and dropped the line. You're now immune to the flying dragon's elemental attacks. Try it. Lin Knight listened to the other party's words with a contemptuous expression. When he came to the trapped dragon room again to walk up to the 3 flying dragons, he walked over with a despondent look on his face. Lightning Flying Dragon was the first to attack, with a move of lightning spit that nourished and bubbled with light. The Flame Flying Dragon and the Poisonous Flying Dragon also began to release their skills, but this time Lin Knight didn't give a shit. It was then that his eyes widened and he subconsciously took 2 steps forward. After confirming that there were no problems, he shouted then, "Ha ha ha, again." The words were not finished. He was then directly bitten to death by one of those 3 flying dragons. After resurrecting again, Lin Knight's nose was crooked with triumph. When I get another stone man, I'll be all bloodied up, all iron armor running underneath someone's gun turret to suck up bullets. Won't I be more resilient than a king? Xia Meiying was there with a nervous face and looked at Lin Knight and said, "You don't want to use the monitor's skills to fight the boss. Otherwise Li Meiying and the girls will make you fight again. PvP they don't care about you, but PvE you're one step at a time. Because there are still a lot of people who want access to the Generation 2 surveillance system, and you've got to convince them to play through PvE on merit." Lin Knight's eyes widened at that moment. Holy shit? You mean to say that my Meiying is peeking at me? Talk about peeking. Ha ha ha, then I'll show her what it means to be a real man. See if I don't charm her to death. Lin Knight's eyes widened with excitement before he prepared some new things. Intending to go to the Lightless Cave to touch the artifacts. Definitely need to touch all the artifacts today. After realizing that Li Meiying was peeking at him, Lin Knight's eyes had been putting out lasers, as if he had red eyes. Looking at the gear he had on him, he had nothing with him, just a crossbow and a couple of claw hooks. Then it's time to run on the griffin to the entrance location of the Lightless Cave, coordinates 2141. The place is easy to find. Behind the old castle building on the east side of Vantage Bay, there is a huge cave entrance. There's a pool of water in front of it. Every now and then the Imperial Crocodile and Heavy Clawed Dragon will be swiped around. The griffin subconsciously gulped as he looked at the black cloth of the lightless hole. Don't wimp out. The darkness is in our favor. A true man dares to face the ultimate darkness head-on. Helena in the monitoring room looked at the mouth full of Lin Knight with a hard expression. She even felt that this person was a late-stage cerebral palsy. Who in their right mind ARC players talk to themselves, and with his own dinosaurs? And at this moment, Lin Knight also flew in on his griffin after shouting. The originally dark, lightless cave was like daylight in his eyes. He then rode the griffin all the way down the cavernous path, the very first stretch of which had no forks in the road. After flying for a while, he saw a bright light ahead on the right. A short patch of grass came into view. I remember that the first fork in the road is up ahead. Take the left. Lin Knight stroked his chin as he recalled the route he had taken. And then on the griffin he flew off to the left fork in the road. That's when he also saw some of the creatures coiled inside the cave. 2 ancient giant lizards crawling and scurrying about on the ground and 3 spotted dragons curled up asleep on the ground. Lin Knight took the binoculars and looked at them. 2 level 150 spotted dragons and 1 level 20. At that time, he was happy. Holy shit, I only found a level 150 spotted dragon after searching for so many days in the Lonely Island in the first place. And this time I came across 2 of them. Sick. Turning he flew toward the second fork in the road. In fact, the artifacts in the Cave of Lightlessness are white-knuckle pickups for veterans. Because it's not forbidden to fly, even if you ride in on a flying dragon to kill it. It's disgusting to be dark and invisible. Newbies will get lost 100% of the time if they come in without lighting items. Soon Lin Knight saw a place with direct sunlight, and seeing this place, that meant the artifact was nearby. The vast majority of veterans will also use this hole in direct sunlight as a reference point. Lin Knight directly accelerated and rushed over, and what met his eyes was an immunity artifact. You don't have to kill monsters the whole time, just memorize the route. When Lin Knight picked up the immunity artifact, he turned right around again and went to the place where the sunlight had just shone in. This cave is home to 2 artifacts, and both are white pickups. Only the location of the second cunning artifact will get a lot of newbies lost. The cunning artifact side of the road has a lot of forks in the road. 4 in total. Lin Knight looked at the 4 forks in the road. The leftmost cave had a cloud of green fluorescent plants, and the location of the artifact was in the second cave from the left. Fly all the way ahead and you'll see an extremely beautiful crystal. When Lin Knight arrived here, he also knew that the second divine artifact was just around the corner, and then flew through the right junction of the huge crystal, and at the top he saw a dead end, and the location of the artifact is directly above this dead end. Lin Knight rode his griffin directly upwards, and the caliber of the small hole above him was just enough to allow the griffin to pass through. If it's riding a flying dragon, it won't be able to get up there, and you'll have to get off the dragon and hit it with a claw hook. Looking at the cunning artifact that had already arrived, Lin Knight stroked his chin somewhat contemplatively. Instead of walking away, he froze, looking at the cunning artifact that had just been touched away and then refreshed again. Lin Knight's expression was a bit complicated. There is a time refresh mechanism in ArcC. Sometimes when you just take the artifact, it immediately refreshes. And everyone can also only have one type of artifact in their backpack at a time. Can't take more than that. There is only one creature that carries on its shoulders that can carry more of the same artifact. The otter. Should I go catch an otter? If there's a level 150 otter, will I be able to carry 2 more artifacts at a time? If we carry the otter on our backs again, then we'll be carrying 4 more of the same artifacts at a time? Lin Knight murmured with a face full of contemplation. After some thought, it was better to plan on touching all the artifacts before catching cute creatures like otters. After returning home, Lin Knight looked at the time and planned to touch the desert treasure chest first. If he could touch the high attack spray, he was going to go ahead and do the hardest desert maze in Wonderland today. But after feeling around, he still found nothing. It's just a squirt. So hard to brush off? Lin Knight looked at the time. There were still 2 hours until Baggy Lion was re-uploaded. When he could upload it, he'd go back to the ice cave and touch the artifacts to see if he could get a better spray out of killing the Sandworm Queen. He was just going to go ahead and fight a wave of iron and burn it. And before that, he had to take the weighted flying dragon to upgrade and get his weight up to 3500 plus at a time before he could do so. Looking at the negatively heavy flame flying dragon that was already an adult, Lin Knight walked over with a face full of excitement. Go, Dad will take you to Slaughter Dragon Valley. Upgrade. Moreover, Lin Knight had given it a name, Wang Xinyu. The next second, Lin Knight rode Wang Xinyu towards the Flying Dragon Valley and killed him. Flame Flying Dragon, I'm a dragon with a name too. Lin Knight quickly rode the Flame Flying Dragon to the Flying Dragon Valley, wanting to quickly upgrade the dragon. There were only 2 ways to do so without a cryogenic chamber. People rubbing materials or making building materials on the side. And another is killing creatures. And the Flying Dragon Valley in Wonderland is the perfect upgrade treasure. Flame flying dragons were immune to the spitting breath of other wild flame flying dragons. And Lin Knight was using this trait to ride his flame flying dragon in the Flying Dragon Valley to specifically kill those wild flame flying dragons. Wild flame flying dragons put out flame spits a lot of the time and take a few bites now and then. Lin Knight's flame flying dragon, on the other hand, was directly stuck inside the Flying Dragon Valley's nest, gnawing on the other side alive. It didn't take long to kill 5 of them, and his flame flying dragon had lost a lot of blood. The wild flying dragon boosts a lot of experience. Lin Knight looked back at his trapped dragon room with a playful expression. Once he had 15 second generation scythe dragons, he used this trapped dragon room to keep pulling wild flying dragons over to upgrade the scythe dragons. You can pull 3 or 4 flying dragons at a time. Upgrades are absolutely flying. When his flying dragon's load was increased to 3,000 points of load, he went to the grassland with his flying dragon carrying the armored dragon in his mouth. Most every raised rocky bluff in the prairie will have buried metal underneath. Those metals would only show one edge out, and others were buried under rocks. Lin Knight looked down and scrutinized, first leading the armored dragon to a metal mine in front of the Flying Dragon Valley, next to a patch of pink flowers. This flower produces silk, with which you can make the magic weapon of iron smithing, the whip. Whip is an artifact in both PvE and PvP. No matter what you go out for, a whip is a must. There are just so many things to do with a whip. You can whip the eggs in someone's house through their wall, as long as they're not too far apart. You can also use a whip to go to the rivers of the scorched earth and pump pearls. A trip is a big few thousand. You can also whip a weighted dragon to force it to move. In PvP, the whip can also have the effect of disarming. Using the whip on an enemy, you can just grab the weapon out of his hand, which is very useful. After making the whip, Lin Knight started riding the armored dragon around the neighborhood to make iron. Etherosaurus has a sexy ass that shakes up every time it whips the metal before slamming it down and splitting it in half. As for the attribute points of this second generation armored dragon, Lin Knight added all of them to attack. The load is only a pathetic 600 points. It didn't take much metal to hit it, and that armored dragon had a confused look on its face stating that it couldn't carry it anymore. It was overweight. But the slaver incarnate, Lin Knight, took a whip and whipped the armored dragon in the back, and the dragon would take a few steps forward in pain. Using this approach, you can always have Ketron overweight iron. After hitting an area of metal, then have the flying dragon fly with the armored dragon in its mouth. Throw it to the next metal mining site before using the whip to whip the armored dragon to heal. The entire meadow took him an hour to dry over 60,000 metal, delivering it back and forth 3 times, and then proceeded to hit the mangroves on the east side. Once you beat the mangrove metal, the grassland metal refreshes. Many veterans memorize mining lines. and all-day ironing is achieved by memorizing them. 2 hours later, Lin Knight also placed a row of refining furnaces to burn iron at the entrance of the base home's cave. You'll be able to make industrial furnaces later. It's almost time to go to the Iceworm Cave and kill the Iceworm Queen. Hopefully something good will come out of it. And then we can tame a few mantises with the horns the queen popped for fun. Lin Knight looked at the night that had darkened again, his expression somewhat despondent. One-man games are often the most boring, but for the future so that his partners can have a safe place to stay, he had to step up his game and do whatever he could to dry out the ice caves and mazes of Wonderland today. Tomorrow, I'll go get materials while bringing the side dragon upgrades, and the day after that, I'll go work on the bosses. The usual rules apply. First come to the locker and prepare the gear you need. Legendary fur breastplate and gloves, fine fur gauntlets, primitive fur hat and shoes, and then a torch and draft were prepared. After bringing some blood vials on him, he shuffled his points through Oblivion Soup. Blood 400, weight 300, the rest all points for speed. This time he didn't have a claw hook with him, and the two nastiest mines in Wonderland were the Ice Cave and the Labyrinth. Claw hooks can't be used inside, and dragons can't get in without a cryo chamber. After riding the bag lion to a nearby pillar of light to pass inside, Lin Knight turned around and rode the flying dragon towards the ice cave. The ice caves in Wonderland aren't the same as the ice caves in Solitude. The entrance to the ice cave in Wonderland is flyable, and it's a good way to find your way inside this cave by running straight to the waterfall inside and following it to the mini-boss room. And you have to kill that mini-boss to get the artifacts in the back. For more treasure chests will be refreshed outside the first main cave in this ice cave. Anyone who comes can ride a flying creature for nothing. There's little danger. But Lin Knight naturally didn't look at these blue and yellow treasure chests, which never produced any treasures. No comparison to those 5 red treasure chests in the desert. Soon, Lin Knight arrived at the no-fly zone of the ice cave. There were 2 level 300 plus dog bears at the entrance, and after directly drying out the other party through lightning flying dragon spit, Lin Knight got off the flying dragon. You can't ride a dragon on the road ahead. There's a transparent wall of air keeping the flying dragons out. There are 2 forks in the road. The right side of the cave floor will have a lot of human blood on it, and you can also see a lot of dead people who have been frozen into ice sculptures. And the hole on the left, like the one at the Lone Island, requires crouching to get in. Going all the way in, Lin Knight saw a body lying at the mouth of the cave. I saw the man with a backpack, covered in ice and snow, and a pickaxe in his hand, trying to crawl out from underneath, as if he was very afraid of what was under the hole. But he didn't have a chance to get out again. His body had been cold for an unknown number of years. Lin Knight looked at that vertically downward ice cave entrance and jumped straight down. As soon as he reached the cave he felt a stronger chill. This one was colder inside than outside. Lin Knight also took out a torch, and just then, the ground in front of them began to roll, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and rushed straight over with the torch. The next second there was an extremely shrill insect sound coming from behind him. It was a giant deathworm of unknown dozens of meters. The upper body alone was almost reaching the top of the cave. The entire lower half of his body was buried in the ground. There's just one creature in this cave, and that's the deathworm. They run out of the ground whenever a living thing comes near. Lin Knight didn't even look at it and ran straight to the steps in front of him. And just then, a huge deathworm appeared in front of him as well. It was biting towards Lin Knight with open teeth and claws. Lin Knight was bitten, but he didn't stay. Drinking a bottle of energy potion and then sidestepping with an accelerated jump directly behind the bugs. Parkour mode is on. This creature has an Achilles heel. Even after drilling out of the land, it cannot move and must drill again to do so. Lin Knight's speed shouldn't be too fast, and he didn't care about the deathworms that came out the entire time. There are 5 or 6 of them converging in the back already. And just then, he finally ran up to a red treasure chest. Almost instantly he released his bag lion and saddled it with that 85 armor in the first place. It's time to pretend. Worms, your father is here. Suffer death. Although Lin Knight's pouch lion was only a generation wild, its blood quantity had been increased to 12,000. With its own attached bleeding effect and high armor saddle, hitting those bugs is like playing with eggs. It didn't take long for blood spots to appear on their bodies. Back-to-back lineups. The rest of the way is great. Killing and touching along the way. Most of the treasure chests in the ice cave were red, and Lin Knight wanted to see if he could touch the high attack sprites. He'll have to take 3 more to beat the difficult boss the day after tomorrow. Once again, nothing. Lin Knight also noticed that something was wrong, and his level of resourcefulness had always been high. Thinking back to all the good things he encountered in the beginning, Lin Knight murmured somewhat contemplatively, could it be that Li Meiying and Helena know that the monitor is secretly helping me? So now my good fortune is gone and everything is on me. Plus his system, Meiying, told him that those people in Helena were watching him. Lin Knight thought about it with a somewhat complicated expression. He vaguely guessed something. They are so desperate for strong people that they want to train them through various circumstances. That can only mean one thing. Is old Luo gripping again? I guess he's out of his physical body now? No longer the kind of sarcoma from Genesis 2. He's reached the fourth dimension. When Lin Knight thought of this, he directly shouted from his spot. Mei Ying, don't you be afraid. Brother is coming to help you. Wait for me. Diana in the monitoring room argued with Li Mei Ying on the spot and started to get upset again. Lin Knight continued towards the depths of the ice cave after pretending. When he saw an icy waterfall, his expression immediately became cautious, because the next operation, if not done correctly, will kill him right here. He looked at the frozen lake in front of him and the icy waterfalls all around him, and jumped off the bagged lion, and set the bagged lion's following distance to closest. That way the bagged lion would stay close to Lin Knight's ass. There is an extremely disgusting official setting in this hole. If you get to this waterfall and you're riding a dragon, it won't refresh the mini-boss Ice Worm Queen below. It doesn't refresh out, and the wall of air in the artifact room behind it doesn't dissipate. Same setup as the last machine path in the desert maze of Wonderland. You just ride the dragon and the creature inside goes apeshit. It just hides and doesn't come out. You can't get the artifacts either. Lin Knight looked at the scenery below the waterfall with a wistful expression. There are some frozen dinosaurs down there. Brontosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and so on, and their bodies have been turned into 10,000-year-old ice sculptures that remain here forever. After exhaling, Lin Knight jumped straight down, and the bagged lion behind him followed Lin Knight down the waterfall. And just as Lin Knight landed in the frozen lake below, a pink alert message appeared above his head. Survivor count being calculated. Elite Ice Worm Queen, it's coming. Lin Knight didn't think much about it, rushed to the shore and continued to run forward, because there's another wall of air around the perimeter of this frozen lake. You can't get through on a dragon. You can only get the dinosaurs to follow you out by following. If you have a cryopod, then that's a different story. Just run down and throw a south giant out. Invincible. And just then, a red mass of light below began to tumble to the ground. Lin Knight was the first to mount the bagged lion and waited down below for that Ice Worm Queen to appear. Soon, a level 10 Ice Worm Queen of even greater size, with a reddish light emanating from its entire body, broke out of the ground. Lin Knight directly rode the bagged lion and gnawed on it. The bleed effect instantly causes the opponent's blood to gush out, bearing their blood. And at this time, Diana in the monitoring room has been completely angry. Dumped Li Mei Ying and went to the aberration. Li Mei Ying looked back at Lin Knight, who was singling out the Ice Worm Queen, with a somewhat complicated expression. Without giving it much thought, he hurriedly chased after her toward her wife Diana. Nana, listen to me. It's not what you think. You can pull the surveillance. I never went to him. I love only you. Forever and ever. Can you just let me explain? Without looking back, Diana went straight through the teleporter to the aberration. Li Mei Ying's head was big. What is all this called? How am I so unlucky? And after that she went aberrant. What they didn't know was that Rockwell, who had been resurrected again in the Genesis 2 ship, was also looking at Lin Knight, who was singling out the Ice Worm Queen. At the moment, this person is actually so close to the elemental, he cannot stay. All the techie elements are mine. Mine. And in Rockwell's data panel, the name of a one-eyed survivor was very prominently displayed there. It was none other than 10,000 dragons who intended to subdue the Black Whirlwind. Rockwell looked at Wan Long's value panel with a grim expression and spoke to the new corrupted creature below. Go give my cells to this one called Wan Long. I can't go to Wonderland yet. Tell him to make sure he finishes off this second generation monitor for me within a month. Be careful when you sneak in. Don't get caught. And if you fail, suffer the consequences. Trilling, the corrupted creatures below rushed out, their faces terrified. Lin Knight, who had already beaten the Ice Worm Queen to half-blood in the ice cave, had a disdainful expression. Even if he wasn't riding a bagged lion, this Ice Worm Queen was no match for his bagged lion. It didn't take long for that Ice Worm Queen to karma. There was also a howl that sounded like a female ghost before she fell to the ground. Lin Knight also obtained the Death Worm Horns and Sandworm Queen loot. With these Death Worm Horns he can go catch mantis for fun. Because he had a lower load, he put everything into the bagged lion. And then a few accelerated jumps on the bagged lion brought him to the nearby treasure chest. After killing the Ice Worm Queen, it is possible to swipe a few red treasure chests out, and there is a chance that the Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle drawing will come out. Lin Knight searched from one to the other, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. He hasn't touched anything good in the last 2 days. One bad luck at a time. Do you want to mess with me like this? Holy shit, this is worse than my luck before I crossed over. I'm a good person. Isn't it true that good people have good rewards? My good karma. Before the words were finished, Lin Knight narrowed his eyes, because he saw the spray in the treasure chest. But that attack is just bullshit. 225. Or the finished product. What a nasty piece of karma. Is this what you guys are doing to me? A good guy? Lin Knight cursed as he ran towards the last treasure chest, but when he reached his heel, his left eye suddenly jumped. Lin Knight froze for 3 seconds then. This feeling, it won't be. When he opened the last treasure chest, his eyes widened and even his breath caught in his throat. Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle drawings for 124 armor. Holy shit, love around the corner. And Naya, it's true love. And at this moment, the overseer in the Wonderland boss room immediately shouted with the fire-breathing dragon. It wasn't me who swiped it. I was writing a review. Are you sick? At this time, Lin Knight's voice broke with laughter. 124 armor. To know that this is the highest value in the official clothes. He was just too happy. So happy that he even forgot to go to the last artifact room. Though he hadn't tamed the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Wonderland, his orphan teammates needed it all too much. Having this greatly increased their tolerance for fighting bosses. This drawing can already be considered at the heirloom level, and the silo is now up with tech replicators and all sorts of tech facilities. 8,000 niggers in the whole service. Playing materials that's not taking off? That's literally as much as you want to do. It was only when he was about to leave that he remembered that the artifact was still missing. So he hurriedly jumped onto the steps on his bag lion again and ran towards the artifact room. The inside of the artifact room was covered with the iceworm queen's eggs, and next to it was a southern giant that was about to burp. This southern giant was captured by the queen of iceworms to feed her cubs, and had already lost its ability to move, so it could only lie on the ground and languish. And they are immovable, purely for show. Lin Knight didn't make much of a stop, picking up the Unity artifact and bugging off on his bag lion. To get out of here, you'll also need to go and use a pickaxe to break up the huge sheet of ice outside. If you don't have a collection tool with you, you still can't get out. That's what's so disgusting about the Wonderland Ice Cave. Breaking the ice. Lin Knight rode the bag lion all the way. He also knew he had reached the exit when he saw the body of a human collapsed on the shore of the frozen lake. To get out you have to get in the water again and jump off this big waterfall. Outside is the Grand Canyon of Wonderland, and the river will be filled with piranhas and spiny-backed dragons. But since it had already come out, the next maneuver would naturally be difficult for Lin Knight. When he got home he didn't stop to breed the flying dragons to match an egg first. Then he led the crowd of flying dragons towards the Red Ark. The bag also held Tyrannosaurus Rex drawings and a bunch of whips. He's got to get all these flying dragons back, along with the drawings. He couldn't use them for a while even if he kept them. Especially the flying dragons. He'd be done keeping a batch of eggs for himself before hatching them, and keeping a few just enough to take up too much space. I promised them earlier that I would bring them back with fun, and today was the perfect day for it. When he returns to the island, he is revived in his bed in the underwater invincibility hole. After placing that drawing in the encrypted safe it teleported to Snowmass base again. That cabinet was so hidden that only Peach Blossom and Black Whirlwind knew about it. As soon as he arrived at the base he saw Peach Blossom talking to Thousand Abacus about some kind of planning. Lin Knight hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, "I've come to bring you warmth." Peach Blossom was also stunned, while the back showed ecstasy and shouted there, "You can come back. What's going on in Wonderland? Ha ha, what else could it be? Invincible all the time. Without further ado, I have brought you flying dragons, one for each of you. I still have to go to Wonderland to touch the drawings and plan to open the boss," Lin Knight said and downloaded out a bunch of flying dragons. Thousand Abacus looked at those bipedal flying dragons from Western mythology, and the whole thing's eyes glazed over into bullseyes. Holy shit, what kind of dragon is this? Handsome, bipedal flying dragons. Don't hurt yourselves when you ride them, their elemental spit is fierce. Peach Blossom looked at the flying dragons whose names had been changed by Lin Knight and smiled slightly. The first lightning flying dragon's name is Peachy Mount, and then Tingle Mounts. One for each. Without further ado old Peachy, go visit the underwater stronghold when you have time. I've left something behind. I'm going back to Fairyland. Peach Blossom hurriedly shouted. Aren't you going to say something in the tribe channel before you leave? Your wife is thinking of you. Lin Knight exhaled. Let's talk about it later. I'm afraid I won't want to leave once I see them. I'm in a hurry. After Lin Knight finished speaking, he once again traveled to the immortal realm. The corners of Peach Blossom's mouth rose slightly as she looked at these flying dragons that Lin Knight had brought back. And then he sent a message on the tribe channel. Families, go back to Snow Mountain Base. Lin Knight has brought gifts for you. Li Ting, who hadn't seen Lin Knight for several days, directly put everything she had on her body onto the A-Dragon, and then directly jumped off a cliff to kill herself. She couldn't wait. She'd missed him so much the last few days. After resurrecting at home, she rushed to call out Lin Knight's name. However, when Peach Blossom said that Lin Knight had already left, her entire body froze. Okay, right, Peach Blossom hurriedly said when she saw this. He'll be able to fight through the Immortal Realm boss soon, so I guess he's very busy these few days, and he should come back often later on. He's got a present for each of you. A drop-dead handsome bipedal flying dragon. Li Ting's heart warmed as she looked at the lightning flying dragon that Lin Knight had prepared for her. Thinking of that Lin Knight, who was fighting alone in the immortal realm, Li Ting's thoughts once again began to tumble unheeded. When heartfelt thoughts instantly break the joy that comes with a gift. It took less than a second for her tear ducts to break the bank, and then he turned back to the room, resurrected himself to the ironing point, and resumed ironing. Peach Blossom looked at Li Ting, who was leaving with tears in her eyes, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. In the back, Chen Yuxue and Gu Lengxin and the rest of them had also returned. Looking at the flying dragons sent by Lin Knight, everyone was like an excited monkey, riding a flying dragon. He took to the skies. Awesome! It's simply handsome, isn't it? Chen Yuxue shouted with a face full of excitement. The shock every newbie feels when they first see a flying dragon is extremely profound, including the author himself. Some people can even remember it for the rest of their lives. And just then a man riding a flaming flying dragon full of strange screams shouted from the sky. Ha 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 ha, my Uncle Lin gave it to me. My Uncle Lin remembers me. Handsome as hell. Ha ha ha. Huang Hao's face contorted with excitement and flew directly above the clouds. Peach Blossom looked at the crowd in the sky with a face full of relief before he teleported to the invincible cave under the water. Looking at that 124 armored Tyrannosaurus Rex drawing, Peach Blossom exhaled somewhat helplessly. How many times have you swiped it, really? At the gas caves on the Lone Islands, they've got people swiping drawings 24/7, but it wasn't as fierce as Lin Knight, who came back with top-notch drawings as soon as he returned. With this drawing, their Tyrannosaurus Rex breaks through a few more times. I guess I can just let Li Ting and the girls fight the difficult bosses. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had once again returned to Wonderland and teleported to the desert treasure chest spot to touch the drawings with his eyes open, and finally touching what he had dreamed of, an epic spammer drawing with an attack of 279. Lin Knight's gaze became sharp as he looked in the direction of the desert maze of the immortal realm, his battle intent rising. The desert labyrinth, known as the survivor's graveyard. Your dad's here. Author's statement, thank you for your support. There are some steps and pictures may be written more cumbersome. Here I say. So write mainly to take care of a lot of people who have not played the Ark and have been playing the Ark budding friends. The big boys have to see no blame. I know what you guys are saying about the new rules because I'm still playing. I'm not going to write those things for now because I'm going to write a long story. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to write it as long as I can. With the Lenny bugs and cryogenic chambers, the progress will be much faster. The plot is easy to fall apart. The Lenny bugs are too much of a disruption to the balance of the game. I'm going to put it in the back of the writing. And those bugs in the Ark are playing badly. I'm more or less going to mention it later, but I won't be mixing it in with the pre-production. Please understand that the main plot will not be mixed into the early part of the game. Daily Bowl of Misery. I had something come up during the day today, and I almost didn't make it in time to write the manuscript, so I stopped all my old books for a day, and I'm still making sure this book is 6 shifts today. So, big guys, give me a 5-star review. The difficulty of the Ark is now many times easier than it used to be. In the old days, the Wonderland Labyrinth deterred even many famous Ark up owners without a pixie ball or a climbing pickaxe. There are even some anchors who have accomplished the most famous achievement in the history of Ark games, the shame of a lifetime. Even now, with the pixie ball cryopods and all sorts of high-tech stuff, a lot of veterans who've been playing for years haven't beaten this maze. The complexity of the routes and the number of organs in them could be said to contain the top level of official Ark malice in them. There are 4 artifacts in there, and to get them all, you have to come and fight twice, and it's not the same route twice. Lin Knight recalled the route of the labyrinth and got his hands on the blacksmith's table to prepare the equipment needed to go down the labyrinth. This time he still opted for the ghillie suit and brought along consumables such as insect repellent, energy potion, stimulants, water bottles, vegetables, and grilled meat. For weapons he chose a sprayer and an iron sword, also brought flippers and carrion. The desert maze, like the iceworm cave, does not allow you to use the claw hook. Unlike the rest of the people like Lin Knight, he loved excitement and conquest. Thinking back to the time when he was in his master's tribe, there were 10 people and all of them wanted to worship him, but the man couldn't look at any of them and had no thoughts of taking on a disciple. And then it was too much to refuse, so he threw down the gauntlet. I'll take whoever fights their way through the desert labyrinth. Lin Knight's worship gift was naturally the 4 divine artifacts in this labyrinth, and when the other party heard the number of times Lin Knight had died, their entire expression looked extremely shocked. What shocked him wasn't Lin Knight's skill at the time, but his stubbornness. At the very beginning, when there were no major up masters on the raiders yet, Lin Knight had died in sight for days and nights, and had lost count of how many times he had died and couldn't remember. It's safe to say that at one time every floor of the desert maze was littered with his screams. After preparing the items, Lin Knight flew towards the location of the desert labyrinth on his flying dragon. Coordinates position 51, 77. Lin Knight walked to the front, and after dismounting from the flying dragon, he placed a sleeping bag in the doorway. What comes into view are two raised black reefs, one to the west and one to the east, and the entrance to the maze is under the reef to the west. After finding the location, Lin Knight took the binoculars and looked around. Soon he found two vultures pacing obscenely in the sand. To get through this labyrinth, you have to bring an extra small creature: dodo, megalosaurus, jumping mouse, thief dragon, otter, vulture, etc. Because to get to one of the back organs there is a life sacrifice required to get past it. Of course you can also pick your grudge seed teammates as sacrifices if you have a large crowd. Lin Knight had captured two vultures at once, a creature that was also peacefully tame. You just followed it and fed it carrion. First, he put one under the reef of the maze for backup, and then Lin Knight carried the other one to the entrance of the maze. Once on his heels he could hear the sound of some sword spikes striking, and at the entrance to the labyrinth there would be a whole row of spikes sticking out of the floor. It stabs out once a second and shrinks down. It's not bad. A couple of times. I've been there. Lin Knight ran in with a single accelerated jump, and upon arriving at the first room of the labyrinth he saw a few broken walls and some broken pillars on display around, and there were strange little buttons on those walls. Little buttons with English letters written on them. To open the entrance to the first gate of the labyrinth you must first decrypt it. Grata, murmured Lin Knight softly as he mumbled the sequence of passwords and began to start it up. The first letter G is right next to the knife-spiked wall just inside the entrance. Walk over and give it a little push. And the second letter R is in the far northeast corner of this room. It was blocked by a wall, though, and Lin Knight exhaled softly and stepped onto the left step with a single jump, and then stepped on the two deceptive letter switches on that wall and jumped directly behind it. The third letter A is in the southwest corner of the map, and there are no organs. The fourth T is on the wall in the very center of the room. When it came to the last letter A, it was time to test Lin Knight's operation, because the last switch requires jumping to the ceiling and following those falling stone pillars. He rushed straight to the northernmost center of the room and found switch H. Step on the switch H to go straight up the wall, then angle the viewpoint 45 degrees diagonally to the wall and stick to walk through it. If he didn't stick diagonally, Lin Knight was going to fall, and then he followed the wall around the house, looking at the broken path ahead. A few light steps and a small jump brought him to the collapsed stone pillar. The last switch, A, is in a prominent position, in a small 1x1 hanging loft. Lin Knight, who had already practiced here an unknown number of times, the wall jumping operation was smooth as silk. If you have a climbing pick that can only be unlocked if you have an aberration, you can just climb up the wall, or put an earth sloth out in a cryogenic chamber. You can also jump into this little loft by stepping directly on its back. As he activated the last letter A, there was also a rumble in the room. In the center of the room, a floor slowly opened up. The corner of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly. Looks like my hands aren't raw yet. After unlocking the floor mechanism in the first room of the maze, Lin Knight jumped straight down. It was deep down there, and after a few seconds of falling he fell into a puddle. As soon as you step in, there are only two choices for the rest of the way. Fight through or die here. There's no other way to go. The corridor ahead was wide and there were some torches for lighting on the walls on either side. Some statues that had been there for I don't know how many years came to life and stood there with spears in their hands. There are also many raised stone piles and buckled slabs on the floor. This design is just disgusting to newcomers. You step on it alright. At the back, many of those raised stone slabs are equipped with mechanisms, and when you step on them, either a python or a grenade or gas bomb will fall from the sky. Lin Knight's expression slowly became serious as he walked here. Ahead of you is a surefire game, and if you don't do it right, you're going to go down on the spot. As Lin Knight continued to walk forward, the stone door in front of him sensed that someone was coming to die and couldn't wait to rise to the roof. Lin Knight hurriedly crouched and walked over. This room was filled with burned people, and at the very front there was a huge statue that would spew hot flames at any moment. One could only walk crouching or lying down, and if one stepped on those raised slabs and mounds of earth while crouching and walking over, the mechanism would instantly activate. You have to die on the spot. There are also two stone doors on either side of the statue. The artifacts and routes behind each door are different, and the switch to activate the door was also different locations. This time Lin Knight chose to go to the right first, and then once again when he got through to the right, he would choose the left to get the other artifact. Looking at the slowly rising stone door, Lin Knight's eyes slowly became eloquent. When Lin Knight activated the switch, he had to crouch and walk over as quickly as possible, because those stone doors have a closing time. If he walked too slowly, Lin Knight would most likely be directly smashed to death by the stone door. Upon walking out of the flaming statue room, Lin Knight once again saw a stone door. Only this stone door was stuck in mid-air. There are two small steps at the bottom of each side of it that just support it. Below that is a big, deep pit, and if you fall, you have to start all over again. Lin Knight crooked his neck and shrugged his shoulders, preparing to jump again. The next path is similar to the wall jumping in the first room. It's all parkour type. A total of 25 spaced overhanging slabs with corners in front. If you have a mountaineering pickaxe, run straight through the bottom and climb the wall at the end and you're done. Dinosaurs, the kind of creatures that can climb walls, can climb them too. Soon Lin Knight activated the switch on the hanging stone door, and then jumped to the opposite step. Parkour mode is on. Others may not know. Even many bloggers won't know. And the online guides won't have what Lin Knight has. There are a lot of organs in this Wonderland labyrinth that have very obvious references. Just like the walls of the hanging stone slabs in front of Lin Knight, there would be some torches. Just follow the steps next to the torch to the other side. Include the mechanisms in the next few rooms as well. And pay more attention to the torches among the many mechanism buttons. The Forest Night Wonderland maze is all about relying on torches as a point of reference, whether it's a mechanism or a route. Soon Lin Knight started off with a big jump, dragonfly-like jumping several steps. This place is still a little less difficult for him. It didn't take him long to get to the corner, before once again accelerating from the overhanging pillar to jump. Soon they came to the stone gate on the other side of the river. After flipping the switch next to the stone door again, the view immediately became dim. The time for nausea has come again. There will be many bats circling above this room. Because it was so dark and the ceiling was high, you couldn't see much even with a torch. Lin Knight had already taken the spray against this little Karami. Naturally, it's no big deal. And Bongbong killed 2 of them with 2 shots, walking the dog back and forth along the walls of the room to get himself on a level with those dumb bats. After taking them all out, he flipped the switch for the next stone door. When you walk into this room, you are greeted by a red treasure chest that is very inviting. There were 4 huge stone pillars encasing it. However, this treasure chest was not something to pick up, and for the most part Lin Knight chose not to pick it up. You run just to get close enough to trigger the mechanism. There's no point in taking that risk. And in this room there are a total of 4 switches. In order to open the next stone door you must find the right one. To start something else you must also trigger the mechanism. Lin Knight looked at the wall to his left, which had a total of 3 torches on it. The correct switch is the rightmost button under the second torch. Lin Knight didn't think much about it and ran over and directly pressed it, while later arriving in front of the stone door. Here's when it's time for another 2-4-1, with a total of 2 stone doors, a left and a right, both of which still have switches next to them. Here Lin Knight chose the right side because he knew that even if he chose the left, then he would still have to go around to the right. It's a pit over there. The next thing he knew he was seeing new stone doors, various switches in the corridor. Some places have 3 switches appearing at once, some will have 2, more than enough to be outrageous, and each switch corresponds to a different stone door, and each time you press one, the corresponding stone door opens. If you pick the wrong one, a bunch of pythons or poisonous insects might appear behind that stone door. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth gently lifted, recalling the maze switch mnemonic that he had once figured out on his own. It was specifically prepared for this back-end maze, and as long as you got through here, you'd be considered a big success. The second half of the labyrinth journey switch mnemonic. 3 choices, choose the center. The torch post has a switch. 1 in front and 1 in back, choose the front. Both sides have choose the right. 3 or the center. The switch is hidden in the corner of the torch wall. Each activation of a switch opens a stone door around you. Soon Lin Knight quickly got into the swing of things with his self-created mantra that he was already too skilled to be a part of. People go to the maze looking for abuse. He's like going home. It's heartbreakingly skillful. When he got to the spot where the switch was hidden in the corner of the torch wall, he pressed the switch and a stone door slowly rose behind him on his right. Running straight to the far end, Lin Knight also saw a collapsed floor, another pit, and puddles underneath. The road below is less complicated, and the wisdom artifact is just ahead. After taking the artifact he made his way to the sacrifice room. There is a 1x1 fire pit in the center of this consecrated room. To open the stone doors on either side, you'd have to use either small creatures or people. Soon Lin Knight threw the vulture that had been hanging on his shoulder into it, and it took seconds on the spot. Vulture, I'll fuck you up. As the stone door slowly opened, Lin Knight also ran in once again. This one refreshes bats and is extremely dark, darker than the cave of no light. Lin Knight naturally didn't need to bring torches or anything for illumination because he had night vision. After taking out the bats along the way, he carefully dodged the buckled floors as well. Once you step on it, it's gas bombs and grenades or whatever you throw down. By the time he got to the last stretch, Lin Knight had stepped on every single one of those flat stone slabs. Because the mini-boss behind this hole, it has a setup just as nasty as the Iceworm Queen. You just have to ride the dragon or walk over without stepping on the floor. It doesn't refresh. You can't get the last 2 artifacts without refreshing. Disgusting. Soon after Lin Knight stepped on the floor of the last stretch of road, he saw a small switch in front of him on the left. If you don't have lighting, you won't be able to see anything even if you adjust the brightness. All you can do is hang around and cry. Soon the last stone door opened. Lin Knight looked at the long-lost lawn and sunshine. There is a sense of clarity. There are trees and lawns in this area. There was also a ray of sunlight coming in from the top of the cave. A herd of bighorns that had somehow managed to hide in the area were roosting. It's like a treasure trove. And at the far end of this space are two more artifacts locked in a wall of air, cunning and steadfastness. To open the air wall, you have to draw out the guardian mini-boss here. Lin Knight first chose the highest broken wall and jumped up from the side. And then one shot dried up a male bighorn. The little bosses that were hiding ran out at the smell of blood. Some transparent white predators appeared, both wolves and bears. And the more you kill one and brush it, and each one comes out with a higher level than the one before it. But none of them could hit Lin Knight, who was standing high above the ground. It didn't take long for Lin Knight to fuck up all those guardians. Artifact's air wall is also instantly unlocked. Lin Knight came before and after the artifact, and the mouth disease came back again. If getting stronger wasn't about pretending, it would be pointless. The maze? The maze is my house. Who is as dense as me? Is Xiao Meiying brother handsome? Ha ha ha. Lin Knight didn't even take 20 minutes to beat the desert labyrinth. Looking at the artifacts that had arrived, he once again entered a state of pretense. After realizing that people like Li Meiying and Helena were watching him, he should not float too much right now. After taking the artifact, he jumped straight down the waterfall next to it and ran wildly all the way out of the labyrinth mine. And then once again, he came to the entrance of the labyrinth to carry another vulture on his back, because there was still a second path to raid. The fourth artifact, the Heavenly Lord. He still had to go get it. It's hard for others, but for me, this is like my backyard. Lin Knight smiled crookedly, turned around, and rushed in again. The left side of the road is much easier. Starting in the room with the fire-breathing statue, he chose the stone door on the left. What came into view was a huge puddle. After putting on his flippers for swimming, he sprinted off again with a carp. The road back there was much smoother. Those switches are easier than the path to the right. When he came to a corridor with 3 stone doors, Lin Knight didn't hesitate to run to the center of the 2 stone doors and press the button. This place is the original circle. You need to run to the innermost to open the switch, and then run back to go to the back of the way to come to find the door. It is equivalent to a square circular corridor. The exit stone door in the middle of the far right. The switch is on the far left. Ride the dragon casually, run 2 laps, will be familiar with it. And that's when the stone door on the right opened. Reflected in Lin Knight's eyes was a field of spikes that constantly emerged from the ground. There were just a few empty spaces in the room. That's also where he landed. Lin Knight exhaled and directly ran to the very inside with a speedy jump. He was stabbed in the process of jumping, and he hurriedly drank a mouthful of energy potion to regain blood. Keep your blood healthy. Run inside and press the highest button switch. Outside, the stone door on the right opened as well. Lin Knight didn't stay much longer and hurriedly ran out again, in case the outside door closes. Running in, an all too familiar maze speed-passing mantra once again rang in his head. Lin Knight's self-created labyrinth mnemonic. Even for newbies, the maze is no longer a nightmare once you memorize his catchphrase. Enter the door torch and press the switch. Go to the head switch and press 2. Turn back switch and press 3. Look for the switch in the cylindrical wall crack. When he entered, there would be another switch under the first torch on his left, and Lin Knight pressed it without even thinking about it. During this time Lin Knight had to stay close to the wall along the left wall. Otherwise stepping on the floor in the center is going to trigger a trap. It's either a python from the sky or a dislike face grenade or something. When Lin Knight ran to the end, a treasure chest refreshed in front of him, and there was still a stone door in front of him. But Lin Knight knew there was no need to go any further. There are 3 switches on the wall to the left of this stone door. Lin Knight pressed the center and left buttons without even thinking about it, and then turned back violently and ran all the way. When he returned to the location of the 3 stone doors just now, the wall flanking the stone door on the right was also open, and within this were 3 more switches, each of which he pressed. The stone door in front of them opened. Then it was parkour all the way, a wild and furious rush. When you come to the corner at the end of the corridor and turn left, on the right is a newly opened stone door and it's still reading. If he runs slower, this door will close even if he just hit the switch. When you rush in, there's an extremely hidden button. It's in a crack in the wall, so if you're not looking, you can't even see it. And there's a good reference for this place, with English on the wall. As Lin Knight walked here, his mood eased. After pressing down, Lin Knight turned around and crossed left and right. The top of this corridor has to be filled with poison arrow holes, which are triggered by simply walking through them. But there is a pattern to their distribution, so just avoid them. Soon he arrived at the location of the Heavenly Lord Divine Artifact. The following is the same route as before. The front is the consecrated room, and the subsequent operations are all the same. It only took Lin Knight 35 minutes to single-handedly go through the maze twice. The fire-breathing dragon in the Wonderland boss room was filled with nervousness as he looked at Lin Knight, who had already returned home with 4 artifacts. It couldn't figure out how such a disgusting labyrinth of fairyland could be so simple under this man's hands. Next to him, Lion Scorpion was also a bit baffled. Holy shit, he doesn't even have a cryogenic chamber or a mountaineering pickaxe. How did he do that? The overseer, who was still writing his review, said with a sneer on his face. My god, nephew is just awesome. The artifacts will be all together soon. Fire-breathing dragon, you're waiting to be beaten up. The fire-breathing dragon subconsciously gulped, and in his heart, he estimated that the few remaining artifacts given for nothing in fairyland definitely wouldn't be difficult for Lin Knight. A brutality is picked up for nothing in the mangroves, and strong artifacts are taken directly without going down the hole. The devouring artifacts at the bottom of the sea are in a squid nest though, with squid all underneath. But for Lin Knight, he could just grab a random ichthyosaur and take a squid around twice to touch the artifact. The lion scorpion was still a bit disbelieving, and when it opened the map to explore, its expression became even more comical. I grass. Artifacts in addition to those 3 picked up for nothing. He got all of them. Next, just get the materials and come fuck us. The fire-breathing dragon kicked it full of annoyance. What are you so excited about when he came to beat us up? It shouldn't be that fast. Even if the artifacts are there, he's still short of materials, especially Dragon King Whale Blubber. That's not a good thing to get in the immortal realm, and he doesn't have any dragons in the water yet. Just as the fire-breathing dragon was talking there, the lion scorpion directly reached out his paw and tapped the fire-breathing dragon's shoulder and said, it seems like he's gone to catch the ichthyosaur. And at this moment, Lin Knight, who had already arrived at the northern beach of the Lightless Cave, looked at this natural shallow beach with an ecstatic expression. As he hid his eyes, he saw several ichthyosaurs, the highest leveled one at 145, and the remaining 2 at 25 and 90. Looking at the red sun that was slowly setting in Wonderland, Lin Knight's expression once again became resolute. There's no leveled water dragons to catch in Solitary Island, so I'll catch the Cthulhu dragon and squid today. By the way, I'll need the squid with full movement speed if I kill the Dragon King whale later anyway. Tomorrow, we can ride the squid to fight for materials, and the 3rd batch of dragons have reached adulthood, so we can pull them off to the Flying Dragon Valley for upgrades. Lin Knight said as he rode his lightning flying dragon to release an electrotherapy attack on the 2 megalodon sharks at the shallows. Fucked 2 shark chili peppers on the spot. In fact, there are industrial lines for catching water dragons, and there is a saying, conquer the ichthyosaur, and you conquer the ocean. Having an ichthyosaur makes it easier to catch creatures like Cthulhu, snake-necked dragons, sharks, Dungeness fish, king long whales, and more. After capturing the Tsang dragon plus the epic squid saddle that Lin Knight had previously touched in the desert treasure chest, you'll be able to go to the squid nest and mess around with the kills, brushing out level 150 squid very quickly. Soon Lin Knight put on his flippers, looked at that shallow pool below, and dove right in headfirst. As soon as he entered the water, 3 ichthyosaurs surrounded him. Lin Knight enthusiastically took out the lamb and shared it with the 3 of them, the 2 lower-ranked ones he was going to capture as well, in case they died and had spares. And just then, Lin Knight seemed to have seen a strange, long, striped object in the shallows next to him. It was then that his eyes widened, because he thought of the time when he had taught Li Ting to be a man. He had thought of catching a level 150 Dragon King whale. It will make a beautiful rainbow of spray when the time comes. And at the moment, across from him in the shallows, there happens to be a pink level 150 Dragon King whale. Yo hey, it's still pink. It's so damn flirty, it's a mental little whale at first glance. Lin Knight's eyes were ecstatic and he went straight home to bring the feed. Seeing that the second batch of flying dragon cubs in the family are about to break their shells again, claim them before taming the Dragon King whale. The water dragon and artifacts were already on his agenda list for this evening. And at this time near the Green Ark in the Scorched Earth 999 suit, a dark-skinned man resurrected silently. Black Cyclone, who had already bred the first batch of flying dragons with 6-6 and captured a stoner, came over early this evening. Looking at the server, which already had 15 people online, Black Whirlwind exhaled slightly. The other side has recruited 5 more people in the past 2 days, and they are not expected to be weak. He joined the other side for only 2 purposes: find the base of the opposing silo and stir the pot. Soon Wanlong arrived with his 2 minions riding their bipedal flying dragons. Looking at the Black Whirlwind who arrived a day early, Wanlong's eyes were ecstatic, and after dismounting from the flying dragon, he laughed out loud with a face full of joy. Good coming. I really didn't misread my eyes. Brother Cyclone will be our Dark Gold regiment from now on. It just so happens that another flying dragon is about to break its shell tonight. Come and claim one. Black Whirlwind softly chimed in. Thank you for your appreciation, Brother Dragon. Wanlong grinned at that moment. Ha ha ha, good, very good. And then Black Whirlwind was recruited into the tribe by the other side. and Wanlong rode a flying dragon to grab Black Whirlwind and move towards their stronghold. It didn't take long for him to be taken to the church in the scorched earth, and the other party was a veteran. So naturally they chose this place as a base. There are no teleporters yet. They keep the dragons out there. As soon as Wanlong arrived at the horde, he shouted, "There are already 16 people in our scorched earth's dark gold regiment today. This is Brother Black Whirlwind. From now on, we all get along well and strive to get through the scorched earth as soon as possible. Let's go to the center island." Those in the tribe are more aloof. Looking at the new Black Whirlwind, there was no one to give him a greeting. Instead, a man came forward with a face full of wariness. Black Whirlwind's eyes were lowered as he looked at this person. With a tiger's back and eyes as big as an ox, there was also an extremely exaggerated beard on his face. His entire body revealed a hint of arrogance to the extreme hostility. As soon as the man took a look at Black Whirlwind's lean physique, his expression immediately became a bit contemptuous. "An expert? Practicing with me, Jia Hu? It won't be a piece of trash that only plays PvE, right? The person you found for Big Brother. Have you tried him yet? Don't be a loser. When the time comes to fight, the brothers will still have to be babysitters." "Ha ha ha, that's not bullshit." Wanlong laughed softly. He didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Be polite. We are all brothers from now on. I'll go and get busy first." After saying that, Wanlong walked away. Apparently he tacitly approved of this behavior of Jia Qinghu. Black Whirlwind could also see that his opponent was planning to go one-on-one with him. Jia Qinghu watched Wanlong leave and then said with a sneer on his face, "Come on, practice?" Black Whirlwind whispered, "It's okay. Don't cry later. Have some balls. Follow me." Jia Qinghu was full of pride as he led Black Whirlwind to the open space behind him. Storage boxes have been placed on both sides and contain the same gear. The corners of Black Whirlwind's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the contents of the storage box. Thinking back to when he was abused by Lin Knight as a dog in Snow Mountain, he chose the same equipment as Lin Knight. Instead, the other side chose equipment such as flamethrowers and claw hooks. The showdown began quickly. Jia Qinghu came up with an accelerated jump and ran to the front to directly turn on his flamethrower, intending to second the Black Whirlwind at close range. But the next second, the Black Whirlwind flew straight into the sky. A claw hook hooked the back roof straight up into the air and hung from it. Jia Qinghu was just stunned at that moment, and then rushed to change his spray, intending to shoot. The next second Black Whirlwind was 2 arrows shooting. The cold light of the compound bow in his hand forced him to do so. Jia Qinghu was shot twice on the spot. Taking out his sprayer, Jia Qinghu once again fired at the Black Whirlwind in the sky. But just then, Black Whirlwind aimed at Jia Qinghu's head with his compound bow again directly against the spray shots. 1 arrow in a second. It was practically identical to the operation that Lin Knight had once abused him with. For veterans, some operations can be comprehended just by looking at them. The once again resurrected Jia Qinghu was obviously unconvinced. When he wanted to go to Black Whirlwind for a one-on-one fight again, Wanlong in the back suddenly appeared and said, "Alright, don't be humiliated. Go back." Black Whirlwind laughed softly, knowing that Wanlong had just peeked in as well. Seeing Black Whirlwind so alive, Wanlong showed his big teeth even more joyfully. "Ha ha ha, Brother Cyclone. Good skill. Come and claim your flying dragon cub. There just happens to be a pure black flaming flying dragon that matches you." Black Whirlwind nodded, and then followed the other into the base. Looking at that flame flying dragon that was only level 150, Black Whirlwind sneered in his heart. These grifters are beating the shit out of the hustlers. He didn't say anything though, guessing that the new arrivals were all low-level flying dragons. Wanlong and his Minders are all level 185 or higher. After recognizing the flying dragons, Wanlong also gathered the crowd together. Black Cyclone stood in the corner. Looking at the faces of these people, he always felt a little uncomfortable. Most of those people had tattoos and there were 2 bald heads. What's bullshit is that there seems to be a human siren pussy. Black Whirlwind looked at the airplane head man wearing a skirt and tennis socks, and subconsciously looked twice more. The other party also saw Black Whirlwind and directly tilted her head and threw Black Whirlwind a wink. "You're so handsome, little brother. Do you have a girlfriend? I'm Chun Chun." At that time, Black Whirlwind was as hard as if he had eaten a pile of shit from a gradual new elephant. Prickly scratch. The guy was still wearing high heels. A man next to him shouted with a bad smile on his face, "Don't be a demon. Don't scare people away. Big Brother will have to get you killed if he knows." Xiao Chunchun blankly glanced at the man with a face full of disdain and directly rolled her eyes at him, and then turned around and spoke to Black Whirlwind. "Little brother, if you don't know anything, you can look for someone else. I'm an old man in the tribe. Don't listen to their nonsense." Black Whirlwind held back his prickly scratch and bowed his head back. The man burst out laughing, as if he had found spring. And just then, Wanlong slowly walked forward and spoke, "Tomorrow, each person will have 200,000 medals. 10,000 crystals, 10,000 obsidian, 50,000 animal skins, 5,000 pearls. I don't care what you use. I want to see the results in your safe at 10 p.m. We don't raise losers here, and we don't raise soft eaters. That's it. Adjourned. Black Whirlwind walked out with a face full of contemplation. His flying dragon was too trashy, with a weight of only 700, hitting 200,000 metals, and he didn't have an armored dragon. Definitely not realistic. If he wanted to have a smoother time completing the later quests to get these people to trust him, he'd have to steal a high-level flying dragon egg tonight. Still have to catch a couple tool dragons he hasn't fed yet. Apparently we're going to have to work until the wee hours of the morning to get to bed tonight. And just after they adjourned, a strange corrupted creature silently and slowly climbed down from the top of the red arc. Looking in the direction of the distance, his expression was extremely grim. At the moment, Wan Long, who was raising the Generation 2 lightning flying dragon in the Dark Gold Regiment Horde, was still reminiscing about how he had once fought the Lion Scorpion boss, oblivious to the fact that a corrupted creature hiding in the shadows was currently watching him with cold eyes. There was also a constantly throbbing hunk of meat in his hand. There was also a blood-covered eyeball growing on top of that lump of flesh. It looks hideous to the core. And at that moment, the third in command of the Dark Gold Regiment, Chao Chun Chun, walked in with a pensive face. Looking at that Wan Long who was breeding the second-generation lightning flying dragon, he said with some doubt, "Boss Wan, should we hatch the mantis? Using the mantis with a high-attack iron sword can also finish off the lion scorpion." Wan Long looked back at the man with a somewhat playful expression. "Whether we use a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a mantis or a flying dragon to fight, it's not a big problem. Right now what we're lacking is the very best dragons. If we want to open them all tomorrow, the lightning flying dragon can easily beat the lion scorpion. First go and breed a few out of the feathered Tyrannosaurus Rex and the blood returning pig. Tomorrow you'll go brush the Flying Dragon Valley for a day and find me a level 190 lightning flying dragon egg out. The attack should be 350. Our flying dragon's attack is too low. There isn't even a shell breaking 300. Scorched Earth is not a very suitable place for a home base. We're aiming for Aberration. Aberration that places no fly. And extremely resourceful. It's a prime home building spot for PvP home building." Little Chun Chun rolled her eyes at that time. "That place is dark and clothy. There's radiation both on the surface and in the center of the earth. Why don't we go with Fairyland, then those 3,000 people on the lonely island can have a place to live?" "No way. It would have to be an aberration. The more extreme the environment, the more it can sharpen one's will. When the time comes, we'll place our main base in the aberrant radiation zone. It disgusts others as well as us." Wan Long spoke with a serious face as the hatching creature in the shadows held the lump of flesh up with a face full of tension. The eyes on the hunk of meat stared straight at Wan Long in scrutiny. That eye narrowed slowly, especially when Wan Long said he was going to the aberrant geocentric radiation zone of Anlao. Alright, Boss Wan. Then I can make a deal first. If you group up in the back, you'll assign that new little black brother to me. I'll go build a home at the entrance of the aberrant surface. Little Chun Chun spoke with a face full of excitement, clearly taking a glance at Black Whirlwind. Wan Long sneered twice. "I don't care what you're up to. You know my temper anyway. Our goal is to get through the boss as soon as possible, and then run through all the servers on every map from Genesis onwards. All resurrection points in every suit on every map are sealed." Kasumi nodded, while closing the door and going out. Wan Long exhaled with a face full of contemplation, his eyes grim to the core. The figure of Li Meiying suddenly surfaced in his mind, and his eyes were glowing then. Like most ARC players, Wan Long really liked Li Meiying. It's just that his likes aren't quite the same as anyone else's. He wanted to make the other man his dog. At the thought of that woman's heroic figure, Wan Long's eyes became playful. What would it be like to turn a powerful woman into a hobgoblin who only woos? And just then, Wan Long suddenly felt some tingling in his neck. Subconsciously, he went up to touch it, but there was nothing. What's that? Could it be that there are still mosquitoes in the ARC world? Wan Long said with a surprised face. Somewhat disbelieving, he went to the mirror and looked at his neck. Looking at it twice, it doesn't seem to have anything. Wan Long didn't take it seriously. And at the moment Black Whirlwind, who had gone out to tame the armored dragon and the star-tailed beast, was also being targeted. That hatching creature just now was looking at the values emanating from the Black Whirlwind with a face full of shock. It was then that it passed on the Black Cyclone values to Rockwell. Tech elemental fit rate of 85%? It's even higher than that. Wan Long. This person hasn't been discovered by Helena and the others? Not bad. Good job. Keep an eye on him for me. When he hits the lion scorpion, you know what to do. Go, my servant. As soon as Rockwell finished speaking, the corrupted creature burrowed into the metal of the Red Ark and it was as if it had disappeared. And at this moment in the Scorched Earth 743 server, Rokorokwai, he has learned how to adapt to a Scorched Earth environment. Looking at the 6 flying dragons in the house, his eyes hardened. Brothers, I'll develop as quickly as I can. You wait for me. And then he flew towards the distant mines on his flaming flying dragon. Having already been down the mines alone and the lone island as many times as the 666, it's no longer the same rookie who used to die everywhere he went. Today he planned to touch the remaining 2 artifacts in scorched earth. It was also just now that he had broken through the mine underneath the church by himself and gotten the exterminating artifact. Just as Rokurokwai was flying in the sky, the shoulder pet jumping mouse on his shoulder suddenly called out. 66's expression changed instantly. In scorched earth, creatures like jumping mice have the ability to predict the weather. Whenever thunderstorms, dust storms, or extremely hot weather occurs, jumping mice make different calls to alert their owners. 666 didn't linger much, knowing that later on it would be hot. Extremely hot weather. After thinking about it, he was still going to go to the other mines. It was just extremely hot and he shouldn't die with his ghillie suit on. Soon the entire scorched earth was covered by a stream of heat. The sandy soil began to smoke, and the whole earth was making a nuisance burning sound. 66 was clearly feeling parched. But when he thought that both Black Whirlwind and Lin Knight were fighting alone elsewhere, Rokuroku then shook the sweat from his head violently, recalling the way Black Whirlwind taught him to fight lion scorpions. Remember, flying dragons can breed. I've already built you a flying dragon trap room. Hatch a large batch of lightning flying dragons as soon as possible. Get the divine artifacts, and use the flying dragons to fight lion scorpions. Rokurokwai exhaled and turned around before continuing to fly away on his flaming flying dragon. And just then, Rokurokwai suddenly saw what seemed to be a strange flame in the distance. An extremely dazzling object seemed to be hovering in the sky. Lulu Kai looked over with his binoculars full of surprise, and suddenly his eyes were fixed there. It was a phoenix with golden feathers. It was as if the beings had appeared from a mythological story, roaming the scorched earth with abandon. A level 20 fire phoenix. The rarest creature in the scorched earth, an absolute creature not found on any map. Rokuroko's breath caught in his throat. He had heard Black Whirlwind talk about this creature before, as if it was tamed with flames. Lulu Kai looked at the hovering phoenix with an extremely grave expression. The rarest creature in the scorched earth. Even the excrement is a pearl of RA. Just as Rokuroku was there thinking about how to catch it, the extremely hot weather disappeared, and the phoenix turned into a flame and fell to the ground. Rokurokwai hurriedly flew down, and when he came to the ground he looked around for signs of the phoenix. But after half a day of searching he couldn't find it. What's going on? Where's the phoenix? Murmured Rokurokwai with a face full of surprise. He couldn't believe that the phoenix had just disappeared for no reason. So he used the method Lin Knight had taught him earlier and brought over a parafilm. Through the alarm mode of the parafilm, he saw a mass of red dots buried in the earth. After all, he had worked as a game anchor, and at that time, Rokurokwai thought of a possibility. Since it's the rarest creature in scorched earth, the method of taming it should be complicated as well. Thinking back to the phrase that Black Whirlwind taught him, taming with flames, his first thought was to use the flames of the flame-flying dragon. Suddenly he remembered the dragon-taming heart virtue that Lin Knight had taught them all. No matter what creature you tame, using a trapped dragon room will be the safest. No matter when. Even Rokurokwai himself didn't know that he didn't want to be a waste. Already learning to blend the specialties of multiple masters, the idea of flame-flying dragon plus trapped dragon room taming the phoenix had opened up in his mind. Could it be that only extremely hot weather fire phoenixes can appear? And just then, Scorched Earth 743 came again with 3 men. Bai Luo looked at the server with a contemplative face and came up shouting, "Chief Lin, I, Bai Luo, am here." Rokurokwai looked at the words on the public screen with a stupefied expression on his face. The next second a couple more men teleported over. Zhang Dongjie's face was filled with excitement as he shouted, Master, I beat the difficult boss using the method you taught me. We came to you." The few people who were traveling with him were also shouting there, "Night King, we're here." Ha ha. Rokurokwai hurriedly answered back from above, "Are you looking for our chief?" Zhang Dongjie continued, "Not bad. I'm Lin Knight's disciple. They all call me Dongjie, haha. My master Na? He went to Wonderland alone." Bai Luo's people's eyes widened when they heard that Lin Knight had already gone to the immortal realm. Holy shit. So he's already hit the scorched earth and the center island? It's only been a few days and he's gone to Wonderland. Still letting people play. Bai Luo hurriedly told his people to shut up. Don't be ashamed. This man is very strong. Let's join the tribe under him first. And according to the agreement, a dozen or so more chieftains should come here later. Rokurokwai hurriedly made a vertical torch to burn the fire where the phoenix had landed, while turning to collect those people into the tribe. 666 Kai looked at those big brothers somewhat nervously. Each one's expression was full of confidence, and at a glance, they were not ordinary people. At that time he was a little nervous and said, "Why don't I give you the tribune first? I'm not very Good at it. Bai Luo bowed his hand. No, I'm thankful for those 15 epic Tyrannosaurus Rex saddles and Scythe Dragon saddles that Chief Lin sent me. I can trust his brother. Zhang Dongjie laughed out loud as he looked at the several flying dragons and stone men in Lulu Kai's house. You have flying dragons and stone men, and you still claim that you don't know how to do that? Ha ha ha. Modest. 66's expression was a little hard to bear, and he had a feeling now. It was as if he couldn't catch up with Lin Knight for the rest of his life. Whenever he felt that the gap between him and Lin Knight was a little smaller, but soon he would be slapped in the face. Looking at these experts who were so convinced of Lin Knight, Lulu Kai exhaled somewhat helplessly. Bai Luo looked at the number of people online in the various Scorched Earth servers, and his expression was a bit hard to bear. There are already quite a few people entering the Scorched Earth. Some servers already have 30 plus people. We need to develop faster. It's time for polarization. After crypto PvP opens, all the tribes of Scorched Earth will kill back and steal people. And just then, a few more people teleported to the server. He came up and shouted Lin Knight's name on the world channel. Chief Lin, we're here. 666 Kai was a little confused. Earlier, I heard Black Whirlwind say that Lin Knight had found a dozen tribal leaders to establish an alliance, and it was actually true. But the outrageous thing is that when those people got together, they all realized something. That's when they were all fooled by Lin Knight. Bai Luo huffed his head then. So, I'm the only one who's in when he's looking for me. Zhang Dongjie laughed. Isn't the result the same now? Ha ha ha. So many of us chiefs each with our silos united. Don't care about so many details. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Dongjie's men across the street with some skepticism and came up with, what did you guys just call him? The Night King? Zhang Dongjie hurriedly replied back. That's right, Night King. My master was the Night King back then. The great god who once took out dozens of foreigner bases by himself. Those people on the opposite side are still online. None of them are my master's opponent. His master is even fiercer. Known as the god of archery. No matter if it's a tech bow or a compound bow. Taking someone's head from 1,000 meters away is like picking up a bag. 100 hits. When Rokurokwai heard the name Arrow God, his eyes widened then. He vaguely remembered before that Black Whirlwind had said that back then. Their tribe had been destroyed by one called the Arrow God. A bunch of people are like chicken shit. They go out and die. You can't open your eyes when you get hit by someone. Bai Luo also remembered. And at that time, his face was as if he had eaten a bitter melon. At one point he sucked at playing PvE and then went PvP. Back when the national servers were few and far between, he played PvP for 3 months before he got bounced from the game. The same day unloading the Ark into the factory to work. The other guy treats him like a pig. People don't tear him down at first, after he's developed to a certain point and has a lot of resources and dragons. And the man came. The first time he was beaten to the point of skepticism. Wanting revenge he proceeded to find a secluded place to build a home. But what he doesn't realize is that he's a piglet in the eyes of others. Each time, after he had been developing for a while, the man would come to collect the battle. Any artillery building or safe the other side can demolish for him. Bai Luo had managed to study online videos for several days, and had learned quite a few PvP techniques behind the scenes, but you still can't do it in the back. He has a sniper rifle. Others have compound bows. Can't do it at all. Abused to the point of skepticism, Bai Luo also retired from the game, and cursed, hang on, garbage game. Bai Luo spoke with some impatience. Do you guys think Lin Knight's master teleported over as well? I think so. Back there might come across it. Don't think too much. There are experts around. Let's let go and develop. And at the moment have done well in the lonely island of the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex Saddle Peach Blossom and others. It was also ready for Li Ting and the girls to fight the medium bosses. Li Ting said somewhat forcefully, why don't you fight the difficulties? Can't you beat it now? How many more days? Peach Blossom exhaled slightly. Currently, the attributes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Scythe Dragon aren't quite right yet. It'll take another 7 or 8 days. And by then all of us will be able to follow this method to fight the difficult bosses. Li Ting shouted a bit impatiently at that time. How did he beat it? What method did he use? Why don't you tell us? Did you not want us to go looking for him so soon? Chen Yushua hurriedly pulled her back. Alright Tinger, don't be impulsive. Peach Blossom exhaled slightly and looked at Li Ting, whose mind was already about to collapse, and said with a heavy face, I can say this. You won't be able to help much if you go there. You'll only distract him. You still need to fight your way through Scorched Earth and Center Island to get to Wonderland. It's impossible to eat fat in one bite. And I understand what you're thinking. But also please don't be so selfish. He's fighting for all of us. Do you know what it means for him to go to Fairyland early to develop? But when Peach Blossom spoke, he stopped the conversation. Look at that Li Ting with flowers in the corner of her eyes. He knew what it was like to miss. A feeling that can make a person lose their soul, lose their mind and want to die. A few moments later, They activated the boss teleport for the medium fire-breathing dragon. A light wrapped around them again. Thank you very much for the gifts and 5-star reviews. New friends, please also give a 5-star review, thank you. The person in charge of commanding today's fight against the medium fire-breathing dragon was Gu Lingxin, and lately she would always receive messages from some of her former students looking for her on the public screen. But Gu Lingxin, who had already changed her mindset, was no longer that warm-hearted female teacher at this moment. In her eyes, those students were no different from white wolves. Given the chance, they'd step right in her face and make her a dog. Especially what happened at the very beginning in the Aro tribe. Her two students, Wang Tianlufeng, actually joined those men in trying to bully her. Gulang Xin, who had already entered the boss room and was riding on the soles of the feet of the great horned deer card-spitting fire dragon, had an increasingly disdainful expression. Every time she thought of those two students, trying to do that to her, her anger wrapped itself around her. People get. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon boss in front of him that had already been beaten down to half-blood by the crowd, Gu Longxin looked back at Li Ting, Chen Yuxue, Lu Yu, and Wang Beauty again. She knew about Lin Knight's relationship with them, knew it from the beginning, but she also knew that if another woman voluntarily followed her student in order to survive, she was in no position to care. It's up to whoever is strong here. Gulang Xin, who never spoke much, slowly remembered her man today after seeing Li Ting lose her temper because she missed Lin Knight too much. Her husband doesn't know what server he's staying on and if he's found a good tribe. Did you find some great company? Whenever she thought of her lover, she would always compulsively make herself think of the good side. All people are products of their environment. She also knew that her man could turn bad at times like this and might have done something to wrong her. But as the other man's wife, she felt it became her duty to find him and take her lover with her. It was with this thought that Gu Lingxin had been quietly trying to learn the ark's survival techniques. It could be said that of all the women at the moment, Gu Lingxin's overall ability was already the strongest. Lowering mines, fighting resources, taming dinosaurs, and commanding bosses. She already had her own way of thinking. It didn't take long for the 3 bosses of medium difficulty to be finished under her leadership. Looking at the somewhat aggrieved Li Ting, Gu Longxin exhaled with a difficult expression. Slowly walking behind Li Ting, he spoke to her softly. Ting-er, you don't have to be so sad. You should be happy. You have a good family and haven't suffered much, I know. But you should also mature and learn how to love someone. Li Ting lowered her head, her face full of loss. Looking at Ms. Gu in front of her, she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Gu Lingxin slowly sat down beside her and said softly, loving someone doesn't have to mean that you have to look at them every day to be able to do it. And Xiao Shuai understands this. I don't know what you're all thinking, but you're all willing to follow him together, and it's really freaking me out. Next to her, Chen Yuxue was there combing her little otter's fur as if she pretended not to understand. Gu Longxin exhaled, and then said with some relief, if you really love him, you should try to become stronger. You have no reason to blame others. You can go ahead and solo difficult bosses on your own. As long as you're not afraid of death or pain, you can learn the specialized skills of dinosaur grouping and whistling commands, including controlling a boss's hate. Lin Knight's classmate is worried that you'll be bullied when you go outside, so he wants to sharpen you up. After all, you're his. As soon as Lu Yu next to her saw that Gulang Xian was too embarrassed to speak, she directly shouted, you're her first wife. If you're like this every day, it's not more difficult for us. You have to preside over the harem. Li Ting laughed out a little awkwardly, looking at the crowd that was still busy in the distance. She exhaled a little helplessly, and just then, the sharp-eyed beauty Wang came over. She could see at a glance why Li Ting had lost her temper today. Sister, are you on your period? Li Ting smiled a little unnaturally. She felt a little humiliated by the crowd of people surrounding her and coaxing her. Just now Mr. Gu also said that her family was in good condition. Wasn't that implying that she was not to throw a big girl's temper? Gu Lingxin also hesitated for a moment. There are no anti-wipes or brown sugar water or anything like that in this world. After going to the bathroom they all settled with animal skins. It's been almost a month since I crossed over. And some of the things women do are actually headaches. When modern man is used to using toilet paper and you ask him to use leaves, do you think it's hard? I'm fine. Thanks for caring, sisters. I was wrong today. Next to her, Chen Yushua's expression was also a bit complicated. This problem was probably shared by all women. The animal skin is too prickly and scratchy. It was then that she whispered, this damned place seems to be restricted to everything but in-game items that can be crafted. And I wonder what the first female survivors settled with. And right at that moment, Ning Lingxiang, who had come out of the restroom, happened to hear what they were saying. It was then that she came in all ghostly and said, have you guys ever tried that with a burlap hat? I'm all about using that. Much better than animal skins. When the women heard this, their eyes widened then. Talented woman. Thanks for thinking of it. And then Ning Lingxiang led them to her room. When the women arrived at Ning Lingfang's house, they were instantly flabbergasted. They saw a bunch of strips of fiber cloth, all made by cutting burlap hats in half to act as toilet paper, and a whole drain bottle. Each water bottle held a variety of paints, and next to them were large and small brushes, all small-sized brushes that had been made by Ning Lingxuan using a metal axe to split the brushes. The red pigment can be used as blush and lipstick. Flesh-colored pigments can be used as foundation. The dark purple one can be used as an eyeshadow and the black one as an eyebrow pencil. These pigments are made from berries, no better than the crude cosmetics of our world. Ning Lingfang raised her head there with a face full of pride. The expressions of the women were like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, as if they had found a new world. Some people can't wait to start trying to get the paint in the arc and smear it on their faces. Ning Lingfang looked at those women with a somewhat lustful expression, and after thinking about it she still whispered to teacher Gu, "Sister Gu, that, you know that fat guy he?" Gu Lingxin understood in a second. "You mean 6'6" Kai? He's already gone to scorched earth, and from what Peach Blossom said, he's a tribal leader now, and there's a dozen or so people underneath him, and those people are all leaders of other suits, all of whom have fought bosses. What's wrong? You miss him?" Ning Lingfang hurriedly stretched out her 10 fingers and desperately shook them. "No, not, I'm just asking. It's not what you think." Gu Lingxin let out a light laugh. "I'm not thinking about anything. What do you think I'm thinking about?" Ning Lingfang couldn't say anything to the other party at first glance, rushing to change the topic. "Sister, you also teach us how to go down the mine cave." "I don't dare to go until now. Once I enter the cave I'm like a wayfarer." Has gone to the toilet to change on the coarse cloth hat padded bottom of Li Ting mood. Direct bad smile. "You let your family little sick son to teach you well. People are now a big chief." The afternoon also sent 2 scorched earth jumping rats back. "I do not know who it is given to yo." Ning Lingfang reddened then. "Me. I'm ignoring you guys," and then turned around and ran, and almost fell. A room full of women can have anything, except gossip is lava lava. That's what the saying goes. Close to vermilion is red, close to ink is black. Yao Nei, who had already joined the budding group, didn't know what was going on. "Ever since I saw Uggy's white-cut chicken, that image is like etched in my brain." The most outrageous thing was that whenever Yao Bai saw the dodo bird, she always associated the dodo with white-cut chicken, especially seeing the white dodo. Each time she would slaughter the white dodo she saw on the spot without mercy, while her face was red and gasping for air. No one knows why. "Dodo, can I say I'm not a chicken?" The time soon came to a late night, and all the people went back to their lodgings, intending to rest in peace. Lin Knight of the Immortal Realm, however, once again raised his energy and looked at the 150-level Dragon King whale he had just tamed with an expression of not too much excitement. On the spot he swam to the jellyfish. 5 or 6 jellyfish took one look at someone who actually dared to challenge their position as ocean overlords. At that moment, he swam extremely fast towards Lin Knight at a speed of half a meter per minute. Lin Knight was violently electrified by those jellyfish wrapped inside. Those jellyfish were like the electricity bill didn't cost anything, and they kept giving Lin Knight electrotherapy there. Rubbish. What garbage jellyfish. I can't believe it doesn't hurt. It's also a bit comfortable. It's like having physical therapy. Lin Knight, who already possessed the Dragon King whale's thick blubber ability, was clearly no longer afraid of jellyfish and electric eels attacks, and also comprehended the ability of the Dragon King whale to release rainbows. Now he spits rainbows. You cement will come out of the rainbow. Rainbows come out of peeing too. Even Rasho a rainbow can appear behind it. It's as flirty as eating rainbow candy. Ha ha ha, I grass. Laugh to death. If in the future when I and Tinger that's something, a few rainbows appear in the house from time to time. After bringing both the Dragon King whale and the fish dragon to a large natural water hole in the northern part of the grassland, Lin Knight looked at the time. It was already 10 p.m. It was time for him to work again. When I got home I first made 10 behemoth dinosaur door frames and 4 behemoth dinosaur doors. Bring a couple more high-attack crossbows and a few more blackberries. Wearing a wetsuit and riding a ichthyosaur went down. Tonight he planned to catch all of the kanglongs, snake-necked dragons, monkfish, and squids, and pick up the few artifacts that he had picked up for nothing in the process. With Canyon he can regularly clean out the squid nests to brush up on high-level squid. The serpent-necked dragon, on the other hand, is mainly for water fighting later on, and its flattened body allows it to put platform saddles, similar in effect to the armed wind god. More agile than the Canyon. A water transport. I'll be able to upgrade with the side dragon tomorrow. I hope to brush 2 elite flying dragons. We'll take off straight away then. Or a Titanosaurus would be fine. And the conditions are now such that a Titanosaurus can be slain. Lin Knight swam on his fish dragon while murmuring the plan behind it in his mind. When you're done fighting the boss, first make a teleporter and put it in the undersea dragon palace. Bring all these high-level sea dragons back for Peach Blossom and the others to breed as soon as possible. After swimming for a while, Lin Knight opened the map and looked at it again. In Fairyland, there are a total of 4 main refresh points for Tsanglong, and sometimes 2 Kangolins will be refreshed at 1 refresh point. Lin Knight then rode the fish dragon first to start cruising from the upper right corner of the map, and the first thing he saw was a group of nerdy megalodon sharks. Lin Knight ignored it and turned around to continue moving towards the northeast corner. Soon he saw 2 Kanglongs, one level 90, one level 120. At that time, Lin Knight's expression became ugly. This place was close to the waterhole where he had parked the lobster whale. Lin Knight simply went straight home and switched dragons, riding the Dragon King whale to chew up these 2 rotten Kanglongs. Thought I'd wait until he got back from the west and see if I could refresh 2 high-level ones, and then continued home for the ichthyosaur to swim towards the western waters. The west side of the canyon grade also gouges. He definitely couldn't do it on a ichthyosaur. The serpent-necked dragons did encounter 2, one 145 and one 140. It just so happens to still be a pair. With this creature, there are 2 of them at a refresh, and there is a high probability that they are both a male and a female. There didn't seem to be any drawbacks other than being a little uglier, with a longer neck, a flatter body, a lower attack, and less blood. The only thing it had going for it was the ability to be an underwater daredevil. The metal building wrapped its body around it and running through it was a delivery. It's really not that hard to tame serpent-necked dragons and Kangolins, and a lot of newbies are afraid of the ocean, not to mention don't know how to go about taming them. They can be visualized as flying creatures and pulled right into the behemoth gate in a trapped griffin sort of way. Tame 2 at a time. The 2 of them swam closer together, and the behemoth door was large enough to get in turn. Soon those 2 long-necked snake-necked dragons were put in the trapped dragon room by Lin Knight. That's when another nerdy megalodon swam up behind him and was baring its teeth with the intention of nibbling on his head. Lin Knight turned his hand and struck lightning spit, giving the megalodon a physical therapy session. The fish and dragons underneath them all looked stunned. A give Jiao Li Jiao. Below that he started shooting the 2 serpent-necked dragons, again hitting them left and right. After the 2 of them fainted, Lin Knight hurriedly rode the ichthyosaur and swam towards the blue arc in the west once again. In the waters northeast of the blue arc, there is a Tsanglong cave where Kanglongs must be brushed. It's right next to the underwater dragon palace. There is also a very recognizable flat section of reef there, like a rock bridge. Lin Knight had just arrived at the place, and hitching his eyes, he saw a level 135 female Tsanglong. Although not satisfied, he did it anyway. In the sea, behemoth dinosaur doors make better trapped rooms than on the ground. Normally those little trapped dragon houses that save on materials only pull wild dragons in one direction, and it has to be the same angle. But this Tsanglong cave is the one that brushes Kanglongs on both sides. If the build is in the wrong direction, or if you don't pull the right angle at one time canyon doesn't come in, that would still be a detour. And then it would be another hassle to pull in another megalodon and electric eel or something. Lin Knight quickly placed a row of behemoth doors on that underwater stone bridge. The ichthyosaur is so fast that it's fine even if it swims back to close the door. The kangaroo can barely bite the ichthyosaur. Lin Knight looked at the already imprisoned Tsanglong who also took out his crossbow and prepared to shoot. And just then, a giant Tsanglong that was a whole lot bigger than a normal Tsanglong appeared in the Tsanglong cave behind him. With one bite, a third of the ichthyosaur's blood went down. Holy crap! One level 50 elite Tsanglong. Almost instantly, Lin Knight was riding the scared and dumbfounded ichthyosaurus as it swam directly above him. The ichthyosaur was also bitten on his ascent. One more bite and you're dead. Thanks to Lin Knight's speed, the elite Tsanglong swam down after swimming to the height of the shallow sea. Like those predators in the deep sea, they don't come into the shallows. Kangolins, snake-necked dragons, and squids all have it. Just head upstream if you're running for your life. Lin Knight looked at the ichthyosaur that was already close to hiccuping and hurriedly opened the ichthyosaur's backpack and started force-feeding raw meat. It is possible to regain blood if you feed carnivorous creatures meat. A low-blooded creature like an ichthyosaur can get back to full blood in less than a few minutes. Once he had regained his blood, Lin Knight launched shots from above at the Kanglongs in the trapped dragon room below. The height is controlled just where the elite Kangolins don't want to come up. The shooting is not rushed. Reading 3 seconds after each shot is loaded to shoot again. It took almost nearly 100 arrows before that Tsanglong fainted. In the sea, kangaroo's stun value is very high. If you just bring a normal white crossbow you probably can't hit the stun with a bad crossbow. Once he had stunned that Tsanglong, Lin Knight swam towards the north and waited until he was in a suitable position before shooting towards that elite Tsanglong once again. The other party quickly swam towards Lin Knight. Lin Knight hurriedly ran towards the north. Pull it as far as you can. While running, Lin Knight also shouted obscenely, "Come chase me. As long as you chase me, I'll let you hee hee hee." The elite Kangolins obviously got annoyed and chased them all the way. After pulling the elite Tsanglong to run away for some distance, Lin Knight then swam vertically upstream at 90 degrees at a very fast speed. Even if it was an elite, it wouldn't come to shallow waters. and then Lin Knight went back the same way, and after coming to that Sunlong, he fed the only several hundred black fruits he had on him to the other party. Immediately after riding the ichthyosaur it was back to the nearest shore, after being resurrected to the house via the sleeping bag in the bag. Riding the flaming flying dragon called Wang Xanu with 30,000 black fruits once again flew to the location of the fish dragon. It's less time consuming that way. When the Tsanglong and those two snake-necked dragons' stun values had pretty much fallen off, Lin Knight fed the other party a large amount of black fruits in one go. That would give him more time to do other things. Eyesight has to starve this Tsanglong for about 2 hours. Go catch some monkfish and forget about it. Since we're all going down to the sea, let's take care of the water dragon once and for all. Lin Knight murmured with a face full of contemplation. The anglerfish is about the size of an ichthyosaur. There will be a light bulb tentacle on top of the head. It is useful to be able to collect pearls and bite them directly from the mouth. Pearls are dotted throughout many parts of Wonderland seabed, especially in the most famous pearl caves of Viking Bay. A 10-minute trip to collect tens of thousands of pearls is like a joke. This sea creature is also relatively easy to tame. Just ride the ichthyosaur and walk the dog and shoot it. You don't even need to build a trapped dragon room. And at this moment in the Wonderland boss room is still struggling to write a review of the monitor number 771. It's getting there with all sorts of horseshit words to make up the word count. What with the company being my home, making this mistake is a stain on my life. I'm sorry to the company. I'm sorry to my parents. I'm sorry to my siblings. I'm sorry to myself. The lion scorpion next to him looked a bit hard at Lin Knight who was catching monkfish on the bottom of the sea, his expression getting harder and harder. Ugh, when can I go wash my feet again? The fire-breathing dragon next to him sneered. Will you take me next time? If you take me next time, I'll go to the lonely island and borrow money from my old cousin. Lion Scorpion said with a sneer on his face. You can still cheat money with your little character? What do you call cheating? I call that borrowing. The fire-breathing dragon said with an irritated face. And by this time, Monitor 771 had finally written a 2,000 word review, and was there wailing with excitement. With my yardage speed, I could go write a novel. Should I go find a platform to earn some extra money? Ha ha ha. Lion Scorpion gave him a blank look and said with a disgusted face. 2,000 words written in 3 days. If you can write novels, gradual new elephants can go up to the sky. Overseer 771 gave the two simpletons a look full of disdain while he started thinking about his double paycheck. But then he thought of the fire-breathing dragon. The bitch, who had reported him before. Monitor 771 just hated it. Listening to the fire-breathing dragon there as well talking about wanting to go wash his feet. It was then that Monitor 771 thought of some kind of ghostly idea. So he ran over with a bad smile on his face. Brother Long, you want to go and wash your feet? You said it earlier, we are all brothers. We will definitely take you there if you want to go. We wanted to call you last time, but you were sleeping. We didn't call you if we knew you had the breath to get up. The fire-breathing dragon tilted his head at the monitor who came over to kiss his ass and sneered then. Bullshit. I think you just don't want to take me. Absolutely not. I'm the most righteous person. But you need money to be righteous. We spent a total of more than 8,000 tech boards last time. And now the foot washing is too expensive. The brothers really don't have the money to treat you. The lion scorpion next to him heard this and was enlightened. Yeah. Last time just to wash a vegetarian 2 people spent more than 2,000 boards. After we went up to the second floor. And spent another 20,000. The female monitor on the second floor can't be dressed too sensationally. That little waist, ouch. I can't even tell you. A word that made the fire-breathing dragon's harumph flow. You know, creatures like dragons are the most horny. They don't pick on any breed. And isn't there something about dragons having 9 sons back there? Either they were born with wolves or sheep. Not even a toad. The one born to a wolf on a snowy mountain is called Jair. The one born to a freshwater carbon turtle is called Basho. And the one born to a devil frog is called dragon toad. There wasn't a creature in the entire arc that wasn't scourged by the fire-breathing dragon clan. Monitor 771 also knows that Firebreather is an LSP. At that time he continued, alas, I would have invited you to go, but I guess I can only gnaw on thatch to renew my life next month. My double pay is gone. May also have to be deducted backwards. The fire-breathing dragon gulped then. The lion scorpion next to him was still there talking about how tender the overseeress's skin was and how sweet her mouth was. You don't even know. Brother Long, she changes into whatever I tell her to. One day she turns into a lion scorpion. Another day she turns into a breeding spider. And another day she turns into old Luo. She's got a lot of energy. The fire-breathing dragon had been spoken for and his eyes had been on fire. On the spot he made a call to his old cousin in the Lone Islands. Cousin, I'll tell you something, I've got a terminal disease. I may have to need 30,000 tech boards to cure it. The lion scorpion next to him widened his eyes then. And just as he was about to say something, The monitor covered his mouth. Don't say a word. All we have to do is drag him into the water, and then make him miss a day of work. And the 30,000 will be ours. I don't care how much he borrows. You want to fight us? But fire-breathing dragon, his old cousin, knew he was no good and only borrowed 80. So then more bull came out. In order to go to wash the feet, fire-breathing dragon directly in their family groups and relatives. Help me, urgent. Just as the fire-breathing dragon was borrowing money, the lion scorpion was still talking to the monitor from the side. How are we going to go without money? Didn't we spend 20,000 on a meat bath last time? Don't say anything. Brother Lung is thinking of a solution. Can't you see? Is there anything in this world that Lung can't do? Anyone who can be called Brother Dragon is not an ordinary person. The monitor had no lower limit to start acting there in order to scam money. The fire-breathing dragon smiled crookedly. That's right. That's voice-breaking. To think that I was in existence that almost fucked Rockwell myself back in the day. If it wasn't for Helena stopping me, Rockwell would have been the shit I pulled. Lion Scorpion, you blow you. You're right. Brother Lung is mighty. Let's go wash our feet tomorrow. The fire-breathing dragon smiled crookedly. Let me get this straight. I borrowed the money and I got to pick the prettiest one. No one can take it from me. Overseer 771 came extremely fawning at that time. Don't worry. I have a membership card. I'll pay for the bill when the time comes. Brother Long left it to me. I'll ask them to call the new youngest and prettiest female overseer. Okay. It's a deal. And while the monitor and lion scorpion were snubbing the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Knight had already tamed the Tsanlong, snake-necked dragon, and monkfish to death. And so it swam hugely along the northern shore of Fairyland toward the waterhole in the northern part of the meadow. In the process of pulling the dragon, Lin Knight blew a direct passive. They'll follow even if they take a beating in the back. By the time he got home it was 2 in the morning. Here's to catching squid. You'll need black pearls to tame the squid, and you'll need a better canyon saddle. A platform saddle won't do. The platform saddle belongs to the building, and the squid senses that there's a building next to it, and it's not going to want you to feed it black pearls. Lin Knight murmured with a face full of contemplation, and then it was time to rummage through the cupboards at home for the saddle that he had touched at the desert treasure chest. True to form, there is a purple canyon saddle with 72 armor. Flush. Go get the black pearl. Lin Knight smiled crookedly, turned around and rode the flying dragon towards the moon bay in the south. Black pearls are a must-have item for taming squid, so I guess the family has a mine and can't see anything else. It's hard to get black pearls in the Lone Islands. Available in Wonderland. A black pearl is a white pickup. There are countless black pearls at Moon Bay Beach, just south of Fairyland. You can touch 1,500 black pearls at a time at least. There's nothing but megalodon sharks next to it. If they wore flippers, the megalodon wouldn't have been able to catch up with Lin Knight at all either. To tame a level 150 squid you need 350 black pearls, which are fed to it in 7 installments. And every time you feed, you have to have the squid pester a creature for an attack, and that's when its mouth opens. The characters need to get off the dragon and run over to it and stuff the black pearl in its mouth for it to work. The feeding interval was 13 minutes and 53 seconds. During this time it is necessary to constantly take advantage of the squid's dislike of going to shallow waters to keep it following you. For veterans, you can use this time interval to tame 3 squids at a time. Of course if you're riding freshwater carbon turtles and sharks, the margin for error isn't as high as it is for Kangolins, so it's better to tame one honestly. Lin Knight was rather greedy no matter what he did, and he obviously wouldn't tame just one at a time. Soon he had gathered 400 black pearls and had parked his flying dragon, laden with them, on the shore of the swamp closest to the squid's nest. Once he returned home utilizing his sleeping bag, he began to prepare the gear he would need to tame the squid. During the feeding of the black pearl, the character will most likely be attacked by the squid's tentacles, so armor is definitely needed. Metal helmets, metal gauntlets, metal pants, wetsuits, flippers. He had 2 sets of each piece of equipment of good quality, especially the flippers, which are the most easily damaged. He prepared 5 of them at a time. He had brought a set of energy potions with him just to be on the safe side. And then it was time to ride Sanglong towards the flying dragon's docking point. Kanglons don't carry much weight and can't carry too many black pearls at once. Moreover, Lin Knight was going to add some of this Sanglong's points to weight first, and then all of them to blood, so that he could tame the squid more quickly. On his way south, Lin Knight also found a few Dragon King whales and directly slaughtered them to prepare the Dragon King whale blubber needed to fight the boss in advance. By killing monsters during the journey south, Sanglong's weight had also been ordered up. The location of the Wonderland squid nest is at 050 on the far left center of the map. After placing a portion of the black pearls onto the Sanglong, Lin Knight headed towards the squid nest. Near the squid's nest is a U-shaped channel, and there's a devouring artifact you can pick up for nothing here, right in the canyon gap. When Lin Knight just went down, He saw 3 squids, grades 60, 90, 120. Lin Knight didn't think much about it, and directly rode Song Long to pick 3 to start. With a highly armored kangaroo, hitting these squids is like hitting your brothers. The opposite side is also not polite and has a bit of a strange fetish. As soon as it saw a prey approaching, one of the squids in the lead stretched out a few tentacles and wrapped them around Sanglong in a death grip, and then attacked with the rest of the tentacles. Lin Knight rode that Sanglong and just kept gnawing hard. Soon the opponent's blood level was unhealthy. A creature like the squid was also very good at this. When it saw that it couldn't beat Lin Knight, it would spew out a large cloud of ink to confuse its opponent's vision. As expected, the one with the lowest rank was already on the verge of not being able to take it anymore. A mouthful of ink squirted straight out. Lin Knight couldn't see at that time. Even with night vision, he couldn't resist inking his eyes. Holy shit, that's disgusting. Why does it still smell like shit? I have to go wash my eyes. And just then, another wave of landlubbers near the squid's nest rushed over with their faces full of bitchy looks. For electric eels, unlike the jellyfish's electric shock, the electric eel's electric shock does not cause the character to be forced down the dragon. And what's more doggy is that this small creature, as soon as it sees its teammate dead, it turns around and runs away. I was looking back at you when I was running, with a face full of mockery shouting, "Come and hit me, run away and come back to sneak up on you again." Simply a tumor in the sea. The only good thing about it is that it has a low blood count and can't stand up to Sanglong's attacks. After finishing off the electric eel, the other 2 squids bottomed out in blood and also spewed out ink intending to run away. But this time they missed Lin Knight, who had already gone after the bloodless squid ahead of time, killing it with a few bites, and then turn around and finish off the 2 squids. He's been killing it back there. Level 135s were slaughtered by him. After clearing the squid nest once, he parked that Sun Long to the surface. Having just killed quite a few squids, that Sun Long upgraded. After adding all the points to the blood count, Song Long's blood count had reached over 20,000. The next step is to return blood to the canyon. Lin Knight had taken out high-quality cooked meat and cooked lamb from his backpack in advance, and this type of meat returned blood twice as fast as raw meat. It's probably a long time to feed just raw meat. Lin Knight had fed Song Long to Yue in one go, and his blood was almost back to full. By the time he swam down again, the squid had refreshed, and 3 ranked ones appeared at once. Yosi level 150 and 140 female squids, level 145 males. It's okay. I'm going to be invincible again. The next thing Lin Knight had to do was to pull the squids apart first, making sure that neither of them could see the other from a distance. By the squid's dislike of going to shallow waters, Lin Knight managed to pull one away, and then he just rode Song Long up to the surface of the sea to make the hatred of the remaining 2 disappear. The next one swam first to the squid that pulled away, and the other turned around and killed it again after seeing Lin Knight go and come back. Lin Knight had already opened the passive for Song Long ahead of time, or else Song Long would hit the squid when he played the dragon later. There's still a mess to be made. The elevation at which to feed the squid was also very specific, and Lin Knight chose the tipping point between shallow and deep waters. At that moment, that squid also stretched out its tentacles after getting close to Lin Knight and wrapped itself around Song Long in an instant. Lin Knight rushed down to the dragon and was very careful to swim to the squid's mouth. The process must be steady. If the squid touched each other's mouths before they could feed them, the squid wouldn't eat Lin Knight's black pearls. Don't look at it as scary looking, it's the most arrogant thing in the sea. After feeding the squid, Lin Knight rushed upstream. There was a follow whistle on the way upstream, because it's the tipping point between shallow and deep water. The squid won't catch up. Soon the squid let go of canyon. That Song Long, who had already turned on the passive, got out of the trap and swam directly to the shallow sea where Lin Knight was. The first feeding was successful. The next thing Lin Knight did was turn around and look for the 2 squids. In the same way, continue to feed. Although he was hit a few times in the process, he didn't die. The other 3 pieces of the suit without the iron armor are definitely not going to hold up. Waiting for the time between feedings, Lin Knight parked that Sun Long at a shallow height to feed the meat back. While others tamed 1 in an hour or so, Lin Knight tamed 3 in an hour. Be bold, operate steadily, and all things are possible. Lin Knight, who had successfully tamed the squid, laughed rampantly while shouting on his way home. Ha ha ha, see little Mei Ying, were you as grippy as me back then? Did you see that? It's called technology. Brother knows a lot of techniques. I'll have a chat with you when I get a chance. But since the last time Diana lost her temper, Li Mei Ying didn't dare to look at Lin Knight through the surveillance. The person who now watches Lin Knight every day is Helena. Helena looked at Lin Knight in the picture, her expression becoming more and more abnormal. This person doesn't look like a good person in any way. Isn't it too hasty to make him the leader alternative? It's better to be under observation for a while before. Today's harvest was very rich. Lin Knight stayed up until after 3 o'clock in the night, also finally fell asleep. Lin Knight slept soundly that night. He had basically been pulling all-nighters for the past few days. That sleep lasted until 10 a.m. The first thing Lin Knight did when he woke up again was go to his water dragon room. After breeding those water dragons, he returned to the base with a face full of excitement. We should be able to open the boss tonight. If we beat Wonderland, will we be able to go to Aberration? TSK, 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 TSK. When the time comes, go and talk to Mei Ying about life first. Lin Knight mumbled to himself there with a face full of excitement. Or I'll just run through the maps of each Wonderland. Get the Savage PvP mode refresh time on for them ahead of time. Well, it's very necessary. At that time, as soon as they just come over here to develop, I'll directly press in with a large army, so that their arc journey will stop at Wonderland and forget about it. Lin Knight's eyes went cold as he said this, and it was clear that he had planned to do this from the start. And then he went to take those adult scythe dragons of his to the Trapped Dragon Room and the Flying Dragon Valley to upgrade. Scorched Earth 999 suits. Old Negroes who have become Negro slaves don't work too hard. He didn't even take a break at noon to brush all over the map against the scorching heat of the scorched earth. While others worked in iron, he worked in crystal and obsidian. While others fought for crystal and obsidian, he rode a flying dragon with a whip along the river to draw pearls. People take a 2-hour break at noon, and he goes ironing. Up since 5 a.m., he did the day's work in one morning. Those from the Dark Gold Regiment had also seen Black Whirlwinds selling out, especially sissy little Chun Chun, looking at the Black Whirlwind who had come back to deliver the medal, with delight written in her eyes. Looking at the Black Whirlwind who was going to go out to labor again, Xiao Chun Chun rushed over and shouted, "Brother Whirlwind, aren't you tired? Come and rest before you go again." Black Whirlwind winced then. This woman. Ah, no. This man is even more soulful than Wang Sinyu's voice. Simply absolute son. The average person can't handle it. No need. Saying that Black Whirlwind rode the flying dragon and took the armored dragon he had just captured yesterday to go iron hunting. The head doesn't bring it back. Xiao Chun Chun looked at the distant Black Whirlwind with a playful face and a dry mouth. When Wan Long saw this scene, he directly shouted out, "Don't flirt there. Have you gotten the level 190 lightning flying dragon egg yet?" Little Chun Chun smiled with embarrassment. Not yet. People were too unlucky in the morning. The highest was only level 175. Then why don't you go? What's the wave here? Wan Long said and then looked at the poker-playing members in the back. They cut them out of post-it notes to the size of playing cards and used the equipment as stakes. Have fun with it. Airplanes. No. Jia Qinghu was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Shunzi, ha ha, only 2 cards left." And that's when a man across the street who just didn't look very smart went up and threw 4 twos. I bomb. At that time, Jia Qinghu's face turned green. He's the landlord. What are you bombing me for? And just then, the guy across the table grinned with a ghostly grin all over his face and flung out an overhand pair of threes. Jia Qinghu looked at the pair of threes in his hand and his expression instantly exploded. Don't. The one-man duel is back on. And Jia Qinghu goes after the douchebag and fucks him, just in time to run into Wan Long. Wan Long was filled with annoyance as he cursed. Are you guys fed up? Look at other people's new cyclone. He's done his workload in one morning, haven't you? Jia Qinghu said with an unconvinced face. Shouldn't the newcomer do more work? Besides, we'll be able to finish the job today. What are you so angry about, big brother? Wan Long looked at Jia Qinghu with a bit of displeasure. The group of people he had found, although they had skills, but sometimes they are also arrogant and look down on others, worked only the required amount of tasks and didn't bother hitting one more medal. Looking at that defiant Jia Qinghu, Wan Long came at that time. Don't forget that the extra metals and materials you fight are your own, and half of the dinosaurs you tame are also your own. I'll be grouping you in the back, and I won't consider you if your personal resources and dinosaur reserves are relatively small. Look at you guys. Wan Long finished and left. Jia Qinghu sneered and looked at the few juniors behind him with a grim expression. Go, you guys follow that Black Whirlwind to fight iron. Wherever he goes, we go. And let a newbie steal our thunder? The few minions instantly lit up. Riding his own flying dragon, he chased towards Black Whirlwind. Black Whirlwind, who was still pumping iron, was completely unaware that only half a day's work had made him a thorn in the side of others. His goal was rather simple, to get Wan Long to trust him. Find a chance to go to the isolated island base camp of Wan Long later. When the time comes, trick the tribune or administrator and kick everyone. The base is all torn up for them. And just then, 2 lewd-looking bitchy bastards, one riding an armored dragon, came next to Black Whirlwind. Without saying a word, he grabbed the medal ore in front of Black Whirlwind. Yo, what a coincidence, nigga, you're pumping iron too. The phrase nigger caused Black Whirlwind's eyes to instantly turn grim.